Chapter 1, Trapped as the villainous male side character. Red plum blossoms dotted the branches, standing proudly against the biting wind. Snow blanketed the ground, 20 to 30 centimeters thick. The valley lay silent, as if all living things had been buried beneath the endless white. Two men in suits pulled a heap of white snow from the ground. Upon closer look, it was actually a slender man buried underneath. "Get him awake." The man on the wheelchair, covered with a thick blanket, spoke slowly. His voice was colder than the bone-chilling wind. "Yes, Lord Fu." When Zhu Mingho woke up, he realized that the applause he had heard in his dream, those sharp clapping sounds at the theater, was actually someone slapping his face. What the hell was going on? Why were so many people around him? And why was someone slapping him? He frantically twisted his head, trying to dodge the blows, and asked with a trembling voice. "What are you doing?" The man in the wheelchair glared at him as though ready to devour him alive. Zhu Mingho nervously swallowed. His hands were tightly bound behind his back, leaving him completely helpless. Seeing the scene before him, his heart sank. He was neither rich nor powerful, just a broke student with no enemies. So what was happening today? Take a listen to this. The cold-faced man in the wheelchair gestured to his bodyguard, who then played a recording. "Fu Zhe is nothing but a drowning dog. If Brother Chen wants to deal with him, it'd be as easy as flicking a finger. He's just a cripple. What can he even do? He's not even worth calling a cripple, he can't even stand, let alone walk. Ha ha ha. Disabled. Paralytic. Fu Zhe the big pancake." They turned the volume up extremely loud, as if wanting to make sure Zhu Mingho didn't miss a single word. Each sentence stabbed into Zhu Mingho's soul like a whip. Hearing the name, Fu Zhe, and looking at the cold-faced man in the wheelchair before him, Zhu Mingho suddenly realized. He had transmigrated into a book. Just 2 days ago, his younger cousin had sent him a novel. In it, the villainous male side character shared the same name as him, Zhu Mingho. This Zhu Mingho was foul-mouthed and arrogant, clinging to the female lead like stubborn plaster. Bullying the weak was second nature to him. He lived by one rule: if someone was slightly inferior to him, he would step on them without hesitation. He vaguely remembered that this particular recording took place when Fu Zhe, injured and unable to stand, came seeking treatment for the first time. Instead of helping, Zhu Mingho not only refused outright but also mocked and insulted him ruthlessly. Then he went to Zhou Xiangmin and fiercely belittled Fu Zhe, pressuring her to be with him instead. Because of this, his cousin had spent days making snide remarks aimed directly at him. Out of curiosity, he skimmed through parts of the novel. Now, faced with these painfully familiar lines, Zhu Mingho came to a grim realization. Not only had he transmigrated into a book, but he had become the namesake himself, Zhu Mingho. In the novel, Zhu Mingho was a despicable and shameless scoundrel. As the 10th generation heir of the most renowned acupuncture family in D capital, he lacked any trace of a physician's integrity. Not only did he refuse to treat the male lead, but he also slandered and ridiculed him maliciously. He utterly disgraced the medical profession. Someone who should have embodied the noble ideal of great physicians, great sincerity, had apparently swallowed it whole and spat it out as poison. What an utterly repulsive man. All because of that female lead. Zhu Mingho loved Zhou Xiangmin, but she didn't love him back. Zhu Mingho's days irritated the cold-faced man. No, irritated Fu Zhe. "Do you have anything else to say?" Zhu Mingho snapped back to reality, actually, snapped back after being punched sharply in the gut by one of the suit-clad men beside him. He looked at Fu Zhe with sincere eyes. "I'm sorry. I apologize for my past actions." A faint crack appeared in Fu Zhe's icy gaze. After a moment of disbelief, it quickly returned to its usual calm. How could that Zhu Mingho, who was so proud and insufferable, ever apologize to him? It was ridiculous. Was he just scared now? Fu Zhe pressed his fingers against his aching temples, saying nothing. Seeing that Fu Zhe remained silent, Zhu Mingho bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle. "Mr. Fu, I'm truly sorry. I apologize for my inappropriate words earlier." He felt wrong too. Scolded relentlessly by his cousin for sharing a name. Transmigrated into a book as a despicable character simply because they shared a name. And now forced to clean up this trash's mess, all because of a name. He knew Fu Zhe was only the beginning. He had wronged far too many people. More would come seeking retribution. He really wanted to cry out to the heavens and shout to everyone that he wasn't Zhu Mingho, the real Zhu Mingho was already dead. And he was Zhu Aloof Mingho. But if he actually said that, no one would believe him anyway. Still maintaining his bowing posture, his back couldn't take it anymore. After much hesitation, he finally straightened up. Only to accidentally lock eyes with Fu Zhe's intensely probing gaze. Instinctively, he flashed a professional smile at that icy face. The world suddenly fell silent. Ahaha, he thought bitterly, unsure how to make up for the harm he had done to Fu Zhe. Fu Zhe was also a pitiful man, his name meant blessings and fortune, yet in reality, he didn't have even a shred of good fortune. For the sake of repayment, he spent most of his life desperately chasing after the female lead, yet never succeeded in winning her heart. From a distant branch of the Fu family, constantly oppressed and undermined. But none of that concerned him now. Once this matter was resolved, all he needed to do was sever ties with Zhou Xiangmin. Then he'd have nothing more to do with Fu Zhe. Thinking this, Zhu Mingho felt somewhat relieved. I don't accept. After seeing his fake smile, Fu Zhe confirmed his suspicion. Zhu Mingho was simply cowardly and fearful. Seeing that he'd brought so many people, Zhu Mingho pretended to apologize just to beg for mercy. Just as expected, the moment he said those words, the smile vanished instantly from Zhu Mingho's face, replaced only by helplessness. If he hadn't misread it, there seemed to be traces of guilt. Could it be that this car accident was somehow related to Zhu Mingho? Humph. A cold sneer curled at the corner of Fu Zhe's lips. Why should I forgive you just because you say sorry? Tell me, why? Give me one good reason. Why aren't you speaking? Fu Zhe looked at the pale-faced Zhu Mingho and arched an eyebrow. He removed his leather glove and threw it straight at him. Speak. The cold leather slapped hard against Zhu Mingho's handsome face. He slightly furrowed his brow. I know, you won't forgive me. But what I did before was wrong. I was blinded by love. Love? Who did Zhu Mingho like? Zhou Xiangmin? What had she done to blind him? Could it be that the car accident was planned together by Zhou Xiangmin and Zhu Mingho? Fu Zhe's expression grew increasingly dark, the air around him growing even heavier. Right now, the most important thing was healing his legs. He needed to find a way to force Zhu Mingho to agree to treat him. He wouldn't allow himself to spend the rest of his life confined to a wheelchair. How could he possibly accept such an outcome? He, Fu Zhe, shouldn't end up like this. This wasn't how it was supposed to end. Chapter 2 Wanting to stay away, yet throwing himself into the devil's lair. Zhu Mingho secretly observed Fu Zhe's expression. He knew there was a legend in the imperial capital. You could offend anyone, but never offend Master Fu. Offend even the heavens, and you might still be fine. But if you offended Master Fu, trouble would surely follow. Fu Zhe was vindictive by nature, abiding firmly by the principle of an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Anyone who had ever wronged him had met a grim fate. Zhu Mingho knew he was a proud man. After being openly mocked by Zhu himself, Fu Zhe still maintained his composure instead of lunging at him, already a display of remarkable restraint. He bowed again deeply, precisely 90 degrees. I'm truly sorry. I don't know what else I can do to make up for my mistake. Please, just give me a chance to redeem myself. I'd do anything for you, serve you like ox or horse. How about this, I'll treat you for free. Or better yet, I'll be your personal physician for a whole year, completely free of charge. 2 years. Still not enough. No matter how hard he pleaded, Fu Zhe remained silent. Just staring. Staring so intently that cold sweat poured down Zhu Mingho's back. Had he said something wrong again? Did Fu Zhe despise being treated like a patient? Zhu clenched his damp palms. Truthfully, he had grown up in a traditional Chinese medicine family. His great-grandfather Zhu Jiyuan had been a renowned barefoot doctor in Shu province. Ever since then, the family had inherited various secret remedies passed down through generations. As a child, he had already memorized all the classical prescriptions under his grandfather's guidance. Luckily, he also possessed genuine interest in traditional Chinese medicine, which led him to enroll in a TCM university. Although he was an outstanding student, an elite among his peers, he had absolutely no skill in acupuncture. The original Zhu Mingho, however, had been exactly the opposite, highly skilled in acupuncture, but terrible with herbal formulas. So what should he do if Fu Zhe wanted treatment for his legs? Should he prescribe herbs directly? Would Fu notice something was off? The more he thought, the more uncertain he became, his heart pounding nearly out of his chest. His anxiety did not escape Fu Zhe's sharp eyes. Despite the bitter cold, snowflakes had begun drifting down like feathers. A suited man beside Fu Zhe quickly unfolded a large black umbrella. No need. Push me inside. Zhu Mingho froze. He knew, those words were meant for him. Was he forgiven? That's incredible. His hands, previously clenched tight, had nearly gone numb. He quietly flexed his wrists before stepping behind Fu Zhe's wheelchair. Thank you. Remember your words. Huh. You'll be my personal doctor, for 10 years, free of charge. Zhu Mingho regretted it so deeply his intestines turned green. Evil capitalist. I should have offered month by month. Fu Zhe heard his muttering but simply closed his eyes, ignoring him. Under the lead of the suited man, Zhu Mingho wheeled Fu Zhe toward a small black helicopter. Zhu Mingho stood stunned. How could he have seen anything like this before? So extravagant. So impressive. But, did this Master Fu really come all the way to this remote mountain forest in a helicopter just to throw him into the snow? A chill ran down his spine. If he remembered correctly, in the original story, after being captured, the real Zhu Mingho had erupted into a fierce argument with Fu Zhe. Fu Zhe, I'd rather die than heal your leg. I hope you stay in that wheelchair forever. You deserve to be paralyzed for life. Never able to take care of yourself. Fu Zhe had exploded in rage, his bloodshot eyes burning with fury as if ready to devour him alive. Afraid Fu Zhe would order his bodyguards to kill him, the original Zhu fled. And during his escape, he fell off a cliff. Soon after, frozen to death in the wilderness. Eventually becoming food for some animals that hadn't hibernated. In other words, if he hadn't apologized and surrendered now, wouldn't he have died right here? Zhu Mingho's face paled, then flushed, then paled again in terror. With the help of the guards, he finally managed to will Fu Zhe into the helicopter. After securing the wheelchair with seat belts, he placed his hands under Fu Zhe's armpits, attempting to lift him gently onto the passenger seat. Ah, take it slow. Before he could finish, Fu Zhe dodged his hands and pulled himself onto the seat unaided. Ahahaha, Mr. Fu, what strong arms you have. Zhu Mingho awkwardly rubbed the tip of his nose, trying to lighten the tension with words. Keen-eyed, he noticed that when Fu Zhe had just sat down, he accidentally trapped the seatbelt beneath his body. Eager to be helpful, Zhu Mingho reached over to pull it out. What do you think you're doing? Only when the man's voice came from above, gritted and sharp with irritation, did Zhu Mingho realize he'd leaned in far too close. When you sat down, sir, you pinned the seatbelt under you. Let me get it out for you. Seeing that Fu Zhe remained silent, he went ahead and snapped the belt into place. He then carefully adjusted the strap to fit comfortably. Is this okay, Mr. Fu? This was the first time since he could remember that Fu Zhe had been this physically close to another person. A flicker of discomfort passed across his face. He turned his head away, pointedly ignoring Zhu Mingho. Zhu Mingho knew he was just stubborn by nature, so he didn't take offense. After adjusting the seatbelt properly, he tucked the thick woolen blanket snugly around Fu Zhe, then took his own seat opposite him. Throughout the flight, Zhu Mingho kept reviewing the story's plot in his mind, trying to piece things together. It was a shame he didn't have pen and paper, otherwise, the narrative might have been much clearer. With nothing better to do, he began studying the appearances of the bodyguards. True to the book, even these unnamed side characters were strikingly handsome. Especially the male lead. Could Fu Zhe's face truly be described as flawlessly sculpted? Breathtaking? Perhaps his vocabulary was too limited or overly dramatic, but there was no denying that Fu Zhe's striking features could leave anyone stunned, men and women alike. Zhu Mingho pulled out his phone and checked his reflection, sucking in a sharp breath. Was this man, bright eyes, white teeth, peach blossom eyes, cherry lips, really him? Well, not bad at all. Just, not as striking as Fu Zhe. No, not striking, more like elegant. Still impressive. Fu Zhe was only a tiny bit better looking than him, that's all. Even with his eyes shut, Fu Zhe could feel those sneaky, furtive glances fixed on him from across the cabin. His fists remained tightly clenched the entire time. The helicopter finally landed, yet Fu Zhe continued pretending to sleep. Mr. Fu. Zhu Mingho whispered softly. No response. Hesitating for a moment, his eyes quickly swept across the stiffly seated bodyguards inside the cabin. Spotting one with a kind-looking face who seemed approachable, his eyes lit up. He scurried over and crouched beside the guard, whispering quietly into his ear, "Can I ask you a favor?" After some persistent coaxing, the kind-faced guard stood up and walked over. A series of soft rustling sounds followed. Fu Zhe felt a pair of hands gently fumbling with the seatbelt around his waist. The edges of the blanket were tucked in once more. Then his body lifted, weightless, as he was gathered into a broad chest. Tension shot through Fu Zhe's entire frame. The strange, unsettling sensation stirred an urgent need to escape this humiliating closeness. Chapter 3 It wasn't me. Fu Zhe, however, dared not open his eyes at this moment. He didn't want Zhu Mingho to discover he'd been pretending to sleep. Being carried in the arms of the man who had caused his crippled leg, what a humiliating sensation. His fists clenched tightly, veins bulging on the knuckles. He subtly adjusted his breathing. Swallowed down the churning discomfort inside, and sealed it away deep within. Only after being laid onto the bed did the knot in his heart finally loosen. A moment later. He opened his eyes. Beside him, Zhu Mingho was busy positioning the wheelchair next to the bed. Noticing he had woken, Zhu Mingho's lips curled into a smile. "Mr. Fu, you're awake. Are you hungry? Would you like some water? You carried me in." Zhu Mingho waved his hand with a laugh. No. Look at my scrawny frame, how could I possibly carry someone like you?" Seeing Fu Zhe remain silent, Zhu Mingho assumed he didn't believe him. He quickly rushed outside, then returned seconds later, dragging along a tall, muscular bodyguard. "Don't doubt me. It was this brother right here who carried you. Go ahead, ask him." Zhu Mingho explained earnestly, giving Fu Zhe a pitiful, wounded look. Why does this man have to be so unapproachable? No matter what I say, he refuses to believe me, frustrating to the extreme. Fu Zai's expression darkened further. He waved his hand dismissively, get out. Why is he even angrier now? Save me. Zhu Pinyo Gulup Mingho was actually utterly helpless. Was he really going to serve this detestable employer for 10 more years without pay? His future looked bleak indeed. I mean seriously, total blunder here, folks. After a short burst of inner lamenting, Zhu Mingho still obediently left the room together with the guard. Even thoughtfully closing the door behind them. Once the door shut, Zhu Mingho clasped his hands together and gazed hopefully at the guard stationed by the door. Can I ask one question? Dead silence. Even a pin dropping would have been a welcome sound. Anything to break this awkwardness. But under the watchful eyes of the stone-faced guards, though his toes were curling through the soles of his shoes, he forced himself to continue. Can I go home? The lead guard shook his head. Master Fu hasn't given instructions. But Mr. Fu didn't tell me to stay either. As the guard hesitated deeply, Zhu Mingho seized the moment with a suffering expression. How about this, I'll leave my number. If anything comes up, just give me a call and I'll come immediately. Thanks to his silver tongue and relentless persuasion, he eventually convinced the guards and secured permission to return home. But the moment he stepped outside, he was stunned. The helicopter had landed in a secluded mountain area on the outskirts of the capital city of H country. The villa was extravagantly luxurious, part of a sprawling estate, but apparently all of it belonged to Fu Zai. Where exactly could he hail a taxi here? He pulled out his phone to book a private ride, only to realize he couldn't remember where his original body's home was. Sigh. The guards watched as Zhu Mingho, who had just moments earlier exited the villa joyfully, trudged back in with a dejected face. Hey handsome, could you give me a ride home? I can't get a cab here. Zhu Mingho looked at the guard, eyes filled with hope. Wishing desperately the man would offer him a lift. At that moment, a middle-aged man in a finely tailored suit and gold-rimmed glasses approached Zhu Mingho. Mr. Zhu, the young master sent me to take you home to retrieve your belongings. Retrieve my belongings? Talk about perfect timing, like being handed a pillow just as you're dozing off. Zhu Mingho froze for a second, momentarily dumbfounded. Regarding your commitment to the young master. Oh, I see. Head bowed submissively, Zhu Mingho followed the man toward a sleek family Lincoln. After stepping in, he stared around in disbelief. Why such a fancy car? The young master instructed, to bring over everything you might need, so there won't be a second trip. So the extended Lincoln was for moving house. Oh. He truly knew nothing about how the rich thought. Compared to this, Zhu Mingho's own home seemed rather humble. He remembered back when his family moved, they'd merely borrowed an uncle's wooling van. During the drive, the elegant middle-aged man introduced himself. He was Zhang Zhongxiang, the butler of the Fu household. When they arrived, Zhu Mingho realized, with surprise, that his original home wasn't poor at all. Previously, the original him had lived alone in a 3-story Western-style villa. After unlocking the door with a fingerprint scanner, he discovered that although his former self hadn't been a morally upright person, but he was certainly a good student. Everywhere his eyes wandered, there were only medical books. There were even several acupuncture practice dummies for training. No wonder he had earned so many honors and titles at such a young age. He scratched his head and glanced at the, standing nearby like a supervisor, Mr. Zhang, why don't I just call a moving company to help pack things up? You mean, all of these need to be taken? D's mouth fell open into a perfect O. Mr. Zhang, after all, was a man of refinement and discipline, trained specifically not to show shock, even when deeply surprised. Unless, of course, it became too much to bear. Yes. Everything related to medical books, I'm taking it all. Fu Zai had finally fallen asleep, only to be woken by a loud clattering noise. Waking with a frown, he stretched out his long arms and pushed himself onto his wheelchair. As he opened the door, the guard standing nearby immediately approached. Master Fu. What's going on upstairs? Master Zhu has brought in many medical books. Mr. Zhang and the others are helping sort them. Fu Zai's brow furrowed even deeper. He maneuvered his wheelchair into the elevator and headed up to the 4th floor. True enough, the 4th floor was in utter chaos, piles of books scattered everywhere, haphazardly stacked. He heard Zhu Mingho complaining, isn't this entire floor supposed to be the study? Why are there so few bookshelves? Hey, just put my acupuncture dummy by the floor-to-ceiling window. Oh my god, don't drop it, it's expensive. Fu Zai casually picked up one book and flipped through a couple of pages. Covering every margin were Zhu Mingho's densely written notes and annotations. After setting it down, he steered his wheelchair around, ready to leave. But as he turned, the wheelchair caught on something, he lost balance and nearly tumbled forward. Instinctively, he threw both hands out to brace himself against the ground. Yet the pain he expected never came. Zhu Mingho had caught him. For a fleeting moment, their eyes met, and within Fu Zai's gaze burned a simmering outrage born of near disaster. Thump thump thump. I'm so sorry, Mr. Fu, this is all my fault. It's so messy here. You could have waited downstairs until we finished cleaning. Let me take you back down first. Carefully, Zhu Mingho helped Fu Zhe upright, adjusting him properly in the wheelchair. Then he pushed him into the elevator. Mr. Fu, it's past 6, would you like something to eat? Fu Zhe gave a slight nod. Understanding immediately, Zhu Mingho pressed the button for the first floor. Inside the elevator, their eyes met briefly, 1 or 2 seconds at most. The panic and awkwardness in Zhu Mingho's expression left behind a strange, unreadable emotion in Fu Zhe's eyes. His second uncle's men really needed reining in. Claiming they were avenging him, but in truth using his name to stir up enemies everywhere. These past few years in the capital, people flinched at the mere mention of Fu. Zhu Mingho was just another pawn old fox Fu Hanwen had dragged here to claim credit. The ones who harmed him, he could deal with them himself. Why involve his second uncle at all? Chapter 4 2 Contracts, Choose 1. Zhu Mingho watched Fu Zhe's face gradually turn livid, and his own lips unconsciously pouted. What's with this guy's temper? Always showing his displeasure at the slightest provocation. But it had been a year of internship. As a qualified doctor, no matter how difficult a patient's personality might be, he wouldn't lose patience. He was confident he could cure Fu Zhe's leg. In the original novel, Fu Zhe's leg had also been healed by acupuncture from another doctor. Ding! First floor arrived. Though he didn't enjoy serving Fu Zhe, he still had to do it. Grasping the armrests of the wheelchair, Zhu Mingho pushed Fu Zhe toward the dining hall. The dining hall was completely empty. Facing each other across the silence, Zhu Mingho did his best to avoid looking at him. But the man's aura was simply too strong, he couldn't possibly ignore it. His eyes kept drifting over involuntarily. After several unintentional eye contacts caught by Fu Zhe, Zhu Mingho grew restless. After an internal struggle, he sprang up from his seat, feigning calmness as he said. You wait here a moment. I'll go check on the kitchen. Zhu Mingho stood up and hadn't even taken 2 steps when the kitchen staff appeared, pushing a cart. Master, may we serve the dishes now? Fu Zhe waved his hand slightly. The chef quickly stepped forward and laid out the food. One dish was steamed fish, the other, a sweet soup. Perhaps because Fu Zhe disliked portioned meals, both received their own servings. Zhu Mingho felt puzzled. Ever since he'd arrived at the Fu household, everything around had been extravagantly luxurious. So why were there only these 2 dishes for dinner? Was it because Fu Zhe was dissatisfied with him? Not even willing to have a few more dishes cooked? As if sensing his reluctance, Fu Zhe suddenly spoke with what almost sounded like concern. If the food doesn't suit your taste, the kitchen can prepare a few more dishes. Zhu Mingho froze momentarily, then hastily waved his hands. No, that won't be necessary. Having worked all afternoon, he truly was a bit hungry. He wolfed down the 2 dishes in front of him as if swept up by a whirlwind. He ate fast. When he put down his chopsticks, Fu Zhe had only finished half his meal. Out of politeness, he didn't leave the table first. Bored out of his mind, he could only sneak glances at Fu Zhe eating. In his past life, he'd loved watching mukbang videos. This experience, however, was unprecedented. He'd never seen anyone eat steamed fish with such refined elegance. As if it were a masterpiece crafted by the world's finest banquet chef. Even while maintaining aristocratic restraint, the sight was incredibly appetizing. Zhu Mingho's throat moved as he swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Damn it! He felt hungry again. Cautiously, he picked up his chopsticks and began picking through the fish bones, ones he hadn't cleaned properly before, searching for leftover scraps of meat. He popped them into his mouth, savoring every bite. Oh my god, so delicious. In that instant, he fully embodied Zhu Jingzi. Noticing Zhu Mingho's actions, Fu Zhe frowned slightly. Still not full? Zhu Mingho nodded, then shook his head. No, I'm full. I just hate wasting food. I do this at home too, you don't need to mind. Fu Zhe said nothing. He dabbed his lips with a napkin, then maneuvered his wheelchair toward the elevator. Only after helping the servants clear the table did Zhu Mingho head upstairs. Fu Zhe lived on the 3rd floor, Zhu Mingho stayed in a guest room on the 2nd. Back in his room, Zhu Mingho flopped onto the bed. He'd wanted to take a good nap, but tossing and turning, he wasn't sure what he actually wanted. Frustrated, he got up, found some paper and a pen, and wrote down every plot point he could still remember. At this stage, the novel's main characters hadn't developed any real romantic connection yet. In the original story, after Fu Zhe was injured, Zhou Xiangmin, the woman engaged to him, was pressured by her parents to come care for Fu Zhe. Over time, Fu Zhe fell for her, but due to a series of melodramatic misunderstandings, Fu Zhe ended up acquiring Zhou Xiangmin's family company, and her father died indirectly because of him. Thus began Fu Zhe's long chase to win her back, a pursuit so intense it was literally described as a funeral pyre. Half the novel revolved around their back-and-forth cat-and-mouse game. But now things were different, he hadn't died, and instead had moved into the male lead's home. Would the future plot change as a result? After much thought, he concluded that he should stay clear of this romantic entanglement. Maybe once the protagonists reached their final resolution, he could return to the real world. Yes, that must be it. Coming into this world surely meant he had a main quest. As a supporting character, his mission was either to bring the protagonists together, or perhaps become the male lead himself. Ju Mingho, who had once liked Zhou Xiangmin, was already dead. He was now the ambition-driven, detached young man, Ju Mingho. Thinking this, he wrote Gongdolj Dai in his notebook. 2022 goals. Cure the male lead's leg. Strictly ensure the main couple follows the original plot development. Finally, at the bottom of the page, he wrote one last sentence. Once healed, I leave. Knock knock knock, the door to his room rapped. Lost in thought, Ju Mingho nearly jumped in surprise. He quickly snapped the notebook shut and called toward the door. It's unlocked, come in. The doorknob turned, and someone stepped inside, standing beside him. Chief Steward Zhang. Ju Mingho noticed the two folders in the steward's hands and felt puzzled about why the steward had sought him out. Yes, young Master Ju. Our young master has had the lawyers prepare 2 contracts for your consideration. Steward Zhang opened both files and handed them over. Ju Mingho took both contracts and read them carefully. One contract stated that once Fu Zhe's leg was cured, the agreement would automatically terminate. The other required him to serve as Fu Zhe's private physician for 10 full years. Without a doubt, I'll choose the one that dissolves the doctor-patient relationship immediately after the cure. This was unbelievable luck. So this Fu Zhe wasn't completely heartless after all. He grabbed the pen Steward Zhang offered and signed his name with quick, energetic strokes. After seeing off the steward, he excitedly spun around his room in circles. This is just too good. As long as I heal his leg, I can finally leave this place. But I didn't inherit the original body's medical skills. What should I do about that? If he remembered correctly, Zhou Xiangmin was supposed to arrive next week. When she came, he'd make sure to give the couple a strong push forward. Let them marry quickly and reach their happy ending. But he needed to be extremely careful when interacting with Zhou Xiangmin. After all, everyone knew that he had feelings for her. Especially Fu Zhe. They were rivals in love. If Fu Zhe saw him associating with Zhou Xiangmin, he might fly into a rage, and secretly get rid of him wouldn't be out of the question. Better to cut ties with Zhou Xiangmin now, so he could safely withdraw after healing Fu Zhe. With that in mind, he threw on his coat and went up to the 4th floor study, retrieving the original occupant's notebook he'd spotted earlier while moving in. Ju Mingho had been a hard-working doctor. He'd started studying acupuncture from childhood, and his notes dated back to those early years. After finding several notebooks from the original Ju Mingho's childhood, he carried them back to his room to study. The next morning, Ju Mingho was woken by a loud commotion. Irritated, he washed up slowly before going out to investigate. The neighboring room was bustling, people constantly entering and exiting, carrying furniture and boxes. He stared, utterly confused. Was the Fu family kidnapping another doctor again? Chapter 5 His fiancée has arrived. He casually stopped a familiar servant. Good morning, why are the rooms being cleaned? Is someone moving in? Yes, Master Ju. The young master's fiancée will be moving into the mansion today. Fiancée? Zhou Xiangmin? Yes, sir. If there's nothing else, I'll get back to work now. The servant replied respectfully and walked away. Ju Mingho snapped back to reality, mouth agape in shock. No way. It seemed the timeline of this book had already gone awry. Zhou Xiangmin wasn't supposed to arrive at the Fu family villa until next Monday. How had she come today? 5 days earlier than originally scheduled. Whatever. Not my problem. If his mere survival had disrupted the plot, so be it. He was selfish. Even if things went off track, they could always be corrected later. After all, the male and female protagonists were canonically destined. It didn't matter what happened, love would eventually spark between them. But if his death was required for the story to proceed normally, then screw it. He wasn't some saint. Even if this was just a book, his life still mattered. He wouldn't sacrifice himself for someone else's happy ending. But why had he transmigrated in the first place? Could it really be just because of the same name? He scratched his head hard but still couldn't figure it out. Tisk. No use thinking when nothing makes sense. Why waste the energy? What's done is done. Might as well adapt. That settled it. Ju Mingho shook his hair. He'd stayed up too late last night, only finishing those notes around 3 a.m. He'd skipped drying his hair after showering and went straight to bed, so this morning it looked wild and messy. In the Fu household, everyone paid great attention to their appearance. Especially Fu Zhe, even confined to a wheelchair, his suit was always perfectly tailored, crisp and wrinkle-free. Thinking of that, Ju Mingho rushed to the bathroom to fix his hair. He even borrowed some hair gel from the estate manager, Zhang. After meticulously styling himself, he returned the notebook to the 4th floor. Under no circumstances could Fu Zhe find out he'd been reading something as basic as an introduction to acupuncture. Just as he stepped out of the elevator, he saw Fu Zhe working at his desk. "Hey, good morning," he greeted first after their eyes met. Of course, President Fu, working diligently this early. Fu Zhe rarely wore glasses, but today a pair of gold-rimmed spectacles rested on his prominent nose, adding a refined elegance to his demeanor. TSK, no wonder he's the protagonist. His looks and aura were simply unattainable to ordinary people. So then, must Zhou Xiangmin be breathtakingly beautiful? Zhu Mingho felt a surge of curiosity about her. Truly looking forward to meeting her. Fu Zhe gave a soft acknowledgement and lowered his gaze back to his documents. Zhu Mingho sneaked over and hid the notebook beneath a stack of books. Although he'd read many notes last night, he still wasn't ready to begin treatment yet. He needed to find an opportunity to ask his father or grandfather, perhaps conduct a small informal consultation. The sight of Fu Zhe hunched over his desk in the wheelchair struck deep within him. No one understood better than he did about Fu Zhe's tragic past and everything that had happened to him. Even that car accident. Sigh. At this moment, he genuinely ached for the man sitting at the desk. Yet he didn't know that on the document in Fu Zhe's hands was clearly printed, Zhou Corporation Acquisition Plan. And Fu Zhe, having heard that sigh, felt his suspicions grow even firmer. He had deliberately arranged for Zhou Xiangmin to move into the villa, to see how far these two fated souls would go to escape him. As expected, just moments ago, the butler had reported that upon learning of Zhou Xiangmin's arrival, Zhu Mingho had shown a look of utter despair. Then, once composed, he'd immediately gone to groom himself carefully. Even borrowing the manager's hair gel. Probably hoping to catch Zhou Xiangmin's attention. He knew Zhou Xiangmin didn't like him, especially now, when he wasn't even whole. But how dare she, as his fiancée, collude with outsiders and orchestrate a car accident? This was crossing his red line. Suppressing fury burned in Fu Zhe's eyes. Keeping the two under his watchful eye freed his hands to deal with Zhou Corporation. He would cut off Zhou Xiangmin's leverage completely. And if Zhu Mingho failed to cure his legs, he would make sure the Zhu family paid a price they'd never forget. Zhu Mingho was drowning in a sea of medical texts, unable to surface. There were too many books, he didn't even know where to start. Wanting to find more notes to study, but downstairs was noisy with moving activities, making it inconvenient to concentrate. Fortunately, Fu Zhe was seated in his wheelchair, and the adjacent office chair was empty. He walked over and had just plopped his butt onto the chair, not even having time to warm it up. When Fu Zhe snapped, "That's my seat. I'll just sit for a moment, don't be such a miser about it." Zhu Mingho grinned, clasping his hands together as he gave Fu Zhe a pleading look. It wasn't like he'd lose anything by sitting here for a bit. "My chair. No one dares sit on it." Fu Zhe spoke coldly. Zhu Mingho instantly felt a chill run down his neck. But his mouth moved faster than his brain. "I'm sitting here for your own good. I'm researching your treatment plan." Hearing that, Fu Zhe relented slightly and said, "Fine. Sit." Though he disliked Zhu Mingho, if the man could cure his legs, he wouldn't hesitate to hand over the entire Fu Corporation to him. Money could always be earned back. A mere Fu group. He could replicate it within a year or two, build an even more glorious enterprise than this one. But these legs? That was something he was utterly powerless about. "As long as you cure my legs, I'll try my best to meet any demand you have. But if you fail, I can't guarantee what I might do. You know how I am, I don't have much of a temper." His words were laced with both temptation and threat. Zhu Mingho couldn't possibly misunderstand his intent. He only felt another invisible weight settle heavily upon his shoulders. Zhu Mingho closed the notebook slowly and nodded. "I'll do my best to help you with your legs. But I need to make one thing clear up front, I can't guarantee that I'll succeed. But I will try." Fu Zhe grunted in response, not looking up again. Right now, he couldn't touch Zhu Mingho. But couldn't he go after Zhou Xiangmin? If she dared plot against him, she'd better be ready to face his wrath. Zhu Mingho sensed the room's air pressure drop yet another few degrees. Shaking his head inwardly, he realized, him failing to give a solid promise must have been quite a blow to Fu Zhe. No wonder the man was angry. The elevator doors slid open, and a soft, melodious voice, gentle like a nightingale's song, drifted in, "A's." The familiar voice triggered a conditioned reflex in Zhu Mingho. He couldn't help but look up, his eyes instinctively following the girl's graceful figure. A classic beauty with striking features, wearing light makeup and dressed tastefully. But it was so cold in the capital city, yet she was wandering around in a thin shirt and skirt, not even wearing thermal tights. Wasn't she freezing? His gut told him, this had to be the female lead, Zhou Xiangmin. Because of her, no, because of this body. His heart was racing on its own, his palms sweating without permission. He struggled to suppress his body's automatic reactions, forcing himself not to look at her. Chapter 6. The show is about to begin, with the male side character and the female lead in an embrace. Fu Zhe noticed Zhu Mingho staring absent-mindedly at Zhou Xiangmin, a cold smirk tugging at the corner of his lips. The best part was about to start. Zhou Xiangmin cast a cold glance toward Zhu Mingho and pulled a delicate little box from her handbag. "Zhe, since you're not feeling well, father sent me over to take care of you. This is a new watch I picked out for you last night at the counter, very suitable for you." Fu Zhe gave a slight nod. "You've been thoughtful. Please thank Mr. Zhou for me. I'll put it on for you." Zhou Xiangmin leaned in, taking the watch and slipping it onto Fu Zhe's wrist. With Zhu Mingho still present, Fu Zhe patiently endured her touching and fiddling with his hand. "It suits you perfectly." Fu Zhe hid a trace of disgust behind his lenses, instead offering an affectionate smile. "That's because you have good taste." After removing his glasses, he tapped the table lightly. "None of us have had breakfast yet, shall we go now?" "Great." Zhu Mingho, whose stomach had long been growling, immediately nodded happily at the mention of food. He snapped his laptop shut and instinctively stepped behind Fu Zhe, pushing his wheelchair toward the elevator. Zhou Xiangmin stomped her foot in frustration. "Mr. Zhu, what do you think you're doing? He's my fiancé, *I** should be the one pushing him." Zhu Mingho quickly raised both hands and stepped back from the wheelchair. "By all means, please, go ahead." Why was Zhou Xiangmin so gentle with Fu Zhe, yet so icy toward him? If he wasn't mistaken, during just that short span, she'd shot him more than a few sharp glances. Flustered, Zhu Mingho scratched the tip of his nose and followed silently behind them into the elevator. The elevator walls were mirrored on all sides, reflecting the three of them no matter where they looked. He didn't know what the other two were thinking. All Zhu Mingho felt was sheer awkwardness. A love triangle. His favorite kind of plot. Back when he used to sit with his mom watching soap operas at 8 o'clock every night, he always loved these intense scenes between the male lead and the second male lead. Following the usual script, shouldn't he fire off a few sharp remarks at Fu Zhe right now? Play the role of the secondary male properly? But honestly, the more tenderly Zhou Xiangmin doted on Fu Zhe, the happier Zhu Mingho was. "Let them tie the knot already. Move over." Zhou Xiangmin deliberately shoved Zhu Mingho, who had been quietly tucked in the corner. Zhu Mingho blinked, baffled. "I'm not even blocking anything, why push me?" When she completely ignored him, Zhu Mingho nearly rolled his eyes clear to the back of his head. What kind of person is this? How could the original owner of this body fall for someone like her? To grovel for years only to become more hated by the day. His flirtation skills must have been terrible. If he were the one. What am I even thinking? The heroine belongs to the male lead. Stop these unrealistic thoughts in your head, right now. After some self-reassurance, Zhu Mingho approached the dining table with a heart as calm as still water. Zhou Xiangmin sat beside Fu Zhe's right hand, already fussing over him before the meal began. "Zhe, would you like some sweet tea? Father just got a superb batch of Maojian from elsewhere. He heard I was coming to care for you, so he told me to bring it along as a gift." Her sugary voice made Zhu Mingho's skin crawl with goosebumps. He buried his face and strained his ears to listen to their conversation. "Zhou Xiangmin, Zhe, I forgot to lay the napkin on your lap. If something spills, your pants won't get stained." "Zhe, can you eat by yourself? Do you need me to help?" "Zhe." Zhe finally snapped. "My legs are paralyzed, not my arms. Of course I can feed myself." Zhu Mingho, mouth full of egg pancake, immediately ducked his head and burst into silent laughter. This Fu Zhe actually has a bit of Hong Shirxian in him, ha 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 ha. He was dying. Seriously, he was laughing so hard tears were forming in his eyes. Fu Zhe watched Zhu Mingho's slightly trembling figure, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. Was this? Just as Zhu Mingho slyly reached up to wipe away a tear, Fu Zhe confirmed it. He cried. They always said men don't shed tears lightly. Yet here Zhu Mingho was, shedding a tear while watching the woman he loves dote on another man. Though Fu Zhe looked down on Zhu Mingho for secretly wiping his tears. The corner of his lips curled upward into a satisfied smile. His eyes sparkled mischievously. Dare to scheme against me? Then I'll make sure this pair of tragic lovers never ends up together. And so, the three of them finished breakfast, each lost in their own secret thoughts. After breakfast, Fu Zhe left for the company, citing work as his excuse. The spacious villa was now left with only Zhu Mingho and Zhou Xiangmin. Feeling the atmosphere grow painfully awkward, Zhu Mingho took the initiative to head upstairs. But unexpectedly, Zhou Xiangmin blocked him at the foot of the stairs. You said you'd never treat Fu Zhe, ever. Why the change of heart? Zhu Mingho scratched his head. I changed my mind. Got a problem with that? Telling you won't make you understand anyway. I don't want to be with Fu Zhe. Now that he's had this accident, it's the perfect chance to break off the engagement. Zhou Xiangmin folded her arms and leaned against the wall, her eyes filled with exhaustion. Why break off the engagement? You two are so well matched. As soon as the words slipped out, Zhu Mingho clamped a hand over his mouth. According to his character, he absolutely shouldn't say something like that. Oh no, his persona was about to collapse. Matched? My father handed me over to Fu Zhe like some toy. Don't you know how much I hate my father, and how much I hate Fu Zhe? Just because someone gives him something, does he have to accept it? Zhou Xiangmin suddenly grabbed her hair wildly and slid down the wall into a crouch. Help me, please, help me. Zhu Mingho steadied himself, struggling to get back into the role of Zhou Xiangmin's devoted puppy. What do you need help with? If I can, I'll help. Don't heal Fu Zhe's legs. You know, if his legs get better, I'll have to marry him. You wouldn't want me to marry him, right? Ahao, you're the only one who can save me. Please. I'm begging you. Watching Zhou Xiangmin's desperate pleas, Zhu Mingho felt utterly heartbroken. If the female lead hates the male lead this much, how is this novel supposed to reach a happy ending? But he still had to stay in character. He crouched down beside her, facing her near breakdown. All right. I'll help you. In an instant, Zhou Xiangmin collapsed into Zhu Mingho's arms, sobbing. Instinctively, he wrapped his arms around her trembling form. Soft and warm in his embrace, waves of sensation flooded through him. Gently patting her heaving back, he whispered soothing words. Fu Zhe stared at the image on his tablet, the two of them locked in an embrace. His face darkened like a little cat that had just crawled out of a sooty pot. So it really was the two of them. He knew it. Zhu Mingho's fake concern about healing his legs. Nothing but a trap. He'd been played, foolishly frightened. What terrible luck. You strike first, I won't hold back either. Bringing these two pestilential beings under my roof, he should have dealt with them outside from the start. Xiao Lin, it's me. Yes. Sell what I sent to your email to the media. Chapter 7 Matcha cake was so green, so delicious, just like Fu Zhe's hat. After agreeing to Zhou Xiangmin's request, Zhu Mingho sat in his room feeling uneasy. He wasn't someone heartless. Even when reading the original novel, he had deeply sympathized with the male lead, Fu Zhe. When Fu Zhe was only 2 years old, his parents died tragic deaths due to his second uncle's power grab. Grandfather Fu barely held on for several years raising Fu Zhe before finally passing away. Had it not been for Grandfather Fu's will, the Fu family business would have long fallen into the hands of Fu Hanwen. And Grandfather Fu's death. That too bore Fu Hanwen's contributions. Fu Zhe had grown up in a swamp of constant danger and betrayal. Yet still, he placed absolute trust in his second uncle. The reason Fu Zhe agreed to the arranged marriage with the Zhou family was solely because Zhou Xiangmin bore a striking resemblance to Fu Zhe's mother in both looks and manner. The heroine's tenderness toward him had been like honey, sweetening the bitterness of his life. But now, seeing how this heroine treated Fu Zhe, it chilled Zhu Mingho to the bone. Could it be that ever since he arrived, the plot of this book had already started falling apart? Then again, who exactly had become the heroine in this story now? Either way, he needed to pay attention to Fu Zhe's leg, treat it as soon as possible. A son of heaven couldn't afford to lose his wings at the peak of his pride. The more perfect and exceptional a person is, the more their flaws are magnified. Becoming targets for others' attacks. As they say, insults hurt most when they cut straight to the heart. Since Fu Zhe lost the use of his leg, people never failed to bring up his condition whenever they mentioned him. Since he was here, he had to help Fu Zhe. After all, compassion was at the heart of medicine. With that thought, Zhu Mingho stood up, took out pen and paper, and dialed his father Zhu Zheng. Dad, I want to consult you about a medical case. On the other end, Zhu Zheng burst into laughter. Finally admitting my skills surpass yours, huh? Not at all. I've always believed your medical expertise far exceeds mine. You were my role model when I was little. Oh. Then what was that boasting last time? I was just being rebellious. As an ambitious young man, how could I bear living under my father's shadow forever? Fine, spit it out. What do you need from me? Zhu Jing knew his son too well, this boy never called unless he wanted something. Well, here's the thing. After an afternoon of study, Zhu Mingho had formed a rough idea. Opening his document titled, Fu Zhe Treatment Plan, he had just written a few lines when a knock came at his door. Who is it? His train of thought broken, his voice carried obvious irritation. Zhou Xiangmin walked in holding a small cake, pouting at his unhappy expression. What? Not happy to see me? No. Zhu Mingho stared at the cake in her hands, swallowing hard. Matcha cake. It looked so vividly green, so irresistibly delicious. Ahow, I just made this cake. Try it and tell me if it's good. Zhu Mingho's eyes sparkled as he nodded vigorously. Hum. Just as he reached for the spoon on the tray, a chunk of cake was shoved directly into his mouth. Ahow, is it tasty? Zhu Mingho froze, staring at the finger inside his mouth. Help. His toes nearly tore through the soles of his slippers. This. Horrified, he yanked Zhou Xiangmin's finger out of his mouth and bolted to the bathroom to rinse and brush his teeth. How could he ever eat matcha cake again? Tears welled up as he stood brushing his teeth, looking at himself in the mirror. He resembled nothing more than a sorrowful frog. When he stepped back out, Zhu Mingho saw Zhou Xiangmin holding the Fuzhe treatment plan he'd left on the desk. Seeing him emerge, she calmly sat down on his bed. So disgusted by me? Back when you were chasing after me, you'd snatch up every unfinished milk tea I left behind. What's different now? It's just, eating with hands isn't very hygienic, you know. Hee. Zhou Xiangmin chuckled softly, waving the notebook in her hand. Didn't you just promise me you wouldn't treat Fuzhe? What is this? A flicker of panic crossed Zhu Mingho's eyes. He forced a smile and took the notebook back. Oh, this? Just going through the motions. Fuzhe dragged me to this villa. I can't act like I'm doing absolutely nothing, right? True. You think of everything. If he goes through treatment and still doesn't get better, then my reason for breaking off the engagement will be even more justified. Zhou Xiangmin laughed happily, her eyes shining with approval for Zhu Mingho. Zhu Mingho watched her expression shift from joyful to mischievous, his heart skipping a beat, when suddenly, a fuzzy head leaned in close. You, what are you doing? Startled by the sensation on his neck, Zhu Mingho shoved Zhou Xiangmin away and stumbled backward until he hit the wall. Humph, so boring. Zhou Xiangmin eyed her handiwork with satisfaction, narrowing her eyes smugly. With a coquettish pout, she swayed her hips and walked out the door. Is Zhe back? Hearing voices in the hallway, Zhu Mingho couldn't help but frown. Why did Zhou Xiangmin's voice sound so unbearably sweet when she spoke to Fuzhe? He closed his notebook, deciding to go to the fourth-floor study to finish his plan in peace. Just as he stepped out, he saw Zhou Xiangmin crouched in front of Fuzhe, their heads nearly touching like entwined swans, whispering intimately. Zhou Xiangmin would occasionally cover her mouth with her palm, giggling softly. Mr. Fu. Since they'd already made eye contact, it wouldn't do to pretend otherwise. Zhu Mingho greeted Fuzhe first. When Fuzhe spotted the red mark on Zhu Mingho's neck, a faint smile tugged at his lips. Busy today, Mr. Zhu? Huh. Just writing this. Zhu Mingho raised the notebook slightly. Fuzhe wasn't wearing his glasses, so he couldn't make out the words clearly. Zhou Xiangmin helped Fuzhe to his feet, then tossed Zhu Mingho a flirtatious glance. Zhe, this notebook has all your treatment plans written inside. Is that so? Since it's about me, may I take a look? At those words, Zhu Mingho froze. Maybe not yet, it's not finished. It's still a draft. You can read it once I've completed it. Fuzhe smiled gently. Alright then, I won't insist for now. Are you hungry, Xiangmin? Bored staying here? How could I be bored at your place? I'm too busy missing you, I don't have time to be bored at all. Thinking of the not-so-delicious matcha cake, Zhu Mingho glanced at Fuzhe with a flicker of pity, *You fool, don't you know your woman is about to cheat on you, *. Women really were the most terrifying creatures. Clutching his thick notebook tightly, Zhu Mingho muttered, You two carry on. I'll head upstairs. With that, he dashed into the elevator. The moment the elevator doors closed, he felt a chilling, deathly stare pierce through him, sending a cold shiver down his spine. Bored, he glanced at his reflection in the elevator mirror. WTF. What the hell is this? Why was there a red blotch on his neck? Was it an allergy, or something else? Chapter 8 This world has gone to shit. F***ck. He recalled the strange sensation on his neck earlier, and that deadly stare. What the hell was going on? Wasn't Zhou Xiangming always uninterested no matter how much he tried? Why did she suddenly throw herself at him? Was it really because of Fuzhe's leg? But that wasn't how it went in the book. In the novel, Zhou Xiangming came to take care of Fuzhe with full devotion, and never showed any interest in the handsome male side character. Zhou Xiangming shouldn't mind Fuzhe's legs, otherwise, how could she have fallen for him while he was still in a wheelchair? Could it be that I'm just too charming? That my personality deeply attracted her? Yes, it must be that. Still, he wasn't particularly into girls like Zhou Xiangming. Best to push her and Fuzhe together as soon as possible. Canon couple goals, long-lasting love and all that. After Zhu Mingho left, Fuzhe brought Zhou Xiangming downstairs to the dining hall. I had the chef prepare lots of your favorite dishes. Go ahead and take a seat. Zhou Xiangming looked at Fuzhe with teary-eyed gratitude. Darling, you're so good to me. You're my fiancé. If I'm not good to you, who should I be good to? Fuzhe's expression remained as indulgent as ever. Suddenly, Zhou Xiangming seemed possessed, but what if I weren't your fiancé anymore? Would you still be good to me? In what situation wouldn't you be my fiancé? Unless you become my wife instead. Fu Zhe smiled, gently flicked her nose, and tugged at her sleeve. Come on, let's eat. Okay, Zhe. What would you like? Let me get it for you. They fed each other bite after bite, completely forgetting that somewhere in the villa, a starving public servant was burning the midnight oil studying alone. When Zhu Mingho finally put down his pen, he realized it was already past 11 at night. Who knew how far those two had progressed by now? Rubbing his growling stomach, he packed up and headed downstairs. Is there nobody in the kitchen? He stared at the pitch-dark dining hall on the first floor, a deep sense of defeat washing over him. Looks like from now on, he'd have to make sure to catch meals during proper dinner time at the Fu household. Ding. His phone vibrated, catching his attention. He picked it up. Zhou Xiangming had sent a text, left some food for you in the fridge. Just microwave it for 3 minutes. Zhu Mingho shook his head. What exactly is Zhou Xiangming playing at? First trying to cheat, then acting all devoted and sincere. If only his sole mission in this world were to ensure Fu Zhe ended up with a truly loyal heroine, he could disregard Zhou Xiangming without hesitation. This is absurd. Absolutely outrageous. As the female lead, actively pursuing the male side character. Her character has completely collapsed in his eyes. Opening the fridge, Zhu Mingho found nothing but several pieces of matcha cake. Where's the food? Is cake considered a meal? He was so shocked he nearly turned dark. Definitely won't interact with Zhou Xiangming tomorrow. In frustration, he slammed the fridge shut and headed to the storage cabinet, where he found a bag of rice. At least there's rice. I can cook some plain porridge to fill my stomach. He skillfully rinsed the rice, added water, and placed it on the stove to boil. Earlier, he'd also discovered a pack of toast and strawberry jam. Too impatient to wait for the porridge, he smeared some jam onto a slice and began chewing. Butler Zhang wheeled Fu Zhe through the front door. Noticing the bright lights in the kitchen, Fu Zhe frowned. It's this late, why is someone still in the kitchen? Maybe the kitchen staff are preparing ingredients for tomorrow, Butler Zhang replied respectfully. Fu Zhe nodded and signaled for Butler Zhang to head upstairs. Then, a sudden cry rang out from the kitchen, ah. Recognizing the voice instantly, Fu Zhe maneuvered his wheelchair toward the kitchen. Butler Zhang quickly followed behind. It's so late, what are you doing in the kitchen? Zhu Mingho had been too hasty scooping the porridge and burned himself slightly on the steam. He hadn't expected Fu Zhe to still be downstairs at this hour. He must be hungry too, probably coming to find something to eat. I was a bit hungry, so I made some porridge. Want some? Fu Zhe glanced at the porridge in Zhu Mingho's bowl and nodded. Just a little for me. Oh, okay. Zhu Mingho looked at Butler Zhang beside him. Butler Zhang, would you like some porridge too? Butler Zhang glanced at Fu Zhe, then nodded. Actually, I am a bit hungry. Then please give me a small portion as well. Zhu Mingho ladled out 2 bowls and walked out. Just go sit at the dining table. I'll bring everything over. Zhu Mingho made 2 trips, bringing the pot over and placing it on the table. I cooked quite a bit, help yourselves if you'd like some. Fu Zhe took a small spoonful, tasting it lightly. Not bad. Zhu Mingho had already eaten a few pieces of toast and 1 bowl of porridge, so he was starting to feel full. He sat there idly, waiting for Butler Zhang and Fu Zhe to finish eating. So bored that he pressed on all 28 acupoints on his hands twice, yet they still hadn't finished. He stared at them for a while, then lowered his head again, massaging his acupoints once more. Still not done. They kept refilling their bowls, one after another. Didn't you say just a little? Zhu Mingho pouted, fiddling with the pattern on his spoon handle. By the time he'd played with everything within reach, these 2 lords finally finished their meal. You're finally done. Butler Zhang and Fu Zhe exchanged a glance. Somehow, they both sensed the cheerful impatience in Zhu Mingho's voice. Clearing his throat, Butler Zhang said, yes, young Master Zhu, your cooking is truly excellent. Really? My secret is adding a little sesame oil to the rice before boiling. It was the first time Zhu Mingho had been praised for his cooking, and he scratched his head shyly. It's late. Let me clean up, you should go rest. Butler Zhang stopped his hand as he reached for the dishes. I'll take care of it. You've worked hard enough cooking. In that case, thank you, Butler Zhang. Zhu Mingho pushed Fu Zhe into the elevator. Shall I take you back to your bedroom? Sure. This time, Fu Zhe clearly saw the notebook Zhu Mingho carried, Fu Zhe treatment plan. Was this guy really serious, or just pretending? When they reached the 3rd floor, Zhu Mingho wheeled Fu Zhe into his room. By the way, Mr. Fu, when would you like to start treatment? Do you already have a plan? Yes. Zhu Mingho opened the notebook and held it out to Fu Zhe. Take a look, this is my plan. I've read through a lot of materials, and I think it's best to use both methods, medicated baths combined with acupuncture and massage therapy. If you agree with the treatment plan, we can start as soon as possible. Fu Zhe skimmed through the densely written notes on the page, flipped a couple more, and understood. This wasn't some half-hearted attempt, it looked genuinely well prepared. He nodded and closed the notebook. Thank you, Mr. Zhu. Not at all, it's only right. Zhu Mingho gazed at Fu Zhe's legs, smiling brightly like a blooming flower. Oh, right, would it be convenient for me to examine your legs now? Fu Zhe paused. Now. Why not? Well, I suppose so, but I'm wearing long underwear. Chapter 9, 2 Deliberate Scars. It wasn't unusual to wear thermal pants in such cold weather, so Zhu Mingho didn't think much of it. No problem. I'm wearing thermals too. Fu Zhe stretched his long arm onto the bed and slowly shifted his body. Zhu Mingho felt it was impolite to keep staring, so he politely turned around. After a series of rustling sounds, Fu Zhe whispered. I'm done. Zhu Mingho turned back and looked at Fu Zhe's wounds. The injuries ranged from small to large, stretching from his lower leg to the outer thigh, truly alarming, a grim testament to how severe the car accident must have been. One triangular scar on his knee caught Zhu Mingho's attention. Do you remember what vehicle you collided with? No, I don't. These two scars, they're really strange. Zhu Mingho crouched down for a closer look. They don't seem like typical crash injuries. A shiver ran through Fu Zhe. What do you mean? Injuries from car accidents usually vary, different sizes, depths, and coverage across the body. But these two wounds, on your left and right knees, are perfectly identical. To make it clearer, Zhu Mingho snapped 2 photos with his phone. Take a look. Normally, if someone can't walk after an accident, it's due to spinal injury. But according to your medical records, your spine wasn't damaged. Fu Zhe nodded. Yes. After the accident, I only had leg pain. In my opinion, these scars were deliberately inflicted, like someone used the same sharp object to stab both knees. Zhu Mingho wiped sweat from his palms. He knew the real truth behind Fu Zhe's accident, but he didn't dare say it outright, only hint, nudging Fu Zhe toward suspicion himself. As expected, when he mentioned deliberate intent, Fu Zhe's expression turned subtle. Fu Zhe remained silent for a long moment, then said softly, I understand. Zhu Mingho knew this was something Fu Zhe needed to process alone, so he added gently, then shall we start the herbal bath tomorrow? It's late, you should rest early. Fu Zhe nodded, watching silently as Zhu Mingho left the room. Staring at the scars on his legs, Fu Zhe spent the night awake. The next morning, Zhou Xiangmin knocked sharply on Zhu Mingho's door. Ah how? Zhu Mingho ignored her. He'd already decided not to get involved with Zhou Xiangmin again. Yesterday's death glare still sent chills down his spine, who would dare touch a big shot's woman? He put on noise-canceling headphones and went back to sleep. When he finally woke up, it was already 9. Concerned about Fu Zhe, he remembered, today was Fu Zhe's first herbal bath. He needed to oversee everything personally, especially the herbs. Under his direction, Manager Zhang assigned him a bodyguard, and he drove off to the medicinal market. Grandpa, how much for your dipsicus root? Where's it grown? Auntie, how many gene of Angelica can you offer? Sister, this astragalus looks good, what's your lowest price? With help from the bodyguard, dozens of gene of herbs were loaded into the car. This car's capacity is terrible. Should have brought that extended Lincoln to haul everything. Damn it, when did he start picking up those wasteful capitalist habits? He shook his head, banishing those unrealistic fantasies. He also bought an enormous stainless steel pot specially for brewing herbs. Bags and boxes piled high, it was already 4 in the afternoon by the time he returned to Fu's hillside villa. Shopping is exhausting. I haven't had a sip of water all morning, I'm starving. Manager Zhang called several guards to help unload, while a famished Zhu Mingho stood to the side, complaining dramatically about his hardships. You've worked hard, young Master Zhu. Go eat something first, said Manager Zhang cheerfully. He was thrilled that the treatment plan had finally begun, he wished Fu Zhe could stand before him fully healed by tomorrow morning. At this moment, he saw Zhu Mingho no less than a lifeline, someone worthy of worship. Once inside, Zhu Mingho spotted Zhou Xiangmin waiting for him. His brows twitched slightly. Suppressing his irritation, he walked over. Ah how. Just as he thought. Whenever she called him, ah how, trouble followed. She only used, how, when she wanted something. Otherwise, it was always, Mr. Zhu. Please don't call me ah how, it's too cringy. You're avoiding me. Zhu Mingho shook his head. Why would I avoid you? We're nothing. No reason to avoid you. I'm starving. Can we eat first? Talk after. Zhou Xiangmin moved closer and whispered, there's really nothing between us. Right. Nothing at all. Zhu Mingho denied it bluntly and directly. A flash of anger crossed Zhou Xiangmin's eyes. What do you mean by that? What did you say when you were chasing after me? You're not eating today unless we clear this up. You yourself said those words were from when I was chasing you. I don't want to chase you anymore. Zhou Xiangmin grabbed his arm and shook it. Why don't you want to chase me anymore? How many reasons do there need to be? But dislike always has its reasons, doesn't it? Zhu Mingho grew impatient with her nagging and roughly pulled his arm free. Don't think I don't know what you're trying to do. Isn't it just because I've always been fawning over you, and now that I've suddenly stopped revolving around you, you feel a sense of loss? Zhou Xiangmin tried to deny it. No. Don't bother denying it. Let me tell you, Zhou Xiangmin, before, I tolerated you only because I liked you. But the Zhu Mingho now doesn't like you anymore, and I won't keep chasing after you or catering to you. Tears spilled from Zhou Xiangmin's eyes. So was everything we had before a lie? No. It wasn't fake. But the fact that I don't like you now is also real. If you insist on asking why, then all I can tell you is, I don't know the reason either. After delivering his final words, Zhu Mingho left. He was nearly starving and had no energy to deal with Zhou Xiangmin, every day acting so cutesy while flitting between two men. As if she enjoyed it. She really saw herself as a princess. He hated people like her most, the kind who already had someone but still kept another on standby as a backup. Wanting to have their feet in two boats. They should first check if their feet are big enough to stay balanced. One spoonful of hot soup down his throat, he suddenly remembered, he'd completely shattered the image he'd worked so hard to maintain. But perhaps it was better this way. Now, Zhou Xiangmin could properly develop her relationship with Fu Zhe. Everything was getting back on track. Everything was going perfectly. If only he could ignore that murderous glare piercing at him from not far away, everything would be even more perfect. After quickly filling his stomach, he rushed off to arrange the herb brewing again. Holding a small scale, he measured the weight of each herb in grams, then poured the prepared ingredients into the stainless steel pot. After soaking them in water for 10 minutes, he added more water and began boiling the mixture. Since this was Fu Zhe's first treatment session, Manager Zhang took it very seriously and personally supervised the pot along with several others. Manager Zhang, honestly, you're being overly cautious. Who would dare harm Fu Zhe right under our noses? Zhu Mingho thought they were making too big a deal out of it and wanted Totem not to crowd the tiny kitchen and ruin his mood. Chapter 10 The Girl's Hidden Calculations. Just in case, Master Zhu. If I leave, I wouldn't feel at ease either. Staying here and watching over things myself makes me feel more settled. Cunningly smiling, Di Zhang showed no intention of leaving at all. Zhu Mingho casually chatted with Zhang and the others to pass the time. Zhou Xiangmin arrived at the kitchen, watching the busy chefs with a gentle smile. Today is Ai's first day of treatment, and I'm really happy. Could I please cook a few dishes to celebrate for him? But we... Oh come on, please. I'm Ai's fiancé. I know exactly what he likes and dislikes, I promise it'll be perfect. When Fu Zhe came home from work and was wheeled in, Zhou Xiangmin immediately rushed over. Ai, you've worked so hard here, drink some hot tea to warm yourself up. Fu Zhe politely accepted the cup and took a sip. Why is it so bitter? Bitter? Sorry, Ai, maybe I added too much tea leaves. Zhou Xiangmin sheepishly stuck out her tongue. You're not mad at me, are you? Not at all. Fu Zhe noticed the constant flow of people going in and out near the elevator and couldn't help but feel curious. What's going on here? Guardsman Zhang came running over cheerfully. Young master, Master Zhu has prepared herbal soup and a medicinal bath for you. After dinner, you can go right into it. Fu Zhe nodded. All right, I understand. Dinner began. This time, without waiting to be called, Zhu Mingho had already hurried to the dining table, eagerly awaiting his meal. But what was served left him stunned. What on earth are these dark, black-looking dishes? These are specially made by me for Ai. Zhou Xiangmin proudly presented them to Fu Zhe, clearly expecting praise. Care to name the dishes? I suspect you've poisoned them. Zhu Mingho's bluntness upset Zhou Xiangmin. She pouted and muttered. What do you mean? How could I ever harm my Ai? These are medicinal cuisine. Then pray tell, what herbs did you use? Tea-scented spicy lotus root slices, pu'er braised ribs, longjing pork soup. Zhou Xiangmin pointed at the dishes one by one, reciting them like precious treasures. Why is everything tea-related? Don't tell me you're up to something. Zhu Mingho sensed there was more to this than met the eye. Combined with Zhou Xiangmin's odd behavior these past couple days, these dishes definitely smelled fishy. He secretly signaled Fu Zhe, who instantly understood. Holding his chopsticks, Zhu Mingho picked up a piece of tea-infused wood ear mushroom. Mr. Fu, your medicinal bath will get cold if you don't take it soon. I suggest you head there first. Dinner can wait. Fu Zhe nodded. Good, I'll go now. Zhou Xiangmin grabbed his arm. Ai, just eat a little, please. It won't taste good when it gets cold. It's fine. Whatever you cook, no matter how bad, I'll finish it all. But the bath comes first. But. Do you not want to see me walk again? That guilt-tripping remark shocked Zhou Xiangmin into silence. She quickly composed herself. How could you think that? How could I ever? Fu Zhe wheeled himself away as if fleeing a disaster. Watching him escape, Zhu Mingho burst into laughter. He'd thought Fu Zhe was endlessly patient with his fiancée. If he didn't toughen Zhou Xiangmin up a bit now, the two of them would have a rough road ahead once they were together. After Fu Zhe left, Zhou Xiangmin stood dazed, lost in thought. None of the over a dozen dishes on the table were touched. Zhu Mingho dug in shamelessly, eating dish after dish until he was so full he could barely walk. He strolled outside to aid digestion, swallowing several hawthorn pills before his stomach finally felt less bloated. By the doorway of Fu Zhe's bedroom, he spotted a suspicious shadow lurking. Zhou Xiangmin. What are you doing here? She jumped in fright. You scared me. Why are you being so harsh? Zhu Mingho spread his hands helplessly. I'd never dare to be harsh with you. I was just checking. I'm worried about Fu Zhe, that's all. He's my fiancé, can't I care about him? Zhou Xiangmin whispered, meeting Zhu Mingho's eyes. Then explain those tea-themed dishes today. What was that about? I heard tea is highly nutritious, so I thought. Hearing this, Zhu Mingho gave her a mocking look. You actually believe drinking tea weakens medicine, didn't you? Just days ago, she had begged him not to treat Fu Zhe's legs. Now, the moment treatment began, she suddenly started cooking all these strangely ingredient meals. In Country H, there are many folk beliefs about food and diet. One of them states, you shouldn't drink tea while taking medicine, it weakens the medicinal effects. Therefore, during treatment, people instinctively avoid tea. Zhou Xiangmin's face changed slightly, her voice suddenly rising, that's not true. Stop spreading nonsense. Spreading nonsense? Or are you just too naive? Zhu Mingho grabbed Zhou Xiangmin, who was trying to run away mid-argument. What exactly is your scheme in coming to the Fu family? I have no scheme. Let go of me. Let go of me. Zhou Xiangmin struggled fiercely, trying to pull her wrist free. But Zhu Mingho held on tightly, refusing to release her. Just as the two were locked in struggle, click, the door opened. The sight of three people staring at each other must have ranked among the most awkward scenes of the 21st century. Silence, that was tonight's Cambridge. Fu Zhe spoke first, attempting to ease the tension. Zhu Mingho. What are you doing grabbing my fiancé like that? Even more awkward. By the time Zhu Mingho realized it, his toes had been curled so long from embarrassment they were nearly cramping. Ah, nothing. Zhou Xiangmin wasn't feeling well, so I was checking her pulse. Fu Zhe nodded understandingly, I see. Thank you, Dr. Zhu. You're welcome, you're welcome. Zhu Mingho silently vowed never again to appear in the same scene with both male and female protagonists. Except during meals, of course. He flashed a standard 8-tooth smile. Mr. Fu, finished your bath? Zhu Mingho walked over and pushed Fu Zhe back into the room. Zhou Xiangmin was left outside, shut out. Anxious, she pressed her ear against the door, eavesdropping. I can't hear a thing. Eventually, she could only leave. Inside the room, Zhu Mingho had turned Fu Zhe's legs into a pincushion of needles. Do you feel anything at all? Fu Zhe hadn't felt sensation in his legs for over 2 months now. Today was no different, no matter which acupuncture points Zhu Mingho stimulated, Fu Zhe didn't feel a thing. His knee-jerk reflexes, control over limbs, muscle strength, all registered 0. Looking at Zhu Mingho's earnest gaze, Fu Zhe nodded, no sensation, but I do feel a slight warmth in my lower back. Your lower back. Lift up your shirt a bit, let me take a look. Since Fu Zhe couldn't move easily, Zhu Mingho climbed onto the bed himself and pulled up the hem of Fu Zhe's shirt. Why are there scars on your lower back too? Chapter 11, Defeating a Green Tea Person with Green Tea Tactics. It's nothing, just achieving the qi. There are various ways to determine whether the qi, the sensation of energy arrival, has been achieved in acupuncture. Since Fu Zhe had no sensation in his legs, the treatment would still take effect in other areas where he could feel. Can it really be cured? Fu Zhe looked at the dense array of needles on his legs, slightly overwhelmed. Zhu Mingho noticed his concern and gently patted his calf. Relax, as long as you don't give up and keep undergoing treatment, there will always be some improvement. My father once went to the village to treat an elderly stroke patient. Since it wasn't convenient for him to visit every day, he taught the old man's son how to locate acupoints and perform needling himself. After half a year of self-administered treatment, the old man could walk to the bathroom on his own and regain basic self-care abilities. After hearing this, Fu Zhe furrowed his brows slightly. Half a year. That's way too long. Actually, half a year is pretty good. Some people have to persist for years before seeing results. Rehabilitation itself is a test of patience and perseverance, you need to stay hopeful. As long as there's progress, even if it's just maintaining the current state, that's better than getting worse. Keep a positive mindset. Treatment is a good thing, don't carry it like a burden. Zhu Mingho checked the time. Time's up. I'll remove the needles now. Fu Zhe watched his skillful movements and felt reassured. As long as he kept receiving treatment, there was hope. Wasn't that right? After tidying up the removed needles, Ju Mingho gave Fu Zai's calves a couple of squeezes. Your muscles have already experienced varying degrees of atrophy. Fu Zai nodded. Even though I've been massaging them myself, the atrophy couldn't be avoided. Looking at his muscular upper body contrasted against his shrunken legs, Ju Mingho couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Damn, your physique isn't bad at all. Realizing he'd said the wrong thing, Ju Mingho quickly slapped his hand over his mouth. Seeing the man's darkening expression, he grinned nervously. Oops, just kidding. Don't take it seriously. The man's expression didn't soften at all. Ju Mingho cautiously tested the waters. What if we pretend I just farted? At least my ass knows how to pick a decent place to grow. Ju Mingho got roasted instantly and rolled his eyes covertly. Huh, Mr. Fu, you're really humorous. A pillow came flying straight at him. Give me a massage. Yes sir. Ju Mingho had no choice but to accept his fate. When you're under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. He placed Fu Zai's legs onto his own thighs, and immediately yelped. Hey, not to be rude, but your legs are atrophied, so why are they still so heavy? He tossed one leg down and kept only one across his lap before finally regaining feeling in his thighs. Fu Zai ignored him completely, engrossed in something on his old laptop. The more Ju Mingho thought about it, the angrier he became. Ending up in this lousy world, forced into free labor, what difference was there between him and an indentured servant? Ugh. Misery upon misery. Out of spite, he twisted and pinched Fu Zai's legs mercilessly. The guy couldn't feel pain anyway, he might as well torture him to death. After finishing Fu Zai's personal spa session, Ju Mingho bolted like the wind. It's late, get some rest early. I'm heading out. Peace. Watching him flee in such a frantic manner, Fu Zai's handsome face turned completely black. He pulled off the little blanket Ju Mingho had carelessly draped over him and made his way toward washing up. But as soon as he saw his legs, he burst out laughing in exasperation. This guy. His legs were covered in red marks from being pinched and clawed, clearly done along the meridian pathways. Several spots had even broken the skin. Meanwhile, Xiao Ju, the one who just trolled Fu Zai, slept exceptionally well. But near dawn, he had a strange dream. He stood wielding a whip, fiercely flogging Fu Zai, who knelt on the ground repenting. Do you know what you did wrong? I do. Then what was it? I shouldn't have ordered you around, enslaved you, made you work without paying. Humph. That's more like it. Then the alarm clock rang, jolting him awake. What a damn inconvenient alarm. Can't you see I was having a wonderful dream? After turning it off, he tossed and turned under the covers, but sleep wouldn't return. With no choice, he dragged himself up to wash up. When he went downstairs, he found Zhou Xiangming forcing tea down Fu Zai's throat. Zhang Di mentioned you haven't been sleeping well lately. You won't have any energy at work. Drink some tea. You've got a meeting later, falling asleep in front of everyone would look terrible. Just as Fu Zai reached for the teacup, Ju Mingho dashed forward in one swift step and snatched the cup. Bullshit. If you really cared about Fu Zai, you'd think about how to improve his sleep quality instead of putting on this fake concern. Fu Zai, if you're tired, just doze off, it's fine. If not now, then when? Zhou Xiangming was scolded so harshly that her eyes instantly welled up with tears, looking ready to burst into crying at any moment. Seeing her pitiful expression, Ju Mingho only grew more irritated. Now you're upset. If you truly cared for Fu Zai, you wouldn't worry about him dozing off during a meeting looking bad. You just think about it. Unbelievable. Are your tears some kind of weapon? Can crying solve everything? You did something wrong, that's that. What's the point of crying? Fuming, Ju Mingho pulled out a chair and plopped himself down heavily. By chance, he caught sight of Fu Zai comforting Zhou Xiangming. Sitting in his wheelchair, Fu Zai gazed up at her pleadingly. The woman covered her face and sobbed, while Fu Zai quietly consoled her. Too far away to hear the words clearly, but that tone. That's exactly what made Xiao Ju furious. When speaking to him, Fu Zai always wore that unbearable look, as if Ju Mingho owed him 8 million yuan, yet how could he be so patient with that hypocritical woman? Betraying friendship for romance. After finally stopping her crocodile tears, the woman was led by Fu Zai to the dining table. Breakfast looked normal, no excessive tea this time. Ju Mingho's eyes flickered mischievously, then he mimicked Zhou Xiangming's voice. Ah Zai, you really must take care. No drinking tea during treatment. It'll ruin the medicine's effect. Don't listen to those tea salesgirls. How many acres of tea fields does their family even own? Can't sell their stock, so they want you to advertise for them. After finishing, he even shivered at his own performance, rubbing the goosebumps on his arm through his sleeve. Unsurprisingly, Fu Zai's face turned alternately green and white, clearly frightened too. Finally, after a long pause, Fu Zai managed to force out 4 words, speak properly. Ju Mingho immediately flared up like a cat with its fur standing on end. What? Can't I call him Aze? Did Zhou Xiangming patent the name or something? If you don't let me say it, I'll say it extra. Aze, 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 Aze. Fu Zhe stared at these two little demons, chest aching from anger. This constant bickering back and forth had turned the house into a marketplace. His sharp gaze swept over them, and Ju Mingho, still chanting, Aze, instantly shut up. He sat quietly and began eating. A young maid approached timidly, asking, Mr. Ju, how should we dispose of the acupuncture needles in your room? Burn them, I'll handle it. Also, bring the needles from Mr. Fu's room to mine. I'll deal with them together. Chapter 12 Xiao Ju, no double standards, and don't try any tricks on me. A flicker of suspicion flashed across Fu Zhe's eyes. Why would there be needles in Ju Mingho's room? After breakfast, Fu Zhe went to his company. All the way there, he couldn't make sense of it. Why were there needles in Ju Mingho's room? He turned on his computer and pulled up the surveillance footage from Ju Mingho's room. Finally, he uncovered Ju Mingho's secret. What appeared on the screen stirred a complex mix of emotions within him. It turned out that whenever he had free time, Ju Mingho would practice needling on himself. From the video, it was clear that Ju Mingho's technique had initially been extremely poor, not at all like a master acupuncturist. In fact, he looked like a complete beginner. This made Fu Zhe puzzled about Ju Mingho's seemingly skilled performance yesterday. After closing the footage, Fu Zhe made a phone call. It's me. I need you to check something for me. Ever since Ju Mingho clapped back at Zhou Xiangming at the dinner table, the two of them had entered a state of mutual hostility. At every opportunity, they attacked each other fiercely. In just a few short days, they'd already argued more than 10 times. The servants in the villa suffered endlessly. Whenever the two were present, everyone within hundreds of meters would scatter. Sure enough, as Ju Mingho was simmering medicine, Zhou Xiangming came over again to cause trouble. Pinching her nose, she said, can this even be drunk? It smells bitter. Xiao Ju replied, good medicine tastes bitter. Are you sure this actually works? Then why hasn't Fu Zhe improved after taking it for several days? Ju Mingho shot her a deadpan stare. Did your mom give birth to you in just a few days? Zhou Xiangming angrily pinched Ju Mingho's waist. What kind of talk is that? Your mouth's getting sharper by the day. Xiao Ju immediately flashed a textbook perfect professional smile. Must be because there are words written on your face. Zhou Xiangming narrowed her eyes suspiciously and pulled out her phone to check. Where? I don't see anything. You can't see it? Oh, I get it. Maybe only smart people can see what's written on your face. No sooner had he finished speaking than his waist was pinched again. He gave her a chilling smile, abruptly grabbed her wrist, and started ruthlessly kneading her wrist bones. Zhou Xiangming struggled violently. Ow, 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 stop it. Ju Mingho, you're hitting a woman, you're no real man. She screamed without restraint, her glare at Ju Mingho practically spitting fire. Well then, if you hit men, does that mean you're not a woman anymore? Ju Mingho released her hand, turned on the tap, and washed his fingers thoroughly, wearing an expression of utter disgust, as though he'd touched something filthy. I'm warning you, don't come looking for trouble with me again. Don't play double standards on me. If you dare hit me, I certainly won't hesitate to hit back. I've never claimed to be a nice person. And another thing, if you really care about Fu Zhe's well-being, stay away from his doctor. As a family member, making enemies with the treating physician? That's never wise. Zhou Xiangming opened her mouth, as if wanting to retort, but eventually gave up and stormed out of the kitchen in rage. In the following days, Zhou Xiangming completely avoided Ju Mingho. He knew, she was deliberately staying away from him. But that suited him fine. He enjoyed the peace. Thanks to his efforts these past few days, Fu Zhe's legs had shown slight improvement. Apparently, toward the end of each medicinal bath, his lower legs began to feel a burning, aching sensation. But he didn't mind. For Fu Zhe, the worst horror was the numbness in his legs. Now that he could feel pain, that was a blessing earned over countless lifetimes. Ju Mingho now had a new plan for his treatment. One day, as Fu Zhe prepared for his medicinal bath, Ju Mingho appeared at his door. The boy looked at him excitedly. I've come up with a new method, maybe it can boost your recovery. What method? Fu Zhe had already changed. All he wore was a loose black bathrobe. The dark fabric made his skin appear even paler. Water droplets still clung to his hands, undabbed. His exposed lower legs, though the muscle groups remained small, now carried a healthy tint, definitely much better than before. Ju Mingho examined his legs with satisfaction. Good. His treatment was working. Placing both hands on the armrests of the wheelchair, he pushed Fu Zhe toward the bathroom. I think we should try massage therapy. Didn't you say earlier that toward the end of the bath, your lower legs start feeling sore and achy? I think this is an opportunity, we can take advantage of this period to do some massage therapy, which might double the effectiveness. Fu Zhe listened carefully to Zhu Mingho's words and found them quite reasonable. He agreed to the plan. They had already reached the bathtub. The medicinal broth was steaming, filling the entire bathroom with swirling mist, resembling a fairyland. Zhu Mingho reached out and tested the temperature of the liquid. "It's just right, Mr. Fu." Hearing that, Fu Zhe reached for the belt of his bathrobe but suddenly paused, giving Zhu Mingho, who showed no sign of stepping away, a cold, indifferent stare. "Are you going to stand here and watch me get in?" "Huh?" Xiao Zhu was still dazed, caught off guard by the sudden shift. "We're both men, what's there to be shy about? Do you really think I'd take advantage of you?" Fu Zhe gave him a dark look and issued his final ultimatum, "Get out." Only then did Zhu Mingho abandon his teasing. "Fine, fine, fine. Just call me when your legs start feeling something." Zhu Mingho stood idly in Fu Zhe's room, bored, staring blankly around. The room was bare, aside from the bed and wardrobe, it held nothing. He plopped down onto Fu Zhe's bed and started muttering complaints. "What's a grown man being so prudish for? Even a gentleman knows how to protect himself. I'm a doctor, for heaven's sake, do you know how many bodies I've seen? Humph, next time you call me, I'll deliberately drag my feet and won't come in at all." A faded photograph on the nightstand caught his attention. He picked it up and examined it. If he wasn't mistaken, the family of three in the photo were Fu Zhe and his parents. He knew it was old, the background clearly carried the aesthetics of the last century. In the picture, a handsome couple and their adorable baby, everything looked perfectly matched and harmonious. His parents were truly tragic, passing away so young. He wondered what exactly Fu's second uncle looked like. Such an evil, vicious person must be hideous. After all, appearance reflects the heart. But since the second uncle was Fu Zhe's father's younger brother, they must have looked similar, so he probably wasn't ugly. Though back then, little Fu Zhe looked pretty cute. How did he grow up into such a sourpuss? He studied the photo for a while, especially Fu Zhe's mother. She was genuinely a stunning beauty. She doesn't look anything like Zhou Xianming. Both had big eyes, high noses, oval faces, but still, they didn't resemble each other at all. They were completely different in style. He suspected Fu Zhe had been lied to. He carefully put the photo back, adjusting its angle precisely to conceal any trace of his snooping. Boom! A dull thud came from the bathroom. Before Zhu Mingho's mind could even process it, his body had already rushed into the bathroom. Fu Zhe had fallen heavily to the ground while reaching for a towel on the far side. Seeing Zhu Mingho burst in, he quickly curled himself up. Chapter 13 Xiao Han snaps, the female lead actually doesn't want the male lead to recover. "Are you okay?" Zhu Mingho stepped forward, sweeping Fu Zhe into a princess carry after finding him collapsed on the floor. He drained the medicinal broth from the bathtub, then gently placed Fu Zhe back into it. Noticing Fu Zhe's resistance, he spoke softly. "I'll help you rinse off." After thoroughly washing him clean, Zhu Mingho roughly dried the droplets from Fu Zhe's body with a towel, helped him into a bathrobe, and finally placed him in the wheelchair to wheel him out. "You said you'd call me after your bath, why didn't you?" Zhu Mingho pressed lightly on his lower leg as he asked quietly. "I thought you'd left." There was something slightly pitiful in that tone. Xiao Zhu looked at the damp hair still dripping, stood up, and placed a towel over his head. "Dry your hair." "I didn't leave. I said I'd wait for you, I've been in your room the entire time." Fu Zhe kept his face rigid, absent-mindedly rubbing his hair with the towel, silently mourning his fall. Zhu Mingho continued massaging his calves, eyes averted, hesitant to meet Fu Zhe's gaze. After a pause, he asked, "Back then, did you ever fall before?" Fu Zhe let out a bitter smile. "Of course. How could 2 arms possibly support such a body? Nearly 6 feet 3 inches tall, 80 kilograms, only muscle and bone." Fortunately, none of his previous falls had ever been witnessed. Or rather, this time, he'd crashed. And Zhu Mingho had seen it all. Biting down the shame burning inside, he clenched his sweaty palms. Zhu Mingho pretended not to sense the storm within him, continuing his steady kneading and massage on Fu Zhe's calves. "While I massage like this now, can you feel anything in your legs?" Fu Zhe concentrated intently, then honestly replied, "No." "All right. Don't lose heart. Don't give up. Sensation will come gradually." After sanitizing his hands with alcohol, Zhu Mingho picked up the needle and an alcohol swab. He sterilized the area, then inserted the needle immediately. Lifting, thrusting, twisting, rotating, until tiny red dots appeared around the insertion point. Once all the needles were placed, Zhu Mingho finally exhaled in relief. Finally done. For days now, he'd been brewing medicine, yet he had no idea how effective it was. "By the way, have you drunk the medicine I brewed?" "Medicine?" Fu Zhe's expression was full of confusion. "What medicine? You don't know?" "I don't. I've never seen any medicine." Looking at Fu Zhe's bewildered face, Zhu Mingho knew he wasn't lying, and grew even more puzzled. "But that can't be. Where did all the medicine I brewed these past few days go? Fu Zhe's eyes darkened. When did you start brewing it? 3 days ago. How were you supposed to get it to me? I told the bodyguard to deliver it to your company. Fu Zhe reached for the phone on the nightstand. Zhang Butler, send Xiao Han up. About 5 minutes later, a knock came at the door. Zhu Mingho rushed to open it. Xiao Han. Master Zhu. Come in quickly. The bodyguard stood beside Fu Zhe's bed, bowing slightly. Young master, you summoned me. Xiao Han felt the atmosphere was odd, he grew slightly nervous. Fu Zhe's cold voice dropped like ice. Was it you who delivered my medicine? Xiao Han hurriedly denied it. No. His denial made Fu Zhe's pupils contract. Then who delivered it? Miss Zhou. Every time Master Zhu asked me to deliver the medicine, Miss Zhou would volunteer to take it instead. I couldn't refuse her. Fu Zhe pressed his fingers to his brow, clearly dissatisfied. Why couldn't you refuse? You said she's the young madam, that she's free to do as she pleases. Her delivering medicine is an expression of love for you, I couldn't say no. Xiao Han's blunt reply sent Fu Zhe's temples throbbing violently. After a strained silence, Fu Zhe asked, how long have you served me? 3 years. For 3 years, and you still don't understand my relationship with Zhou Xiangming? Who's your team leader? Zhou Meng. Didn't Zhou Meng teach you? Under no circumstances should Zhou Xiangming interfere in my affairs. This time, I'll let it go, but never again. Xiao Han's palms were drenched in cold sweat. This was the first time he'd seen the young master truly angry, he was terrified. Normally, the young master was just cold-faced, but never furious. His voice trembled slightly. Yes, sir. Get out. Yes, sir. Xiao Han quickly rolled himself out of the room. Damn it. Xiao Han yelled at the doorway. What are you doing here? Zhu Mingho rushed over to see what was going on. Who? Who is it? What the hell, why are you here? Fu Zhe silently screamed in his head, who the hell is it? Why don't you just say the damn name? A soft feminine voice came through. I was just passing by. You expect me to believe that? Xiao Han had just been scolded because of her and was already fuming with nowhere to vent. Miss Zhou, do you even believe your own words? It's the middle of the night, why aren't you sleeping? Why are you eavesdropping outside my young master's door? What are your true intentions? I told you, I was just passing by. Zhou Xiangming grew agitated, shouting back. I was thinking about going in, but I didn't go in. I was just passing by. Why did you want to go in but didn't? Xiao Han seized on her inconsistency, pressing hard without letting up. Zhou Xiangming shot back defiantly, that's my private matter. What's it got to do with you? TCH. You despicable, low-life bitch, you were the one who begged me to hand over the medicine so you could deliver it. But you never gave it to my young master. You're a wicked woman. You don't want my young master to recover, right? You want to run off with this other man and live together. Xiao Han grabbed Zhu Mingho by the collar. Isn't that it? The two of you, a trashy couple, plotting together, one playing good cop and the other bad cop, all to keep my young master from getting better. Zhu Mingho suddenly had a headache from hell, he'd come to watch the drama, not become part of it. He grabbed Xiao Han's hand clutching his collar. It's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Just let go first, okay? Let's talk calmly. Seriously, let's talk like civilized people. This sweater can't take much pulling, the neck will stretch out. And if it does, you won't pay for it. Can you just stop pulling already? Xiao Han roared at Zhu Mingho, shut up. Zhu Mingho instantly sealed his lips. Why so aggressive? Fine, go ahead, pull all you want. Zhou Xiangming, realizing she couldn't win the argument, decided to cut her losses. There's no reasoning with someone like you. But before she'd taken 2 steps, Xiao Han grabbed her arm and yanked her back into the room. True to his background as a bodyguard, Xiao Han was immensely strong, he dragged the two of them inside like mere chicks. Young master, you need to thoroughly question these 2 scumbags. Find out exactly what they're up to. Xiao Han had seen more than once the rumors linking Zhou Xiangming and Zhu Mingho. This wretched pair had already stained his young master's honor plenty. To dare pull a switcheroo right under his nose, how brazen could they get? Fu Zhe glanced at Zhou Xiangming. Do you have anything to say? Nothing. Nothing at all. Then he turned to Zhu Mingho, who was still in spectator mode. And do you have anything to say? Zhu Mingho blinked in surprise, how had he gotten pulled into this again? Me. Chapter 14. Xiao Ju, I swear, I have no feelings for the female lead. Xiao Fu, really? There's nothing I need to say, this matter has nothing to do with me. But Xiao Han didn't see it that way. You flirt with Zhou Xiangming every day at home. We kept quiet about it just so the young master wouldn't get upset. We were afraid he'd be heartbroken. Now that you've plotted against him, I'm definitely telling him everything. Master, during the time you were away, these two were constantly cozying up to each other, clinging together whenever they got a chance. On the very first day Zhou Xiangming came to the villa, she secretly made matcha cake for Zhu Mingho. Not a single bite did she save for you. And when I went out with Zhu Mingho to buy medicine, he always went to the wholesale market haggling with street vendors, buying cheap, low-grade herbs with no reputation whatsoever. Xiao Han ranted on without pause. Standing off to the side, Zhu Mingho grew increasingly anxious. Did this guy even know what authentic medicinal herbs were? At big markets, you could compare quality across vendors and pick only the best. Haggling was just a personal habit, how could that possibly be something to criticize? He was utterly speechless. Finally, he blurted out in frustration, if I, Zhu Mingho, have any romantic interest in Zhou Xiangming, may lightning strike me down. Boom. A thunderclap echoed outside. Now that was just embarrassing. Zhu Mingho froze in place. Ah. Spring thunder. Spring is here. The air in the room turned awkward and heavy. He quickly raised his right hand again, right now, Zhu Mingho does not like Zhou Xiangming, if that's a lie, may lightning strike me dead. This time, no thunder followed. But the psychological trauma from the previous strike was permanent. One poorly worded oath, and he'd almost been struck by lightning. A lesson for all players out there, when making vows like, I'll love you forever, add some qualifiers. For example, if circumstances allow, I'll love you forever. Ha ha ha. At that thought, Zhu Mingho suddenly burst out laughing. Only when he caught Fu Zhe's gaze, one that looked at him like he was an idiot, did he snap back to reality. I really don't like your fiancée. You seemed pretty into her before. What? Changed your heart suddenly? Fu Zhe idly spun his phone between his fingers, amusement dancing in his eyes. I found someone even prettier. Zhu Mingho tossed out a random excuse to brush him off. Fu Zhe nodded slowly. I see. That explains it. Tomorrow, continue brewing the medicine. You must personally deliver it to my office. That's all, get out now. Zhu Mingho immediately slipped toward the door like oil on water, but Fu Zhe called after him, is this how you treat your patient? He then remembered, he hadn't removed the 4-needle yet. Earlier, when Xiao Han arrived, Fu Zhe had covered his legs with a light blanket. Why did you cover your legs? What if you crushed the needle? There was a hint of reprimand in Zhu Mingho's tone. I didn't want others seeing my legs. Fu Zhe replied coldly. Zhu Mingho paused. Next time during treatment, I'll make sure no one comes in. Don't press on the needle. Fine. After properly packing up the equipment, Zhu Mingho left the room. He lingered in the second-floor hallway for a long while before finally knocking on Zhou Xiangming's door. What are you here for? She looked like she had just cried, her eyes swollen like walnuts. Why were you crying? None of your business. Zhou Xiangming tried to shut the door, but Zhu Mingho quickly braced it open with his hand. I need to talk to you. What about? That scene earlier. She stepped aside and released the door. Come in. Why did you do it? Isn't he your fiancé? What do you gain from this? Which of these questions should I answer first? Zhou Xiangming examined her manicured nails, giving him a lazy glance. I already told you, I never wanted him to recover. But he's your fiancé. A burden shoved onto me. Her eyes burned with determination. I never wanted to marry him. But he treats you well. Zhu Mingho couldn't understand. Fu Zhe was the perfect CEO archetype, wasn't that exactly what girls dreamed of? Impeccable character, handsome, rich. Sure, he couldn't walk right now, but he'd recover soon. He was practically every girl's ideal. So why did Zhou Xiangming hate him so much? My father forced me into this engagement. I wasn't willing. Zhou Xiangming tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. Zhu Mingho nodded, looking at her red-rimmed eyes. Why are you crying? Zhou Xiangming shook her head, nothing. Just some personal matters. By the way, can you do me a favor? Zhu Mingho frowned. What kind of favor? Help me break off the engagement. Come on, didn't you hear what Xiao Han said earlier? It was so disgusting, I'm the son of a decent family. I don't want to be a homewrecker. Zhu Mingho remembered those piercing accusations of filthy man and woman, and his eardrums still ached. You won't even help me with such a small thing. Fine, forget I said anything. As soon as Zhou Xiangming finished speaking, Zhu Mingho shot up and scolded wildly, didn't I just say it? I don't want to be a homewrecker, why are you guilt-tripping me? I'm not falling for that. And calling it a small favor. What about my reputation? To tell you the truth, you really are something. If you want to break the engagement, why don't you just speak clearly to Fu Zhe instead? What's the point of all these underhanded tricks? You don't want him to walk again, but other people do. You shouldn't have tampered with this at all, it only makes you look incredibly cruel. Each word cut deep. Zhou Xiangming wanted to argue back, but couldn't utter a single sentence. He was right. She was cruel. Putting her own interests above someone else's health. But she hadn't had a choice back then. She'd been controlled, forced to follow orders. She hadn't wanted to be so vicious either. It wasn't only Zhu Mingho who pointed fingers at her. She was human too. She had pride. But she had no way out. Seeing Zhou Xiangming suddenly fall silent, Zhu Mingho shook his head. Whatever plans you're making, don't play games with Fu Zai's health. Do yourself a favor and think carefully. With that, Zhu Mingho turned and walked straight out the door. Back in his room, he couldn't shake the feeling that Zhou Xiangming's behavior had been strange. She wasn't an inherently bad person. The last time a young maid had fallen, she helped her up and tended to her wound. She shouldn't hate Fu Zai so intensely. There must be some hidden reason he hadn't considered. No matter how hard he racked his brain, he couldn't figure it out. Finally, he jumped into bed and went to sleep. He slept soundly through the night. The next morning, an unexpected guest arrived at the house. A beautiful woman who seemed as untouchable as a blossom on a lofty peak. As Zhu Mingho was trying to guess her relationship with Fu Zai, the woman linked arms with Zhou Xiangming and called softly, "Sister." Zhu Mingho's idealized image of her shattered instantly. It's Zhou Xiangxiang. The original novel's wicked female side character. Zhou Xiangming's half-sister, the treacherous antagonist who sabotaged the main couple's happy ending. Zhu Mingho clenched his teeth. Why is she showing up now? Could her arrival disrupt the storyline? If she ruined everything between Fu Zai and Zhou Xiangming, what then? Zhu Mingho felt it was high time he launched a canon pairing protection campaign. Chapter 15 Personally delivering medicine to Fu's tower. But this female lead is terrible. Is there even a point in helping her? Zhu Mingho narrowed his eyes, his expression serious. If the female lead and male lead don't end up together, how can this novel possibly have a proper ending? Better to wait and see for now. Having made up his mind, Zhu Mingho decided it was best to remain inactive. He strode down the stairs with his long legs, deliberately ignoring the two plastic sister friends standing stiffly in the lobby. He was hungry. He just wanted to eat. Mr. Zhu. Fate had other plans, he was called out anyway. Hi, hello. Zhou Xiangxiang sweetly smiled at him. Mr. Zhu, are you my brother-in-law's personal doctor? Then I must really count on you, please, no matter what, heal my brother-in-law's legs. She then pulled out a bank card from her handbag. This is a little token of appreciation I specially prepared for you. Zhu Mingho was stunned by her actions. No, that's really not necessary. It's my job. Keep your red envelope. Oh, come on. I heard neither my sister nor brother-in-law has paid you a salary. It makes me uneasy. Zhou Xiangxiang's words struck a chord with everyone present. The entire hall fell into complete silence. Little Zhu's eyes welled up with tears as he stared at her, wanting desperately to say something but unable to find the words. Wah. Thank heavens. How could she be a villainous side character? She's clearly an angel. After being locked up here for so long, the first person to offer me a salary is her. My savior. Who knows, I've even been paying for medicine out of my own pocket. Seeing Zhu Mingho's suddenly sparkling eyes, Zhou Xiangxiang smiled even sweeter. It's just a small token. Please take it. Oh, and the password is your birthday. Still delighted, Zhu Mingho instantly froze. Birthday? How did she know his birthday? It wasn't even mentioned in the original novel. Whatever. Better grab the card first. In that case, thank you, Miss Zhou. Zhou Xiangxiang gave a gentle nod. You're treating my brother-in-law. I should be thanking you. Zhu Mingho's smile nearly stiffened. This girl, she's reliable. When she has money, she actually gives it. Well, fair enough, before, everything was bought through fingerprint payments on her phone. Not knowing Zhu Mingho's bank card password had been a big problem. Now he wondered if there was any way to reset it. Just then, a white blur flashed past his vision. Instinctively, he looked over. Zhou Xiangxiang had already dashed forward to greet her brother-in-law. Brother-in-law, hello. The moment the elevator doors opened, Zhou Xiangxiang rushed over, grabbing the handles of Fu Zai's wheelchair and greeting him sweetly. Zhu Mingho glanced at Zhou Xiangming, who seemed lost in thought. Aren't you going to do something? I'd rather they ended up together. Zhou Xiangming rolled her eyes, crossed her arms, and headed toward the dining table. Looking at Zhou Xiangxiang chirping around Fu Zai like a sparrow, Zhu Mingho gently shook his head. Sigh. The plot is definitely starting. The key characters are beginning to appear. I wonder who'll win this round between the two sisters. After yesterday's incident, Fu Zai might finally change his view of Zhou Xiangming. With one more person, the dinner table suddenly felt a bit crowded. After all, the two sisters each sat beside Fu Zai, like left and right guardians. Zhu Mingho lifted his gaze and immediately sensed the undercurrents. Fu Zai's face was already as dark as a pot bottom, yet Zhou Xiangxiang kept pestering him with concern. Brother-in-law, you need to eat more to recover faster. Sister, really, you never serve him anything. Where's your sense of duty as a wife? Well, if I were as dutiful as you, wouldn't I be blocking your path? Zhou Xiangming didn't even look up, sipping her hot porridge leisurely. Zhou Xiangxiang, enraged by the veiled jab, started breathing heavily. Don't speak nonsense. My care for Brother A's has no ulterior motive. Ju Mingho let out a scoff. Funny, I said the exact same thing earlier. Why has brother-in-law suddenly become Brother A's? You. Fu Zhe put down his bowl, his face dark as he scolded, eat in peace. Stop arguing constantly. This isn't a marketplace. They're all bullying me. Zhou Xiangxiang tugged at Fu Zhe's arm, gently shaking it, hoping to gain his pity. Fu Zhe glanced at Ju Mingho, who was watching with clear amusement, then yanked his arm away. Miss Zhou, please maintain decorum. Enraged, Zhou Xiangxiang stormed out into the lobby and shouted at the driver, quick, drive me home. My sister is bullying me, I'm telling father. And just like that, the farce came to an end, leaving behind nothing but awkwardness. Ju Mingho's rice, once in his mouth, suddenly tasted bland, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead were an accurate reflection of his inner frustration. Before leaving, Fu Zhe had reminded him, Mr. Ju, remember to personally deliver the medicine. Alright. Ju Mingho had originally planned to figure out how to recover his payment password. Now, though, he could only follow orders and go make the decoction. When he arrived at the foot of the Fu Corporation building, carrying a thermos, he was awestruck by the sheer luxury of the structure. He's this rich? Then why hasn't he paid me a salary yet? The one who paid him for treating his patient was the fiancé's younger sister. Muttering about Fu Zhe's stinginess, Ju Mingho walked forward. A security guard blocked his path. Are you an employee of our company? No. Who are you here to see? Fu Zhe. Do you have an appointment? No. Ju Mingho was confused. In typical novels, wouldn't it be the receptionist stopping people? How come, in his case, he couldn't even get past the security? No appointment means no entry. Fine. He stepped aside, wanting to call Fu Zhe. He pulled out his phone and browsed through his contacts, no number there. He had no choice but to take the long route. He called Zhou Xiangming instead. What do you want? Oh, well, I came to deliver medicine to Fu Zhe, but the security guards won't let me in. I don't have his number and don't know how else to reach him. I'll send it to you. Before he could even say thank you, Zhou Xiangming had already hung up. Why did she hang up on him like that? The text message arrived. Ju Mingho quickly dialed the number. His hand had been outside too long, the wind cut like a knife, turning the back of his hand red. Fu Zhe. It's Ju Mingho. I'm downstairs. The guards won't let me in. He spoke loudly into the phone. Upon hearing this, the two guards who had stopped him exchanged glances. Fu Zhe replied coldly, I know. Ju Mingho covered the receiver with his hand, thankfully, the phone didn't leak sound. He wasn't sure if those two guards had overheard or not. A moment later, a man in a suit wearing an ID badge came rushing over. Are you Mr. Ju? Yes. Hello, I'm Lin Lin. You can call me Xiao Lin. The president asked me to escort you upstairs. Ju Mingho glanced at Lin Lin's badge, executive secretary. So this was Fu Zhe's secretary. In the original novel, he was paired with Zhuang Nian, the vice president of Fu Corporation. Even though both were male sign. But they were the only couple in the book who were sweet from the very beginning. Chapter 16, Hypnotizing the CEO, Falling Asleep Myself, Embarrassing. Following Secretary Lin into the elevator. You can come straight up next time you deliver the medicine. Mr. Fu has already informed security. Alright. Arriving at the top floor, Ju Mingho stepped out of the elevator. Xiao Lin led him to the office. Mr. Fu is in a meeting. Please wait a moment. She brewed him a cup of coffee. Sorry, we're out of tea, only coffee left. No problem at all. You go ahead and take care of your work. I'll be fine here by myself. Xiao Lin nodded. Then I'll step out for now. Just call me if you need anything. Bored sitting in the office, Ju Mingho thought about taking a walk around. But worried the medicine might be tampered with again, he had no choice but to carry the pot with him. Just as he pushed open the office door, he heard a cool, sensual voice. What are you afraid of? There's no one here. His stepping foot quietly retreated back inside. How convenient, came here and already stumbled upon some gossip. Can't you at least do your job properly during working hours? Ju Mingho recognized it, Xiao Lin's voice. Oh ho. No. Vice President Zhuang, please have some self-restraint. Then came a clatter of sounds, seemed like something had been knocked over. TSK TSK TSK, how intense. Ju Mingho shut the door with a gossipy smirk. Given the situation, best not disturb these young ones chasing love so bravely. He stood before the grand floor-to-ceiling windows, gazing outside. Snow started falling right after he entered, what lucky timing. Lost in a snowy view, memories of his past life overwhelmed him, sadness welling up, I wonder how my parents are doing now, and what state am I even in. Whether I can return or not remains uncertain, the female lead has changed too drastically. What if the heroine and hero never end up together? Muttering to himself, the breath from his mouth and nose fogged up the glass window. He exhaled again, expanding the misty patch, then used his index finger to idly scribble on the glass. Suddenly, the office door swung open, startling Zhu Mingho. He turned, it was Fu Zhe. Mr. Fu, the medicine is in the thermos. Just drink one full thermos within the day. Fu Zhe gave a soft placing the folder in his hand onto the desk. Now that the medicine's delivered, can I head back? Noticing Fu Zhe's unpleasant expression, Zhu Mingho didn't want to linger, better not get caught in the fallout. Fu Zhe gestured him over. Come here. For what? My head hurts. It took Zhu Mingho a second to realize, he wanted a massage. Why must grown men be so indirect? If you want a massage, just say so plainly. Why beat around the bush? Rolling up his sleeves, he placed his hands on Fu Zhe's temples. The skin beneath his fingers instantly broke into goosebumps from the cold touch. Why are your hands so cold? The man, eyes already closed, suddenly spoke. It's freezing outside. It's snowing. As Zhu Mingho massaged his head, his mind drifted to the issue of the bank card password. He'd searched online, without the password, only the account holder could visit the bank to reset it. If he got his ID card, wouldn't he know his birthday? But where was the ID card? Last time he went home to move books, he hadn't looked. After delivering the medicine, he absolutely needed to go back and find both the bank card and ID. Without money, he couldn't even take a single step. Meals at the Fu family were too strictly scheduled, after mealtime, nothing was served. He still wanted to buy some snacks. The balance in his mobile payment app was nearly gone. Without access to his own funds, he'd soon be running on empty. After Zhu Mingho had been massaging for a while, Fu Zhe's breathing gradually grew steady and even. Looking at the dark circles under Fu Zhe's eyes, Zhu Mingho sighed. Worried he might catch a chill, he searched around but found no light blanket to cover him with. So he took off his own coat and gently draped it over Fu Zhe. Then adjusted the room temperature up a few degrees. Thank goodness I was smart enough to bring a thermos. Otherwise, the medicine would have turned ice cold ages ago. He placed the thermos on the small coffee table in the guest area. Gazing at Fu Zhe's sleeping face, he became slightly dazed. Perhaps sensing he was being watched, Fu Zhe's brows faintly furrowed. Even in dreams, you're still in a bad mood. Zhu Mingho smiled, resting his chin on his hand as he studied him. Like this, he actually looked kind of cute. Bored, he picked up his phone and started scrolling through local Weibo posts. A headline immediately caught his attention. Zhou Corporation under investigation for tax violations, fined 1.7 billion. So much. The last time he'd seen a fine this big was with that streamer. Never expected in this world, tax evasion would also result in such a huge penalty. He tapped open the post. Originally, Zhou Corporation had been anonymously reported. No idea who held a grudge against the Zhou family, someone had casually filed a tip. Wait, that should be called seeking justice. But then he suddenly remembered, Fu Corporation would also be ordered to suspend operations for rectification due to tax evasion. Yes. It was all that second uncle's doing. Although he held no official position in the company, both the finance and legal departments were staffed with his people. Glancing at Fu Zhe, who was still dozing lightly, he decided to use Eating Meicheng's mother's method to hypnotize him. Thus, he tiptoed quietly over to Fu Zhe's side. Gently bending down, he leaned close to Fu Zhe's ear. Fu Zhe had actually woken up the moment Zhu Mingho approached. Sensing someone coming but unsure of their intentions, he chose to keep pretending to sleep. Then, he felt breath drawing closer. That person's warmth seemed to penetrate through space, even from dozens of centimeters away, his body began to heat up. He sensed the person leaning right beside his ear. What was Zhu Mingho about to do? Fu Zhe felt the blood vessels on his neck start thumping rapidly. And then, he heard Zhu Mingho whisper, your second uncle is a bad guy. Don't trust him. Replace the finance and legal teams with your own people. Believe me, your second uncle is colluding with Zhou Xiangxiang. Fu Zhe's heartbeat suddenly calmed. He began calmly assessing the truth behind Zhu Mingho's words. Zhu Mingho continued practicing the eating hypnosis method, whispering the same phrases into Fu Zhe's ear over and over again. Just as Fu Zhe was about to give up pretending and expose himself, Zhu Mingho finally stopped talking. Ugh, if you don't end up with Zhou Xiangming, what will I do? I want to go home. I'm broke now, and you haven't even paid me a salary. You should just marry Zhou Xiangming already, have kids, one after another. It'd be perfect. Once it's a happy ending, I could leave this place. I really want to get out of here. I don't know a single soul around me. Every day feels hazy and meaningless, so damn boring. Fu Zhe listened intently to Zhu Mingho's quiet rambling, the corner of his mouth unconsciously lifting into a lazy yet graceful curve. Only when Zhu Mingho fell silent did he finally open his eyes. So he actually fell asleep. What did male lead and female lead mean? Didn't Zhu Mingho like Zhou Xiangming? Then why was he urging him to be with her, and even 3 years, 2 children? Chapter 17 Xiao Ju was stunned by Xiao Fu's arrogant way of giving money. Humph, that woman, he, Fu Zhe, couldn't afford her. Zhu Mingho twisted himself like a pretzel and carelessly fell asleep on the sofa. To be able to sleep in such a position, truly impressive. Fu Zhe lifted his arm, only then realizing that Zhu Mingho's clothes were still draped over him. He casually tossed the garment aside, put on his glasses, and began working. Yet from time to time, he couldn't help but recall those cold fingers gently massaging his forehead moments ago. Damn it. Holding Zhu Mingho's clothes, he maneuvered his wheelchair over to the sofa. Gently pulling the clothes over him, then tugging them just slightly out of alignment. As if this could cancel out the strange feeling inside him. Looking at that handsome face, when asleep, one couldn't tell he was such a chatterbox. What a fine man. A pity he had such a foul mouth. Always talking endlessly, making endless noise. Together with Zhou Xiangming, they could deafen him in no time. What Zhu Mingho had said earlier had indeed lulled Fu Zhe into drowsiness. He had instructed Xiao Lin to hire 3 private investigators to watch Fu Hanwen, finance director Zhou Ing, and legal director Lin Song. If anything suspicious turned up, he would definitely not let them off the hook. Fu Zhe had long suspected his parents' accident was connected to his second uncle, but unfortunately, too much time had passed, the original witnesses and evidence were long gone, making it impossible for him to investigate what truly happened back then. Fortunately, his grandfather had the foresight to secretly draft a will. Otherwise, it wouldn't be Fu Zhe sitting here now. But Zhu Mingho's words earlier had planted seeds of suspicion. His second uncle conspiring with Zhou Xiangxiang. What exactly did the two of them hope to gain from him? Thanks to Zhu Mingho, Fu Zhe could no longer focus on any documents. He closed the folder and lightly spun a fountain pen between his fingers. A faint, cold smirk played at the corner of his lips. What roles were these people, and all these events, really playing? When Zhu Mingho woke up, the office was empty. He shakily sat up. Why did sleeping feel like being beaten up? The insulated container in front of him was already open. He leaned forward and peered inside, completely empty. Huh. Didn't expect this cold-faced Fu Zhe to actually drink his medicine so obediently. He muttered under his breath. Reaching for his phone to check the time, he froze at the notification SMS. Almost dropping the phone. Your account ending in 1569 has received a transfer of 10 million RMB from account ending in 8888. Current balance, 18 million RMB. What the hell? So this was how rich he was. With a flip, he happily tumbled off the sofa, pain forgotten in the bliss. He quickly put on his coat, grabbed the insulated container, and rushed out. He needed to go home immediately to get his ID and bank card. Thankfully, he still remembered his home address. He jumped into a taxi. Driver, to Zenshiji Villa Estate. Got it. The driver hit the gas, weaving through traffic at full speed. For some reason, Zhu Mingho felt an unprecedented sense of lightness. Maybe it was the shock of having 18 million RMB now, he felt completely dazed. He'd never seen so much money before. Kid, what's the good news? You've been grinning since you got in. The driver had watched him through the rearview mirror for a while and finally couldn't resist asking. Zhu Mingho scratched his head, a little sheepish. My boss paid me my salary. With that big a smile, it must be quite a lot, right? The driver, infected by his joy, smiled too. Back in my day, when I earned my first paycheck, I was thrilled too. I bought 2 bottles of fine wine for my old man right away. I say, now that you've got your pay, buy something nice for your parents. After all, it's your first month. Judging by his expression, the driver assumed he was a fresh newcomer getting his first paycheck. Zhu Mingho understood his kind intentions. I will. Thanks for the reminder. He arrived at Zenshiji Villa Estate, stepped out, and followed his memory to his house. My ID, where is it? He searched the bedroom thoroughly, no luck. Confused, he absent-mindedly scraped at the wall paint. Then he went to the study, and finally, in a cabinet next to the shoe rack, found a card holder illustrated with a Naruto manga character. This should be it, right? Opening it, he found not only his ID and bank cards, but also a small note tucked between them. Driven by curiosity, he picked up the note and read. Password, 990,909. Such a weird number. Looks like a birthday. Zhu Mingho picked up his ID card and took a look. Sure enough, it was his birthday. Now that was lucky. Would Zhu Mingho really write his password inside his card holder? What a genius. Didn't he fear getting robbed? He downloaded the online banking app linked to Zhou Xiangxiang's card and checked the balance. 200,000. People in this world were just too rich. Zhu Mingho shed tears of envy. He was going to splurge. He wanted to spend money, he wanted to shop. Without hesitation, he followed navigation to a large supermarket. And went wild buying everything in sight. On the way home, the car slowed to a stop. The driver turned back apologetically. Mr. Fu, there's a taxi ahead, I can only pull over for a moment. Fu Zhe had also noticed the taxi ahead. The butler was helping Zhu Mingho unload groceries. Just how much had this man bought? They waited 2 or 3 minutes before the taxi finally drove off. The driver quickly stepped on the gas and entered the villa grounds. Before the car even stopped completely, a bodyguard rushed forward to open the door and retrieve the wheelchair from the trunk. Fu Zhe never allowed anyone to assist him, he always transferred out of the car by himself. Zhu Mingho stood aside, still holding 2 bags of snacks. What are you all standing around for? Hurry up and help him. The bodyguards remained unmoved. Zhu Mingho, growing anxious, put down his bags and grabbed Fu Zhe's arm. I'll help you. The nearby guards broke into cold sweat. The last bodyguard who dared to touch Fu Zone was still on assignment in North Africa. This doctor truly had guts. Did he also have the courage to face Ebola head-on? Unexpectedly, what happened next stunned everyone. Instead of sending him to Africa, Fu Zhe actually said, thanks for the help. WTF? What just happened? The bodyguard felt his entire worldview shatter. Yet, trained professionalism kept his expression neutral as he adjusted the wheelchair properly for Fu Zhe to sit down. Zhu Mingho pushed Fu Zhe into the lobby. How are you feeling today? Somewhat better. Somewhat better. Zhu Mingho shouted excitedly, better. You're better. Fu Zhe's voice remained calm, far more composed than Zhu Mingho, yet a flicker of joy sparkled unmistakably in his eyes. My thigh got bumped today, so it ached a little. Why so careless? Let me see where it got hit. Upon hearing the reason, Zhu Mingho grew tense and anxious. Aware they were still in the lobby, he swiftly pushed Fu Zhe away. They headed into the first-floor restroom. Chapter 18 I, Gunala the Dark Lord, Xiao Fu, AM 5% corrupted. Let me see. It's nothing. Let me see. Your legs already have no sensation, there's a good chance you hit it hard and just felt a slight pain. Zhu Mingho's concern wasn't baseless. His numbness was real, and even if some feeling had returned, recovery wouldn't happen overnight. But Fu Zhe refused to let him examine the injury. Zhu Mingho resorted to rough hands, forcefully pushing aside his clothes. What are you doing? Fu Zhe's tone carried clear irritation at his actions. Zhu Mingho remained firm, eyes unyielding. I'm seeing it today, one way or another. Fu Zhe clamped down on his wrist. Don't be unreasonable. Zhu Mingho struggled free, grabbed a nearby towel, and tightly bound his wrists. Zhu Mingho. Fu Zhe's glare turned venomous, as if he could devour him whole, were it not for his useless legs. One more word, and I'll gag you. Zhu Mingho threatened darkly while tugging at his clothes. Finally, the wound on his thigh came into view. A large patch of black and purple, horrifying to look at, and definitely not from an accident. It was either self-inflicted, or someone else had done it. But although he was disabled, Fu Zhe was still the head of the Fu family. Who would dare strike him? You goddamn lunatic, are you into self-harm now? Furious, Zhu Mingho exploded into curses. He'd never seen any sign of such tendencies before. Why had he done this to himself, leaving marks so violent they bruised deep into the flesh? Most people wouldn't have the heart to do such a thing. There were even signs of fingernails breaking the skin. Why don't you just use a knife then? It'd be easier. What kind of death wish is this? You want healing, I've done everything to help you get it. Why pull this stunt? If you don't care about these legs, stop treatment altogether. Why hurt yourself? Are you testing my therapy results like some goddamn lab rat? You're truly sick in the head. Fu Zhe's eyes reddened, his gaze still icy, teetering on the edge of losing control. He lifted his bound hands toward him. Done. Then let me go. Heh. Forget physical rehab, go see a psychiatrist first. Zhu Mingho stormed off, thoroughly enraged. After all he'd said, not a single word seemed to have registered. Without a word, he silently untied the towel, then slammed the door behind him as he left. What the hell is wrong with you? Screw this. I'm done playing nursemaid, do whatever you want. He snatched up the bag he'd left on the floor and strode straight upstairs. Completely ignoring Zhang, the butler, who was approaching to ask what had happened. He entered the bathroom, puzzled. Fu Zhe sat with his head bowed, expression unreadable. He softly called out, young master. Get out. Sir. Don't make me say it twice. He quickly bowed and retreated, gently closing the door behind him. Only when he heard the lock click did Fu Zhe finally relax. He raised his head and met his own gaze in the mirror. For a moment, he saw a flicker of vulnerability reflected back. Humph. How bitterly ironic. Ever since his grandfather fell ill, he hadn't allowed himself to feel weak. Yet now the voices returned. Fu Zhe's such a pitiful creature. His parents and grandfather are all dead, he must be that cursed lone star, bringing misfortune to everyone around him. I won't play with you anyway, my mom says kids without parents are poorly raised. One memory after another, from classmates' childhood taunts to accidentally overhearing coworkers' whispers just today. Is Fu Zhe sick in the head? Medical investment's been crashing lately, and now he wants to pour money into it. Probably just using company funds to treat his own damn legs. Mr. Chen's right, the kid's just unwilling to accept he's crippled. I say he shouldn't stay CEO. Ever since his accident, he skips half our meetings. How many golden opportunities has Fu Corporation missed because of him? Exactly. Just to accommodate him, they added an extra accessible restroom on the 27th floor. Last time I was desperate, I used it for a second, and got docked pay. If they didn't want others using it, why not just install a damn password lock? Suddenly, Fu Zhe laughed, a quiet, hollow sound. He stared at his reflection. They're jealous. From the moment you were born, you were the heir to the Fu family. Whether standing or sitting, you remain their heir. Since they all longed to see him broken, helpless, dragging his shattered body through sorrow, hiding away from public sight, then fine. He would do the exact opposite. At dinner, the table felt unusually empty. Only Fu Zhe sat there, alone. Although he was dining alone, it didn't dampen his mood in the slightest. It was time for his medicinal bath, but Zhu Mingho hadn't prepared it. Fu Zhe went upstairs to the second floor himself. What do you want? Zhu Mingho wasn't angry anymore, after all, he'd already taken 10 million. Let him do whatever he wanted, he simply didn't care. The medicinal bath wasn't ready today. I thought you'd stop treatment. I haven't. Fu Zhe's lips curled slightly. Why would I stop treatment? Some people wanted to see him fall, but he wouldn't let them have their way. He would stand before them completely whole, and watch them grovel. From that day on, Fu Zhe suddenly became much more active socially. Zhu Mingho hadn't seen him at the dinner table in a long time. Instead, his face began appearing frequently across various media outlets and newspapers. Even in a wheelchair, his presence was undeniable. Impeccably dressed in suits, speaking with charm and ease, though the wheelchair beneath him remained impossible to ignore, one business deal after another propelled the Fu Corporation to unprecedented heights. In just half a month, Fu Corporation's stock price doubled. The company was flooded with requests, its doorstep practically worn down. If Xianglin's wife wanted to donate a threshold, she should have done it right outside the Fu Corporation building. Might have been more effective than a temple. He never missed a single medicinal bath or dose of medicine, and Zhu Mingho no longer found any new injuries on him. Everything was moving in the right direction. That night, Zhu Mingho was watching a movie in the home theater when he suddenly felt the urge to use the restroom. Is the young master drunk? Yeah, I carried him up. Curious, Zhu Mingho stepped forward. Why is he drunk? A business banquet. Xiao Lin looked somewhat guilty. He didn't know why either. Tonight, everyone had been aggressively pouring drinks for Director Fu. He couldn't even step in to block them. He can't drink during treatment. Zhu Mingho sighed, rubbing his forehead as he helped Xiao Lin support Fu Zhe. I don't know what came over them tonight, they kept forcing him to drink, and I couldn't stop it. I understand, but why has he been attending so many events recently? Zhu Mingho asked, puzzled. How had Fu Zhe suddenly overcome the psychological burden of his paralyzed legs and started showing up everywhere? At this, Xiao Lin looked a bit proud. Director Fu said some people want to see him broken and depressed because of his legs, but he'll show up at every event with spirit and confidence instead. He then revealed their strategy, those press releases. We paid for every single one. We want those who tried to ruin him to feel defeated. Well done. That's exactly how it should be. If they want power, they should compete fairly. Resorting to underhanded schemes to harm others, how despicable. Xiao Lin caught the implication in Zhu Mingho's words, lowered his eyes, and fell silent. Together, they struggled with great effort to lay Fu Zhe onto the bed. It's late. You go home first. I'll stay here. It was already 1 a.m. Zhu Mingho sent Xiao Lin off first. Gratefully, Xiao Lin said, all right, thanks for your trouble. Chapter 19, the drunk little Fu throws a tantrum, calling Xiao Zhu big brother. It's only right. I am his doctor, after all. After seeing Xiao Lin off, Zhu Mingho brewed a pot of sobering tea to prevent the certain headache that would greet the man upon waking from a hangover. Once the tea was ready, he carried it to Fu Zhe's room. Today's medicinal bath is ruined. Such a waste of over 100 yuan on herbs. Careful not to scald Fu Zhe's skin, Zhu Mingho set the cup down to cool, eyeing the medicinal decoction still kept warm in the bathtub with mild regret. Lately, no matter what time he came home, there was always a medicinal bath and acupuncture. He'd grown accustomed to preparing everything daily for him, only for today to go completely awry. I want to soak. Fu Zhe, who had been asleep, opened his bleary eyes at the mention of the medicinal bath. Getting no response, he repeated plaintively, I want to soak. All right, fine. I'll help you soak. Unable to refuse the pitiful look in those drowsy eyes, Zhu Mingho sighed and pulled Fu Zhe up, staggering as he supported the unsteady man into the bathroom. It took every ounce of strength he had to finally maneuver him into the tub. After making sure he was settled, Zhu Mingho turned up the bathroom heat and placed a towel within easy reach of Fu Zhe's left hand. Call me when you're done. I'll be outside keeping watch. Fu Zhe tilted his head, locking his gaze onto Zhu Mingho, who was about to step out discreetly. For some reason, one thought rang clearly in his mind, he didn't want him to leave. After a long pause, he murmured, give me a massage. Seeing the expression on Fu Zhe's face, Zhu Mingho let out a deep sigh and told himself, forget it. No point arguing with a drunk. He rolled up his sleeves, reached into the dark, murky liquid, found a pair of long legs, and began massaging them lazily. Uncomfortable. Hearing this sudden complaint, Ju Mingho initially assumed it was emotional distress from recent suppression and casually asked, "What's uncomfortable?" "My clothes are sticking to me, wet and gross." Ju Mingho was momentarily flustered. That implied. "My white shirt turned black." Pouting, Fu Zhe tugged at his stained white shirt. "You have to pay me back." I will. How expensive can a suit be?" Ha, he was a millionaire. What did he care? 5,000. Ju Mingho's smile froze instantly. 5,000? Who wears clothes that expensive? So impractical. He'd take the shirt to the dry cleaner tomorrow, see if it could be salvaged before paying such an absurd sum. After helping him resolve the discomfort, Fu Zhe finally closed his eyes in satisfaction. Ju Mingho continued carefully massaging his legs. "The water's too cold. I want it warmer." A few minutes later, Fu Zhe opened his eyes, soft, damp, and full of expectation, like a fawn's, gazing at Ju Mingho. Ju Mingho's heart skipped slightly at the look. Just a few degrees higher, that's enough. Drunk Fu Zhe was actually kind of cute, soft, cuddly, endearing. His hair was enveloped in steam, wet strands clinging to his forehead. His eyes were unusually bright, flushed from alcohol, his face, even his neck and ears, were tinged red. Drunkenness seemed to have stripped away his usual defenses, making him surprisingly approachable now. Remembering the sobering tea sitting outside, Ju Mingho dried his hands and retrieved the cup. "Drink some water." Seeing the brownish liquid, Fu Zhe covered his mouth and shook his head vigorously, looking terrified. "I don't drink medicine. This isn't medicine. It's dark, it's medicine. I won't drink it. It's too bitter." Why was he so troublesome when drunk? Ju Mingho felt helpless. He should have just tossed this stubborn man onto the bed and left. It was nearly 2 a.m., and he still hadn't slept. He was dead tired. Be good. This isn't medicine. It's tea. But the moment he met those dewy, pleading eyes, something tender inside him stirred. Fine. Whatever. It wasn't a big deal, just a patient. Back during his pediatric rotation, he'd done plenty of with kids. Just treat him like a child. Xiao Zhe, be good. This is Coca-Cola. Just one sip, okay? You're lying. It's medicine. I can smell the medicine. Fu Zhe held his mouth and nose shut, squirming away desperately. This is ginger-flavored Coke. That's why it smells spicy, not medicinal. Here, feel it, it's warm. Ju Mingho gently secured his head and pulled the cup closer. Just one sip. Fu Zhe cried out, "You drink first, then I'll drink." Fine. Big brother will take a sip. Realizing his slip of the tongue, Ju Mingho nearly burst out laughing but clenched his jaw to keep it in. He raised the cup and pretended to take a big sip. Wow, this is delicious. Out of the corner of his eye, he watched Fu Zhe. Just as expected, upon hearing how tasty it was, Fu Zhe's throat moved involuntarily in a swallow. "Big brother, I want to drink." The fish had taken the bait. Ju Mingho pretended to hesitate mischievously, then finally brought the cup to Fu Zhe's lips under that eager, hopeful gaze. "Drink slowly." Fu Zhe, afraid he might change his mind, gulped it down in one go until the cup was completely empty. "Why did you drink it all?" Ju Mingho feigned sorrow and whispered accusingly. Fu Zhe grinned foolishly. "I don't know either. The cola just ran into my stomach by itself." Indeed, alcohol was a central nervous system depressant, and clearly, it had suppressed Fu Zhe's intelligence. Ju Mingho set the cup aside, pretending to pout. What a naughty cola, so disobedient. How dare it run straight into Xiao Zhe's belly. After finally tricking Fu Zhe into drinking the sobering tea, Fu Zhe had only lain in the bathtub for a few minutes before starting trouble again. "Big brother, I want to hear you sing." "Me?" Ju Mingho pointed at himself in surprise. He was notoriously tone-deaf, no one dared listen to him sing. But since Fu Zhe had asked so sincerely, perhaps he could grant him this small mercy. "What do you want to hear?" "Big brother will sing it for you." Ju Mingho cleared his throat, ready to unleash his talent. Fu Zhe bit his lip, thinking hard. "I want to hear Big brother sing Rats Love Rice." Okay. I thought you'd ask for a pop song. Why something so uncool?" Ju Mingho didn't understand his taste, but indulged him anyway. He looked up the lyrics and backing track, then began humming along to the beat. "I love you, just like rats love rice." But after only a few lines, Fu Zhe covered his ears and shook his head. "Big brother, stop singing. I don't want to hear anymore." "Why? I haven't even finished the song yet." Frowning slightly, Ju Mingho turned off the music, feeling just a little upset. First he insisted on making me sing, now he won't let me finish. Even drunk, he's still such a bossy, annoying brat. "Big brother, why can't I move my legs?" Fu Zhe tried to stand, pushing against the edge of the tub, again and again, but couldn't get up. He grew frantic, almost tearful. Grabbing Ju Mingho's hand, he asked once more, "Why can't I stand up?" Ju Mingho patted the back of his hand. "Earlier, when you said ginger coke was medicine, you offended the old witch who made it. She cursed you, you won't be able to stand tonight." Chapter 20. After waking up, Xiaofu was anxious and restless, yet still managed to maintain his aloof persona. "Grandpa Wizard is so mean. How can I possibly stand up again?" Fu Zhe blinked his misty big eyes, gazing longingly at Ju Mingho, hoping he would help him get up. Ju Mingho drained the medicinal bathwater. "That's simple. I'll cast a spell later to lift the old wizard's curse on you. Come on, let's rinse off first." Holding the shower head, Ju Mingho carefully helped wash away the medicinal residue from his body without glancing sideways. Looking at the brownish stains on himself, Fu Zhe asked, "Is this also part of the old wizard's curse?" "No, this is special strengthening medicine. Bathe in it every day, and within 49 days, you'll transform into Ultraman and save the world." Ju Mingho seriously fabricated nonsense. Lying to kids was always fun, since they believed whatever you said. Sure enough, determination flashed across Fu Zhe's eyes. "Then I'll bathe in it every single day. I'm going to save the world." "Good for you. Ganbaiti." "Oh. Now you're speaking Japanese." Ju Mingho hadn't expected Fu Zhe could actually speak Japanese. People truly couldn't be judged by appearances. "Xiao Zhe, you can speak Japanese too." Fu Zhe nodded. "I can also speak Thai, Russian, Korean. Let me hear you say something." "Sawis di ka." Ju Mingho burst into laughter, shaking his head. "Never mind, don't say any more. Your Thai sounds completely tinged with a Beijing accent, it's strangely awkward." It was pure dissonance itself. Who would have thought beneath Fu Zhe's cold exterior lay such a cute soul? What a pity, if only he'd always been like this, the two of them might have become close brothers. After finally tending to Fu Zhe's herbal bath and watching him lie drowsily in bed, Ju Mingho quietly tidied up and tiptoed toward his own room to sleep. "Brother, where are you going?" "It's very late. Brother needs to go back and sleep." Fu Zhe pulled back the blanket and pointed at his legs. "The spell hasn't been lifted yet. Can we do it tomorrow instead?" Rubbing his dry, weary eyes, Ju Mingho felt utterly helpless. It was almost 3 in the morning, wasn't Fu Zhe tired at all? No wonder he had dark circles. Too bad about that handsome face. Now he had to stay up too. "No, I want it done today." Dragging his heavy legs, Fu Zhe crawled over and shook Ju Mingho's arm. "Brother, please help me. I want to walk again. Help me, please." Was he actually resorting to cutesy begging? Ju Mingho patted his pockets. It was unfortunate his phone wasn't nearby. He really wanted to take a picture right now and show everyone. Eventually worn down, he gave in. "Fine, then lie properly. I'll help remove the spell." Of course, one lie required many more lies to cover it up. He retrieved a first aid kit from Fu Zhe's cabinet. What a shame he still had to work overtime in the middle of the night. "I don't want injections." Seeing the needle, Fu Zhe started resisting again. "Injections hurt." "Don't worry. Your legs have already lost all sensation." Fu Zhe shook his head skeptically. Ju Mingho pinched him hard. "Does it hurt?" "Actually doesn't hurt at all. That old wizard is amazing. Truly just a child." With a casual smile, Ju Mingho stuck a full round of needles into Fu Zhe's legs. A few minutes after the massive pest became quiet, he began again. "Brother, tell me a story about the old wizard." Ju Mingho was covered in dark lines. He blamed himself for talking too much earlier. Why did he bring up the old wizard in the first place? Under Fu Zhe's eager, hopeful gaze, he slowly began inventing an impromptu Ju family-style dark fairy tale. Long ago, behind a hillside villa, there was a forest lined with wooden huts. In one of these huts lived an evil old wizard who spent each day plotting how to kill his elder brother and sister-in-law. Why did he want to kill them? Fu Zhe asked, eyes full of curiosity. Because his brother mastered magic better than he did. Their father passed the magical book to the older son instead. Finally, the old wizard found his chance. Hearing that his brother's magic car had faulty brakes, he sent his own driver to repair it. Using his dark magic, the old wizard traded his conscience for money. Later, the elder brother and sister-in-law died in a traffic accident. "I know. The old wizard is the bad guy." Excitedly making the truth is only one gesture like Conan, Fu Zhe exclaimed. Yes, the old wizard was terrible. His father knew he had killed his elder brother and sister-in-law, so he passed the magical book to the eldest son's child, his own grandson, Fu Zhe. At this point, Ju Mingho suddenly felt uneasy, worried that Fu Zhe wouldn't remember tonight, and would be deceived once again by Fu Hanwen, yet also afraid that he would remember, and have to endure days of pain knowing his own family had betrayed him. "This Fu Zhe, I know him." Fu Zhe slapped his thigh and shouted excitedly. "I know. He's so pitiful, he has no parents." Ju Mingho could think of no expression other than a smile. "Brother, I'm telling the truth. He really is pitiful. His subordinates talk about him behind his back, laugh at him, he's too miserable. We have to find a way to help him. Ju Mingho glanced at the time and began removing the needles. He asked casually, how should we help him? Help him kill that old wizard. Fine then. But you must keep taking the medicinal bath for 7 times 7, 49 days straight. Only then can you become Ultraman and defeat the old wizard. As soon as he finished speaking, Fu Zhe's eyes blazed with determination, as if, in that instant, he'd already obtained a transformation device. Even after the acupuncture, he refused to sleep, still buzzing with excitement. Ju Mingho shoved him under the blanket. Go to sleep now. If you don't, I'll get mad. Only then did the stubborn boy finally lie down, but his eyes shimmered mischievously. Just as Ju Mingho turned off the lights and tried to leave, Fu Zhe forcibly stopped him. Brother, don't go, okay? What if the old wizard sneaks into my room at night? Tomorrow morning I might not even be able to move my hands. Ju Mingho couldn't leave, so he sat beside the bed. I'll stay here and watch you sleep. Is that good enough? Okay. But you're not allowed to run away. I won't. He said it wouldn't happen, but secretly planned to slip away the moment Fu Zhe fell asleep. However, in just a few minutes, a figure slumped sideways by the bed, partially pinning half of Fu Zhe's body. Fu Zhe gently pushed him. Ju Mingho mumbled, I'm just sleeping for a bit. Don't touch me. And so, there was nothing left to do but let him stay. Early the next morning, Fu Zhe woke up, tormented by soreness in his arm, his eyes bloodshot from staying up all night. Glancing aside, he nearly jumped in shock at the person lying beside him. Why was he here? He began sorting through his memories from last night, and unfortunately, fate played a cruel trick, he remembered everything from the previous evening. Had he really clung to Ju Mingho, calling him brother? Had he actually whined and acted cute in front of Ju Mingho? Had he seriously suffered a social death in front of Ju Mingho? This was far too humiliating. Though inside, his soul was shrieking like a prairie dog, his face remained completely unchanged, not a flicker of emotion. Chapter 21 The female lead secretly resolves to bring Xiao Ju and Xiao Fu together. His mask was like the millennia-old frozen soil atop an iceberg. Stiff, cold, numb, and indifferent. Hiding his true self beneath it was the only way to feel safe. He pulled out his hands, which had gone numb from being pinned down, and slowly flexed them. The dull ache shooting through his arms made him uncomfortable. Glancing sideways at the still sleeping Ju Mingho beside him, his mood soured even further. If only his legs weren't paralyzed, he'd kick Ju Mingho right off the bed, preferably headfirst, so he'd get amnesia. The steady breathing beside his ear was driving him crazy, filling him with irritation. He reached out and shoved Ju Mingho's shoulder, trying to push him farther away. But Ju Mingho caught his hand with a warm, large palm. Meng Meng, stop fooling around. Who is Meng Meng? Fu Zhe's eyes instantly darkened. Didn't he have feelings for Zhou Xiangmin? How come he instinctively assumed it was Meng Meng disturbing him? Could it be that they were already? A sound came from outside the door. He quickly shut his eyes, pretending to still be asleep. Knock knock knock. Someone was knocking. It seemed urgent, the knocking grew louder and more insistent. Beside him, Ju Mingho stirred awake, rolled over, and buried his head under the blanket, muttering, so noisy. The knocking didn't stop, persistent like a debt collector, making Ju Mingho increasingly annoyed. The door isn't locked, just come in. True enough, the door knob turned, and a group of people walked in. Zhou Xiangmin stared at the two on the bed, her eye twitching slightly. What exactly is going on here? Fu Zhe continued pretending to sleep, unwilling to face this mortifying scene. He had hoped to avoid confrontation by faking sleep and skipping opening the door, but this terrible teammate had just let everyone walk right in. Ju Mingho blinked groggily, opened his eyes, and looked around at the crowd, confused. What are you all doing? Xiao Lin said A's wasn't feeling well. Your second uncle came to check on him. Only then did Ju Mingho notice the man standing beside Zhou Xiangmin. This was Fu Hanwen. He looked so gentle and refined, as if warmed by a spring breeze. How could he possibly be the cold-blooded, ruthless villain described in the book? Oh right, Mr. Fu really wasn't feeling well yesterday, he didn't fall asleep until the early morning. Ju Mingho quickly composed himself. The situation was painfully awkward. How should he smooth it over? A's, you should probably explain, why is he in your bed? Called out by his fiancée, Fu Zhe kept up his act, not even flinching an eyelid. Zhou Xiangmin knew he was pretending, but she decided to go along with it anyway. She dramatically played the heartbroken victim, clutching Ju Mingho's clothes. You. Why were you in A's bed? If only Fu Zhe liked Ju Mingho, then she could legitimately break off her engagement to Fu Zhe without issue. Zhou Xiangmin silently resolved, she must make Fu Zhe and Ju Mingho end up together. Ju Mingho gently patted her hand gripping his collar. I was taking care of him last night, it got too late, and since his condition was serious, I just fell asleep nearby. And as his fiancée, where have you been these past few days? Where were you when he was seriously ill last night? This masterful blame-shifting left Zhou Xiangmin completely speechless, unable to keep up with the script. A flicker of smugness flashed across Zhu Mingho's eyes. Asterisk TSK, that's all you've got. I'm Neo Hura Mingho, after all, asterisk. Fu Hanwen gave a light cough, shifting the topic. Is he still not awake? No, but you can call him. He's merely asleep, not unconscious. Zhu Mingho shot the old fox a cold look, offering no warmth in return. If it weren't for this man, he wouldn't be stuck here as unpaid labor. Casually throwing back the blanket, he slipped on his slippers and headed for the door. This place was too complicated. He wanted to retreat to his own room. Checking his phone, he saw it was already 9. He hadn't started brewing the medicine yet. Originally intending to go back and catch up on sleep, he instead turned toward the first floor, resuming his life as a medicinal tea brewer. Skillfully simmering the decoction, he stood in the kitchen lost in thought. This scene wasn't in the original story, he had no idea what Fu Ershu was even doing here. Best to stay calm and observe how things unfolded. These past few days, both Fu Zhe and Zhou Xiangmin had rarely been home, especially Zhou Xiangmin, who had been staying out entirely. Then suddenly, both of them returned together, surely they were plotting something. Right, Fu Hanwen had heard Fu Zhe was unwell, so he came to the villa to pay a visit. Was this really just concern, or was he here to investigate? No matter how much he pondered, he couldn't figure it out. For now, the wisest choice was to wait and see. After the medicine finished brewing, he poured it into the thermos as usual and carried it upstairs to deliver it to Fu Zhe personally. Zhou Xiangmin and Fu Hanwen were sitting together in the lobby, chatting. He quickly glanced around and, not seeing Fu Zhe, calmly headed upstairs. Fu Zhe was still asleep. He felt slightly awkward. You've got incredible stamina, how can you still sleep at a time like this? What else am I supposed to do? If I'm faking illness, I might as well do it properly. The medicine's here for you. Drink it later. Zhu Mingho placed a white rabbit cream candy beside his pillow. Here's a white rabbit candy. Last time I gave you an uwu candy, you said it didn't taste good. Try this one instead. This iceberg guy is so picky, he thought the uwu candy was delicious, but this cold guy didn't like it at all. So finicky. Fu Zhe unwrapped the white rabbit candy and popped it into his mouth. Then he drank the medicine. Zhu Mingho stood beside him, stunned. Is that how you're supposed to drink medicine? No wonder he said the uwu candy tasted bad. With that way of eating candy, no wonder nothing tastes good. After gulping down the entire dose, Fu Zhe spat out the half-eaten candy still in his mouth. Terrible. Zhu Mingho angrily crossed his arms. You're insulting candy. The other man looked innocent. You gave me candy, wasn't that the whole point? Is your brain wired backward? I meant for you to put it in your mouth after the medicine to get rid of the bitterness. Not. Then give me another one. Fu Zhe held out his hand, staring at him, clearly trying to shut up that endless chatter with candy. Zhu Mingho deliberately pulled out an uwu candy from his pocket, only to pull his hand back teasingly at the last second. Want it? Call me Big Brother, and I'll give it to you. You're asking for death. Those words instantly brought Fu Zhe back to yesterday's memories. His face flushed crimson in an instant, glaring fiercely at Zhu Mingho. It wasn't intimidating at all, in fact, with that red face, he just looked even more amusing. Oh, so you remember. I thought you'd forgotten. Ha 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 ha, Big Brother, all night long, and now you're shy. Want me to tell you another bedtime story? Shut up. Fu Zhe grabbed the photo frame by his bedside and hurled it. It hit Zhu Mingho right in the chest. Calm down, I won't tease you anymore. Zhu Mingho shoved a handful of uwu candies into Fu Zhe's hand, meaningfully adding, save them, savor them slowly. Don't be like Zhu Beiji gobbling a ginseng fruit, wasting a precious thing. And with that, he quickly fled, escaping Fu Zhe's bedroom. He stayed in his own room until dinner time, starving himself to the point where he couldn't take it anymore before finally going downstairs. The three of them were already seated at the dinner table. Chapter 22 Xiao Ju accepts the poison from his second uncle, Xiao Fu learns the truth behind his car accident. The atmosphere at the table was unnervingly strange, on the surface calm and peaceful, but beneath it, turbulent currents churned. Everyone was pretending, exchanging hollow pleasantries with false smiles. Zhu Mingho didn't lift his head, silently listening to the three of them perform their little charade. Most of the conversation was carried by Zhou Xiangmin and Fu Hanwen taking turns speaking, while Fu Zhe responded half-heartedly whenever necessary. Today's meal ended unusually fast. Within 10 minutes, most people had already left the table. Zhu Mingho's last act of stubbornness was to chew slowly, deliberately. He ate at his own pace, as if completely unaware of the odd tension in the air. He knew someone's gaze had been locked onto him the entire time. At first, he assumed it was Fu Zhe glaring at him in anger after being humiliated earlier. But then, when he happened to glance up, he saw who was actually watching him. Why him? Fu Hanwen was staring at him with such a disgusting look. Could it be that this man had developed some twisted interest in him? That sleazy, expectant stare made it impossible to guess his true intentions. He shot Fu Hanwen a fierce glare in return, his eyes filled with warning. Yet, upon receiving such an openly hostile look, Fu Hanwen actually smiled at him. Was this guy some kind of masochist? A Stockholm Syndrome case? Completely put off his appetite, Zhu Mingho swallowed the last bite of fish, set down his chopsticks, and gently wiped the corner of his mouth with a napkin. Mingho, finished eating? A warm, kindly voice, full of the concern of an elder, made Zhu Mingho freeze. Were they that close? Since when did this man get so familiar calling his name? Out of mere politeness, he gave a dull, half-hearted reply. Uncle has something I'd like to discuss with you. Only the two of them remained at the table. Fu Hanwen glanced around, as if sensing it wasn't safe here. He led Zhu Mingho to the study on the 4th floor. What do you want, bringing me all the way up here? Though deeply annoyed, Zhu Mingho couldn't afford to overlook this man. He was the biggest antagonist in this book, someone who had long been eyeing Fu Zhe with predatory intent. He couldn't just ignore him. Why did you secretly abort the plan? And worse, you switched sides and started treating Fu Zhe's leg? Fu Hanwen's voice turned deadly serious. His eyes became knives, slashing sharply across Zhu Mingho's face. I have no idea what you're talking about. Before heaven and earth, Zhu Mingho truly had no clue. What plan? When had he ever agreed to any plan? You useless mutt. Did Fu Zhe buy you over with 1 million? Is Zhou Xiangmin worth less than 1 million in your heart? Seeing Zhu Mingho's unrepentant, impassive expression, Fu Hanwen flew into a rage. I'm telling you, one gets on my boat, there's no stepping off on your own accord. If you keep helping Fu Zhe, watch your neck. I never boarded your damn boat. Fu Hanwen let out a cold chuckle. Ha, trying to go straight now, denying everything. That car air freshener Xiangmin gave Fu Zhe, wasn't it made by you? At those words, Zhu Mingho's pupils constricted in shock. He feigned surprise. You're the one who had someone sever Fu Zhe's nerves. If you hadn't chickened out back then, would I have needed to find another accomplice? If you still refuse to come back to your senses, if you persist in this foolish path, I'll marry Zhou Xiangmin off to Su Chang. Now Zhu Mingho finally understood, or rather, the original him, really had a hand in Fu Zhe's car accident. How would Fu Zhe react if he ever found out? He hated the person who had harmed him so deeply. Once he learned the truth, could he still trust Zhu Mingho the same way as before? While Zhu Mingho was lost in chaotic thoughts, Fu Hanwen watched him intently, missing not a single flicker of expression. From inside his coat, he pulled out a small object. Put this into Fu Zhe's food. Why hurt him like this? He's your own nephew. Zhu Mingho didn't reach for it. Instead, he challenged, you don't have a son of your own, he's the only heir left for the Fu family. Why are you trying to wipe him out? Heh. Why am I wiping him out? Why don't you ask how his damned father stole my Fu Corporation from me? What was I supposed to do then? Zhu Mingho snorted disdainfully through his nose, utterly dismissive of the excuse. You're ridiculous. Back then, you were almost done bankrupting Fu Corp yourself. If it weren't for Fu Zhe's father, the company would have been liquidated years ago. Just say whether you'll do it or not. Keep running your mouth, and don't blame me when I stop holding back. Zhu Mingho weighed his options. Now wasn't the time to break ties. The fact that Fu Hanwen sought him out today meant he still had some use for him. If he openly antagonized him now, it would only jeopardize Fu Zhe's treatment. For now, the best he could do was pretend to comply and see exactly what scheme this man was plotting. With a long sigh, he took the bottle from Fu Hanwen's hand. What is this medicine? Slow-acting poison. After saying that, Fu Hanwen burst into laughter at the stunned look on Zhu Mingho's face. Don't worry, it won't be traced back to you. Even if something happens, it'll just look like an ordinary medical accident. I'll protect you. I'm a doctor. I'm here to save lives, not take them. Zhu Mingho lowered his eyes, his expression unreadable. Fu Hanwen patted him on the shoulder, giving him an encouraging look. No great man achieves greatness without getting his hands dirty, kid. As long as Fu Zhe draws breath, Zhou Xiangmin will never be yours. I'm counting on good news from you. Fu Hanwen turned and walked into the elevator, descending downstairs. Zhu Mingho slid down against the wall, sinking onto the floor. What have I gotten myself into? He tightly gripped the bottle of poison in his hand, feeling utterly lost. He couldn't, do something so despicable as end another person's life. That wasn't who he was. Clang. He hurled the bottle into the trash can and let out a quiet laugh. Who the hell do they think I am? Everyone wants Fu Zhe dead. Then I'll make damn sure he survives. In the original novel, Fu Zhe had always been his favorite character, someone who never gave up no matter how dire the situation, facing every storm and setback with unyielding resolve. And in this world, among everyone he'd met, Fu Zhe was the only genuinely good person. Everyone else either had hearts of venom or souls darker than night. Fu Zhe had lived all these years trapped in a whirlpool of schemes and treachery, he'd suffered enough. Standing up, Zhu Mingho whispered softly to the wall, I'll see it through. He would make sure Fu Zhe walked again. He would ensure those who wished for Fu Zai's death never got their way. In a few days, he'd visit temples and Taoist monasteries to collect talismans for Fu Zai, guaranteeing him peace and safety throughout his life. No demon, ghost, or evil force would ever dare come near him. Fu Zai was under his protection now. Anyone who dared touch him would have to get through Elder Ju first. Light-footed and resolute, he strode down the stairs. Unaware of the faint sound behind the bookshelf. Fu Zai had been sitting there since the beginning, hidden behind the shelves. He'd only come looking for a book, never expecting this. The deeper his trust in Zhu Mingho had grown over these past days, the sharper the pain cutting through his heart now. Betrayed by someone he believed in completely, stabbed deep in the back. At this moment, he felt icy cold all over, each breath searing with pain. Chapter 23, Zhu Mingho decides to obey Fu Yan completely, fawn over him, and shower him with excessive praise. For a long time, he stared at his own reflection in the floor-to-ceiling window with bloodshot eyes, suppressing those unusual emotions deep inside. Lonely. It seemed that ever since childhood, it had always been just him alone. The people around him either wanted something from him or flattered him with false sincerity. He turned his wheelchair and moved toward the elevator. Casually glancing aside, he noticed a small bottle lying inside the trash can. He maneuvered the wheelchair closer, bent down, and picked up the vial of poison. Zhu Mingho's right eye had been twitching all night. A vague sense of foreboding gnawed at him, as if something terrible was about to happen. Restless and uneasy. He tore off a piece of tissue and stuck it onto his eyelid. There, now stop jumping, will you? Perhaps the white paper offered some psychological comfort, his mind gradually settled. Humming a tune, he continued simmering the medicinal herbs. Once ready, he carried the full bucket of herbal decoction toward Fu Zai's bedroom. Mr. Fu, your medicinal bath is ready. You may go soak now. Fu Zai sat in his wheelchair, hands crossed over his lap. His thumbs gently rubbed against each other as he appeared lost in thought. Following Fu Zai's gaze, Zhu Mingho spotted a familiar little bottle. Wasn't this the very one Fu Hanwen had given him? How did it end up here? Did Fu Zai already know the truth about the car accident? His panic didn't escape the man's notice. Fu Zai curled his lips in mockery. Is there something on your mind, Mr. Zhu? And no. Instinctively denying it, Zhu Mingho looked up, only to be met with a pair of unfathomable eyes. Under that stare, his heart began to race uncontrollably. His hand unconsciously rose to his chest, pressing through the fabric as if trying to soothe the frantic beating within. If nothing's wrong, Fu Zai said coolly, then help me bathe. If Fu Zai already knew the truth about the accident, why was he treating Zhu Mingho the same as before? Could it be, he intended to kill with a slow knife? A chill crept down Zhu Mingho's spine. Clenching his sweaty palms, he gripped the handles of the wheelchair. I'll wheel you in right away. Seated in the chair, Fu Zai began unbuttoning his shirt with deliberate slowness. At first, my treatment was effective, within 2 weeks I'd regained sensation in my upper thighs. But lately, there's been no progress. Why is that? Recovery should proceed step by step. But if you doubt my methods, I can try another approach. Zhu Mingho was terrified. So it had begun, the fault-finding. Just days ago, everything had seemed to be improving, yet now suddenly there was no advancement. Had Fu Zai been lying to him all along? The man let out a soft cough, drawing Zhu Mingho's attention once more. Help me. Zhu Mingho looked closely and realized Fu Zai needed assistance. Of course, he only became civil when he needed someone to do the work. Suppressing his resentment, Zhu Mingho crouched down reluctantly and tugged at Fu Zai's pant leg. You don't need help with this part, do you? He laughed awkwardly, his gaze subtly suggesting what he meant. The man in the wheelchair caught the hint and merely gave a light scoff. Get out. Fine, so he was just a rag, to be used and tossed aside. Zhu Mingho turned and left in a huff, storming out with an unmistakable pout visible to the man's sharp eyes. Carefully lowering himself into the bathtub, Fu Zai accidentally caught sight of his reflection in the mirror. Why was his face so flushed? Must be the steam from the medicine. After the medicinal bath, Zhu Mingho routinely inserted the acupuncture needles and gave a brief massage before fleeing Fu Zai's room like he was escaping for his life. Passing by Zhou Xiangmin's room, he heard a loud argument from inside. Curious, he tiptoed over and eavesdropped from the corner. Zhou Xiang. Don't push me too far. What have I ever done to you? Why are you treating me like this? Please. Don't blame everything on me. Even without me, you'd never have married Fu Zai. Do whatever you want. I'm done talking. After hanging up, Zhou Xiangmin stomped around her room, throwing things in anger. Zhu Mingho stroked his chin thoughtfully, then crept back to his own room. If he wasn't mistaken, Zhou Xiangxiang had started threatening Zhou Xiangmin with her mother's illness, forcing her to break off the engagement. But Zhou Yong would never accept Zhou Xiangmin canceling the engagement. Everyone knew the real reason behind Fu Zai and Zhou Xiangmin's engagement. It was because Zhou Xiangmin bore a striking resemblance to Fu Zai's deceased mother. Zhou Xiangxiang looked nothing like Fu Zai's mother. How could he ever consider being with her? This novel was really strange, making it seem like Fu Zhe had some sort of mother complex. Was he into every woman who looked like his mom? If Zhu Mingho wasn't mistaken, Fu Zhe already knew the truth. Would he come after him now? Vaguely, he remembered that in the original novel, Fu Zhe was ruthless and merciless toward his enemies, always repaying even the smallest grudge. Fu Hanwen's fate had been grim. At the time, Zhu Mingho had found it satisfying to read, but now, he himself had become an accomplice of Fu Hanwen. Wouldn't that mean he'd suffer just as badly? He had originally planned to cure Fu Zhe and then flee far away. But now, every day he'd survived felt stolen, borrowed time. In the end, his death would only be more brutal. I should have let the tigers or leopards in the mountains eat me back then. If I get sold to Southeast Asia to fight in underground rings, will I have any happy days left? Even dying would be a luxury. Sighing heavily, he pulled the Pikachu plushie from his bed into his arms. Resting his chin atop Pikachu's head, he muttered miserably to himself. What if I just confessed to Fu Zhe voluntarily? No, what if he just happened to pick up the bottle from the trash? Maybe he doesn't know anything. Holy crap. He definitely knows. Otherwise, why would he deign to pick something up from the garbage? Fu Zhe was someone who, even when drunk, made sure not to stain his white shirt. A man with such severe obsessive cleanliness, how could he possibly rummage through the trash for no reason? Zhu Mingho slapped Pikachu's butt in panic. I'm doomed. Doomed. He smiled at me so kindly today, behind my back, he must have already decided which underground ring to sell me to. Wah. What should he do? He squeezed Pikachu's ears, looking utterly devastated. Despair and hopelessness filled his eyes. Then again, what if he tried being extra nice to him? Grovel before Fu Zhe, flatter him endlessly, shower him with praise, lick his boots, all of it. Maybe if he played it right, Fu Zhe would take pity on him and classify him as one of his own. That's it, he'd start by building a good relationship with Secretary Xiao Lin tomorrow. Get Xiao Lin to sing his praises in front of Fu Zhe. Once he'd made up his mind, he finally relaxed and lay down on the bed, releasing the poor, abused Pikachu. Stretching out in a star shape, he indulged in the softness of the spring mattress. The next morning, after finishing his wash-up, he ran into Mr. Fu at the breakfast table, dressed in a crisp suit, hair perfectly combed without a strand out of place. Wow! Mr. Fu, you look so handsome today. I always dress like this. Fu Zhe shot Zhu Mingho a cold glance and said curtly. Zhu Mingho blinked in surprise. Really? Maybe your complexion has just improved a lot. You must have slept well last night, right? I couldn't sleep. Only dozed off after 3 o'clock. Chapter 24, Zhu Mingho got into a physical fight with someone in the elevator over Fu Jia, unable to stand anyone bullying him. Ahahaha, if you look this stunning and dashing even after a bad night's sleep, what would it be like if you actually rested well? Wouldn't every other man on earth feel ashamed? Zhu Mingho felt so sour inside that his molars nearly softened. He couldn't believe those words had actually come out of his own mouth. Ugh. After that remark, everyone present froze. The chef beside them, busy plating dishes, struggled to suppress laughter, making muffled pfft sounds with his lips. Zhu Mingho was mortified, his toes curled as if trying to dig through the floor. Within mere seconds, he mentally gifted Fu's family an entire basement suite. Then followed endless silence, broken only by the occasional crisp clink of plates and cutlery. Face flushed red, Zhu Mingho kept stealing glances across the table at Fu Zhe. Whenever their eyes met, he immediately looked away, flustered and nervous. Distracted, he pushed around the porridge in his bowl, not even touching his favorite soup dumplings, the ones he usually loved most. When he finally came back to himself, the seat across from him was empty. Instinctively, he glanced around, searching for that familiar figure. He's gone to work. Zhou Xiangming teased him with a playful smirk, clearly enjoying the show. Already missing him after just a few seconds? What are you talking about? Zhu Mingho shot her an angry glare, irritated by her mocking gaze. She didn't understand anything yet dared to joke around. Later, after you finish brewing the medicine, you could go deliver it to Fushire Corporation, she said casually, wiping her hands elegantly with a napkin, as if mentioning it offhandedly. Zhu Mingho ignored her. On the table, the plate of soup dumplings remained completely full, untouched. He reached over and pulled the plate toward himself. No matter what happened later, he might as well enjoy a good meal first. After devouring everything heartily, he patted his slightly bulging belly. I'll never eat this much again, blame Chef Lu, his cooking is too delicious. I've gained at least 3 pounds since staying at the Fu residence. His abs were practically evolving into some ultimate six-pack fusion. Following routine, he prepared the herbal decoction, then carried the insulated container over to Fushire Corporation. Because the presidential elevator wasn't coming down despite repeated calls, and pressed for time, he boarded elevator number 1 for staff instead. And what terrible timing, it was packed with Fushire employees. They were discussing work matters. As the saying goes, different trades differ like different mountains. Zhu Mingho didn't quite follow their conversation, awkwardly fixating on the elevator's floor indicator. Crushed into a corner, he began to feel inexplicably annoyed. A lanky, sharp-faced man spoke up first. What's wrong with President Fu lately? Even when he was healthy, he never craved attention like this. These days he keeps showing up at all kinds of business events. Sure, we're getting more positive feedback and publicity, but there's also far more criticism and attacks. Sigh, performance dropped a bit recently. It's understandable he wants to push harder before year-end to meet KPIs, right? A seemingly honest and reliable-looking man added, it is year-end. The busier we are, the more we earn. Employees and bosses should benefit each other, that's mutual survival. But the sharp-faced man flew into a rage, puffing up like an angry rooster. You're sales department head. Of course you profit when President Fu lands deals. What about me? I'm operations director, how am I supposed to clean up his messes? So many people say our future has lost its way, handing power to a cripple. Do you know how embarrassed I feel online? And don't even get me started, you salespeople get huge bonuses. Me? A department head earning less than your team members. Damn it, I've been spending all day deleting negative comments online. God damn it, why does President Fu buy so many PR articles? Is he trying to make sure the whole world knows our CEO is paralyzed? Do you know how our competitors are slandering us? The elevator filled with angry male voices. The air turned tense. Zhu Mingho's face turned purple with fury. He clenched his fists tightly, nails digging deep into his palms, leaving faint traces of blood. He suddenly shouted, enough. The sharp-faced man, still raging mid-rant, saw a young punk daring to confront him and exploded, are you Fu Zai's dog? Who the hell do you think you are, yelling at me? That only made Zhu Mingho angrier. He yanked down his mask, rolled up his sleeves, and fired back. Who the hell are you calling a dog? You're not even human. So Fu Zai can't stand right now, is that all you see? But it's temporary, you moron, he will recover. You keep spitting out, cripple, like it's nothing. Do you have any decency? Forget that he's still your boss, even if you were a stranger, you wouldn't dare speak like that. Paralyzed your mom. You're drawing a salary from Fuchsia and still slandering the company. If you don't like it, just quit. Who the hell do you think Fu Zai is for you to badmouth behind his back? He can't stand right now, but Fuchsia is still his. Even if he were completely paralyzed, the CEO position still belongs to him. How does that make you feel, huh? Enraged, the man shoved through the crowd, grabbed Zhu Mingho by the collar, and glared at him with furious eyes. Who the hell are you? Think I won't slap you dead right here? Zhu Mingho reached out and twisted his ear hard. Oh, look at you, so tough. Think you've mastered the Buddha's palm technique? Going to slap me to death, huh? The lanky man threw his folder to the ground and retaliated by grabbing Zhu Mingho's hair. You calling yourself a man? Fighting dirty by pulling hair? Zhu Mingho grimaced in pain and shouted. You're one to talk, twisting ears now, are we? Furious, Zhu Mingho raised the heavy insulated container and smashed it against the sharp-faced man's backside. Let go of me. Driven by curiosity, most people stayed on the elevator as it stopped floor after floor. Only a few with urgent matters disembarked early. The spectacle traveled all the way up to the 28th floor. Fu Zai had just stepped out of the presidential elevator when he spotted the commotion inside elevator number 1. It was filled with profanity and loud banging noises. Without even lifting his gaze, he turned to Secretary Lin beside him and said coldly, find out who started this. Fire them all. Damn it. You tore my sweater. And dollar yen pound cent euro. That familiar voice sent a jolt through Fu Zai's heart. He maneuvered his wheelchair over to elevator number 1 and looked inside. Sure enough. Zhu Mingho was swinging the insulated container, striking operations director Zhong Xing on the back. Zhong Xing's fists pounded into Zhu Mingho's shoulders. Fu Zai cleared his throat softly. No one inside heard him. Determined to cover for his boss, Secretary Lin demonstrated impeccable professionalism. He clenched his fist and began coughing violently, cough, cough, cough. His face turned red. His throat ached. He felt like his lungs would burst. One more cough and he'd be taken away by health inspectors. Finally, someone caught on. President Fu is here. Like a bomb detonating, the sudden noise inside the elevator erupted briefly, then quickly fell silent. Fu Zai looked at Zhu Mingho, his clothes torn, hanging loosely in tattered strips across his body. At least his face wasn't hurt. Yet Fu Zai noticed something else. Moments ago, Zhu Mingho had been fiercely fighting, eyes blazing with determination, refusing to yield. Now, under Fu Zai's gaze, those same eyes brimmed with helplessness. Pinching the bridge of his nose, Fu Zai spoke slowly. Chapter 25, Zhu Mingho, who fought for Xiao Fu, was hurt by Xiao Fu's cold words. What are you doing? He withdrew his gaze and looked at the surrounding employees, waiting for someone to respond. One quick-witted employee, seeing everyone silent and the situation at a standstill, stepped forward to mediate. It's nothing, President Fu. Just a minor work disagreement between the new staff member and Minister Zhong. Young people have short tempers and get heated easily, this small dispute just escalated. Since Ju Mingho had appeared in the staff elevator of Fu Corporation at this hour, the employee instinctively assumed he was one of Fu Corporation's own. Once again, something serious, a conflict triggered by personal humiliation, was being downplayed into a trivial incident, a young subordinate defying authority and resorting to violence against his superior. This way, all the blame fell on Ju Mingho, while Zhong Sheng became the innocent manager unjustly assaulted by a problematic subordinate. Ju Mingho's lips twitched. Truly worthy of his plump figure, he sure knew how to smooth talk. If he were really just a low-level employee at Fu Corporation, he'd have been finished right here today. He shot a cold smirk at little Roundy. Fu Zhe knew Ju Mingho's personality well. He might have a sharp tongue, but he wasn't someone who would randomly start fights without cause. Frowning, Fu Zhe spoke firmly. Fire the one who caused the trouble. Zhong Sheng lifted his chin smugly at Ju Mingho. Hear that, kid? You're fired. Know what? You're being fired by Fu Corporation, the industry leader. Good luck finding another job now. Secretary Lin understood immediately. He walked over to Zhong Sheng and said calmly, Minister Zhong, please submit your resignation letter by noon today. Since it's President Fu himself requesting your departure, per labor law, Fu Corporation will compensate you with 3 months' salary. Zhong Sheng's face turned from self-satisfied to ashen gray. Impossible. Shoving through the crowd, he rushed toward Fu Zhe. President Fu, you can't fire me. I've been with Fu Corporation for 5 years. How could you do this to me? Secretary Lin smiled gently, blocking his path. The employee handbook clearly states that brawling is prohibited on company premises. I'm sure you heard about this during onboarding training. Zhong Sheng's eyes turned bloodshot. In helpless rage, he roared, then what about him? Why isn't he fired? His voice was so loud it seemed capable of shaking the elevator. But Secretary Lin remained calm. He smiled slightly and shook his head. He isn't an employee of Fu Corporation. We don't have the authority to dismiss him. Not an employee. Then who is he? I'm the national medical expert hired by your President Fu at a salary of 10 million per month. Ju Mingho finally got a word in. He'd nearly burst from holding back during their entire exchange. Seeing the minister trembling with fury, unable to speak, Ju Mingho felt utterly triumphant. What a satisfying moment. Holding the badly dented thermos, he swaggered out of the elevator. Pushing open the office door, he was met with a clamor of noise. Fu Zhe worked fast. Within minutes, he'd already pulled up the surveillance footage of the incident. Hearing his own voice from the screen, Ju Mingho felt a tinge of embarrassment. Was he really that aggressive just now? Nothing like the heroic image he'd imagined in his head. Instead, he sounded more like a villain capable of devouring 80 children in one meal. Worried Fu Zhe might think poorly of him, he kept sneaking glances at Fu Zhe's expression. What are you looking at? Oh no, caught again. He scratched his head awkwardly. When are you going to drink your medicine? He placed the battered, scarred thermos on the desk, meeting Fu Zhe's thoughtful gaze with unease. This thermos was practically family property of the Fu household. Did he resent him for damaging it? After you finish drinking, I'll head home. He fidgeted, speaking unnaturally. Why did you defend me? The cold voice startled him. For a moment, Ju Mingho thought he'd misheard. He stared at Fu Zhe in shock. Are you actually blaming me for meddling? There were plenty of people in that elevator, 10 or more, at least. These are your co-workers, people you see every day. They've known you much longer than I have. Not one of them spoke up for you, and yet when I did, you snap at me. Do you even have a conscience? Ju Mingho grew red-faced and furious. He struggled to breathe, gasping heavily, his chest heaving from anger. So, why did you defend me? Fu Zhe repeated the question, stubbornly insistent on getting an answer. Not long ago, Ju Mingho had conspired with Fu Hanwen to stage a car accident to ruin himself. Now, here he was again, fighting violently with someone else simply because they slandered Fu Zhe. Which one was the real him? Annoyed by Ju Mingho's daze, he asked again, why did you speak up for me? Hearing those 3 increasingly cold questions, Ju Mingho slammed his fist on Fu Zhe's desk and shouted, Fu Zhe, you bastard. Then he stormed out of the president's office, running off, and nearly crashed into Secretary Lin, who had just arrived to report. Secretary Lin had barely opened the door when he felt the oppressive atmosphere inside. Although the entire Fu Corporation used the same central air conditioning with identical temperature settings. The moment he stepped in, he couldn't help but shiver involuntarily. President Fu. Everyone involved in today's elevator incident will be demoted and have their salaries cut. Fu Zhe's icy voice came crashing down, and sensing his foul mood. Secretary Lin quickly nodded, yes, got it. Fuming, Ju Mingho returned to the Fu residence and didn't eat lunch or dinner. The snacks he bought from the supermarket last time were long gone. Now he sat starving, sulking on an empty stomach. At around 11 at night, unable to bear the hunger any longer, he crawled out of bed and went downstairs to look for food. He grabbed a slice of toast, spread it generously with fresh strawberry jam the chef had made that morning, and took a blissful bite. Sweetness flooded his taste buds. Something this fragrant smelled delicious, eating it was even better. Just as he was savoring his snack, Secretary Lin pushed in another drunken, babbling mess of a man, face red like it might drip blood, who mumbled unintelligible alien-like sounds under his breath. Zhu Mingho quickly turned away, refusing to look. Just seeing him annoyed him and ruined his appetite. But this time, Secretary Lin deliberately wheeled the drunkard right up to him. Dr. Zhu, President Fu passed out again. I really need your help tonight. My cat hasn't been fed yet, I have to get home early. Zhu Mingho frowned skeptically, eyes filled with 3 parts mockery, 4 parts curiosity, and 3 parts deliberate teasing. Since when did you have a cat at home, Secretary Lin? Come on now, he had read the original novel too. Secretary Lin was allergic to cat hair. How could he possibly own a cat? Unless, he suddenly looked enlightened, wearing a knowing, uncle-like smirk. Oh, I see. Your cat must have the surname Zhuang, right? Secretary Lin instantly flushed red. No, not at all. I'll leave President Fu in your hands then. Gotta rush back. Thank you so much, bye. Zhu Mingho stared at the drunken Fu Zhe before him and sighed, continuing to chew his toast. Better eat well, he'd need strength to handle such a massive guy. As he focused intently on his bread, he suddenly heard a faint, buzzing sound, like a fly droning. Brother. What? Brother. Chapter 26, When Xiao Fu gets drunk, he needs to be handled with care. After hearing these words, Zhu Mingho choked on a mouthful of bread. Cough, cough, cough. Cough, cough, cough. He finally managed to swallow it down by patting his own chest, then looked at Fu Zhe with teary eyes. Don't say such things randomly, tomorrow morning you'll sober up and start acting cold again. You're still my brother. Though Fu Zhe didn't quite understand the full meaning of Zhu Mingho's sentence, he caught a few key words. Blinking his misty big eyes, he murmured in defense, my face isn't smelly. Your face isn't smelly. Seriously? Zhu Mingho knew very well that this guy's mind was slow when drunk, and though he tried hard to remind himself not to retort, to stay gentle and kind, he still couldn't help blurting out a rebuttal. Who would have thought that this particular person, whose intelligence dropped off a cliff once drunk, would actually get hurt? After some indignant grumbling, suddenly he fell silent. Zhu Mingho finished tying the bread bag and turned back, only to find the guy sitting in his wheelchair, tilting his head sideways, quietly shedding tears. Oh my god, why are you crying now? Panicking, Zhu Mingho rushed over, flustered and at a loss. Darting to stand beside Fu Zhe, he froze mid-step like he'd been hit by a pressure point from the right. Find a tissue first. He glanced around frantically, but not even a speck of tissue paper could be seen. In this emergency, he yanked his own shirt sleeve and leaned forward gently to comfort him. Xiao Zhe, good boy, don't cry anymore. Fu Zhe, still fuming, turned his red eyes away. I don't want you to wipe it. What do you mean, you don't want me to wipe it? Zhu Mingho looked at him patiently, extended his left hand, and softly held his chin. Be good. Xiao Zhe is a big boy, don't cry. I just don't want you to wipe it. You said my face stinks and will make your clothes stink too. Realizing the cause, Zhu Mingho burst into laughter. Oh man, that was my bad. I was just joking earlier, I did it on purpose to tease you. Don't be mad anymore, okay? I will be mad. Clearly, even when drunk, this stubborn little treasure still inherited his usual bullheadedness. So Zhu Mingho had no choice but to keep soothing him. No more anger, no more anger. Come on, let brother smell if Xiao Zhe's face is fragrant or not. He softly closed his eyes, leaned forward and pretended to sniff carefully. But immediately, he felt something strange and oddly pleasant on his lips. Soft. Bouncy. For a moment, almost enjoyable. Yet somehow, something felt off. Alertness, caution, curiosity, $euro times cent pound yen and, all kinds of emotions surged inside him. Unable to resist, he opened his wide, dramatic eyes to investigate. Holy crap. The moment he opened his eyes, he nearly died on the spot. This wasn't some soft, squishy candy. This was Fu Zhe's so-called stinky face. Ow wow. He was not pure anymore. Who could give him back a pair of lips, clean, innocent, pure as a snow lotus blooming on a high mountain, crystal clear, untouched, undefiled, completely unstained by impurity? Sigh. Apparently, Fu Zhe had also been startled by this sudden incident. Only his reaction was somewhat unique. He simply blushed. Zhu Mingho looked at Fu Zhe, who was dazed and stunned, and let out a long sigh. At least this little master wasn't crying anymore. Looking closer, he realized, he hadn't wiped his mouth after eating strawberry jam toast earlier, and some jam had accidentally stuck to Fu Zhe's cheek. He reached out his finger, instinctively, Fu Zhe shrank back slightly. Don't move. Zhu Mingho firmly grasped his chin, then gently wiped the strawberry jam off Fu Zhe's cheek with his slender index finger. As he released his hold, Zhu Mingho noticed something unusual, the flush on his face seemed excessive. Why is your face so red? Could you have a fever? Professional instinct kicked in. He placed his palm against Fu Zhe's forehead. Can't really tell. He pushed Fu Zhe's wheelchair toward the elevator. Xiao Zhe, do you feel any discomfort anywhere right now? Fu Zhe turned his head, tilted it slightly, and thought seriously, no. Zhu Mingho. Inside Fu Zhe's bedroom, Zhu Mingho easily located the medicine cabinet, took out a mercury thermometer, checked the scale, and vigorously shook it. Come on, let's take your temperature for a bit, okay? He crouched down and coaxed, just 5 minutes. Okay. Lift your arm. Fu Zhe blinked his innocent eyes, my arm is broken, I can't lift it. Where exactly is your arm broken? Zhu Mingho carefully examined both of his hands and arms, completely intact. Looks like he was running a fever so high that he was babbling incoherently. I'm sitting in a wheelchair, so obviously my hand is broken. Fu Zhe looked utterly serious, completely earnest, absolutely certain. Zhu Mingho's face darkened with visible frustration. Let's be clear here, when your arm is broken, you don't use a wheelchair. You only use a wheelchair if your leg is broken. I'm sitting in a wheelchair. My leg is broken. Fu Zhe repeated these words quietly, then suddenly burst into loud sobs. Why is my leg broken? Wah. This. Zhu Mingho didn't know how to respond. Utterly flustered, he mechanically helped Fu Zhe place the thermometer under his armpit. I remember now. I remember everything. Fu Zhe stared at Zhu Mingho with red, tear-streaked eyes, full of conviction. It was brother and second uncle who caused my leg to break. Zhu Mingho's pupils dilated in shock. That's not true, I didn't. It was you. You did it. Fu Zhe flailed his arms, slapping at Zhu Mingho's abdomen. I heard everything. It was your fault. All your fault. My leg is all because of you. Wah. And yet you even fought others for me. But my leg was clearly ruined by you. Why are you treating me like this? So what if it's Zhou Xiangming? Second uncle wants me to marry her. Tomorrow, I'll go tell him, I don't want to marry her anymore. I don't want my brother hurting me. Watching Fu Zhe cry until his words tumbled over each other, Zhu Mingho's heart clenched with bitter sorrow. He didn't know how to explain the relationship between himself and Zhu Mingho. Seeing Fu Zhe sobbing uncontrollably, his own heart ached deeply. As Fu Zhe swung his arms wildly, the mercury thermometer suddenly slipped, ***, and fell to the floor. Zhu Mingho quickly crouched down to pick it up. What if the shards touched Fu Zhe? But as he bent over, for some reason, perhaps due to gravity, the world blurred before his eyes. Then, as a single drop fell, everything became clear again. Pada. A hot tear landed on the back of his cold hand, scalding the tender skin as though it could melt right through. Chapter 27 Hu Hu Xiao Fu blows, then Xiao Ju blows. Sorry. He silently repeated these 3 words countless times in his heart, yet could only swallow them back into his throat. He could only quietly apologize on behalf of Zhu Mingho within himself. The original novel hadn't mentioned anything about the car air freshener. Initially, he knew nothing at all. Hadn't Fu Hanwen told him personally that the car air freshener was made by him, he wouldn't have believed it. A self-mocking curl tugged at his lips, yet it turned into a look uglier than crying. The incident had already passed, and he had no memory of those events. There was no way to know whether Zhu Mingho had been deceived into making this sedative-laced car air freshener, or if he had willingly volunteered to help Zhou Xiangming harm Fu Zhe. He didn't understand. His vision blurred and cleared intermittently. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his fingers. Ignoring it, he wrapped up the spilled mercury on the floor with tissues and tossed it into the trash can. There should be another thermometer. I'll go look. Brother is bleeding. Fu Zhe sobbed softly, eyes filled with sorrow and anguish as he stared at Zhu Mingho, yet when seeing his injury, couldn't help but worry. Following his gaze, Zhu Mingho glanced down. The wound must have been from being cut by glass while cleaning up the thermometer earlier. It wasn't deep, just bled heavily enough to look frightening. He shook his head. It's nothing. The man in the wheelchair snuffled, gently taking his hand and, still choked with tears, began blowing on Zhu Mingho's wound. Now it doesn't hurt anymore. This strange sensation made him feel awkward. He wanted to pull his hand away, yet feared hurting Fu Zhe's fragile emotions. While hesitating, Fu Zhe had already blown over every wound on both his hands. It's all my fault. I caused brother to get cut by the thermometer. Zhu Mingho waved his hand dismissively. Not your fault. The thermometer just wasn't behaving itself. Thermometer. Are you serious? He dared not meet Fu Zhe's tear-filled eyes. They'd make him so guilty he might as well commit suicide. He quickly made up an excuse. I'll go look for the thermometer. In his haste to escape, his left foot stepped on his right foot, causing him to pitch forward suddenly. Be careful, brother. With a heavy thud, Zhu Mingho landed flat on the floor. Kind-hearted, eager to help Fu Zhe, upon seeing Zhu Mingho fall, hurriedly tried to help him up. Reaching out to support Zhu Mingho's arm, but due to drunkenness, Fu Zhe's limbs were limp and weak. Trying to lift someone up, he instead got pulled down. The two of them crashed onto the ground together. Zhu Mingho endured the double pressure, grimacing painfully. Fu Zhe weighed like an ox, such a large body pressing down like Mount Tai atop his back, that his waist, spine, lumbar vertebrae, thoracic vertebrae, all felt dislocated. Even his internal organs seemed crushed out of shape. He could barely breathe. Just as he was about to speak, he heard Fu Zhe whimpering again from atop his back. Wah, it hurts. Where does it hurt? Anxious, Zhu Mingho twisted his head around, struggling to crawl out from under Fu Zhe before helping him onto the bed. My mouth really hurts. No need for explanation, Zhu Mingho could already see, during the fall, the inside of Fu Zhe's lip must have been severely bitten by his teeth. Turning on the flashlight from his phone to inspect the wound, it wasn't deep, but it bled profusely, looking rather gruesome. Open your mouth. I'll help treat it. Zhu Mingho grabbed the first aid kit, planning first to wipe off the surrounding blood with a cotton swab. But as soon as he placed the swab near the wound, Fu Zhe immediately recoiled. It hurts. I'll be gentle. No. Zhu Mingho crossed his arms angrily, his expression clearly furious, yet his voice remained soft and patient as he coaxed, don't act up. Let me take care of it first, what if the wound gets infected? But it really hurts. I'll blow on it for you. The moment those words left his mouth, even Zhu Mingho froze, then quickly spat several times, TCH. TCH. What I meant was I'll blow on it gently so it won't hurt. At once, Fu Zhe's eyes lit up. In that case, okay. If you blow on it, I'll let you apply the medicine. Zhu Mingho rubbed his forehead wearily. Why did that sentence suddenly sound so weird? Moments ago, stubborn little Fu Zhe had refused, now, this newly proud little brat voluntarily thrust his face toward Zhu Mingho. Your mouth is injured inside, you need to open it wide, not pucker your lips. Next time Fu Zhe drinks, he's leaving home for good. Drunk, he turns into a total airhead. Scary. Looking down, he saw right before him Fu Zhe's puckered, bloody lips. He didn't scream, already a testament to his exceptional mental fortitude. Oh. Fu Zhe pouted, then finally opened his mouth. Taking a fresh cotton swab, Zhu Mingho hooked the trash can over with his foot. Kneeling on one knee beside Fu Zhe, he cradled his face gently. Carefully blowing on the wound. Wiping away the blood at the corners of his lips with the swab. Then softly prying open his lips, dabbing lightly at the blood inside with iodine. Blowing and blowing. Zhu Mingho couldn't shake the feeling that something was strangely off, though he couldn't quite place it. Gritting his teeth, he finished applying the medicine. All done. Letting go of Fu Zhe's mouth, Zhu Mingho tidied up the first aid kit briefly. Just as he started to rise from the bed, his sleeve was lightly caught by a pale, slender hand, long fingers with clearly defined knuckles. What is it? I want more. Chapter 28, waking up again calling for Xiao Fu Meng Meng, so who exactly is Meng Meng? Ugh, you're impossible. Just now you were refusing to have medicine applied, and now you're demanding it again. He reopened the medical kit he just shut, speaking in a voice brimming with indulgence. What can I even do with you? Well, what else was there to do? Only indulge him. Couldn't beat him, couldn't scold him, just had to spoil him. Humming a little folk tune from his hometown, Zhu Mingho skillfully twisted open the cap of the iodine bottle. This guy must have drunk himself numb, not feeling any pain at all. Fu Zhe watched his movements, his entire face darkening. He protested loudly, I want you to blow on it, not apply medicine. Zhu Mingho froze mid-motion, utterly stunned. He needed a moment to process exactly what had just happened. Blow on it some more. Zhu Mingho's pupils shrank dramatically. Help. Two grown men doing this, was this really okay? When Fu Zhe sobered up tomorrow, who knew how awkward he'd be? The man was normally so cold and composed, why did he turn into an idiot from the village corner when drunk? Such a huge, imposing figure acting all clingy like a tiny bird, that contrast was unbearable. Next time something like this came up, he'd have to leave it to the female lead. At least then the two of them might spark some romantic chemistry. Him taking care of Fu Zhe. That was clearly a colossal mistake. He couldn't just sit idle, he needed a plan. A quick spin of his little brain, and a brilliant idea emerged. Pulling out his phone from his pocket, he smiled gently, Xiao Zhe, be a good boy. Let your big brother take a cute photo, okay? Take a photo. Fu Zhe didn't understand, why would Zhu Mingho want to take photos when all he wanted was someone to blow on his injury? What for? You look especially adorable tonight. I can't help wanting to capture the moment. Looking at Fu Zhe's lower lip swollen like a sausage, Zhu Mingho struggled to keep from bursting into laughter. Under Zhu Mingho's intense gaze, Fu Zhe nodded reluctantly. After a series of maneuvers, Zhu Mingho's phone filled up rapidly with countless unflattering pictures of Fu Zhe. Zhu Mingho coaxed him into posing in all sorts of ridiculous, distorted positions, photographing each one thoroughly. If anything ever happened later, these photos could serve as excellent blackmail material. Then came the tense phase of getting him to sleep. Fu Zhe fussed and complained, Zhu Mingho comforted and soothed, neither had any idea when exactly they'd both drifted off. Fu Zhe had a strange dream, a giant octopus wrapping its many arms tightly around him, blowing softly against his neck. The overwhelming sensation felt vividly real, filling him with panic. He writhed fiercely, struggling to break free, but the octopus only wound itself tighter. So tight he couldn't breathe. Let go of me. The octopus remained unaffected by his resistance, tightening its grip instead. Unable to endure the confinement any longer, he chose to open his eyes. Before him lay a mass of thick, glossy black hair. Its owner had buried his face in Fuze's neck, breathing steadily against his skin. It tickled his neck. A tingling, electric-like sensation ran through him. His skin, warmed by the breath upon it, burned. Almost like localized burns. Ju Mingho clung tightly to him, limbs wrapped all over his body. No wonder he dreamed about an octopus, apparently he'd been turned into a human toy. Gently, he struggled to free himself. Completely useless. He escalated to violent thrashing paired with verbal threats, leaning close to Ju Mingho's ear, "Let go, or I'll kick you off. Move. Now." Ju Mingho didn't even flutter his eyelids, showing zero signs of waking up. Helpless, Fuze resorted to tickling Ju Mingho's waist with his fingers, the only action possible since his arms were pinned. If only he could push him aside, he'd have done so long ago. Surprisingly, this method actually worked somewhat. Ju Mingho reached out, stroking Fuze soothingly as if petting a cat, murmuring, "Meng Meng, be good. Stay with a little longer." Meng Meng? Who is that? Meng Meng is naturally my little treasure. Loves Meng Meng most. Be good, stay with a bit longer, and later we'll reward you with a lollipop. Upon hearing Ju Mingho's reply, Fuze's face turned icy cold. Meng Meng? Little treasure? Lollipop? Who the hell did he think he was talking to? He glared daggers at Ju Mingho several times, still not satisfied. Then he struggled again, desperate for Ju Mingho to let go. "Ah, baby, stop fussing. Brother just wants to laze in bed a little longer, why do you insist on making me get up? Are you itching on the tummy? Let brother scratch it for you." As he spoke, Ju Mingho groped around messily, his wandering hand sneaking under the hem of the clothes. Skillfully rubbing with his fingertips. Meng Meng, where's your little head? Where did your boobies go? Ju Mingho's voice was lazy and sultry, but the more he said, the darker the other man's face became. His finally freed left arm moved under his control, intercepting the mischievous hand beneath his clothes. Meng Meng is your... You should be holding Meng Meng while sleeping, not me. If you're not Meng Meng, then who are you? Fuze twisted Ju Mingho's flesh, delivering the coldest tone possible along with the most words. Let's leave a cliffhanger, everyone, take a guess, what exactly is Meng Meng? Thanks to Tomato Egg Noodles Baby for powering love with electricity. Chapter 29 Trending Topic, Good Grief. Fuze and Zhou Xiangmin are doing their own thing, don't you dare look down on each other. I'm Fuze. Zez, be good, stay with brother for a little longer. His hand absent-mindedly stroked Fuze's head, gently petting him over and over. It wasn't until after speaking that Ju Mingho realized something was off. He struggled to open his drowsy eyes. Wait, who is Zez? It's me. A voice filled with barely suppressed anger came from above his head. Who is Meng Meng? As soon as he blurted out the question, Fuze immediately regretted it, then snapped sharply, get off. Why was Fuze above him? By the time he finally registered what was happening, he realized, he was lying right on top of Fuze. His mouth, as always, acted before his brain. He quickly answered, the cat I picked up before. Awkwardly scrambling to his feet, he said, so sorry about that. Don't know how I fell asleep like that last night. He fled in haste, dragging his slippers out of Fuze's room. But even as he ran, he still managed to call back, oh, by the way, don't drink anymore. Your drunk behavior is really awful. Fuze's face turned icy. Get lost. The most embarrassing part. Every time he did something stupid while drunk, he didn't black out, he remembered everything so clearly. Last night, he had actually burst into tears in front of Ju Mingho. Only after seeing Ju Mingho flee the room did Fuze finally allow himself to relax slightly. Ju Mingho arrived at the ground floor of the Fu Corporation building, carrying a thermal container. Having learned from his previous mistake, he chose the guest elevator this time. Perhaps because it was peak commuting hour, several Fu Corporation employees also boarded the same elevator. Wherever people gather, gossip follows. He overheard two young women whispering. Did you see the CEO's lips? What about them? I was slacking during the morning meeting, I didn't notice. The President Fu's lips are completely swollen from kissing. This girl was so excited that she spoke too loudly, the whole elevator heard. Ju Mingho rubbed his palm, utterly exasperated. Why were these women's imaginations so wild? If they'd truly been kissed until swollen, wouldn't both lips be affected? There's no way only one side would swell. Clearly, it was just bruised from bumping into something. But the gossipy crowd insisted on spreading rumors that it was from kissing. His eye roll could have launched into outer space. Oh right, did you hear? President Fu's fiancée was secretly meeting a host last night, and got photographed. Huh? Really? Since when? Pfft, come on, isn't it obvious? Fuze obviously can't perform anymore, that's why she's dissatisfied. It's only natural. Zhu Mingho pulled out his phone, opened Zhalang, and searched the local trending topics. Sure enough, Zhou Xiangmin's name was solidly holding the top spot. Below followed, Zhou Xiangmin and Fuzhe. Zhou Xiangmin nightclub photos. Madame of Fu family. Fuze's hat. The pictures were indeed of Zhou Xiangmin. She was laughing so brightly, showing no sign of being coerced whatsoever. There were some more explosive images too, ones he felt too embarrassed to keep looking at in public. The more Zhu Mingho read, the more anxious he became. Everything was falling apart. These plotlines weren't in the original novel at all. If this really happened, given Fuze's temper, the main couple would definitely break up. What should he do? He hurried straight to Fuze's office. The office was empty. Zhu Mingho placed the thermal container on the desk and opened his phone again, continuing to scroll through Weibo. In just a few minutes, he spotted a new trending topic appear on his feed: Fuze and Zhou Xiangmin are just doing their own thing, stop judging each other. Curious, he tapped in. As he read the post content and saw the attached images, Zhu Mingho froze. Chapter 30 Xiao Zhu falls head over heels for Xiao Fu, he. Fuze isn't exactly innocent either, he went to work today with his lips all swollen from kissing. Attached was a photo. Zhu Mingho quickly saved the picture, impatiently swiping through the comments section. Yeah, last night Zhou Xiangmin was at a nightclub, so who kissed Fuze's lips? These two really know how to play. Rich people are always like this, everyone does their own thing. I have a friend. If I were rich, I'd be even wilder than him. His native language was speechlessness. An angry Zhu Mingho turned off his phone and sat frowning in Fuze's office chair. A moment later, he heard an argument between Xiao Lin and Fuze outside the door. Boss Fu, you can't just let this go like this. They. Just do as I said. But. No buts. Startled, Zhu Mingho stood up and hurried over. What happened? The secretary pouted. Boss Fu has been smeared. He handed his tablet to Zhu Mingho. Zhou Yong just released a statement saying those photos of Zhou Xiangmin were photoshopped by someone with ulterior motives. They've cleared their name, but Boss Fu is still being dragged through the mud over his lips. Stop talking. I don't care. Fuze, seeing the indignant looks on both of them, grew irritated and shoved the door open, wheeling himself inside. He's such a proud person, how could he truly not care what others think? Xiao Lin turned off the tablet, gazing sadly toward the office. Zhu Mingho nodded. Those netizens really get on my nerves. Don't know anything, yet they spout nonsense like experts. If I didn't know exactly how Fuze got his lips like that, I might actually believe their crap. Hearing this, Xiao Lin's eyes sparkled with gossip-fueled curiosity. So, his lips, was it you? His gaze made Zhu Mingho jump, flustered and guilty. What are you thinking? You don't seriously believe it was from kissing, do you? It wasn't. Of course not. It was just me and him at home last night, how could his lips be swollen from kissing? So Boss Fu's lips really were because of you. Leaning against the wall with hands on hips, Zhu Mingho snapped, exasperated, how could it possibly be me? If I were the one who kissed Fuze, do you think only half his lip would be swollen? If it were me, he wouldn't have a mouth left at all. As Zhu Mingho rambled on boastfully, full of eloquence and self-righteousness, a voice came from inside the office, Xiao Lin, get someone to throw him out. The worst is when the air suddenly goes silent. Xiao Lin and Xiao Zhu exchanged terrified glances, bracing themselves for disaster. What do we do? You go delete those posts first. I'll go calm Fuze down. After dividing the tasks, Zhu Mingho stepped into Fuze's office. You heard all that? Do you still remember what happened last night? His lips weren't my doing. Shut up. Under Fuze's threatening tone, Zhu Mingho sheepishly closed his mouth, frantically rearranging words in his head, desperate to say something, to break this awkward silence. After a long pause, face flushed red, he finally choked out, drink your medicine. Oh. Fuze flipped through documents, casually responding. Help. Serious men are so damn attractive. Fuze rarely wore glasses, but due to work today, he'd put on a pair of gold-rimmed ones, which made him look even more refined and aristocratic. Good lord, is this man really not some prince escaped from a European castle? Zhu Mingho stared intently at Fuze, admiring his beauty, the drool nearly trickling straight into his stomach. After unscrewing the thermos cap, Fuze noticed that burning stare and gave a cold glance. Want some? The guy who had just been swooning over him a second ago now vigorously shook his head. And no, I don't want any. Humph. Fuze lowered his head, his sexy thin lips wrapping around the cup's rim. Wait. Across the wide desk, Zhu Mingho reached out his hand, gently removing Fuze's glasses. You forgot to take them off, your medicine is warm, it'll fog up the lenses. Chapter 31, Xiao Fu has been silently corrupting in the unseen corners. A flicker of discomfort flashed in Fuze's eyes as he stared down at the dark, murky medicine. His mouth had already started salivating uncontrollably from the mere anticipation of bitterness. He was hesitating, should he gulp it all down in one go this time, or break it into several painful sips, glug, glug, glug. Just then, a hand appeared before him, one worthy of being a model's. Lifting his gaze, he saw a candy resting on the open palm. The wrapper sparkled under the sunlight, casting colorful reflections that danced from Fu Zai's eyes straight into his heart. Want to try? I made these pomelo candies myself yesterday. Even the wrappers were custom ordered online by me. Xiao Lu and I spent the entire afternoon wrapping them. Oh right, the white wrapped ones are pomelo flavor, orange ones are tangerine. I didn't add much sugar, but they taste great. If the medicine feels too bitter, you can have more candies to balance it out. As he spoke, Zhu Mingho pulled out a small pack of candies from his down jacket pocket and placed it in front of Fu Zai. Fu Zai watched the constant movement of Zhu Mingho's chattering lips, and for the first time, felt something close to warmth. But the moment he recalled the anonymous email sent to him, his heart froze again. Pulling his gaze away from Zhu Mingho, he gently blew on the surface of the lukewarm concoction and quietly said. These next couple of days, my second uncle will come looking for you. Why would your second uncle want to see me? My second uncle hasn't been feeling well lately. Fu Zai took a sip of the medicine, his face instantly contorted with bitterness, so intense it felt like his facial features had fled and his tonsils were screaming to run away. With Zhu Mingho watching, he could only resort to plan A. One breath, one gulp. After downing every last drop, he hurriedly tore open the candy wrapper. Only when the sweet tangerine flavor melted in his mouth did his frown finally ease. Noticing Zhu Mingho staring blankly into space, a hint of displeasure flickered in his eyes. Don't think he didn't notice, ever since he mentioned Fu Hanwen's illness, Zhu Mingho had zoned out. Your parents are traveling in Province C, right? I have quite a few contacts there. If anything comes up, I could lend a hand. Zhu Mingho was startled by the sudden remark. Huh. It's just a vacation, no need to trouble anyone. But immediately after saying that, he sensed something off. He studied Fu Zai's calm expression thoughtfully. When something seems unusual, there must be an ulterior motive. This isn't concern, it's a warning. Cautiously, Zhu Mingho asked, is Fu Hanwen's illness? It's me. So what? Are you going to avenge him? Fu Zai raised his head, his eyes locking directly onto Zhu Mingho's. The intensity of his gaze was so captivating, so mesmerizing, that Zhu Mingho could only dumbly shake his head. How could that be? I'm yours. Humph, mine. Fu Zai sneered coldly, offering no further explanation. The medicine that Fu Hanwen wanted you to give me, I've already arranged for someone to put it in his food. Zhu Mingho couldn't comprehend it. How could someone actually carry out such a thing, a criminal act, and speak about it so calmly? Was this still the Fu Zai from the original novel? In the original story, Fu Zai would feed stray cats on the street, help elderly women cross roads, and regularly donate supplies to mountain villages. How did such a perfectly good, kind-hearted person suddenly turn into someone who harms others? Fu Zai observed every subtle shift in Zhu Mingho's expression, then put on his glasses, quietly curling his lips into a satisfied smirk where Zhu Mingho couldn't see. Good. So you still know how to fear. As if clarifying things for Zhu Mingho, Fu Zai continued while signing a document, I won't provoke anyone unless provoked. Zhu Mingho listened and chuckled lightly. That made sense. After all, if Fu Hanwen had already drawn a knife to his throat, wouldn't resisting and fighting back be exactly what the male lead should do? Feeling relieved, he smiled and said cheerfully, then, what are your orders? Clearly, Fu Zai had told him this for a reason, he must want him to do something. As long as it wasn't harming people, he'd be willing to comply. But, is not doing harm even possible anymore? Isn't letting someone die without intervening also a form of harm? He was a doctor, after all. Caught in his inner conflict, Zhu Mingho heard Fu Zai say calmly, you just need to treat him to the best of your ability. Huh. So I don't need to use some forbidden acupuncture technique to reverse his meridians, make his blood boil, and kill him instantly. Or prescribe a counterproductive combination of contraindicated Chinese herbs to speed up his trip to the afterlife. Have you lost your mind? Zhu Mingho couldn't understand, once you've poisoned him, why bother saving him at all? Talk about going to unnecessary lengths, like pulling down your pants just to fart. There's no need to dirty your own hands dealing with someone like that. Fu Zai smiled lightly, the gentle winter sunlight caressing his profile, revealing a face so perfect it seemed sculpted by divine hands. The sight made Zhu Mingho want to punch the wall in rage. Where is Nuwa? Where is she? How come he was personally molded by her, while I'm just a mud splatter flicked off a vine? You made me this ugly, how can you even sleep at night? How do you live with yourself as a creator? Powerless fury at its finest. Fu Zai continued calmly, you just need to tell him it was me. Won't that put you in danger? Zhu Mingho knew Fu Hanwen's ruthlessness all too well, the kind of man who could orchestrate a car accident to kill his own brother, or sever the nerves in his nephew's legs without hesitation. If Fu Hanwen found out Fu Zai drugged him, wouldn't he tear Fu Zai apart, grind his bones to dust and scatter them? The mere thought sent chills down his spine. Yet Fu Zai, that damn man, simply replied, then that's no concern of Mr. Zhu's. Chapter 32 Xiao Ju saves the beauty, and he gets into a fight with the heroine's father. Aha! A million alpacas thundered through Ju Mingho's mind. What kind of person was this? Don't you care then? Damn it. Fine, don't care. He grabbed the insulated container and stormed out, not even sparing a single glance for that dog of a man. Unhappy, he returned to the hillside villa and locked himself in his room, only coming down at lunchtime. What are you doing here? He looked at Zhou Xiangmin sitting at the dining table, surprised. Didn't she just go all out fighting 3 host boys last night? So how come she seemed so full of energy today? Did you see my Weibo post? Zhou Xiangmin took a spoonful of sweet soup, half closing her eyes. Though framed as a question, her tone held no doubt at all. Ju Mingho honestly nodded, I saw it. But really, is Fu Zhe actually incapable? He never mentioned anything like that to me. Zhou Xiangmin smiled faintly, whether he's capable or not, you can check for yourself. After all, we've been engaged this long and haven't even held hands. Whoa, seriously? Ju Mingho gasped in shock. Haven't even held hands? That's way too much. Then he added sorrowfully, but still, that's no excuse for you to cheat. What kind of future could you possibly have with those nightclub guys? They must have recognized you to dare take those close-up shots. Look at those photos. Even though you've denied it, I know, that person was definitely you. Zhou Xiangmin blinked casually, playfully shooting him a flirtatious look, this time I've burned all bridges. If I still can't break off the engagement, I'll just seduce you instead. What's that got to do with me? Ju Mingho looked horrified. Fu Hanwen's tragic fate was still fresh in his mind. If Zhou Xiangmin ended up involved with him, no, if he messed things up with Zhou Xiangmin, would he even survive? I mean, aren't you being too cruel? Fu Zhe clearly adores you, aren't you touched at all? And yet you're cheating on him. The atmosphere instantly turned unbearably awkward. After finishing their meal, both retreated straight back to their rooms. Bored out of his mind, Ju Mingho tossed and turned on the bed. So boring. His phone couldn't hold his attention anymore, and he had no friends to chat with, he was practically descending into depression. Suddenly, a loud noise came from the neighboring room. Startled, he thought, what's going on? Out of concern, he flipped himself upright like a carp leaping from water, slipped on his slippers, and ran out. Zhou Xiangmin's door stood wide open. A greasy middle-aged man, belly protruding like a general's drum, stood towering in the doorway. Who the hell are you? Unclear of the situation, Ju Mingho planted his hands on his hips and shouted aggressively. But there on the floor, Zhou Xiangmin lay curled up in pain. Though slightly suspicious of what was happening, he pushed forward anyway, rushing in to help lift her from the ground. Zhou Xiangmin covered her face with disheveled hair. Ju Mingho didn't notice the red handprint on her cheek or the blood at the corner of her mouth. I'm this bitch's father. Who the hell are you, daring to interfere in my family affairs? If you don't step aside, I'll beat you too. As Zhou Yong cursed, he stepped forward and kicked repeatedly at Zhou Xiangmin. She's your own daughter. How can you be such a monster? Hearing the muffled whimpers from Zhou Xiangmin's throat, Ju Mingho felt a pang of pity. He pulled her trembling body protectively behind him, shielding her from further attacks. Domestic abuser, so disgusting. Utterly despicable. After helping her onto the bed, he turned to face Zhou Yong. What terrible crime did she commit that deserves this treatment? Humph, you dare ask? She dares reject the marriage I arranged for her. Fine if she looks down on Fu Zong, but now she's fooling around with nightclub boys outside. Does she have any shame left? TCH, and that makes her shameful. What about your own affair during your marriage? Pot calling the kettle black. Unable to suppress his sarcasm, Ju Mingho shot back bitterly. He despised people like this, abusers. If not restraining himself, he'd already thrown a few solid punches at Zhou Yong. Thinking Ju Mingho didn't believe him, Zhou Yong pulled a stack of photos from his pocket and slammed them onto the bed. See for yourself. Only someone as foolish as you would defend such a whore. Staring at the figures in the photos, Ju Mingho's eyes nearly popped out. These pictures were far more shocking than the ones posted online. Clearly, whoever leaked the original scandal had shown some restraint toward the Zhou family. But to support Zhou Xiangmin, he threw the entire pile into the trash bin. These are obviously fake. I don't believe them. They're real. Zhou Xiangmin pushed aside her tangled hair, revealing her pale, bloodless face. The slap mark stood vividly on her skin, impossible to ignore. Ju Mingho cursed under his breath and gently wiped the blood from Zhou Xiangmin's lips with a tissue. Zhou Xiangmin gave a smile that looked more painful than crying, speaking faintly, believe me or not, I didn't take those photos willingly. Zhou Yong sneered at her defense, are you going to say it was Xiangxiang again? Come on. If you didn't want to do it, do you really think Xiangxiang has some magic power to force you into taking these pictures? In the end, you're just trash. Pack your things, this marriage is off. I'll have Xiangxiang come over. Xiangxiang's way better than you. She's never given me a single worry in her entire life. You worthless girl, I wish you died outside with your mother back then. As Zhou Yong kept hurling insults, Zhu Mingho grew increasingly furious. Normally there were so many bodyguards from the Fu family around, where were they all today? He squeezed Zhou Xiangmin's icy little hand tightly. I believe you. The root of all misunderstandings between the lead couple was none other than Zhou Xiangxiang. Always meddling, always tearing them apart. His gut told him this whole incident had Xiangxiang written all over it. Hearing Zhou Yong's relentless cursing, he couldn't hold back anymore and shot back, you keep blaming Zhou Xiangmin for this and that, what kind of rotten mouth does a father like you even have? Did you marinate it in a septic tank? How can every word out of it stink so bad? It's the father's fault when children go astray. Let me make one thing clear, no matter what you say, I believe Zhou Xiangmin. She's not that kind of person. Maybe you should check yourself into a mental hospital sometime. Xiangxiang's already cycled through a whole high-speed train's worth of boyfriends, yet you're still harassing Xiangmin. You're such a hypocrite. So what if I stand by Xiangmin? Gonna bite me? I believe Xiangmin too. A voice rang out. Zhu Mingho instantly fell silent, as if someone had injected him with a sedative. Zhou Yong awkwardly rubbed his hands together, glancing nervously at Fu Zai's expression. Today he'd ordered the PR department to release a statement and hired internet trolls to shift public attention onto Fu Zai. Now facing Fu Zai in person, he felt a twinge of guilt. Director Fu, my daughter's misbehaving again. Sorry for making you see this spectacle. Fu Zai gazed lovingly at Zhou Xiangmin, his eyes filled with unwavering determination. Uncle Zhou, I believe there must be some misunderstanding here. Xiangmin isn't that kind of person. But Zhou Xiangmin suddenly jumped up from the bed like she'd lost her mind. No, Director Fu, you're wrong. I am that kind of person. Even before we're married, I could already put horns on you. Imagine what would happen if we actually tied the knot, both Zhou and Fu families would be humiliated. Hearing her words, Zhou Yong raised his hand and slapped her again. What the hell did I do to deserve a shameless daughter like you? You're a disgrace. Do you even realize how much Zhou Corporation stock has dropped because of your damn scandals? Just like your dead mother, worthless and nothing but a burden on me. Chapter 33, Engagement Dissolved. Zhou Yong began his endless tirade of insults again. Fu Zai rubbed his temples. So noisy. Xiangmin, do you really despise me that much? Don't want to honor the engagement between our families? Zhou Xiangmin suddenly knelt on the floor. Yes, please, Mr. Fu, I beg you, please dissolve the engagement with me. I know you chose me because I resemble your mother somewhat, but I've been forced into this marriage alliance by my family. My mother is lying in bed, waiting for me to take care of her. My mother doesn't have long left. As a daughter, I just want to fulfill my duty by her side. Please, I beg you, end this engagement. If you speak up, my father will surely listen. Zhu Mingho tugged at Zhou Xiangmin, who was kneeling and sobbing. The floor's cold. Fu Zai pushed up his glasses, then said slowly, since that's how it is, I won't force anyone against their will. Mr. Zhou, the engagement between our families ends here. Oh, and if you're worried about Miss Zhou's reputation being harmed by this breakup, I can hold a press conference and take full responsibility myself. That struck exactly the chord Zhou Yong had hoped for. His coming here to cause a scene was all about pushing for one of two outcomes. Either Fu Zai would swallow his pride and continue honoring the engagement with his daughter, or Fu Zai himself would step forward to clear Zhou Xiangmin's name. He still needed to leverage this beautiful daughter for a strategic marriage alliance. How could he afford to let her reputation be ruined? After profusely thanking Fu Zai, Zhou Yong led Zhou Xiangmin away from the Fu mansion, fully satisfied. Leaving behind Zhu Mingho, anxious and uncertain what to do. Fu Zai acted swiftly. Within days, he held a press conference. When Zhu Mingho saw the live stream link on the local news feed, he clicked on it almost involuntarily. Yes, it's entirely my fault. Miss Zhou has nothing to do with it. I'm the one who requested the breakup. I'm not good enough for Miss Zhou. There's no other reason. Everyone already knows my situation, it's my own personal issue. A reporter suddenly challenged him, an insider claims that due to a car accident, you've lost your masculine capabilities, so isn't that why your fiancé went to nightclubs? Facing the journalist's harsh questions, Fu Zai deliberately steered the conversation toward his own shortcomings. Though a faint, formal smile remained at the corner of his lips throughout, only Zhu Mingho knew how deeply pained he truly was inside. He knew that beside Fu Zai's room on the third floor, there had once been a walk-in closet, which Fu Zai had secretly converted overnight into a rehabilitation room. He had studied medical books on his own, massaging his lifeless legs every night, in private, though they hadn't responded in years. He had never given up on standing again. How could one not feel heartbroken for him? Someone who cared more than anyone about his condition, yet willingly exposed his deepest wound in public. That faint smile on his lips made something clench tightly in Zhu Mingho's chest. Yes, it hurt. Unable to bear watching any longer, Zhu Mingho fumbled to close the webpage, then resumed organizing the treatment plan for Fu Zai. He would heal those legs. He absolutely would. When Fu Zai entered the study, this was the scene that greeted him. Sunlight shone upon the man's head, gilding his hair. The fair, flawless skin had developed 2 striking dark circles from recent sleepless nights. Dressed in a beige sweater and light gray pants, Ju Mingho crouched in front of an acupuncture dummy near the floor-to-ceiling window, holding a scroll, carefully tracing acupoints as he murmured to himself. Fu Zhe averted his gaze and maneuvered his wheelchair toward the bookshelf. Hearing the sound of wheels on the floor, Ju Mingho turned around. Fu Zhe, are you looking for a book? Fu Zhe didn't answer. But Ju Mingho, still uneasy, stood and walked over. Which one are you searching for? I'll help you find it. Fu Zhe was indeed looking for a book, and yes, it was out of his reach. It was the first classic novel he'd ever read, taught to him line by his grandfather. 100 Years of Solitude. How ironic. True to form, his life mirrored that very book, Centuries of Solitude. Whenever he had free time, he used to take that book out and read it page by page. But ever since he could no longer stand, he hadn't opened it again. Straining, he gripped the armrests of his wheelchair, trying to lift himself. Today, no matter what, he had to reach that book. Trembling, he pushed up his tall, muscular frame, 1.9 meters of weight, reaching for the book. Just as his fingers neared it, his left hand, bearing the weight, buckled under the strain. He collapsed, knocking over the books on the entire shelf. Careful. Ju Mingho threw himself over Fu Zhe as the books crashed down onto his body. Fu Zhe snapped back to reality. Realizing his own loss of control, he looked up with reddened eyes. Seeing Ju Mingho's mouth moving, scolding him, he braced himself for the reprimand. Preview. The suffering begins tomorrow. Chapter 34 The truth about the car air freshener. He actually once wanted Fu Zhe dead. Ju Mingho didn't complain at all. Instead, he asked with a voice full of, I'll get it for you. Did the bookshelf fall on you? Are you hurt? Your head, did you hit your head? Does anything hurt anywhere? After speaking, Ju Mingho looked down at the silent Fu Zhe beneath him and waved a hand in front of his eyes. Mr. Fu. Mr. Fu. Are you okay? Fu Zhe shut his stinging eyes tightly, pressing his lips together, unwilling to speak. Why doesn't he yell at me? Even scolding me would be better. Seeing Fu Zhe remain speechless, Ju Mingho knew he must be distressed about the press conference. He shook off the books scattered over his body, slowly got up, rubbed his sore shoulder and back, then squatted down to gather the books strewn around the floor. Are you happy now? After ruining me like this, are you satisfied? Suddenly, Fu Zhe spoke, startling Ju Mingho. Getting no response, Fu Zhe repeated, Are you happy now? After ruining me like this, are you satisfied? What are you talking about? I don't understand. Meeting Fu Zhe's pair of despairing eyes, Ju Mingho felt his chest tighten. Mr. Fu, you're not seriously suspecting that I caused your car accident? Fu Zhe didn't answer. He continued talking as if to himself. You know I'm a race car driver. My driving skills could never make such a mistake. But that day, I installed the car air freshener that Zhou Xianming gave me. Within minutes of driving, I started feeling drowsy. By the time I woke up, I was already in the hospital. Do you know what it feels like to wake up only to be told by doctors that you'll never walk again? Do you know how it feels to have no memory at all, yet be accused by police as the reckless driver? Fu Zhe's entire body trembled violently from overwhelming pain. He shoved his fist into his mouth and bit down hard. Within moments, his knuckles were torn and bloody, blood dripping from the corners of his lips. Ju Mingho quickly moved forward and pulled the fist out of Fu Zhe's mouth. Stop it, stop it. Covering his eyes with both hands, Fu Zhe continued. I know. That air freshener was your doing. You liked Zhou Xianming, but she had to marry me instead. You couldn't stand it, so you conspired with her to harm me. Humph, too bad I didn't die. Sorry for not fulfilling your wish. I just wonder, how could someone who always claimed a doctor's compassion turn their excellent medical skills into a knife to kill? Instinctively shaking his head, Ju Mingho grasped Fu Zhe's bloodied fist, pulled away the hands covering his eyes, and stared directly into them. No, that's not how it was. Your reasoning has flaws. Ju Mingho only knows acupuncture, he knows nothing about drugs. He could never have made that air freshener. Believe me, Ju Mingho is arrogant, yes. At the time, he was just obsessed with Zhou Xianming, which is why he treated you badly. A man's attitude toward a romantic rival is always terrible. Really, believe me, Ju Mingho would never do something like this. Fu Zhe tugged at the corner of his lips, laughing bitterly. You say Ju Mingho wouldn't do this, how will you prove it? Zhou Xianming already told me, the air freshener came from you. Ju Mingho burst into tears, cutting him off. Impossible. Believe me, Ju Mingho would never do such a thing. Bring Zhou Xianming here. Let me confront her face to face. He refused to believe that Ju Mingho, as a doctor, could commit such an act. Wasn't it written in the original novel? Although Ju Mingho enjoyed looking down on others and mocking people, he still deeply respected patience and life. So what happened? He couldn't believe it. With red-rimmed eyes, Ju Mingho looked firmly at Fu Zhe. I won't believe it, unless you let me face Zhou Xianming. Fu Zhe gazed at him deeply, laughing mockingly. yet also seeming to laugh at himself. You want evidence? He reached into his suit pocket, pulled out his phone, opened his email with a cold smile, played the video, and thrust the screen straight into Ju Mingho's face. Do you think I'm stupid? That I'd believe anything someone tells me? Take a good look. Is this evidence enough? On the screen, Ju Mingho personally handed the car air freshener to Zhou Xiangming, boasting proudly, "This air freshener, no one else in the world can make it besides me. Don't worry. No investigation will ever trace it back to either of us. He'll simply die in a traffic accident. The police might check for drunk driving at most. Don't be afraid, even if something happens, I can go to jail for you." Chapter 35. Everyone in the mansion is bullying Xiao Ju. I'm sorry. Ju Mingho's face was streaked with tears as he sincerely apologized to Fu Zhe. Didn't you just say it definitely wasn't you? Then why did you change your attitude the moment you saw the evidence? Are you afraid I'll call the police? Or are you resentful that Zhou Xiangming betrayed you? Or perhaps, you're angry I didn't die in that car accident. Fu Zhe laughed lightly, his eyes full of mockery. Looking at the tearful Ju Mingho, he found him utterly hypocritical, so much so that it made him sick. Ju Mingho didn't know how to explain himself. After uttering one syllable, he fell silent again. To Fu Zhe, this silence was nothing but guilt. Didn't you say you'd be willing to go to prison for Zhou Xiangming? What a magnificent love story. Even I, her former fiancé, am moved. What a passionate lover you are. Each word from Fu Zhe stabbed into Ju Mingho's heart like a knife. He clenched his fists tightly. If I were to go to prison, it would be to take responsibility for my own actions, not to take the fall for Zhou Xiangming. Humph. By the time Ju Mingho came back to his senses, the entire study was empty. He didn't know when or how Fu Zhe had left, nor whether he'd said anything else afterward. All he could hear, over and over in his mind, were Fu Zhe's words, "Your hypocrisy terrifies me." Hypocrisy. Disgusting. His face burned as if he'd been slapped, just like Zhenhuan's after her beating. It hurt so badly. Perhaps he would never understand why Ju Mingho had betrayed his own soul. After collecting himself from the emotional collapse, all he wanted now was to heal Fu Zhe's legs and repay his debt. As if, once Fu Zhe's legs were healed, his guilt might finally ease. It had already been a week since that incident in the study, and Ju Mingho hadn't seen Fu Zhe once. He brought the carefully brewed medicine to Fu Corporation, only to be denied entry into the CEO's office. Newspapers and online headlines everywhere reported Fu Zhe's search for folk healers. Was he being denied even the chance to atone? Rubbing his sore eyes, Ju Mingho muttered, "Staring at the computer too long, my eyes really hurt." He was getting hungry. Since the staff at the Fu mansion had learned about his argument with Fu Zhe, no one saved him any meals anymore. When he tried speaking to others, no one would respond. No one cooked for him. No one talked to him. They treated him like air. Even if he deliberately broke bowls in the kitchen staff wouldn't say a word to him. Even if he woke before dawn and stayed up past midnight brewing medicine and delivered it to the company, Shaolin wouldn't exchange a single sentence with him. Even when he prepared the medicinal bath, hoping to pour it into the tub in Fu Zhe's room, he found several bodyguards already stationed on the third floor, refusing him entry completely. He even had to clean his own room now. The maids who'd once been friendly with him turned their backs on him. Everyone in the mansion was bullying him. Or maybe not bullying, exactly, they were just taking their boss's side. How could they be at fault? The one at fault was him, Ju Mingho. Perhaps he should feel fortunate he hadn't been beaten up by Fu Zhe's subordinates. He wanted to leave, truly. But his conscience wouldn't allow it, he couldn't abandon Fu Zhe without healing him first. With no one cooking for him, he had no choice but to order delivery, buying many instant meals from the supermarket. He took 2 packets of Tengda Ren's sour spicy pork bone noodles downstairs. When he confirmed the kitchen was empty, he quickly opened the fridge and grabbed an egg. Those few pounds he'd gained while living comfortably at the Fu household. Lost within these days, he'd probably dropped even more. The water in the pot refused to boil. His heart felt hollow, and he honestly didn't know how to make amends. He wanted to heal Fu Zhe's legs, but Fu Zhe wouldn't see him. He didn't even know if the medicine he sent was being consumed, let alone whether the acupuncture treatments continued. Even if you're angry at me, you shouldn't play games with your own legs. Letting out a long sigh, the water finally boiled. He hurriedly tore open the packaging and dropped the noodle cake into the pot. Once the noodles softened, he cracked the stolen egg into the pot. At that moment, he heard a car pulling into the courtyard. He lowered the heat, wiped his hands, left the kitchen, and stepped into the yard. A simple-dressed yet lively and cute girl wheeled Fu Zhe's wheelchair forward, chatting casually with butler Zhang beside her. Ju Mingho stared, confused. Was she another arranged marriage candidate for Fu Zhe? Could she be the new female lead? As he was lost in chaotic thoughts, the 3 of them walked past him. Ju Mingho raised his hand slightly, wanting to greet them. But neither butler Zhang nor Fu Zhe spared him even a glance. Ju Mingho stood awkwardly to the side, not knowing what to do. He lowered his head, staring at the ground, desperately trying to minimize his presence. The girl, however, was curious about Zhu Mingho's identity. She quietly asked Fu Zhe, "Who is he?" "He just tried to say hi to you." Though she deliberately lowered her voice, her words still reached Zhu Mingho's ears. Nervously tugging at the hem of his shirt, he braced himself for Fu Zhe's insult. Yet, when Fu Zhe's familiar, cold voice finally reached him, before his eyes could even begin to sting, tears had already fallen. Chapter 36. Wah, he's so wronged. I don't know him. These 3 words struck Zhou Mingho straight in the heart, accidentally hitting his tear glands. The effect was comparable to tear gas. Almost instantly, tears began to drop from Zhou Mingho's eyes, plop after plop. He never expected Fu Zhe could dislike him to such an extent. Wah, he felt so wronged. Damn it, Zhou Mingho, what will you use to repay me for what you owe? He tilted his head up 45 degrees, staring at the sky, desperately trying to hold back the tears. He raised his wrist and roughly wiped his face with his sleeve. When he returned to the kitchen, the noodles had become soft and mushy from overcooking, lacking chewiness altogether, snapping apart easily when lifted by chopsticks. But because he was so hungry, he had no choice but to force himself to eat every bite of that terrible noodle soup. So salty. Listening to the laughter and joy echoing from the hall, he didn't dare carry the bowl out. He didn't want anyone to see him like this. The noodles were too salty, so salty that he couldn't stomach them. After forcing himself to finish, he cleaned up the dishes and splashed water on his face before stepping out of the kitchen pretending nothing had happened. The 3 people inside the hall were laughing merrily together. To ease the awkwardness, he pulled out his phone pretending to be busy. Upon opening Weibo, a news headline popped up. Fu Zhe has found the most famous post-00s female acupuncturist in Jiangnan. So this adorable girl is actually a doctor. Not his girlfriend. Seeing this news only made Zhou Mingho feel even worse. He just felt wronged. Since he'd already found a new doctor, a young, beautiful girl, what did he need him for anymore? Did he want others to laugh at him, at Zhou Mingho? He quietly glanced at Fu Zhe, who wore a mysterious smile on his lips, feeling a strange, indescribable sort of unhappiness welling up inside him. When his resentment surged, he stormed back to his room and collapsed onto the bed. Just as he drifted into drowsiness, a knock came at the door. "Mr. Chiu. Mr. Chiu, are you in there?" The incessant knocking was unbearable. Reluctantly, he climbed off the bed and opened the door. "Who are you?" The man outside was dressed in a formal suit, but Zhou Mingho didn't recognize him. It was clear he wasn't part of the Fu family's household staff. The suited man gave a slight nod. "Mr. Chiu, I'm Mr. Fu Hanwen's bodyguard. You can call me Xiao Wang." "What is it?" "Our master heard that your talents aren't being fully appreciated here, so he wishes to invite you over to put them to better use." Zhou Mingho suddenly remembered Fu Zhe mentioning earlier that Fu Hanwen wasn't in good health. "You mean, make full use, right? Give me a moment, I'll pack and go with you." He sighed deeply. Since Fu Zhe now had a new doctor anyway, he wasn't needed here. And Fu Hanwen, having already been poisoned, was undoubtedly in more critical condition. After some consideration, he decided to go treat Fu Hanwen. If Fu Hanwen died because of Fu Zhe, then Fu Zhe's hands would be stained. That would be a huge blemish on Fu Zhe's life. He wouldn't allow such a thing to happen. The bodyguard politely closed the door and waited for Zhou Mingho by the elevator. Zhou Mingho wasted no time either, quickly packing his bag and grabbing a few changes of clothes. Before leaving, he picked up the box sitting on the nightstand. "I'll still give it to him. Maybe it'll help somehow." Unwilling to face Fu Zhe directly, he petulantly placed the box in front of Fu Zhe's bedroom door. If he's not blind, he should see it. Once the box was placed, Zhou Mingho grabbed his suitcase and followed the hurried bodyguard Xiao Wang downstairs. As he passed through the hall, he paused, looking at Fu Zhe, who hadn't even noticed him. I. Fu Zhe finally deigned to glance at him. "Something. I." Fu Zhe hadn't ever been overly warm toward him before, but he'd never been this cold either. Feeling uneasy, Zhou Mingho stared at the tips of Fu Zhe's shoes, opened his mouth, and finally managed to say goodbye. "I'm leaving. To Fu Hanwen's place." "Yes." Fu Zhe said nothing more. Old Zhang the butler lowered his head, pretending he couldn't hear anything. Zhou Mingho stood in the hall, utterly embarrassed, feeling like a complete clown. How ridiculous. Just as Zhou Mingho seemed ready to leave unnoticed, the adorable girl suddenly spoke up, "Bye. Have a safe trip." Zhou Mingho snapped out of his trance, then forced a stiff smile onto his face. "Thank you." Chapter 37, Xiao Ju falls into the demon's claws, and the secret in the box. The car drove for a long time before finally arriving at Fu Hanwen's house. As Zhu Mingho stepped out, someone quickly rushed over to help with his luggage. This was treatment he had never received from Fu Zhe. It felt like being treated as an honored guest. "Mr. Zhu." The man greeted him quietly. Zhu Mingho smiled and replied, "Hello. Mr. Fu is waiting for you in the bedroom." "Alright, I'll go see him now." All the way, he pondered just how severe Fu Hanwen's illness really was. Had it reached the point where he couldn't even get out of bed? Uneasy, he followed the servant to Fu Hanwen's bedroom. When he saw Fu Hanwen's appearance, his heart sank. Fu Hanwen clearly hadn't eaten in a long time, his face was gaunt, his eye sockets deeply shadowed as if smeared with heavy smoky makeup. He looked exactly like an emaciated panda. Thankfully, he hadn't secretly given that medicine to Fu Zhe. Otherwise, how hideous would Fu Zhe have become? No fan of Fu Zhe's looks could ever forgive such a thing. Seeing Zhu Mingho enter, Fu Hanwen revealed a hypocritical smile. Mingho, you've arrived. Zhu Mingho nodded slightly. The servant thoughtfully closed the door behind them, leaving only the two of them alone in the room. Hearing the click of the door shutting, Zhu Mingho's heart skipped a beat. For some reason, an uneasy feeling crept over him, though he couldn't quite explain why. Maybe it was intuition. His right eyelid began twitching violently. An ominous premonition welled up inside him. Composing himself, the usually strong and calm Zhu Mingho raised his eyes to meet Fu Hanwen's gaze. His heart jolted, there was something vicious and murderous in Fu Hanwen's stare, as if he wanted to kill him. Zhu Mingho suddenly felt like fish on a cutting board, powerless and at the mercy of another. Trying to muster words to ease the tension, he moved his lips but didn't get a chance to speak before Fu Hanwen snatched the ceramic cup from the nightstand and hurled it straight at him. Thud. Zhu Mingho had no time to dodge, it struck his forehead directly. The cup crashed to the floor, shattering into pieces. Blood trickled down from his forehead, running across his face and blurring his vision. Holding his wounded forehead, standing helplessly in place, Zhu Mingho bit his lip hard, refusing to let tears fall. Did you tell Fu Zhe that I planned to drug him? I told you, if you disobey me, I'd make sure you suffered. Fu Hanwen's demonic voice echoed in his ears. Zhu Mingho shook his head. I didn't tell him. Didn't tell him. Then how did he get the medicine I gave you? Fu Hanwen didn't believe a word Zhu Mingho said. With one swift kick, he sent Zhu Mingho sprawling to the ground. Unprepared, Zhu Mingho caught himself with his hands, only to press them straight onto the shards of broken cup. In an instant, both hands were mangled and bloody, staining the grey carpet red. Fu Hanwen stared at him for a moment, then calmly opened the cabinet in the room. He pulled out 2 neckties, binding Zhu Mingho's wrists and ankles before hanging him from the balcony. Then he took out a leather belt, smiling cruelly at Zhu Mingho. This belt was a birthday gift from that brat Fu Zhe last year. He said it was made from the finest Kobe beef hide in Benzi country. I've been waiting for the perfect opportunity to use it. It's practically brand new. Well, today it finally comes in handy. You'll do me the honor of testing just what kind of experience this premium belt delivers. As soon as the words left his mouth, a sharp wind sliced through the air beside Zhu Mingho's ear. His body flinched in pain. Hiss. Feels good, doesn't it? Fu Hanwen delighted in watching Zhu Mingho's brows clench from agony, thoroughly pleased. He eyed Zhu Mingho up and down, then shook his head disapprovingly. Why are young people dressed so heavily these days? No vitality at all. Let me fix that for you. He yanked off Zhu Mingho's down jacket and thermal undershirt. Because Zhu Mingho's hands were tied, the clothes couldn't be fully removed. So Fu Hanwen fetched a pair of scissors and shredded the remaining fabric to tatters. Then, gripping the belt tightly, he lashed it mercilessly against Zhu Mingho's body. Without clothing to cushion or block the strikes, bloody welts began blooming across Zhu Mingho's once smooth skin. Zhu Mingho clenched his back teeth tightly. If you beat me to death, aren't you afraid there'll be no one left to cure you? Hearing this, Fu Hanwen burst into loud laughter. Do you think I'm as stupid as you? My poison has an antidote already. I lied to lure you here. Honestly, I didn't think someone as dumb as you would actually come. And yet, you came. Ha ha ha. Listening to Fu Hanwen's mocking laughter, Zhu Mingho shut his eyes helplessly. Thankfully, Fu Hanwen had the antidote, Fu Zhe wouldn't be tainted after all. How could he have been so stupid? He'd known full well that Fu Hanwen was no good, yet still walked straight into the trap. If he died from this torment, perhaps he'd deserve it. The sound of whipping continued, but Zhu Mingho clenched his teeth tightly, uttering not a single sound. Go ahead, beat him to death. Maybe then he could finally return to his own world. That was the last thought in Zhu Mingho's mind before he slipped into unconsciousness. Seeing Zhu Mingho pass out from the beating, Fu Hanwen impatiently dialed an internal phone number, send up a pack of salt from the kitchen. After Zhu Mingho left, Fu Zhe's expression darkened visibly. Watching Su Kiki chatting warmly with manager Zhang, he felt an inexplicable irritation rising within him. He listened to their conversation with growing impatience, his face clearly spelling out 3 words, I'm not happy. Fu Zhe didn't stay in the lobby long. After bidding farewell, he wheeled himself back to his room. Quietly lying in front of his door was a box. One he recognized immediately. He'd seen it before, inside Zhu Mingho's room. Was this box meant for him? Straining hard, Fu Zhe bent down awkwardly, leaning against the doorframe to reach for the box on the floor. He nearly stumbled and fell. At last, he managed to pick it up, it was heavy, its weight unfamiliar in his hands. He couldn't tell what it contained. When he moved it, there was a faint clattering sound from within. These small details stirred Fu Zhe's curiosity. Yet he forced himself to wait, deciding to open it only after returning to his room. Opening the door, Fu Zhe entered and placed the box onto his lap before lifting the lid. Inside, packed tightly from edge to edge, were all kinds of talismans. Omamori, peace charms, prayer beads, magical amulets. A sea of protective charms lay silently in the box, finally resting in the hands of their true owner. Fu Zhe reached in, picking up one of the charms. His eyes reddened at the corners as he whispered, "Did he really visit every temple in the capital? How foolish. Does he really think this will make me forgive him? You idiot." Even as his words remained sharp and unyielding, Fu Zhe kept rummaging through the box. Not even a single note. He dumped the entire contents of charms onto the bed, searching over and over again, but found no message. Without a word, how would anyone know who these charms are for? Fu Zhe closed his stinging eyes, clutching tightly in his hand a tiny vermilion talisman. Chapter 38, Fu Zhe drove away 2 doctors. For some reason, in the few days after Zhu Minghe left, Fu Zhe didn't accept treatment from Su Kiki. Su Kiki had volunteered several times during this period, but Fu Zhe rejected her each time with various excuses. Zhang Di noticed and kept it in mind, pacing anxiously every day. If young master insists on having only him, I'll just have to swallow my pride and go ask Master Air for young Master Zhu's return. On this particular day, after hearing that Fu Zhe had once again refused Su Kiki's treatment, Zhang covered his face and helplessly squatted down in the courtyard. Around him stood a group of bodyguards, at a loss. What's wrong with the young master? Maybe he just doesn't like being touched by strange women, after all, the treatment is quite intimate. The bodyguards chattered endlessly, wildly speculating about why Fu Zhe refused treatment, their guesses growing increasingly absurd. That makes sense. What if we hire a male doctor then? Xiao Han, one of the bodyguards, scratched his head with a gloomy expression and came up with an idea. If it was a gender issue, that would actually be easy to solve. Besides women, there were men everywhere. 3-legged toads were hard to find, but 2-legged men were plentiful. Zhang and the other bodyguards unanimously approved Xiao Han's suggestion. They immediately began using their connections to search for a renowned physician. Luck favors the persistent. Eventually, they managed to find a retired professor from the traditional Chinese medicine university in neighboring Gong City. An extremely accomplished expert. Zhang and one bodyguard drove hundreds of kilometers, pleaded endlessly, and finally brought the man back, arranging for him to stay in the mansion. After work, Fu Zhe returned home. The moment he stepped through the door, he noticed Zhang smiling obsequiously as he opened the car door for him. Glancing at Zhang a few times and sensing he still wouldn't speak up, Fu Zhe asked directly, "What is it?" "Ah. Nothing." Though Fu Zhe had asked, Zhang suddenly felt awkward bringing it up. After exchanging several meaningful looks with Zhou Meng behind Fu Zhe, they finally steeled themselves to confess. Zhou Meng tightened his grip on Fu Zhe's wheelchair, took a deep breath, and blurted out, "Sir, since you clearly don't want Miss Su treating you, we found another acupuncturist, a very skilled one. A retired professor, a man." Fu Zhe's calm response surprised them. They'd expected resistance. Heaven knows Miss Su had been personally invited by Mr. Fu himself. But since things seemed to be going smoothly, they didn't dwell on it. Excitedly, they wheeled Fu Zhe into the villa and introduced him to the elderly professor waiting in the lobby. Good times didn't last. The old professor lasted only a few days at the Fu residence before Fu Zhe drove him away. None of the bodyguards could stop the 80-year-old man. Every time treatment came around, Fu Zhe would find some excuse not to attend. And when needles were finally inserted, he'd always say something like, "That's not what it says on Baidu. The last doctor didn't needle here." At first, the professor patiently explained a few things. But eventually, he couldn't take it anymore. He packed his bags and prepared to leave. It wasn't that he was too proud or couldn't take the criticism. After 60 years in medicine, he'd seen every kind of patient imaginable. Clearly, Fu Zhe simply didn't want him treating. In that case, the old man saw no point forcing himself where he wasn't wanted. He'd worked hard for decades, he'd finally retired and just wanted to spend more time with his wife. Why endure cold stares in this wretched villa? The bodyguards blocked his way desperately. "Please, Grandpa. You're our best hope. Just help our young master. How can someone as kind-hearted as you walk away from a patient in need? Our young master really needs your help. Have mercy. Please stay." They pulled out every trick they knew, putting on dramatic performances in a desperate attempt to make the old man stay. Su Kiki had already been invited to leave by Zhang. If the professor left too, Fu Zhe would truly have no one. The old professor sighed, shook his head, and turned back toward the villa. After they stopped him once, they thought he might have given up, but they underestimated the professor's stubbornness. When a man truly wants to leave, no force can hold him back. On a dark, windy night, snow swirling through the air. The old professor picked up his suitcase and slipped quietly out of the villa. Later, from surveillance footage, they saw that the old man walked 3 kilometers through the snowstorm before finally hailing a taxi. What should we do now? Do we really have to go find Zhu Minghe? Zhou Meng patted Xiao Han on the shoulder and said gravely, "Looks like we have no choice. This noble yet difficult mission falls to you. Do well, and I'll push for a raise. A raise? Xiao Han immediately took on the mission. It's just about bringing him back, right? I'll handle it right away. He thought of his classmates from the bodyguard academy, a few of whom worked as guards at Fu Hanwen's place, and dialed one of them. Hey. It's Han Wei. Don't you remember me? Ah Wei. Of course I remember, what brings you to call after all this time? Xiao Han hesitated, fingers fidgeting with his zipper pull, sliding it up and down nervously before finally blurting out, something personal. Come on, man, we haven't seen each other in years, and now you're all awkward. Just spit it out. Alright. I wanted to ask you about someone. Do you know Zhu Mingho? The acupuncturist your boss brought in a few days ago. Before Xiao Han could finish, his friend cut him off. Who is he to you? If you're close with him, then hurry up and get someone to save him. What? What happened? From his friend's tone, Xiao Han sensed something was terribly wrong, he felt his heart clench in dread. Tell me what's going on, quickly. Really? Xiao Han's mind was in chaos, his words stumbling. Back then, Fu Hanwen had sent people to politely escort Zhu Mingho away from the hillside villa, it hadn't seemed like any kind of confrontation at all. If he'd known this would happen, there was no way he'd have let them take Zhu Mingho. His friend, seeing his shock, thought he didn't believe him and grew anxious to prove it. Fine, I'll take a photo and send it to you. Then you'll see for yourself. With that, he hung up in a hurry. After hanging up, Xiao Han squatted in the snow, using his index finger to scratch aimlessly at the white ground, waiting for his friend's message. His mind was a complete mess, he didn't even know what he was thinking, but his hands weren't idle. He stared blankly at the swirling snowflakes, sighing every now and then without rhythm. When the message alert rang, his spirit snapped back. He tapped into it immediately. When he saw the bloodied, mangled figure that was unmistakably Zhu Mingho in the photo, he nearly dropped his phone into the snow. He remained frozen in place, stunned, not knowing what to do. This is huge, Master has to be told right away. Amid his confusion, the one clear thought in his mind was to inform Fu Zhe. Fu Zhe would definitely know what to do. He steadied himself and dialed Fu Zhe's number. The first ring ended with no answer. Gritting his teeth, he called again. Hello? Xiao Han. Xiao Han frowned, that wasn't Fu Zhe's voice at all. He glanced at the number on the screen, confused. Who is this? President Fu is in a meeting. I'm his secretary, Xiao Lin. I saw you've been calling repeatedly, anything urgent? Fu Zhe was attending the shareholder meeting and hadn't brought his phone. Xiao Lin noticed it kept ringing and, seeing the contact labeled Villa, instinctively assumed something major had happened at the residence. Yes. It's extremely urgent. What exactly is President Fu doing? If you can get him on the phone, please help me. Xiao Han's voice was frantic, even through the phone, Xiao Lin could feel his panic. Could you at least tell me what it is first? President Fu is in an important meeting, I can't just interrupt him. Then I'll tell you quickly. The moment he's free, make sure you inform him immediately. You know Zhu Mingho, right? Master's doctor. He's been imprisoned by Fu Hanwen and is being tortured privately. Xiao Lin's mouth fell open in shock. Tortured? Are you sure this information is reliable? Wasn't Fu Hanwen poisoned? Hadn't he urgently brought Zhu Mingho in to treat him? How did that turn into imprisonment and torture? Completely baffled, Xiao Lin stood there, gripping the phone tightly. Xiao Han was growing desperate. I'll send you a photo on Master's phone, take a look. Ding. The image came through. Xiao Lin opened it and stared for a long time, unable to confirm whether the mangled body was really Zhu Mingho. A bloody, unrecognizable mass hanging in midair, some strange white granules scattered across the skin. A fan was deliberately blowing directly at the naked, battered figure. Since the face couldn't be seen clearly, he hesitated to conclude. After closing the image, he noticed Xiao Han had sent several more photos. These new images seemed specifically meant to erase all doubt, they were close-ups of Zhu Mingho's face. Even though the face in the photo was severely swollen and bruised, anyone familiar with Zhu Mingho would still recognize him instantly. Hand trembling, Xiao Lin redialed Xiao Han's number. This is Zhu Mingho, isn't it? This is too horrible. The moment the meeting ends, I'll tell President Fu. We have to save Mr. Zhu no matter what. He'd never seen anything so gruesome in his entire life. How could this be happening? Was this even the 21st century? For a moment, he thought he time-traveled to a Japanese military base during the Republican era. Muttering curses under his breath, he hung up and began pacing outside Fu Zhe's office. His heart pounded wildly. He didn't even know if Zhu Mingho could still be saved, the man looked almost lifeless. He was well aware that their CEO had intentionally ignored Zhu Mingho, which drove the doctor to storm off to Fu Hanwen's side in anger. Now this. If anything happened to Zhu Mingho, Fu Zhe would blame himself forever. Before, he'd always wished Fu Zhe would hold meetings non-stop, fewer tasks for him that way. But today, he utterly despised this endless meeting. He wanted nothing more than to burst in and drag Fu Zhe out. Chapter 40, President Fu was cold to the point of speechlessness. Fu Zhe's meeting lasted several hours. It dragged on and on without ending, leaving Lin Xiao waiting until he felt like he'd wither away. With no choice, he had to call for backup. When the office door finally opened and shareholders trickled out one by one, Lin Xiao was already pale as a sheet. Due to the recent equity transfer, this meeting was extremely important. He knew better than to interrupt, so he turned to Zhuang Nian, vice president of Fu Corporation, to discuss an alternative plan. Zhuang Nian had someone look into Zhu Mingho's situation. In just that short while, Zhu Mingho had already been rushed to the hospital in critical condition. Rumors said he was nearly dead. Lin Xiao was terrified and didn't know what to do. If not for Zhuang Nian stepping in to intervene, Zhu Mingho might have already passed away. Given the sensitive nature of Zhu Mingho's injuries, Fu Hanwen could only send him to a private hospital. To avoid attracting attention, Fu Hanwen arranged for Zhu Mingho to be taken to a private hospital owned by his friend. Coincidentally, the director of that hospital happened to have some connection with Zhuang Nian, allowing them to mobilize the best possible resources and ultimately save Zhu Mingho's life. Once all the shareholders had left, Lin Xiao hurried into the office. Seeing the visibly exhausted Fu Zhe, he stammered, "President Fu, something terrible has happened. Zhu Mingho has been severely injured by your second uncle. He's at St. Heart Hospital undergoing emergency treatment." Fu Zhe's expression instantly froze. "What? Zhu Mingho was almost beaten to death by your second uncle." "Oh." Upon hearing the keyword, Fu Zhe slowly leaned back into his chair and calmly replied, "Almost. Then he's still alive." "Huh?" Lin Xiao, the secretary, couldn't make sense of his reaction. Fu Zhe looked exactly the same as always, disturbingly calm, as if Zhu Mingho were nothing more than a stranger. Yet the air around him noticeably darkened. Lin Xiao stood there helplessly, unsure of what to say. "If Xiao Han hadn't called me, I wouldn't even have known about this. I'd realized you don't care about Zhu Mingho anyway, I wouldn't have bothered arranging for his rescue." So much for going all out. He'd thought Zhu Mingho and his boss were close. Wasn't it true that he refused to let anyone else give him injections except Zhu Mingho? Then why, when life and death were at stake, was he so cold? Men's hearts are truly unfathomable. Poor comrade Lin Lin, because he agreed to 3 unreasonable demands from that scheming wolf Zhuang Nian, how was he supposed to survive tonight? Upon hearing his muttered complaints, Fu Zhe grew displeased. His brows knitted together as he delivered a crushing blow. "Your bonus for this month is gone." "Me?" Lin Xiao pointed at himself in disbelief, nearly laughing in frustration. "What did I do wrong for you to dock my bonus? The tea you made is too hot." Hearing this, Lin Xiao was so enraged he wanted to smash Fu Zhe's head into the ceiling. Drag his face across cement. Deflate the wheels on Fu Zhe's wheelchair. Launch Fu Zhe to Mars, and don't pack his wheelchair with him. Throw him straight into an African cannibal tribe. What kind of excuse was that? If only he were honest for once, Lin wouldn't be this furious. "You heartless capitalist." Fu Zhe might as well have said his pay was docked because he stepped into the office with his left foot first. F***CK. Storming angrily out of the office, Lin Xiao hid behind his desk and unleashed his frustration on the potted pot hose, a prize he'd won at last year's annual party. He ranted from the day he'd first started working all the way up to today, only feeling half his pent-up anger released. When he finally raised his head again, ready to throw himself wholeheartedly into work, the figure standing behind him nearly scared him to death. "PP President Fu. What are you doing here?" He wondered if Fu had heard anything. Fu Zhe's lips moved, each syllable capable of sending him spiraling into oblivion. "Next month's bonus is gone too." Lin Zhao's forced smile shattered instantly. Head drooping in defeat. "So what do you want me to do?" "Nothing." Fu Zhe twirled a leaf of the pot hose between his fingers, then after a pause asked, "Which hospital is Zhu Mingho in?" "Huh?" Xiao Lin froze instantly. So Fu Zhe was one of those men who said one thing but meant another. How come I never noticed this before? Ridiculous. I just told you. Xiao Lin rolled his eyes inwardly. Saving Zhu Mingho only to get docked pay, this was truly unjust. "I didn't hear clearly." "Say it again." "Xingxin Hospital." Xingxin Hospital, wasn't that the hospital owned by Feng's family, one of Fu Hanwen's drinking buddies? Fu Zhe narrowed his eyes slightly. "Xingxin Hospital. The Feng family's. Make an acquisition plan within 3 days." "Understood." Xiao Lin immediately opened WPS and created a new document. He knew he was in for overtime. Fu Zhe coughed lightly. "Drive me there." "Got it." Xiao Lin shut down his computer, pulled on his down jacket, and wheeled Fu Zhe to the parking lot. They drove over 40 kilometers to Xingxin Hospital. Zhu Mingho was still under observation in the ICU. Xiao Lin called over the attending physician. "How is he?" "Not optimistic. He's been abused, hasn't he? I suggest you report it to the police." "All right." One dared to say it, the other dared to act on it. On Fu Zhe's instructions, Xiao Lin immediately filed a police report. Soon enough, officers arrived with a forensic examiner. Since the victim was still unconscious, the medical examiner entered to assess his injuries while the police took statements and reviewed surveillance footage. Mr. Fu, aren't we afraid of retaliation doing this? Xiao Lin's concern wasn't unfounded. If Fu Hanwen really got locked up, he'd surely seek revenge. Fu Zhe waved dismissively. No need to fear. Just moments ago, he had overheard the doctor and forensic examiner discussing Zhu Mingho's injuries. Each detail wrenched at Fu Zhe's heart, filling him with such rage that he longed to return every single torment Fu Hanwen inflicted upon Zhu Mingho, twofold, tenfold. Whipping, pouring salt into wounds, forcing chilly water down his throat. Was Fu Hanwen reborn from some devilish prison warden? A monster. With evidence collected, the police headed to Fu Hanwen's villa to continue their investigation. Fu Zhe refused to enter the intensive care unit, choosing instead to sit in the adjacent observation room. Xiao Lin wanted to persuade him to go home and rest. After all, Fu Zhe looked like he hadn't slept in 8 days, his dark circles so deep they resembled fresh bruises. As soon as he opened his mouth, Mr. Fu, maybe you should head back first. The bonus for the month after next. No, please stay right here. Xiao Lin quickly shook his head. After half a day, already losing 2 months bonus. He definitely didn't want the same fate next month. Fu Zhe stayed outside the ICU for the entire night. The nurse came every half hour to check on her patients, and tried several times to persuade him to leave. Xiao Lin had already arranged a VIP private room for Fu Zhe to rest in. But Fu Zhe was stubborn, refusing to budge, insisting on sitting by the door and waiting. His silhouette looked pitiful, like a loyal little pug dog. The nurse tried coaxing him, but seeing that she couldn't move him, quietly fetched a blanket and draped it over Fu Zhe, who had spent most of the night awake. Fu Zhe lifted his bloodshot eyes toward the yawning nurse. Is he cold? Give him this blanket instead. He began to take off the blanket, but she quickly pressed his hand down. Don't. The patient's already covered with a quilt, and there's air conditioning too. You keep it on. Don't let the patient recover while the family member falls ill. Looking at her chattering lips, he smiled faintly and shook his head. I'm not his family. Oh. Not family. Embarrassment flashed across the nurse's face. She regretted saying so much earlier, how awkward. I'm just his employer. Oh, this. Forcing herself to continue, the nurse said, bosses like you are rare these days. Suddenly, the cardiac monitor inside the ICU emitted a rapid series of beeping alarms. I'll go call help. In a whirlwind, the nurse vanished down the hallway. Fu Zhe stared anxiously through the glass at the man lying motionless on the bed. His heart ached with regret. If only he hadn't deliberately ignored him, Zhu Mingho wouldn't have stormed out in anger. Chapter 42. Did he return to his original world? Was everything before just a dream? So noisy. The surrounding sounds were overwhelmingly chaotic, a jumbled mess. He struggled to open his eyes, but no matter how hard he tried, his eyelids remained stuck together as if glued shut with super glue. Out of fear of the darkness, he pricked up his ears and listened carefully to the noises around him. With his vision gone, his hearing had become especially sharp. All his senses were gradually returning, and he felt as though his entire body was being torn apart. Agonizing pain flooded every inch of him. There wasn't a single spot that didn't hurt, though it wasn't the raw, flesh-splitting pain from a few days ago. Now it was a dull, aching soreness, occasionally laced with stinging discomfort. Epinephrine, 5 milligrams. Epinephrine administered. Heart rate has stabilized at 70, Chief. Resuscitation successful. Dr. Zhu, stay behind to monitor the patient's condition and keep tracking his vitals. Everyone else, follow me out. When the surroundings finally quieted down, his racing heart slowly calmed. The voices he'd just heard, they were from a medical emergency. Could it be? Had he returned to his former world? That would be amazing. Finally, he could go home and see his parents again. All those days spent inside a book, had it all just been a dream? Well, at least he'd lived a few carefree days. To have such an extravagant, vivid dream, it was like striking gold by sheer luck. Perhaps the medication just now contained something that helped him sleep. As these thoughts drifted through his mind, Zhu Mingho slipped into slumber. Outside the door, Fu Zhe, who had been sitting there for a full day and night, immediately changed into sterile scrubs and rushed in after hearing the news of the successful resuscitation. He never wanted to endure that kind of torment again. Only by staying by Zhu Mingho's side could he feel any peace. His eyes locked onto the numbers and curves on the cardiac monitor, listening to the steady beat of the heartbeat. Only then did his heart rise out of the icy abyss. If this man died because of him, he knew it would haunt him for the rest of his life. Thankfully, he's alive. Thank goodness. Seeing Zhu Mingho's dry, peeling lips, Fu Zhe frowned. He turned to Dr. Zhu, who had stayed behind to observe, and said, his lips are too dry. Get me a bottle of water. Dr. Zhu looked confused. He's unconscious right now. We can't let him drink water. Fu Zhe's expression darkened. What made this doctor think he was so stupid? He wasn't an idiot, he obviously knew not to give Zhu Mingho water while he was unconscious. Just get it. Now. Though puzzled, Dr. Zhu obeyed, stepping out to retrieve a bottle of mineral water, knowing full well that Fu Zhe was the hospital's most powerful benefactor. But when he saw Fu Zhe, the wealthy tycoon, awkwardly moistening a cotton swab and gently dabbing it over Zhu Mingho's cracked lips, Dr. Zhu nearly dropped the bottle in shock. They're a couple. Holy shit. Holy crap. That's utterly unbelievable. No wonder Fu Zhe got dumped by Zhou Xianming recently. Was it because of him? This kind of high society secret scandal would fetch a huge price if sold to paparazzi or a rival company of Fu Corporation. Just as his mind wandered off, Fu Zhe snapped at him, "Is this how you treat your patients? I called you 3 times because he's uncomfortable, and you stood there spacing out. What the hell were you doing?" Startled, Dr. Zhu quickly jumped to his feet and examined Zhu Mingho, apologizing profusely, I'm sorry. On the hospital bed, Zhu Mingho lay pale-faced, drenched in sweat, his expression tense and anxious, brows knotted tightly together. Glancing at the vital signs displayed on the monitor, Dr. Zhu regained his composure and calmly explained, Bed 18's vital signs are stable. What we're seeing now might be due to pain from his wounds, or possibly a nightmare. Chapter 43, Waking up to see Fu Zhe, Xiao Zhu curses his luck. You, don't come any closer. Get lost. I don't want to see you. Zhu Mingho reached out and shoved the person beside him hard, refusing to let him get near. Fu Zhe approached with a cotton swab. Was he planning to stab him to death? No wonder his throat felt so raw. Was he moonlighting as a pandemic control officer? Your lips are dry and cracked. Let me moisten them for you. Hearing this absurd explanation, Zhu Mingho widened his eyes in disbelief. Since when did something like this become the kind of thing the young master Fu Zhe would do? Not even if Fu Zhe killed him would Zhu Mingho believe it. This was truly ridiculous beyond belief, the epitome of absurdity, right at home with Fu Zhe himself. Deciding this must be a dream, Zhu Mingho pinched the tender flesh on his waist. To his surprise, it didn't hurt at all. Realizing this was indeed a dream, Zhu Mingho instantly perked up. He muttered under his breath. Didn't I already return to my own world? Why am I still dreaming about you? A dream? The man wore protective gear and a mask, but even dressed like that, Zhu Mingho recognized him immediately. It was Fu Zhe. What else could it be? Zhu Mingho tried to roll over, but an odd resistance tugged at him. Looking down, he saw he was lying completely naked on a hospital bed, wrapped in bandages and connected to multiple tubes. His thoughts gradually came back into focus. So he hadn't actually returned to his own world, he had been rescued. I'd rather have died. Zhu Mingho mumbled softly. Whether due to anesthesia or sedatives, his mind felt hazy and sluggish. Fortunately, the medication had numbed the pain from his injuries. I'm sorry. What happened to you this time? It's not unrelated to me. I can compensate you. Zhu Mingho coldly cut Fu Zhe off. How exactly will you compensate me? Whatever you want, I'll give it to you. It's simple, put him in jail. Zhu Mingho didn't want to make things difficult for Fu Zhe. After all, every debt has its rightful owner. He didn't expect Fu Zhe to pay for Fu Hanwen's crimes. He thought this request was straightforward enough, easy to fulfill. Given how heavily the Zhou family was fined for tax evasion, clearly this world still upheld legal justice. Yet he failed to notice the awkward, uncomfortable expression on Fu Zhe's face. After a long pause, he finally heard Fu Zhe speak. I called the police, but one of Fu Hanwen's bodyguards took the fall for him. With that, Fu Zhe quickly wheeled himself away. I'll go get the doctor. The doctor arrived shortly after. Zhu Mingho lay motionless as a group of elderly physicians examined him thoroughly, turning him over like a corpse on display. He had hoped to use this chance to return to reality. If dying didn't work, then it was truly a wasted effort. But now, asking him to commit suicide. He simply couldn't bring himself to do it. Unless it was euthanasia, he couldn't think of a single way to die that wouldn't terrify him. Unfortunately, just like in China, euthanasia wasn't allowed in this world either. Seeing Zhu Mingho's despondent state, Fu Zhe asked the doctor, President Zhu, why does his mental condition look so poor? President Zhu adjusted his glasses, speaking gently, Mr. Fu, the patient has just narrowly escaped death, from the jaws of hell itself. He lost a tremendous amount of blood and hasn't eaten or drunk properly for days. His physical functions are extremely weak. How long until his body recovers? I've invited a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner for consultation. We may need combined Western and Chinese treatment to help this gentleman recover as soon as possible. Fu Zhe seemed satisfied with the answer and waved them out of the room. Once they were alone again, Zhu Mingho suddenly spoke up, looking at the silent Fu Zhe, am I in the ICU? Yes. You've been unconscious for 4 days. 4 days. That long? Zhu Mingho felt like he'd only been out for a moment. How could it already be 4 days? Now that I'm awake, transfer me to a regular ward quickly. ICU beds are scarce everywhere, I shouldn't occupy medical resources meant for other patients. His strong professional ethics kicked in immediately, he wanted to free up the bed for someone who needed it more. Fu Zhe gave him a reassuring look, don't worry. I've already acquired this hospital. You can stay in the ICU as long as you want. Huh. Bro, can't you talk properly? Ju Mingho seriously wished he could send Suegwa to slap him. Fu Zai's voice instantly softened as he gently explained. Sorry, what I meant was, you don't have to change rooms, you can just stay here. The medical equipment in this ICU is top tier. Now that I'm awake, I don't need all this anymore. There's no need to stay in the ICU. I can recover just fine in a regular ward. A regular ward? No way. You must stay in a VIP private room. Without hesitation, Fu Zai rejected his request outright, but Ju Mingho kept pressing him, insisting on moving to a regular ward. No, private rooms are boring. I still want to chat with other patients. After such serious injuries, being alone will make me depressed. Jej, please let me go to a regular ward. Chapter 44, Xiao Ju's roommate. After much nagging and pleading, Ju Mingho finally managed to get Fu Zai to agree to let him move into a regular ward. Full of anticipation, he sat in his wheelchair as it was pushed into the new room by a beautiful, lovely, and adorable young nurse. Upon entering, he noticed something beside one of the 3 beds already occupied. There's already someone here. He asked the nurse beside him. She looked dazedly at the bed number across from his. I don't know, maybe they just checked in. Hearing that, Ju Mingho instantly understood, the roommate next to him must be a newcomer. Given his own status in this hospital, he could practically consider himself a senior now, having arrived several days earlier than this guy. The nurse and caregiver dutifully began helping him settle in. His wheelchair was an ordinary one, nothing like Fu Zai's high-tech, custom-made model. To move it, he had to grip and spin the outer wheels manually. Still recovering from serious illness, his body was weak. No matter how hard he tried, the stubborn, unyielding metal frame refused to budge even slightly. Frustrated, he grabbed the left wheel with both hands and gave it a fierce twist. Propelled by the force, his wheelchair spun violently on the spot. Whoa! Whoa! His body bent awkwardly as he struggled to keep balance. Just as he lost control and started pitching forward, a firm, unwavering hand clamped around his waist and yanked him back. Thank you. Thank you. Once stabilized, he finally looked up to see his savior, and froze. Why you? I came with the young master. The man fidgeted nervously, rubbing his palms together, then shuffled behind Fu Zai and wheeled him over to the empty bed beside Ju Mingho's. Bodyguard Xiao Han and Captain Zhou Meng set down their belongings onto the same bed. Ju Mingho immediately panicked and called out. Don't put your stuff on someone else's bed. When they come back, won't they think you're rude? This bed belongs to our young master. Xiao Han muttered under his breath. Though quiet, his words were caught easily by Ju Mingho's sharp ears. Ju Mingho stared at Fu Zai and pouted. This is trauma surgery. What are you doing here? Wasting hospital resources? Is it trauma surgery? Fu Zai lifted his head, glanced at the ward sign, then turned back with a faint upward curve of his lips. As long as I speak, I can stay anywhere in this hospital, even DS office. Pfft. You can stay anywhere. Then why don't you go sleep in the morgue? Or check into the Debuliu suite? Ju Mingho huffed, stretched his body forward to grab the thermos cup on the table, popped the lid open, and sulkily pursed his lips as he drank. Fu Zai watched him, those once chubby cheeks now sunken, the pouting less cute than before. A dull ache stirred deep in his chest. It was all his fault. If not for him, Ju Mingho wouldn't have starved and wasted away like this. Transformed from a plump little guinea pig into a shriveled, skinny mouse. He turned away, the sounds of Ju Mingho flirting playfully with the nurse echoing around him. Lunchtime. Want anything to eat? Fu Zai removed his glasses, closed his laptop, and asked casually, though his gaze lingered deliberately on Ju Mingho across the bed. Ju Mingho, annoyed by the constant tap-tap-tapping of the keyboard, had put on the top-tier noise-canceling headphones. All outside sound vanished. Fu Zai spoke, waited minutes, but there wasn't a single reaction from the other side. The only movement was Ju Mingho giggling at something on his phone. A certain grumpy-faced monster glared darkly at the clueless innocent boy for a long while, then suddenly flicked his arm. A small paper ball shot through the air and smacked straight into the sweet idiot's face. Startled, Ju Mingho pulled off his headphones. He looked across at Fu Zai, who wore a look of righteous accusation, and instantly slipped on his signature sullen mask. What do you want now? I called you so many times. To his surprise, Ju Mingho heard a hint of grievance in Fu Zai's voice. He wiped invisible sweat from his brow, unsure how to respond. Didn't you see I was wearing headphones? It's a noise-canceling pair, I couldn't hear you at all. So you're saying my voice is noise? Chapter 45, guess we have to push the 2 hospital beds together just to have lunch. I didn't say that. Ju Mingho glanced at his sullen expression and instinctively lowered his voice, murmuring an explanation. I was just trying to ask you. Fu Zai patiently rephrased himself, it's lunchtime. What do you want to eat? Anything is fine. He wasn't picky, and Fu Zai knew that full well. Why pretend not to see he was wearing headphones and deliberately provoke him like this? Without even realizing it, Ju Mingho's lips had already curled into a pout so exaggerated they could have hung several oil bottles on them. Angrily snatching up his headphones, he put them back on and resumed scrolling through Bilibili. Fu Zhe said nothing, watching him for a moment before calmly picking up his phone to call the family Zhang. Lunch, however, was delivered by Secretary Lin. Boss Fu. Fu Zhe nodded slightly. Why so late? I grabbed some important documents for you along the way. End of the year, workload's insane. Lin took a stack of papers from his briefcase and placed them on the nightstand. Then he unfolded the small tray tables for the two patients. Now I remember what I forgot. Who knew what the kitchen staff had been thinking, only preparing a single serving for two people? But both of these men were immobile, invalids, how exactly were they supposed to share? Just give me any dish, really. I don't mind. Zhu Mingho proactively offered a solution, but Fu Zhe rejected it immediately. No. You're injured, you need balanced nutrition, meat and vegetables both. Xiao Lin, bring all the food over to Mr. Zhu. I'm not hungry. No. Zhu Mingho waved his hand so frantically he might have taken flight on the spot. Don't do that. Why not just push the two beds together? We can eat together. Fu Zhe considered it briefly, then agreed. I suppose that's the only way. Lin removed the nightstand between the two hospital beds and strained with all his might to slide them together. Zhu Mingho's bed was soon pushed right up beside Fu Zhe's. This was the first time they were sharing a bed while fully conscious, and Zhu Mingho felt oddly self-conscious. Uncomfortably touching the tip of his nose, he braced his heavy, stiff body and slowly shuffled across. There. After much effort, he finally sat face to face with Fu Zhe. It was close, yes, but somehow less awkward than lying side by side. He took a disinfectant wipe from Lin and cleaned his hands. Hey Lin, do you want to join us? No thanks, I've already eaten. Lin caught a pointed look from his boss and quickly made an excuse to leave the ward. Leaving just the two of them in silence, grunting quietly as they dug into the shared dishes. To ease the awkwardness, Zhu Mingho shoveled food into his mouth non-stop, bite after bite, eyes burning intensely as he stared at the plate. The food's at perfect temperature. No need to set it on fire with your stare. Fu Zhe suddenly spoke, startling Zhu Mingho. He blinked. What are you talking about? With those laser beams shooting from your eyes, the food's about to spontaneously combust. Zhu Mingho traced the pattern on his chopsticks, muttering, I'm not the Monkey King, I don't have supernatural powers. How could I possibly have fiery golden eyes? If I did, do you think I'd be lying here like this? I'd have seen through that rotten Fu Hanwen ages ago, whipped out my golden cudgel, and beaten him to a pulp. Watching his incessant chatter, Fu Zhe began regretting encouraging him to speak. What a decent man, shame about that mouth. He couldn't figure out how someone raised in the imperial capital managed to speak with some strange Sichuan Chongqing accent. He hadn't used to sound like that. Chapter 46, Best Couple. Composing his expression, Fu Zhe didn't think much of it and focused entirely on his meal. He still had a mountain of work waiting for him later, just thinking about it gave him a headache. His mind was completely occupied by work, leaving no room for Zhu Mingho to intrude. Zhu Mingho pretended to eat seriously, but in truth, he'd been secretly observing Fu Zhe the entire time. Just moments ago, his phone had received a message from Xiao Lin, Fu Zhe's secretary. Mr. Zhu, next Wednesday is President Fu's birthday. He's always spent it alone in the past, but this year is special, it's his zodiac year, so. The message was long, but Zhu Mingho only glanced at it briefly, catching the gist. He was slightly taken aback. He's 36. That can't be right. He looks so young. He couldn't for the life of him remember how old Fu Zhe was supposed to be in the original story. One thing was certain, he was convinced Fu Zhe couldn't possibly be just 24. When the phone notification light blinked again, Zhu Mingho quickly tapped it open. Our President Fu is only 24, okay. Even if he seems mature, it's because his cold, outstanding aura is exceptionally remarkable, his maturity and composure far surpass those of his peers. Zhu Mingho sent back a pouting emoji. Are you trying to get a raise by praising him to me? Teasing Xiao Lin lightly helped ease his irritation. Who would have thought Fu Zhe was actually younger than him? He'd assumed Fu Zhe was in his 30s. All thanks to Fu Hanwen, who on earth arranges an engagement for a 21-year-old kid. It was because of that he'd misjudged Fu Zhe's age. If only he'd known he was older, he would have definitely stepped up and taken the lead with Fu Zhe. Fu Zhe. HM. What is it? What's your zodiac sign? Fu Zhe frowned tightly. Zodiac sign? What's that? You don't know about zodiac signs? Zhu Mingho was so shocked he nearly dropped his chopsticks holding the potato strips. Putting them down, he began explaining, it's part of Western mythology, I'm not exactly clear on the details, but they divide the year into 12 signs based on birth dates. Oh. I was born on December 22nd. You're a Capricorn. No wonder you're so dedicated and career-driven. Zhu Mingho looked at the folder on the nightstand with a small sigh. Dedicated to work. Fu Zhe immediately felt the zodiac theory wasn't as accurate as Zhu Mingho made it sound. If he truly loved work, he wouldn't have come to the hospital. Coming here, First, officially to recuperate, and second, to escape work. Who has that many meetings every single day? And the proposals everyone brought up were so terrible, he seriously doubted whether the company's HR was suffering from midlife dementia, hiring such a bunch of useless people. What's your zodiac sign? Fu Zhe raised an eyebrow, asking. Zhu Mingho chuckled awkwardly, Virgo. Funny enough, though they weren't born in the same year, their birthdays happened to fall on the same date. A man is called Virgo? Fu Zhe, ever the stickler for semantics, found the term curious. Do men really go by virgin? Well, that's just what the sign is called. To ease the awkwardness, Zhu Mingho blurted out, zodiac signs also talk about compatibility. We're both earth signs, so we get along really well. Virgo and Capricorn are considered the perfect match, the ultimate couple. Then he caught the flicker of something unreadable in Fu Zhe's eyes, and instantly realized what he'd just said. He wished the floor would crack open so he could dive right in. What on earth had he just blurted out? The ultimate couple. So mortifying. Chapter 47. What is 100 years of solitude? Living a lifetime without marriage. Fortunately, Fu Zhe didn't react in any way, otherwise, he would have thrown his broken body off the 11th floor, face first, just to save some dignity. He quickly changed the subject. Next week is your birthday, right? How do you want to celebrate? Without hesitation, Fu Zhe shot him down immediately. Not celebrating. How can you not celebrate it? Zhu Mingho was still trying to persuade him when Fu Zhe's next sentence froze him on the spot. The day before my birthday is the anniversary of my parents' passing. I'm sorry. Awkward and unsure what else to say, Zhu Mingho picked up his chopsticks and silently continued eating. Seriously, Xiaolin must have done this on purpose, right? After thinking for a long while, Zhu Mingho decided, he was going to celebrate Fu Zhe's birthday anyway. In all his life, he'd only ever celebrated one birthday, the first one at age 1. The other 22 birthdays had passed without a single celebration. After dinner, Zhu Mingho opened the search bar on his phone and typed rapidly, what should I get for a CEO's birthday? The answers were all over the place, some told him to buy expensive items, others suggested gifting beautiful women, some said to just follow what others gave. Grudgingly, he opened Xiaolin's WeChat chat, what are you getting Fu Zhe for his birthday? Just an unsigned document, what else? Xiaolin replied almost instantly. Fu boss docked 3 months of my bonus, I don't have money to buy him anything. Fu Zhe says he's not celebrating, but I've thought it over and decided to do something anyway. Regardless, you need to come up with a gift. You pick first, I'll copy you. This idea was yours, you started it, so you're responsible. After sending that message, Zhu Mingho turned off his phone and began carefully planning how to celebrate Fu Zhe's birthday. He opened Penguin Music and searched for Jay Cho, but found nothing. This world doesn't even have Jay Cho. He tried Wu Bai, Lin Junjie, and several other well-known singers, only to be met with no results. He grabbed a random piece of paper and started trying to recall lyrics from Jay Chou's songs, testing how much he could still remember. The paper was too flimsy, so he casually slid a folder underneath it and focused intently on remembering. Fu Zhe capped his fountain pen, removed his glasses, and gently rubbed the corners of his tired eyes. Only then did he notice Zhu Mingho sitting nearby, muttering softly to himself while scribbling on a piece of paper. Several sheets of handwritten notes lay scattered around. Fu Zhe picked one up and studied it, it made no sense from any angle. He flipped it sideways, upside down, still couldn't decipher a single character. Your handwriting is this unreadable? Hearing that, Zhu Mingho scratched his head sheepishly. I've always had bad handwriting. Teachers used to scold me all the time. It wasn't until I started studying medicine that illegibility became my survival skill. Well, technically that wasn't a lie, except that he was speaking from his past self's perspective, not as Zhu Mingho. He probably didn't realize that Zhu Mingho was actually the final disciple of Ouyang Jiming, a renowned regular script master in the capital. Zhu Mingho's calligraphy could casually sell for 5 figures. Staring at the wriggling lines on the paper, resembling earthworms dancing wildly, Fu Zhe felt even more certain about his suspicions. He glanced at Zhu Mingho with a complex expression, put the paper down, and neatly placed the folder on the nightstand to his left. Out of boredom, he pulled out his treasured edition of 100 Years of Solitude and began silently reading. Zhu Mingho finally finished writing out his favorite song lyrics and was about to start organizing the musical scores when he accidentally caught sight of the book in Fu Zhe's hand. Wait, how do you even have 100 Years of Solitude? By never getting married. Huh. For a moment, Zhu Mingho didn't understand what Fu Zhe meant. It took him a second to catch on. Fu Zhe raised the book slightly. You asked how there could be 100 years of solitude. That's the answer. Oh. So Fu Zhe was secretly a master of dry humor. Zhu Mingho's lips twitched slightly, unseen, but shot Fu Zhe a look that said, enjoy your own joke, buddy. Chapter 48, Is it because of me? Yes. Ignoring him completely, Zhu Mingho pondered all possibilities about why there were no celebrities in this world. Could it be that the original author hadn't written about them? Or was there another reason, perhaps people in countries not mentioned by the author simply didn't exist here? To test his theory, he searched for some well-known figures from his previous world, then looked up names vaguely remembered from the book. Sure enough, his suspicion was confirmed. The moment he realized this, his mood instantly soured. What was he supposed to do if this world had none of the music he loved? Early the next morning, Ju Mingho suddenly had a bold idea. When the doctor came for rounds, he quietly asked, "Can I be discharged and go home?" The doctor hesitated. "You still need medication changes and anti-inflammatory treatment." It seemed he wasn't willing to let him leave. Ju Mingho tugged at the doctor's sleeve slightly. "I can't eat properly or sleep well here. Please let me go home." This almost coquettish gesture struck Fu Zhe as deeply irritating. After clearly indicating before that he was the hospital's director, why did Ju Mingho still go to his attending physician instead of asking him for help? It was infuriating. He glared at the doctor with increasing hostility, scrutinizing every move until finally turning away in a huff. After pleading persistently for a while, the doctor still flatly refused. After the doctor left, Ju Mingho slumped onto the bed in regret, idly staring at the ceiling light. "Do you want to be discharged?" Fu Zhe suddenly spoke, startling Ju Mingho. Glancing at Fu Zhe who was flipping through files, Ju Mingho slowly replied, "Yeah, what about it?" "Because of me." Hearing this, Ju Mingho felt as though his hidden thoughts had been caught. He forced out a smile. "Yeah." Seeing his bitter smile, Fu Zhe grew even more upset. "If you want to leave, I'll have Xiao Lin arrange the discharge papers." "Alright, thanks for your help then." "It's no trouble," Fu Zhe said through gritted teeth. Unaware of his mood, Ju Mingho cheerfully sat up and began organizing the musical scores he'd jotted down. Xiao Lin arrived shortly after and quickly handled the discharge procedures. "Mr. Ju, please rest comfortably at home these days. The doctor will come on schedule to change your dressings and administer 4 fluids." "Understood." After packing up, Ju Mingho followed them back. Poor Xiao Lin came alone but now had 2 wheelchairs to manage. He looked flustered. "You push him. Mine is self-operated." With that, Fu Zhe maneuvered his wheelchair forward smoothly. Xiao Lin hurried to follow, pushing Ju Mingho from behind. When it came time to get into the car, Ju Mingho hesitated again. Xiao Lin wasn't even as tall as him, and looked too frail to lift him. Yet Fu Zhe beside him simply braced his arms once and effortlessly swung himself into the vehicle. Ju Mingho gaped in shock. He just pushed up and got in. "Yes, you saw correctly. Director Fu is just that capable." As Xiao Lin praised Fu Zhe, he lifted Ju Mingho gently into the car like a princess carry. First time being carried like this by another man. So awkward. Finally settling into the seat, Ju Mingho murmured softly to himself while fastening his seatbelt, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Fu Zhe recalled that time when he himself had been carried princess style, mistakenly thinking Ju Mingho had done it. Back then, realizing he'd been carried by a man, he hadn't been happy either. Now, recalling that memory, the stiffness at the corners of his lips softened slightly. Feeling oddly pleased, he turned to gaze out the window. The sparrow outside the window, chattering on the telephone pole. Seeing the little bird, Ju Mingho absent-mindedly sang the lyrics circling in his mind, fingers lightly tapping along. Already lost in his own musical world. Fu Zhe listened intently to the flowing melody from his lips, a faint upward curve tugging at his own mouth. When he accidentally caught sight of that smiling reflection on the windowpane, Fu Zhe froze. Realizing it a moment later, he immediately pressed his lips back into a straight line. Chapter 49, Poor Fu Zhe. "Why aren't you wearing your seatbelt?" Ju Mingho noticed Fu Zhe staring out the car window, grinning like an idiot without bothering to fasten his seatbelt, completely oblivious to the possibility of being thrown sideways around a sharp turn. "Oh, I forgot." He responded matter-of-factly, acknowledging it but making no move to fix it. Instead, he remained motionless in his seat, at least no longer smiling foolishly. Even without the silly grin, he didn't look any smarter. Ju Mingho felt exasperated, muttering complaints under his breath as he leaned over to buckle the seatbelt for Lord Fu himself. He instantly regretted it, felt just like some nagging old nanny, and so right after fastening it, he reached back and unbuckled it again. Fu Zhe. Utterly confused, Fu Zhe gave Ju Mingho a deep, searching look. "Fasten it." Ju Mingho bit his lip, cautiously stretching his hand forward once more to click the belt back into place. Seeing Fu Zhe's expressionless face, a chill crept up his spine. Desperate to ease the tension, he began rambling on, "Even sitting in the back seat, we should wear seatbelts, right? When participating in traffic, we must always." At that moment, Ju Mingho suddenly felt a pang of sadness. He realized there was no such thing as Tan Tan talks traffic in this world, and nobody knew how to get to Ershin Bridge. And Fu Zhe certainly wouldn't get that reference. He forced out a few awkward laughs, then fell into sudden melancholy, growing silent. Gloomy and dejected, he finished adjusting the seatbelt, pulled his hands back, and wrapped his arms tightly around himself while gazing out the window. Even someone as dense as Fu Zhe could sense his unhappiness. He glanced over with concern before quickly looking away again. Does he really dislike me that much? His brow knotted into a tangled mess, yet he still couldn't figure out why. Lin, sensing the oppressive atmosphere from the back seat, stepped harder on the gas pedal. When they arrived at the hilltop villa, Fu Zhe opened the door before the car had even fully stopped. Zhu Mingho was startled. Before he could say anything, the bodyguards had already brought over the wheelchair. Fu Zhe sat down and left without looking back. Zhu Mingho moved slowly, being gently lifted out of the car by Xiao Huang and Lin, then placed carefully into his own wheelchair. "What's wrong with your boss?" he quietly asked Lin during the process. Had something happened at work that made him upset? Lin shook his head. "I don't know either. Maybe he's just swamped with work lately. Perhaps Boss Fu wants to slack off a bit." Hearing this explanation, Zhu Mingho relaxed slightly. As long as it wasn't because of him, he was fine. After all, he was living in the man's house. Making the host unhappy would be problematic. Didn't want to get treated unfairly later on. Fu Zhe was already seated at the dining table. Zhu Mingho had Xiao Huang push him over. "What are we eating today?" "I'm not the cook." Zhu Mingho choked mid-breath, completely shut down. "Ah sure. Did he swallow gunpowder or something?" Fuming, Zhu Mingho tugged at the knot on the gauze around his wrist, twisting it aggressively, then suddenly, it came undone. An awkward silence hung in the air. There was nobody nearby, well, except Fu Zhe. Glancing at Fu Zhe's cold expression, Zhu Mingho flinched nervously. He decided to use his other hand, mouth included, to tie the knot back together. As he clenched the loose end between his teeth and struggled to twist it tight, his arm was suddenly grabbed. He looked up. "What? Let me help." Fu Zhe's voice was stiff and icy, striking a sore spot deep inside Zhu Mingho. "If you don't want to help, just say so, I didn't ask you anyway." Fu Zhe pretended not to hear. With meticulous care, he retied the knot for Zhu Mingho. "Don't use your teeth. It's filthy." After finishing, Fu Zhe immediately went to the bathroom to wash his hands. Zhu Mingho stared embarrassingly at the neatly tied knot on his wrist, the gauze now damp and soggy from his own saliva. No wonder Fu Zhe, a man with obsessive cleanliness, seemed so strained doing this. Feeling ashamed, Zhu Mingho silently pulled out a tissue and dabbed at the wet stains on the gauze. Chapter 50 The truth after feeding is heartwarming. When Fu Zhe returned from the bathroom, he saw Zhu Mingho sitting alone, struggling to scoop sweet soup with a spoon using his bandaged hand. He froze for a moment, then felt an inexplicable irritation rising within him. Perhaps his gaze was too intense. Zhu Mingho noticed it immediately and quickly turned his head away. "I'm just, really hungry." I didn't mean to start without you. I was so hungry, and I hadn't eaten anything all day. I only had a few sips of soup, that's all." Zhu Mingho spoke with such that Fu Zhe finally caught the intention behind his words. Softening his voice, he reassured, "I don't mind at all that you started first. If you're hungry, just eat." "Okay." Even as he said that, Zhu Mingho meekly put down the spoon, refusing to take another bite. Looking at the gauze wrapped around his hand, Fu Zhe maneuvered his wheelchair beside Zhu Mingho. He instructed someone to bring a fresh set of utensils and placed them next to Zhu Mingho. As Zhu Mingho looked up in surprise, Fu Zhe picked up the serving chopsticks. "What do you want to eat?" Have some fish. I specifically told the kitchen to prepare sweet and sour fish for you." Fu Zhe picked up a piece of deboned fish, dipped it lightly into the sweet and sour sauce. "Spoon." Zhu Mingho instinctively lifted his spoon. "Here." Fu Zhe placed the piece of fish onto his spoon. At first, Zhu Mingho hesitated, too shy to eat, but lured by the delicious aroma, he eventually opened his mouth wide and swallowed it in one go. "So good." "Fu Zhe. Want more?" "More, please. You have to eat cauliflower too. And greens." This meal lasted a full hour, perhaps even longer. Fu Zhe kept feeding Zhu Mingho all along, but strictly followed etiquette, using communal chopsticks to place food onto Zhu Mingho's spoon. Yet, this small act deeply warmed Zhu Mingho's heart. "Thank you, Fu Zhe. It's nothing." In these past few days, aside from mealtimes, Zhu Mingho hadn't seen Fu Zhe at all. So much so that he couldn't help wondering, was Fu Zhe upset with him? Or was there some other reason? Yet, no matter how busy Fu Zhe was, he would always return to the villa during mealtimes, just to help Zhu Mingho eat. Within a short week, Fu Zhe had visibly lost weight, while Zhu Mingho pinched his round cheek and glared with deep grievance at Fu Zhe beside him. "Do you have some kind of secret plot going on?" "What? You're removing wrinkles from my abs." Fu Zhe had absolutely no idea what joke Zhu Mingho was referencing. He didn't understand the innuendo, nor did he pay it much mind. Instead, he continued picking up chunks of meat so Zhu Mingho could enjoy his meal. Zhu Mingho lifted his shirt, revealing his noticeably plumper belly. "Look. Aren't my abs gone now?" Fu Zhe stared at the soft little belly. Though marred by some unsettling scabs nearby, it somehow looked cuter, carrying a kind of broken beauty. No, what am I even thinking?" Fu Zhe quickly shoved the strange thought out of his mind. When he snapped back to reality, he realized his hand was already on Zhu Mingho's stomach. "Fu Zhe." Zhu Mingho blushed awkwardly, staring at the motionless Fu Zhe, completely at a loss. Why had he suddenly gone silent, and done this? He was panicking. Could someone please explain what was happening right now? Fu Zhe, what exactly are you trying to do? Don't touch me, you fool. Where his palm had touched, his skin flushed hot instantly, local red high temperature warning activated. Even after Fu Zhe pulled his hand away, the burning sensation lingered stubbornly. Chapter 51 Deliberate Teasing. The atmosphere was painfully awkward, and there was no telling if anyone else might pass by. Zhu Mingho's face burned as if it were about to turn into ashes, while Fu Zhe remained completely composed, not showing the slightest change in expression. It seemed as though only Zhu Mingho cared about what had just happened. He glanced left and right, no matter how he looked at it, Fu Zhe's face stayed cold and indifferent. Silence reigned in today's dining hall, the cutlery wept for me. Fu Zhe kept placing dishes onto Zhu Mingho's spoon without pause, yet for some reason, Zhu Mingho couldn't bring himself to swallow. So much time had passed, yet his face still felt scorching hot. He couldn't stay a second longer. I'm full. Really? Fu Zhe glanced at him, offering a slight smile as if seeing straight through his lie. You're not usually like this. Zhu Mingho set down his spoon, truly full. Fine, I'll take you back to your room. With that, Fu Zhe moved behind Zhu Mingho, reaching for his wheelchair. After a brief jolt, Zhu Mingho panicked, grabbing the armrests tightly and shouting, "Wait, seriously? You're in a wheelchair too, how are you supposed to push me? Let's not both end up falling." Fu Zhe paused. Zhu Mingho turned slightly to him, but then suddenly, everything spun wildly. In one smooth motion, he found himself firmly seated on Fu Zhe's lap, cradled in a princess carry. Why? Hold on tight, or I won't be able to catch you if you fall. That made sense. Without thinking, Zhu Mingho grabbed whatever he could, his hands clenched tightly around Fu Zhe's tie. Don't grab the tie. Do you want to strangle me? There was definitely some personal grudge in Zhu Mingho's grip. Fu Zhe could barely breathe. Sorry, didn't mean to. Zhu Mingho released the tie. Seeing Fu Zhe's face flushed from suffocation, he instinctively reached out and gently rubbed the back of Fu Zhe's neck. Here, rub it, it'll feel better. Gritting his teeth, Fu Zhe struggled to free his right hand to operate the wheelchair, enduring Zhu Mingho's roaming hands all over him. Open the door. A cold, distant voice snapped Zhu Mingho alert. What? He lifted his head, already at the door of his own room. Thanks for the kind escort back. Humph. Fu Zhe glanced down at the person in his arms and wheeled inside the bedroom. Onto the bed. Yeah. Fu Zhe stopped beside the bed, carefully lifting Zhu Mingho onto it. Scoot inward. Don't fall off. Don't go yet, bring me my computer. Zhu Mingho called out to Fu Zhe, who was already turning to leave. Fu Zhe handed him the computer. Your phone isn't enough to keep you busy. Humph. I want to play on the computer. Zhu Mingho tossed Fu Zhe a few free, contemptuous glances. With eyes as sharp as Fu Zhe's, how could he possibly miss them? Yet Fu Zhe deliberately placed the computer at the foot of the bed, forcing Zhu Mingho to crawl over and get it himself. Then in a flash, he sped away at 120 kilometers per hour, vanishing from Zhu Mingho's room. Zhu Mingho burst into laughter, half exasperated, idiot. Then, wriggling like a giant white maggot, he twisted himself from the head to the foot of the bed. Finally reaching the computer, he hadn't even turned it on when 3 or 5 bodyguards knocked on the door. Mr. Zhu, may we come in? Yes. We've received an order from the young master, a full set of gaming equipment. Where would you like it set up? Wearing headphones, he hadn't heard clearly. Seeing them carrying boxes, he vaguely pointed toward the window before putting his headphones back on and returning to his business. Chapter 52 So where's Xiao Zhu's wheelchair? Mr. Zhu, we've already set everything up. Would you like to come try it out now? Only then did Zhu Mingho notice a full set of gaming chairs and an undeniably luxurious computer conspicuously placed by the window. Your young master really knows how to throw money around. Looking down at the bandages wrapped around his arms, Zhu Mingho couldn't help but feel a deep sadness welling up inside. If I didn't know his personality so well, I'd think he's deliberately flaunting this setup just because I can't play games right now, trying to make me jealous on purpose. As a wild, fearless boy, how could he possibly not love gaming? The memories of skipping class to go to internet cafes, only to be caught between furious parents and school authorities, were still vivid in his mind. And now, this equipment was on par with what you'd only find in top-tier esports hotels. His palms itched uncontrollably. He almost wanted to leap over there and play a few rounds immediately. No, not at all. The young master ordered this specifically for your comfort. We hope you're satisfied with it. After saying this, security guard Xiao Huang quietly ushered everyone out of the room, leaving behind one immobile, pitiful young man. Instantly, the lightweight laptop in Zhu Mingho's hands lost all its appeal. After lying idly in bed for several minutes, he picked up the computer again and resumed working on his secret plan. Why didn't you let me deliver the wheelchair to young Master Zhu? Security guard Xiao Han followed his own master's orders and hid Zhu Mingho's wheelchair, though large question marks danced in his mind as he did so. He had no idea what his master was thinking. Stealing the wheelchair from someone who could barely move without it was like depriving a fish of water. Wait, scratch that, he meant like taking away a bicycle from a fish. No, wait, damn it, that wasn't right either. Ah, whatever. Young people these days, Zhang Li said thoughtfully, patting Xiao Han on the shoulder, should talk less and do more. Pfft. Xiao Han scoffed inwardly at Zhang's words. Zhang wasn't even that old, and wasn't he the one always gossiping the most around the house? Now acting all wise and condescending, like some enlightened elder. Humph. Since when did older people get to preach about speaking less and doing more? Xiao Han was the first one to object. Angrily stomping upstairs, he called out to Fu Zhe, "Young master, dinner is ready. You may come down now." Then he stood aside, ready to assist Fu Zhe into his wheelchair as soon as the door opened. A moment later, Fu Zhe's door creaked open. Xiao Han pushed him into the elevator. Going downstairs. Second floor. What? Xiao Han hadn't even processed it before Fu Zhe, his brows slightly furrowed in quiet contemplation, reached out himself and pressed the button for the second floor. To the second floor. But the dining hall is on the first floor. Xiao Han's mouth and brain had clearly been divorced for years. As soon as the words flew out, regret crashed down hard. Anyone with half a functioning brain could figure out why Fu Zhe wanted to go to the second floor. Why on earth did he blurt that out loud without thinking? Panicking, he briefly considered abandoning Fu Zhe and fleeing the scene, but he was a qualified bodyguard with solid professional ethics. He couldn't just run. Pushing Fu Zhe to Zhu Mingho's room, Xiao Han raised his hand and knocked. "Zhu Xiao, dinner is starting. Come in." The moment Fu Zhe entered, he saw, somehow, Zhu Mingho had managed to drag himself over. What met their eyes was this scene. Zhu Mingho lounging stylishly in the gaming chair, both arms flailing somewhat comically yet still radiating fierce determination as he pounded furiously on the keyboard, the mouse clicking like gunfire. "You." Xiao Han stared, equal parts shocked, surprised, and trying desperately not to laugh. Zhu Mingho winced in pain every time his injured arms hit the desk, yet still refused to look away from the screen. "Dinner's ready, yes." Wait, let me finish this round, then I'll come down." Without lifting his head, Zhu Mingho kept playing. Not hearing the door close after a long pause, he finally looked up during a lull in the team fight. "Hey, don't wait for me. Go eat first. Just leave the wheelchair here, I'll come down myself later." "Your wheelchair is gone." Xiao Han scratched his head, voluntarily taking the blame in hopes of redeeming himself. "What? My wheelchair is gone." Zhu Mingho froze, just in time to miss his revival countdown. Staring at the grayed-out screen, he sucked in a sharp breath. "No way, bro. You're telling me my wheelchair vanished from the Fu family dining hall? With all your guards around, there must be 5 or 6 I've seen alone, and you're saying a simple wheelchair went missing? That's some next-level nonsense." Chapter 53, My Own Cold, Invincible Young Master actually carried that weak, deadweight guy, Zhu Mingho. Xiao Han sensed trouble and sheepishly shrank into a corner, rubbing his nose awkwardly. He stole a few guilty glances at Zhu Mingho. The entire game had been going poorly. After the team's final defeat, Zhu Mingho promptly initiated surrender. When the match ended, he unhappily slid off the gaming chair and began dragging himself toward the bed. "That's how you moved around?" Fu Zhe tried to keep the disdain out of his voice, but failed miserably. Hearing this, Zhu Mingho also grew unhappy. "What do you expect me to do? I don't even have my wheelchair. Who knows why it got stolen in the Fu residence? Mr. Fu should really be more careful. With so many important documents on the 4th floor, what if they get taken next?" Zhu Mingho shot back sarcastically. The moment he saw Xiao Han's guilty look, he knew something was off about the wheelchair incident. It must have been their bodyguards being careless while packing up, accidentally damaging his chair. And now they were lying, saying it had been stolen. If he hadn't stayed here for several days, he might have actually believed them. Fu Zhe scowled. "Can't you at least keep yourself clean?" "It's not like I can. I can't even take a shower right now." Zhu Mingho finally managed to drag himself to the center of the bed and sat down, still hesitating, should he ask Xiao Han to carry him down, or try catching a ride with Fu Zhe. But Fu Zhe had severe, and the way he recoiled made it seem as if Zhu Mingho wasn't just rolling on the floor, but wallowing in mud like Peppa Pig, completely filthy. His mood plummeted. Silent as ever, Fu Zhe looked at the lifeless figure sprawled on the bed, someone who seemed utterly indifferent to boiling water being poured over him. Other people get grumpy when they wake up. You get grumpy when you're not playing games. Without another word, he maneuvered his wheelchair beside the bed, reached over, grabbed a blanket, and tossed it over his legs. Just as everyone assumed he was simply keeping warm, his long arms stretched out, yanking the gloomy Zhu Mingho off the bed and pulling him onto his lap. Why you? Can't you stop doing that?" Zhu Mingho's voice trembled, slightly hoarse, but to Fu Zhe, it sounded nothing short of petulant. Carefully wrapping the complaining bundle in the blanket, Fu Zhe glanced at the stunned Xiao Han. "Push me." Xiao Han snapped out of it and hurriedly placed his hands on the wheelchair, pushing it out the door. As he walked, he secretly bit his tongue, so hard that he winced and grimaced in pain. So what just happened wasn't an illusion. His own cold, untouchable young master actually carried Ju Mingho, that weak, deadweight loser. Oh God. Is there anything stable left in this world anymore? The only thing that aligned with the young master's character was that he'd at least placed a blanket beneath Ju Mingho. His persona remained intact. Being a fan of such a cold, dignified young master, only to witness his idol collapsing in real time. This is tragic. Just as he struggled to contain his inner turmoil, he stumbled on his foot and nearly flung both the young master and Ju Mingho off the wheelchair. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. He was terrified by his own blunder and quickly leaned down to check on the two atop the wheelchair. But the sight before him could have blinded his titanium alloy dog eyes. Ju Mingho was tightly clinging to his young master, face pale from fright. And the young master, in turn, was holding Ju Mingho securely in a protective embrace. For a brief second, Xiao Han felt something was off. But he wasn't articulate, and his imagination lacked depth. He couldn't put it into words. Your bonus this month is gone. Hearing that, Xiao Han was devastated, his feelings instantly shifting from worry to utter indignation. How could such a cold, heartless line come out of the young master's perpetually 36-degree lips? Sigh. Oh little cabbage green, growing in the field yellow, lost my mother at age 2 or 3. He couldn't help but sing, using music to express his emotions. One more note, and you're off to Africa to replace Wen Qin. After dropping that line, Fu Zhe took control of the wheelchair and left, abandoning poor Xiao Han, the one with the cursed singing voice, to sing alone. By the dinner table, Ju Mingho struggled to shift himself from Fu Zhe's lap onto a nearby stool. Somehow, he was already sweating. Fu Zhe handed him a tissue. Wipe yourself. I told you to sit on my lap while eating, but you refused. How could I possibly eat sitting on your lap? That sounds like the plot of a horror story. Ju Mingho muttered under his breath. He couldn't fathom how Fu Zhe's mind worked. Those who knew them would understand they were just close brothers. But outsiders? They'd probably assume some shady, unspeakable affair between them. Horror story. Fu Zhe's word sent a chill down Ju Mingho's spine. I don't know how to explain it, but you get what I mean. There's no way I'm sitting on your lap to eat. Seriously, stop looking at me like that. Come on, I swear, it's impossible for me to eat on your lap. If you promise not to make me do that, then whatever you say, I'll obey, okay? Desperate, Ju Mingho held up 3 fingers in a solemn oath. Seeing his expression, Fu Zhe, who rarely showed emotion, suddenly gave a faint smile. Whatever I say, you'll obey. Yeah. Yeah. Ju Mingho nodded vigorously, then picked up a spoon and respectfully extended it toward Fu Zhe. Z's, hungry, food. Speak properly, Fu Zhe said with a chuckle, though his hand obediently reached out and scooped some of Ju Mingho's favorite dishes onto his plate. After a few bites, Ju Mingho's phone buzzed non-stop. Fu Zhe glanced over, Xiao Lin, picture. Xiao Lin, animated emoji. Xiao Lin, don't let boss Fu find out. At first, Fu Zhe didn't think much of it. Everyone had secrets, their own private space. But the way Ju Mingho grabbed his phone and twisted his body like a wriggling worm to hide the screen successfully sparked Fu Zhe's curiosity. Unintentionally, Fu Zhe recalled Ju Mingho's earlier comment, I don't know why my wheelchair got stolen right in the Fu residence. Mr. Fu really should be more careful, there are so many important documents on the 4th floor. Wouldn't want someone stealing those next. So, were they secretly plotting behind his back to sell the company? Aside from Fu Hanwen, no one else would have the capacity to swallow Fu Corporation. But Fu Hanwen himself couldn't even manage Fu properly. No way it was him. Ju Mingho held grudges fiercely, there was no chance he'd ever collaborate with an enemy. You'd better not. Fu Zhe blurted out before biting back the rest of the sentence. Ju Mingho nearly jumped out of his skin, thinking he'd been found out. Panicking, he quickly lifted his shirt and hid the phone against his stomach. Not what? Don't play with your phone while eating. Oh, right, okay. Letting out a long breath, Ju Mingho resumed his pampered meal, but now distracted by worry, he barely tasted his food. It made Fu Zhe slightly annoyed. Full already? Ju Mingho looked up at Fu Zhe, who appeared to be on the verge of snapping. Realizing Fu Zhe had been feeding him the entire time without taking a single bite himself, he quickly nodded. Yes. Chapter 54, Does my second uncle have some kind of psychological issue? Otherwise why was your behind injured the most? Then wait here a moment. I'll quickly finish eating and send you up. Saying that, Fu Zhe casually took the spoon from Ju Mingho's hand, scooped up a corn kernel from the pork trotter and soybean soup, and popped it into his mouth. Ju Mingho's eyes nearly popped out of his head, what had he just seen? Fu Zhe ate with the same spoon he'd already used. Good grief, this was beyond absurd. What about his obsessive cleanliness? Had it been blown away by the wind? So scary. But seeing how much he seemed to be enjoying it, Ju Mingho didn't say anything. Instead, he pulled out his phone and resumed texting back and forth with Secretary Xiao Lin. How long are you going to keep playing Mr. Text King? Not wanting Ju Mingho to wait too long, Fu Zhe hurriedly swallowed a few bites before stopping. He wiped his mouth, ready to take Zhu Mingho back, but when he turned around, he found Zhu Mingho grinning like an idiot at his phone. After taking a closer look, he realized, sure enough, it was still Secretary Xiao Lin he was chatting with. Nothing. I'm done now, said Zhu Mingho, slipping the phone into his pocket and giving Fu Zhe a heavily suggestive glance. Fu Zhe spread open the blanket, waiting for Zhu Mingho to shuffle over. Do you want me to help wipe you down? After placing Zhu Mingho onto the bed, Fu Zhe suddenly voiced this slightly inappropriate little suggestion, leaving Zhu Mingho flustered. Amused by Zhu Mingho's shifting expressions, from pale to flushed, Fu Zhe smiled. Why aren't you saying anything? That wouldn't be appropriate, would it? Instinctively tugging at the hem of his shirt, Zhu Mingho squirmed awkwardly. Truthfully, he wasn't entirely against it, he just subconsciously believed he should at least resist 3 times before finally giving in. Fine then. I'll leave. Fu Zhe turned as if to go. Instantly, Zhu Mingho panicked. Why don't you follow the script? What's wrong with you? What script? You should have bargained with me at least 2 more times. Too troublesome. Fu Zhe unzipped his down jacket, took it off, and placed it neatly at the foot of Zhu Mingho's bed. With practiced ease, he maneuvered the wheelchair into the bathroom. Zhu Mingho sat on the bed, waiting, and suddenly got an odd feeling, like a newlywed bride awaiting her husband. Ugh, no. What a damn ridiculous comparison. He reached up and slapped his own cheeks, only realizing then how hot they already were. It's all Fu Zhe's fault. He muttered under his breath. What about Fu Zhe? The man himself appeared beside the bed, left hand carrying a basin of water. Didn't the doctor tell you anything about your recovery progress these past few days? He did. It's going okay, I guess. It's just that my butt was injured really badly, so I still can't walk for now. After saying that, Zhu Mingho's face burned even hotter. He was dying of embarrassment, he really shouldn't have brought it up. Sneaking a peek at Fu Zhe's expression, he accidentally locked eyes with him. Those full red lips moved, but Zhu Mingho was so distracted he couldn't make out the words, until Fu Zhe raised his voice, making it clear, undress. Gritting his teeth, Zhu Mingho pulled off his sweater. Well, we're both guys anyway. It's not like there's anything embarrassing about being seen. After some internal pep talk, he was completely bare, or rather, 80% of him was still wrapped in bandages. How am I supposed to wipe you like this? Fu Zhe wondered aloud, momentarily at a loss. After a brief pause, he wrung out a towel from the basin, gently took hold of Zhu Mingho's right wrist, and carefully wiped his fingers. Though there wasn't much skin exposed, Fu Zhe eventually cleaned every single one of Zhu Mingho's toes. Zhu Mingho instantly felt a surge of pride and began happily humming a little tune. Say, do you think my second uncle might have some kind of mental illness? Fu Zhe had gone back to the bathroom to set down the basin. Returning, he looked at Zhu Mingho's thickly bandaged backside with confusion. Why do you say that? If he wasn't sick in the head, why would he beat your butt? Oh. Zhu Mingho quickly cut him off. Don't go guessing. My injury was from my own clumsiness. Oh. It's a long story. Back then, I was tied up the whole time. Only during meals would they untie my hands, and as soon as I finished eating, they'd tie me up again. Once, though, the meal came in a ceramic bowl. I remembered all those TV dramas I've watched, how the protagonist always smashes the ceramic bowl, uses the shards to cut the ropes binding them, or at least defends themselves with it. As he spoke, Zhu Mingho scratched his head sheepishly. Fu Zhe gave him an encouraging look, silently urging him to continue. You can probably guess what happened after that. Zhu Mingho pouted, as if unwilling to continue. Fu Zhe shook his head, I can't guess. Fine. When I was sawing the rope with a piece of ceramic, someone opened the basement door. I got so scared that I dropped straight down. And landed on the shards. Yeah. It wasn't so bad when he didn't mention it, but bringing it up only made him feel worse. How could he have been so stupid? He was supposed to be a top-tier university student, for heaven's sake. Now look, at Fu Zhe's eyes, he'd lost both his dignity and his pride. Good then. I thought it might have been something else, said Fu Zhe, tucking in the blanket around the immobilized mummy, Zhu, and gently adjusted the corner of the quilt. Get some rest. I'm leaving. With that, he walked out of Zhu Mingho's room. Zhu pulled out his phone and checked the time. Not even 9 o'clock yet. The night's just beginning, why is he telling me to sleep already? Wriggling awkwardly out of bed, he struggled all the way until he finally flopped into the gaming chair. Zhu Mingho. Fu Zhe had been knocking on the door for nearly 10 minutes, but there was no response from inside. Suppressing his growing impatience, Fu Zhe placed his hand on the doorknob. I'm counting to 3. If you're not out by then, I'm coming in. 1, 2, 3. He pushed the door open. There was Zhu Mingho, sprawled across the big bed, not even under the covers, hugging a pillow and fast asleep. Fu Zhe reached over and tapped his shoulder. Wake up. No. Today's breakfast is Chongqing spicy noodles. That was his trump card. A few days ago at breakfast, Ju Mingho had complained that the Fu family meals were too dry and bland. How nice it would be to have a bowl of fiery, mouth-numbing Chongqing noodles. I want 3 liang of wonton noodle special. Just as expected, even half asleep and struggling out of dreams, Ju Mingho blurted it out instinctively. No matter how tired he was, he still remembered, the wonton noodle special tasted better. Then get up quickly, or I'll let Xiao Han eat all your noodles. He gave Ju another shake, trying to rouse him, before turning to go downstairs and instruct the kitchen to prepare a bowl of patient-friendly Chongqing noodles as fast as possible. Xiao Han, did you deliver the wheelchair to Ju Mingho last night? I did. But Master Ju won't need the wheelchair for more than a few days anyway. Why give him such an expensive one? Xiao Han couldn't quite understand why they'd bypass a regular few hundred yuan wheelchair and instead provide Ju Mingho with a 100,000 yuan luxury model. It's not like he wouldn't recover. You've overstepped. Fu Zhe dropped those words coldly, picked up the Ditu Daily, flipped to the finance section, and didn't spare Xiao Han another glance. Xiao Han realized immediately that his loose tongue had upset the young master again and began scheming how to make amends. Just then, the doctor arrived. Seizing the chance, he hurried forward. Dr. Zhu. You're here to change Master Zhu's dressings today. He led Dr. Zhu upstairs. Eager to take credit, he forgot to knock and simply turned the knob and pushed open Ju Mingho's door. As luck would have it, Ju Mingho strictly followed medical instructions. Every morning upon waking, while waiting for the doctor to change his bandages, he'd remove all the wrappings to let the newly growing flesh air out. And just like that, Xiao Han, unaware of this routine, was greeted by Ju Mingho's scarred body in full view, and screamed, "Ah! What timing!" Fu Zhe had just come upstairs and stood right behind him. He raised his hand and punched Xiao Han hard, still standing there. Get lost. Sorry, Master Ju, so sorry. Xiao Han scrambled away from the second floor, silently vowing never to deal with Ju Mingho again. This embarrassment was unbearable. Ju Mingho looked at Fu Zhe, who still seemed furious after chasing Xiao Han off, and challenged him, we're both men. What's the big deal? Just because we're men doesn't mean it's okay. But you looked at me too, didn't you? Little Ju scoffed at his hypocrisy, so others aren't allowed to look, but you can. What kind of logic is that? Caught off guard, Fu Zhe had no retort. Yet he refused to leave, standing there with burning intensity as he watched Dr. Zhu apply medicine to Ju Mingho. Ju Mingho didn't mind in the slightest. Let him stare, it's not like he'd lose weight. But Dr. Zhu, under that unblinking gaze, grew increasingly uncomfortable. Mr. Fu, could you please stop staring? You're making me nervous, I can barely hold my hands steady. I'm not looking at you. Why are you panicking? With that angry mutter, Fu Zhe stormed out. Snow had begun to fall again outside. He called Zhou Meng over. How heavy's the snow? Heavy. Last night left a thick layer. For your trip to the office today, better take the Bentley. Just now I had the guys fit snow chains on it. Push me out. Alright. Zhou Meng had been by Fu Zhe's side for quite some time and understood his temper well. After covering him with a blanket, he pushed him out into the falling snow without further hesitation. Catching a handful of snowflakes in his palm, Fu Zhe let out a quiet laugh. I want to play in the snow. Wanna build a snowman? In previous years, whenever it snowed, Fu Zhe would secretly build a snowman, sometimes big, sometimes small, but always placing an old-fashioned flat cap on its head, as if holding a private memorial for someone or something long gone. Do you think I can still build a snowman like this? Less a question than self-mockery, he added, am I bringing bad luck to everyone around me? It's only been a few days and now there's another person in a wheelchair. Master, don't say that. This was the first time Zhou Meng had seen Fu Zhe like this, so vulnerable, and he didn't know how to console him. He wanted to pat Fu Zhe on the shoulder, but their positions made such brotherly comfort inappropriate. Clasping his hands tightly, he came up with another idea. Should I just leave you here in the snow? No. Fu Zhe thought the whole scene would make him look utterly ridiculous, so he refused. Just push me back. I'm cold. Ju Mingho had already finished changing his dressings and wheeled himself outside the lobby. Dr. Zhu, be careful on your way. What are you two doing out here? Seeing Fu Zhe being pushed by Zhou Meng, he assumed Fu Zhe was about to head to work. Our young master wanted to build a snowman. Then why aren't we building one? Come on, it's fun. Ju Mingho was instantly excited, he'd always wanted to make a snowman. A boy from the south, after all, couldn't get enough of snow. You come build one with me. I know you want to. Ju Mingho parked his wheelchair beside Fu Zhe's. It's your company's annual party today, and you're not going anyway. Instead of sitting at home like a shut-in, why not join me? I'll show you around, eat, drink, have fun, everything. Eat, drink, and have fun. Yeah. If you promise to listen to me for the next 3 days straight, I'll take you on a ride you've never experienced in your first 24 years. Looking at Ju Mingho's earnest expression, Fu Zhe said simply, fine. With Fu Zhe's approval, Ju Mingho drove his wheelchair to the thickest patch of snow in the courtyard and slid right off into it. Whoa. The snow's so deep, we can totally have a snowball fight. Wanna join? Fu Zhe watched Zhu Mingho roll around in the snow, a twitch forming at the corner of his mouth. Fresh medicine. Fresh clothes. That dirty mess. Before he could finish his mental grumbling, Zhu Mingho crawled over to his feet and grabbed his legs. If you don't come down, I'm dragging you. I won't. The word hadn't even left his mouth when Fu Zhe was yanked straight down into the snow. His hands landed in a freezing white, and he glared murder at the laughing Zhu Mingho before him. You're dead. Your ass is mine. Chapter 56 Fu Zhe, you're no hero. As soon as the words left his mouth, Zhu Mingho scrambled forward on hands and feet. There was no way he wanted to get hit by Fu Zhe, his old wounds hadn't even healed yet, and he certainly didn't want any new ones. Sure, the butt might be the most useless organ in the human body, but he had zero interest in becoming Mr. No-Bottom. Ah. Mercy. Mercy, hero. Ah. Let me go, let me go. Baochi, har, don't touch me. He hadn't crawled more than a few steps before Fu Zhe grabbed him by the waist. He wriggled and struggled but couldn't break free, so he shouted desperately, this doesn't count. You cheated. How did I cheat? When you can't win, you just make up accusations. You've been secretly working out behind my back. Otherwise, how could your 4 legs beat mine? Zhu Mingho resorted to his classic skill, blabbering nonsense. Talking crazy wasn't illegal, so why not stretch the truth a little? Seeing that Zhu Mingho was panicking and starting to act silly, Fu Zhe ignored him and yanked him closer. Just tell me where I should hit. I have to choose myself. Was this guy really being this humane? Zhu Mingho couldn't believe it. While he was racking his brain trying to decide where getting hit would seem least weird, it suddenly dawned on him, wait, am I actually thinking about where I want him to hit me? You can't hit me, I'm warning you. If you hit me, I'll bite you. Fu Zhe paid no attention, raised his palm, and, slap, landed a sharp strike. Though he used only 30% of his strength, Zhu Mingho still wailed in pain. You actually dared to slap my ass. I'm gonna fight you. Today, I'll make damn sure you know who's the son and who's the father. With a furious roar, Zhu Mingho lunged onto Fu Zhe and sank his teeth into Fu Zhe's ear. I'll bite you to death. Almost instantly, Fu Zhe's ear turned bright red. He grabbed Zhu Mingho by the neck and shoved him away, his face full of disgust. Little filthy dog. Humiliated and enraged, Zhu Mingho grabbed Fu Zhe's collar and shoved snow down his shirt. You're the dog, Fu Guzi. Unwilling to back down, Fu Zhe clamped onto Zhu Mingho's wrist, scooped up a handful of snow, deliberately waved it in front of Zhu Mingho's eyes like a showman, then dumped it down his collar. This deliberate flourish infuriated Zhu Mingho beyond measure. You're killing me and destroying my soul. I'm fighting you to the end. Furious, Zhu Mingho broke free from the grip, pulled up the hem of Fu Zhe's shirt, and poured snow straight onto his abs. Forced into action, Fu Zhe launched a strategic counterattack. He shifted from lying down to sitting up, now wrestling fiercely with Zhu Mingho. If you want war, then bring it. Knowing Fu Zhe had no sensation in his legs, Zhu Mingho sat directly on them and started grappling. The tense battle made the watching bodyguards tremble with anxiety. Xiao Huang tugged at old Zhang the steward's sleeve. Uncle Zhang, shouldn't we step in? The young master is clearly losing. Step in for what? Have you forgotten the young master's strength? Obviously, he's letting Master Zhu win. Don't interfere, we'd only mess things up. Clearly, the young master wants to have some fun. Can't you let him enjoy himself a bit? Tomorrow's his birthday, you do nothing, say nothing, and now you won't even let him have fun? Since you can't cheer him up, just let Master Zhu keep him company. If you really have nothing better to do, go scrub all the toilets in the villa. Old Zhang's scolding left Xiao Huang dizzy, his head spinning with, young master, happy, Master Zhu, happy, he was completely disoriented. Fine, I'll go scrub. So what if it's toilets? He'd done it before, every time he messed up, he'd been punished with toilet cleaning duty, who knows how many times. 2 steps into his retreat, he was called back. Tell Chef Zhang in the kitchen to boil 2 bowls of ginger soup. Hold off on preparing the noodles with pork sauce for now, it's uncertain whether they'll even get around to eating. Got it. And thus, our temporary helper Xiao Huang temporarily exited the scene. Now, let's shift the camera back to the battlefield. Currently in the ring are 2 handsome fighters, Suit Guy and Puffer Jacket Guy. Ahem. Puffer Jacket Guy launched a fairy scattering flowers move, flinging snowflakes straight into Suit Guy's face, temporarily blurring his vision. Seizing the moment, Suit Guy clamped down on Puffer Jacket Guy's wrist. When Puffer tried to pull free, Suit wouldn't let go, and their struggle escalated into another round of tactical combat. They wrestled and rolled together across the snow. Wow, watching hot guys fight is truly a pleasure. What a shame, so few people are witnessing this live. They should broadcast this match on national TV, let everyone see the spectacle. Amid Puffer Jacket Guy's loud shouts and screams, the match neared its end. The camera zooms in for a close-up on Puffer Jacket Guy, revealing a twisted expression, defeat, frustration, and the remorse of one who has lost. Stop. Stop. My ass is splitting open. Liar, retorted Fu Zhe. I didn't even hit your ass. Fu Zhe just assumed he was making up excuses for losing, so he ignored him, and gave a light press anyway. Ah, see. Don't touch it. Any movement will strain the muscles there, guys. Have mercy, bro. But. Fu Zhe deliberately paused, then whispered with a smirk, what did you say at the start of the fight? Who's the son and who's the father? Zhu Mingho muttered weakly, not even daring to look up. Fu Zhe patted his shoulder. I know you've never trained, so I held back 80% of my strength. So, you know what you need to do now, right? But die, Zhu Mingho strained, forcing the word from deep in his throat. Then he quickly comforted himself, men accept their losses. Being someone's son by birth isn't shameful, I'm modern, I can't stand ancient talk. What are you talking about? Obviously, I want you to call me Dad. WC, Fu Zhe, you're no hero. Zhu Mingho punched Fu Zhe's shoulder a few times. I won't say it. Go ahead and kill me. Really not going to say it? I won't say it even if you kill me. Taking advantage of the moment, Zhu Mingho retaliated by pinching Fu Zhe's legs several times. Laughing, Fu Zhe snapped, you lost but won't admit it, then dare call me less of a man. Humph. You played dirty, hitting my ass, petty and spiteful. Zhu Mingho launched a verbal counterattack. Fu Zhe reached out and clamped down on the soft flesh of his neck. You didn't pinch my legs either. That's because your legs have no feeling. I specifically chose your legs to be nice, okay? Zhu Mingho spoke with an air of selfless care, making Fu Zhe burst into laughter. You're something else. This cheating act, you're nothing like how you used to be as a kid. Suddenly, both froze. Zhu Mingho feared his soul swap would be exposed, so he stayed silent with a smile. Fu Zhe, afraid Zhu Mingho would discover that he knew about the soul swap, also stayed silent with a smile. To ease the awkwardness, Zhu Mingho reached out and slapped Fu Zhe's shoulder. Hey, bro, let go of my neck. Not letting go. His hands were freezing cold from all the snowplay, and Zhu Mingho's neck was warm, why would he ever pull them out of such a cozy paradise? Zhu Mingho swung an elbow backward, knocking Fu Zhe's arm away, then scrambled frantically outward. Chapter 57 Poor Zhu Mingho got beaten up again. Zhu Mingho scrambled away from Fu Zhe in a huff, crawling on all fours with no dignity at all, awkwardly climbing up the steps. Old Zhang, save me. Your young master's going to kill me. Stop him quick. Zhang Di shot a glance at Fu Zhe, exchanged a silent look, then bent down and hoisted Zhu Mingho onto his shoulder. Zhu Mingho was stunned by Zhang's strength. Whoa. Zhang, you're amazing. I had no idea you were so strong for your age, must be the winter weather, never noticed you're built like a bodybuilder. He even reached out and touched Zhang's bicep, making me flinch so hard his arm nearly gave way, almost dropping Zhu Mingho. Master Zhu, please don't touch me, Zhang said nervously. I'm extremely ticklish everywhere. Don't make me drop you. Zhu Mingho nodded quickly, clutching tightly to the fabric of Zhang's back, careful not to brush against any skin, terrified Zhang might shake him off. Old Zhang, go slower. Don't drop me, seriously. I'm scared. And besides, I'm injured. Don't scare me. His endless chatter had long worn grooves into Zhang's ears. Zhang rubbed them subtly as he walked. In the blink of an eye, Zhang had practically teleported up to the second floor, arriving at Zhu Mingho's room. Master Zhu, your clothes are wet. Please change quickly. I'll go bring your wheelchair up. Fine, but remember to tell Fu Zhe to change too. At least he still thought of the young master, that was somewhat comforting. But if he really cared, how could he have let the young master stay out in the snow for so long? What a know-it-all brat. Of course, Zhang muttered with mild irritation before shutting the door and clattering downstairs. He hurried to check on his own young master. Left alone in the courtyard, surrounded by those clueless youngsters, only Wen Qin had been reliable, but the young master found him annoying and sent him off to Africa for a new project. In the courtyard, Fu Zhe sat on the ground, his back looking thin and lonely, utterly desolate. Approaching quietly, Zhang saw Fu Zhe shaping snowballs from the snow around him. He stepped gently in front of the boy. Young master, are you building a snowman? I'll go get what you need. Zhang went to the storage room in the side wing of the mansion to rummage through old items. Every year when Fu Zhe made a snowman, he insisted on placing grandfather's hat atop its head. It was said that when grandfather was alive, he used to build snowmen with Fu Zhe every winter, always topping them with his vintage flat cap. After grandfather passed, Fu Zhe continued this ritual as a quiet way of remembering him. Busy as he was, Zhang completely forgot about Zhu Mingho. His mind was now fully on helping his young master prepare for the snowman. Coincidentally, today marked the anniversary of the car accident that took his parents' lives. Keeping busy would help the young master avoid drowning in sorrow. Once everything was gathered, Zhang stood quietly beside the silent Fu Zhe in the yard, assisting wordlessly as they shaped the snowman together. Upstairs, Zhu Mingho waited and waited, but no one brought his wheelchair. Eventually giving up, he flopped onto the bed and started playing on his phone. Before long, he dozed off. Ju Mingho, how can you possibly sleep at a time like this? Nothing's settled yet, and you're sleeping. Wake up. Let me see how much you've done. Startled awake by Xiao Lin's yelling, Ju Mingho blinked open his eyes to find Xiao Lin sitting by his bed, groaning in distress. Wake up already. I've gotten everything you asked for, go check it over. The event starts tomorrow, and you're not even nervous? Ah, well, because I'm fully prepared, bro, Ju Mingho mumbled, rubbing his sleepy eyes. He felt completely unrest and didn't want to get up at all, rolling around under the blanket like a lazy worm. You're hopeless. You don't know how anxious I am hiding this from President Fu every single day. Xiao Lin vented his frustration, annoyed by how comfortably Ju Mingho was lounging. With Fu Zhe doing nothing these past days, Xiao Lin had been handling the entire annual party alone, who knew his suffering. And here was Ju Mingho, his useless teammate, fast asleep while snoring away. Xiao Lin had wanted to look around for something useful when he spotted Ju Mingho's gaming setup. Holy crap. How did you get so rich overnight? This whole setup's super expensive, I've been eyeing it for ages but couldn't bring myself to order. My boss gave it to me, Ju Mingho said carelessly, scratching his messy hair and using every ounce of strength to sit up. Huh. Xiao Lin's delicate face twisted in disbelief. No way. Our President Fu is so stingy, how could he buy you something this expensive? Wait, isn't your boss pretty generous? He gave me 10 million last month, Ju Mingho replied casually. Seeing that Xiao Lin didn't believe him, Ju Mingho pulled up his bank statement and showed it to him. See? I'm not lying, 10 million last month. Pfft, no way. Maybe it was a one-time medical compensation or something. I refuse to believe your boss actually gives you 10 million every month. Not in a million years. Then how about a bet? What kind of bet? A spark lit up in Ju Mingho's eyes. If my boss doesn't transfer me 10 million next month, I'll give you this entire setup. And if he does? Xiao Lin asked. If he does, you pay me the full price for the setup. Xiao Lin tilted his head in thought for a moment. Deal. Then he stared longingly at Ju Mingho. But, can I play on your computer for a bit? Come on, please. I've never even touched such a high-end machine before. Please let me try it just once. Xiao Lin tugged at Ju Mingho's sleeve, pleading. Ju Mingho remained unmoved, scrolling on his phone. Keep begging. Don't stop. Please, Ju Dage, you're the best. Let me play just a little bit. Fine. Ju Mingho gave a cryptic smile. But why don't you ask your Zhuang Nian to buy you one? Huh. You're so annoying. We're not even together yet. Xiao Lin pouted at Ju Mingho. You're such a gossip. Ju Mingho patted his shoulder. I just sent our entire conversation as a voice message to Zhuang Nian. Most likely, you'll be getting an identical setup soon. Don't thank me. Xiao Lin jumped up immediately, snatching the phone from Ju Mingho, the disabled man, and screamed, aha. Ju Mingho, you monster. You actually sent him a voice note. Eh. I'm gonna kill you. They were supposed to be a secret couple. The Fu Corporation strictly prohibited office relationships within the same floor, it wasn't like he had any choice, aha. Zhuang Nian was already sensitive about not being able to go public. If he heard the recording where Xiao Lin denied their relationship just now, would he even want to live anymore? With red eyes, Xiao Lin punched Ju Mingho hard. Ju Mingho instantly burst into tears, hugging his supposedly fragile self dramatically. You can't hit me. Hitting me is bullying the elderly, the weak, the sick, and the disabled. Wrapping himself tightly in the blanket like a burrito, Ju Mingho defended himself with dead seriousness. All I wanted was for Zhuang Nian to buy you a set so we could game together, why are you beating me up? Chapter 58, Xiao Fu's birthday has finally arrived. What are you talking about? You just don't get it. Alright, I don't get it. This husband-husband chemistry of yours, how could a lonely single man like me possibly understand? Seeing that Lin was about to blow up again, Ju Mingho wisely raised both hands in surrender. Fine, go use my computer. Just go ahead. Fine. Out of respect for the computer, he decided to let Ju Mingho off the hook this time. But hurry up and finish your work. The boss has to inspect everything tomorrow. Okay, I'll double check for any remaining bugs. I think we're almost there. Ju Mingho opened his laptop, put on his headphones, and started working overtime. Fu Zhe learned that Lin and Ju Mingho had stayed in the room all day long, even going to eat together, whispering to each other constantly. Several times Fu Zhe strained his ears to eavesdrop, but their voices were too low to make out anything clearly. Unable to bear it any longer, he returned to his room and picked up the phone. Zhuang Nian, why aren't you clinging to your wife today? He's got something on. I didn't ask much. Zhuang Nian's distracted voice came through, making Fu Zhe even more frustrated. Do you know who he's with? Ju Mingho. Then why haven't you gone to pick him up? Why should I? It's rare for him to be away for one night, my kidneys finally get a rest. Letting him hang out with friends once in a while isn't so bad, is it, President Fu? Take my advice, no matter how much you like someone, you still need to give them space. Touched right on the sore spot, Fu Zhe snapped instantly, "Who says I like him? Don't you?" Zhuang Nian's teasing tone only irritated Fu Zhe further. "He's the one who caused my car accident. How could I possibly like him? In that case, I don't know then." Zhuang Nian shrugged, stroking the cat in his arms. Lin was allergic to cat hair, so he could only send the cat back for his mother to take care of. Now that he finally had some free time to enjoy petting his beloved cat, he sincerely hoped Lin wouldn't come home anytime soon. Fu Zhe fell silent for a moment, quietly hung up the phone, sat by the window in silence, watching the thick snowflakes drift down from the sky like goose feathers. He murmured softly, "The snow this year is too heavy." The next morning, Fu Zhe received a call from Lin, "President Fu, trouble. The CEO of Ronghe Real Estate insists on seeing you." I asked what it was about, but he wouldn't say, only that he must see you in person. "I'm coming right now." Fu Zhe pinched the sore spot between his brows. He hadn't been able to sleep at all last night, tossing and turning, repeatedly wondering whether he truly liked Zhu Minghe, and still hadn't reached a conclusion by dawn. After hastily washing up, he didn't even have time to eat breakfast before ordering Zhou Meng to drive him, "Hurry and take me to the company." "Good morning, young master. Happy birthday. It's my birthday today. Why do I still have to go to work?" Though confused inside, Zhou Meng said nothing and drove off as ordered. On the way, Zhou Meng suddenly asked, "Isn't the boss of Ronghe Real Estate Vice President Zhuang's father?" "Yes." "Then why can't he just talk to Vice President Zhuang directly? Why insist on seeing you?" Fu Zhe's brow twitched uncomfortably. "We'll find out when we get there." Sensing his mood, Zhou Meng didn't press further. Still, he felt a pang of regret. Usually, although Master Fu never celebrated his birthday, at least he took a few days off to rest. But this year, on his actual birthday, he still had to rush into work. Zhou Meng couldn't help feeling sorry for his young master, who had lost both parents, lived alone in this world, unable to vent his sorrows anywhere. He'd finally made a close friend in Zhu Minghe, but tragically, that same friend had also caused the car accident. Sigh. What terrible luck his young master had. Don't sigh. Fu Zhe caught sight of Zhou Meng's gloomy face in the rearview mirror and frowned slightly. "If it's because of me, there's absolutely no need." "Yes, young master." Upon arrival at the company, both Chairman Zhuang and Zhuang Nian were already waiting for him. "To what do I owe this visit, Chairman Zhuang?" Fu Zhe's mood wasn't good, so he skipped pleasantries and got straight to the point. "Our company has run into some cash flow issues recently," Chairman Zhuang Hai replied without hesitation, pulling out a contract. "For the land parcel at Xiangshutan, we're looking for a joint developer. If you don't mind stepping in, please sign this." "How could I possibly mind?" Fu Zhe took the contract and began reading it carefully. "It almost feels like you're handing me money today." "Haha, how can you say that? Our Zhuang Group's new energy sector is currently tied up, we simply can't spare extra funds for a new project right now. But once completed, that Xiangshutan site will generate enormous profits daily." Chairman Zhuang pointed at the contract. "This is a win-win opportunity, President Fu, you surely won't refuse?" "Of course not." After quickly signing his name with 3 swift strokes, he realized his secretary Xiao Lin wasn't around. "My secretary isn't here. In a few days, I'll bring him over to your company to follow up." "Alright, but I heard today's your birthday." "Happy birthday." "Thank you, Chairman Zhuang. That's very thoughtful." In less than 20 minutes, he had signed a 70 billion yuan deal, leaving Fu Zhe slightly dazed. The Zhuang Group had previously clung tightly to Xiangshutan, insisting on going solo without financing, and hadn't hesitated to reject Fu Corporation before. Why were they now approaching him proactively? By the time he snapped out of it, Zhuang Nian had already pushed him toward the car. "President Fu, you don't mind if I hitch a ride with you, do you?" "What? Lin is at your place. I'm not at ease, want to go check on him." Without waiting for Fu Zhe's reply, he'd already opened the passenger door and sat down. "Tsk tisk, truly a Bentley. So luxurious. Your family doesn't own one?" Zhou Meng was just stowing away the wheelchair when he noticed Zhuang Nian had already slipped into the driver's seat. "Let me drive. The one at my place belongs to my old man. He treats it like some sacred treasure, I barely even get to sit in it." Sitting in the front passenger seat made Zhou Meng somewhat uncomfortable. After driving for so many years, the day finally came when he became a passenger instead. Back when Fu Zhe hadn't yet turned 18 and didn't have a license, he'd gathered Zhou Meng and several other men, serving both as bodyguards and drivers, and nearly a decade had passed since then. Thanks to the Fu family, Zhou Meng had driven every kind of luxury car imaginable. "Young Master Zhuang, how can you take our young master on such a detour? He traveled this route home thousands of times." Zhuang Nian clearly knew the way, yet deliberately drove around aimlessly. "I forgot. Haven't driven this way in ages, I really don't remember." That was quite a bold-faced lie. Who didn't know that in his younger days, Zhuang Nian had apprenticed under memory master Wang Shanfeng, learning the memory palace technique. If he claimed his memory was bad, please, no one would believe that. Heh heh. Zhou Meng flashed an indulgent smile. As long as young Master Zhuang was happy, he might as well pretend it was simply because the guy had never driven a luxury car before and lacked experience. A journey that should have taken 1 hour dragged into 2 hours and 40 minutes thanks to Zhuang Nian's winding detours, so long that Fu Zhe actually fell asleep. Young Master Zhuang, aren't we heading back yet? Lunch is about to start. Our young master didn't eat breakfast this morning just to go to the office. Zhuang Nian glanced at the rearview mirror, our young master's asleep. Keep your voice down. Zhou Meng turned to look, the young master was indeed fast asleep. He sealed his lips shut, hoping not to disturb him. The young master had fair skin, and any dark circles showed immediately. He mustn't have slept well last night, the faint shadows beneath his eyes now carried an air of exhaustion. You should pull over. Let me cover the young master with a blanket. Zhuang Nian was touched by his thoughtfulness. What, you're a grown man, why are you so meticulous like a woman? Whoa. What kind of talk is that? Being considerate is being considerate, who said anything about being like a woman? I'll turn up the heat instead. We'll arrive soon anyway, no need to stop and waste a few seconds. Then why did you think it was fine to waste time taking detours earlier? Zhou Meng pulled out his grudge notebook, wrote down Zhuang Nian's name, and listed 7 major offenses against him. Chapter 59 I'm afraid no one will wipe your tears if your heart breaks. We're here. Go wake up your young master. After Zhuang Nian opened the door and got out, he darted into the villa to find Shaolin. Zhou Meng was left alone beside the car with Fu Zhe still asleep inside. He stood awkwardly by the vehicle, unsure whether he should reach in to open the door. The young master had trouble sleeping, now that he'd finally dozed off, it really pained him to wake him. He lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, and immediately choked. Covering his mouth, he sprinted like he was running a 100-meter dash, only allowing himself to cough freely after 50 meters. The fit was so violent he felt like he was coughing up his lungs. Only after a long, rough coughing spell did he finally feel a bit better. Young master. By chance, he glanced over and saw his self-reliant young master carefully lowering the wheelchair and slowly transferring himself onto it. Zhou Meng rushed over immediately. Young master, why didn't you call me? It's fine. Fu Zhe sounded weary and still drowsy, covering his mouth as he yawned. Pushing open the main hall door, the entire villa was pitch black, so dark they couldn't even see their hands in front of their faces. What's going on? Are we filming a horror movie in here? Zhou Meng reached toward the entrance wall for the light switch, but in his haste, he kept missing it. What's wrong? Where's the switch? Xiao Han. Xiao Huang. Where are you guys? He shouted in his loud voice a few times, but no one responded. Whatever. We can just use the flashlight on the phone. Annoyed by the noise, Fu Zhe turned on his phone's flashlight. If there's no power, then why is the elevator light on? Zhou Meng was baffled too. Yeah, good question. Master Zhuang already came in. Why haven't we seen him? As the two stood frozen in confusion, the elevator suddenly made a ding sound. The doors slid open. Fu Zhe looked up and saw a crowd standing inside. In the center, Zhu Mingho held a cake with burning candles stuck in it, the flickering flames dancing across everyone's faces. In that instant, Fu Zhe saw only Zhu Mingho. The firelight leapt across Mingho's face, and Fu Zhe's heart began exploding like fireworks. Boom, boom, boom. Fu Zhe, happy birthday. Pushed forward by Xiao Huang, Zhu Mingho rolled out of the elevator and stopped right in front of the stunned Fu Zhe. Make a wish. Fu Zhe closed his eyes, trying to calm down and make a wish. But the harder he tried to suppress his racing heartbeat, the stronger it pounded. After a long moment, he opened his eyes and blew out the candles. Thank you. You're welcome. Zhu Mingho handed the cake to Chef Lao Zhang. Go ahead and cut it. Then he pulled a small microphone from his chest pocket, clipped it onto his collar, snapped his fingers, and instantly, a beautiful instrumental intro filled the grand hall. Taking the guitar offered by Xiao Han, he began to sing. What I want, what I dream, you understand better than anyone. What you want to say, what you want to give, I know it all. I'm afraid no one will wipe your tears if your heart breaks. Forget right or wrong, as long as our feelings are true. Shaolin was moved to tears, leaning on Zhuang Nian's shoulder while quietly wiping her eyes, yet her hand holding the camera remained perfectly steady. When the song ended, applause gradually broke out. Zhu Mingho scratched his head shyly. Thank you, thank you. Seeing everyone's enraptured expressions, he finally relaxed. He hadn't practiced for 3 whole days for nothing, after all. How, you sing so beautifully. Shaolin stepped forward with a bouquet, handing it to Zhu Mingho. You wrote both the lyrics and music yourself. You're amazing. Zhuang Nian watched his Shaolin gazing at Zhu Mingho with pure admiration and grew slightly annoyed. That's actually a Jay Cho song. Oh. So your stage name is Jay Cho now? Zhu Mingho didn't quite know how to explain. Biting his lip, he accepted the bouquet anyway. Why were they red roses again? Was it weird for 2 men to exchange red roses? Maneuvering his wheelchair, he rolled over to Fu Zhe. It's your birthday today. I only made a cake and sang for you, I didn't prepare any real gift. If you don't mind, please take these flowers. Fu Zai stared at him for a moment, then accepted them. Even though they were second-hand flowers, at least they were red roses. Next time, first-hand ones would be better. Fu Zai held the bouquet close for a short while, then handed it to head butler Zhang. Find a few vases and keep them alive. Alright, shall we eat the cake now? After butler Zhang carried the flowers away, Zhu Mingho quickly urged Fu Zai to try the cake he'd made. Since it was already lunchtime, they all ended up enjoying a luxurious meal together, one that was as extravagant as it could possibly get. The pastry chef had been temporarily borrowed from a Michelin 3-star restaurant, and this fusion of Chinese and Western cuisine left everyone thoroughly satisfied. Even Fu Zai, who was usually so disciplined, went back for seconds. Where are we going after lunch? Zhu Mingho was reluctant to let go of the warm atmosphere. Ever since he'd arrived in this world, he'd constantly lived under worry and discomfort. It had taken such effort to finally relax, and he didn't want this gathering to end so soon. Zhuang Nian covered Xiao Lin's chattering mouth. We've got things to do. We have to leave soon. What a shame. Zhu Mingho sent waves of disappointment across the dining table. Xiao Lin finally freed her mouth and leaned close to Zhuang Nian's ear. What things do we have again? Why did you call him, how just now? Zhuang Nian hissed through gritted teeth. Last night we slept together and exchanged nicknames. So I called him that. You actually slept with him. Perfect, Lin had successfully poured even more fuel on the fire. Well, I couldn't exactly go sleep with Fu Zai, could I? Sensing trouble, Xiao Lin quickly wrapped her arms around Zhuang Nian and cooed, hey, darling. Then she caught sight of a cat hair on his collar. You secretly petted a cat yesterday, didn't you? I recorded it. I'll show you the video when we get home. Fong Kuai was so clingy, followed me everywhere. Zhuang Nian used the promise of cat videos to lure Xiao Lin away. As expected, she lost all interest in Zhu Mingho's plans after that, and hurried to say goodbye right after the meal. How, I'll come see you next time. Alright. Since you two have things to do, go ahead. Fu Zai and I will discuss where we're heading next. Okay. Zhu Mingho had initially wanted to take Fu Zai to an amusement park, but 2 people in wheelchairs would make that incredibly inconvenient. Fu Zai, is there anything else you'd like to do? Not really. Zhu Mingho thought for a moment. He couldn't just give up, this was a birthday, a perfect opportunity. They had to do something extraordinary. No way. We must find something fun. The day's only halfway done, we're going to enjoy every minute. Then you decide. I'm fine with anything. Fu Zai had no objections to his plan. Let him have his fun. After all, it was only one day. Let's see what kind of surprises he could come up with. Have you ever learned any instruments? Piano. That should work. Zhu Mingho picked up the guitar tucked away in the corner. Want to learn? I'll teach you. I want to learn the song you just sang. Chapter 60 Xiao Fu, you like the school beauty too? Alright, if you want to learn, brother will teach you. Zhu Mingho proudly pulled up a musical score from his phone. I'll start with the basics, of course, it'll be easier if you already know some music theory. Who called you brother? Stop being so familiar. Fu Zai adjusted the guitar as instructed, shooting Zhu Mingho a glare. He was actually 1 year older than him, yet this guy kept demanding to be called Big Brother. He warned, stop bringing up that time I got drunk. Me? I didn't say anything. Zhu Mingho silently grumbled, I'm clearly way older than you, brat. Still, he happily threw himself into teaching. Zhu Mingho grinned, since I'm now your instructor, you must call me Teacher Zhu. Yes, Teacher Zhu. Fu Zai patiently listened to Zhu Mingho's explanations and quickly grasped the general idea. This way of teaching is too slow. Why don't you just play it once for me to watch? You'll get it just by watching once. Zhu Mingho was surprised. Fu Zai was smart, but could he really memorize everything after seeing it only once? Fu Zai looked earnestly at Zhu Mingho's face. Let's try. Fine. Though Zhu Mingho doubted Fu Zai could master it in one go, he still obligingly picked up the guitar and started playing. To help Fu Zai see more clearly, he even slowed down his movements considerably. When the piece ended, Fu Zai looked solemnly at him. Come with me. What for? Zhu Mingho asked curiously, maneuvering his wheelchair behind Fu Zai. What is it? Not saying anything makes me nervous, you know. Don't tell me you're going to sell me or something. Why aren't you speaking? Why won't you talk? Gee. Completely annoyed, Fu Zai turned back and shot him an irritated glare. Only then did Zhu Mingho finally shut his chattering mouth. Passing through the main hall and into the side building, Zhu Mingho was led into a windowless, pitch-black room. Before he could make out the interior by the light from the doorway, the door automatically closed, startling him into shouting, it's so dark. You're not planning to do something nasty to me, are you? I'm warning you, I know selling organs or human trafficking are crimes. Fu Zai chuckled softly. In China, selling men isn't illegal. I can change my gender. Zhu Mingho retorted loudly. If you dare sell me, I'll transition into a woman and have you prosecuted. You'll go to jail. All that responded to his indignant, anxious protest was a melody dancing in his ears. The familiar tune shocked Ju Mingho. So Fu Zhe really could learn it just by watching once, and even mentally convert a guitar score into a piano arrangement. Was this truly the difference between a genius and a loser? Terrifying. If back then he hadn't impulsively bought a guitar costing over 10,000 yuan and forced himself to practice every day, he wouldn't even know how to play Twinkle Twinkle Little Star by now. When Fu Zhe began singing the lyrics, Ju Mingho was even more stunned. A million alpacas stampeded wildly through his mind, bleating madly, ma ma. When the song ended, Ju Mingho vigorously clapped his palms together in applause. Woo! You're incredible. I should grow your fanbase and crowdfund your debut, brother. Fu Zhe pulled open the curtains. No need. Why didn't you open the curtains earlier then? Ju Mingho was puzzled by his actions. Why play in the dark instead of turning on the lights? And what was the point of opening them now, just to show off his strikingly handsome face? So immature. Fu Zhe smiled slightly. Naturally, for showing off my skills. Awesome, awesome. Ju Mingho was speechless, able only to use simple words to express a fraction of his admiration. Your lyrics and composition are quite good too. Caught off guard by Fu Zhe's sudden praise, Ju Mingho blushed. Well, this is all Zhou Jieluan's song. Who's Zhou Jieluan? The Chopin of the East? I don't really know. Let me play you his most famous piece, Nocturne. Ju Mingho lowered his head and plucked the strings. Fu Zhe noticed how vague his explanation of Zhou Jieluan was and understood without pressing further. He simply listened carefully to judge the skill level of this so-called Chopin of the East. A few minutes later, he was completely captivated by this Chopin of the East. What other songs of his do you remember? There are so many more. Over a decade ago was his most productive period. His songs were everywhere, in every street and alley. To impress girls and flirt with female classmates, I begged my mom for ages before she finally allowed me to buy Jay Chou's albums. Ju Mingho rambled unexcitedly, desperate to spread his idol's fame to the entire world, completely oblivious to Fu Zhe's increasingly odd expression. Flirt with female classmates. Jia Si from our class is the school beauty, no guy in our class didn't have a crush on her. A trace of sadness crossed Ju Mingho's face. Later, Jia Si was swept away by the class monitor from her same university. For an entire month afterward, their unofficial Jia Si fan club bitterly cursed that monitor, my heron. Fu Zhe's voice carried a faint note of inquiry, you like that school beauty too? How should I put it? Ju Mingho rested his chin on the guitar, blinking innocently at Fu Zhe. I guess I just followed the crowd. Back then, nearly every guy was chasing after Jia Si, but she never paid any attention, just focused on studying. There was this trend in class, whoever managed to say even one word to the goddess Jia Si would instantly become the top dog of the class, excused from cleaning duty. Fu Zhe clenched his hands tightly into fists on his knees, fighting hard to stop them from betraying him and reaching out to ruffle Ju Mingho's fluffy hair. Thank goodness. He thought silently. Turning around, he extended his long fingers toward the piano keys. If you want to learn piano, I can teach you. You already have some music theory foundation, so you'll pick it up quickly. Ju Mingho didn't decline. Sure. The tone of your piano is amazing. How much did it cost? 3 million or so. I don't remember exactly. My grandfather custom ordered it from a piano maker in Vienna when I was very young. Ju Mingho nervously gulped, overwhelmed. Too rich, too rich. The life of the wealthy truly was extravagant, he had clearly overstepped. He was extremely serious during practice, yet hesitated to press the keys firmly, afraid of damaging such an expensive instrument. He could never afford to replace it. As Ju Mingho fumbled timidly, barely touching the keys, Fu Zhe suddenly played a powerful, passionate rendition of Croatian Rhapsody. This is just an object. There's no need to treat it so cautiously. You can cherish it, but don't fear it. Let the instrument sing a unique sound under your hands, that's what it truly desires. I'm sorry, I was just too. Ju Mingho twisted his fingers together, ashamed. Indeed, he'd been worrying over imaginary problems. If Fu Zhe feared damaging the piano, he wouldn't have used it to teach him in the first place. Ju Mingho, what on earth are you being so awkward about? What are you sorry for? Just focus on learning. At last, Fu Zhe reached out and touched the fluffy head he'd been longing to stroke. The moment his hand made contact, it felt as if his entire heart unfurled. Mini theater. Yao Yao, little Fu, Mom heard from how that you secretly took sheep placenta injections. Your skin looks so smooth. Can we even talk about that? Fu Zhe, Ju Mingho, get over here. I promise I'll leave you with a whole corpse. Chapter 61, Xiao Fu's image in Xiao Ju's heart had grown significantly taller and more majestic. Then teach me. This time, I'll be super serious about learning. Fu Zhe was an excellent teacher, and under his guidance, Ju Mingho gradually got the hang of the piano. Ju Mingho was comfortably lounging on his gaming chair, browsing Weibo on his computer, when he unexpectedly stumbled upon a video featuring himself as the cover. In the city's trending topics, the video of him singing for Fu Zhe that day had been uploaded online, causing quite a stir. With mixed emotions, he clicked into it. He felt too embarrassed to watch the video itself, but he carefully read through over 3,000 comments in the discussion section. Seeing no one was insulting him, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then he examined the video's shooting angle, trying hard to recall who among those present back then had recorded it. Xiao Ju, you there? Xiao Ju, did you record my video? Xiao Lin, yes, and I even posted it on Weibo. Now you're somewhat of an internet celebrity. Ju Mingho immediately threw a video call at him, help. Bro, why did you post my video online? But didn't you say you wanted to become a... You said celebrities get to use lots of stuff for free, nothing costs them, everything sponsored. Xiao Lin whined pitifully. You two are seriously unbearable. Can't you talk to me without hugging your boyfriend every single time? Ju Mingho exclaimed, unable to bear watching such constant PDA. If they wanted to flaunt their love, go do it at Fu Corporation. If I don't hold him, will he fly away? Seriously, if I ever date someone, I'd never act like you two. Zhuang Yan sneered lightly, no need to be jealous. His possessiveness makes mine look mild. Who is he? Ju Mingho froze completely, stunned, there's no way I'd date someone super possessive. I'd go crazy. I'm naturally wild and free-spirited, how could a real man be trapped by romance? Zhuang Yan smiled silently. Xiao Lin exchanged a mischievous glance with Zhuang Yan, then told Ju Mingho, turn around. What for? Is there something on my neck? Ju Mingho touched his neck insecurely. Nothing there. Just turn around already. Puzzled, Ju Mingho slowly turned his head, and instantly jumped in terror. Fu Zhe, you walk without making any sound at all. I can't walk. Fu Zhe gave a deep stare at the screen where Zhuang Yan plus husband were displaying their affection. Such a nauseating couple, workload doubled after the Lunar New Year. Why didn't you knock? Ju Mingho placed both hands loosely over his chest, clearly, he had been genuinely startled. Fu Zhe reached out and shut off the video call, I did knock just now. You didn't respond. I was worried something happened to you, so I took the liberty. Oh, it's fine. Just come in if you want next time. No big deal. I just wasn't expecting anyone behind me, that really scared me. Let's eat. Today there's spicy fish, your favorite. Hearing that mealtime had arrived, Ju Mingho excitedly followed Fu Zhe downstairs to dig in. How about we hire a Sichuan chef and send him to learn in Sichuan? I really want to taste authentic, local cuisine. Ju Mingho mentally spat several times at himself, he almost blurted out, hometown, nearly giving himself away. That was close. I've already sent Chef Xiao to Chengdu. At this moment, in Ju Mingho's eyes, Fu Zhe stood tall and magnificent, practically the embodiment of light itself. So happy, so thrilled, he was going to eat 2 full bowls of rice today. Chapter 62, Xiao Ju's mumbled words during ointment application. At the dinner table, Ju Mingho held his spoon at the ready, carefully eyeing the fish and pondering where to start. Just then, a piece of tender, boneless fish, plump, bouncy, and mouth-wateringly perfect, landed neatly onto his spoon. I can feed myself now. You don't have to spoon-feed me. Fu Zhe glanced down at Ju Mingho's hands. Rest them a few more days. Fine, Ju Mingho didn't mind much. If Fu Zhe wanted to feed him, let him. He could enjoy the luxury of being waited on hand and foot. After all, how many people got to live such a carefree life, someone else serving their meals and dressing them? And here he was, Ju Mingho, already fully enjoying it at just 26. Suddenly, Fu Zhe, who normally said almost nothing during meals, spoke up. I've removed second uncle from his position as vice president. I only wanted him to face appropriate consequences, not lose his job altogether. Ju Mingho lost his appetite. How many people in Fu Corporation were loyal to Fu Hanwen? Abruptly stripping him of his position would likely plunge the company into chaos again. Why was Fu Zhe acting so rash? His behavior was completely unlike his usual self. What? If you're not going to eat, I'll call Xiao Han over to finish it, Fu Zhe remarked, noticing Ju Mingho's change in mood. He had even picked up a slice of boiled meat for him earlier, but Ju Mingho hadn't touched it. Ju Mingho quickly popped the meat into his mouth. I'm not a kid anymore. Don't use those childish tricks on me. But you clearly enjoy them. Fu Zhe gave a light smile, mercilessly calling him out. Isn't that right? Humph. Later, I'm telling Xiao Han you're always stirring up trouble. Xiao Han. Fu Zhe suddenly called out loud. In seconds, Xiao Han came rushing in, standing straight before them. No need to wait, go ahead and report it right now, while I'm right here. If you miss anything, I'll gladly fill in the gaps for you. Ju Mingho was stunned, glancing back and forth between Fu Zhe and Xiao Han, unsure how to begin. After a few awkward chuckles, he buried his head, using his spoon to shield his mouth like a barricade. Fu Zhe watched with an amused half-smile at his ostrich-like attempt to hide, then waved a hand dismissively. Never mind. You can go. Xiao Han looked thoroughly confused. Are you sure? Really fine. Barely resisting a flood of questions, Xiao Han staggered away on unsteady feet. With the year-end approaching, I might be very busy lately. I won't have time to have meals with you. Wearing kitchen gloves, Fu Zhe peeled a shrimp and placed it onto Zhu Mingho's spoon. You'll be alright eating alone. Of course. I'm a grown man, and my hands are nearly healed. Dr. Zhu even gave me scar removal cream. As he spoke, Zhu Mingho stretched out his fingers to show off their dexterity. Relax, I can even play piano now. Do you really think I can't handle chopsticks? Stop worrying. How's the application of your scar cream going? I applied it to my arms and legs today. I'll do my torso tonight. Fu Zhe hummed thoughtfully. Alright. Zhu Mingho had just stripped and was scooping a large amount of ointment to apply on his stomach when he heard a knock on his bedroom door. Before he could say anything, the door creaked open by itself. They stared at each other across the threshold, Zhu Mingho instantly embarrassed, his toes curling against the bedsheets beneath him. Fu Zhe stepped in, quietly shut the door, then walked over to the bed. Applying medicine? Yeah. I'll help. Before Zhu Mingho could protest, Fu Zhe was already washing his hands in the bathroom. No, the front is fine, I can do that myself. Just help me with my back, the parts one can't reach. When Fu Zhe's hand touched his abdomen, Zhu Mingho nearly stumbled over his words. Turn around. You're lying there bare like this, and I thought you wanted me to apply it right here. Fu Zhe lightly patted his stomach. Face away from me. Okay. Zhu Mingho twisted awkwardly onto his stomach, propping his head on the pillow, his profile watching Fu Zhe's movement sideways. Fu Zhe scooped a generous amount of scar cream and began smoothing it along the path of the scars. The strange sensation made Zhu Mingho tense. He couldn't predict where Fu Zhe's fingers would glide next, and the odd, thrilling awareness sent his heart racing. It tickles, please go easier. Hearing that, Fu Zhe gently scratched his uninjured skin. Still itchy? Yeah. Fu Zhe leaned closer and blew softly against Zhu Mingho's back. Whew. No, even itchier now. I'll tough it out, just hurry up and finish, Zhu Mingho mumbled, his ears burning red. To hide his blush from the other man, he buried his face deep into the pillow. Fu Zhe began rushing through the application, carefully spreading the ointment over his back. His hand paused at the waist. You have scars here too. Zhu Mingho caught the implication in his voice and lifted his hips slightly. Go ahead, apply it. The moment the word left his lips, his pants were yanked down to his heels. This. He didn't know what to say, and with his face pressed into the pillow, he was nearly suffocating. He pulled his burning red face out from the pillow for some air, trying to cool down. But the places Fu Zhe was now applying ointment to were driving him crazy. Biting his own finger, he repeated to himself, it's nothing, really. Patients in proctology get examined daily by doctors, this is no different, nothing strange, nothing at all, nothing at all, nothing at all. Under this self-hypnosis, he successfully fell asleep. Jajaha. As steady streams of breath poured out, Fu Zhe reached over and pinched the soft flesh at Zhu Mingho's waist. Only a few days had passed, yet he'd already gained some weight. The texture was pleasant, he gave it several more playful squeezes before stopping. Since he was already at it, he went on to apply ointment evenly over Zhu Mingho's legs as well. Zhu Mingho slept deeper and deeper. The scars on his front couldn't possibly be tended to on their own. After careful consideration, Fu Zhe decided to help him with those too. After all, these scars were partly because of him. Having made up his mind, he leaned close to Zhu Mingho's ear. I'm going to apply medicine now. If you disagree, just say so clearly. All he received in response were rhythmic breaths. Fu Zhe smiled and continued, if you don't speak up, I'll take that as consent. Of course, Zhu Mingho remained silent. With an exaggerated sigh of reluctance, Fu Zhe gently turned him over. As if sensing something, Zhu Mingho tightly crossed his arms over his chest, silently resisting Fu Zhe's offense. Smiling, Fu Zhe playfully struggled with him, wrestling half the night before finally finishing the application of scar cream all over Zhu Mingho. I think. After letting the ointment sit for a while, Fu Zhe was in the middle of pulling the blanket over Zhu Mingho when the latter murmured in his sleep, grabbing the edge of the quilt. Fu Zhe patiently asked, what do you think? Fu Zhe. What about Fu Zhe? Fu Zhe's lips were practically tugging behind his ears, but he steadied himself and kept asking. Zhu Mingho whispered faintly. Chapter 63 As long as it's you, I'll nang you no matter what you do. Having a child with Zhou Xiangming. Humph, said with such certainty. Fu Zhe frowned and asked again, say it once more, who's having a child with Zhou Xiangming? Fu Zhe and Zhou Xiangming are having a... Before he could finish, Fu Zhe slapped his hand over Zhu Mingho's filthy mouth. A dog's mouth can't spit out ivory. If you do this again, I won't let you off. After calming himself slightly, Fu Zhe released Zhu Mingho's mouth, turned around, and lowered the room temperature. The heat inside was unbearable, making him feel like his temper was about to boil over. Who knows whether this pig Ju Mingho had even showered last night before going to bed, so lazy and dirty. He went to the bathroom, prepared a warm towel, and came back intending to wipe Ju Mingho down. Just as he pulled back the blanket and reached for Ju Mingho's arm, that foul mouth mumbled again, "I won't eat food you feed me. Go feed Zhou Xiangming instead. Zhou Xiangming is pregnant with your child." Enraged, Fu Zai slapped Ju Mingho's fatty waist hard with a loud smack. Pain jolted Ju Mingho awake. He opened his blurry eyes and saw Fu Zai glaring at him. "Has Zhou Xiangming given birth yet?" Fu Zai pinched Ju Mingho's chin tightly. "Given birth to shit. Go back to sleep." "You," pinched so painfully, Ju Mingho's eyes reddened with, but Fu Zai not only felt no sympathy, he actually wanted to slap him a few extra times free of charge. Fu Zai clenched his teeth and stared straight into Ju Mingho's eyes. "What are you looking at? Keep looking at me like that and I'll ning you to death." Scared, Ju Mingho immediately shut his eyes, his eyelashes trembling erratically from fear. Fu Zai gently wiped away the physiological tears at the corner of Ju Mingho's eyes. "Don't cry. Do I still get ninged if I cry?" Ju Mingho's voice quivered on the verge of tears. It made Fu Zai's heart feel clawed by 100 cats, urging him to let Ju Mingho jump right in and scratch it raw. "As long as it's you, I'll ning you no matter what you do." After uttering these words, Fu Zai froze. Did he really just? "No, don't think about it, don't dwell on it." He hastily wiped Ju Mingho's face, put the towel away, and fled from Ju Mingho's room as if running for his life. Poor little Ju ended up falling asleep in tears all alone. Ah, poor thing. The next morning, Ju Mingho woke up freezing cold. He touched the damp spot on his pillow and grew anxious. Could this be pee? That couldn't be right, he hadn't wet the bed since he was 2. Could he have been crying? Impossible. He scratched his head, trying hard to recall what dream he'd had last night. Even if he scratched his skull raw, nothing came back. All he remembered was being frightened and crying uncontrollably, but the details were hazy. He got up and freshened himself in the bathroom, then sat on the bed and picked up the scar removal ointment from the nightstand. Holy crap, did Fu Zai secretly scoop some for himself? A huge jar of medicine, already a third gone. So careless with money, always spending recklessly. Ju Mingho winced and dared not use too much. He thinly spread a layer across his skin and let it air dry. For the spots on his back he couldn't reach, he'd wait until tonight when Fu Zai returned to apply it. Glancing at the time, he pressed his growling stomach and dressed to head downstairs in search of food. Now he could walk, though he had to go slowly. Taking too big a step would tug at his wound and cause pain. He slowly shuffled downstairs, where Fu Zai was already seated at the dining table reading the morning paper. Ju Mingho deliberately checked his phone, it was 8:45. Fu Zai was already late. Why is the cook so slow today? You're almost late. As Ju Mingho approached the table, his eyes met Fu Zai's. That familiar gaze suddenly awakened a buried memory. Staring in disbelief at the sullen Fu Zai, Ju Mingho said, "Strange, I kept dreaming about you last night." Fu Zai raised an eyebrow. Dreamt about me doing what? Just as Ju Mingho sat down, the kitchen began serving dishes, plate after plate, varied and plentiful. Yet it seemed Ju Mingho had unknowingly offended the cook. Everything was pale and white, completely devoid of even a speck of chili. "I dreamt you had a child with Zhou Xiangming, but somehow, that kid wasn't really yours. I told you to hold the baby, and you said you'd kill me." Ju Mingho scooped a bowl of fermented glutinous rice balls and handed it to Fu Zai. "It scared me so much, you even choked me. Could it be, that child was mine? Did I cheat on you? I'm not sure either. Ugh, I forgot. Anyway, I remember you hitting me." Fu Zai silently stirred his spoon in the bowl, sipping the glutinous rice balls half-heartedly. He knew it all along, Ju Mingho's mouth would never say anything he actually wanted to hear. Ju Mingho wanted to say more, but seeing Fu Zai's stormy expression, he swallowed his words and decided to save them for Xiao Lin later. He'd enjoy hearing this nonsense. "I'm leaving." After finishing the bowl of fermented glutinous rice balls that Ju Mingho had scooped for him, Fu Zai maneuvered his wheelchair to go. Ju Mingho quickly stood up to block him. "That little. You'll get hungry later. I'll be late. But you weren't in a hurry before, why now? Just take a bun to eat on the way." Ju Mingho handed over a plate of crab roe buns. Fu Zai shook his head. "I won't eat it." Zhou Meng came walking from the courtyard and began pushing Fu Zai's wheelchair outward. Ju Mingho hurried after them. "You're such a big guy, you can't eat so little." He trailed alongside Fu Zai, trying to sneak one bun into his hand when he wasn't looking. But in a split second, his flip-flop slipped underfoot. He staggered forward, nearly toppling headfirst. Just in time, a strong arm wrapped tightly around his waist. As it pulled him close, he was firmly drawn into Fu Zai's arms. Still shaken, he glanced at Fu Zai before frantically scanning the ground for the poor, fallen plate of crab roe buns. Seeing the buns scattered pathetically across the pavement, his heart shattered. Pouting, he whimpered. "It's all your fault. I told you to eat, but you wouldn't, and now look, 10 crab roe buns are gone." Fu Zai's temple throbbed angrily. For a moment, he'd actually hoped Zhu Mingho might thank him. Now he regretted ever helping, better to have ignored him and let the idiot flat on his face, preferably knocking himself unconscious so he couldn't talk anymore. Every word from Zhu Mingho could send Fu Zai's blood pressure soaring. Are you coming back for lunch then? No. What about dinner? No. Zhu Mingho widened his eyes in disbelief. Even if you don't come back to eat, don't stay out overnight. That caught Fu Zai's interest. Why can't I stay out overnight? You still have to apply ointment for me. My back, I can't reach it myself. Oh, by the way, did you sneak some of my scar removal cream last night to use on yourself? Zhu Mingho stared at Fu Zai with an expression that said, I understand, I won't blame you. Fu Zai turned to Zhou Meng. Drive. Yes, yes. Talk about collateral damage, Zhou Meng pushed Fu Zai in a near sprint toward the car. Xiao Huang helped fold the wheelchair, Zhou Meng leapt into the driver's seat, and within seconds, all Zhu Mingho was left with was a cloud of exhaust fumes. Chapter 64 Should I help you chase Zhu Mingho? President Fu. What's wrong with you, flying off the handle so early in the morning? The office door was symbolically knocked twice before Zhuang Yan's figure already appeared in front of Fu Zai. Looking at Fu Zai who was playing with a pen, his entire aura dark and menacing, Zhuang Yan decided it'd be better to start with small talk rather than go straight for the jugular. After scanning him up and down and confirming he hadn't seen those eyes before, he finally spoke. Why the new glasses? The golden frame suited you so well, made you look especially like a gentleman in appearance but a beast at heart. Wait, no, more like a refined scoundrel. Very fitting. Apparently, Fu Zai had thrown a tantrum in his office first thing in the morning. Hearing Xiao Lin complain about their powder keg boss, Zhuang Yan had taken a break to bring Fu Zai some bitter wintergreen tea, hoping it might help calm him down quickly so he wouldn't end up dragging his dear Xiao Lin into this mess, which would absolutely break Zhuang Yan's heart. You've got time on your hands now. Is everything sorted at Ronghe? Or should I just hand over Dongyuan Food's campaign plan to you too? Fu Zai removed his frameless glasses and pinched the bridge of his nose. Seeing the tea Zhuang Yan had placed on the desk only soured his mood further. Was he here to mock him for being angry? It's been a while since I've seen you this furious. Come on, spill it. What happened today? Zhuang Yan was bursting with curiosity. Business at the company was thriving as the year-end approached, there was no way Fu Zai could be upset about work. It must be something domestic, someone at home must have set him off. At that thought, Zhuang Yan looked at Fu Zai with great interest and teased, if it's a relationship issue, maybe I can actually help a little. You know how hard Xiao Lin was to chase. Even she eventually surrendered helplessly to me. Fu Zai gave Zhuang Yan a deadpan stare. The guy was practically glowing with smugness, as if Xiao Lin had been pursuing him, tails wagging toward the sky. You think you'd have gotten anywhere near her if I hadn't given you the VP position? If not for Fu Zai making special arrangements and directly appointing Zhuang Yan as vice president upon joining Fu Corp, under normal procedures Zhuang Yan wouldn't have reached the second-in-command spot on the 27th floor even after 5 more years. Humph, incompetent. Can't even pursue someone without assistance, wasted. Zhuang Yan grinned and raised an eyebrow playfully. Well, to show my gratitude, I convinced my old man to open up access to Xiangshan. What more do you want from me? Should I offer to work free for another year? Or? Zhuang Yan deliberately lowered his voice and silently mouthed something. One glance was all it took, Fu Zai's face instantly flushed bright red, causing Zhuang Yan to burst out laughing. Just mentioned chasing Zhu Mingho and you're already grinning like an idiot. So pathetic. Ha ha ha. Just days ago you were swearing up and down you didn't like him. Getting slapped in the face this fast. Fu Zai's expression turned icy. I'm still not sure whether I actually like Zhu Mingho. I need more time to observe. Don't mention those 3 characters, Zhu Mingho, in front of me again, or I'll transfer you downstairs to guard the front gate. By the way, you were complaining the capital was too cold recently. Maybe Africa would suit someone as sensitive to cold as you. How about swapping places with Ouyang Dong? Dude, Fu Zai, you don't betray people like this after crossing the river. If not for me and Alin secretly helping behind the scenes, do you really think Zhu Mingho would have prepared such a thoughtful birthday party for you? Zhuang Yan fumed, nearly growling in frustration. Did this guy cherish none of their decade-long friendship? His words startled Fu Zai. It was you two who asked him to do it. He didn't do it because he wanted to. Fu Zai's hand instinctively clenched tighter, veins bulging noticeably across the back of his hand. Yeah. What else? Do you think Xiao Lin personally told Zhu Mingho about your birthday out of the blue? Old Master Lu had been nagged non-stop by Zhu Mingho for half an hour before finally giving in and agreeing to work overtime to steam another batch of crab roe buns for him. Let me help dig out the crab roe. You're too slow alone. Wiping sweat from his brow, Old Master Lu didn't know what to say. Watching Zhu Mingho plop himself beside the giant basin and grab hold of a large crab, he could only grit his teeth and patiently instruct. Watching Zhu Mingho's clumsy movements, Old Master Lu silently grumbled. Seriously, it's not even lunchtime yet, and he already ate breakfast. Still wants crab roe buns. Ugh. These crabs flown in from Australia, master hasn't tasted one himself, yet this kid gets them all. No blood relation, no connection, and yet young Master Zay supports him like this. He doesn't spoil actual sons this much. So gluttonous, he forces the kitchen to work overtime every day, now even demands training in Sichuan cuisine. Unbelievable. What are we having for lunch later? Bored, Zhu Mingho casually tried starting conversation again. Another chef busy in the kitchen froze mid-motion and rushed over. Young Master Zhu, are you hungry already? Breakfast just ended. Chapter 65, our young master has lost several pounds just taking care of you. Really? Am I that much of an eater? It's just that this morning Fu Zhe didn't eat much, and he has to work overtime at noon and won't be back for lunch, so I thought I'd bring him some food. How could you think of me like that? I'm only doing it for his sake. Zhu Mingho might as well have written that sentence right on his forehead. Seeing Zhu Mingho actually looking aggrieved, Master Lu sneered and dumped all the crab shells into the pot. Master Zhu, I've been with the Fu family for years. No exaggeration, ever since you arrived a few months ago, our kitchen workload has increased 2 or 3 times over. 3 meals a day, snacks, after-meal desserts, you seem to never stop eating. Zhu Mingho thought back carefully and realized, it might actually be true. Back when he first came, there really had been very little food, but somehow gradually the dishes became increasingly abundant. It must be because Fu Zhe eats too much, he often has 2 bowls of rice. Have you ever considered that the young master eats 2 bowls of rice because there isn't enough dish to go with it, so he can only ask us to refill his bowl to get by? Master Lu gave him a massive eye roll. We deliberately prepared more dishes just so our young master could have something decent to eat, but we still couldn't keep up with your bottomless pit of a mouth. Every meal, no matter how much was made, got completely eaten, leaving their own young master stuck eating plain rice. Big eater Zhu Mingho felt so embarrassed he wished he could find a hole to crawl into. Your cooking is just too delicious, it suits my taste perfectly. Can't I just promise to eat less from now on? We don't mind you eating a lot. In fact, the more you eat, the more it proves our cooking is good, we're happy about that. But recently, you've gained quite a bit of weight, while our young master, always making sure you're well fed, has gotten noticeably thinner. We've watched him grow up since he was a child. It truly breaks our hearts to see him lose weight. Chef Zhang patted Master Lu on the shoulder, trying to lighten the tense atmosphere in the kitchen. He looked at Zhu Mingho with sincere eyes. Zhu Mingho sheepishly pinched his own cheek. Fine, okay. I really did get fat. Feeling awkward, he fled the kitchen in defeat. The kitchen staff were all veteran chefs who had taken care of Fu Zhe for years. Their affection for Fu Zhe ran deep, and clearly, none of them cared much about Zhu Mingho. Sigh. He squatted in the courtyard playing with ice. The ice that had formed on the flower bed last night hadn't melted yet. He poked at it with his fingertip. Just as boredom began to set in, his phone started vibrating wildly in his pocket. Pulling it out while resting his chin on his hand, he saw a message from Shaolin. Quick, get on Weibo. You're being cyberbullied. Alarms instantly went off in his head. Cyberbullied? How? He hadn't done anything. Confused, he clicked on the link Shaolin sent, and what he saw nearly made him pass out. After pinching himself hard on the philtrum to stay conscious, he crushed the piece of ice under his fingers and smeared the icy fragments onto the stamens of the red plum blossoms outside the courtyard. The angrier he got, the more fixated he became on Zhou Meng, who was wiping down a car nearby. Captain Zhou. You're not taking a break even on such a cold day? Zhou Meng pointed at the bright red sun overhead. It's sunny today, I figured it'd be the perfect chance to clean the car. Zhu Mingho was so embarrassed that within seconds, his big toe had added several underground levels to the Fu family's villa. Huh, really? Am I the only one who feels cold? Maybe it's because you've been lying around lately without exercising. Isn't there something in traditional Chinese medicine about how lying too long leads to physical discomfort? Low yang energy. Anyway, you're the doctor, you know all this. Zhu Mingho gave Zhou Meng an awkward yet polite smile. You're so considerate. Wait, do you have Weibo? I think so, registered one before. Zhou Meng wasn't sure, so he pulled out his phone to check. Yeah, I do. Master Zhu, are you looking to follow each other, or? I just want to borrow your account. Let me show you, Fu Zhe's being trashed again. Zhu Mingho showed him some of the comments online. After glancing at just a few comments, Zhou Meng's blood pressure shot through the roof. He shouted toward the courtyard, guys, come out. We've got work to do. Chapter 66 Xiao Fu, just make your own medicine if you catch a cold, don't infect Zhu Mingho. In an instant, people, some familiar, some not, came rushing into the courtyard. Zhu Mingho handed his phone to Zhou Meng and told him to show it to the others. Xiao Han looked at Xiao Lu. Lu Neng, can you trace these guys' IP addresses? I'm going straight to their house and give them a punch right in the face. Sure thing, I'll go get my laptop. The gust of wind from Lu Neng rushing out sent a chill through Zhu Mingho standing nearby. He pinched his icy nose, never imagining that Fu Zhe's bodyguards would be this impressive, computer experts who could actually track IPs. Amazing. He stood by helplessly, unsure what to say. For the first time, he felt utterly useless, unable to contribute at all. Rubbing his chin, he thought, maybe he could chase after those trolls and force-feed them Coptis water. With such big tempers, constantly ranting online, perfect for clearing that internal fire. Zhou Meng quickly assigned tasks, those who could track IPs would do so, the rest would create Weibo accounts to confront the trolls directly. Me. I can fight them too. Zhu Mingho raised his hand frantically, eager to join and stand side by side with these incredibly cool bodyguard brothers. I've got 2 accounts. Fine, then you're in. Meet in the garage in 5 minutes. After replying, Zhu Mingho rushed back to his room, grabbed his notebook computer, then ran downstairs and joined the guards piling into Fu Zai's extended Lincoln. Fighting as a team in such luxury, I was just thinking I'd pull up a chair and sit in the yard. Zhu Mingho scratched his head, looking at the lineup. To anyone unaware, they might look like top-tier FB executives on a secret mission in China. Zhou Meng quietly explained, the young master's cars all have anti-eavesdropping systems. Even fighting internet trolls required anti-eavesdropping tech. Clearly, his past 26 years had been way too crude. He couldn't quite wrap his head around it, but the seats in this car were really comfortable. Infected by the tense atmosphere around him, Zhu Mingho took out his phone and started engaging. Troll A, of course birds of a feather flock together. Fu Zai's friend is also in a wheelchair, lol, are they gonna cruise the streets in wheelchairs now? That wheelchair isn't cheap either. Who knows how much blood it sucked from ordinary people. Tragic. Xiao Ju, Fu Zai and his friend are in wheelchairs because they were injured, it's not like they can't stand at all. Why are you so nasty? Looks like you haven't used enough toilet cleaner lately. Wheelchairs aren't that expensive anyway, and they're not overpriced. Do you think smart ones like that sell for a few hundred yuan? Are you serious? Accusing someone of sucking blood out of thin air, are you Sun Wukong? When did the alchemy furnace spit you out? Troll B, Fu Zai is like this, yet people still celebrate his birthday. Must be for his money. TSK, money truly talks. No matter what kind of person you are, there'll always be so-called friends. Xiao Ju, are you an orphan from Pig Family Village? You don't have friends, so no one else can have any either. The world really has changed, now even livestock can surf the internet. Troll C, why does Fu Zai look so short in that wheelchair? Is he even 1.7 meters tall? Please, Fu Zai in a wheelchair is still taller than you. Did you crawl out of some hentai manga? After a furious barrage of replies, the anger bottled up inside finally eased a bit. Watching the black-clad bodyguards beside him fighting hard, a sudden doubt crossed his mind. Why did Fu Zai keep such a professional team at home? He'd previously known there were many bodyguards, assuming Fu Zai was protecting some confidential documents in the 4th floor study. But now it seemed that wasn't the case at all. Suppressing the curiosity and unease in his eyes, he pushed open the car door and stepped out. Better not get involved in this sort of thing. Dragging a small stool into the yard to sunbathe, it suddenly hit him, Fu Zai was supposed to be the villain. If it hadn't been for the female lead Zhou Xiangming healing his violent nature, Fu Zai might have ended up locked up doing prison labor by the later chapters. Now this was terrible, Zhou Xiangming had already broken off her engagement with him. There was no one left to keep Fu Zai in check. If he really went down that path, wouldn't the Fu family fall into the hands of Fu Hanwen, that old bastard? No. He couldn't let that happen. He stood up and headed toward the kitchen. Master Zhang, is lunch ready? It's almost 11:30. I need to deliver it to Fu Zai quickly. Almost done, we're packing now. Since Xiao Han and the others don't have time, let old Lu take you. He delivered previous meals, he knows the way well. Master Zhang handed Zhu Mingho a plate of crispy fried pork, try it. We made it exactly how you described. Not sure if it tastes right though. Delicious. Everyone should try it too, this is seriously amazing. You can't miss the crispy fried pork and golden mini mantou at hot pot, dipping them in condensed milk is absolutely amazing. Zhu Mingho quickly stuffed a few more pieces into his mouth before picking up the food container and following Master Lu. After this morning's incident, he was still a bit nervous around Master Lu. Once they were in the car, Master Lu suddenly spoke up, young Master Zhu, don't take what I said too much to heart. Zhu Mingho nodded obediently and hastily swallowed the piece of crispy pork he'd been savoring. I'm not. You should take it to heart, Master Lu said, watching him through the rearview mirror with a smile. Our young master has never been good at eating properly since childhood. The old master used to worry endlessly about it, fearing the young master would become malnourished, that's why he hired us from all over the country, even built that little Western-style house for us to live in. Zhu Mingho listened with shining eyes, the treatment here is really great. Yes. And we all truly care for Master Zai like our own child. When I first arrived, he was only 5 or 6 years old, so skinny like a little monkey, so ugly, oh my. Fu Zai had been sneezing non-stop in his office all morning. He pulled out a pack of 666 cold relief granules from his drawer, preparing to make himself some tea. He didn't want to go home and infect Zhu Mingho with his cold. Fu Zai. Why are you drinking medicine? Just as he poured the powder into his cup, Zhu Mingho walked in carrying 2 food containers. Fu Zhe glanced at him and continued what he was doing. It's nothing. 666 Cold relief. Zhu Mingho burst into loud laughter, ha 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 ha. Fu Zhe looked utterly bewildered. I'll make it for you. You eat first. Zhu Mingho took the cup to the break room. When he returned, Fu Zhe was still arranging the dishes. Seeing him walk in, Fu Zhe frowned deeply. Is it Chinese New Year already? Why so many dishes this time? Chapter 67, a dramatic trio, Xiao Fu watches the drama and eats his meal. It's those uncles in the kitchen who care about you. They knew I was having lunch with you today, so they made a lot of dishes, didn't want you to go hungry, Zhu Mingho said, stirring the cold medicine in his cup as he glanced up and down at Fu Zhe. You're not underdressed or anything. How did you catch a cold? He handed the cup to Fu Zhe. Let it cool a bit before drinking. Go wash your hands first, I'll set the table. Fu Zhe nodded and maneuvered his wheelchair toward the restroom. Did you come alone? Fu Zhe's voice floated out, startling Zhu Mingho so much that his hand shook, causing a small piece of crispy meat to fall onto the table. Zhu Mingho nearly cried from the loss. I came with Master Lu. He said his wife insisted he buy some flowers, so he went looking for a florist. After saying this, Zhu Mingho heard no response from Fu Zhe, so he added cautiously, did you hear about what happened on Weibo today? Second uncle did it. Fu Zhe didn't need to guess, the move reeked of Fu Hanwen's signature media manipulation tactics. The man seemed far too fond of public opinion games. Drying his hands with a wet wipe, Fu Zhe gestured to Zhu Mingho, press the white button on the phone, then press 0. Zhu Mingho followed instructions, and immediately burst into laughter, clutching his stomach. Fu Zhe stared blankly. What are you laughing at? Ha ha ha. My wife just gave birth today. Your wife? Fu Zhe's pupils nearly dilated in shock, but he struggled hard to keep his voice steady, not wanting Zhu Mingho to notice his inner turmoil. Oh come on, do I even have a wife? Just kidding. Seeing Fu Zhe's displeased expression, Zhu Mingho finally realized something was off and quickly backtracked. Just then, Xiao Lin's voice came through the phone, Boss Fu. Xiao Lin, come in. The call ended. Fu Zhe picked up his chopsticks and stirred the rice in his bowl. Next time you make a joke like that, your salary gets halved. Half my salary? That means losing 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 zeros. Zhu Mingho did a mental calculation and shuddered. Too terrifying. Alright, I won't joke with you like that again. For the sake of money, he'd endure. Fu Zhe gave him a look full of paternal concern. I said ordinary jokes are fine. But that kind isn't allowed. Why isn't it normal? I'm a grown man, shouldn't I have a wife and kids? Zhu Mingho truly felt like a turtle trying to comb its hair, completely clueless. Fu Zhe's face flickered between green and white, colorful, unpredictable, almost artistic. Wait, no. Maybe Zhu Mingho was seeing things. A knock sounded at the office door, and Xiao Lin walked in, loudly slurping from a cup of milk tea. Oh. How, you're here too? Yeah, Lin. I'm delivering lunch for Fu Zhe. Want to join us? Someone ignored coughed pointedly. Ahem. Xiao Lin finally snapped back to reality. Boss Fu, you called. Go coordinate with Lu Nang and dig up second uncle's online troll company. Buy it out. Fu Zhe spoke in the calmest tone imaginable while uttering the cruelest sentence possible. Oh, and find some media outlets to publicly praise Fu Hanwen's illegitimate child. Understood, Boss Fu. Xiao Lin gazed longingly at the spread of food. He exchanged several meaningful glances with Zhu Mingho. They both wanted to stay for the meal, but neither dared to say it outright. He could only wait for Zhu Mingho to extend the invitation. As expected, Zhu Mingho didn't let him down. The moment Zhu Mingho pretended to leave, Xiao Lin stood and tugged his arm. Stay and eat something. There's way too much for just 2 people. Fu Zhe pinched the bridge of his nose. If you want to eat, just eat, why put on a show? He could see right through it. Honestly. He grabbed his phone and sent Zhuang Nian a quick message, come to my office. 5 minutes. By the time Zhuang Nian arrived, panting heavily, Zhu Mingho was genuinely surprised. You're here to crash the meal too? No way. Zhuang Nian was huge, he'd eat half the table. Xiao Lin's appetite he knew, plus he'd just had a milk tea and probably wouldn't eat much. But if Zhuang Nian joined. I have something to discuss with Vice President Zhuang. Zhu Mingho, bring another set of chopsticks and a bowl. Watching Zhu Mingho pout as he went to fetch the utensils and drag over a chair, Fu Zhe felt unusually pleased. Zhuang Nian gave him a knowing look, silently observing the 3 individuals before him, each wearing a completely different expression. Since there's no seat left, I'll have to squeeze in next to Secretary Lin. Zhuang Nian pulled over the chair Zhu Mingho offered and slid right next to Lin. Oops, sorry Secretary Lin, you might want to tuck in your legs. Otherwise, our legs touching would be kinda awkward, don't you think? As he spoke, he wildly flashed eye signals at Fu Zhe, casually patting the thickness of Lin Lin's pants in the process. Just as Lin Lin was blushing so hard he was about to explode with anger, Zhuang Yan gazed at him tenderly. "It's so cold today, Secretary Lin, don't you think you're dressed a bit too lightly? I've got several pairs of pants in my office. Want to come pick one up later?" Zhu Mingho picked up a piece of cauliflower and shook his head in exaggerated dismay. What kind of heavenly creatures are we dealing with here? Did they stop making dish soap or something? What do you mean? Zhuang Yan shot Zhu Mingho several sharp glances. Zhu Mingho just smiled and shook his head. Nothing. Just looking for something. What? Can't find whose clothes dropped somewhere. Pretty embarrassing to lose them in public like that. Zhu Mingho sighed deeply. I used to think Vice President Zhuang was at least a decent, respectable man. But now. Zhuang Yan's mouth twitched involuntarily. Zhu Mingho looked genuinely concerned. Huh? Are you getting facial paralysis? You really should come see me sometime for a few acupuncture sessions. Don't be shy about seeking treatment. This whole performance made Zhuang Yan so angry he started breathing heavily. Xiao Lin gave Zhu Mingho a scolding look. We're eating, can you stop picking on the kid? He's still a kid. Zhu Mingho's eyes nearly popped out of his head. How could someone that big still be considered a child, no matter if you judged by body or mind? I was just using a metaphor, just don't stir up trouble while we're eating, Xiao Lin said as he stood up worriedly and gently patted Zhuang Yan's back, offering him some warmth and affection. Zhu Mingho pouted guiltily, he had done it on purpose. The angrier Zhuang Yan got, the less he'd eat. Just as he happily raised his chopsticks to grab his favorite sweet and sour pork ribs, he realized half of them were already gone. Fu Zhe had already finished his entire bowl of rice. Catching Zhu Mingho's accusing gaze, Fu Zhe grinned mischievously. Your little show was absolutely fantastic. Really helped me enjoy my meal. Zhu Mingho's face instantly cycled through every color of the rainbow, red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet. Who would have thought? Zhu Mingho, clever all his life, had actually been seen through by this villain, his intricate scheming and flawless performance completely exposed. Now he didn't know whether he should be proud or furious. Chapter 68 Xiao Fu grits his teeth, wanting to send Zhu Mingho to a debutante finishing school. Eat. All three of you, sit properly. If any of you bicker one more word, I'll charter my private jet and send you straight to Africa this afternoon. Feel free to argue if you really want to go to Africa. Why has it gone so quiet all of a sudden? Weren't you just screaming at each other? Lost your voices? Fu Zhe slapped the table, his face full of fury. Can't even have a peaceful meal. You lot can eat by yourselves. I'm full of anger. Grabbing the instant cold remedy powder that Zhu Mingho had prepared for him, he wheeled himself away from the chaos. Out of sight, out of mind. As long as he didn't have to witness the antics of these three clowns fighting, no one would be flying off to Africa. And maybe, just maybe, save some fuel on the family plane. After Fu Zhe left, the three stared at the leftover scraps on the table in awkward silence. Was he actually full from anger? Each wore the iconic, sweating soybean, emoji expression on their faces. If someone were to interview them right now, they'd simply send back various sweating soybean memes for everyone else to interpret through picture captioning games. Then, Fu Zhe's office instantly transformed into a vicious scene of three starving wolves fighting over food. Had the production team of Animal Planet been there, they could have filmed at least 2 or 3 episodes. Maybe human and nature should collaborate with Animal World. They devoured every last bit of today's meals, not a single drop of soup left behind. The farmers who toiled to grow this food would have felt deeply comforted. Thumbs up to all of you, SKR. Zhu Mingho turned pale. Oh no, we finished the winter melon pork rib corn soup that Master Lu simmered all morning. He specifically told me to save half for Fu Zhe. We drank every last drop. Just pretend he had some. Otherwise, we'd have to order takeout to fake it. Zhuang Yan pulled out a napkin, tenderly wiping oil from Lin Lin's mouth. Zhu Mingho, meanwhile, wore a look of intense shippiness, clearly thrilled. Lin Lin shook his head. Boss Fu is way too picky. He never orders takeout. At most, he dines in at high-end hotels. How come he's so spoiled? We're all young masters, yet he's treated like royalty. Zhuang Yan scoffed, shaking his head in disbelief, then leaned toward Lin Lin, holding out his foil-covered head. I'm the best behaved, right? Zhu Mingho grimaced at the hysterical Zhuang Yan. You're just a wild boar that can't enjoy fine grain. Zhuang Yan and Lin Lin fell silent. They exchanged glances for a few seconds, a simple look that said volumes. Xiao Zhuang, what do we do, what do we do? I want to kill him. Xiao Lin, no, murder's illegal, and Fu Zhe's office has surveillance cameras. Xiao Zhuang, Arg I'm going berserk. Times 1008611. Xiao Lin, huh? Okay then, shall I carry you instead? Don't be upset, okay? Then, perfectly in sync, the two stood up. Zhuang Nian and Lin Lin walked out wrapped around each other like lovers who hadn't seen each other in 800 lifetimes, waists pressed close together, about to kiss, when they suddenly bumped into Fu Zai, grimacing grotesquely as he downed his medicine. Damn, his lips were puckered all the way up. 6 eyes met. Perhaps, somewhere in the corner of the sky they didn't notice, a row of crows had already flown past, cawing air as they went. Huh. Where did Boss Fu go? I had something I wanted to talk to him about, how come I can't find him anywhere? Zhuang Nian immediately launched into an impromptu performance. He pinched Lin Lin's palm. Lin Lin got the message, since Boss Fu isn't here, we can come back later. With that, the two continued walking close together. To make the most of their precious time together, they chose to take the stairs downstairs, 28 steps, stretched into 29. Not only must love bloom, but it must linger. If Fu Zai ever found out about their little schemes, he'd call in a construction crew to change those stairs to exactly 33 steps. Anyone who knew about this had better keep it secret. Back to the matter at hand, Fu Zai sat staring blankly at the candy Zhuang Nian had secretly passed him earlier. The candies Zhu Mingho gave him were already gone, and unless he asked, Zhu Mingho wouldn't offer more. That block of wood. Returning to his office, Zhu Mingho was wiping the desk. You're back. Those two acted like they've never been in love before, so clingy, it's unbearable to watch. Fu Zai grunted in response, crouching down to rummage through the cabinet under his desk. He pulled out an empty glass jar and slammed it onto the table with a clunk. Don't you see I'm busy? Instead of working, you just keep making trouble. Zhu Mingho scolded him sharply. Fu Zai weakly picked up the jar and placed it in his lap. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Holding back only made his blood boil higher. He clenched his fists tightly, desperately suppressing the dangerous thought that had flickered through his mind just moments ago. Just now, he really wanted to shove the entire jar straight into Zhu Mingho's mouth. Though it was a wide-mouthed jar, it still probably wouldn't fit. Why couldn't this guy ever say anything even slightly affectionate? Was he sent by King Yanwang specifically to shorten Fu Zai's lifespan by sheer irritation? This was genuinely incomprehensible. Maybe he should just send Zhu Mingho to a debutante finishing school for some re-education. On second thought, scratch that. The Zhou sisters, Xiangming and Xiangxiang, had both attended those classes for years, and Fu Zai had every reason to suspect they'd been enrolled in a pirated version, and he had evidence. And as for Zhu Mingho, not a single decent trait. You clean the desk, fine, but why swivel your waist like that while singing? What kind of behavior was that? At this very thought, Fu Zai's anger meter finally exploded. He slapped Zhu Mingho's hip. What are you wagging your ass around in front of me for? Huh? Zhu Mingho clutched his rear, looking utterly wronged. I'm wiping the table, wrist moves the arm moves the body. So what if I twist a little? It's not like I'm doing it for your viewing pleasure. If not for me, then who else? Fu Zai's face darkened further. Zhu Mingho felt as though he'd been sliced into pieces by Fu Zai's glare alone, an eerie pain prickling across his skin. His hair follicles stood on end, *HSSS*. Not showing you, period. Zhu Mingho turned his gaze away, refusing to meet Fu Zai's eyes again. Humph, always bullying people. Snatching up the lunchbox, he turned to leave. But Fu Zai called out, stopping his fleeing figure, in such a hurry to run off. Afraid I'll eat you? No way. Might be you getting eaten instead. My leg's fully healed, you've got 2 fists, but I've got 2 hands and 2 legs. Zhu Mingho grinned smugly at Fu Zai, thumping his chest. Not scared one bit. Come over and give me a massage. Now. Zhu Mingho glanced at the time, 2:24 already. The Fu Corporation clocked in at 2:30 sharp. I have a headache. Sighing, Zhu Mingho set down the lunchbox and resignedly trudged over. Standing behind Fu Zai, he placed his hands gently on Fu Zai's temples. Then Fu Zai opened his mouth. Xiao Ju, ahem, breaking news. If we hit 300 requests before 8 p.m. tonight, my mom says she'll squeeze in an extra update. Chapter 69 Xiao Ju held his head for an entire afternoon. Face me when you stand. Why? The moment Zhu Mingho thought of the scene, he quickly shouted to stop it. Standing like that would be so improper, too embarrassing to even look at. The window's open and the wind is a bit strong. Stand in front of me and block it, Fu Zai said, lifting a finger toward the window. Hearing that, Zhu Mingho glanced in the direction Fu Zai pointed. Sure enough, there was a gap in the window, a fairly large one, but as for feeling strong wind, he didn't notice any. I opened it earlier for ventilation. Eating lunch in the office leaves smells, so I opened the window to air it out. Though the gap I left wasn't this big. How strange, it must have opened wider on its own somehow. Since Fu Zai seemed so concerned, Zhu Mingho decided to go shut it. I'll close it then. Don't catch a cold on my account. No need. The room smells. Leaving it open helps clear the air. Fu Zai grabbed the hem of Zhu Mingho's shirt, stopping him from moving. With his other hand, he quietly slid the office remote control deep into a drawer. If we can't close the window but you're cold, should I turn up the air conditioning temperature? Ju Mingho began to hesitate, silently chanting in his mind. Don't get angry at the young master, don't get angry at the big boss, la 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 I can't hear you, turtle scriptures nonsense. It's normal for the boss to have many quirks. Totally normal. Fu Zhe still suggested that Ju Mingho stand in front of him and give him a head massage. Unable to resist, Ju Mingho reluctantly obeyed, standing stiffly before him like a wooden chicken, mechanically cradling Fu Zhe's head and rubbing it awkwardly. After doing it for just a few moments, Ju Mingho found it strange. The man in his arms was way too compliant. He had deliberately pressed harder earlier, yet Fu Zhe didn't react at all, making Ju Mingho feel uneasy. He quietly glanced down at the man nestled against him. Fu Zhe had already closed his eyes peacefully, breathing evenly. Oh. Next time, he should ask someone to massage him too. Was it really that comfortable? Still, I gotta say, this posture is super weird, right? Hey. Hello. Hello. Did he already fall asleep? Did he sneak out to steal cows last night? Is he that tired? Most importantly, Fu Zhe was leaning against Ju Mingho's stomach, giving off an oddly parental vibe. Ju Mingho took several deep breaths, causing Fu Zhe's head to gently bob up and down with the movement of his abdomen. Helplessly, Ju Mingho reached out to wrap his arms more securely around Fu Zhe's head, stabilizing it so it wouldn't sway back and forth. Wouldn't want to shake that brilliant brain until its contents were thoroughly mixed. Thank goodness no one's around. If anyone saw this, I'd die of embarrassment. Ju Mingho murmured softly, trying hard to control his breathing so his stomach wouldn't rise and fall too noticeably, allowing Fu Zhe to sleep more soundly. Leaning against the edge of the desk, he idly stared at the whirl of hair at the center of Fu Zhe's scalp. He remembered what the elders at home used to say, people with a central hair whirl are the most rational type, clear-headed individuals. They wouldn't lose sight of themselves over love or hatred. And with lips that thin, this man must definitely be unfeeling and cold-hearted. Whoever ends up marrying him later must have terrible luck. Come to think of it, Zhou Xiangming truly wasn't suited for him. She always hid her intentions, too full of twists and turns. And Fu Zhe was the same, two people who never speak directly getting together, their marriage would just become a psychological battle between two masters. Fu Zhe would be better off with someone like himself, someone straightforward, saying whatever came to mind immediately. Only then could married life work well. After finishing his gossip-filled thoughts, he struggled to pull his phone out of his pocket. A few days ago, he'd found a great novel on an app, and since he now had some free time, he figured he might as well sneak in a chapter or two. Whoa. This male lead is so toxic. He likes the heroine but won't admit it. If I liked someone, I'd just say it outright. What kind of person acts like this? Knock knock knock. Is President Fu in? I'm coming in. A deep baritone voice came from outside the door, startling Ju Mingho so much he nearly jumped. Before he could react, a tall, broad-shouldered man in formal suit had already pushed the door open. Seeing Ju Mingho, and Fu Zhe curled up in Ju Mingho's arms, the visitor froze in place, dumbstruck, momentarily unsure how to respond. His eyes locked directly onto them, staring so intently that Ju Mingho felt extremely uncomfortable. Yet, his first instinct was to cover Fu Zhe's ears. Fu Zhe is asleep. Do you need something from him? I can pass on your message. Ju Mingho whispered. The tall man stepped forward quickly. I'm Qin Yijian, head of operations. Please have President Fu take a look at this document. Alright, I'll let him know when he wakes up. Ju Mingho gestured for him to just leave the document on the table. Qin Yijian wasn't very confident in Ju Mingho's short-term memory and, worried he might forget, tore off a sticky note from the pad on Fu Zhe's desk, scribbled a message, and tucked it into the file. But as he turned to leave, 1,000 questions swirled in his mind. He didn't know how to ask them, though, so he kept glancing back at Ju Mingho with each step, taking such short strides that the brief walkout felt like Baisuzhen's kowtowing pilgrimage up the mountain. Ju Mingho silently watched him until the man finally, and rather, thoughtfully, closed the door behind him. Looking down at Fu Zhe nestled in his arms, Ju Mingho was filled with mixed emotions, fervently hoping that this honorable fellow wouldn't go spreading what he'd just seen. Otherwise, he'd be so mortified he'd never live it down, no amount of explanation could possibly clear his name. Yet things rarely went as hoped. No sooner had Qin Yijian left than people began trickling in one after another, some coming to retrieve documents, others to deliver them. Those delivering files were no problem, they could write a quick note and place the file on the desk. But those needing to collect files had no choice but to leave empty-handed after leaving a message. Throughout all this, Ju Mingho kept a firm hand over Fu Zhe's ears, terrified someone would wake him. Fortunately, anyone who could access the 28th floor directly was among Fu Zhe's most trusted aides, none of whom would intentionally disturb him. This made for a stark contrast with the strange man standing before him now, the one sporting a thin mustache resembling Mr. Lu Sun's trademark style. Why did Ju Mingho think he was strange? Because the man had barged in without knocking, utterly impolite, and that alone had left a sour impression in Ju Mingho's mind. Ju Mingho made the "shoo" gesture multiple times, but the odd man completely ignored him, instead shouting loudly, "President Fu." Still sleeping. If that's your attitude, you shouldn't be president at all. Sleep, 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 while your own company falls into chaos. Shut up. Seeing the prince in his arms twitch slightly, his eyelashes fluttering, Zhu Mingho snapped angrily at the bizarre man. Who the hell are you? Can't you see someone's asleep? What are you screeching about? Got a broken gong for a throat? What's it to you? I'm Guo Shiji, 5th largest shareholder of Fu Corporation. I've got more seniority here than some brat like you. Even Fu Qingwen called me Brother Guo when he was alive. The man's words ignited Zhu Mingho's temper. I told you to shut up, and you want to debate seniority with me. Are you out of your mind? Did you skip Chinese class or did Alzheimer's kick in early that you can't understand simple instructions? Lack of manners has zero to do with your seniority, okay? So you're the 5th largest shareholder, big deal. Fu Zai's the largest. Should he show up at your house and hold a concert while you're napping next time? What kind of creature are you? Who do you think you are? Disturbing someone's nap is a one-way ticket to hell, you know. Zhu Mingho stood with hands on hips, ranting fiercely, leaving the strange man utterly breathless with rage. You just wait, I'm firing you right now. You can't fire him. He's mine. Chapter 70. Xiao Ju, no man in my heart. Xiao Fu, oh. What? Guo Shiji still didn't grasp the implication behind Fu Zai's words and loudly challenged, I don't care. As long as he's paid by the Fu Corporation, I have the right to fire him. Zhu Mingho was secretly delighted. If he got fired, it meant triple severance pay. 3 million yuan for nothing, he could laugh in his sleep. Fu Zai disliked the threatening tone Guo Shiji used. He pulled Zhu Mingho behind him and stared at Guo Shiji with a clearly warning gaze. Chairman Guo, if you have something to say, just say it outright. Don't be sneaky and unmanly about it. Oh, I have something, of course. Why else would I come here? You clearly dislike me, and I don't even have any special kinks. Chairman Guo wasn't particularly fat, but his oily smile made him unpleasant to look at. Guo Shiji and Fu Hanwen were so close they could wear the same pair of pants, and he'd frequently helped Fu Hanwen torment Fu Zai. That was why Fu Zai had never liked him. After being taught a lesson by Fu Zai twice, Guo Shiji used to go out of his way to avoid him, so why had his attitude changed today? Fu Zai used his slender fingers to lift his glasses onto the bridge of his straight nose, then elegantly pressed the escape key on the keyboard. If you're here because of my second uncle, then you can leave now. Guo Shiji slammed the table in frustration. Don't forget you also carry the Fu surname. If Hanwen falls, you'll be dragged down too. Blood is thicker than water, and our bones are connected by tendons. Fu Zai's lips curled into a cold, deadly smile. If you actually said those words to Fu Hanwen, I might respect you as a real man. When the car accident happened, did you remember we both share the Fu name? That we're family. At the mention of the car accident, Guo Shiji instantly became more serious and composed. He cleared his throat. I'll go talk to your second uncle and try to persuade him, but you must suppress this news story. Haven't you seen how badly the Fu Corporation stock has dropped today? When one prospers, all prosper, when one suffers, all suffer. After rambling on like this for a while, Zhu Mingho finally lost patience and shoved him out. Suppressing news isn't free, you know. You just said you're the 5th largest shareholder. Since you're so rich, why don't you use your own money to bury the news? Ignoring Guo Shiji's resistance, Zhu Mingho flipped him out of the office, pushed him into the elevator, and even thoughtfully pressed B1, sending him straight down to the underground parking lot. Back in the office, Zhu Mingho glanced at Fu Zai's new glasses. Why did you change to a new pair? I got tired of the old one. Zhu Mingho opened his mouth in shock. You like new things and tire of old ones. When you date someone in the future, will you just swap them out once you get bored? Fu Zai tilted his head and gave a light laugh. Can't say for sure. TSK TSK TSK. A true player indeed. Your face gives it away. You can read faces now. Zhu Mingho scratched his neck awkwardly. All handsome guys are players. It's a universal law. Fu Zai opened a folder on his desk. Just as Zhu Mingho thought he wouldn't get an answer, Fu Zai suddenly spoke up. Being a player has to do with character, not looks. Fair point. Still, there's that saying, as long as a man isn't hung on the wall, he's easy on the eyes. Fu Zai pressed down the corners of his mouth trying not to smile. Is that so? What about you? Me? Zhu Mingho pointed at himself suspiciously. No way. Bachelor till PhD, building a beautiful China. No woman in my heart, naturally I become a Buddha. No woman. Fu Zai repeated the phrase slowly, savoring it, then gave Zhu Mingho a meaningful look. Zhu Mingho quickly shook his head. No men either. Oh. Fu Zai lowered his head back to his work. Not wanting to disturb him, Zhu Mingho picked up his lunchbox. I'm heading out then. Clang. Fu Zai placed the glass jar on the table. Take this back with you. All right. Zhu Mingho grabbed the glass jar and walked out. Wait, isn't this the same jar I used for making candy? He felt happy. At least Fu Zai hadn't thrown this jar away. It was super useful, he planned to use it for pickling garlic in lava vinegar. After finishing his meal, he checked in with Master Lu. By now, Master Lu had already left, so he could wander around a bit before heading home. Pulling his mask on, carrying the box and hugging the jar, he strolled happily down the street. Before he knew it, he arrived at a crossroad where an elderly man was making malt candy. "Hello Grandpa, how much for the malt candy?" Zhu Mingho crouched slightly as he asked the old man sitting on a small stool. The elder raised his right hand. 5 yuan for 2 sticks. Then I'll take 2. Zhu Mingho pulled out his phone and scanned the payment QR code. The account name popped up, Fitness Zhanggu. He frowned. "Grandpa, is this really you?" Sure enough, the news was true. Zhu Mingho patiently asked, "Does your grandson give you the money?" "Occasionally. He doesn't earn much anyway. Let the kid use it, it's not like I mind," the old man replied with a simple smile that pierced Zhu Mingho's heart. "Just wait a second." Zhu Mingho ran to a nearby convenience store to exchange money. After making a small purchase, he managed to get 100 yuan in cash. "Grandpa, here's the change for you." The elderly man looked at the red bill in his hand. "Let me count how much I need to give back." Then he shakily pulled out a bundle of cash wrapped in a handkerchief from his pocket, none of the bills larger than 20 yuan. Seeing this, Zhu Mingho felt a sharp pang in his chest. "It's fine. I'll buy more, just sell me the whole jar of candy." "But can you finish it all? Don't waste food, child." The old man had unwittingly stirred up deep longing for family in Zhu Mingho. "It's okay. I've got plenty of family at home. We'll eat it all." The old man handed over the entire jar of malt candy. Zhu Mingho stood there holding the large jar, unsure how to leave. "Class is over. Teacher, you've worked hard." A familiar voice rang out. Zhu Mingho suddenly realized, he was standing in front of a school. No wonder the old man had chosen to set up here. Holding the jar, he instantly caught the attention of the children streaming out. In moments, he was surrounded. "Uncle, uncle, I want one." "Me too, uncle. Uncle." Overwhelmed by their enthusiasm, Zhu Mingho could only set down the jar and half-jokingly start setting up his own little street stall. When Zhou Meng drove past Haodian No. 1 elementary school, he spotted the familiar figure on the roadside. "Young master, look, who's that selling candy on the street? Isn't that Zhu Xiao?" Fu Zhe glanced once, and smiled. "Did I pay him too little? Now he's starting side gigs." Chapter 71 Xiao Fu, get Zhu Mingho into the car, and I'll pay you 5 times the price. Zhou Meng had already driven back and forth along this road 4 or 5 times. He couldn't take it anymore. Through the rearview mirror, he secretly observed Fu Zhe's expression, again and again, racking his brain how to speak without triggering Fu Zhe's fury. Huff. At least the corners of Fu Zhe's mouth were slightly upturned. Maybe he could say something now. After mentally rehearsing his words thoroughly and mustering courage for a long while, Zhou Meng finally let out a voice so timid it sounded like distant ultrasound. "Young master, could we stop circling? This turning maneuver is illegal, I'm about to lose all my driver's license points." As he spoke, he kept cautiously watching Fu Zhe's face. Finally, Fu Zhe replied slowly, "How many points have you lost?" 2 points per violation, 200 yuan fine." Zhou Meng was nearly in tears, he was talking about 1,000 yuan here. "Have all your points been deducted?" Fu Zhe's heart instantly leapt into his throat. He stared at Zhou Meng gripping the steering wheel with piercing eyes, so intense that Zhou Meng clearly saw a glimmer of excited anticipation flickering within them. Fu Zhe said, "You're currently driving without a valid license." Zhou Meng. The atmosphere inside the car suddenly turned extremely odd. Fu Zhe silently stared at Zhou Meng, then after a long pause finally spoke, "Pull over. Starting tomorrow, we're changing drivers." "Huh?" Zhou Meng sat dumbfounded on his seat. Slowly, he opened his mouth. "My license has 12 points, I've only lost 10. I still have 2 left, it's not like I'm unlicensed." But the man behind him didn't seem to care one bit. Instead, he continued issuing orders, "Go get Zhu Mingho. He has a driver's license." "Oh, alright. But Master Zhu always needed someone to drive him around whenever he went out. If he had a license, why didn't he just drive himself? Still, how did the young master know Zhu Mingho had a license? TSK. He rubbed his hands together nervously. His gut told him something huge was about to happen, but no matter how hard he thought, he couldn't figure it out. Oh. Suddenly, a possibility dawned on him. He patted his chest dramatically, "Young master, I promise I will complete this mission. You have 5 minutes. Bring Zhu Mingho here." A million curses soared through the sky in his mind. Pouting, Zhou Meng stepped off the car. Well, he shouldn't blame the young master for coming up with such an idea, but there were clearly plenty of other solutions. Why did his own license points have to be sacrificed? Sigh. Why am I always the one getting hurt? Zhu Mingho going out to hawk goods might embarrass the Fu family, that much was true, but the young master shouldn't have stopped him in broad daylight like that. It seemed so inhumane. Shaking his head as he walked forward a few steps, Zhou Meng actually felt deeply sorry for Zhu Mingho. Getting caught publicly while just trying to sell things from a stall. He hadn't gone far before turning back, knocking lightly on Fu Zhe's car window. The window rolled down quickly. Fu Zhe asked impatiently, "What now?" "Master, can the fines and point deductions for the license be reimbursed?" Zhou Meng locked eyes tensely with Fu Zhe. Watching Fu Zhe's expression grow darker by the second, Zhou Meng was already preparing to retract his question when Fu Zhe glanced toward where Zhu Mingho stood and raised his chin slightly. "Get him into the car, and I'll reimburse you fivefold." "Understood." Zhou Meng's expression instantly transformed, bursting into radiant joy. He sprinted swiftly toward Zhu Mingho on the sidewalk. Not noticing a step, he nearly stumbled and tripped into a passing elementary school student. Witnessing this scene, Fu Zhe helplessly pressed his palm against his forehead and sighed deeply. Zhou Meng isn't bad in most ways, he's just a bit foolish. Zhu Mingho squatted on the ground, anxiously eyeing the large amount of unsold malt candy remaining. Not much had sold at all. He worried about what to do with the leftovers. Someone tapped his shoulder. He jerked his head upward abruptly. "Captain Zhou. Why are you here?" "My license has run out of points, I'm technically driving illegally now." "You can drive, right? Come take over the wheel. Otherwise, we'll have to call another driver from the villa, which would be too much trouble." Zhou Meng blurted out the excuse he'd prepared, gazing at Zhu Mingho full of hope, waiting for a single nod. Zhu Mingho pointed at the candy. "I haven't finished selling these yet. Students have already left school, and adults don't really like sweets like these. Let me help you pack up." Zhou Meng crouched down and began gathering things. "Don't adults like them? I thought I could bring some back and share with everyone. Since none of you seem to like them, maybe I should wait near the middle school gate for a while. See if I can sell more." Zhu Mingho gently pressed down on Zhou Meng's hand, stopping him. Packing away unfinished felt unsettling. This was his grandfather's hard work. It couldn't be wasted. Hearing this, Zhou Meng almost slapped himself. "Idiot. Can't you talk straight? Can't you talk straight? People in the villa absolutely love sweets. There are several Cantonese folks there who eat everything sweet. Take it back and sell it to them." Zhou Meng tricked Zhu Mingho, whispering that as long as he got into the car, he'd earn 4,000 today. With a lot of coaxing and pulling, it took tremendous effort and persuasion before he finally managed to get Zhu Mingho into the vehicle. Opening the driver's door, Zhu Mingho followed Zhou Meng's instructions and started operating the car. Accidentally catching sight of Fu Zhe sleeping against the seat through the rearview mirror, he felt puzzled. "Does your CEO never sleep at night?" "He slept all day today." "Slept all day?" Zhou Meng shook his head. "Impossible." Fu Zhe had previously stayed up late constantly to stabilize the company, sometimes working non-stop without even time to sleep. Even during his busiest periods, Zhou Meng had never heard that Fu Zhe had slept an entire day at the office. So he didn't believe Zhu Mingho one bit. He must have misunderstood. "It's true. Don't believe me? Ask him yourself later. He was leaning right beside me, no, beside the table next to me, sleeping the whole afternoon." Seeing Zhou Meng shaking his head, Zhu Mingho grew frantic and hurriedly explained. Zhou Meng quickly changed the subject. He knew the young master was pretending to sleep, better not let Zhu Mingho say anything strange and upset the young master. Zhu Mingho rarely drove, so he wasn't very skilled. Plus, driving such a luxury car made him overly excited, causing his driving to become unstable. Zhou Meng screamed in panic, "Dear ancestor! Can you focus while driving? Don't turn so sharply. No, don't go so fast. This is the third ring road, speed limit 60, and you're doing 80 already." Zhou Meng shrieked hysterically again and again, until Fu Zhe couldn't even pretend to sleep anymore. He opened his eyes and rubbed his ears. "What are you yelling for?" "I'm shouting my name, Zhou Meng." "Wokeo, young master, you were actually asleep. You slept so hard you got confused about who I am, ha ha ha." Zhou Meng was laughing, when suddenly his eyes met Fu Zhe's. A chill ran down his neck. He reached up and touched his carotid artery. Okay, still beating. Silently suppressing his smile, he turned away. Zhu Mingho glanced at the rearview mirror. "Hey. Fu Zhe, do you remember me?" "Zhu Mingho." Fu Zhe looked utterly disgusted, giving Zhu Mingho a condescending, pitying stare. "I'm not dazed from sleep. I'm perfectly." Zhu Mingho grinned at Zhou Meng. "You're a sports major, right?" "Yeah. How'd you know?" Hearing this, Zhu Mingho smiled. "I overheard you guys chatting before. You went to Ditu University, didn't you? I guessed you were admitted as a sports recruit. Wow, you're amazing. So smart, Master Zhu." Zhou Meng gazed at Zhu Mingho with pure admiration. TCH. From the back seat, Fu Zhe let out a soft scoff. Chapter 72. Fu Zhe patted your master, you actually laughed. Zhou Meng heard Fu Zhe's laughter and was overjoyed. Why is master laughing? Zhu Mingho exchanged an amused glance with Fu Zhe through the rearview mirror. He's laughing at how dumb you are. Dumb? Me? There's no second fool like you in the entire imperial capital who'd help count money after being sold. Fu Zhe chuckled as he scolded. Zhou Meng scratched his head, but nobody sold me. Everything was spoken in standard Mandarin Chinese, yet he felt like he was attending a foreign language class. It was so strange. Fu Zhe briefly translated Zhu Mingho's previous remark for Zhou Meng. What Zhu Mingho just said means he's laughing at how stupid you are, how thick your skull is. You'd definitely fail the National College entrance exam if you tried to get into Imperial Capital University. Huh? No, that's not it, young Master Zhu. I only got into Imperial Capital University because of my residency status, athletic talent, and bonus points from academic competitions. Otherwise, my grades would only qualify me to study abroad. Zhou Meng answered honestly, making Zhu Mingho instantly regret mocking him. The guy was genuinely this innocent. Too innocent, in fact. He silently vowed never to tease him again, truly. Regretful. So regretful. Guiltily, he glanced at Zhou Meng. Your muscles really are impressive. Anytime you're free, could you coach me a bit? My six-pack has already turned into a single-up, I need to start training urgently. Zhou Meng nodded, I'm always available. Laughing and chatting all the way back to the villa, Zhu Mingho jumped out of the car and opened the trunk to retrieve the leftover malt candy, then began distributing it around. But. Old Zhang the butler, I've got cavities. Can't eat any. Xiao Huan, I just brushed my teeth. Xiao Ju, it's barely this hour, why did you brush your teeth already? Xiao Huang, brushing after meals. Lu Neng, my grandfather and father both have diabetes. We're sugar-free at home. Xiao Han, I'm working out recently. Cutting sugar. Master Lu the chef, I don't feel like eating it. Hugging the large jar, Zhu Mingho stood in the lobby feeling utterly defeated. He glumly stared at the remaining candy. Zhou Meng, didn't you say lots of people in the villa like malt candy? They used to. They really did. Zhou Meng scratched his head, unable to explain, turning red-faced from anxiety. He grunted and mumbled for ages without uttering a coherent sentence. Fine, we'll split it. I'll scoop some out for you. Zhu Mingho ran to the kitchen, fetched a small basin, and divided half the malt candy for Zhou Meng. With no other option, Zhou Meng could only carry away the half basin of candy. Zhu Mingho followed closely behind, instructing firmly, don't dump it. You must finish it all, no wasting. Zhou Meng's head throbbed painfully, slipping out of the villa like greased lightning. At dinner, preoccupied with the malt candy incident, Zhu Mingho had little appetite. Fu Zhe knew he'd devour the entire bowl tonight anyway and wouldn't go hungry. So he didn't bother stopping him from skipping dinner, merely reminding him to brush his teeth before leaving. After dinner, Fu Zhe headed up to the 4th floor to work overtime. Today, thanks to Zhu Mingho, he'd intended to close his eyes and rest briefly, but found Zhu Mingho's soft lower abdomen unusually comfortable. The fake nap turned real. Not only did multiple subordinates come by during that time, he also fell behind on his workload. A day's absence cost him billions, he'd better stay late tonight rather than postponing today's unfinished tasks. Glancing at the monitor showing Zhu Mingho had returned to his room, just as expected, hugging that basin. He hoped he wouldn't eat too much and get indigestion. Taking a deep breath, he pushed Zhu Mingho out of his mind and focused steadily on his work. Zhu Mingho hugged the jar, scooping spoonful after spoonful of malt candy into his mouth. Lying on the gaming massage chair, he browsed Weibo on his laptop when a local trending topic caught his eye. He clicked in, and his sense of morality shattered instantly. Fu Hanwen's illegitimate son, Li Jiahe, is actually earning a living by performing arts at Times Square. Zhu Mingho read every word carefully. So this old bastard truly wasn't human. In his youth, he'd gotten a bartender girl pregnant. Due to his alcoholism, the newborn child was diagnosed with cerebral palsy. He refused to acknowledge paternity, deceiving mother and infant into leaving the country. Promised medical treatment became mere exile. The woman had to return to her former job in America just to raise her child. The post even included DNA test results and side-by-side photos of Li Jiahe from childhood to present. The details were so thorough it seemed as though Li Jiahe himself had posted it. Zhu Mingho suddenly recalled what Fu Zhe had said in the office, the remark about giving praise to Fu Hanwen's illegitimate son. He deliberately rechecked the post. Sure enough, every description and narrative about Li Jiahe painted a positive image, fighting bravely against fate, relentlessly striving for self-improvement. He pulled out his phone and sent a message to Fu Zhe. Fu Zhe's reply came quickly. Zhu Mingho tapped into it and saw, Fu Zhe patted your little belly fat and said, so soft. Recalling what happened during the day, he could almost feel that gentle pressure against his abdomen once again. Touching his burning red face, he silently cursed, damn it, damn it. Why are you blushing? Turn pale, fade the redness. Fu Zhe messaged again, got something on your mind? Xiao Ju, no, I just wanted to say, I'm off to brush my teeth. He had completely forgotten why he'd originally messaged Fu Zhe, flustered by the sudden blush, so he made up a random excuse. Putting down his phone, he continued eating candy from the jar until every last piece was gone, only then reluctantly heading off to brush his teeth. But he'd eaten so much that his jaw swelled noticeably. Fu Zhe ran his fingers along the edge of his phone, the screen going dark and then lighting up again beneath his thumb. He stared at Zhu Mingho's messages for a long time. Ever since they added each other on WeChat, this was their first real conversation. And the first thing Zhu Mingho reported to him was about brushing his teeth. Could this mean? Zhu Mingho's heart beat the same way as his. Chapter 73 Xiaofu, do you want to check where your left hand is? The next morning, the moment Zhu Mingho looked in the mirror, he let out a painful scream. My face. My cheek. When he opened his mouth, he noticed faint red bloodstains on his teeth. Woo-woo, it's bleeding too. Staring at his pig-faced reflection, swollen beyond recognition, Zhu Mingho was nearly in tears. His mouth hurt like hell, an enormous area of pain. He couldn't even tell if it was toothache or canker sores anymore. Help. Struggling to open his grotesquely swollen mouth, he brushed his teeth while tears welled up in his eyes. Good God, this hurts so much. What on earth happened? Could it be from eating too much malt candy? With a mournful expression, he trudged downstairs and spotted Zhou Meng laughing and chatting with Xiao Han. He observed them quietly for a moment, puzzled that Zhou Meng's face was perfectly fine. Did you not eat the malt candy last night? Zhu Mingho stood behind Zhou Meng and patted his shoulder. Zhou Meng turned around and jumped in shock at the sight of Zhu Mingho's face. Whoa! What the heck happened to you? Did you not eat the malt candy last night? Zhu Mingho repeated slowly. Yeah. I tasted it and found ginger inside. I hate ginger, I can't stand the taste, so I didn't eat any, Zhou Meng replied, eyeing Zhu Mingho nervously, half expecting him to get angry. He stared anxiously at Zhu Mingho's disfigured face. Master said you're supposed to be his driver these days. Like this, can you even drive? For some reason, Zhu Mingho's swelling had spread from his jaw all the way up to his eyes, one eye now shrunken to half its normal size. Just then, the elevator dinged and the doors slid open. Fu Zhe was wheeled out by Xiao Huang. Xiao Huang immediately recoiled in alarm. F***CK. Young Master Zhu, did someone beat you up? Zhu Mingho helplessly shook his head. Ate too much malt candy last night, probably got heaty. But why would being heaty cause swelling? Fu Zhe studied Zhu Mingho's face closely, scrutinizing every inch for a long moment before questioning, this definitely isn't just swelling. It's nothing serious, just heatiness. I'm fine, Zhu Mingho muttered, uncomfortable under everyone's stares, panicking inwardly. Go to the hospital, Fu Zhe said firmly, looking straight at him. You need a medical checkup. I'm a doctor myself. I can handle it. Zhu Mingho shook his head and stepped backward, only to trip over his own feet, stumbling hard. Zhou Meng, standing nearby, panicked and lunged to catch him. In his attempt to steady Zhu Mingho, he pushed too hard and instead sent Zhu Mingho lurching forward. With his barely open mouth letting out a tiny yelp, Zhu Mingho watched in horror as Fu Zhe's handsome face loomed closer, inch by inch. Fu Zhe didn't flinch. He simply stared intently, unblinking. As if excited, 233333333. Zhu Mingho flailed instinctively, planting his right hand against Fu Zhe's shoulder. His swollen, distorted face now hovered only about 10 centimeters away. He could even feel Fu Zhe's breath. Under Fu Zhe's unwavering gaze, Zhu Mingho's face gradually flushed red. Until. Aren't you getting up yet? Fu Zhe's voice carried a strained patience. Huh? Zhu Mingho blinked dumbly at Fu Zhe, frozen in confusion. Fu Zhe gritted his teeth. Do you want to take a look at where your left hand is? Panic-stricken, Zhu Mingho hastily glanced down at his own left hand. Oh no. How could he have placed his hand on Fu Zhe's chest? Would his hand even survive this? Frantically lifting his head, he accidentally bumped his forehead against Fu Zhe's lips. Hiss. He'd messed up again. He'd made Fu Zhe's lips bleed. Tears welled in his eyes. I am sorry. I didn't mean to. Fu Zhe raised his right hand. Zhu Mingho froze in terror, convinced Fu Zhe was about to slap him. His lips trembled uncontrollably. Don't hit me. Before he could finish, a sudden warmth touched his forehead. Fu Zhe, his lips now stained with blood, whispered, stay still. There's blood on your forehead, I'll wipe it clean. Chapter 74 What do you want me to do to you? When Fu Zhe gently wiped his forehead with his fingers, Zhu Mingho was so nervous he barely dared to breathe. He stood frozen in place, as if struck at an acupressure point, and even after Fu Zhe withdrew his hand, his body remained stiff and unyielding. Fu Zhe flicked him lightly on the forehead. Only then did Zhu Mingho snap back to reality, scrambling backward in a panic. Fu Zhe, looking genuinely concerned, asked, what's wrong? Nothing. Zhu Mingho pressed a hand against his chest, taking deep breaths several times to suppress the turmoil inside. Good lord, how terrifying had that moment been? Why had Fu Zhe suddenly changed his manner toward him so drastically? Could it be that he wanted something from him? Zhu Mingho mentally reviewed recent events. Oh right, maybe Fu Zhe thought his leg needed continued treatment. Xiao Han, Zhou Meng, carry him to the car. Before Zhu Mingho could react, two burly men already hoisted him up, one gripping his shoulders, the other lifting his legs, and carried him straight to the car door. Zhou Meng even freed one hand to open the door before tossing him inside like luggage. This is outrageous. Zhu Mingho muttered under his breath. Just now, he'd literally been carried out like a piece of furniture. Zhou Meng grinned sheepishly and patted Zhu Mingho's shoulder. The young master cares about you. You should be happy. Care about me? I'm so grateful. Zhu Mingho grimaced, voice catching. Fu Zhe climbed in from the other side of the car just in time to hear that last line. He cleared his throat, no need to thank me. Now Zhu Mingho didn't know what to say at all. They were from completely different worlds, none of his jokes or sarcasm ever landed with Fu Zhe. It was maddening. With a miserable expression, he turned to gaze out the window, pressing his head against the glass as the car jostled him with every bump. Suddenly, Fu Zhe leaned over. His large hand reached toward Zhu Mingho's shoulder. You, what are you doing? Zhu Mingho stammered. Fu Zhe calmly fastened the seatbelt across Zhu Mingho, then leaned close to his ear. Just buckling your seatbelt. What did you think I was going to do? Or, do you want me to do something? Pfft. I want you to sit properly and look straight ahead. Can't you just speak normally? Zhu Mingho felt utterly numb. Stop leaning in so close contact. Oh no, we're getting too intimate. Do you even have a green health code? Why is young Master Fu acting like this? Did I say something wrong? Fu Zhe sat upright again, a faint, teasing smile playing on his lips as he glanced at the sulking Zhu Mingho, then deliberately turned away, no longer provoking him. Who would have thought Zhu Mingho had such thin skin? Never saw that coming. While Fu Zhe seemed amused, Zhu Mingho, by contrast, squirmed inwardly with unease, mind swirling with questions. After turning it over again and again, he concluded the most likely explanation was that Fu Zhe resented him for never giving proper treatment. After all this time, his leg still hadn't improved. Fine, he'd treat him tonight. At worst, he'd refund half the money. Terrifying, truly. When a superior who's always treated you coldly suddenly turns unexpectedly attentive, it's downright frightening. Could it be that Fu Zhe wanted to fire him? Good heavens. Lost in his thoughts, they arrived at the hospital. Was it because he had installed some kind of radar monitoring system on Fu Zhe's car? Before the vehicle even entered the premises, he appeared, accompanied by a group of senior medical staff, waiting eagerly in the parking lot. Director Fu, young Master Zhu. He greeted them with a broad smile. Fu Zhe merely grunted in response. They were ushered into the examination room amid much fanfare, and the tense diagnostic process began. The heads of various departments scrutinized Zhu Mingho's swollen face intently. Bored out of his mind, Zhu Mingho distracted himself by reading their name badges. Chief Physician of Otorhinolaryngology, Zhou Ruanfa, nice, his hair really matches the dignity of a department head. Chief Surgeon of Trauma Surgery, Peng Yuyan, M, surprisingly lush hair. Chief Anesthesiologist, Zhong Wenhao, looked so gentle. Chief Surgeon of Oncological Surgery, Mei Hao, good, thorough questioning, excellent approach. Only when he asked about family medical history did Zhu Mingho falter. He had no idea who in Zhu Mingho's family had been ill. Chief Surgeon of Urology, Xing Jinxiang. Why is a urologist here? Chapter 75, Xiao Zhu and Xiao Fu's daily social death, their friendly interaction gets caught again. The Chief Surgeon of Orthopedics, Zhou Qiong, finally has a female department head. Back when he was an intern, it was also a woman who mentored him, and that chief had been incredibly gentle. The head of the thyroid and breast surgery department. Actually, I'm fine. He suddenly spoke up, hoping to bring this absurd diagnosis session to an end. This situation was getting more ridiculous by the minute. One last one, just one last one. The hospital president chuckled nervously as he pushed forward the head of dentistry. After examining him, dental director Li Ji declared confidently, young Master Zhu is suffering from impacted wisdom tooth inflammation. The president looked worriedly at Fu Zhe. How can you jump to conclusions so quickly? Quickly organize a multi-department consultation. And with that, they all left for their meeting, leaving Zhu Mingho and Fu Zhe alone behind. Zhu Mingho struggled in silence for a long while before finally muttering, What is it? This hospital president doesn't seem very professional. Fu Zhe gave a soft hum in agreement. Zhu Mingho pressed further, why is that? Isn't someone only promoted to hospital president because they're highly skilled? How come Fu Zhe's family hospital was so different? He's a retired deputy director of the health bureau who came back for re-employment. Zhu Mingho's face turned green, then white. Fine, he'd said nothing. He adjusted his chair to the highest setting, sat down, and started swinging his legs freely in midair. Back and forth they went, driving Fu Zhe insane. Can you stop shaking your legs? Can you stop staring at me? Fu Zhe fell silent, speechless. Zhu Mingho smirked smugly. Oh, I get it. You're jealous of me, aren't you? He slid off the chair, lowered it, then wheeled over Fu Zhe's wheelchair. With a pull and a tug, he hoisted Fu Zhe onto the chair. Then swiftly cranked the seat all the way up. Can't you shake your own legs? For a brief moment, he forgot Fu Zhe's legs couldn't move. Fu Zhe tried wiggling them slightly, but nothing happened. Zhu Mingho grabbed his legs and started swinging them himself. Hold on tight to the chair. I'm about to unleash my ultimate move. Fu Zhe had no idea what ultimate move he was talking about. Zhu Mingho stretched Fu Zhe's legs outward as far as they'd go, and then the legs began swaying on their own. Now this actually looks a bit like normal legs, Zhu Mingho said, admiring his handiwork, happiness times 10010. Fu Zhe clutched the armrests tightly, teeth clenched. Can any normal person shake their legs like this? Why not? Zhu Mingho replied with that overly dramatic tone completely at odds with his appearance. Fu Zhe turned his head away, refusing to look at him again. When the leg shaking stopped, Zhu Mingho thoughtfully leaned in to help stretch them once more. Just as he wrapped his arms around Fu Zhe's legs, Fu Zhe began struggling. Don't make me angry, Fu Zhe growled, pushing against Zhu Mingho's head. The two were locked in a stalemate. Then, the door burst open. Doctors from the hospital, along with Zhou Meng and the others, marched in as one. Who knew why this hospital's examination room door was so ridiculously large? There he was, holding onto Fu Zhe's legs, a sight oddly suspicious. Zhou Meng was the first to react. In one swift motion, he darted forward, snatched Fu Zhe's legs out of Zhu Mingho's grasp, lowered the chair, and slung Fu Zhe over his shoulder back onto the wheelchair. Why are you doing an examination right here? Weren't we supposed to wait until we got back? Xiao Han scolded Zhu Mingho, did your medical professional instincts kick in again? Saw an exam room and couldn't resist checking on young master. Zhu Mingho wanted nothing more than to find a hole and crawl into it. So embarrassing. Fuck. Not a single one of them knocked. Aya. This was peak social death. Chapter 76, 108 Ways to Forget Pain, Distraction. Fu Zhe cast a cold glance at the onlookers, whose expressions instantly shifted from surprise, excitement, shock, and disbelief to blank stares as if they understood nothing and had seen nothing. The dean approached Zhu Mingho naturally. Young Master Zhu, it's confirmed you have an inflamed wisdom tooth. Would you like to take an X-ray to check? Should I have the wisdom tooth pulled? Zhu Mingho shook his head. I don't know. I need to think about it carefully. Pull it. Fu Zhe suddenly interjected, his tone leaving no room for argument. Why? I already had mine removed. Zhu Mingho felt utterly helpless. Just because he had his removed didn't mean I have to. That's not fair. A dentist stepped forward to ease the tension. Wisdom teeth are prone to recurring inflammation. It's better to have them removed if possible. Alright, Zhu Mingho gave in. If pulling the tooth was necessary, then fine. After all, many celebrities claimed that removing wisdom teeth could slim the face. He wouldn't mind having a delicate, V-shaped jawline. Surely his already handsome features could pull off that look. After taking the X-ray, the doctor decided, let's go ahead and remove it. Zhu Mingho nodded. Will pulling this tooth give me a slimmer face? For the next few days, you might swell up like a pig's head. But after that? Will it help? No. The doctor pointed to the dental chair. Lie down. This was Zhu Mingho's first time visiting a dentist, and he was extremely nervous. He'd watched countless videos where people said the sound of the dental drill haunted them for life. They described the pain as excruciating, unbearable. Now, standing here, he felt like turning back. You'll give me anesthesia, right? He looked anxiously at the doctor, only relaxing when he saw the doctor nod. Could you make it stronger? I'm afraid of pain. The doctor nodded. After finally coaxing Zhu Mingho onto the dental chair and turning on the equipment, with both assistant and doctor ready, Zhu Mingho suddenly shouted, can you let me fall asleep first? Then start pulling only after I'm out. Beside him, Fu Zhe, having reached his limit, clenched his fists. Enough. Say one more word and we'll pull your tooth without any anesthesia. Zhu Mingho glared angrily but dared not speak, pouting instead. Open your mouth. The doctor gently pinched Zhu Mingho's plump lips. Watching this, Fu Zhe's eyes darkened. During the numbing injection, Zhu Mingho kept emitting ear-piercing shrieks from deep in his throat. Fu Zhe listened with mixed feelings. Had he made a mistake letting him do this? But if they didn't pull the tooth, the chances of recurrence were too high. He stepped over to Zhu Mingho's side and naturally took his hand. Don't be afraid. Once the anesthesia kicks in, it won't hurt anymore. Seeing Zhu Mingho's pained expression tugged at his heart. He turned to the doctor. Can he get general anesthesia? No can do, the usually serious department head replied in a strangely sweet, almost coquettish tone when addressing her boss. With general anesthesia, young Master Zhu wouldn't be able to keep his mouth open himself, and we wouldn't be able to monitor whether nerves are affected. Local anesthesia is much better. Fu Zhe's thumb gently stroked the back of Zhu Mingho's hand. Zhu Mingho became so distracted by the sensation that he completely forgot about the needle still stuck in his gums. Noticing his change in demeanor, the doctor quickly exchanged a glance with her assistant, who promptly handed over another syringe of lidocaine. By the time Zhu Mingho realized what happened, the injection was already done. The doctor and Fu Zhe exchanged a knowing look, then settled comfortably nearby, waiting for the anesthesia to take full effect. Chapter 77, Extra Sweet. Are we pulling both wisdom teeth today, or just one first? The dentist asked, holding up the drill. He had originally planned to remove both at once, but seeing how intensely Zhu Mingho reacted, he began to worry. What if removing both teeth overwhelmed him? As soon as the words left his mouth, Zhu Mingho shakily raised 2 fingers. The doctor confirmed one last time, both, right? Better to endure a long pain than repeat the suffering twice. Clenching his fists, Zhu Mingho tapped twice, signaling his determination to have both teeth pulled. He never wanted to go through this again. If only he'd known the numbing shot would hurt this much, he'd have looked for other ways to relieve the pain. When they injected the anesthetic, he thought it couldn't get any worse, but it did. With local anesthesia, the process involved pushing the needle in bit by bit, withdrawing slightly, then injecting more, withdrawing again, and repeating until the full dose was administered. He felt like his gums were being stretched to the point of bursting, as though the needle might pierce straight through, tearing everything apart. The whirring drill numbed his entire body. He closed his eyes tightly. Though he felt no actual pain, the aching jaw, the sour tension in his chin, and the unease in his heart made him clench his fists in anxiety. Fu Zhe noticed Zhu Mingho's trembling lashes from nervousness and started making small gestures to distract him. Now squeezing his tightly clenched fist, now motioning for him to open his hand. Annoyed beyond measure, Zhu Mingho finally gave up, letting his hand flop open, surrendering it entirely to the annoying man's whims. Fu Zhe took his hand and began gently drawing shapes on his palm. Curious, Zhu Mingho focused hard, trying to feel and guess what was being written. Dio ent, B-E-S-R-E-D. Zhu Mingho caught Fu Zhe's finger mid-motion, then tapped lightly on the center of his palm. Understanding, Fu Zhe flattened his own hand and guided Zhu Mingho's fingers toward it, offering his palm as a canvas. Perhaps worried Fu Zhe wouldn't feel it clearly, Zhu Mingho wrote slowly, each stroke tracing deliberately across Fu Zhe's heart, OKAY. Fu Zhe then drew a flower in Zhu Mingho's palm, then curled his fingers into a loose fist, helping him hold onto the invisible bloom as if receiving a gift. After drawing a sunflower, Fu Zhe moved on to doodle other simple sketches, little suns, tiny moons, fluffy clouds, even a stick figure of an old man. Unable to resist, Zhu Mingho cracked one eye open just a slit, secretly watching Fu Zhe, so focused, so absorbed in his little drawings on his hand. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. So handsome. If only he could share half of Fu Zhe's good looks. In that moment, Fu Zhe looked as meticulous and serious as Michelangelo carving David, his eyes filled with something indescribable, tenderness. Silhouetted against the light, Fu Zhe's strong frame seemed haloed. For some reason, Zhu Mingho found himself staring, lost in thought. Thump thump, thump thump thump. It felt as if the entire world had narrowed down to just the two of them. So quiet. So beautiful. Suddenly, the chief called out urgently to his assistant, Xiao Lu. Quickly suck out the saliva, why is there suddenly so much? It's blocking my view. Coming, coming. The tray's full, I'll swap it out. Saliva, tray, full. Zhu Mingho. I'm socially dead, thanks. He shut his eyes tightly, pretending to be asleep. How was he supposed to know why his saliva suddenly increased? It wasn't his fault. That's just how the body worked, okay? Just as he scrambled for excuses in his mind, his palm was tapped twice. Zhu Mingho wiggled his fingers, reaching to grab Fu Zhe's mischievous hand, only to have his own caught instead. Fu Zhe unfolded Zhu Mingho's palm and slowly wrote, "Were you looking at me just now?" Zhu Mingho waved his hand dismissively, denying it. A soft chuckle sounded by his ear, followed by new words drawn on his palm, "You're not honest." Zhu Mingho grabbed Fu Zhe's hand back and scrawled one bold character onto his palm, ROLL. Then he fiercely clenched his fist shut, refusing to let Fu Zhe reach it no matter how much he teased. But Fu Zhe didn't mind. Instead, he tugged at Zhu Mingho's sleeve and traced a string of letters along his wrist, WJWLL. Punch VU. Punch. Zhu Mingho's heart skipped a beat. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. With trembling fingertips, he typed out, H.W. Fu Zhe had just pried open Zhu Mingho's palm to write something when the dentist cheerfully pulled out the wisdom tooth he'd painstakingly extracted, using every ounce of his medical expertise, and rinsed it with saline solution before proudly showing it to Zhu Mingho. Look at that perfect root. How do you like my work? Zhu Mingho blinked, signaling he saw it, then gave Dr. Tan a thumbs up as encouragement. Encouraged, the doctor picked up his forceps again and went back to battling the inflamed tissue nearby. He didn't notice Fu Zhe's sharp gaze. Excitedly, he squeezed around the swollen area near Zhu Mingho's wound. When pus started flowing out, Zhu Mingho was so overwhelmed by the sensation that he nearly burst into tears. His tongue hadn't been numbed, his sense of taste still worked, and the strange, repulsive feeling sent waves of nausea through him. He was on the verge of vomiting, his body involuntarily producing tears from sheer distress. Agony times 10086 to the power of. Fu Zhe frowned tightly at the doctor's actions. Dr. Tan, go easy on him. He's sensitive to pain. The doctor continued slowly, unfazed. It's psychological fear, not physical pain. But whenever Fu Zhe fixed his eyes on him, the assistant had to keep wiping sweat off Dr. Tan's brow. Boss? Should I turn the AC down? The assistant worried, he looked so hot. No, it's nerves, not heat, Dr. Tan muttered under his breath, praying Fu Zhe would hurry up and resume some lovey-dovey moment with Zhu Mingho instead of staring at him like this. The assistant quietly watched Dr. Tan tie the sutures, secretly studying his mentor's technique, sensing something different about Director Tan today, a tense anxiety beneath his usual calm. After quickly finishing one side, Dr. Tan stuffed a large rolled gauze into Zhu Mingho's mouth to apply pressure and stop the bleeding. Whatever you do, don't push the gauze with your tongue. After repeating the warning twice, he moved to the other side to administer anesthesia. This was Zhu Mingho's most dreaded part. Nervously closing his eyes, he flinched as the needle pierced his gum, and then suddenly, his wrist was caught. A single word was written in his palm, KJSS. Immediately after, his hand was enveloped by two larger ones, and a warm, soft sensation spread across the back of his hand. Zhu Mingho's pupils widened. He hurriedly opened his eyes and glanced sideways, only to see Fu Zhe actually kissing the back of his hand. Zhu Mingho tried to yank his hand back, but the instant he twitched, Fu Zhe noticed. When Fu Zhe turned to look at him with that half smile, half amusement in his eyes, Zhu Mingho awkwardly squeezed his own eyes shut and played dead. Wow. No wonder he studied abroad, the way he pulls off a hand kiss is truly something else. But seriously, why perform such a gesture now? Absolutely baffling, this guy. When Fu Zhe finally released his hand, Zhu Mingho became acutely aware of the damp, sticky warmth left behind, and instantly felt both annoyed and mortified. Without hesitation, he grabbed Fu Zhe's thigh and rubbed his hand vigorously against it, smearing every trace of saliva onto the fabric before finally calming down slightly. Dr. Tan, witnessing their little exchange, was utterly speechless. After all these years in medicine, he'd never seen a couple flirting on a dental chair. Are they seriously unlocking new scenes right here? This is a hospital, not a theater. So infuriating. Don't they realize how hard it is for him to work when Zhu Mingho keeps squirming? What if the goddamn needle breaks inside? Can they show even a shred of common sense? Unbearable. Yet Fu Zhe was the boss, and Zhu Mingho was basically the boss's wife, neither could be scolded openly. A worker's tears silently flow. Chapter 79, Keeping Each Other's Embarrassing Photos. TSK, the one always getting hurt was him, the outsider. Dr. Tan clearly moved much faster this time. Did he really want to stop seeing these two showing off their affection or what? In the blink of an eye, Zhu Mingho's other wisdom tooth was out. Fu Zhe looked at Tan Yong in surprise. Why had he been so slow just now when he clearly had such quick hands? After finishing the extraction, Dr. Tan glanced at the clock and instantly panicked. The staff canteen had started serving food 5 minutes ago. The other day, he'd casually mentioned that sweet tofu pudding tasted terrible, and got into a massive argument with his wife as a result. For days now, he'd been sleeping on the couch, to the point his lumbar disc might as well have ruptured from the discomfort. Just sitting here for a short while had already stiffened his back. And at home? Every single meal was sweet tofu pudding. Each day felt like torture. Being in prison would have treated him better than being married to his wife right now. He quickly tidied himself up, left his assistant LV Lulu behind to monitor Zhu Mingho for half an hour, and rushed off to the staff canteen. He needed to grab some guobao roe before it was all gone. LV Lulu finished arranging the instruments and looked around in bewilderment at Zhu Mingho and Fu Zhe still left in the room. Lately, it was always like this. Once the work was done, Dr. Tan vanished in the blink of an eye. Where did Brother Yong go? LV Lulu looked around but couldn't spot Director Tan anywhere. She was puzzled. She'd wanted to ask him something, but again, he'd disappeared without a trace. Fu Zhe, of course, didn't answer. She turned her gaze to Zhu Mingho instead. Zhu Mingho freed one hand from supporting his swollen cheek and pointed toward the door with a finger. Ah sure, ran off again, LV Lulu muttered, resigned, and sat down to pass the time by playing on her phone. Zhu Mingho's mouth was stuffed with 2 large rolls of gauze, his cheeks puffier than ever, even more swollen than this morning. He sat there in the chair, cradling his jaw with reddened eyes, looking utterly pitiful. Fu Zhe called Zhou Meng and told him to bring some ice. Earlier, Dr. Tan had said to apply cold compresses within 48 hours, then switch to warm compresses after that, this way they could reduce swelling somewhat. When the ice packs arrived, Zhu Mingho was still dazed. Fu Zhe tilted his chin up gently. What are you thinking about? Zhu Mingho pointed to his mouth, signaling that he still couldn't speak. Fu Zhe opened her palm flat. Write it. Zhou Meng stood nearby, his small eyes full of big confusion. Why not use paper and pen? Or type on the phone? Why does she have to write directly onto his hand? One sharp glare from Fu Zhe, and Zhou Meng immediately shut up. Being around Fu Zhe was like walking beside a tiger, one moment calm, the next ready to pounce. He felt completely superfluous standing there, like a yellow light in a traffic signal, both annoying and impossible to ignore. Better to step aside and keep quiet. Fu Zhe wrapped the ice pack in a towel and pressed it against Zhu Mingho's left cheek. Zhu Mingho grabbed her hand and shook his head, refusing to let her hold it for him. She pulled her hand back, wrapped another ice pack, and placed it on his right cheek. Zhu Mingho reached out and pressed it down again. Click, click. Fu Zhe started rapidly snapping photos of Zhu Mingho. Confused, he wrote on her palm, "What are you doing? You holding 2 ice packs like this, you look exactly like a little hamster," Fu Zhe said, showing him one of the photos before adding, "I'm serious. Don't believe me? Look, just like a hamster, fat cheeks, round face, almost no visible eyes." Not even afraid of making Zhu Mingho mad, she actually pulled up a photo of a real hamster and compared it side by side with Zhu Mingho, analyzing both similarities and differences. She even structured her analysis in a classic, general, specific, general format. Zhu Mingho was utterly speechless. With ice packs clamped to both sides of his face, he glared at Fu Zhe. Such a smooth talker. So annoying. But Fu Zhe remained thick-headed and oblivious to his mood. Instead, she continued taking more unflattering snapshots of Zhu Mingho. From initial outrage, Zhu Mingho gradually grew fearless. Then he suddenly remembered, he still had those embarrassing drunk videos and photos of Fu Zhe acting foolish stored on his phone. Scared of her? Not a chance. Besides, his face was now so swollen even his own mother wouldn't recognize him. Who cared anymore? This feeling of fearlessness was amazing. Ahahaha. Finally, after 40 long minutes, Zhu Mingho wheeled Fu Zhe out of the treatment room. Zhou Meng was squatting nearby, lost in thought. Unable to speak, Zhu Mingho tiptoed silently behind Zhou Meng and gave his back a light knee bump, trying to startle him. But Zhou Meng instantly jumped up, swung his arm, executed a counterhold, and sent Zhu Mingho spinning midair. Whoosh! In a flash, the 2 gauze pads in Zhu Mingho's mouth were flung far away by the motion. When Zhou Meng realized the person behind him was Zhu Mingho, his expression instantly shifted from cool and fearless to utterly terrified. He stood there with his mouth hanging open, unsure what to say, before carefully helping the dazed Zhu Mingho sit down on a chair in the hallway. Only then did he nervously speak up, "I'm really sorry, young Master Zhu, that was just my reflex, professional habit." Fu Zhe watched the 2 fools and silently rolled her wheelchair backward a few feet. Thankfully this floor was VIP ward, guarded by security with no one else around. This was so embarrassing. Zhu Mingho took a moment to recover, then started pushing Fu Zhe's wheelchair down the corridor again. He never wanted to step foot in this hospital ever again. Wait, no, in a few days he'd have to come back for suture removal. Ugh. Well then. That sucked. The anesthesia was gradually wearing off. His jaw muscles ached, feeling stiff and sore, with a faint metallic taste of blood lingering in his mouth. And he couldn't even brush his teeth for the next 24 hours. So painful. So damn painful. All the way home, he stayed silent, pressing ice packs against his swollen cheeks while mentally planning every single thing he'd eat once his teeth were fully healed. Suddenly, out of nowhere, he craved pig intestine noodles. Badly. Craved spicy pig blood and awful hot pot. Craved pork trotter soup with corn and yellow beans. Saliva welled up uncontrollably, slurp, slurp, so hungry, so damn hungry. He could only eat 2 hours after the procedure, but now he was already starving, nearly hollow inside, and when the time finally came, it would still be just liquid food. Back at home, Zhu Mingho stared longingly at the table full of meat dishes and fish. Drool practically dripped down as he mumbled, "Zhang Shifu, Ni Shibiu Shirgu Ida." Translation, Master Zhang, are you doing this on purpose? Master Zhang rubbed his ear, "I can't hear you." Zhu Mingho tried again, "Ni Shibiu Shir, deliberately not cooking for me? Of course not. We even looked it up on Baidu today, you can only have liquid food right now, and it hasn't been 2 hours yet. Chapter 80, Does Fu Zhe like an unremarkable, slit-eyed man? Zhu Ming looked forward to feasting and rewarding his stomach, which had been growling from hunger, until his portion was finally served. Corn juice. Now that's really pushing it. Only the kitchen uncles and aunts could go through the trouble of peeling corn kernels just to blend them into juice. But remembering his current condition, he could only consume liquid foods like corn juice. His excitement instantly deflated, and quietly, he picked up the spoon and began slowly feeding himself, 1 small spoonful at a time into his petite mouth. Fu Zhe ate especially fast during this meal, so Zhu Mingho wouldn't feel envious watching him enjoy real food. Zhu Mingho managed only a few sips before he couldn't continue. The corn juice tasted like blood to him, and his jaw ached too much to function. Even simple swallowing was difficult. "I can't chew," he said, putting down his spoon as he explained to Fu Zhe. "My mouth hurts. If you can't eat, then don't. Wait until it doesn't hurt so much later." Unwilling to watch Fu Zhe enjoy delicious dishes, Zhu Mingho returned to his room to sleep. Sleep could suppress hunger, the more he slept, the fuller he'd feel. Tossing and turning on the bed, he couldn't fall asleep. It was nearly the Lunar New Year now. In previous years, his family would always prepare holiday goods before the festival. This year, he was alone, he needed to get things ready himself. Otherwise, the holiday would be even lonelier. He searched many videos on making sausages and smoked cured pork, even summarizing detailed steps in his notebook. But first, he wanted to pickle some laba garlic, it would be perfect to eat with noodles. Dan noodles and laba garlic were a match made in heaven. He'd start pickling now. By the time his teeth healed, the garlic would be perfectly ready. How delightful. In the afternoon, Fu Zhe still went to work. If he didn't, Xiao Lin would blow up his phone. Whenever he had a chance to skip work, Fu Zhe definitely would, but only if Lin didn't keep calling him non-stop. If Fu Hanwen's son weren't mentally disabled, Fu Zhe would happily hand over the entire company to him. Did anyone understand how exhausting it was to run a Fortune Global 100 enterprise? Endless meetings, subordinates he couldn't even recognize by name, accountants filling an entire floor, lawyers requiring several tables. The worst part? Afternoon business meetings with a group of middle-aged and elderly executives. They loved to pressure him into drinking, and constantly lectured him in a condescending tone of voice, as if they were all-knowing elders. As if their life advice was indispensable, warning of imminent losses should he fail to listen. You're young, so you must naturally respect us older comrades. You need to prevent financial crises, maintain good relations with big shots on Wall Street in pretty country, offer them shares, so Fu Corporation can go global. Didn't Fu Corporation already have mature operations in Africa? Was going global only counted when entering pretty country? He was seething with anger. When he came home from work, Fu Zhe saw Zhu Mingho washing jars and walked over to ask, "What are you preparing for?" "It's a secret for now. I'll give it to you once it's done, it'll definitely be a surprise," Zhu Mingho teased. Fu Zhe assumed he was planning to make an even better version of those candies again. All the fatigue from today's work vanished instantly. "By the way," Fu Zhe added, "Zhou Meng lost his driver's license yesterday. Can you step in and do the job?" Fu Zhe hadn't forgotten about getting Zhu Mingho to be his personal driver. Perhaps only by making Zhu Mingho his driver would he have a stronger motivation to commute every day. Zhu Mingho nodded. "Sure, if no one else is available to drive you. My skills aren't great, but if you're not afraid, it's fine." Anyway, he didn't have much else to do at home. Driving Fu Zhe around could pass the time. Not afraid. Saying that very night a brand new car from the 4S dealership arrived at the gate of the hillside villa. At the time, Zhu Mingho was standing in the yard, peeling garlic cloves while chatting gossip with Zhou Meng. No way. So Lin and Zhuang Nian got together because of that. Lin really got the short end. A man stepped out of the car at the entrance, wearing white silk gloves, speaking to Zhou Meng. "Mr. Zhou. I'm the national agent for Land Rover China. 2 hours ago, President Fu ordered a new model from our store. This vehicle has excellent accident prevention design, it automatically brakes upon impact and can assist in calling emergency services and ambulances." Zhu Mingho scratched the tip of his nose with his little finger. Was he overthinking it, or did something feel off? Right after deciding he'd be the driver, a brand new car showed up, with all these features. Zhu Mingho sensed Fu Zhe was deliberately targeting him. If he was this scared, why not just have Master Lu drive him instead? Zhou Meng froze mid-signature. "Are you sure you heard right? Why is the car registered under Zhu Mingho's name?" "Huh." Zhu Mingho hurried over to check. Goodness gracious, it really was. The agent smiled gently. "Yes, it's true. We confirmed it multiple times." He surreptitiously glanced at Zhu Mingho beside him. This guy was just too ugly, why on earth would Fu Zhe give him a car for no reason? It didn't make sense. Could it be that Fu Zhe liked plain-looking, slit-eyed men? No wonder he had no interest in Zhou Xiangmin. "What are you spacing out for? Are you calling a taxi yourself, or should I arrange a ride for you?" Zhou Meng gave the distracted agent a light slap on the shoulder. The agent smiled pleasantly. "Better send one, it's hard to hail a cab around here." Zhou Meng told Xiao Han to see the agent off, while he stayed behind to peel garlic with Zhu Mingho. Zhu Mingho had been raving about his laba garlic like it was some divine delicacy. Zhou Meng was determined to find out how good it really tasted. "Why do you think young master gave you the car?" Zhou Meng asked curiously. Zhu Mingho shrugged indifferently. "Probably because he owns too many cars already and doesn't want to pay the taxes." Zhou Meng's eye twitched slightly. "But didn't the young master have more than enough money? You actually think that's why?" "Or maybe," Zhu Mingho mused, suddenly intrigued, "this is compensation for pulling my teeth out. If losing a few teeth gets me such a big gift, then I might as well get rich quick." He still had 28 left. Ugh, bad omen, better not joke about teeth anymore. If we go by that logic, he'd only compensate you if you were injured because of him. When he rescued you from Fu Hanwen's house, he didn't give you any money. In an instant, Zhu Mingho's eyes lit up. "You're right. I should drop him a hint sometime soon, he really should pay up." That's definitely not it. Back when we were sparring partners for the young master, he beat us bloody all the time. At most, he covered medical bills, never handed out big gifts. Zhou Meng recalled how radiant and full of life Fu Zhe had been before the accident, and felt a lump rise in his throat. Why did such a remarkable young man have to lose his legs? He turned to Zhu Mingho, eyes blazing. Zhu Mingho, if our young master isn't properly healed because of you, the rest of us won't just stand by and do nothing. Zhu Mingho nodded quickly. I know, I'll definitely make it right. I'm not that kind of person. You used to be. But I'm not now. Words are cheap. We'll see your actions. Zhou Meng tossed another clove of garlic into the jar and counted the remaining pile. Suddenly, Zhu Mingho blurted out loudly, no wonder Fu Zhe is such a villain, he's way too brutal. Brutal? Yeah. Think about it, he sparred with you guys and nearly beat you to pieces. When fighting outsiders, wouldn't he actually kill someone? The thought that he'd offended Fu Zhe so many times made Zhu Mingho shiver slightly down his spine. Zhou Meng kept flashing him warning looks, but Zhu Mingho remained puzzled. What? Isn't Fu Zhe brutal? To me, he's like brutality's mom opening the door for brutality, brutality incarnate. Chapter 81 Fu Zhe, what are you talking about? Let me listen too. Zhou Meng kept blinking rapidly, and Zhu Mingho suddenly seemed to realize something. He quickly changed his tone, speaking now with exaggerated delight, but I really like that kind of thing. What kind? Zhou Meng was confused. Now he liked what exactly? Did he get the secret signal or didn't he? It was so frustrating. Zhu Mingho cleared his throat. Of course I mean the young master, beating people up so fiercely, how cool is that? Just as Fu Zhe arrived behind Zhu Mingho, Zhou Meng lowered his head and busied himself peeling garlic, distancing himself from the situation. Silently, he recited a vanishing spell in his mind, can't see me, can't see me, can't see me. Fu Zhe stared at the jar full of garlic, grinding his teeth. Isn't this supposed to be the sugar jar? It's just a container, it can hold anything, right? Clearly not understanding the implication, Zhu Mingho shrugged. Fu Zhe gave him a long, piercing look before turning and walking away. Leaving behind two utterly bewildered men drenched in the scent of garlic, staring blankly at each other. Maybe we should talk about something else, Zhu Mingho said, unwilling to let the conversation die. Like why did Lin Lin suddenly agree to Zhuang Nian? That immediately caught Zhou Meng's attention. Well, he was touched by Zhuang Nian. To win over his junior Lin Lin, Zhuang Nian had a falling out with his old man. His credit cards were all cut off, he had no choice but to apply for a security guard position at Fu Corporation. Zhou Meng still felt pained on Zhuang Nian's behalf. Back then, Zhuang Nian had nowhere to live. If it weren't for Fu Zhe being his old classmate, giving him shelter and a job, he never would have stood a chance with Lin Lin. Even though he didn't draw a salary, the young master gave him a VP position and an apartment, finally letting him hold his head high. Being a VP at Fu Corp might even be better than being president at Zhuang Corp, the resources aren't on the same level at all. The chairman only called Zhuang Nian back when he realized there was no changing the fact that he and Lin Lin were already together. Zhuang Nian refused at first, stubbornly clinging to his position at Fu Corp, continuing his clandestine office romance with Lin Lin. Zhu Mingho shook his head. They're not really underground anymore, they're shameless about it. Well, they're only openly known on floors 27 and 28. Before, Fu Hanwen was also on floor 27, but he loved drama and didn't care to interfere. Zhou Meng wore a knowing expression, sparking Zhu Mingho's curiosity. How do you know all this? Lin Xiao told me. He loves chatting about these things during business trips. Every time I drive him and the young master somewhere, Secretary Lin will start from the day he met Zhuang Nian and narrate everything up to the present. Recalling this, Zhou Meng was practically suffering. He pretends to complain, but really he's bragging. At first, I joined in criticizing Zhuang Nian, but ended up getting punished for it. How did Zhuang Nian get back at you? Zhu Mingho's interest shot straight to its peak. Zhou Meng pulled a miserable face. He told the young master I often secretly used his car to flirt with women. But I never did. Zhu Mingho burst into laughter, only to pull at his wound. Holding his cheek, he groaned in pain. Fu Zhe appeared beside them holding 2 ice packs. Ice. Thanks. Zhu Mingho took the towel-wrapped ice packs and pressed one to his face, lamenting his own foolishness. Stupid of me, even laughing hurts my wound. Fu Zhe nodded. Yes, very stupid. Now it was Zhu Mingho's turn to stand there stunned. He kept his hand over his face, silent. Fu Zhe, with an amused glint in his eye, swept his gaze back and forth between the two men. What gossip are you two sharing? Let me listen too. Nothing much. We were just talking about Lin Lin. Both voices rang out simultaneously. Zhu Mingho shot Zhou Meng an annoyed look, had Fu Zhe saved your life or something? Not even willing to tell a small lie. Chapter 82, Xiao Fu and Xiao Ju watch a movie for the first time. Why talk about Lin Lin? Fuzé adjusted the angle of his wheelchair and accidentally knocked over a jar, sending several large white garlic cloves rolling out with a clatter. Could you be more careful? Zhu Mingho quickly crouched down to pick up the garlic from the floor. Fortunately, there weren't many left. Zhou Meng peeled the rest in no time. Nothing much, just briefly talked about how Master Zhuang pursued Lin Lin. Zhou Meng up the peels. Young Master Zhu, the garlic is done. I'll go take out the trash. Zhu Mingho picked up the jar. I'm going inside to soak the garlic. Coming. Right behind you. Fuzé maneuvered his wheelchair to follow Zhu Mingho into the kitchen, watching him wash and soak the garlic. Seeing that damn jar again made him irritated. Clearly, there wasn't a single thought about him in Zhu Mingho's head. What a waste, that big head of his, so large, yet filled with nothing at all. He had been so obvious in his hints, yet Zhu Mingho went ahead and used the jar to pickle laba garlic. Didn't he know he didn't eat garlic? Clutching his fists tightly and then releasing, Fuzé finally noticed Zhu Mingho walking back out, holding another jar. This is walnut meat I peeled today. For you. Oh. Fuzé took the jar. It was completely full of walnuts. He glanced at Zhu Mingho's fingers, there were indeed dark stains, and the nails on his index and middle fingers showed signs of chipping from peeling. Fuzé's heart suddenly felt as warm as if it had been wrapped around a hot water bottle. Staring intently into Zhu Mingho's eyes, he struggled for words. After a moment of silence, he pointed at the spaces between Zhu Mingho's fingers. Wash your hands when you're free. It's unhygienic. Zhu Mingho. Was this young master seriously never having peeled walnuts himself? Didn't he know the yellowish-black stains don't wash off easily after peeling? Zhu Mingho returned to the kitchen. Eat them soon. I peeled them especially for you. You're not eating. Fuzé looked at the jar in his hand, which suddenly seemed to glow. Zhu Mingho had peeled these specially for him. Zhu Mingho leaned his face close to Fuzé. Brother, look at me. Can I eat any? Look at my face. Though his expression was one of sorrow, confusion, helplessness, and even annoyance, at this very moment, to Fuzé, he looked exactly like an adorable little vole. Warmth spread through Fuzé's chest. He had originally planned to take the walnuts to the living room to eat, but seeing Xiao Han secretly playing with his phone and watching a movie, a brilliant idea suddenly struck him. Come here. Young master. Xiao Han came running, wearing the obsequious grin of someone caught slacking, smiling foolishly at Fuzé. Tell the kitchen to prepare something suitable for Zhu Mingho to eat. In 15 minutes, call him to the private theater. Xiao Han was confused. You want to watch a movie with Zhu Mingho? Do you want to watch with me instead? No, no, no. Xiao Han slipped away like grease to relay the message to the kitchen. Fuzé went to the home theater himself, unsure what movie to choose. Normally, he liked watching classic films, well-known ones such as Titanic and Roman Holiday. Suddenly, his finger scrolled across a thumbnail, Silence Like the Sea. His fingertip lightly tapped the screen. You'll do. After setting the playback time, he turned off the lights in the theater and moved to the massage chair for a quick relax before the film started. When Zhu Mingho pushed the door open, Fuzé was nearly asleep. Why are you sleeping here? I'll get you a blanket. Seeing Fuzé clearly just waking up, Zhu Mingho turned to fetch a blanket, couldn't have the young master catching a cold from napping like this. Even after all these years, he still didn't know how to take care of himself. Honestly, how could someone never grow up? Zhu Mingho returned with the blanket. The movie had already begun a few minutes ago. Fuzé gestured for him to rewind to the beginning and restart. Asterisk Silence Like the Sea asterisk. Zhu Mingho glanced at the screen, tucked the blanket carefully around Fuzé, then sat down to his right to watch. Have you seen this before? Fuzé was slightly anxious that Zhu Mingho might have already watched it and would grow impatient during the remaining 2 hours. Zhu Mingho shook his head. No. But the title feels like it holds a story. Once absorbed in the plot, Zhu Mingho fell silent. Whenever Fuzé saw an intense scene, he often covertly turned to observe Zhu Mingho's reaction. To be honest, the entire film was very quiet, from start to end, so understated it could almost be described as lacking peaks. Yet each time a line appeared on screen, Fuzé couldn't help wanting to check Zhu Mingho's response. Especially during the scenes between the male and female leads, he glanced over more frequently. Just as he turned his head again, Zhu Mingho reached out and gently pushed his face back. Stop looking at me. Watch the movie. Fuzé awkwardly tightened his grip on the blanket, struggling to think of something to ease the tension. Zhu Mingho spoke first, sounding unusually magnanimous. You don't need to feel guilty toward me. I'm not in pain anymore. What? His magnanimity only made Fuzé even more irritated. My tooth doesn't hurt anymore, Zhu Mingho repeated. Fuzé sucked in a sharp breath. When did I ever feel guilty about pulling your tooth? Then why did you give me a car and invite me to watch a movie? Zhu Mingho looked genuinely puzzled, eyeing Fuzé suspiciously. Are you trying to deduct from my salary? No way, that car will just keep depreciating. I want cash, not property. You don't feel any guilt over my tooth? Good grief, no wonder you share the same surname as Fu, as in heartless man. Fu Zhe pinched the Naguan acupoint on his wrist, desperately hoping he wouldn't die from exasperation brought on by Zhu Mingho. Can't I just be a foolish rich guy giving you a car? Zhu Mingho patted his leg. Shut up and watch the movie. If we were in a real cinema, with you talking so much during the film, you'd have been carried out and thrown away by now, Zhu Mingho added, not missing a chance to tease him. Fu Ze's leg trembled slightly, the spot Zhu Mingho had patted happened to be right over his wound. He felt distinctly uncomfortable. Chapter 83 Xiao Fu's confession plan is. The door was knocked on, and Xiao Han came in carrying a large bowl of food. Young master, the kitchen prepared something for young master Zhu. Fu Ze glanced over and saw it was a bowl of shaved ice. Already furious, he shot Xiao Han a cold glare. What month do you think this is? Serving shaved ice. Every kitchen staff member earning over 20,000 a month will have their bonus deducted. Why yes sir. Right away. Xiao Han quickly grabbed the bowl of ice and scurried off to deliver the message. Zhu Mingho watched Fu Ze's outburst and paused the movie. It's not that cold. Calm down. Stop threatening people with bonus deductions. Fu Ze grunted in response. Zhu Mingho then rewound the film slightly. Let's keep watching. The male and female leads aren't going to go the entire movie without speaking to each other, are they? Zhu Mingho asked, disbelief written all over his face. Why not just say it if you like someone? If you don't say anything, how would the other person ever know? Fu Ze nodded in agreement. Right. You have to speak up. If I liked someone, I'd definitely tell them. Otherwise, wouldn't it be such a regret? The protagonist and heroine are so tragic. Zhu Mingho kept sighing over the unspoken feelings between the characters, making Fu Ze's heart flutter uncomfortably. Should I really say it? Fu Ze whispered softly to himself, words Zhu Mingho caught immediately. Of course you should say it. What if they feel the same way about you? What if you never get another chance to say it? If you don't even try, how can you know whether it'll work? These words struck deep into Fu Ze's heart. What if he feels the same way about me? Yes, say it. No regrets. Both pairs of eyes returned to the screen. Zhu Mingho focused intently on the movie, while Fu Ze nervously rubbed the walnut jar in his hands, mentally rehearsing sentence after sentence. Suddenly, Zhu Mingho shrieked. Wait, if you like someone, who is it? I just realized what you meant by that comment earlier, I didn't catch it at first. Come on, tell me. I'll keep it a secret for sure. I swear on it. Fu Ze waved his hand dismissively. Stop messing around. Let's watch the movie. Disappointed, Zhu Mingho turned back toward the screen. Fu Ze twisted his fingers, silently drafting lines in his mind. Zhu Mingho, will you spend the new year with me? What do you think of me? How do you feel about Zhuang Nian and Lin Lin? Do you mind being with a man? No, that's not the right way to ask. If Zhuang Nian and Lin Lin got married, would you? The movie's over. Do you want to watch anything else? Zhu Mingho interrupted Fu Ze's inner rehearsal. In a sudden rush of courage, Fu Ze reached out and grabbed Zhu Mingho's hand. Do you like Zhuang Nian? He misspoke. What are you talking about? That's my best friend's husband. Zhu Mingho yanked his hand back angrily. But Fu Ze held tight, determined to spill everything bottled up inside. Then do you like? A knock on the door cut him off. The words, me, were swallowed back harshly. Fu Ze choked on his breath, unable to let it out or swallow it down. Young master. Can we come in now, young master? Master Zhang entered with Master Lu, both wearing apologetic smiles. Young master, when we were preparing the meal, we checked Baidu. Apparently, there's actually a suggestion online to eat cold things after tooth extraction. Fu Ze's face had already darkened like a soot-covered pot. His long-suppressed confession was finally at the tip of his tongue, and these two clueless teammates ruined it again. You prepare inappropriate food and barge in without permission. I didn't even respond to your knock before you walked in. Fu Ze was livid. If not for these two, he could have already laid everything bare to Zhu Mingho, clear and honest. If things had gone smoothly, this year he wouldn't have to spend New Year alone. Now everything was wrecked by these two idiots. He was furious. We're sorry, young master. They apologized quickly. Sensing danger, Master Zhang immediately pulled Master Lu forward to accept punishment. Fu Ze threw off his blanket and transferred to his wheelchair. With a stormy expression, he rolled up to Master Lu. If you treat Zhu Mingho this carelessly today, you'll do the same to me tomorrow. You've both taken dietetics and nutrition courses, how could you make such a basic mistake? His handsome face was clouded with anger, as dangerous as the sea before a hurricane. Zhu Mingho picked up the fallen blanket and draped it over Fu Ze. You forgot your walnuts. He raised the jar slightly. Fu Ze reached for it, but Zhu Mingho shoved it into his arms and turned around, pushing the wheelchair away in a hurry. Feeling the wind rush past his ears, half of Fu Ze's anger melted away. Why are you rushing like this? I'm afraid you'll deduct their salaries again. Bad boss. Zhu Mingho ignored his explanation. Is that written in the contract? Fu Zhe fell silent and let Zhu Mingho take him away. The next day, Lin Lin rushed into the hillside villa holding her pad, bursting into Zhu Mingho's room. How, are you okay? Zhu Mingho had just been dreaming about eating fatty intestine noodles. He'd waited in a long queue at his usual auntie stall, finally got the bowl in hand, hadn't even taken a single slurp, and then Lin Lin shook him awake. Good lord. Look at your face, how swollen it is. Oh my god, so Mr. Fu really hit you. Lin Lin touched Zhu Mingho's red, swollen cheek with heartbroken tenderness, tears welling up in her eyes. She was utterly devastated. Such a handsome man ruined like this? Fu Zhe truly could be ruthless. Though as his employee she couldn't say it aloud, she'd spent the whole night ranting about Fu Zhe on Weibo under 3 different fake accounts. Did Fu Zhe hit me? Zhu Mingho muttered, completely confused. He blinked his puffy, squinty eyes innocently. Just then, the swelling on his face made him shift uncomfortably and roll over. He didn't hit me, he pulled my tooth. Lin Lin screamed even louder, her eyes bulging wide open. He pulled your tooth. Oh my god. Open your mouth quick, let me count how many teeth you're missing. Hurry, hurry. When Fu Zhe and Zhuang Nian arrived upstairs, this was the scene they saw. Lin Lin straddling Zhu Mingho, yanking at his blanket, both of them laughing hysterically like total idiots. Stop molesting me, you creep. Take it off for your master right now, or I'll force myself on you. Have mercy, master. Hao's already promised to someone else, can't do this. He, I just love an innocent young man like you, so satisfying. The 2 men standing outside exchanged glances, utterly speechless, one resting his head in his palm. Zhuang Nian seriously considered banging his head repeatedly against the wall. His own wife acting like this. And talking about forcing himself. Really? Chapter 84 Xiao Ju, you have kidney deficiency ha 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 ha. Seeing Fu Zhe's darkening expression, Zhuang Nian pressed his fist against his lips and coughed lightly. Ahem. As a subtle warning. However, the 2 people inside were too carried away to hear him at all, continuing with their ridiculous lines that stirred all sorts of imaginings. Zhu Mingho squeaked in a high-pitched voice, help. Someone's harassing an innocent man here. He, slurp, so white. Lin Lin was really getting into it, you could almost see the drool pouring out. Hey. Don't actually tear my clothes off. Oh ho, smooth little shoulder, it just slipped out on its own before I even pulled. Lin Lin snatched Zhu Mingho's blanket and dove in, wrestling together under the covers. Fu Zhe's face turned even darker. Zhuang Nian. The name Zhuang Nian gave an awkward cough. Let them play for a bit, it's not like anything bad will happen. Don't be so uptight. Uptight? Under Fu Zhe's intense glare, Zhuang Nian felt a bit guilty. Forget it, he shouldn't provoke a guy who just failed at confessing. Rubbing his palms nervously, he rushed over to the bed. Alright you two, stop playing already. No one listened. If anything, the battle under the blanket grew fiercer. Zhuang Nian originally had no intention to intervene, 2 grown men, well, whatever they did wouldn't matter much anyway. But considering Fu Zhe's unrequited feelings, he decided to step in after all, yanking the blanket off with one swift pull. Lin Lin, get off right now. Interrupted mid-laugh, the 2 idiots were still giggling dumbly. Upon closer look, they were just scratching each other under the arms, tickling away. The scene suddenly became ridiculously silly. Zhuang Nian stood there, unsure what to do, honestly feeling rather embarrassed. He grimaced. How old are you guys? Seriously, I can't even say it out loud. Don't you feel awkward at all? Not even a little shame. What's shameful about it? Are you ashamed of me? Lin Lin angrily pinched the back of Zhuang Nian's hand, leaving a red mark. How, attack him. Mingho was someone you could count on, when there was trouble, he really showed up. He grabbed Zhuang Nian's arm, teaming up with Lin Lin to drag Zhuang Nian to the side of the bed and give him a good beating. You're really hitting your husband this hard. You seem to hate him so much. Zhu Mingho slapped Zhuang Nian's back a few times then stopped, watching with amusement as Lin Lin continued pummeling him. TSK, domestic violence. But then again, he was on Lin Lin's family side, the fact that he wasn't joining in already counted as restraint. He patted Zhuang Nian's shoulder, grinning, just bear with it. Life is short, after all. Beaten to the point of losing all light in his eyes, Zhuang Nian finally backed off once he'd saved face for Lin Lin. He scrambled up and dashed behind Fu Zhe, sticking his tongue out and making a silly face at Lin Lin, looking utterly smug. Lin Lin clenched his teeth, his fair face flushed red. You don't know, he wouldn't let me come see you today. I was so mad. By the way, speaking of this, how did you even find out Fu Zhe beat me? Yesterday a paparazzi posted photos of you online, claiming Fu Zhe beat you until your face swelled up. Lin Lin pulled out his phone and started scrolling. Oh right, it's not on my phone, I used 3 burner accounts yesterday. I was afraid Fu Zhe would trace my main account, so I posted from Zhuang Nian's phone instead. Barefoot, he ran over to Zhuang Nian, fished the phone from his pants pocket, unlocked it, opened Weibo, and began searching. Zhu Mingho glanced at Zhuang Nian sprawled by the door, hair messy and disheveled, silently lighting a candle for him. Too spoiling toward your wife, whether that was blessing or curse under Fu Zhe's roof, only time would tell. Look at this. Yesterday, our reporter discovered that Fu Zhe violently assaulted his personal doctor Zhu Mingho at St. Heart Hospital, beating him into a pig-headed mess. It came with before and after comparison photos. Zhu Mingho stared in utter confusion. Is this journalist writing fantasy? This is absurd. I was there to get a tooth pulled. What kind of crap journalism is this? The editor must have made it up. Lin Lin clicked his tongue several times. I messaged you yesterday but you didn't reply. I freaked out, thought Fu Zhe really locked you up and beat you, restricting your freedom. I was terrified. I wanted to come last night, but this bastard clung on to me, wouldn't let me go, saying you and Fu Zhe had something important to discuss. So what did you two actually do last night? Zhu Mingho's eyes widened like gongs. What could we possibly do? We did nothing at all. Don't believe Zhuang Nian's nonsense, he wasn't even here installing cameras. He's definitely lying to you. Zhuang Nian and Fu Zhe exchanged glances, staring blankly at each other. Last night, while Fu Zhe watched a movie, he had secretly texted Zhuang Nian for ages. Zhuang Nian had sent over several confession templates, but who knew this guy hadn't confessed at all? And last night, he'd restrained Lin Lin from coming over. Now today, everyone assumed they were together. He'd even brought Fu Zhe a bottle of 1994 Lafite as a celebration gift. Such a waste of this fine wine, can't even serve as a celebratory drink. You two keep this up, breakfast will have to be eaten together with lunch. Fu Zhe tapped on the door, then left after speaking. Zhu Mingho was dragged by Lin Lin to wash up. Can I ask you a favor? With our relationship, how can you say, ask? Just speak your mind. Zhu Mingho cautiously opened his mouth, slowly brushing his teeth as he mumbled an unclear response to Lin Lin's words. Try to get Fu Zhe to stop skipping work. He's been making excuses not to go lately, and I don't get any time with my HWY for some romance. You're not romantic enough. Do you think I'm blind? Zhu Mingho pointed at the red mark on Lin Lin's shoulder. You call that unromantic? With such fresh marks, you must be romancing every day. Grabbing Lin Lin's wrist, he took his pulse. TSK, take it easy, alright? You're almost completely drained. Ignoring the laser-like glare shot at him, Zhu Mingho cheerfully spat out the foam in his mouth. Come see me for medical help, I'll give you a 20% discount. Go screw yourself. Still laughing, they finished brushing their teeth. It was nearly 10 o'clock. Zhu Mingho and Lin Lin arrived at the dining hall and saw Fu Zhe and Zhuang Nian sipping wine. Drinking this early in the morning? You're in quite the mood. Zhu Mingho wanted to drink too. But alas, he just had a tooth pulled and was still on antibiotics, alcohol was off limits. I bought a bottle of 1994 Lafite for Fu Zhe to taste. Want a sip, Lin? It's pretty good. Zhuang Nian stepped forward, wrapping an arm around Lin Lin's waist and bringing his glass to Lin Lin's lips. Lin Lin glanced around at everyone's expressions, feeling slightly embarrassed as he took a small sip. He gently pushed Zhuang Nian away, whispering so only the two of them could hear, "Stop it, everyone's watching." It's fine. They're just jealous of us. Zhuang Nian didn't let go, in fact, he planted a kiss on Lin Lin's cheek. A cold, ominous voice came from behind, making Zhuang Nian shiver. Young people should still take care of their bodies. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you're young, right? Come on, big bro, take your pulse, let's see how weak you really are. Zhuang Nian glared fiercely at Zhu Mingho. You're roasting me. Humph, dare me to take your pulse. Recently, haven't you always felt dry and bitter in your mouth? Craving water all the time? Zhuang Nian's eyes widened slightly. How did you know? Chapter 85, no wonder he's the one Fu Zhe likes. I made it up, ha 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 ha. You're admitting guilt without even being accused, so dead funny, Zhuang Shushu. Zhu Mingho's shrill laughter enraged Zhuang Nian, who lunged at him, chasing to beat him senseless. I won't stop until you're dead. I swear I'm not a Zhuang if I let you off. Kill me and you'll be even more of a nobody. Bring up nobody again and I'll send you straight to Myanmar, let you feel some real emptiness. I'll send you to Cambodia. I'll send you to heaven. I'll send you. The meal, whether breakfast or lunch no one could tell, was incredibly lively. Fu Zhe rubbed his temple in exasperation. With this group of clowns gathered together, the roof might just cave in from sheer noise. Lin Lin sat down gracefully and poured himself a glass. Such expensive wine shouldn't all go to Fu Zhe alone. Taking advantage of the chaos between the two troublemakers, he quietly relayed urgent news to Fu Zhe. President Fu Hanwen has made a move. Oh. Lin Lin hesitated. He hated delivering such brutal details. He sent people to bring back Li Jiahe and her son, but then personally cut out Li Li's tongue. Fu Zhe tapped the tabletop idly with his index finger. His methods remain as filthy as ever. Yes. He's like a minister of punishment himself. Should we do something about it? Fu Zai shook his head. Keep observing. Startling the grass often scares away the snake, ruining everything. A good hunter knows how to wait. But I still think Fu Hanwen will eliminate him soon. After all, he has done it before. You stay sharp. If anything happens, act immediately, don't wait for my order. Fu Zai's expression darkened, clearly disturbed by painful memories. Not knowing what to say, Lin Lin lowered his head and picked up his chopsticks. President Fu, please eat. Zhuang Yan chased Zhu Mingho down and finally wrestled him to the dining table after landing a few solid punches. President Fu, Zhuang Yan began with that smug, teasing tone, hope you don't mind that I beat up your private doctor. Zhu Mingho shot right back without missing a beat. You'd better hope I don't mind it, buddy. He threw his arms around Lin Lin's shoulder and swayed playfully. Jedge, you don't think your boyfriend will get mad if I hug your arm like this? Then he grabbed Lin Lin's pinky and stared provocatively at Zhuang Yan. What if I hold your hand like this, huh? Is your boyfriend gonna beat me up now? So scary, your man. Not like me, I only want to cherish Jedge. Lin Lin pulled his head into a half hug. If that's the case, maybe you should cherish yourself a bit more. Zhu Mingho suddenly lifted his head, eyes wide. What's that supposed to mean? If you can't figure it out on your own, then I won't say it. Hee. Lin Lin caught Fu Zai's warning glare and quickly decided, better protect his bonus. Best keep things under wraps. Watching these two dance around each other was endlessly entertaining. The real question was, when would Zhu Mingho finally catch on? Zhuang Yan, this wine is excellent. Lin Lin clinked glasses with him and drained his glass in one go. Zhuang Yan affectionately flicked his nose. Want more? I'll buy you another bottle. Okay. Ugh, disgustingly sweet. Zhu Mingho felt the entire dining room had transformed into a sea of pink, so naturally, a wicked idea popped into his head, stir up some trouble. Why did you bring 94 Lafite? Zhu Mingho asked with feigned confusion. In all those CEO romance novels, wasn't 82 Lafite the standard luxury gift? How come in this story, everything felt so, low-key? Or perhaps, Zhuang Shushu is just flat broke. Ha 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 ha. Zhuang Yan swirled the wine in his glass. 82s are too pricey. If you want that, make Fu Zai buy it. I can't drink anyway, my tooth still hurts. Zhu Mingho stared longingly at the feast laid before them. Why couldn't he eat anything? And why were the dishes from the kitchen exactly what he craved most? He strongly suspected the chefs had it out for him, but he couldn't say it. Baby's heart aches, but baby stays silent. The bitter taste of sand blown by the wind. This meal was torture. Still unable to eat, but in revenge, he drank every last drop of broth from every soup dish on the table. Lin Lin promptly dubbed him King of Broth, and to everyone's surprise, Zhu Mingho actually wore the title proudly. These soups today were absolutely delicious. What a shame none of you got to enjoy them. Not sure if the Fu family's chefs are national banquet masters, but this spicy chicken they made today. Absolutely perfect, flavor lingers forever. Zhuang Yan took another piece, chewing extra loudly just to annoy him. Zhu Mingho sulked harder. You should all head back once you're done. Before Lin Lin and the others had even put down their chopsticks, Fu Zai started ushering them out. No way. It's a workday, President Fu, you have to come to the office with me. Lin Lin gave Zhuang Yan a meaningful look, signaling for backup to drag Fu Zai to work. Fu Zai sighed helplessly, can't you just bring the documents to me? I can sign them anywhere. There's a board meeting today, you forgot, didn't you? Lin Lin was exasperated. He rolled up his sleeves and stood behind Fu Zai. Don't make me resort to inhumane methods. You skipped work this morning, bonus deducted. Fu Zai took the chance to settle personal scores. Lin Lin merely grinned. I took leave, Deputy Zhuang approved it. Naya. Fu Zai turned to look at Zhuang Yan. You. Zhuang Yan shrugged with a playful smile. I'm already taking out loans just to come to work. Are you still gonna dock my bonus? Speechless, Fu Zai could only pause in silent contemplation. After a moment, he muttered, I need to change clothes. Lin Lin pushed him all the way to the elevator. Don't think I don't see your delaying tactics. Just remember, Fu Hanwen has already made his move, and here you are lying around like a lazy fish. That's the Fu family, not the Lin family. Fu Zai pinched the bridge of his nose. Nobody enjoyed board meetings, the old men there might as well demand he print money for them. Greedy, corrupt, obsessed with seniority, it was enough to give anyone a headache. Zhu Mingho pulled on his down jacket. I'll drive Fu Zai. You all take your own cars. Zhuang Yan nodded. Heard he bought you a car. Yeah. TSK, truly the mighty, wealthy Fu Zai, so generous to someone he likes. Chapter 86, Fu Zai and Zhu Mingho's first fight was actually over. What does Fu Zai like anyway? Land Rover. Looks to me he likes that Bentley more. Zhu Mingho didn't understand what he meant, and he absolutely hated the way the other kept stopping mid-sentence. How could someone say something halfway and then just stop? They should all be stuffed into a rocket and launched to Mars. Earth isn't for them. They don't deserve to stay here. It's so annoying to leave someone hanging. And because this person was Zhuang Nian, it made it even more irritating. I'm not talking to you anymore. I'm going to warm up the car, Zhu Mingho muttered, rummaging through a pile of car keys at the foyer until he finally pulled out one key for a Land Rover. Captain Zhou, come quick, come see, is this the right one? Hearing that, Zhou Meng walked over to check. No, that's not it. That's the one Master ordered last time. Let me help you find it, there are quite a few keys. He rolled up his sleeves and dove into the sea of car keys, searching diligently. Zhuang Nian also wandered over curiously, observing with appreciation. Not bad, not bad. Way richer than my old man. So many limited editions. Thankfully he wasn't into cars, otherwise he'd definitely be jealous of Fu Zhe, though who knows how sad Fu Zhe must feel inside. A guy who loves cars so much, yet lost the use of his legs. Zhu Mingho stood aside with arms crossed, eyes wide. The phrase, quite a few keys, cast an enormous psychological shadow over a 20-something-year-old broke guy like him. That statement was so blatantly privileged, it practically stung his ears. After painstakingly finding the correct key among dozens, Zhou Meng finally succeeded. By then, Lin Lin had already pushed Fu Zhe downstairs. Zhu Mingho frowned as he looked at Fu Zhe's outfit. It's freezing outside and you're wearing a suit. I wore thermal layers. Fu Zhe pulled a piece of thermal underwear fabric from his sleeve, showed it to Zhu Mingho, then carefully tucked it back in. What about your legs? Thermal pants too. Fu Zhe started leaning down as if to show him, but Zhu Mingho stopped him by grabbing his hand. Never mind, I know you wore thermals. Standing back up, Zhu Mingho patted Zhou Meng on the waist. Zhou Meng says he'll go get you a blanket. Zhou Meng. Just finished finding the key, nearly went blind from the effort, now he has to go upstairs to fetch a blanket. He gave Zhu Mingho a deep, meaningful look and suddenly began signing with exaggerated hand gestures. Let me thank you, because with you, the seasons grow warm. Thank you, because with you, the world becomes more beautiful. Zhu Mingho instantly caught on and started singing back, countering magic with magic. Let me thank you. Lin Lin glanced at his watch. We're gonna be late. Can you guys hurry up? If Mr. Fu is late for the board meeting, he'll get scolded again. Zhu Mingho grabbed the keys from Zhou Meng's hand. Call me when it's time to argue. Helping friends fight back costs nothing. Fu Zhe loathed that word, *friend star. If this happened again, he would literally kill Zhu Mingho. No need for the blanket. Just go start the car already. Once Fu Zhe gave the order, Zhu Mingho quickly trotted off toward the garage, while Zhou Meng followed anxiously behind. Master Zhu, this car is brand new. Please drive carefully, don't be reckless. Sending it back to the factory for repairs won't even cost less than buying a new one, Zhou Meng whispered nervously, murmuring beside his ear all the way. Zhu Mingho turned back with mild annoyance. My driving isn't that bad. I passed both my theory and practical exams in one try, okay? Show me some confidence. Zhou Meng realized he had upset Zhu Mingho and didn't dare continue lecturing. He turned away and returned to assist Fu Zhe, helping Lin Lin fold the wheelchair. Make sure you fasten your seatbelt properly, young master. Not daring to lecture Zhu Mingho any further about safety, Zhou Meng quietly reminded Fu Zhe instead. Fu Zhe reassured him verbally, but his hands had already clicked the seatbelt into place in one smooth motion within a second. Zhu Mingho snorted, slammed the accelerator, and drove off. Fu Zhe, what kind of New Year goods do you usually prepare each year? Once on the 5th Ring Road, Zhu Mingho noticed many shops already decorated with bright red lanterns, thick with festive atmosphere. They all have winter vacation. I spend New Year's Eve alone. Alone? Zhu Mingho glanced back at Fu Zhe through the rearview mirror and suddenly sensed loneliness beneath his calm mask. All these years, he spent every Lunar New Year by himself. So lonely. Not knowing what to say, Zhu Mingho silently vowed, this year, he would personally prepare all the holiday goods for him. After dropping off Fu Zhe, Zhu Mingho opened navigation on his phone and headed straight for a nearby farmer's market. With Laba Festival not yet arrived, the crowd wasn't too heavy. He bought 20 gene of pork intestines, planning to make sausages. Then smoke some cured meat, it'd be perfect. When he returned to the villa, struggling under the weight of his haul as he stepped out of the car, he wrapped plastic bags around his feet and legs and started washing the intestines in the courtyard. What are you doing washing pig intestines, young Master Zhu? Chef Lu looked at the courtyard full of pig guts and pinched his nose, clearly unhappy. Preparing some New Year goods. Zhu Mingho stuffed 2 tissues up his nostrils and grabbed a brush, scrubbing away vigorously. No way. Our young master hates eating offal, no matter what you make, he won't eat it. Chef Lu stepped forward to stop him. Fu Zhe had never eaten such things before, and the stench was overwhelming, it'd take forever to clean everything properly. So many intestines, big and small, scattered all over the ground. If Fu Zhe came back and found this mess still unfinished, smelled these filthy odors, it would be nothing short of a disaster. Oh come on. I haven't even finished yet, can you please stop raining on my parade? You're not doing anything yourself but keep complaining. And who asked you to help anyway? With today's strong wind, the smell will dissipate quickly. Zhu Mingho snapped while brushing, irritated that someone who wouldn't lift a finger still kept criticizing. Do you usually prepare things like this for Fu Zhe? The young master never eats them. Is it because you've prepared them before and he refused, or have you simply never tried making them at all? Chef Lu immediately fell silent. Indeed, in over 20 years, they'd never made any, and yes, the young master did say he disliked such food. Just wait until the young master comes back and gets mad at you, he muttered angrily before storming off. Sure enough, by the time Fu Zhe returned, Zhu Mingho still hadn't finished washing the intestines. Fu Zhe had left the meeting early, insisting that Zhuang Nian drive him straight back. Even before Zhuang Nian fully parked the car, he caught a strange odor. Did your septic tank explode? I don't know. When Zhuang Nian finally pulled into the front yard, he froze completely. You might want to take a look, what exactly is your Zhu Mingho doing? Fu Zhe leaned over to check, fury building instantly. Zhu Mingho. You're back. Zhu Mingho had wanted to proudly show off his work, but when he looked up, all he saw was Fu Zhe's enraged face. I was preparing New Year goods, he said nervously, suddenly losing confidence under that glare. If you're going to prepare New Year goods, you can't just go by your own habits. Did you even ask others what I like or dislike? Fu Zhe snapped harshly. Zhuang Nian took the wheelchair out from the trunk, and as soon as Fu Zhe transferred himself onto it, he wheeled over urgently to confront Zhu Mingho. It's been months, you still don't know what I like to eat, what I hate to eat. I have no idea what goes through your mind. Do you even care about me one bit? That scolding brought tears to Zhu Mingho's eyes. But, don't you eat fried sausages? What I eat are hams and pork tenderloin, they're not pig intestines. Fu Zhe never imagined that their first real argument would be sparked by a yard full of greasy pig guts. And in the midst of that lingering, nauseating stench. He, someone with extreme cleanliness issues, couldn't stand digestive organs like pig intestines and small guts. Everyone in the villa knew this. That Zhu Mingho, after living with him for so long, hadn't noticed. It only proved one thing, Zhu Mingho had never truly paid attention to him. Don't yell at me. Zhu Mingho didn't want to see that accusing look anymore. He stood there, hurt and deflated. Can't I even speak? If you say another word, I'm leaving. Then leave, and don't ever come back. Chapter 87. The moment you start liking him, you must be prepared for the possibility that he won't like you. What's there to argue about? It's such a small thing, just don't eat it if Zhu Mingho made it. Zhuang Nian, sensing trouble, quickly jumped off the car to mediate. He couldn't let Zhu Mingho storm off in anger. Zhu Mingho silently crouched down again and picked up the hose to continue rinsing, his head lowered, looking particularly dejected. Fu Zhe regretted his words as soon as they'd left his mouth. He knew he had said the wrong thing, wanted to apologize but couldn't bring himself to speak. Just as he was trying to say something kinder to ease the atmosphere, Zhuang Nian shoved him away. Why were you so harsh just now? Zhuang Nian deeply regretted letting Fu Zhe get out of the car. As he pushed him along, he muttered near his ear, I really shouldn't have let you go down. What on earth is stuck in your head? Kicking someone out like that? Zhu Mingho is extremely stubborn, if you drive him away, bringing him back won't be easy at all. To start an argument before even catching up with the person, they truly were a first. Luckily, Zhu Mingho didn't know Fu Zhe had feelings for him. Harsh. I even sent the chef from our villa to train in Sichuan cuisine just to suit his taste. But does he know what I like to eat? Not at all. Fu Zhe grew increasingly aggrieved. Zhuang Nian hurriedly shoved him into the elevator. There were too many people in the lobby, better not let others find out about this. The villa certainly had Fu Hanwen spies. Because right now you are the one who likes him, not the other way around. You need to have the awareness that comes with pursuing someone. You liking him while he doesn't like you, that's perfectly normal. From the very moment you started liking him, you should have been prepared for this possibility. He doesn't even know how you feel. He has no romantic thoughts toward you. When you argue with him now, he'll only think you're irrational. Zhuang Nian looked at Fu Zhe's dispirited reflection in the elevator mirror and patted his shoulder. I understand how you feel right now, I was exactly the same when I chased after Lin Lin. Since we're the ones who fall first, we can't just directly ask whether they like us or not. So we guess endlessly, interpreting every word they say, analyzing every action. But behaviors that we obsess over, turning them into elaborate puzzles to decode, are often just unconscious habits to them, things they do without even thinking. Don't dwell too much on Zhu Mingho buying pig intestines for you. Deep down, he meant well. He likes it, so he thought he could share it with you. Don't assume bad intentions. Zhuang Nian talked until his lips were practically blistered before Fu Zhe slowly lifted his head. The elevator's here. Wait, you actually listened to anything I said? Zhuang Nian pushed him out and followed into the room. He'd practically run out of breath explaining, yet Fu Zhe remained calm and indifferent. I heard you. But why doesn't he feel anything for me at all? Fu Zhe raised the room temperature, it felt cold coming back in. Zhuang Yan frowned, pointing at the needles by Fu Zhe's bedside, trembling with frustration. You've got some nerve. I've told you dozens of times and you never listen. Now you're actually using needles on yourself. You're not even trained. What if something goes wrong? What then? I'm already very skilled, Fu Zhe shrugged nonchalantly. Want to try my technique? Get lost. If you kill me with those, I won't even ask for compensation. Zhuang Yan took a tissue and helped gather the needles. Just clean these up immediately after use. Don't leave them lying around and end up hurting yourself. And another thing, you saw how I chased Lin Lin. You know how this game works. Stop locking yourself in this room guessing and overthinking. It's pointless. Instead of wasting time on speculation, spend it building rapport in front of him. You need to understand Ji Mingho's personality. What good does it do to just know what he eats? All that'll achieve is putting a few extra pounds on him. Useless. Fu Zhe poked Zhuang Yan's waist with a needle handle. Humph. Can't compare to you. Only been dating a few months and already got visible abs. Shut up, I've always had abs, okay? Unlike certain people who've lost theirs. Zhuang Yan dodged sideways, avoiding the needle being waved near him. Hold me steady. Let me show you. At that, Zhuang Yan supported Fu Zhe as he slowly stood up. Holy shit, you can stand. Zhuang Yan excitedly slapped Fu Zhe's butt, well, not really a butt anymore after sitting so long, it was flat. Fu Zhe shot him a sharp glare. Take your dirty hands off me. Screw you. Zhuang Yan laughed, cursing, but honestly, he was overjoyed for Fu Zhe. If he can stand, he can walk again, right? You don't know, it's like the feeling parents get when their child finally learns to walk, Zhuang Yan said softly, carefully removing his hands from Fu Zhe while keeping them hovering nearby as a safeguard. It's that kind of proud, heartwarming moment, my little one's finally growing up. If you can't say something nice, you can just shut up and pretend to be deaf and mute, Fu Zhe gritted his teeth, standing upright. He could only manage about a minute on his feet, his leg muscles had significantly atrophied and still couldn't support prolonged standing. Hurry up and recover. Just walk up to Ji Mingho out of nowhere and shock him completely. Zhuang Yan was already plotting ahead, imagining Fu Zhe standing tall to confess his feelings, with multiple camera angles ready in case Ji Mingho started crying. We signed an agreement, once my legs are healed, he gets to leave. Fu Zhe suddenly remembered the contract, feeling a slight headache coming on. He really shouldn't have given Ji Mingho that choice in the first place. Does the contract actually say anyone who heals you can break the agreement? Not exactly. Then it's fine. Ultimate interpretation rights belong to you anyway, you call the shots. Don't overthink it for now. Let me help you train those muscles. Zhuang Yan took Fu Zhe to the gym and helped him begin some basic exercises. As they trained, Zhuang Yan kept feeling uneasy. Do you hear that? Sounds like someone crying. Maybe it's a stray cat. But it's so cold right now, stray cats don't usually cry like that before spring, Zhuang Yan muttered, spooked by the sound, his skin crawling. Chapter 88, Xiao Ju blocked Fu Zhe, ha ha ha. Hey. Hey. Yair, why aren't you saying anything? Ju Mingho had called in the middle of the night. After the call connected, he didn't speak a word, only occasional sniffling sounds came through the line. Ju Jing paced anxiously, scratching his head in frustration. Having lived in Chengdu for so long, he blurted out the local pet name without thinking. Hearing that familiar term, Ju Mingho's tears burst forth like floodgates opening. Dad. Yeah, I'm here. What are you crying for? I'm not crying, it's just my cold. Ju Mingho pinched his nose, not wanting to worry his father, especially since they were far apart in Chengdu. Do I not know your personality? Spill it, what happened? Ju Jing rubbed the pattern on his purple clay teapot, his brow creasing tightly. Clearly, his son was upset. There was no way he wasn't crying. Nothing really. Why don't you believe me? Don't lie to me. The moment your tail lifts, I know exactly what kind of fart's coming. Ju Mingho. Confirmed, he's my real dad. Spit it out already. Do you even know what time it is? I need to sleep. I want to eat guanchang. Ju Mingho said slowly, quietly wiping his runny nose. Ju Jing froze. That's it. That's it. You damn fool. I swear I want to slap you silly. You called me in the middle of the night just for this? How goddamn dumb can you be? Can't you make it yourself? If you can't you buy some? If you can't even buy it, then come to Chengdu and eat it. I ought to mail you a vacuum-packed slap. He couldn't believe he'd raised such an idiot. Was there really someone who'd cry just because they wanted to eat guanchang? If he didn't slap him a few times, he'd be failing as a father. So angry. So damn angry. You're 22, not 22 months old. Can you act more mature? Ju Mingho almost retorted, defending himself, but after a pause, realized Ju Jing wasn't wrong. Fine. I'll come tomorrow and slurp my noodles. Come if you want. But if you ever pull this crap again, I'll give you a face full of slaps. And without waiting for a reply, Zhu Jing hung up. They say raising sons prepares you for old age. But honestly, raising sons seems more likely to kill you before you get old. If he hadn't raised one, he might have lived longer. Fuming, he double-clicked the screen and resumed watching a bite of china. Zhu Mingho quickly packed his bags. Whatever. Screw it. He wasn't serving anyone anymore. He was going to Chengdu, to eat feichang mian, feichang fun, feichang ji, just dive straight into a mountain of pork intestines. Let Fu Zhe grow 1,000 arms like Guanyin, he still wouldn't reach him. The angrier he got, the faster he threw things into his suitcase. Trying to relieve stress, he opened his phone to watch a funny video, and saw one sent by a mutual follower on Weibo. The title didn't seem suspicious at all, so he clicked without hesitation, only to realize it was a clip from a horror movie. The eerie scream startled him badly. Holy crap. He nearly dropped his phone. After catching his breath, he swiftly added the Weibo user to his blacklist with one click. Not to nag, Zhuang Yan said after hearing those desperate sobs, his heart pounding uneasily, but Mingho was actually crying, aren't you going to check on him? Not only had Fu Zhe and Zhu Mingho argued right in front of him, but Fu Zhe had actually made Zhu Mingho cry. If Lin Lin found out, all hell would break loose. This wasn't good. Not good at all. He really should go mediate. You don't like him at all. He cried and you didn't even react. What reaction do you expect me to have? Fu Zhe leaned against the wall, expressionless, clearly in no hurry. Zhuang Yan gave him a disappointed glare. You're hopeless. Fu Zhe gripped the railing, shifting his weight from his arms to his legs, pressing his foot firmly to the ground. That wasn't his cry. Zhu Mingho doesn't cry that loud. How do you know that's not him crying? Has he ever cried in front of you? Zhuang Yan suddenly grew curious, how could Fu Zhe be so certain about the voice? Fu Zhe suddenly smirked. Because I was the one who sent him that horror clip. Huh? Zhuang Yan was stunned. Fu Zhe. I was just trying to tease him a bit. He pulled out his phone and checked. But he actually blocked me. Chapter 89, Xiao Zhu is gone. You really are something, sending horror clips in the middle of the night. You're seriously trying to make sure Zhu Mingho never likes you, aren't you? Zhuang Yan lightly smacked his arm with a dumbbell, exasperated to the point of near heart attack. How could this idiot only be sharp when it came to feelings, but completely clueless about chasing someone? Ulan Tuya's teacher hides from men, and you do too, you're hiding from Hauzi, from love itself. I don't even understand your logic. After yelling at someone, you send them a horror clip. Seriously, your brain works in mysterious ways. No wonder you'll never land anyone, just wait till you're crying alone later. Zhuang Yan was utterly speechless, borderline having a cardiac episode. He genuinely worried this fool would die single. Efforts to avoid relationships truly know no bounds, 10 free eye rolls for you. I'll just change my account and add him again in a few days, Fu Zhe said dismissively, waving Zhuang Yan over. Will you help me up or not? Sure, I bow to you. Walls may fall, but I only bow to you. Zhuang Yan crossed his arms, fuming. How could Fu Zhe say that so casually? At a time like this, he still had the nerve to joke. His pose caught Fu Zhe's attention, sparking immediate suspicion. Fu Zhe studied him with amused curiosity. You were really on top, weren't you? Do you even hear yourself right now? Zhuang Yan exploded. Zhuang Yan. Fu Zhe. Victory hand triple V victory hand triple V victory hand. A cheerful triple victory emoji sequence, the expression so infuriatingly smug it felt like dancing wildly across Zhuang Yan's emotional landmines. Every inch of his face screamed, come hit me, in 5 bold letters. Help. Zhuang Yan felt himself on the verge of suffocation. Maybe you can just work out here by yourself. I'll go find Zhu Mingho and get an injection, I think I'm about to drop dead. It's that serious. Fu Zhe slowly pushed off the wall, casually stamping his foot. His mood couldn't have been better, he wanted to tease everyone he saw. Of course, Zhuang Yan wouldn't actually go upstairs to ask Zhu Mingho for an injection. If he panicked and blurted out too much, everything would be exposed. The next morning, Fu Zhe got up early and headed downstairs. No matter what, today he was determined to have Zhu Mingho drive him to work. This was the only way he could think of to ease the tension between them. Other things, like apologizing, were beyond him. He just couldn't bring himself to do it. Somehow, it felt beneath his dignity. After all, he was Zhu Mingho's boss. His bread and butter. Ahem, getting off track, truthfully, he just didn't want to swallow his pride and apologize. Today, he deliberately skipped thermal underwear and long johns, dressing as lightly as possible, hoping Zhu Mingho would notice and show concern. Everything was ready, only missing one person, Zhu Mingho. Fu Zhe waited at the dining table for ages, yet there was no sign of Zhu Mingho. Zhou Meng approached from behind and whispered cautiously, young master, you're going to be late. Just wait a bit longer. We can't wait anymore. Xiao Lin just called, he says you've got a meeting soon. Please eat quickly, let's go. Zhou Meng hesitated to push, but Xiao Lin was pressing hard. They were all serving the young master, how could he refuse such a small favor? Fu Zhe tightened his grip on the chopsticks. Go upstairs and call Zhu Mingho down. Got it. What, just call someone down? You should have asked earlier instead of sitting here wasting time. Zhou Meng silently grumbled in his mind, though his face remained perfectly composed. With a quick response, he rushed upstairs to fetch the man. Young master. Young master. Big trouble. Fu Zhe sat happily at the table, mentally rehearsing friendly expressions to use when Zhu Mingho finally came down. Hearing Zhou Meng's panicked shout, he instantly tensed. Calm down. Speak slowly. Sir. Zhu Mingho is gone. All his luggage is missing, he must have left. Left? Fu Zhe murmured quietly. Was it because of last night's horror video? Or who the hell was on duty last night that allowed a full-grown man to disappear like that? Fu Zhe roared, his voice rising 10, maybe even 11 decibels higher. Chapter 90. Xiao Ju, I really want one of your company's underlings to drive Fu Zhe crazy. Xiao Lin, arranged. It was Lu Ning on duty last night. Zhou Meng quickly raised his left hand and spoke into his watch. Wuning, Manan calling. Wuning here. Go ahead, Manan. Get to the lobby fast, master wants to see you. Received, coming right away. Within less than a minute, Lu Ning had already entered the dining hall. Seeing Fu Zhe with a frosty face standing at the edge of fury, Lu Ning immediately sensed disaster. He had no idea what exactly set him off, but he could only steel himself and push forward. Master? You let Zhu Mingho leave. Lu Ning secretly pinched the center of his palm. Oh no, oh no. And it wasn't even a question, it was a direct accusation. He hadn't even seen Zhu Mingho last night. How could it possibly be his fault? Besides, Zhu Xiaoshui was a grown man, if someone wanted to leave, what could he do to stop them? You can't hold on to someone determined to go. Even though his mind buzzed with excuses, the truth remained, the man did slip through his watch. Watching Fu Zhe's expression grow increasingly dark, Lu Ning mentally performed a full symphony of retreat drum rolls. Would the young master get angry? Would the young master beat him up? Would the young master kick him out? Alarm bells blared in his head, his scalp tingled. He'd already mentally prepared himself for exile to Africa. Or maybe return to his hometown to work as a neighborhood security guard. No, security guards were paid too little. Better off becoming a truck driver, at least then he could tour the country on company expense. In any case, he was about to lose his job. Master, I didn't let him leave. He slipped out on his own. Lu Ning made sure to emphasize the word slipped to assert his innocence. Pull up the surveillance footage. Fu Zhe took a pair of transparent framed glasses from his briefcase and placed them neatly on the bridge of his nose. Will me over. The group moved to the surveillance room. Lu Ning adjusted the time stamp to just past 11 o'clock the previous night. Zhu Mingho first appeared on screen washing pig intestines. Fu Zhe's lips twitched. Is it really that delicious? After finishing with the intestines, Zhu Mingho packed them all into a large bag before heading upstairs to retrieve his luggage. At that moment, Lu Ning indeed wasn't at the entrance, he'd gone to the restroom. Track down that Huolaba driver and make sure he doesn't get his bonus this month, Fu Zhe said after reviewing the footage, his fury boiling with nowhere to vent. He turned his wheelchair sharply and headed out. As he passed Lu Ning, the wheel deliberately, or so it seemed, crushed hard on Lu Ning's toes. Lu Ning jumped in pain. Lu Ning, I have solid reason to believe the master intentionally ran over my foot. And also find out where he went. Lu Ning's bonus for this month, and next month and the month after, are cancelled. Lu Ning, thank you ever so much, bonus assassin. That said, credit where it's due, Fu Zhe never docked base pay. Not such a bad boss after all. Zhou Meng managed, after much coaxing, to get Fu Zhe into the car. Master, can you please be more proactive about going to work? If you leave early, you come back early, right? The later you drag this out, the more mess piles up. Who died and made you CEO? Why don't you take over the presidency? I'd be happy to take it easy. Fu Zhe was still fuming, and Zhou Meng, lacking situational awareness, kept babbling, earning a sharp rebuke that instantly shut him up. He turned quietly to focus on driving. Fu Zhe's phone buzzed with a message from Lu Ning, Zhu Xiaoshui has arrived in Chengdu. Fu Zhe groaned, his headache doubling. Sometimes he wished airplanes didn't exist. Within a single night, Zhu Mingho was now 1,000 miles away. While Fu Zhe felt miserable and gloomy, Zhu Mingho was living his best life. The city planning here oddly resembled that of another world. Following his memories, he ate and drank without restraint. In just one morning, he'd already consumed breakfast at 3 different restaurants. Only when his stomach could hold no more did he sit by the roadside, belly distended, letting the food settle. Ugh, shouldn't have eaten so much today. Now I'm absolutely stuffed, he muttered, rubbing his swollen belly. Since he'd landed in the morning, Zhu Zheng had only sent him a voice message with the address and where to find the spare key, then completely ignored him afterward. Truly his biological father, utterly indifferent to whether he lived or died. After carefully placing his belongings at home, Zhu Mingho headed out once again for breakfast. Eating pork intestine noodles early in the morning might have been too greasy, so he bought a Jun Tun Guokue to go with it. After finishing the pie alongside the noodles, he suddenly remembered how amazingly Dajia's chili oil wontons were at that street across the way. Wiping his mouth, he dashed across the road again to order a bowl. Then he ended up with a version of himself who couldn't even walk. He had eaten too much, every slight movement made his stomach churn, and taking just a few more steps felt like it might make him vomit. I ate way too much. Gotta buy some hawthorn candy on the way back. He grabbed his phone and sent Lin Lin a WeChat message, attaching the photos of all the delicious food he'd just taken, hoping to tempt Lin Lin, that hopeless foodie. Lin Lin replied instantly, "You're unbelievable. Just packing up and leaving like that? You should have seen Boss Fu's face this morning, it was terrifying. Every time I go to his office, I nearly get scared half to death. He's always had a bad temper. As his secretary, you just have to bear with him a bit more." Zhu Mingho grinned, legs crossed in smug satisfaction. Shifting the burden elsewhere really was delightful. Suddenly, he completely understood why politicians would provoke foreign conflicts, to redirect internal tensions at home. Diverting disaster elsewhere truly was an excellent strategy. Though, the reason he left wasn't about shifting conflicts. He'd simply wanted to leave, that was all. Not bragging, but I really wish someone from your company could annoy him a little for me. He typed quickly, genuinely delighted at the thought of Fu Zhe getting irritated by his own subordinates. Ha ha ha. Really? Then I'll go find someone from Fu Hanwen's team and stir up a little gossip. Lin Lin was a true brother, 100% ready to take a bullet for a friend. Holding Zhou Group's acquisition plan, he quietly approached Zhou Ying. "Hey, Zhou Jia, are you busy?" "Not at the moment." "What's up?" Zhou Ying smiled gently at him, her eyes warm. "Oh, well. Boss Fu mentioned before that he wants to acquire Zhou New Energy's subsidiary. I was wondering if you could help me review the proposal draft. I've been swamped lately and just can't keep up." Lin Lin tried hard to make his gaze look sincere, but ended up overdoing it so badly that his eyes bulged comically. Zhou Ying looked worried. "Xiao Lin, are you okay? Your eyes are practically popping out, and you're sweating so much. You don't think you're under too much stress and got hyperthyroidism, do you?" Chapter 91, less snide remarks, just throw her out. "How could that be?" "Don't tease me, Zhoujia." Lin Lin lowered his head and subtly adjusted his facial expression, trying to appear as inconspicuous as possible. Zhou Ying was seriously flipping through the proposal in her hands. Is Mr. Fu really going to acquire Zhou Group? Yeah. Why so suddenly? A few days ago, there was a mysterious transfer of Zhou Group's shares, someone bought up over half of them. If he doesn't take over now, those 3 years of support would have been for nothing. Lin Lin whispered dramatically, perfectly portraying Fu Zhe's desperate desire for Zhou Group. Watching Zhou Ying fixated on the document, he casually reached into his pocket, pulled out his phone, switched it to recording mode, and once everything was ready, deliberately lowered his voice to ask, was it Fu Hanwen who bought the shares of Zhou Group? Predictably, Zhou Ying, her nerves stretched tight, fell right into his trap and blurted out without thinking, yes. Did he also embezzle some company funds? Yes, I even helped. Zhou Ying abruptly realized what she had said. Her expression turned strange as she hastily explained, I just introduced him to someone. Set up an introduction. Set up an introduction. Lin Lin widened his eyes, feigning boundless confusion. But come on, Chairman Zhou and Fu Hanwen have known each other since childhood. Why would they need you to mediate? Zhou Ying stammered nervously, clearly guilty, avoiding Lin Lin's gaze completely. Fu Hanwen didn't have enough capital. I helped him secure a bank loan. Don't think too much of it, I don't have anything with him. Lin Lin smiled kindly, soothingly. Of course not. There's definitely nothing. You're only 32, and Fu Hanwen is nearly 50. Such a huge age gap, no one would believe it anyway. Though his smile felt warm and gentle, Zhou Ying still caught the hidden implication behind his words. Since you're busy with work, I won't disturb you any longer. Just take a look at this proposal and revise it for me when you can. Mr. Fu is dead set on acquiring Zhou Group, so the offer price is a bit high. If you still have connections with the Zhou family, maybe you could sound them out first. Personally, I think 75 billion is way too much. After closing his phone, Lin Lin made sure to lay one last trap for Zhou Ying. He couldn't afford to be disappointed by this foolish woman. Like a peacock strutting after victory, he exited Zhou Ying's office. Along the way, he met several gossip-prone colleagues, whom he happily fed bits of news. Within moments, the entire dormitory building was buzzing with rumors. Fu Group was planning to acquire Zhou Group, for a staggering 95 billion. When these rumors eventually looped back to Lin Lin via Zhuang Nian, hearing the number, Lin Lin slapped his forehead. Truly the power of gossip. I clearly said 75 billion, yet it somehow became 95. Rumors really do get wilder with every retelling. Zhuang Yan stroked his hair gently, running fingers through the strands. Do you really think this will cause trouble for Fu Zhe? Absolutely. Once Fu Hanwen hears about this, he'll surely try every means to inflate the share price of Zhou Group further and sell it for an even better deal. Lin Lin took a sip from the straw Zhuang Yan offered, his face glowing with satisfaction. And if this reaches Chairman Zhou's ears, Fu Zhe will definitely become the target for those two sisters again. Consider it payback for Zhu Mingho, then. Zhuang Yan affectionately pinched his nose. You truly live up to having studied for a psychology counseling certificate. Lin Lin nervously bit the straw, frowning at Zhuang Yan. He knew exactly what was coming next, and sure enough, Zhuang Yan's following words made his blood boil. Even though you failed the exam twice, I still think your skills are incomparably impressive. Passing the exam isn't what matters most, what counts is applying what you've learned. Get lost. On it. Though Zhuang Yan had no idea why Lin Lin was angry, the moment Lin Lin told him to scram, he obediently bounced away. Lin Lin was right. That afternoon, Zhou Group stock inexplicably hit the daily trading limit. The sisters Zhou Xiangming and Zhou Xiangxiang arrived once again at the Fu family villa. Zhou Xiangming, I'm talking to you, have your ears been stuffed with donkey hair that you can't hear me? Zhou Xiangxiang sat on the sofa, bossily glaring at Zhou Xiangming. Zhou Xiangming kept tapping on her phone, ignoring her sister's shouts and provocations entirely. Worse, she intentionally turned up the phone's speaker volume. Don't act so proud just because you've hooked the second young master of the Su family. No matter who Dad wants you to marry, you'll still have to obey. You hate Fu Zhe so much, yet here you are today, aren't you? Zhou Xiangxiang raised her cup and sipped her coffee. No wonder the coffee beans at the Fu family are more aromatic and rich, better than today's Zhou family, and even dozens of times better than that Su family you've latched onto. Though I wonder, no matter how wealthy the Su family is, can they really cure your mother's mental illness? By the way, why are you dating the second young master of the Su family anyway? Could it be because he just happens to be a psychiatrist, so he might prevent you from going insane too? Or are you trading yourself for some leverage, like getting Su Mingji's care for your mother? Zhou Xiangming set her phone down, picked up her coffee cup with one hand. Zhou Xiangxiang thought she was about to taste the brew, smugly curling her lips, ready to say something, when suddenly, a cup of 56 degrees Celsius coffee came crashing straight into her face. Hey! Zhou Xiangming, are you crazy? I'll kill you for this. Zhou Xiangming grabbed her bag and walked off without a trace of panic. She had plans with Su Mingji to watch a movie, no way she'd let a petty scuffle ruin her mood. Su Mingji's car was parked right outside. Seeing her approach, he quickly stepped out to greet her. Mingming, you look so beautiful today. And you're very handsome today, Mingming. After a quick peck, she provocatively tilted her head, shooting a raised eyebrow toward the back seat of a Bentley parked across the street. The rear window rolled down swiftly, revealing Fu Zhe's striking face within her line of sight. Just as Zhou Xiangming was pondering whether to say, long time no see, or just, bye, her cheek was pinched. She glanced up in confusion, giving Su Mingji, who was responsible, the look of pure bewilderment. Don't look at him. You're only allowed to look at me. Su Mingji hissed fiercely into her ear, earning an elbow to the ribs. Stop being jealous for no reason. With effortless charm, she hooked her arm through Su Mingji's and strutted over to Fu Zhe. Why don't you go hide somewhere? Father Zhou gave strict orders, we must capture you. But this glorious mission will have to fall to Zhou Xiangxiang instead, since I'm already a married woman. You don't mind that I disciplined Zhou Xiangxiang a little, do you? Less snide remarks, just throw her out. After coldly tossing those words, Fu Zhe rolled up his window. Zhou Meng drove the car into the villa compound. Hearing the engine, Zhou Xiangxiang came rushing out, throwing herself against the car door, sobbing. Ah Zhe Gij, my sister bullied me. Zhou Meng got out expressionlessly, opened the trunk, took out the wheelchair, and helped Fu Zhe transfer into it. As he started pushing Fu Zhe away, Zhou Xiangxiang wasn't about to let them go so easily. She grabbed Fu Zhe's arm tightly. Ah Zhe Gij, you have to stand up for me. I'm not God. I don't deliver justice. But my sister hurt me. I'm nearsighted. I can't see. Zhou Meng was trying so hard not to laugh he was nearly giving himself internal injuries. At this moment, he really wanted to quietly ask Fu Zhe, if internal injuries from suppressed laughter counted as workplace injury. One more word and I'll have someone toss you out. Fed up beyond tolerance, Fu Zhe dropped this threat and then sped forward in his wheelchair, completely disregarding Zhou Xiangxiang's grip on his arm. Seeing that Fu Zhe was truly serious, Zhou Xiangxiang grew both desperate and furious. Stomping her feet, she stormed toward the gate. I have legs, I can walk out myself. Don't bother kicking me out. Fu Zhe glanced back at her. For a fleeting moment, she thought he had changed his mind, perhaps he'd call her back in. Instead, what she heard was, Zhou Meng, close the gate. Chapter 92 Xiao Fu gets the script. Zhou Meng, ecstatic and swaggering, came dashing over in a flash and slammed the door shut so hard it left an afterimage, shaking for quite some time before finally settling. If Zhou Xiangxiang hadn't stepped back just in time, the door would have smacked straight into her face. She was terrified out of her wits, even forgetting to scream. Her fingernails dug into her palms, leaving tiny bloodstains on her hands. She stood frozen in shock. Not even 5 minutes later, the villa's door swung open again. Zhou Xiangxiang hadn't had time to compose her expression yet. Her luggage was quickly tossed outside, then the door slammed shut once more. Zhou Xiangxiang was so furious her mouth twisted sideways. Silently squatting on the ground to pick up her bags, she gritted her teeth and hissed, "I've never endured such humiliation in my entire life. What gives him the right? I won't let this go." Hardly had her words faded when a voice rang from behind the door, "Who won't you let go? Get lost already." Within just a few minutes, Zhou Xiangxiang had unleashed every curse word she'd ever learned. "Are you still listening? Hello? Hello?" After confessing, Lin Lin felt a little guilty and gave Zhuang Nian, who had been watching the drama unfold without helping, a sharp pinch. Fu Zhe, now fully aware of what had happened, nearly crushed the phone in his hand. "Lin Lin, bravo. You really outdid yourself. Well, that's not actually why I called. Don't tell me you don't care about your bonus anymore. My bonus is basically meaningless anyway, is that something I'm allowed to say?" Lin Lin's brazen, nothing-to-lose attitude infuriated Fu Zhe to no end. When Zhu Mingho had silently walked away, Lin Lin, wanting to get back at someone on his behalf, schemed to send those two T-artistry sisters over to stir up trouble. After hanging up, Fu Zhe retaliated by leaning on his crutch and working out at the gym for hours. Zhou Meng woke up in the middle of the night with a full bladder and noticed the gym lights were still on. He rushed upstairs to stop him. "Young master, you can't do this. You haven't fully recovered, you can't overexert yourself like this. You could die from training like this." But Fu Zhe, unlike his usual cold self, smiled and waved him over. "Look, can't I walk now?" He let go of the bar, trembling as he took one, then two unsteady steps. His legs quivered, his whole body tensed, his gait awkward and disjointed. Zhou Meng's eyes welled up. He lowered his head to secretly wipe away tears, then looked up with a smile. "Young master, you're amazing. It's Zhu Mingho who's truly remarkable. If not for his acupuncture technique, I wouldn't have recovered this fast." Fu Zhe's feet buckled, but he quickly grabbed the bar in time, narrowly avoiding a fall. "But practically all the acupuncture was done by you, young master. Zhu Mingho only treated you for a few days," Zhou Meng murmured. In his eyes, everything was thanks to the young master himself. Zhu Mingho had simply earned that paycheck too easily. Zhu Mingho had stayed at the villa for over 2 months, yet he'd only attended to the young master for 2 or 3 weeks. The rest of the time, Fu Zhe had performed the acupuncture on himself. "The greatest stroke of luck," Fu Zhe said, "was that Li Dezhong, the man sent by Fu Hanwen to sever my tendons, was such a fool. Otherwise, I'd have been crippled forever." After much pleading, Zhou Meng finally managed to persuade Fu Zhe to go to bed. The moment his head hit the pillow, Fu Zhe fell asleep. He had a strange dream. He dreamed he was the male lead in a novel, and the other main character turned out to be Zhu Mingho. 2 male protagonists. Interesting. But why did this author write me to be so? According to the original plot, after their argument, Zhu Mingho would leave home and, while in Chengdu, meet his fiercest rival. What did Tu Shan Yaoya call him again? Sexy little wolf dog. Dark-skinned cool guy. Zero's follower. Zhu Mingho wouldn't last more than 2 chapters before sparking a romantic flame with that man. Chapter 93, A thunderous boom in the sky, the second male lead makes his grand entrance. After waking up, Fu Zhe spent a hurried day in a daze. He had to clean up Lin Lin's mess. With Zhou Corporation and Fu Corporation being rival companies, now that Zhou's stock had hit the daily trading limit on an upward surge, Fu Corporation's shares were predictably dropping in response. The documents made his scalp tingle, his eyes felt like they'd grown several degrees more nearsighted in just one day. In less than 24 hours, he'd done eye exercises 10 times, yet the burning discomfort in his eyes refused to fade. When he finally had a moment of free time, his thoughts involuntarily returned to last night's dream. The dream's authenticity was questionable. But if it was real, and he and Zhu Mingho were the protagonists, why did he like Zhu Mingho, while Zhu Mingho didn't like him? And if Zhu Mingho actually did have feelings for him, then why did he keep pushing him toward marrying Zhou Xiangmin? Can someone really just vanish without a word and run away from home? Torn and confused, Fu Zhe had lost his appetite over these past few days, food meant nothing to him, and his motivation at work had plummeted. Every single day was consumed by the endless loop, does he like me? Doesn't he like me? Meanwhile, Zhu Mingho in Chengdu was living the life, returning to what felt like his true home, enjoying a blissful and carefree existence. The parents from this world were strikingly similar to those in his original world, aside from differences in financial status, their mannerisms, expressions, appearances, and even speech patterns were so alike it was as if his parents themselves had crossed dimensions with him. Zhu Mingho loved it here so much he didn't want to leave, and even found himself deeply fond of his sharp-tongued old man who always liked to tease him. "Dad, this afternoon, when you go to Tianfu Square, bring me along. I'm going there to drink tea and chat with friends." "What do you want to do?" Zhu Jing poured himself a cup of tea using his purple clay teapot. We don't speak the same language, you're better off staying home. 2 days earlier, when he'd brought Zhu Mingho along, a neighbor asked whether Zhu Mingho had a partner. Zhu Mingho had stammered and stuttered, unable to utter a single coherent sentence. So embarrassing. Everyone else his age either already had kids walking around or at least had boyfriends or girlfriends. And here Zhu Mingho had nothing, leaving him utterly lacking in dignity among the elder circle. Just thinking about it made Zhu Jing furious. When are you going to find someone, huh? But I'm only 23. I'm not 32. Why are you rushing me like this? Holding his empty cup, Zhu Mingho looked at his father with big, pleading eyes. Come on, give me a cup too. I hate to waste such fine Maojian tea on you. After this pot is done, I'll make you some tiguanyin instead. Zhu Mingho huffed. Are we really related? Are we? If we weren't blood related, do you think I'd let you stay here this long? I'd have kicked you out ages ago. Seeing how pitiful his son looked, Zhu Jing reluctantly poured him a small cup. Zhu Mingho lifted the cup and downed it in one gulp. Zhu Jing glared, puffing his mustache in outrage. Are you Zhu Beiji gobbling a ginseng fruit? Who drinks tea like that? You're wasting precious tea. Then pour me another, I'll savor it slowly this time, Zhu Mingho said, holding out his cup again. But Zhu Jing clutched the teapot and walked away, refusing to give him even an ounce of face. Zhang Xiona patted Zhu Mingho on the shoulder. Don't mind your dad. His group of old buddies are all in their 70s and 80s, they've got grandkids, sure, but you're still young. Enjoy your life. Zhu Mingho nodded furiously. Exactly, Mom. You talk some sense into him. No need. He knows what he's doing. He's just been cooped up here too long and bored, so he picks on you for fun. Zhang Xiona came out from the kitchen with a packet of tea. Take this Maojian and hide it. Don't let him drink it. Why? If old man finds out, he'll skin me alive. Zhu Mingho hesitated as he took the hot potato, tea. Zhang Xiona grumbled, Zhu Zhang's got issues. Drinks too much tea, can't sleep, then forces me to stay up chatting with him. Every night it's non-stop chattering, blah blah blah, it's driving me insane. That bad? What do you think? Want me to give you my spot in bed and let you experience it firsthand? Nah. Nah. Naya. Really, no thanks. He'd absolutely leash himself and bolt. Mom, I'm heading out to grab food. He hadn't eaten breakfast, and now his stomach pressed firmly against his spine, he desperately needed a feast. Take the trash with you, and remember to sort it properly. Got it. Obeying, Zhu Mingho grabbed the garbage and left. When the elevator stopped at the 17th floor, he was absorbed in his phone and paid no attention to his surroundings. Someone suddenly shoved into him hard, causing a sharp pain that made him wince. Ah. Sorry, the guy who bumped into him said nervously. There weren't many people in the elevator, only the guy who had bumped into him, and a young man holding the leash of a large Alaskan. Zhu Mingho waved dismissively to show he was fine. Watching the tanned, muscular guy squeeze closer to him, Zhu Mingho instantly understood. He quietly rose onto his toes and whispered near the boy's ear, "Are you afraid of dogs?" The boy nodded, a faint blush spreading across his dark skin. It wasn't very noticeable, but sharp-eyed Zhu Mingho caught it anyway. Zhu Mingho stepped forward slightly, shielding the boy behind him. Don't worry. Pet dogs usually don't bite. But the Alaskan's owner overheard, glaring angrily at him. How dare you call him a pet dog? He's family. I raise him like my own son. Alright, does your son bite people then? What kind of question is that? My son is just like a human being, how could he bite anyone? Zhu Mingho silently repeated, don't talk to stupid cups, don't talk to stupid cups, don't talk to stupid cups. He pulled out his phone and started playing games, pretending he heard nothing. The dog owner kept grumbling all the way down to the first floor. When the elevator doors opened, Zhu Mingho and the boy walked out. Just as they stepped out, they heard the dog owner snap, don't even own a car, yet still running your mouth. The boy beside him grew visibly angry, stopping in his tracks and turning back toward the elevator. Zhu Mingho grabbed his arm. Come on, just walk away. Pretend you didn't hear it. How can you not be mad at what he said? Not worth getting mad over someone like that. Zhu Mingho adjusted his mask and headed off to find a trash bin. The boy followed close behind. Thanks, by the way. You're welcome. What's your name? I'm Tsini. Zhu Mingho disposed of the trash according to the rules. Do you have an older brother named Sinjia? How did you know? Chapter 94. A handsome man fresh from the bath. I guessed it, Zhu Mingho said, eyeing his outfit. You're still a student, right? Yeah, I'm 19, in my second year at the sports academy. Zhu Mingho smiled. It's great to be young. I've already started working. Really? You look pretty young too. Tsini secretly tried to estimate his age, he looked like a freshman, with such fair skin that made him appear even younger. But the way he spoke somehow subconsciously made people assume he was older. After pondering for a long while, he finally asked, "Are you over 25? No, no. I'm 23. By the way, I'm Ju Mingho. Jiu Mingho. That's a pretty unique name. It's Ju, the character with a king radical, and Ju as in living place." Ju Mingho couldn't help but laugh at Sun Yi's mispronunciation. He typed his name on his phone and handed it over, these 3 characters. "Got it, how Ji, I'll remember." Sun Yi gave an adorable smile, and only then did Ju Mingho notice a deep dimple appearing beside the right corner of his mouth, round and absolutely charming when he smiled. "You have a cheek dimple." "Yeah, just one." Sun Yi touched his little dimple, then pressed the index finger of his other hand against the opposite corner of his lip. "This is my version of torture for people with OCD, it looks so weird. Sometimes I even consider getting cosmetic surgery to make another dimple." "This is already cute and unique," Ju Mingho said, carefully studying Sun Yi's face. Standing face to face, he suddenly noticed Sun Yi's tilted neck. "Did you sleep wrong? Why is your neck crooked like that?" "Yeah, I didn't sleep well last night. Woke up like this. I was about to go register at the traditional Chinese medicine clinic." Sun Yi rubbed the back of his neck, wincing in pain. "What a coincidence, this happens to be something I can handle." Ju Mingho smiled warmly at Sun Yi. Asterisk, such a soft, lovable boy. He reminds me so much of Lin Lin, asterisk. Though, actually, Sun Yi seemed even softer and sweeter than Lin Lin. To be so muscular yet afraid of dogs, that kind of contrast was strangely endearing. "Then can you help me right now? It really hurts." Hearing that Ju Mingho could treat his stiff neck, Sun Yi didn't hesitate, whether he was even a real doctor or what method he'd used didn't matter. All he wanted was for Ju Mingho to fix his neck immediately. "Or better yet, why don't I come to your place and take a look?" Ju Mingho had initially thought about fixing it at the pavilion in the compound, but there were aunties chatting there. It'd be more convenient at home. "Okay." Without much thought, Sun Yi led him upstairs. They reached the 17th floor. Sun Yi unlocked the door, ushered Ju Mingho inside, and gestured for him to change into slippers. Ju Mingho rummaged through a pile of slippers, flipping them over repeatedly until he finally found a pair that fit. He crouched down, grunting slightly as he switched shoes. Just as he straightened up, he turned, and froze. Sun Yi stood there, completely bare except for a towel wrapped around his waist, droplets of water glistening on his smooth skin. His hair was still dripping wet, clearly, he had just finished showering. Weird guy, he went straight to shower after coming home, and it wasn't even summer. And what made it even more striking, the towel was hanging on by a thread, sagging dangerously under gravity, looking like it could slip off any second. Ju Mingho couldn't help but mentally hold his breath for that precarious towel. "Why did you shower so quickly?" Sun Yi looked puzzled, raising an eyebrow. "And, your neck is straight now?" Ju Mingho was stunned. If he'd known this, he wouldn't have come up in the first place. He was starving. Sun Yi simply smiled, didn't say anything, and turned to walk away. Chapter 95. Where are you looking? Don't just stand there like an idiot, come sit down. A deep voice sounded, and Ju Mingho quickly walked into the living room. Following the principle of, do not look upon what is improper, he chose the spot farthest from Sun Yi, the opposite side of the couch. Ju Mingho sat tensely on the sofa, staring at the dark-skinned, handsome guy before him. He really shouldn't have sat directly across from him, now their eyes kept meeting no matter how hard he tried to avoid it. It was so awkward. Sun Yi clearly didn't treat him like a stranger at all. He casually plopped himself in a corner of the sofa and spent several minutes drying his hair with a towel. TSK, that physique. Ju Mingho had intended to follow the no-looking rule, but his eyes stubbornly wandered over anyway. He couldn't help it. Fine, if it came to this, he might as well give up pretending and just look openly. Is it nice to look at? Huh. What? Caught red-handed by the plaintiff himself, Ju Mingho immediately sat up straight, fixed his gaze on his own toes, and pretended to be completely innocent. You were staring at me for quite a while just now. What exactly were you looking at? Sun Yi stood up and walked toward Ju Mingho. I wasn't. Ju Mingho shook his head repeatedly, panicking as Sun Yi closed in. He jumped to his feet in fluster. Sun Yi's large hand settled on his shoulder with just the right pressure, forcing Ju Mingho back onto the sofa obediently. People who lie grow long noses, you know. Sun Yi's lips curved into a faint smile. Come on, tell me, what part were you looking at just now? This part. Ju Mingho wanted to scream for his mom. How could someone change so drastically? Downstairs, this guy hadn't been like this at all. Why you keep this up and I'm calling the police. What am I doing? Just as Ju Mingho's mind raced frantically, a voice rang out from behind, Sun Jia, stop bullying my friend. Hee. The man in front turned around with a smirk, bullying him. Me? He's the one who's been secretly staring at me this whole time. If anything, I'm the one being bullied. Seeing two people with identical faces, Ju Mingho stared blankly for a moment before murmuring in realization, so you're twins. No wonder your names sound like Bear 1 and Bear 2. Xin Jia went to the bedroom to change clothes, while Xin sat beside Zhu Mingho holding a rolling pin and handed it to him. Don't take my brother too seriously. Help me fix my stiff neck, will you? Why are you giving me this rolling pin? Zhu Mingho asked, completely baffled, unsure whether to hold it or put it down. I've heard people say that if you sleep wrong and wake up with a stiff neck, rolling it gently with a rolling pin helps. This morning, I asked my brother to do it for me, but he thought I was stupid and refused. Actually. Zhu Mingho looked at Xin Yi's innocent expression and swallowed the word stupid halfway. Actually what? Actually, he was right not to help. Zhu Mingho placed the rolling pin on the coffee table, rolled up his sleeves, and prepared to get to work. I forgot, I'll need an assistant. Let me go call my buddy. No need to trouble anyone. Just call my brother. Without waiting for Zhu Mingho's response, Xin Yi raised his voice and shouted, Guogua, come out. I need your help. Coming. Came Xin Jia's voice from the room. Reassured, Xin Yi pulled Zhu Mingho closer. Eat something first to tide you over. Later, I'll take you out for a proper meal. All right. Zhu Mingho didn't decline. He grabbed a shajima cake, tore open the packaging, and stuffed it into his mouth. After wolfing down the cake in a hurry, he nearly choked. Just as he started coughing dryly, a glass of water appeared in his hand. He looked up. Thanks. Chapter 96, Guogua, smile a little, let Zhu Guogua take a look. Upon closer inspection, it was actually water brought by Xin Jia. She touched the side of the cup, perfect temperature, not too hot or cold. She hadn't expected this man to be so thoughtful. He was clearly about to apologize for his earlier recklessness. Zhu Mingho gave a grateful smile, then lifted the cup, glug, glug, glug. He downed it in seconds. Want more? Zhu Mingho nodded. Yes, please. That's right. Xin Yi figured since Zhu Mingho was his guest, it'd be rude to keep bothering his older brother, so he took the initiative. I'll go refill it. Don't move. I'll get it. Xin Jia strode to the water dispenser with his famous, shadowless kung fu steps. You with your crooked neck, you'll tilt when pouring and spill water everywhere. Then I'd have to clean up after you. Get lost. Xin Yi pouted unhappily. Honestly, you two are the most identical twins I've ever seen, Zhu Mingho said, accepting another full cup. He elegantly sipped twice, straightened his back, and glanced left and right, trying to play a game of spot the difference. Xin Yi wore a beige sweater and light blue jeans, Xin Jia wore a black sweater and black sweatpants. Even their tiny facial details were the same. Similar eyes, similar faces, similar mouths, similar noses. Neither had moles on their face. How was one supposed to tell them apart? If he tried judging by aura, well, he'd only just met them, didn't know them well enough yet. Wasn't that how he'd mixed them up earlier? TSK, my Guogua has a dimple on the left corner of his mouth. Mine's on the right, Xin Yi happily pointed out the difference to Zhu Mingho. Xin Jia stood with his hands in his pockets, head slightly lowered, watching Zhu Mingho search for differences. When he heard Xin Yi reveal the dimple detail, he quietly pressed his lips together, hiding his own dimple. Guogua, just smile a bit, let Zhu Guogua see. That's rude. With those words, Xin Jia rolled up his sleeves and stepped back into the washroom. What did you say? How was I being rude? Xin Yi muttered, tilting his neck as he followed into the washroom. Hey, talk things through nicely, you two. Zhu Mingho sat on the sofa, fidgeting like he was sitting on pins and needles. He really wanted to go check on them, but wouldn't that seem impolite? No, wait, he could say he was going to mediate. That sounded perfectly reasonable. You two. Wait, they weren't fighting at all. So how was he supposed to mediate? Xin Jia and Xin Yi were standing there peacefully, staring at each other, doing absolutely nothing. Well, except that Xin Jia's gaze was slightly intense, almost aggressive. Zhu Mingho pretended he suddenly needed to use the bathroom. Xin Yi obligingly showed him the way to the master bedroom restroom. Ahem. Once Zhu Mingho was gone, Xin Yi poked Xin Jia's arm. Why did you say I was being rude earlier? How could you call him Zhu Guogua? Oh, Xin Yi's crooked neck felt stiff from embarrassment. Awkward. He pulled out his phone and opened the keyboard. His name is Zhu Mingho. It's Zhu, not Zhu. Xin Yi deliberately pronounced it in proper Mandarin. But Xin Jia's stare was pure death glare. Gidge, don't look at me like that, I'm terrified. Xin Jia snorted. What did you need help with just now? Zhu Guogua said bone setting needs an assistant. He was gonna call his old man, but I told him to ask you instead. Xin Jia froze mid-wipe of his arm. He's a doctor. I don't know. You don't know, and you still asked him to do bone setting on you. Huh. Isn't that allowed? Xin Jia nearly burst into tears at his brother's stupidity. Ever since childhood, people had said that while in their mother's womb, this older brother must have absorbed all the brain power, leaving Xin Yi empty-headed. Back then, he hadn't believed it, had even fought people who called his brother dumb, just to protect him. Now, looking back, maybe those fights were pointless. His brother really was dumb. If he hadn't constantly pushed Sun Yi to study, Sun Yi would never have gotten into sports college. He was done. Completely done. Clenching and unclenching his fists, Sun Jia silently followed behind Sun Yi. Zhu Mingho was wiping his freshly washed hands with tissue paper. Don't worry, I'm a doctor. Zhu Mingho gently squeezed Sun Yi's shoulder, noticing his muscles were extremely tense, clearly nervous. Yeah, I'm not nervous at all. It's Sun Jia who made me nervous. Blame him. Sun Yi ratted out his brother immediately. Sun Jia's mouth twitched uncontrollably. At that moment, he deeply wished he was an only child. Pressing his tongue against his back molar, he stepped forward. Need help? Like this. Zhu Mingho demonstrated the correct position for Sun Jia to take. Sun Jia followed the instructions precisely. Alright, I'll count to 3, 3, 2, 1, and we push together. Zhu Mingho's gaze upon Sun Jia was filled with seriousness, determination, and a touch of trust. 3 seconds later, accompanied by Sun Yi's piercing scream, Zhu Mingho and Sun Jia froze in place. Zhu Mingho thought the scream was overly dramatic. He reached out and gently rubbed Sun Yi's neck. Still hurting? Let me soothe it a bit. Sun Jia covered his hand with his scorching palm. I'll do it. You don't need to massage him. Zhu Mingho quickly pulled his hand back. This guy's body temperature was way too high, burning hot. Maybe because black absorbs heat. No clue. No clue at all. Zhu Mingho stepped aside, suddenly noticing a family photo tucked beneath the transparent glass top of the coffee table. Huh, your parents aren't dark at all, how come you two are so tan? After asking, he noticed both brothers freezing in silence and awkwardly pressed his lips shut. My brother and I are both athletes, we've just been sunburnt black. Is your brother also a Chinti? No, he's smart. He studies finance at Dihua University. Sun Yi looked at his brother with full pride. Even though they'd grown up together as twins, people constantly compared them, how brilliant and outstanding brother Sun Jia was, how dull and ordinary the younger brother seemed. But he'd never once felt overshadowed by his brother's excellence. He didn't feel trapped under his brother's shadow, even when others joked that he and Sun Jia didn't look like twins at all. He never resented it. Whenever Sun Jia achieved something, he was even happier than Sun Jia himself. Wow, you're amazing too. Sure, maybe academics aren't your thing, but you've got plenty of other strengths. Zhu Mingho smiled warmly at Sun Yi. In families with 2 children, comparisons were inevitable, especially when the siblings differed greatly. Zhu Mingho understood this well, which is why he immediately comforted and praised Sun Yi. Sun Jia glanced at Zhu Mingho, who wore a smug little smile from his own cleverness, then at his sentimental fool of a brother, and casually pushed back his half-dry hair. Clean up and let's head out. I'll take you guys to eat. Great. Zhu Mingho happily jumped up to change his shoes. Bending down, he sensed someone approaching from behind and struggled to scoot sideways while still stepping into his shoe. As he moved, he unintentionally twisted his body like a pretzel, tripped over his own feet, left catching right, and suddenly pitched forward. Oof. Careful. Chapter 97, Fu Zhe, your wife is about to be poached. The pain he had expected never came. One hand protected his forehead, while the other held his waist firmly. Zhu Mingho was cradled in someone's arms like an infant, completely unaware of who stood behind him. Are you steady? The voice spoke almost directly into his ear. Zhu Mingho instantly tensed like a startled rabbit, wanting desperately to jump out of this embrace. Steady. Once released, Zhu Mingho quickly turned around, black sweater. It was Sun Jia. Thanks, Sun Jia. Zhu Mingho smiled briefly at him, finished putting on his shoes, then opened the door and waited outside. What do you guys feel like eating? Sun Jia asked as the elevator descended to B1. Hot pot. Sun Yi pulled out his hospitality playbook, of course hot pot for a good friend. I have no objection. Zhu Mingho raised both hands and feet in enthusiastic agreement. He'd felt awkward going to eat hot pot alone, ever since returning to Chengdu, he hadn't gone once, and now he was starving for it. Then hot pot it is. Sun Jia twirled his car keys between his fingers, mentally debating which hot pot restaurant served the best. Neither of you want to sit in the front passenger seat? When getting into the car, both Sun Yi and Zhu Mingho refused the front seat. Zhu Mingho thought it inappropriate since Sun Jia had his younger brother with him. Sun Yi simply wanted to sit next to Zhu Mingho and hang out, leaving Sun Jia to sit alone in front. All the way there, Sun Yi and Zhu Mingho chattered non-stop, so much that Sun Jia ended up putting on sunglasses. As for why he wore them, perhaps it was because turning the world black and white could silence the noise in his ears. We're here. Sun Jia shut off the engine, unbuckled his seatbelt, and jumped out. When they entered the restaurant, the 3 handsome men immediately drew glances from nearly everyone inside. A group of servers rushed over. Table for how many? 3. This way please. Sun Jia fiddled with his sunglasses temple arm, mouth slightly open in a deliberately cool pose. Sun Yi sneered at his showiness. Look at my brother, he'll never learn to tone it down. What's wrong? Zhu Mingho was busy scanning the menu and had no idea what Sun Jia hadn't toned down. He's showing off. Cindy rattled off complaints, recounting how over the years Xinjia had loved acting cool in public to win admiration from boys and girls alike. And poor Cindy. He'd spent years passing love letters on Xinjia's behalf. That really sucks, no one's writing love letters to you. Zhu Mingho inwardly thought about patting his head comfortingly. But in reality, his hand merely skimmed over the tripe and duck intestine on the menu. Still, he offered words of reassurance, don't feel bad. People don't pay attention to Xinjia just because he's showing off. It's because he's genuinely good-looking. His coolness only works because he's already attractive. You two look exactly alike, you can pull off the same act and charm people too. That's a good point. Cindy leaned back thoughtfully, lost in contemplation. Zhu Mingho counted 12 items he'd ordered and felt a little embarrassed. He quickly pushed the menu away, take a look, want to add anything else? Bro, give me your sunglasses. Cindy suddenly looked up, giving Xinjia a sweet, pleading stare. Why do you need my sunglasses? Xinjia was confused but handed them over anyway. Cindy said nothing. He took the sunglasses, bit down on the temple piece, crossed his arms dramatically, mimicking Xinjia's cool guy stance. Noticing everyone's eyes on him, he couldn't help feeling self-conscious. He tried to curl his lips into a subtle, enigmatic smile. But his grin stretched too wide, and the sunglasses slipped right off, falling to the floor. Hearing the clatter, Zhu Mingho froze for a second before quickly bending down to pick them up, cracked. Cindy glanced around, mortified, wishing he could vanish into a crack in the ground. Have you ever heard of the story of Dongshi imitating Shishir? Xinjia raised an eyebrow at his younger brother, smirking triumphantly. Zhu Mingho patted Xinyi's shoulder, it's okay, don't worry. Just try a different move next time. His phone buzzed. Zhu Mingho pulled it out and checked the message. Lin, day 5 since you left. Missing you. Since you've been gone, the capital hasn't seen a single sunny day. No good leadership left at Fu Corporation. Did you know? The only thing at Fu Corporation not docked a bonus? The potted plants. Zhu Mingho chuckled and replied, is it really that exaggerated? Lin sent back several emojis. Zhu Mingho didn't reply further, focusing instead on chatting with Xinjia and Cinyi. The food arrived quickly. As Zhu Mingho dipped some tripe into the pot, he suddenly remembered Lin, who had been momentarily forgotten. He immediately filmed a short video of himself eating hot pot, filled with remorse. Lin's call came through in seconds. Zhu Mingho, you're inhuman, you've abandoned me after seducing me. Haha. You remember what you said last time? Didn't you promise that if I went vegetarian, you wouldn't eat meat either? Lin pointed the camera at his meal. To shorten lunchtime, I can only eat sushi now. I forgot. Zhu Mingho racked his brain but couldn't recall ever saying that. He was convinced Lin made it up. Who's behind you? Lin caught sight of Cinyi peeking from behind Zhu Mingho. Wait, hadn't Zhu Mingho just arrived in Chengdu? How did he already have someone to eat hot pot with? Oh right. Zhu Mingho turned the phone camera toward Cinyi. Cinyi waved cheerfully, hello. Zhu Mingho whispered to Xinjia, can my friend say hi? Xinjia nodded. Zhu Mingho swiveled the phone around, Lin, take a look, guess who's older? Ooh, twins. Lin stared enviously at Zhu Mingho surrounded by two handsome men, tears of jealousy nearly dripping from the corner of his mouth. You really traded an entire forest for just one tree. If only he were single like Zhu Mingho, could he join gatherings like this too? On the other end, Zhu Mingho was eager to resume eating and, after a brief chat, quickly hung up. After gobbling down his sushi, Lin grabbed his documents and headed to Zhuang Yan's office to make copies. My copier's broken, mind if I borrow yours? Zhuang Yan gave him a lewd grin, mine is yours. Use whatever you want. Fu Zhe snorted coldly, this printer belongs to the company, not you. Boss Fu, why are you here? Lin was puzzled, Fu Zhe rarely visited the 27th floor. No big deal. We were just discussing something private. Zhuang Yan brushed it off casually. Fu Zhe lost interest in continuing the conversation and sullenly wheeled himself away. Does Boss Fu have a problem with me? He leaves the moment I arrive. If it's about the Zhou family matter, shouldn't he be thanking me? If it weren't for my little scheme trapping Fu Hanwen, he wouldn't have ended up completely broke. Lin was confused. That incident had been a win-win, great outcome. So why was Fu Zhe still angry? Have you been in touch with Zhu Mingho these past few days? Zhuang Yan casually shifted the topic. Just spoke to him. He's having dinner with two incredibly handsome guys. How handsome? Extremely. Even more handsome than Boss Fu, though of course, still not as good-looking as you. Lin knew how to stay alive. But Zhuang Yan didn't smile at the flattery. Instead, his brow furrowed deeply. After a moment's thought, he abruptly stood up, you carry on. I've got something, I need to find Fu Zhe. Then he dashed up the stairs to the 28th floor, bursting into Fu Zhe's office, someone's poaching your wife. What? Fu Zhe, your wife is about to be taken. Chapter 98 Xiao Fu, are you really that eager to see me chasing after my wife? Wanna poach what's mine? How interesting. Fu Zhe stared at the document in front of him, spinning his pen between his fingers, a faint, enigmatic smirk playing on his lips. Zhuang Nian had called him several times, but Fu Zhe didn't react at all, except that the chilling smirk on his face kept growing more and more terrifying. Broad daylight, yet Zhuang Nian couldn't help but feel an inexplicable chill crawl down his spine. Raising his voice sharply, he shouted again, "Hey! Can you show some reaction? What good is that creepy smirk doing? Go sneer at that wall-digging bastard instead." His man was out having dinner with someone else, yet this guy sat here so calmly, as if nothing mattered. It was unbearable. "You don't understand," Fu Zhe murmured, recalling that dream. So it was true, he actually had the script now. If he was the ultimate final boss in this story, why should he fear some obscure second male lead? In terms of role importance, that little puppy dog was merely the side character. In timing, Fu Zhe came first. Zhu Minghe wouldn't possibly lose his soul to a complete stranger within just 2 days, right? Breaking in for a dramatic aside. Xinjia, well, you never know. Zhuang Nian slammed the table, exasperated by this stubborn fool. Big brother, don't tell me you actually think Zhu Minghe can't live without you. Where did you get such confidence? From Li Hongwang. He really wished Fu Zhe could share some of that self-assurance with every other man in the world. Fu Zhe gently raised his eyes, the lenses glinting with sharp intelligence. I do want to go to Chengdu, but there's too much work. I just can't get away. Zhuang Nian waved his hand decisively, showing full support. Don't worry about the company, I've got it covered. Just go chase him already. You're really that eager for me to pursue Zhu Minghe? Fu Zhe capped his pen. Though secretly thrilled to skip work, he was more puzzled than anything else. Why was Zhuang Nian more invested in the Zhu Minghe situation than even the main person involved? If you two don't make up soon, there's going to be a mass resignation wave across Fu Corporation. Just thinking about it made Zhuang Nian's temples throb. Sure, he wasn't losing any bonuses, and Fu Zhe hadn't cut his salary, but Lin Lin's bonus had been docked straight into next April. Just count how many people left in this building who haven't been penalized by you. The security guard took a nap during duty, you docked 10 days' pay. The chef added too much salt, you cut 5 days' wages. The receptionist wore smoky eye makeup, you slashed a whole month. For you, it's just a few words. But lots of people are getting hurt. Fu Zhe rubbed his earlobe, Zhuang Nian's scolding gave him a headache. He pressed down on the armrests of his wheelchair. Fine. I'll leave. Poor Lin Lin had just entered the office with a stack of documents when he saw Fu Zhe wheeling away like a bullet escaping the office. Director Fu. Director Fu, wait. Don't go. If you leave, how am I supposed to survive? Director Fu. Director Fu. Clutching his files, Lin Lin chased after him, finally catching up inside the elevator. Zhuang Nian said I don't have to work today. Just sign these 2 documents before you go, Lin Lin pleaded desperately. Once Fu Zhe left, no one knew when, or if, he'd ever feel like coming back to handle business. What do you do when your boss hates working? Help, I'm desperate. Fu Zhe signed quickly. Lin Lin hurriedly stepped out of the elevator. With the boss gone, he had to cover everything. Master? Why are you leaving so early? This time, it was Xiao Han picking him up. Zhou Meng had been fined so many times he now refused to even look at Fu Zhe. Mind your own business. Fu Zhe was in a terrible mood. He opened Jihu and browsed through countless posts. How to confess properly. How to express love to a man. How to confess while keeping dignity. After reading so many threads, only a few quotes truly resonated with him. First, whether male or female, everyone likes a dominant yet dependable partner. Dominant means being deeply devoted, always considering their needs, making them feel cherished every single moment. Second, when you like someone, never fall into the trap of trying to move yourself. Truly understand what they want, instead of stubbornly imposing your own ideas onto them. Third, and most important, never approach confession with an agenda. If it fails, you can still stay friends. Don't be overly heartbroken. Fu Zhe steeled himself. This time, he would confess to Zhu Minghe. According to the script, Zhu Minghe developed feelings because he and that little wolf pup adopted a stray kitten together. This time, he must stop that stop that event from ever happening. Young master. I heard from Zhuang Nian that you're going to Chengdu to find Zhu Minghe. Xiao Han started the car and kept sneaking glances at Fu Zhe through the rearview mirror, wondering why he'd been staring at his phone with such a stupid smile. No. Fu Zhe turned off his phone. His cold gaze met Xiao Han's in the mirror, and Xiao Han quickly looked away. If the young master didn't go to Chengdu for Zhu Minghe, their lives were definitely going to get tough. He should rally everyone to persuade him later. Taking advantage of a red light, Xiao Han sent a message to Zhou Meng. When Fu Zhe returned to the villa, he saw several bodyguards carrying a large stainless steel pot. He initially thought it was kitchen staff doing their job, none of his business, but by unfortunate coincidence, they tripped right in front of him while carrying it. Ah! Xiao Yu, how can you be so clumsy? Can't even carry a pot properly. Zhou Meng sounded furious, but his words stuttered awkwardly. Xiao Han sweated just watching his acting. Sorry, team leader. Never mind. Anyway, this big iron pot for brewing medicine isn't useful anymore. Zhu Minghao won't be coming back. We might as well sell it, offer it cheap to someone who needs it. Huang Xia played the good cop while Zhou Meng played the bad cop, deliberately putting on this performance in front of Fu Zhe. Fu Zhe wasn't an idiot. He clapped his hands slowly, applauding, great acting. Who's the director? Me. Zhou Meng scratched his head and stepped forward. Was it that obvious? Very forced. Fu Zhe's three-word critique crushed a handsome man's dreams of becoming an actor. Zhou Meng stared gloomily as his colleagues carried the pot away. So, young master, do you still want this pot? Yes. But without Zhu Xiaoyi here, what use is this pot? Xiao Han chimed in at just the right moment, in just the right place, with just the right tone, and the sentence had an unexpectedly powerful effect. Fu Zhe smirked, lightly touching his left cheek as he looked amusedly at the group. You're really that eager to see me chasing after Zhu Mingho? What good would it do to bring him back? All he does is chatter all day and eat like a horse. Xiao Han shook his head frantically. No, Zhu Xiaoyi doesn't talk much at all, and he doesn't eat much either. Fine. Since you all want Zhu Mingho back so badly, I'll reluctantly make the trip. Fu Zhe spoke with exaggerated reluctance on his face. Chapter 99, Shen Jia's boyfriend energy overflows as he saves Xiao Ju. Even if he applied for a flight route now, the earliest he could fly to Chengdu would be tomorrow afternoon. Fu Zhe let out a sigh of relief. He wasn't sure what he'd say when he finally saw Zhu Mingho. Would confessing outright scare Zhu Mingho? He also wondered how Zhu Mingho was doing now, whether his parents had discovered he wasn't the real Zhu Mingho. But judging from those social media posts, it seemed like things were going fine between him and his parents. His life actually seemed quite vibrant, his posts showed far more richness and variety than the dull days spent in the Fu family villa. Truthfully, he kind of missed him. And he couldn't help but wonder, the person who'd had dinner with Zhu Mingho today, was that the male lead's rival? What did that male lead's rival look like? Was he as handsome as Fu Zhe himself? They say it's better to remember someone than to meet them again, but really, did Zhu Mingho ever think about him? Fu Zhe wallowed in self-pity for a long while before turning and heading upstairs to the second-floor room where Zhu Mingho had once stayed, yearning quietly for the one who had left. I miss him. Like hell I do. Zhu Mingho snapped, voice rising sharply at Lin Lin's question, emotions flaring unexpectedly. How could I possibly miss him? All he does is scowl and shout at people. And deduct their bonuses, Lin Lin added, exchanging a glance with Zhuang Nian, their eyes filled with quiet helplessness. After hanging up the phone, Lin Lin bit her lip. I think. How truly doesn't like Fu Zhe. Same here, Zhuang Nian nodded firmly, raising both hands and feet in full agreement. Zhu Mingho genuinely didn't like Fu Zhe. Or perhaps, if there was any liking at all, it was just a tiny shred, so small even Zhu Mingho himself couldn't sense it. Their strategy needed to shift toward Fu Zhe instead. They first had to amplify Fu Zhe's feelings for Zhu Mingho to the maximum, so he'd take the initiative on his own. After ending the call with Lin Lin, Zhu Mingho stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, lost in thought. Now, his mind was completely filled with Fu Zhe. Fu Zhe had stopped treatment for his leg injury a long time ago, and this guilt gnawed at him. Even spending Fu Zhe's money felt shameful. Staring at the dazzling night view of the bustling streets below, he suddenly felt a bit disoriented. Was something odd happening downstairs? He lived on the 15th floor, yet through the window he spotted a man down by the garden, walking a large dog. The dog appeared abnormally excited. Something alive dangled from its mouth, too far away for Zhu Mingho to make out clearly. Grabbing his phone, he opened the camera app, zoomed in, and realized, it was the Alaskan Malamute he'd seen earlier that day. And what it held in its jaws was a cat. Without bothering to change shoes, Zhu Mingho hastily threw on a down jacket and rushed downstairs. What the hell are you doing? Zhu Mingho slammed a broom, snatched from beside the neighborhood trash station, onto the ground, startling the dog owner. You crazy or something? Tell your dog to spit it out. This is animal abuse. The dog wants to play with the cat, what can I do? It's a dog, not a human. The owner shrugged helplessly, acting as if he were the real victim. It's not abuse, they're just playing. Zhu Mingho observed the scene closely. While he'd seen many fights between cats and dogs before, those were usually between pet dogs and stray cats. Alaskan Malamutes typically had gentle temperaments, but strays were often more aggressive. He could hear the cat's growling, its furious cries echoing under the dog's weight as the huge canine clamped down on the cat's head, pinning it to the ground. Maybe the dog only wanted to play. But the cat clearly felt provoked, and given the vast difference in size, it stood no chance, reduced to being pressed into the dirt by the massive dog. Seeing that the owner still did nothing, Zhu Mingho stepped forward himself, trying to force the dog to release the cat. Then he saw it, blood, smeared all over the cat's rear. This cat is pregnant. Your dog's making it scary. Ju Mingho shouted, swinging the broom at the dog. After 2 sharp hits on its back, the dog finally dropped the cat's head. The moment the dog released it, Ju Mingho quickly crouched down to check on the cat, when suddenly, he felt heat rushing toward him from behind. Instinct screamed, something warm and heavy was lunging at him from the side. The dog was charging, he might be knocked down, maybe even bitten in the neck. In the blink of an eye, a swift shadow darted past him, a powerful kick sent the nearly 200-pound Alaskan flying through the air. Ju Mingho froze, stunned, heart pounding violently, palms slick with cold sweat. Are you okay? Only when a man beside him reached out, supporting his arm to help him stand, did his heartbeat begin to slow. I'm fine. Do you have a death wish? You've killed my dog. Enraged and frantic, the dog owner stared at his motionless dog lying on the ground, then grabbed hold of Tsinjia's collar, pulling back his fist for a punch. Tsinjia grabbed the man's fist tightly. When your dog bites people, why don't you step up then? I'll compensate you with a well-trained one if it dies. Dogs that attack shouldn't live, the only pity is that their owner's an idiot. This thinly veiled insult turned the dog owner's face bright red. Tsinjia made a call to Tsinyi, telling him to come downstairs and handle the situation. Then he removed his scarf and gently wrapped the injured cat in it. I'll go with you to take the cat to the hospital. But, this scarf must be expensive. Why not use my down jacket instead? Ju Mingho began taking off his coat. It's just a scarf. Nothing matters more than life. Keep your jacket on, it's cold out here. After spotting Tsinyi approaching, Tsinjia guided Ju Mingho toward the underground parking garage. On the way to the hospital, the mother cat's condition worsened. At first she had been meowing weakly, but now she could only gasp heavily, making no sound at all. Ju Mingho grew increasingly anxious. He didn't know how to stop the bleeding, and couldn't urge Tsinjia to drive faster without risking an accident. Still, Tsinjia floored the accelerator, finally arriving at the nearest pet clinic. Ju Mingho jumped out of the car cradling the cat and rushed inside. Even after handing her over, his heart continued to race uncontrollably. A large hand took hold of his wrist and led him to a seat in the hallway. Sit down. Here, drink some hot cocoa. Thank you. Ju Mingho looked up and saw Tsinjia again. He accepted the cup quietly and murmured his thanks. Don't worry. She'll be okay. Tsinjia sat beside Ju Mingho and spoke softly. Ju Mingho shook his head. I'm not scared. Not scared. Then why is your face so pale? Tsinjia studied his face closely. As he did, he noticed color slowly returning to Ju Mingho's cheeks. He suddenly realized Ju Mingho was blushing. So he's easily flustered, huh? Tsinjia averted his gaze, deciding to make small talk to distract him. Ju Mingho spoke first. Your outfit today looks really good. I have a shoot today. My assistant helped pick it out. Tsinjia tugged slightly at his hem, adjusting his clothes. A shoot? Yeah, a motivational video for the senior year students at my alma mater, 100-day countdown before exams. Tsinjia smiled, revealing his perfectly aligned 8 teeth. You need an assistant to help dress for a video meant for younger schoolmates? Ju Mingho genuinely couldn't wrap his head around it. Has the world of CEO novels really become this intense? Chapter 100 Fu Zhe makes a discovery in Ju Mingho's room. After all, I was the top science student in last year's college entrance exam. I should still care about my image among my juniors, said Tsinjia, standing up and walking to the vending machine by the door to buy a pack of disinfectant wipes. There's blood on your hands. Wipe them. Ju Mingho stretched out his hands and examined them. Sure enough, there were some faint bloodstains. He took the wipe and felt a quiet warmth inside. Tsinjia was so thoughtful. Thanks. Tsinjia smiled slightly but didn't speak, sitting quietly beside him while watching Ju Mingho clean his hands. The doctor soon finished examining the cat and quickly came out to update them. The mother cat isn't doing well. There are 5 kittens, and their condition is also critical. We plan to perform a C-section first, then do our best to save them. Do you agree? Ju Mingho froze. His mind raced as he struggled with the decision, should they prioritize the mother or the kittens? Sensing his hesitation, Tsinjia gently patted the back of his hand and turned to the doctor. We trust your judgment. Please do everything you can, the life of another being depends on it. Don't give up. Money is not an issue. After sending the doctor into the operating room, Tsinjia looked at Ju Mingho, who was pacing anxiously in the hallway, and comforted him, don't worry. Trust the doctor's skills, okay? Okay. Ju Mingho and Tsinjia waited in the hallway late into the night before finally receiving news that was both good and troubling. Though the kittens had been delivered via C-section and were temporarily alive, the mother cat's condition remained grim. After paying the medical fees, Tsinjia gently urged Ju Mingho to go back and rest. Waiting here won't solve anything. Listen to me, go get some sleep. Tomorrow will surely bring better news. What about you? Ju Mingho stared at him, noticing Tsinjia had no intention of leaving, growing increasingly uneasy. If I go back, you come too. I won't leave you here alone while I sleep. That would be too awkward. And today, after all, Sun Jia had gotten into a physical fight entirely because of him. Unable to convince Zhu Mingho otherwise, Sun Jia had no choice but to drive back with him. Inside the room, Fu Zhe held the cover of a notebook on the desk, torn by an inner battle. It's fine to take a look, Zhu Mingho isn't even here. But this is someone else's privacy. But it clearly says, Fu Zhe recovery plan, right here, my name's on it. It shouldn't be a problem if I just take a peek, right? If you really want to read it, I can't stop you. After a fierce internal struggle, Fu Zhe finally opened the notebook. What greeted him was Zhu Mingho's unmistakable scribbly handwriting, like wriggling earthworms. Replace. DLJS replace. Cure Fu Zhe and leave. Exactly as he'd suspected. Even once he could walk again, he'd still have to pretend he couldn't. Otherwise, given Zhu Mingho's personality, he'd pack his bags and leave the Fu family villa overnight, with zero negotiation. The rest of the pages were filled with medical terms and Zhu Mingho's occasional rants and reflections. Seeing how many complaints Zhu Mingho had written about him, Fu Zhe burst into loud laughter. Am I really that scary? In his eyes, the version of himself that Zhu Mingho saw felt completely different from how he perceived himself. This notebook was more like a diary, densely covered with the words, Fu Zhe. Fu Zhe is unhappy today, because he saw me talking too much with Zhou Xiangmin, his face was pitch black. Fu Zhe is unhappy again today, all because I told him the truth about the car accident. Today I celebrated Fu Zhe's birthday, he must have been happy. Looking at the words, Fu Zhe, and happy, the real Fu Zhe felt strangely sad. So all along, his joy and sorrow had been observed by Zhu Mingho, who himself felt sorrow when Fu Zhe was unhappy. So his emotions could affect others, too. For a moment, Fu Zhe felt as if wings sprouted from his back, ready to fly straight to Zhu Mingho's home in Chengdu. Rubbing his stinging nose, Fu Zhe raised his hand to remove his glasses, but accidentally knocked the notebook off the desk. As he bent down to pick it up, he noticed a piece of paper beneath the desk. He squeezed himself painfully under the table, pulled out the paper, shook off the dust, and looked at the words with anticipation. But one glance turned his blood ice cold. Chapter 101, Fu Zhe's Prelude to Chasing His Wife. Fu Zhe couldn't believe what was written on the paper. He pushed up the glasses perched on his nose, closed his eyes tightly, then looked back at the page. Straining to decipher Zhu Mingho's crooked handwriting. Fu Zhe will propose to Zhou Xiangming on his 25th birthday. You must cure his leg before that time. The Zhou family business will be acquired by Fu Zhe, and Zhou Yong will die indirectly because of Fu Zhe. Later, Fu Zhe will regret deeply and suffer in chasing his wife. You must advise Fu Zhe properly, don't let him end up destroying her. The Fu Corporation was already in the process of acquiring the Zhou company. But how exactly would Zhou Yong die because of him? Fu Zhe rubbed his chin. Somehow, he actually felt a bit excited. He continued reading the lines below. Zhou Xiangming uses petty schemes to damage your image in Fu Zhe's heart, but remember, she's the female lead. You can't get angry with her. Besides, Fu Zhe is someone who always seeks revenge. If he sees you bullying Zhou Xiangming, who knows what he'll do to you. Even though Fu Hanwen is Fu Zhe's second uncle, you still need to warn Fu Zhe not to let his guard down. Fu Hanwen would do anything for profit. If Fu Zhe values family ties too much, it won't end well. Heavens, I can't believe someone like Zhou Xiangming could actually be the female lead. Does she really love Fu Zhe? It feels more like she wants him dead. The plot has completely collapsed. Why does Fu Zhe break off the engagement with Zhou Xiangming? If so, who will become the new female lead? If the script can't be fulfilled, how am I supposed to return? Script. Fu Zhe had originally assumed that Zhu Mingho's situation was merely a soul swap. He never expected Zhu Mingho had actually transmigrated into a book. And Zhu Mingho had been desperately trying to return, which was why he kept pushing Fu Zhe and Zhou Xiangming together. Yet at the same time, disgusted by Zhou Xiangming's actions, he kept arguing with her. Since you're already here, don't bother leaving. Just stay and be with me. A determined glint flashed in Fu Zhe's eyes. He would definitely make Zhu Mingho fall for him. He would marry Zhu Mingho. But why were there only two possible scripts? The one Zhu Mingho obtained featured himself and Zhou Xiangming as the protagonists. Yet the one Fu Zhe had dreamed about had himself and Zhu Mingho as the main couple. Was there some kind of misunderstanding here? According to Zhu Mingho's description of the script, Fu Zhe was hopelessly in love with Zhou Xiangming, yet Fu Zhe had never felt any affection for her at all. His engagement to Zhou Xiangming was entirely due to Fu Hanwen's behind-the-scenes manipulation and coercion. And Zhou Xiangming herself held no interest in him, something Zhu Mingho was fully aware of. In Zhu Mingho's script, Fu Zhe had no defense against Fu Hanwen, eventually allowing Fu Hanwen to seize control of the Fu Corporation. But in reality, Fu Zhe had clashed with Fu Hanwen since childhood. For years, they had sabotaged each other's businesses. He certainly didn't blindly trust Fu Hanwen. If Fu Zhe truly obeyed Fu Hanwen without question, why would Fu Hanwen even orchestrate that car accident? The logic doesn't add up. Fu Zhe carefully compared the differences between Zhu Mingho's script and reality. After restoring the note and notebook exactly as he found them, he finally stepped out of the room, deep in thought about how he could follow the script he'd seen, and win Zhu Mingho back. Zhou Meng, tomorrow morning, even if you have to force your way in, add my name to the reservation list. I'm having lunch with Zhu Mingho. He made the call, issuing Zhou Meng a firm order. No matter what, he would arrive beside Zhu Mingho early tomorrow. He couldn't let Qing Jia get there first. If necessary, he'd resort to the suffering strategy. Even the strongest woman can't resist persistent pursuit. He would pull out all the stops to bring Zhu Mingho back. At the thought of seeing Zhu Mingho again tomorrow, Fu Zhe felt both thrilled and anxious, tossing and turning in bed, unable to sleep. His mind was filled entirely with Zhu Mingho. If what Zhu Mingho wrote was true, in the original timeline, the original Zhu Mingho would have died from falling off a cliff after running away in fear during their trip to the mountains. That was why Zhu Mingho was so desperate to use curing his legs as a bargaining chip for survival. That meant, in the original story, Fu Zhe was a terrifying villain. This time, he would prove to Zhu Mingho through genuine care and sincere actions that he was actually gentle, kind, and warm-hearted. Yes. That's the plan. Come on, Fu Zhe. Chapter 102. Fu Zhe chases his wife for thousands of miles, only to be turned away at the door. The next morning, Zhu Mingho got up early to wash and brush his teeth. He had made plans with Xinjia last night to visit the pet hospital at 8 o'clock to check on the cat's condition. As soon as his alarm went off, he quickly jumped out of bed, afraid of being late. After hastily finishing his morning routine, he changed his shoes, opened the door, and saw Xinjia standing right outside. Why are you here? I was waiting for you. Xinjia smiled gently as he handed over a lunchbox in his hand. I bought some steamed buns downstairs, have some. They're pretty good. Thanks. Why didn't you knock when you arrived? Zhu Mingho took the lunchbox, carefully closed the door behind him, and walked beside Xinjia with his long legs, only slightly less impressive than Xinjia's but not by much. It's too early. I was afraid I'd wake your parents, Xinjia said, pointing at the lunchbox. Eat while it's hot. The meat filling won't taste as good once it cools down. Zhu Mingho had bought buns from that shop downstairs before, the owner always used plastic bags. Was Xinjia really this thoughtful? Bringing a lunchbox all the way there? Watching Zhu Mingho open the lid, Xinjia reached out. Let me hold the lid for you. You eat quickly. Zhu Mingho gave him a grateful smile. Xinjia mentally gave Xin Yi full marks for his plan. Apparently, using a lunchbox to carry breakfast had been Xin Yi's idea. Bro, listen to me. Put the buns in a lunchbox for him, not only will it leave a deeper impression on him, but if he doesn't finish eating, bringing the box home gives him an excuse to return it later after washing it. Now it seemed there was yet another opportunity, to hold the lid for Zhu Mingho as a subtle sign of thoughtfulness. 1 move, 3 gains. 1 stone, 3 birds. Not bad. Not bad at all. He'd definitely give Xin Yi extra chicken legs later. I left the doctor's number last night, Xinjia said gently upon seeing Zhu Mingho wolfing down his food, then casually handed him a bottle of water. It wasn't just room temperature, the cap had already been loosened for him. Zhu Mingho clearly noticed his attentiveness and froze for a second. Thank you so much. Xinjia chuckled. Besides, thank you, do you know how to say anything else? Count how many times you've said thank you since yesterday. Oh. Zhu Mingho laughed awkwardly, then took a big gulp of water. After finishing their meal, Xinjia started the car and drove toward the pet hospital. Upon arrival, they met the doctor who had been on duty the previous night. Zhu Mingho immediately stepped forward to ask about the situation. The doctor looked helpless. The mother cat just passed away. She lost too much blood, we couldn't save her. One of the kittens died too. I've arranged a nursing mother cat to care for the other 4. Zhu Mingho looked saddened. So, what should we do with the mother cat? Cremation, or? I know this mother cat was a stray. If you don't have a way to arrange cremation or burial, our hospital has a dedicated service. The doctor pulled out a flyer from a brochure stand in the hallway and handed it to Zhu Mingho. Then we'll go with your recommendation. Seeing Zhu Mingho's sorrow, Xinjia spoke softly, observing his expression and making the decision on his behalf. Zhu Mingho followed a nurse to see the kittens, while Xinjia went to handle the remains of the mother cat. Meanwhile, Fu Zhe, who had taken an early flight to Chengdu, arrived at Zhu Mingho's residence under Zhou Meng's guidance. He pressed the doorbell for an unusually long time, but no one came to open the door. Zhou Meng, are you sure this is the right place? Absolutely certain. This house is indeed registered under Zhu Zheng's name. Zhou Meng sounded confident. Maybe they're still asleep. Let's wait a bit longer. Fu Zhe kept pressing the doorbell for a while longer. After a long wait, a middle-aged man wearing a sweat-stained tank top and loose shorts, barefoot and barely able to keep his eyes open, finally opened the door. What the hell, so early? Is this Mr. Zhu Mingho's home? No. It's my home. The man didn't recognize Fu Zhe, and promptly shut the door in their faces. Left standing outside, Fu Zhe and Zhou Meng felt utterly embarrassed. Chapter 103, Fu Zhe gets scratched by a cat while searching for Xiao Ju and Xinjia's love confession cat. Sir, this is just too embarrassing, Zhou Meng muttered, wishing he could leap from the 15th floor and end it all. You saying that isn't even more embarrassing, replied Fu Zhe. Though deeply embarrassed, his toes nearly digging through the 15th floor, he kept his expression perfectly calm on the surface. Zhu Zheng has always had a bad temper. After a long silence, Zhou Meng finally offered this explanation, attempting to comfort both Fu Zhe and himself. The scene from earlier was so humiliating it would haunt him beyond death. Fu Zhe shook his head. Never mind. Let's wait downstairs for Zhu Mingho instead. I don't believe he won't leave the building at all today. Under the pavilion downstairs, Fu Zhe, feeling utterly bored, suddenly recalled that Xinjia and Zhu Mingho had grown close because of a stray cat near their neighborhood. Slowly, he stepped down from his wheelchair and squatted outside the green belt, secretly scanning the area for any cats. A little boy passing by pointed at Fu Zhe and shouted, "Mom, Mom. Why does this uncle walk fine but still use a wheelchair? Maybe he's splav. Cos what? Cosplaying disabled people." Their conversation reached Fu Zhe's ears, making him intensely uncomfortable. He quickly instructed Zhou Meng to push the wheelchair farther away from him. Searching and searching, he finally heard one or two faint meows. Following the sound, he spotted a girl feeding a cat. The feeding spot was behind a small flower bed, an area that clearly served as a designated feeding zone. There were bowls filled with cat food and fresh water. The girl was opening a can of wet food for an orange cat. Seeing the cat calmed Fu Zhe somewhat. Was this the very cat that Zhu Mingho and Xinjia liked? Didn't seem special. For a stray, it was way too fat. After the girl finished feeding and walked away, Fu Zhe seized his chance. Wanting to touch the cat like the girl had done, to bond with it, he reached out, hand nearing the cat's head, only for the cat to dodge swiftly. Why do you let her pet you but not me? You can't be this double standard as a cat. Come on, be a good kitty, let me stroke you, Fu Zhe attempted to gently persuade the feline master. The cat narrowed its eyes and meowed softly. Fu Zhe mistook this for consent and stretched his hand toward the cat again. Then, he got scratched. When he showed up in front of Zhou Meng with his clawed hand raised, Zhou Meng almost collapsed in guilt. It's all my fault. I should have been watching you, I let you get hurt by a cat. It's okay. My bad. It meowed at me, I thought it wanted to play. Never expected this cat to be such a two-faced backstabber, Fu Zhe said, holding up his injured hand, unsure what to do. Zhou Meng snapped back into action first. Quick, sir, into the car. I'll take you to the hospital. You need a shot. In the car, Zhou Meng opened the navigation app, typed hospital, and sped off down the road. We're here. We're here. But when they arrived and Zhou Meng looked up, he froze in shock. Why is this a pet hospital? I followed the navigation exactly. This is so strange. Fu Zhe had stared at his hand all the way, swearing inwardly that he'd never own a cat again. This scratch would scar him for life. He'd approached so calmly, so kindly, just wanted to pet the thing, and got attacked. The more he thought about it, the more frustrated he felt. Whatever. As long as it's a place that can treat wounds, it's fine. At this point, Fu Zhe wasn't going to be picky. Any place to tend to his injury would do. But the moment his long legs stepped out of the car, Zhou Meng grabbed his legs and shoved him back inside. Chapter 104 Fu Zhe, I miss you so much. What are you doing? Fu Zhe was startled by Zhou Meng's sudden movement. Once he regained his senses, he yanked his leg back hard, which Zhou Meng had grabbed. Zhou Meng was incredibly strong, Fu Zhe felt as if his leg might snap any moment, but no matter how hard he pulled, he couldn't free himself. Finally, biting the bullet, Fu Zhe slapped Zhou Meng's hand sharply. Only then did Zhou Meng belatedly let go, wearing an apologetic smile. Young master, I didn't mean to grab your leg. It's just. I saw Master Zhu just now. Hadn't they agreed to keep Fu Zhe's recovering leg a secret? He understood Zhou Meng had acted out of urgency and for his own good. Zhu Mingho. How could he be here? Once the thought of pets crossed his mind, Fu Zhe instantly lost his composure. He looked around frantically but didn't see Zhu Mingho anywhere. Are you sure you didn't imagine it? No way, young master. I'm not that old yet. Zhou Meng opened the trunk and took out the wheelchair. Fu Zhe effortlessly propped himself up and transferred into the chair. Then he carefully positioned the wound on his hand in a noticeable spot before heading toward the entrance of the pet clinic. If Zhu Mingho really was inside, he hoped the man would notice his injury immediately. Sure enough, near the front desk of the clinic, Fu Zhe spotted Zhu Mingho chatting happily with a man and the nurse at reception. The three of them were laughing and enjoying themselves, completely carefree. Fu Zhe stared intently at Zhu Mingho, wanting nothing more than to shout out loud. Young master, don't stare so directly at Master Zhu. It's too obvious and unnatural, Zhou Meng whispered, trying to caution Fu Zhe. What should have been a chance encounter now resembled a premeditated confrontation under Fu Zhe's intense gaze. Fu Zhe shifted his eyes away. Push faster. Otherwise, my blood will clot. Zhou Meng quickened his pace. As they approached Zhu Mingho, who was still engaged in conversation with the stranger, Zhou Meng deliberately wheeled Fu Zhe right in front of him. Their eyes met briefly, but Zhu Mingho said nothing, showing no sign of greeting them. With a swift motion, Zhou Meng spun the wheelchair and slid Fu Zhe right before Zhu Mingho. What a coincidence, Master Zhu. So lucky. Zhu Mingho exclaimed, genuinely surprised. I didn't expect to run into you two here in Chengdu. When I saw you earlier, I wasn't even sure it was really you. My young master was scratched by a cat. I'm taking him to get his wound treated. We followed the navigation and ended up at a pet hospital, Zhou Meng said, scratching his head sheepishly. His expression toward Zhu Mingho was full of sincerity. Master Zhu, since you're a doctor, do you think a cat scratch can be treated at a pet hospital? Zhu Mingho paused, then pulled over the man beside him. This is my neighbor, Xinjia. Then he gestured toward Fu Zhe and Zhou Meng. These two are Fu Zhe and Zhou Meng. Fu Zhe is my former boss, and Zhou Meng used to work with me. Xinjia stepped forward with a smile and extended his hand. Dr. Zhou, Dr. Fu, hello. Fu Zhe and Zhou Meng were both stunned by being addressed as doctors. Xinjia really had some unique logic. But it wasn't entirely his fault, it was mostly due to Zhu Mingho's misleading introduction. After the introductions, Zhu Mingho quickly ran inside to ask the staff whether they could treat a human cat bite, completely unaware of the awkward expressions on the other three men's faces. He had no idea that Xinjia now mistakenly believed both Fu Zhe and Zhou Meng were physicians. Moments later, Zhu Mingho returned cheerfully. Seeing the three standing silently, he broke the ice. Fu Zhe, the doctor says they can treat it. Come on in. All right. Zhou Meng pushed Fu Zhe closely behind Zhu Mingho, afraid that if Zhu Mingho changed his mind, he'd abandon them. While the vet treated the wound, Zhu Mingho and Zhou Meng waited outside the examination room. If you're that worried, why not just go inside with him? Zhu Mingho couldn't help but tease, watching Zhou Meng repeatedly tiptoeing and peering into the room like a comic actor. Zhou Meng waved his hand. No, can't go in. Might disturb the treatment. Since you're so concerned about him, how did you let him get injured in the first place? Though Zhu Mingho's tone remained calm and casual, Zhou Meng, whether from excessive guilt or something else, felt a subtle accusation in those words. I parked the young master's wheelchair beside a flower bed, and then a stray cat passed by and scratched him. Zhou Meng stammered out the made-up story. Zhu Mingho frowned. Was it a rabid cat? That would be serious. If it was a mad cat that had attacked Fu Zhe, then a rabies vaccine would definitely be required. Zhu Mingho walked over to the doctor. Dr. Fei, please give him a rabies vaccine. He was scratched by a mad stray cat, better safe than sorry. All right. Without hesitation, Dr. Fei agreed. Fu Zhe glared unhappily at Zhu Mingho's retreating figure. Wasn't the whole reason he'd come here to win Zhu Mingho back? With such a perfect opportunity presented by his injury, how could he not make full use of it? Hiss. He deliberately let out a cry of pain just as the doctor began rinsing the second wound with saline. The doctor glanced at him. The man who hadn't made a sound during several previous rinses suddenly screaming in pain. Something was clearly off. Sure enough, upon hearing the cry, Zhu Mingho turned back. Does it hurt that much? Fu Zhe nodded. It hurts. Zhu Mingho immediately returned to Fu Zhe's side, gently grasping his tense shoulders. Don't be nervous. Relax, okay? Fu Zhe didn't respond, he instead deliberately tightened the muscles in his neck and shoulders even more. As expected, Zhu Mingho grew even gentler, whispering softly into his ear, it's alright, it'll be over soon. Don't be nervous. Close your eyes, don't look. While basking in this tender care, Fu Zhe suddenly noticed the doctor trying hard to suppress a laugh. Though the doctor wore a mask, his crinkled eyes gave it away, he was definitely laughing. Was his acting really that obvious? Fu Zhe instantly lost confidence. He had been planning to exaggerate even more, but now it seemed better to tone it down. Finally, after the wound was treated and the first dose of the vaccine administered, Zhu Mingho wheeled Fu Zhe out of the examination room. Why did you suddenly come to Chengdu? Zhu Mingho asked, barely holding back the question for long. Hearing this, Fu Zhe clenched and unclenched his hand, then lifted his head to meet Zhu Mingho's gaze. I was in Daido, I miss you so much. Chapter 105, How do you know the way to my home, and even what floor I live on? Miss me? Zhu Mingho's pupils visibly dilated. Of course, it wasn't due to any neurological damage, it was sheer shock. Fu Zhe missed him. And he'd even used the word really. What exactly did Fu Zhe miss about him? He couldn't wrap his head around it at all. Heaven above, could someone please give him a reasonable explanation? What had Zhu Mingho ever done to deserve this? After a fierce internal struggle, he gradually settled on what Fu Zhe's real intention must be. He raised an eyebrow at the nervous Fu Zhe. You're probably just here for my bonus money, right? Zhu Mingho's remark made Fu Zhe start fidgeting with his fingers in embarrassment. He knew full well that he often deducted bonuses, but no one had ever brought it up so directly before. Hearing it said out loud like this made him strangely flustered. No, I really did miss you, Fu Zhe replied slowly, each word deliberate and sincere, and then immediately felt awkward. The heat rising in his face felt like it could singe his eyebrows off. Was this considered a confession? These kinds of romantic words usually belonged between lovers, yet here he was saying them now, his entire face burning red. He might combust from sheer embarrassment. Wish he'd worn a mask earlier. He kept his head down, not wanting Zhu Mingho to see how flushed he was. Zhou Meng, already warned by Fu Zhe, had moved a good 10 meters away and hadn't heard a thing. Zhu Mingho pondered the truthfulness behind Fu Zhe's words, and why he would say something like that in the first place. Finally, after deep reflection, he arrived at what seemed like a logical conclusion. Fu Zhe, are you upset because I've been treating your leg too slowly? Huh? Fu Zhe nearly exploded with frustration. After finally gathering the courage to confess his feelings, only to be completely misunderstood. Zhu Mingho really was incredibly dense. It infuriated him. But Fu Zhe's hesitation only confirmed, in Zhu Mingho's eyes, that he was simply too embarrassed to admit the truth. Yeah, I've realized I've been slacking off. Running off to Chengdu unannounced like this, that was wrong of me. Zhu Mingho apologized sincerely, looking at Fu Zhe with genuine remorse. Luckily, my old man is here now. Let me take you home so he can check you out. His medical skills are far better than mine. As they passed the front desk, Zhu Mingho glanced apologetically at Sun Jia. Sorry, Sun Jia, my friends are here, I need to go take care of them. I can't keep you company today. It's fine, Sun Jia replied with gentlemanly grace. Since they've come all the way from afar, you should show them around Chengdu a bit. Alright. If there's anything I can help with, just let me know. I'm free anytime. Got it. At the sound of got it, Fu Zhe shot Sun Jia a deeply resentful glare. Sun Jia stared back, utterly baffled. He was startled by the venom in that look. How could someone as bright and sunny as Zhu Mingho have such a strange, vicious, sinister superior as a friend? Honestly, he needed to find a chance to warn Zhu Mingho to stay wary of this guy. He didn't seem like a trustworthy person at all. After a brief tussle over the driver's seat, Zhu Mingho lost to Zhou Meng. Zhou Meng drove smoothly toward Zhu Mingho's residential complex, prompting Zhu Mingho to ask in surprise, wait, you've never been to Chengdu before, how do you know the way to my house? Oh, I checked the map when I came, Zhou Meng attempted a harmless lie. Zhu Mingho was gullible enough to believe whatever people told him. He didn't suspect a thing, instead turning excitedly to introduce Fu Zhe to local delicacies along the way. I forgot, you were scratched by a cat, so you can't eat spicy food. Otherwise, I could have taken you for hot pot. Zhu Mingho saw a fantastic hot pot fish restaurant and initially planned to bring Fu Zhe there tonight, but remembering his injury, he reluctantly abandoned the idea. We could do a yuanyang pot, Fu Zhe said quietly. Right now, he adored the word yuanyang, as if eating a yuanyang hot pot could make them actual Mandarin ducks. Well, actually, they'd be yuan together. There aren't many places here that offer yuanyang pots. I'll try to find one though, if there's a place that has it, I'll definitely take you. Zhu Mingho wasn't ready to give up on hot pot entirely. If they went, he'd make sure to push fatty intestines on Fu Zhe, along with brain curd, duck intestines. Oh, by the way, do you want to try spicy rabbit head? Rabbit? Fu Zhe pictured the cute little creature. The thought made him hesitate. He'd once kept a lop-eared rabbit as a kid, but it died from diarrhea. He'd mourned its loss for a long, long time. Rabbits are so adorable, why would anyone eat them? Zhu Mingho burst into laughter at Fu Zhe's deadpan delivery of that classic line in a refined Beijing accent. Everyone knew spoiled, whiny women had the best luck. So why did it feel so different when Fu Zhe did it? It was like Mike Tyson suddenly becoming clingy and sweet, absolutely hilarious. Spicy rabbit head is delicious. You'll regret missing out, Zhu Mingho said, refusing to look at Fu Zhe again, afraid his uncontrollable laughter would provoke Fu Zhe into docking his bonus. We're here. After Zhou Meng parked inside the residential complex, Zhu Mingho retrieved Fu Zhe's wheelchair. Why don't you clean this thing? It's covered in dust. Then something clicked in Zhu Mingho's mind. Fu Zhe was a frequent wheelchair user, the chair was practically an extension of his legs. How could there possibly be a thin layer of dust on the axle? This wheelchair is brand new. The young master only bought it after arriving in Chengdu. They'd forgotten to bring the old one. Since they were faking it all the way, they needed a spare. Hence, this one was freshly purchased. A new wheelchair with dust already? If the seller didn't give you a discount, I'm offended on your behalf. Zhu Mingho wiped the dust off with a wet wipe before allowing Fu Zhe to sit down. Fu Zhe smiled faintly. Not many people buy wheelchairs like this. It must have been sitting around for a while. So should we thank the manufacturer for your charity work? Coming to a new city just to replace a wheelchair, none of them are cheap, you know. Zhu Mingho teased Fu Zhe for being extravagant, but then again, he realized, this was exactly how rich people operated. Fu Zhe buying a new wheelchair per city was actually quite reasonable. Many wealthy individuals bought a whole house every time they visited a new place. Like his old man, for instance. Fu Zhe, do you own property here? The casual question earned him electrifying news. Yes, 2 villas. If you don't mind, I can give you one. Zhu Mingho waved his hands frantically, nearly turning them into fluttering blossoms. Don't mind, don't mind. Wait, no, I don't want it. One shouldn't accept undeserved gifts. Maybe if he'd actually cured Fu Zhe's leg, he'd have the nerve to take the villa. The elevator arrived. Zhu Mingho wheeled Fu Zhe inside, but quick as a flash, Zhou Meng pressed the button for the 15th floor. Zhu Mingho finally lost his cool. You really think no one will get mad? Do you see everyone else as dumb? Tell me, how did you know I live on the 15th floor? Zhu Mingho planted his hands on his hips, glaring furiously at Zhou Meng, who shrank into the corner like a guilty quail. Don't act pitiful. I want a proper explanation. Zhu Mingho stared intently at Zhou Meng. Had he secretly investigated him? Well. Fu Zhe started to speak, only to be instantly cut off. You stay out of this. Zhu Mingho's clever little mind spun into action. He gripped Fu Zhe's shoulders with sudden certainty. Your hand was scratched by a cat from my neighborhood too. Fu Zhe tried to explain, but Zhu Mingho clamped a hand over his mouth. Just say yes or no. I don't want any other excuses. Yes. You investigated me. Chapter 106 Xiao Fu, Zhu Mingho, why haven't you come to save me yet? Someone's poaching on your territory. It was me who asked him to investigate. Fu Zhe admitted openly. He didn't want to deceive Zhu Mingho just because the other was naive, he refused to take advantage of him. Zhuang Nian had once said that when you like someone, honesty matters. Being truthful in front of the person you like is a definite plus. Zhu Mingho stared at Fu Zhe's expression through the mirror inside the elevator without any restraint. Though his tone sounded sincere, there wasn't a trace of apology in his eyes, rather, he seemed completely justified. It made Zhu Mingho pout, hands on hips, glaring daggers, his classic trio of anger. Why are you guys investigating me? Zhu Mingho grumbled unwillingly. If you wanted to know where I live, you could have just called and asked. I wouldn't have hidden it from you. Why go around investigating people all the time? Who do you think you are? Are you some FBI agent or something? Sorry, it's just a habit. Fu Zhe tugged lightly at Zhu Mingho's sleeve, hoping to calm him down. Zhu Mingho widened his eyes like copper bells and slapped Fu Zhe's hand away. A habit? You actually have this kind of habit? Do you think the police are decorations? If you do it again, I'm calling the cops and having officer policemen arrest you. What kind of ridiculous habit is that? Making invading others' privacy into a habit? Who does he think he is? Fuming, Zhu Mingho crossed his arms and leaned against the elevator wall, shooting sharp glances at Fu Zhe every few seconds. He was so angry. We've reached the 15th floor. An awkward, tense atmosphere filled the elevator. Zhou Meng kept pressing the door open button, afraid to let go, but since neither of his bosses moved, he could only whisper cautiously. Zhou Meng, the weak, pitiful, helpless one. Zhu Mingho glanced at the floor number displayed and reluctantly pushed Fu Zhe's wheelchair out. Zhou Meng dared not walk ahead again, he feared his muscle memory might provoke Zhu Mingho's wrath once more. Why aren't you knocking? Zhu Mingho pushed Fu Zhe to the side of the door, puzzled by Zhou Meng's sudden lack of initiative. Pretending what now? Zhou Meng already knew he lived on the 15th floor, how could he not know which apartment? Now he starts pretending. Zhou Meng gave an awkward smile. Right away. No matter how badly Master messed up, Zhu Mingho would still forgive him and push his wheelchair afterward. But he himself remained an invisible pawn caught between them, unable to offend either side. Sigh. Zhou Meng often felt like the biggest victim around. Nervously reaching out to knock, Zhu Mingho whispered, "There's a doorbell right beside you." Zhou Meng hurriedly pressed the doorbell as well. This time, the door opened quickly. Zhu Zheng looked at the familiar face and frowned slightly. Didn't you come this morning already? Aha, ha. Zhou Meng quickly stepped aside, revealing Zhu Mingho behind him. Zhu Zheng glanced at Zhu Mingho, yes, definitely his son. Come in. Zhu Mingho directed Zhou Meng to change into slippers, but there was no way for Fu Zhe's wheelchair to comply. After thinking for a moment, Zhu Mingho decided he needed to wipe the wheels clean first. Zhou Meng, help me lift Fu Zhe onto the sofa. I'll clean the dust off his wheelchair. I just mopped the floor last night. Their floor was hardwood, difficult to clean. Zhu Mingho hated seeing his mom struggle with it, so he always took care of the mopping himself. Zhou Meng helped Fu Zhe onto the sofa while Zhu Mingho wheeled the chair into the bathroom to wash it. On the sofa, Fu Zhe endured Zhu Zheng's intense gaze. Finally, just as he couldn't bear the silence any longer and was about to speak, Zhu Zheng asked, "Why are you looking for Zhu Mingho?" "To treat my leg." Fu Zhe had struggled hard to come up with this excuse. He couldn't possibly tell Zhu Mingho's father on their first meeting that he'd flown all the way from Beijing to Chengdu simply because he missed his son. "What happened to your leg?" Zhu Zheng asked knowingly, pouring 2 cups of tea and handing one each to Fu Zhe and Zhou Meng. Without shifting his gaze, he fixed his eyes on Fu Zhe's legs. If he remembered correctly, this man was the CEO of the Fu Corporation. His son had spent months neglecting the family clinic, treating this man's leg, and still hadn't cured it. I was in a car accident before. I've heard a little about that accident. Zhu Zheng sipped his tea and poured the remaining liquid over his clay teapot. That second uncle of yours isn't simple. Do you know about his illegitimate son, Li Jiahao? Yes. The cerebral palsy, he caused that. What? Fu Zhe was utterly shocked. His uncle was this ruthless. He could do such a thing to his own child. Your second uncle looked down on Li Li, that woman of loose morals, but since she had his dirty secrets, he couldn't force her to abort. So he deliberately gave her drugs that caused fetal malformations. To this day, Zhu Zheng still couldn't understand how Fu Zhe had managed to grow up under Fu Hanwen's persecution. This young man truly isn't ordinary. On this point, I really do admire you. No, not at all, Fu Zhe replied modestly. Though he wasn't sure what exactly Zhu Zheng admired about him, such praise from an elder felt excessive for a mere junior. Zhu Zheng glanced toward his son, who was still scrubbing away in the bathroom. I admire anyone who can get that kid to treat them for half a year without switching doctors. Fu Zhe was puzzled, ? 5 million a month, couldn't you just hire me instead? I have way more experience. I once treated a completely paralyzed patient with post-stroke complications. He could go to the toilet by himself within half a year. Zhu Zheng went on and on about his medical career, practically eager for Fu Zhe to transfer the money straight into his bank account right then and there. Fu Zhe sat upright and stiff, feigning serious attention while desperately hoping Zhu Minghe would come out soon. Someone's poaching on your territory. Why aren't you coming out yet? Why are you cleaning that wheelchair so thoroughly? It's not like you're going to eat it. He was already thinking of sending Zhou Meng to take over cleaning the wheelchair and pulling Zhu Minghe back in here. Zhou Meng, let me say, thank you, because of you. Dad, where's Mom? After finishing wiping the wheelchair clean and placing it by the living room, Zhu Minghe wanted to ask if there were any snacks or fruit platters at home to serve Fu Zhe. After looking around and seeing no one, he called out. Your mom went grocery shopping. She said we're having hot pot chicken today. Slightly annoyed that his monologue had been interrupted, Zhu Zheng showed his displeasure. Noticing this, Zhu Minghe quickly disappeared into the kitchen to look for fruit in the fridge. He rinsed some apples and grapes hastily and carried the fruit platter back in. We don't have much fruit at home, so please make do with these. No worries, no need to be particular. At this moment, all Fu Zhe wished for was that Zhu Minghe would come sit nearby and help share the pressure. Zhu Zheng was terrifying. Compared to Zhu Zheng, Zhu Minghe seemed so harmless, sweet, kind, and innocent. Clearly, Zhu Minghe took after his mother. That aunt must be a gentle, understanding, warm-hearted older sister type. Chapter 107, Stop Pretending, I Know Your Leg is Fine. As Fu Zhe was lost in his thoughts, the door opened and Zhang Xiona walked in carrying 2 large bags. Zhu Minghe. Where did you run off to so early? I wanted you to come shopping with me, but look, by 8 o'clock you were already gone. I had to haggle alone at the market with no one backing me up. My bad. Did you end up overpaying? Zhu Minghe quickly stepped forward to help carry the groceries. Zhang Xiona shook her head proudly. How could I possibly overpay? I spoke Sichuan dialect on purpose so they'd think I'm local. Makes bargaining so much easier, right? Right. But why did you buy so many chickens today? I originally wanted to get some spare ribs to stew with the chicken, but they were too expensive. Better to just use that money to buy a couple more chickens instead. After washing her hands in the bathroom, she noticed there were guests and hurried over to greet them. Hello there. I'm Zhang Xiona, Zhu Zheng's wife. Hi auntie, I'm Fu Zhe. I'm Zhou Meng. Hello. I happened to see sugarcane at the market today. I'll go prepare some snacks for you. You all chat first. Thus, Fu Zhe's fantasy was once again shattered, and Zhu Minghe returned to his role as kitchen helper. Zhu Zheng took both Fu Zhe and Zhou Meng's pulses on the spot. You two have been staying up too late. There's some yin deficiency here, cut back on the late nights. Or maybe I should show you my flying needle technique. That kid Zhu Minghe definitely can't beat me at it. No thanks, uncle. We're fine just sitting and chatting, Fu Zhe politely declined. You really don't feel anything in your leg at all? A little, still, Fu Zhe dodged carefully. If Zhu Zheng gave him a real examination and saw through his act, how awkward would that be? He might even lose Zhu Minghe's affection forever. Still, this family's atmosphere was truly warm. Under the transparent glass on the coffee table were countless photos of Zhu Zheng and Zhang Xiona cuddling affectionately. Fu Zhe had wanted to look for pictures of young Zhu Minghe, but he searched for ages and found none. Seemed like Zhu Minghe didn't hold much status in this family after all. As they chatted, Zhu Minghe's mom returned with a huge basin of peeled sugarcane. Come on, eat up. Don't be shy, there's plenty more. If you need more, I'll go buy another bunch. At first, Fu Zhe hesitated. He didn't want Zhu Minghe seeing him chewing messily. But then he watched Zhu Minghe sprint across the living room, tearing into the sugarcane like a wild beast devouring its prey, and suddenly, his vanity melted away. When an entire family sits together gnawing sugarcane without any decorum, even Fu Zhe had to let go and join in. Soon, Zhang Xiona brought out another big bowl of sliced watermelon. Fu Zhe's jaw ached from all the sugarcane, yet he was forced to pick up a fork and dig into the melon. Well, pretty good at picking fruit, huh? Zhu Jing smirked proudly at Fu Zhe, who nodded along. Very impressive. Just wait till you try her cooking. Don't fill up now, the hot pot chicken she made is delicious. We'll see who finishes their bowl first. Zhu Jing shouted toward the kitchen. Zhu Mingho add a few extra bowls of rice. Don't let us run short. Got it, old man. Amid Zhu Zheng's laughter and the sizzling stir-fry sounds from the kitchen that even the range hood couldn't drown out, Fu Zhe felt something he hadn't in a long time, a sense of home. Well, mostly because he was already mentally treating the Zhu household as his own. He was determined to win Zhu Mingho's heart, no matter what. Dinner's ready. At Zhang Xiona's call, Fu Zhe instinctively stood up, immediately startling Zhu Zheng, who was mid-bite into a slice of watermelon. Zhou Meng dropped his fork and rushed to support Fu Zhe. Whoa, master, you actually stood up. So moving. Zhu Zheng stared wide-eyed. You. Flustered, Fu Zhe looked at Zhu Zheng, guilt written plainly across his face. Stop pretending. I know your leg's healed, Zhu Zheng whispered, stepping close and speaking directly into Fu Zhe's ear. Yes, uncle. Fu Zhe didn't dare lie. Since he'd been found out, honesty was the only path forward. He couldn't deceive his future father-in-law. You, alright, tell me. Why pretend your leg isn't better? To keep your second uncle suspicious. Before Fu Zhe could explain, Zhu Zheng had already imagined an entire palace intrigue drama. In his mind, Fu Zhe was feigning paralysis solely to deceive Fu Hanwen. Actually, I've only been able to stand a little these past few days, thanks to Zhu Mingho. It's not fully recovered yet, which is why I came to pick him up, so he can keep treating me, Fu Zhe explained, outlining his intentions. Take Zhu Mingho back now. No way. It's almost Chinese New Year, families should reunite. Don't you have to get together with your family too? The holiday isn't complete without everyone gathered, Zhu Jing objected, unwilling to let Zhu Mingho leave. With the Lunar New Year approaching, having Zhang Xiona and his son by his side was what made it feel like a real celebration. Now that they were finally living together and enjoying such harmony, he wasn't about to give up this joy in his daily life. Fu Zhe had completely forgotten about this. It really was nearly New Year, the Zhu family needed their reunion. But if he were to reunite with his own family, well, that would be a horror story. His parents and grandfather were all gone. How could there be a... Sitting in his wheelchair as Zhou Meng pushed him to the dinner table, Fu Zhe was immediately stunned by the lavish spread. Oh right, since I know you're injured and can't handle spicy food, Mom specially made this mild version of chicken for you, Zhu Mingho said, pointing at a plate of chicken with noticeably fewer chilies. Fu Zhe quickly thanked Zhang Xiona. During the meal, everyone was mostly quiet, focusing intently on devouring the food. Zhu Zheng, however, hadn't forgotten their bet earlier, Xiao Zhe, eat more. Look at Zhu Mingho, he's already had 2 full bowls of rice, and you haven't even finished one. Dad, Fu Zhe just eats slowly. He's eaten plenty already, Zhu Mingho protested, shooting an annoyed glance at Fu Zhe. Why did he always get called out for eating more? Fu Zhe rubbed his slightly bloated stomach. He'd eaten too much watermelon earlier and wasn't very hungry now. Plus, he was a true northerner, when it came to chicken. He simply didn't eat it with rice. Taking a few bites of rice was already the highest honor he could bestow upon the grain, wasn't it? Instead of fixating on whether he ate rice, why not notice how nearly all the chicken on his plate had vanished? And while he could tolerate sweet tofu pudding, he absolutely could not accept sticky corn. He would defend the dignity of sweet corn till his last breath, sweet corn viva la revolution. Chapter 108. Did they meet when they were kids? Come on, eat, Dad, didn't you always say, no talking while eating, no speaking while sleeping? Why does he have so much to say with Fu Zhe, but never speak so peacefully with his own son? Totally hypocritical. You're such a hypocrite, old man. Zhu Mingho had a mouthful of complaints, but after catching Zhu Zheng's glance, he silently lifted his bowl and started counting the rice grains in it one by one. Where else can you find a dad this biased? Look no further than Zhu Zheng from Chengdu, China. Noticing how stuffed Zhu Mingho's mouth was when he last spoke, Zhu Zheng shot him a sharp glare and snapped sternly, swallow what's in your mouth before you talk. Suddenly, the big plate chicken in his mouth didn't taste good anymore. Zhu Mingho hung his head, holding his bowl gloomily, chewing flavorlessly. Fu Zhe gazed at him with a shaped blend of affection and slight schadenfreude, just as Zhu Jing caught sight of it. Zhu Jing felt curious, puzzled, suspicious yet uncertain. He hurriedly shoveled rice into his mouth, pretending he saw nothing. This meal seemed fast-forwarded. The 5 of them wolfed down dinner in no time, and Zhu Zheng even forgot about the bet he declared earlier. After dinner, Zhu Mingho busied himself collecting dishes. Fu Zhe couldn't get up from his wheelchair to help, which made him feel slightly guilty. If only he told Zhu Mingho that his legs were already healed, wouldn't he then be able to care for Zhu Mingho wholeheartedly in daily life? But He needed to find a chance to confess the truth about his legs. Keeping secrets would eventually backfire. He wheeled himself into the kitchen. Is there anything I can help with? Just say the word. Seeing him come in, Zhang Xiona wiped her hands and stepped out. Go chat with Uncle Ju. What are you doing here in the kitchen? I just wanted to see if there's anything I could do. Fu Zhe watched Ju Mingho's busy back, his eyes so tender they could drown the entire Ju family in an ocean of warmth. Not necessary. You're still in a wheelchair, don't think about working. Just rest well. Zhang Xiona, oblivious to Fu Zhe's unusual expression, pushed the meddling Mr. Fu away from the kitchen battlefield and delivered him straight to the lounge area. Fu Zhe glared at Zhou Meng, who sat beside Zhu Jing watching TV and sipping tea, and instantly felt a surge of irritation. Zhou Meng. Yes, young master. What is it? Hearing Fu Zhe call, Zhou Meng hastily put down his teacup and stood up. His smile hadn't even faded yet. Fu Zhe gave him a meaningful look. Zhou Meng scratched his head and leaned close, whispering, what's going on? I don't get your hints. How can you be so clueless? Ju Mingho is washing dishes and you're not helping. Fu Zhe looked at Zhou Meng with utter disdain. Next time, he'd bring Lu Ning instead, he was way smarter than Zhou Meng. Courtesy, are you really Zhou Meng? Zhou Meng tossed another green grape into his mouth, took off his jacket, rolled up his sleeves, and marched into the kitchen. Ju Mingho, seeing him approach while chewing, asked, weren't you full? I'm full, I came to help. Zhou Meng rolled his sleeves up past his biceps and recklessly grabbed plates, plunging them into the wash basin. Ju Mingho was packing leftovers with Zhang Xiona and didn't notice Zhou Meng's actions. When he turned around, seeing the man washing dishes, he hesitated, you're our guest. Why are you doing this? Go back and sit down. Watch TV, eat some fruit, stay out of the kitchen. Zhou Meng couldn't win against Ju Mingho's insistence. Finally, just as he was about to finish the last dish, he was shooed out. Ju Mingho slapped his forehead. The dishwasher's right next to me. Why did Zhou Meng insist on hand washing? So dumb, ha ha ha. He's just sincere, unlike you. Always looking for shortcuts. You've only been back a few days, yet we already have all these new appliances. Zhang Xiona opened the fridge, wrapped the leftovers with cling film, and placed them inside. Robotic vacuum, smart lock, dishwasher, dust mite remover, automated curtain opener. At this rate, maybe you should just buy robot parents. Looks like you need machines more than us, Zhang Xiona muttered while cleaning, oddly finding the chores less tedious as she scolded her son. After setting up the dishwasher, Ju Mingho and Zhang Xiona walked out of the kitchen. The three men in the living room were chatting animatedly. Ju Mingho glanced at Zhu Zheng, who was smiling warmly at Fu Zhe, then tugged at Zhang Xiona's sleeve, feeling pitiful. Mom, answer me honestly. What? Is Dad really my biological father? Zhang Xiona immediately pinched his waist. What kind of question is that? Do you think I'd ever cheat on your dad? Ouch, ouch, ouch. Mom, I'm 23 already, stop hitting me. Ju Mingho quickly whispered in surrender. It didn't actually hurt that much, but he was afraid Fu Zhe and the others would see. Wouldn't it be so embarrassing for a 23-year-old man to get smacked and be seen by someone else? I'd still beat you if you were 83. Zhang Xiona snapped, clearly offended by his remark. She could accept criticism of her cooking, but not an implication that she didn't love Zhu Zheng. I'm sorry, Mom, truly sorry. Zhang Xiona let go of Ju Mingho's clothes and helped straighten his shirt. Your father is just like that, he says one thing but means another. He cares about you deeply, he just doesn't express it. Always picking fights with you, but he treats others that way too. Don't take it to heart. You two have been bickering since you were little. My ears are practically calloused from it all. When will you ever speak calmly to each other? Humph, then look at how he treats Fu Zhe. I feel like I'm some adopted kid, Ju Mingho muttered, watching his father and Fu Zhe laughing together, jealousy welling up inside him. Wasn't his entire vinegar jar completely overturned by now? Zhang Xiona reached out and gently smoothed his messy bangs. You, forgot your childhood. Back then, Fu Zhe was weak and often came to your grandpa's house for acupuncture. Even though you were a year younger than him, you were much stronger. You used to bully him all the time. Really? Ju Mingho laughed awkwardly. He had no memories of the original body's past, he had no idea he'd ever met Fu Zhe as a child. Yeah. You bullied Fu Zhe constantly, and your dad would side with Fu Zhe and tease you instead. Remember? Once you scared Fu Zhe with firecrackers, so your dad teamed up with Fu Zhe to set off rocket fireworks and ground mines, scaring you so bad you wouldn't even step outside. Zhang Xiona looked back fondly on those days. Back then, their clinic wasn't doing well, so they had to leave Ju Mingho in the countryside with his grandparents while they worked hard in the capital. When Ju Mingho was finally brought back home, he wasn't close to his parents at all. That's when Fu Zhe's grandfather sent the frail Fu Zhe over for acupuncture treatments. Naturally, kids wanted to play with other kids, but for some reason, Ju Mingho always picked on Fu Zhe. No matter how many times they scolded him, he wouldn't stop. And at the time, Ju Mingho spoke nothing but thick local dialect. Fu Zhe couldn't communicate with him at all. Who knew why those two kids fought and argued every single day? So, did I really beat up Fu Zhe all the time back then? Ju Mingho mused, suddenly excited. If he'd once reigned supreme, then stooping for 5 million now wasn't such a big deal after all. Look at this. Bullied Fu Zhe as a kid, now getting high paid by Fu Zhe as an adult. Ju Mingho gets all the good stuff. Ha 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 ha. And you're proud of that? Back then, you acted like a damn bandit, scared to pick on any other kid, so you just picked on Fu Zhe alone, Zhang Xiona said, taking off her apron, folding it neatly, and placing it on top of the fridge. If Fu Zhe still remembered, he'd probably punch you a few times himself. No way. Fu Zhe isn't the type to hold a grudge. Chapter 109. Xiao Fu, now that I'm sturdier than you, does that mean I can bully you? What are you two talking about? So happy. Zhang Xiona pushed Ju Mingho's back, guiding him over and sitting him down on the sofa nearby. Fu Zhe promptly picked up the teapot. Auntie, have some tea, ahow. Oh my, never thought that back then you were so tiny, and now you've grown so sturdy. Zhang Xiona carefully examined Fu Zhe. Even though he was in a wheelchair, he was clearly quite tall. He looked solid too, much healthier than his underdeveloped childhood self. Yeah. But auntie, you haven't changed at all after all these years. Still as beautiful as ever. Fu Zhe delivered the compliment smoothly. Zhang Xiona beamed with delight, then tugged at her reckless son's sleeve, gritting her teeth and whispering into Ju Mingho's ear, you hear that? That's how people talk. I can say nice things too, Ju Mingho muttered. Then go ahead, let me hear one. Alright, give me a sec to get in the mood. Ju Mingho racked his brain for a long moment before finally announcing confidently, Mom, even when you grow old and aren't pretty anymore, you'll always be my favorite mom. Zhang Xiona. Maybe you really were switched at birth. Should go to the police station sometime and get your DNA tested, Baby Come Home Network might help you find your real family. She wanted to pack him up and toss him out. What kind of karma had she accumulated to give birth to such a son? So blunt, not a sweet word in him. Whoever ends up with him in the future is doomed. Mom, Ju Mingho immediately switched to his whining mode, hugging Zhang Xiona's arm and wiggling it back and forth. Ju Jing noticed Fu Zhe and Zhou Meng watching his wife and son with amused interest, and his face darkened instantly. This Ju Mingho, how old was he anyway, acting so shamelessly? Stop hugging my wife's arm. If you want to hug someone, go hug your own wife. Fu Zhe instinctively raised his arm. Come on, hug mine. Instantly, the air froze. Fu Zhe felt the legendary social embarrassment sinking in, but he was wearing top-tier handmade leather shoes, he couldn't use his toes to dig a hole. 10 seconds passed in silence, still no one spoke. Fu Zhe had no choice but to save himself. So what? If you don't want to, fine. Then he lowered his stiffened arm, returning to watching TV as if nothing had happened. Ju Mingho pinched his own thigh hard, trying to regain composure. He didn't have time to dwell on Fu Zhe's intentions, the doorbell rang. He bolted like a fugitive to answer it. Xinjia. Yeah, it's me. Xinjia waved what was in his hand, eyes crinkled into two little crescent moons. Take a look, what do you think this is? Ju Mingho took it and saw photos of the surviving kittens from the mother cat. So cute. But they're so tiny, not sure if they'll make it. He looked heartbroken. Xinjia said gently, once these 3 kittens are weaned and ready to leave the nest, the hospital's pet organization will help them find adoptive homes. But you get naming rights. Want to name them? How about promote civilization, understand etiquette, establish new customs? For some reason, those 3 phrases rolled off Ju Mingho's tongue naturally. Xinjia paused, considering the names, then clenched his teeth and accepted. Alright, your call. Great, then it's settled. Xinjia noticed a pair of shoes on the doorstep, strangely familiar, like he'd seen them earlier that morning. Do you have guests? They'd been standing by the open door chatting this whole time, yet no invitation to come in. Xinjia decided to speak up, to see if Ju Mingho would ask him inside. Yes, there are guests, so I'm afraid I can't properly host you today. Let's catch up next time. Only after saying it did Ju Mingho realize how dismissive that sounded. Xinjia waved casually and turned to leave. Then next time. Seeing Xinjia walk away without looking back, Ju Mingho sighed in quiet relief. Thank goodness he hadn't insisted on coming in. Hosting 2 groups at once would have given him a massive headache. Unbeknownst to him, in another corner of the house, Fu Zhe, wishing he could sprout ears like a windrider, finally relaxed when he heard Xinjia leaving. Ju Mingho walked back into the living room with the kitten photos, placed them neatly on the TV stand, then sat beside Zhang Xiona. Who was it? Our upstairs neighbor. Ju Mingho didn't feel like elaborating. Zhang Xiona didn't press further and resumed chatting with Fu Zhe. Ju Mingho had never seen Fu Zhe talk this much while sober. Yet despite the chatter and cheerful demeanor, he sensed something underneath, tension, unease. As if a socially anxious person was desperately pretending to be outgoing. To ease Fu Zhe's discomfort, he joined in the conversation as well. No way, you actually remember things from before you were 3? Zhu Mingho looked genuinely shocked upon hearing Fu Zhe talk with Zhu Jing about the time he'd lived with the Zhu family. I remember a few things that made a strong impression. Like what? Like when I got bullied. Fu Zhe gave Zhu Mingho a cold smile. Back then, while temporarily staying at the Zhu household, Zhu Mingho had spoken in thick Yangzhou dialect. The original body's maternal grandparents were from Yangzhou, and Fu Zhe couldn't understand a word he said. When Zhu Mingho got impatient, he'd resort to gestures. Fu Zhe mostly ignored him, which would infuriate Zhu Mingho to the point where he'd physically attack himself in frustration. Plus, Zhu Mingho had always loved playing pranks on him, catching bugs to scare him, hiding his snacks, and clinging to Grandpa during the time Grandpa was supposed to give Fu Zhe acupuncture. He'd even deliberately learned which acupoints hurt the most. Fu Zhe had once been needled by Zhu Mingho at the Higu and Zhaoyuji points, bringing actual tears to his eyes. It was the first time he'd ever cried since gaining memory. And it was Zhu Mama who'd caused it. Fu Zhe stared at Zhu Mingho. The face was the same, but the expressions and little mannerisms were completely different. Sometimes, he even wondered if he might have been wrong all along. Real men don't dwell on past exploits. Back then I was wrong, I shouldn't have bullied the weak. Zhu Mingho forced an awkward apology, unnerved by the way Fu Zhe kept staring and smiling. It was kind of terrifying. Better safe than sorry. Fu Zhe replied with double meaning, now that I'm sturdier than you, does that mean I can bully the weak? No, you're a noble, mature adult now. You shouldn't do childish things like that. Zhu Mingho grinned insincerely at Fu Zhe. If Fu Zhe really did try to pick a fight, he wasn't sure he could win. Maybe he should find time to take up boxing. Men, sometimes big, sometimes small, it's perfectly normal. Fu Zhe delivered the line with perfect seriousness, but for some reason, Zhu Mingho felt like there was a hidden layer of meaning behind it. Yeah, maybe so. Absent-mindedly, Zhu Mingho popped a pistachio into his mouth, only to accidentally bite down on the shell. Almost chipped a tooth. Damn it. I just had my wisdom tooth extracted recently, don't wreck my mouth. Zhu Mingho pushed his tongue against his teeth, relieved to find no blood. Chapter 110 Xiao Fu, how many times do I have to say it for you to understand? Why are you so dumb? Putting a pistachio shell straight into your mouth and chewing, ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha, asterisk hic asterisk. Poor, pitiful Zhu Mingho was met only with endless, lingering laughter. Zhu Zheng and Zhang Xiona laughed so hard they couldn't stand straight. Fu Zhe stared at him with a faint, unreadable smile. Was it just his imagination, or was that gaze somehow off? Was this what people called a stab with gentle hands? He muttered inwardly. Absurd. So absurd. Scary. Scary. Fu Zhe isn't normal. When is Xiao Zhe leaving? Zhang Xiona suddenly remembered the smoked meats and sausages on the balcony. If Fu Zhe was going back soon, she might as well pack some for him. I'll bring you something delicious to take with you. Is Ahao coming with me? Fu Zhe looked at Zhu Mingho expressionlessly, but every muscle in his body was taut beneath the surface. He gazed at Zhu Mingho, full of hope. How desperately he longed for a yes. No. Okay. Fine. Yep, there it was, the definitive answer he'd wanted. That single word, sharp and unyielding, caused the light in Fu Zhe's eyes to vanish as if by magic. Zhu Mingho probably would never realize how much emotional damage one little no could inflict on a man in his 20s. After several deep, silent breaths, Fu Zhe collected himself and lifted his head to meet Zhu Mingho's eyes. I'll leave tonight. Proud Fu, hurry up and stop me, okay? All right. Zhu Mingho offered not even a trace of polite hesitation. Fu Zhe felt a pang of defeat, though he didn't show it. Suppressing the storm inside his mind, he forced himself to stay calm and restrained the urge to lash out. Xiao Zhe, come take a look. These sausages were made together with Zhu Mingho. The bacon was smoked by someone else for us. If you want any, take some with you. After packing a bag of meat on the balcony, Zhang Xiona worried Fu Zhe might not like it and invited him over to pick for himself. Controlling his wheelchair onto the balcony, Fu Zhe was stunned by the sheer amount of meat filling the space. So much. This isn't even that much. When we go back to D City later, we'll give some to relatives and friends so everyone can taste it. Did Zhu Mingho bring all these back? Something about the intestines looked oddly familiar to him. Yeah. Zhang Xiona kept stuffing the bag while lowering her voice curiously. Say, did you come find Zhu Mingho because of that argument last time? Yes, Fu Zhe nodded. Zhang Xiona leaned in, excited. What even started that fight? He wouldn't tell me what really happened, just said you two had a quarrel. After a long pause, Fu Zhe carefully chose his words. Ahao was washing pig intestines in the yard. I found it very filthy. TSK, then Zhu Mingho was being careless. Let me scold him for you. Don't, Fu Zhe said quietly, glancing through the glass at Zhu Mingho, who was sitting on the sofa grinning like an idiot. Don't misunderstand him. He may seem carefree on the outside, but deep down, he cares a lot. He takes others' harsh words to heart. His world is simple, pure black and white. And yours shouldn't always be gray either. Being simple isn't bad. You're still a kid. Don't make yourself suffer too much. If anything bothers you, just speak up. Don't keep it bottled inside. Zhang Xiona kept working while sharing her thoughts. She'd always thought Fu Zhe was the type who carried too many burdens, someone who preferred to keep everything locked away. His life before had been so hard, and no one truly talked to him heart to heart. No one to share his worries with. It was kind of heartbreaking. Zhu Minghe was sweet-natured, yes, but emotionally clueless, often saying incredibly stupid things without realizing it. Her sudden sincerity struck a deep chord within Fu Zhe. Indeed, Zhang Xiona was exactly the warm, kind, understanding older sister figure he'd always needed. I understand, he said softly. From now on, if I have anything I need to talk about, can I come to you? He was going to make good use of this chance, to build a solid, friendly relationship with Zhu Minghe's parents. Only then could he have a real shot at winning Zhu Minghe over. Of course. You can talk to Zhu Shushu too. Or even Minghe, but he's too straightforward, never subtle. He often says things that hurt people without knowing. Zhang Xiona filled 2 large bags to the brim. Fu Zhe looked at them helplessly. How would he ever finish all this? I'll see you off. Before they left, Zhu Minghe finally showed a rare moment of thoughtfulness. Zhou Meng immediately handed the handles of Fu Zhe's wheelchair to Zhu Minghe. Sure thing, young Master Zhu, you push. Zhu Minghe pushed Fu Zhe forward while Zhou Meng carried the food Zhang Xiona had packed. Are you spending the new year here? Fu Zhe, who had been silent the entire way, suddenly asked as they were getting into the car. Zhu Minghe looked at him. Still don't know. Should I drive you to the airport? Yes. How could he say no? That was exactly what he wanted. Fu Zhe would have loved nothing more than to stuff him into a sack and carry him off. Wonder if kidnapping an adult man counts as human trafficking. Sigh. His head hurt. He quietly leaned his body closer toward Zhu Minghe. You'll need to hang up those intestines as soon as you get back. Zhu Minghe noticed Fu Zhe's subtle, lingering gaze and took the initiative to start chatting. He felt something odd about Fu Zhe coming all the way to Chengdu to find him this time. Later, he'd definitely ask Lin Lin what had triggered Fu Zhe. You really don't want to come back with me? Fu Zhe turned his face away, gazing out the window. Who knew, he'd arrived in the morning and was leaving by nightfall. Faster than a business trip. He'd thought he might stay here with Zhu Minghe for several days, or even manage to take Zhu Minghe back with him. He hadn't expected Zhu Zheng to refuse him so flatly, using the excuse of the approaching new year. Seeing Fu Zhe's despondent expression, Zhu Minghe forced out a few words from the back of his throat. I'll come see you right after the new year. Somehow, Fu Zhe must have pressed a hidden switch. Suddenly, a partition panel rose up behind the Bentley's rear seat. Startled, Zhu Minghe looked around in alarm at Fu Zhe. The confined, cramped space robbed him of his sense of security. Fu Zhe grabbed Zhu Minghe's wrist, his eyes so magnetic they seemed capable of stealing his soul. I've always spent the new year alone. It didn't matter in previous years. I could walk, move freely. But this year. Zhu Minghe comfortingly patted the back of Fu Zhe's hand. It's my fault. I haven't managed to cure you. I know it's not easy to heal. I'm not blaming you. Fu Zhe didn't know how to phrase it so that Zhu Minghe would truly understand what he meant. Are you really that clueless? What was he supposed to understand? Zhu Minghe wore a look of utter confusion. Fu Zhe was acting strangely today. I want you to come back with me. Fu Zhe gripped his chin, forcing Zhu Minghe to meet his gaze. That. I know. He shrank his chin, trying to make Fu Zhe let go. Then do you know why I want you to come back with me? I don't know. Do I really have to spell it out before you understand? Fu Zhe's mind screamed 4 words over and over, I like you, but he had no idea how to voice them. Fu Zhe leaned forward, grabbing Zhu Minghe's hand and pressing it against his chest. Can you feel it? Chapter 111 Fu Zhe finally confesses. I didn't bring my stethoscope. I can't really tell. Zhu Minghe was startled by his action. Fu Zhe wasn't usually like this. Why was he acting so strange today? Maybe you have tachycardia, sinus arrhythmia. You should really go to the hospital for an ECG. The more Zhu Minghe spoke, the darker Fu Zhe's expression became. Staring at Zhu Minghe's incessantly moving lips, he grew angry. The hand holding Zhu Minghe's chin tightened unconsciously. Zhu Minghe pushed at his hand, urging him to let go. Don't pinch me, it hurts. A sudden break sent Fu Zhe's mouth crashing violently into Zhu Minghe's forehead. Fu Zhe would never have imagined that his first kiss with Zhu Minghe would happen like this. Zhu Minghe's long eyelashes fluttered frantically against his chin, and only then did Fu Zhe snap back to reality, straightening his body. Because Fu Zhe had been in the middle of speaking when he collided with Zhu Minghe's forehead, the impact was extremely forceful. When he regained his composure, he noticed a red tooth mark left on Zhu Mingho's forehead. A flicker of ambiguous intensity flashed through Fu Zai's eyes. "Sorry, young master, the car ahead braked suddenly, I couldn't help it." "Are you two alright?" Zhou Meng's apologetic voice came through. Fu Zai raised his right hand and gently rubbed Zhu Mingho's forehead. "We're fine. Drive more carefully." "Stop rubbing, my head really hurts. I feel like the skin has been scraped off." Zhu Mingho looked tearfully at Fu Zai, wondering why it seemed to hurt even more the more he rubbed. Surely the skin must be broken, otherwise it wouldn't hurt this much. "I'll blow on it for you." Fu Zai earnestly blew on his forehead. Not only did the pain not subside, but instead a strong tingling sensation spread across his forehead and radiated to his entire face. He desperately wanted to scratch the itch, but when he reached out, he accidentally grabbed Fu Zai's chin. Fu Zai caught his hand and placed it back down. "Don't move." Hearing Fu Zai's deep, husky, sensual baritone, Zhu Mingho suddenly felt a strange sensation. Could it be that he likes me? After considering this possibility, his heart alternated between feeling scratched by a cat and having a rock band perform inside it, completely unsettled. No, he had to get a clear answer. He didn't want to be presumptuous. What if he was overthinking it? How embarrassing would that be? Staring blankly at Fu Zai for a long time, just as their gazes met for who knows how many time, he suddenly blurted out, "Do you like me? What do you think?" Fu Zai smiled and scolded softly, "Ungrateful brat." Zhu Mingho was stunned. What did that mean? Was it a denial or an affirmation? "You." Fu Zai covered his mouth. "Think carefully before you speak. I want to hear nice things." So Zhu Mingho swallowed those words back down. Fu Zai gazed deeply at him. "If I didn't like you, it'd be better left unsaid." "I don't know what you mean." Zhu Mingho merely wanted to confirm whether Fu Zai truly liked him. He had no ulterior motive. "I like you." Finally uttering these words, Fu Zai felt his breathing instantly become easier. This sentence had weighed heavily on his heart for so long, and every time he tried to confess, something inexplicable would interrupt him. Now that he'd finally said it smoothly, the previous anxiety had lifted. Previously, he thought the waiting period after confession, awaiting a response, would feel as certain as receiving his university admission letter. But now he no longer felt that way. In Zhu Mingho's eyes, he saw panic, emptiness, shock. But absolutely no sign of affection. He shifted his body, leaning against the car door, closing his eyes as if napping, hiding his disappointment. Seeing Fu Zai avoid him, Zhu Mingho felt somewhat at a loss, but it was also for the best. If Fu Zai pressed him for an answer, he wouldn't know how to respond anyway. Silence dropped the atmosphere between them to an absolute low. Zhu Mingho kept stealing glances at Fu Zai. Throughout the journey, he kept wondering, why would Fu Zai like him? Wasn't this supposed to be a romance novel? Did he really have that much charm? And as for himself, did he actually like Fu Zai? He honestly didn't know. He'd been thinking about it the entire trip and still hadn't figured it out. Upon arriving at the airport, Zhu Mingho silently pushed Fu Zai's wheelchair forward. Zhou Meng, however, found himself in a dilemma. When they arrived in Chengdu this morning, he had thought they'd be staying for a while. For convenience, he bought a Bentley. Now what was he supposed to do with the car? "Master, this car. Give me the keys." Zhou Meng handed the car keys to Fu Zai. Fu Zai glanced at Zhu Mingho still standing dazed behind him. "Come here, stand in front of me. I have something to tell you." Obediently, Zhu Mingho walked over to Fu Zai's side. Fu Zai looked at the person before him, just arrived, and already leaving. They'd barely spent a few hours together, and now it was time to part. "Your injury, don't forget to get your vaccine shots." "Okay." He sensed that Zhu Mingho still had more to say, but after waiting a long while, no words came. Fu Zai grabbed his arm and pulled Zhu Mingho tightly into his embrace. "Don't move. Let me hold you for a moment." Zhu Mingho hated how obedient his body was. He just stood there dumbly, held by Fu Zai, not daring to stir. After a long while, Fu Zai whispered softly by his ear, "I'll wait for you to come find me next year." Then, a set of car keys appeared in Zhu Mingho's hand. He scrambled out of Fu Zai's arms in panic. "I don't want this. The car was just bought this morning. I can't take it back with me. Consider it a gift along with my confession." Fu Zai's generosity left Zhu Mingho speechless. No wonder he was the big boss, truly magnanimous. Since it was a private jet, there was no security check. Zhu Mingho could walk right up to the plane itself. This is what being a CEO feels like. A private plane. Seeing the aircraft up close for the first time, Zhu Mingho couldn't hide his excitement. Watching him, Fu Zai extended an invitation, "Want to go aboard and take a seat?" "Sure." Zhu Mingho pushed Fu Zai onto the plane, eyes wide with curiosity, looking around at everything inside. Fu Zai exchanged a glance with Zhou Meng, and without Zhu Mingho noticing, the cabin door slowly closed. By the time Zhu Mingho realized the door was shut, cold sweat broke out all over his body. "Wait. I haven't gotten off yet. Come back with me. I want you to come back with me. Do you want to come back with me? Fu Zai's eyes were filled with sincerity, but Zhu Mingho had absolutely no intention of going back with him. His actions enraged Zhu Mingho. No, I don't want to. Tell them to open the door. You can leave if you want. Fu Zai leaned back on the sofa, a seductive smile spreading across his lips. Come here and kiss me. Kiss me once, and I'll let you go. Otherwise, you'll have no choice but to come back with me. Zhu Mingho raised the car keys in his hand. Your car is still outside. How much does a car matter? Hurry up, come here and kiss me. Chapter 112. Xiao Ju, please behave yourself. Suspect Fu Mao, sorry, I can't bring myself to treat you with restraint. Are you okay? Eat more luliyumiai if you're fine. If you don't have money to buy it, I can lend you some. How dare he say such a thing? His nerve must be something beyond ordinary. Zhu Mingho was utterly speechless. They had barely gotten anywhere yet, and this guy already acted like he belonged here. He'd just confessed, and Zhu hadn't even agreed, yet he was already thinking about kissing. Then what would happen if he did agree? Better not think about it. The mere idea could make goosebumps cover the ground. You'd need 8 cleaning ladies working simultaneously for 10 days and nights to sweep it all clean. One thing's for sure, humanity might soon need a new unit to measure face thickness. 1 Fu Zai equals an impossibly thick hide. No wonder it's Fu Zai, the man who rides rockets. I'm fine, but if you don't come over soon. He even deliberately paused for effect. Then you might be in trouble. Fu Zai fiddled with his seatbelt, raising an eyebrow at Zhu Mingho, who stood dumbfounded. The threat in his voice practically burst through the screen. At that very moment, Zhu Mingho felt a whirlwind of emotions. He suddenly really wanted to defy him. Just by cracking jokes, expecting Zhu to give in. Dream on. Whatever, whoever, you do you. He definitely didn't feel like kissing Fu Zai. But patting the Bentley key in his pocket, even his rock-solid heart tilted slightly. You guessed it, just like Archimedes' lever that could move the earth. Fu Zai slapped the armrest, ready to stand, but then remembered he was right in front of Zhu Mingho, and his leg wasn't recovered yet. He couldn't actually get up. Sneaking a glance at Zhu Mingho's expression, as expected, Zhu was looking this way. Nervous, Fu Zai's arms went limp, and thud, he plopped straight back onto the massage chair. Hiss. That tailbone ache was something else. And his ankle accidentally banged against the edge of the chair. But as the old saying goes, misfortune may bring good luck. With this fall, he planned to milk it for all it was worth, to play the victim in front of Zhu Mingho. But unexpectedly, Zhu Mingho rushed over anxiously and asked first, "Are you okay?" "I am hurt," Fu Zai declared shamelessly, lying without even needing a draft. Just to earn a tiny bit of care and affection from Zhu Mingho, he decided to keep pretending. Until pretending was no longer an option, to stay undercover as an imposter. Zhu Mingho, visibly worried, grabbed Fu Zai's arm and examined him. "What happened? Where did you hit?" My stomach hurts." Fu Zai's mind raced. Picking a random excuse, he pulled Zhu Mingho's hand onto his painstakingly sculpted abs. "Rub it a little." "You fell on your butt. It should be your butt that hurts, not your stomach." "Idiot, stop faking." After rubbing twice, Zhu Mingho saw right through his scheme, pinching the sharp edges of those abs like interrogating a suspect. They stared at each other, eye to eye, for a long while, until Zhou Meng's slow, drifting voice floated over. Maybe the young master skipped breakfast, then ate too much at lunch. Stomachache, perhaps. Now it was Fu Zai's turn to lose face. Realizing Zhou Meng had overheard his earlier pitiful plea for a kiss, he wanted to dig a hole and jump in. "Zhou Meng!" He barked loudly, using volume to mask his inner panic. Hearing the roar, Zhou Meng knew he might be doomed. He froze, unsure what to do. Within seconds, he'd already mentally packed his bags, Nigeria or Congo? Or maybe South Sudan. At least there were more acquaintances there. Fu Zai's face burned red. How hadn't he noticed Zhou Meng was still around just now? So embarrassing, it was beyond humiliating. Seeing Fu Zai's discomfort, Zhu Mingho couldn't help but feel a little smug inside. Look at you, being flashy and cheeky, now regretting it, huh? Ha 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 ha, this wasn't kicking someone when they were down. It was simply that Fu Zai was just too funny. Watching his deeply remorseful expression, Zhu Mingho felt delight welling up. When Fu Zai caught sight of his smile, he pouted, "You're laughing at me." "I'm not." Zhu Mingho quickly tightened control over his facial muscles, as if what Fu had seen was just a hallucination. Fu Zai grabbed Zhu Mingho's arm, pulling him onto his lap. His arms locked tightly around Zhu Mingho's waist, preventing any escape. "What are you doing? Please behave yourself." Zhu Mingho pushed at Fu Zai's arms a few times, but couldn't break free, so he let it go and allowed the embrace. "Fine, hug if you want, getting hugged won't make me lose a single ounce of flesh. Behave yourself." "Sorry, I just can't bring myself to restrain my feelings around you." "What's restraining oneself, anyway? That word doesn't exist in my dictionary." Fu Zhe gazed down at Zhu Mingho in his arms, the little demon inside him rising with all his dark impulses. Now that the spotlight was on him, he studied this face carefully. Zhu Mingho's eyes were truly beautiful, his lashes long, thick, and gently curled. Especially when he was nervous, blinking rapidly, they looked cutest then. This moment called for a BGM, eyelashes flutter down, eyes blink blink, and $cent euro pound euro yen cent yen dollar and. He'd forgotten the rest of the lyrics. He wanted to kiss those eyes red. Zhu Mingho's eyes were unfairly large, swollen from kisses, they'd look smaller, leaving some dignity for that male pop star. As for the bite mark on his forehead, it had already faded quite a bit. Deep down, Fu Zhe actually felt a tinge of regret. He even had the urge to renew it. It should stay visible, he wanted Zhu Mingho to wear it, so that Qing Jia could see clearly, Zhu Mingho was already taken. His nose wasn't as high as Fu Zhe's, but its curve was elegant, without a single blackhead, whitehead, or pimple, his skin was unbelievably flawless. And Zhu Mingho's lips? He didn't dare look too long, fearing he might lose control and kiss him fiercely, upsetting Zhu Mingho. But still, he couldn't rush things. Earlier, when he'd asked Zhu Mingho to kiss him first, he'd already known Zhu wouldn't do it. Though a little disappointed, he could still understand. After pondering for a while without deciding on his next move, Fu Zhe suddenly raised a large hand and ruffled Zhu Mingho's hair. Of all your facial features, which one are you most satisfied with? Fu Zhe stared seriously. Zhu Mingho thought for a moment. My eyes? There had once been a girl chasing him who wrote in her love letter that his eyes were full of poetry and romance. Then, can I kiss them? Fu Zhe, shameless as ever, deliberately whispered it right by Zhu Mingho's ear. The warm breath sent a shiver down Zhu Mingho's spine. Oh, how clever. If you're gonna kiss, just do it, why all the talk? If he agreed, he'd seem frivolous, if he refused, Fu Zhe would get upset. Zhu Mingho hesitated, turning it over in his mind but finding no answer. Watching his adorable, conflicted expression, Fu Zhe reached out and gently covered his eyes. Chapter 113, Missing You Already, Even Before We Part. If you don't refuse, I'll take it as a yes. Come on, make up your mind already, kill me or let me go. Is it really okay to torture someone like this? Zhu Mingho desperately wanted to dissect Fu Zhe's brain and see what kind of nonsense was packed inside his head. When Fu Zhe finally pulled back, he was still so nervous that he forgot to move his hand away. As a result, his second kiss was given, to the back of his own hand. Oops. Cut that part, let's reshoot. Xiao, got it, won't broadcast jajaha. After Fu Zhe removed his hand, Zhu Mingho could finally see again, his eyelids twitching as he began to open them. Then he watched, in real time, as Fu Zhe's big mouth came down again. Suddenly, the world became incredibly quiet. 1, 2, 3, 4 seconds later, Zhu Mingho whispered, ahem, are there any cameras in the cabin? Fu Zhe reached into his pocket, took Zhu Mingho's hand, and wrote in his palm, yes. Why don't you talk? Since you're writing anyway. Fu Zhe, my mouth is busy. Zhu Mingho, okie dokie. Did he even ask? Zhu Mingho went from pondering what to eat tonight all the way to what they'd have on New Year's Eve. And Fu Zhe still hadn't finished kissing. Can you please hurry up, he snapped, growing impatient. When would this left-right torture ever end? What do you want to ask? Just spit it out already. Right now, if you asked him anything, he'd confess everything. Only after Zhu Mingho's urging did Fu Zhe lift his head. A man shouldn't say, hurry. Fine. Can you not be so slow, then? Zhu Mingho quickly grasped the art of words and adapted swiftly. Isn't slower better? Zhu Mingho wiped moisture from the corner of his eyes with the back of his hand. Saliva? No, proof of my love for you. Oh please. You can't even control your own smile, yet insist it's proof of love. Seriously, I admire your Chinese teacher, such profound skill to mold you into who you are now. Must have been tough. Zhu Mingho smirked. Case closed, Fu Pig confirmed. Can you talk or not? Fu Zhe laughed, tickling Zhu Mingho. I really don't want to let you go. I don't want to return. Suddenly, Zhu Mingho launched into dramatic teenage melodrama. People always have to learn to grow up. Maybe separation is just so we can meet again, better. Then when will our next meeting be? Fu Zhe rested his chin on top of Zhu Mingho's head, right around the Baihui acupoint. What should I do? I already miss you, and we haven't even parted yet. Behind his back, where Fu Zhe couldn't see, Zhu Mingho silently commented, such a sturdy guy, but when in love, acts like a clingy, greasy house cat. Still, kind of cute somehow. Just miss me then. Like I could stop you. There was a hint of smug pride in Zhu Mingho's voice. Perhaps somewhere in a space station, an observer might notice a tail-like shape drifting through space, an invisible thread stretching from Earth. Suddenly, Fu Zhe remembered something. He cupped Zhu Mingho's face and gave him a loud smack on the forehead. Hey, can I ask you a favor? Take me off your WeChat blacklist. We'll see how you behave. Please just take me off. I want to video call you every single day. Fu Zhe whined, resting his chin on Zhu Mingho's shoulder and swaying like a child begging. Zhou Meng's still over there, Zhu Mingho kindly reminded. But Fu Zhe was past caring now, like a dead pig unafraid of boiling water. Nope. Unblock me on WeChat. Please. Let Zhou Meng watch. As long as he wasn't rotting in the blacklist anymore, he'd do anything. Fine. Zhu Mingho pulled out his phone, opened WeChat, and dragged Fu Zhe out of the blacklist. Wait. What now? Zhu Mingho froze, phone in hand, unsure what to wait for. Your note name for me, seriously? How could you? Fu Zhe pointed at the contact in Zhu Mingho's phone, Fu Black. Clearly heartbroken. And you don't even ask why I named you that. Could you just, maybe, consider taking some responsibility once in a while? Zhu Mingho felt like giving Fu Zhe a lecture. Fu Zhe wore an expression of humble eagerness. Alright, enlighten me. You sure you want me to? Yeah, go ahead. Explain. You're like a Siamese cat, except your face is literally black all year round, no matter the season. I don't even know why you always insist on being like this. Do you just have a thing for Africa or something? Fu Zhe leaned against Zhu Mingho's forehead and shook his head. No, it's just that I choose to keep a straight face. I don't like smiling, it makes my facial muscles twitch. Fine, whatever. Then you should smile more so it won't twitch later. Zhu Mingho found himself momentarily speechless. Zhou Meng, squatting quietly in the corner, the young master really knows how to joke around. What an excuse. Only he gets hurt in this world. But Zhu Mingho had a point, Fu Zhe was too deeply connected to Africa, which was exactly why he loved having a dark expression so much. Jajaha. And another thing, you need to work on your temper. Stop docking people's bonuses all the time. Don't you realize how much your employees hate it when you cut their bonuses? Can't you come up with a different form of punishment? Thinking of Lin Lin's request, Zhu Mingho seized the moment to help his friend save his bonus for next year's second half. Fu Zhe tilted his head, then lit up with a brilliant idea. Alright, from now on, our company's punishment will be writing a 2,000-character essay praising the great love between Fu Zhe and Zhu Mingho. You're not socially cringe, right? Don't you find that utterly horrifying? Speechless and flabbergasted, Zhu Mingho didn't know what to say. He was so embarrassed he could have torn the entire airplane apart with his toenails. Fu Zhe tugged gently at Zhu Mingho's tuft of stubborn hair. Nope. I want everyone to know I like you. Maybe you could show it instead of announcing it everywhere. That kind of publicity doesn't actually mean anything. Besides, I haven't agreed to anything yet. You're still on probation. Can you behave properly? I can. Since he hadn't successfully won him over yet, he'd have to let Zhu Mingho have his way, for now. Bigger Zhu comes first. I'm really going to miss you so much. I wish I could just take you with me. You smell so good. Sorry, but not only can't I go with you today, I won't be able to tomorrow either. Zhu Mingho playfully stuck out his tongue. Fu Zhe quickly reached out and pinched his cheek. Don't move. Hold that pose, I'm taking a photo. Zhu Mingho. Are you F***king crazy? Fu Zhe had completely lost it. But he couldn't break free, forced to watch helplessly as Fu Zhe snapped an unflattering picture of him. Once Fu Zhe finally released him, Zhu Mingho looked genuinely wronged. Is that what you call behaving well? No, that's just one part of behaving well. I want to capture tons and tons of moments of you, then compile them into a keepsake album. That expression you just made was genuinely interesting. I've never seen you do that before, so I wanted to preserve it. Fu Zhe's logic was infuriating enough to make Zhu Mingho see red. Chapter 114, Xiao Zhu is forced to attend a blind date. Your way of thinking is truly abnormal. I can never seem to grasp the essence of your thoughts, Zhu Mingho pouted, utterly annoyed by this stinking Fu Zhe. Wanting to make a collection of ugly photos, really? If the tiger doesn't show its wrath, you take me for hell's dog. Just wait and see. At this very moment, Fu Zhe still thoughtlessly went on categorizing an album. How about naming this photo album, The Unusual Zhu Mingho? Not good at all. His expression darkened, Zhu Mingho shot a cold glance at the overly excited Fu Zhe, pretending to be angry just to scare him a little. But it didn't seem to have any effect. Alright, I'm leaving now. After struggling in vain, he decided to seek help. Tugging at Fu Zhe's arm draped around his body, Zhu Mingho tried to get down from him. Fu Zhe tightened his embrace slightly, clinging with reluctance. Come back with me. No way. Zhu Mingho absolutely refused to return to the capital city yet, he hadn't had enough fun. Besides, he hadn't even accepted Fu Zhe's confession. If he went back now, his future status in their relationship would definitely plummet. And that was something he wouldn't allow. However, Fu Zhe clung to him like a stubborn medicinal plaster, refusing to let go. All Zhu Mingho could do was softly soothe him. We'll meet again soon anyway, won't we? Just let me go first, or my parents will start worrying. Zhu Mingho tried reasoning and appealing to emotions, attempting to persuade Fu Zhe to put down the knife and turn back toward righteousness. Fine then. After planting several kisses on Zhu Mingho, Fu Zhe finally loosened his arms. Remember to miss me. Once free from Fu Zai's arms, Zhu Mingho walked quickly away without looking back. I'm getting old, I've got a bad memory. I'll call you every single day to remind you. Even the strongest woman fears a persistent lover. As long as he wasn't afraid of looking shameless, he'd eventually wear Zhu Mingho down. Send me a message when you get home. Before Fu Zai could finish speaking, Zhu Mingho had already disappeared from his sight. Were his actions just now a yes, or a no? Fu Zai stroked the tiny stubble sprouting on his chin, secretly heartbroken. It seemed his hopes were dashed once again. Now all he could do was look forward to spending next year's New Year with Zhu Mingho. Master, we're ready for takeoff. Wait a bit longer. Only after a long while, when Fu Zai's phone vibrated with a notification, did the plane finally take flight. For Zhu Mingho, the time before the Lunar New Year passed by swiftly, and before he knew it, it was already the 26th day of the 12th lunar month. Dad, Mom, are you finally done packing? I'm closing the trunk. Zhu Mingho called out through a voice message to his parents who were still dawdling upstairs. Almost there. After much discussion, the three family members had ultimately decided to return to the capital for the holidays. The elder couldn't come to Chengdu, so they couldn't possibly leave him alone. Well then, hurry up and get in the car. I've had the engine running for ages. Just earlier, Zhu Zheng had asked him to come downstairs and warm up the car, and he'd been warming it for over 10 minutes, yet neither of them had appeared. Anyone who didn't know better would assume he was stingy, able to afford a Bentley but cheap about a bit of fuel. But honestly, he really did hate wasting gas. His phone pinged again. Zhu Mingho tapped the screen, another message from Fu Zai. With slender, fair fingers dancing rapidly across the keyboard, read. Ever since Fu Zai's confession, he'd clearly started treating Zhu Mingho's WeChat as his personal notepad. At first, Zhu Mingho would humor him with a few replies, but later, Fu Zai launched full-scale message bombardments, so intense that Zhu Mingho grew sick of even glancing at them. Hence, this time, he didn't even want to inform Fu Zai about returning to the capital. Because they needed to drive the car back, both father and son joined forces, planning to reach the capital before New Year's Eve. Honestly, you shouldn't have accepted this damn car in the first place. Once you receive someone else's gift, you end up tiptoeing around it, Zhu Zheng remarked, watching Zhu Mingho drive cautiously as if fearing wolves ahead and tigers behind, turning what should have been a fine car into something resembling a senior citizen's mobility scooter. Zhu Mingho caught the implication in his father's words. Pouting, he shifted gears again. Seeing his sullen face, Zhu Zheng grew annoyed. Am I wrong? Why are you sulking? At this rate, you won't even leave Sichuan in 5 days. Got it, I'll speed up. Finally arriving at the ancestral residence in the capital, Zhu Mingho collapsed into a deep, disoriented sleep inside the house. When he naturally woke up the next morning, after washing up, he casually threw on a cartoon-themed pajama set and shuffled downstairs wearing crocodile-patterned cotton slippers. He had never met his grandfather in this world before, so he felt a little excited. He wondered if this grandpa was exactly the same as the one from his original world. As he walked down the stairs, he heard bursts of hearty laughter and noisy chatter coming from the hall downstairs, which puzzled him a bit. Could it be that Zhu Mingho himself was actually a jester in Grandpa Zhu's eyes? Unbelievable. Just as he was lost in confusion, a young, beautiful girl came into view. Ahau, you're up. Come here. This is Miss Guan Yingying, your Uncle Guan's daughter. Come say hello, old Master Zhu called out warmly to Zhu Mingho. Yingying, this is my grandson Zhu Mingho, you've seen his photo before. Looking down at his crocodile-patterned slippers, Zhu Mingho suddenly felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. If only he'd known there were guests, he would have changed right away. His pajamas were fluffy dinosaur ones with a tail, no less. At that moment, he seriously considered wearing a mask for the rest of his life. But the girl was already smiling brightly at him, backing out now would seem downright rude. Gritting his teeth, he stepped forward. Hello. Hello. When Guan Yingying smiled, her eyes curved like delicate crescent moons, truly lovely. You look so adorable in that outfit. Hearing that, Zhu Mingho nearly died of secondhand embarrassment. Wearing such a getup in front of a guest clearly wasn't appropriate. Luckily, Guan Yingying's parents weren't around. But then, as if summoned by bad luck, both families, Zhu Mingho's parents and Yingying's parents, entered the hall together at the same time. Zhu Mingho instantly became the center of attention. Should I go change first? After greeting Yingying's parents, he whispered nervously behind Zhang Xuna's back. Hurry up. Don't embarrass us in front of the Guan family. If you fail to win them over here in the capital, just prepare yourself for a lifetime of loneliness, Zhu Zheng said, shooting a disgusted look at Zhu Mingho's ridiculous sleepwear. At his age, still behaving so immaturely. Blind date? Zhu Mingho gasped in shock. How come nobody told him anything? He was being set up without warning. Why didn't anyone inform me beforehand? Hurry up and change, dress properly and look sharp. Under Zhu Zheng's piercing glare, Zhu Mingho could only slowly get to his feet and head upstairs. To meet Zhu Zheng's demand for looking sharp, he specifically put on a formal suit. Chapter 115, Fu Zai, do you know your wife went on a blind date? Driving to the pre-reserved private room at the hotel, the two families entered and began ordering dishes. Only then did Zhu Mingho realize, too late, that he had been set up. He felt ambushed by all the elders in his family. If this were truly spontaneous, why was everything so meticulously planned? As if confirming his suspicions, the moment he sat down, Zhang Xiona gave him a meaningful glance. I heard there's a beautiful garden behind this hotel, it's full of blooming plum blossoms right now, so pretty. Why don't you take Yingying for a walk? Huh? Zhu Mingho was caught off guard, momentarily unsure how to respond. Being alone with this girl made him slightly uncomfortable. Go take your little sister Yingying out for a stroll. The dishes aren't all served yet anyway, we have something to discuss with Uncle Guan and Auntie Guan. Forced outside, Zhu Mingho and Guan Yingying walked through the hotel garden under the guise of enjoying the plum blossoms. The plum flowers really are lovely, aren't they? Why won't you look? There seemed to be double meaning behind Guan Yingying's words. Zhu Mingho caught her implication and hesitated before speaking. I'm not planning to get into anything romantic recently. He wanted to make his stance clear up front, subtly hinting that he wasn't interested in dating, hoping she'd take the hint. But what about long-term plans? No intention then either, she asked with a sweet smile. Who can say what the future holds? For now, though, I want to focus on my career. So this is a polite refusal. You could also call it an outright one. Zhu Mingho never liked being ambiguous about relationships, except when it came to Fu Zhe. Their figures were spotted by Zhuang Nian, who had come to dine here. After asking the waiter, Zhuang Nian learned they were here for a blind date. He immediately called Fu Zhe, so all those things you said before were lies. What? Do you even know your wife is on a blind date with someone else? Didn't you claim you'd already won Zhu Mingho over? Looks like that wasn't true at all. No way. Zhu Mingho is in Chengdu. If he'd returned to Ditu, why wouldn't he tell me? Fu Zhe refused to believe Zhu Mingho could be on a blind date. But soon, Zhuang Nian sent a photo, pictures don't lie. If you still don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. Following the location Zhuang Nian sent, Fu Zhe quickly arrived at the hotel. Sir. Don't forget your wheelchair. The car hadn't even fully stopped when Fu Zhe opened the door and prepared to step out on his own, making Zhou Meng shout anxiously. Almost forgot. Fu Zhe retrieved his wheelchair, sat down, and waited for Zhou Meng to push him. To the garden. Understood. Out of politeness, Zhu Mingho reluctantly took photos for Guan Yingying. After posing together in front of every red and white plum tree in the courtyard, he turned around, and saw Fu Zhe. Why are you here? The words slipped out before he could stop them. Meeting the girl's curious gaze, Fu Zhe quickly covered, I'm here for dinner. Zhu Mingho handed his phone back to Guan Yingying and walked toward Fu Zhe. Is there business to discuss? Then go ahead, I'll be fine. Aren't you cold in that outfit? Fu Zhe reached for his hand, testing its temperature. He shrugged off his down jacket. Put this on, don't catch a cold. So it was real, Zhu Mingho really was on a blind date. He rarely wore formal attire, the fact that he dressed so formally today. Fu Zhe's hand tightened into a fist, veins standing out as he lowered his eyes, hiding the sorrow welling up deep within. Obediently, Zhu Mingho put on the jacket, he actually was cold. But inside, Fu Zhe was probably only wearing a sweater himself. Shouldn't he? No. Right now, Fu Zhe was the one pursuing him. Wearing his coat meant giving him face. Feeling justified, Zhu Mingho adjusted the jacket and told him, it's too cold out here. You're barely dressed, go back to the private room quickly. What about you? Me? Zhu Mingho thought he detected a faint hoarseness in Fu Zhe's voice. Are you staying here to continue your love talk with her? How far has this gone between you two? Have you moved from poetry and literature to life philosophy already? Each word came out strained. Fu Zhe didn't know why he kept asking. But he knew, he cared, deeply, unbearably so. He hated the thought of Zhu Mingho going on a blind date with someone else. Zhu Mingho had intended to comfort him, there's nothing going on. Don't think too much. But Guan Yingying suddenly rushed forward, you must be Fu Zhe, right? You're even more handsome in person than in photos. Who are you? I'm Guan Yingying, Guan Baofa's daughter. I was the one liaising with your company during our last collaboration, I saw you from afar once. Though in her mind, they'd only met that single time. But Guan Yingying's eagerness made Fu Zhe uneasy. I'm afraid I don't remember you. One meeting makes strangers, two makes friends. Want to add me on WeChat? I didn't bring my phone. Fu Zhe glanced at Zhou Meng, who understood immediately and turned the wheelchair around to leave. Guan Yingying pouted. Are men these days really this hard to flirt with? You mean, men before were easier to flirt with? Zhu Mingho rubbed his chin, eyeing her with playful amusement. What? I've been single for 22 years straight. Still haven't found anyone. Back in college, my mom begged me to start dating, but I just couldn't find the right person. Why not? Are your standards too high or something? I'm just too obsessed with shipping couples, Guan Yingying blurted out honestly. Like just now, Fu Zhe took off his jacket the moment he saw you and handed it over, and you put it on without hesitation. My whole world lit up with 4 words, I'm so shipped. That's 3 words. No, with an exclamation mark added. Guan Yingying tugged at Zhu Mingho's sleeve. Are you two actually a couple? Even as an outsider, I think you're perfect together. Why don't you give it a try? Looking at her sparkling eyes, full of excitement and anticipation, Zhu Mingho's mind went completely blank. No wonder she couldn't find a partner. A fangirl of BL. It'd be weird if she did. Still, Zhu Mingho grew curious and asked, what exactly makes you think we're a good match? Your body types, your aura. I feel like you'd suit being the little one perfectly, you've got that vibe. Zhu Mingho. Excuse me, is that appropriate? Fu Zhe may be in a wheelchair, but he's incredibly imposing, his presence rivals any tall, muscular guy. Even though he sits there looking small, you can't help but notice him. The two of you just fit mysteriously. I can't explain it, but whenever I see you together, Guan Yingying shouted dramatically, my gaydar went off. Chapter 116 What should I do when everyone around me ships us? Why aren't you saying anything? After chattering endlessly, Guan Yingying noticed that Zhu Mingho had gone silent and was lost in deep thought. She didn't want to carry the conversation all by herself, so she nudged his arm. Zhu Mingho weakly replied, what can I possibly say? With everything already laid out so clearly by her, what more could he add? You could launch a strategic counterattack. Or even better, you and him could. Guan Yingying once again dove into her wild imagination. Zhu Mingho shivered involuntarily. What on earth was she talking about? This Fujoshi asterisk is terrifying. So annoying. At the height of her excitement, she even offered to give him her long-cherished study materials. At this moment, Zhu Mingho desperately wished he could seal his ears with cement. What a curse it was to have been born with hearing, always subjected to things he never wanted to hear. Kids, don't entertain too many unrealistic thoughts. With those words, Zhu Mingho turned around, hands clasped behind his back as he walked away, his mind swirling with thoughts of how his aura just screamed, the one beneath. And then later with Fu Zhe. That phrase looped in his mind like a cursed spell, refusing to dissipate. So much so that he sank deeply into self-doubt. Guan Yingying jogged behind him, chirping non-stop, demanding, and even threatening, that Zhu Mingho report every single update about him and Fu Zhe in real time. Zhu Mingho, scram. Guan Yingying, no, I won't. Zhu Mingho barely tasted a bite of his meal. He spent the entire time pondering how he could transform himself into someone truly domineering and badass. How, after this, you're giving Yingying a ride home, okay? How? Zhang Xiona repeated twice but got no response from Zhu Mingho, so she quietly tugged at his sleeve. What are you thinking about? Zhu Mingho always spoke without filtering, and now, in front of his dear mother, he slipped up completely, I was thinking about being on top. Huh. That sentence alone sent shockwaves through history, enough to shock even Shock's mom. Zhang Xiona's eyes bulged, her jaw dropped open. What did you just say, son? Is that sort of thing appropriate? Her mind was already racing through a million possible interpretations of on top. Zhu Mingho snapped back to reality, regretting every life choice that led to this moment. He wished he could cement his mouth shut, better off without it entirely. He seriously considered swallowing some muteness-inducing potion. This mouth had no lock, utterly terrifying. Mom, I. Just as Zhu Mingho tried to explain, Zhang Xiona cut him off. No, let me guess first. So you and that Fu Zhe, are you two? No wonder. What? Zhu Mingho instinctively denied, asterisk oh my god, mother, how could you be this sharp? Asterisk. Did mom retire from a criminal investigation unit or something? Don't rush to deny it. Explain to me, why did Fu Zhe fly all the way from Beijing to Chengdu just to find you? Zhang Xiona leaned close, whispering into Zhu Mingho's ear while shielding her mouth. The more she thought about it, the more excited she became, slapping Zhu Mingho's thigh triumphantly. Don't bother denying it, I'm not wrong. Look, your face is red already. Don't be shy. Just tell mom everything. How far has it gone between you two? Oh my, why are you blushing even harder? Did he kiss you? I always said you two looked like a married couple when you were little. Married couple? Zhu Mingho felt his pupils quake. Mother, do you even hear yourself? We look nothing alike, okay? Exactly. When you two were kids, you liked similar things, and you both looked so much like a matched pair. Whenever I took you shopping together, people always assumed I'd raised twin sons. Zhang Xiona had fallen into a deep reverie, utterly entranced. Childhood sweethearts. Absolutely delightful. She should have encouraged them to grow up together longer, love from childhood into adulthood would have been even more interesting. He. No wonder Fu Zhe told me not to mess with you, he actually cares about you. Watching his mother's growing, increasingly suspicious grin, Zhu Mingho only wanted to flee. Her smile was getting creepier by the second, bordering on disturbing. You wanted me to send Guan Yingying home earlier, right? Well, I'm going to do exactly that now. He stood up, ready to speedwalk away. But Zhang Xiona shot up too and chased after him. Fine, if you and Yingying were dating today, that's one thing, but don't go spouting nonsense to her in the car. You should have just said you already have someone. Otherwise, I wouldn't have agreed to set up this blind date. Oh, and whatever you do, don't tell Fu Zhe about this blind date. That boy's overly sensitive. If he finds out, he'll start overthinking everything. Zhu Mingho twitched his lips. He already knows. What? When we were strolling through Meiyuan earlier, we ran into Fu Zhe by chance. Guan Yingying even made eye contact with him. If he's not completely clueless, he'll figure it out. Oh no, Zhang Xiona panicked internally. She couldn't bear the thought of these two kids drifting apart because of her meddling. Better to tear down 10 temples than ruin one marriage. If she wrecked this match, she'd be crying in her sleep. Zhu Mingho realized his mom and Guan Yingying wore identical expressions. Could it be? Was she also wildly shipping him and Fu Zhe too? These women. On the drive back home with Guan Yingying, Zhu Mingho felt intensely uneasy. He kept glancing at the rearview mirror, watching the traffic behind them. Even Guan Yingying, usually so oblivious, noticed his odd behavior. Why do you keep checking the rearview mirror? There's a car that's been tailing us since we left the hotel, Zhu Mingho replied, his voice shaky with clear anxiety. Guan Yingying nervously turned to look behind them. Maybe I'm just slow, but I can't tell. Of course you can't sense it. Look at that license plate, A7788. It's been following me the whole time. Then speed up and lose him. Inspired by every spy movie she'd ever watched, Guan Yingying briefly considered shooting out the other car's tires for good measure. But then again, this was a law-abiding society. Who even carried guns these days? How about we just drive straight to the police station, she suggested instead. Zhu Mingho shook his head. It's broad daylight. What could possibly happen? I'm not scared. The license plate numbers looked oddly auspicious, yet the car itself wasn't valuable, just an ordinary Land Rover. That suggested someone powerful was behind the wheel. Could it be Fu Hanwen? Was he after him again? His mind involuntarily flashed back to those days in the basement. His butt throbbed faintly just remembering. The more he tried not to think about it, the clearer it became. Zhu Mingho's palms grew sweaty on the steering wheel. He subtly wiped them against his sleeve. Ah! Nervousness made his driving stiff and awkward. At a crosswalk, he forgot to yield to pedestrians and nearly hit an old lady. Guan Yingying screamed inside, heart pounding. Don't be nervous. Maybe they're just going the same way. Stay focused on driving. It's fine. I just zoned out for a second, thinking about something else. After regaining his composure, Zhu Mingho restarted the car and continued down the road. Chapter 117, Fu Zhe's jealousy exploded, Xiao Zhu was done for. Su Zhao, don't follow too closely, Fu Zhe's voice carried an unmistakable edge of fury. Seeing the car ahead suddenly slam on its brakes, Fu Zhe panicked, he had no idea what was going on. He feared nothing more than something happening to Zhu Mingho. If this idiot caused another accident involving Zhu Mingho, he would never forgive himself. This was Su Zhao's first assignment with Fu Zhe's team. Because Zhou Meng, who already knew Zhu Mingho, wasn't very mobile behind the wheel, a new recruit had been brought in as backup. And sure enough, the rookie proved just that, a rookie. Fu Zhe had long noticed that Zhu Mingho's driving was off, he'd already guessed that Zhu Mingho had sensed he was being followed. Before he could warn the driver, however, disaster struck up ahead. Staring at the back of Su Zhao's head, Fu Zhe's eyes blazed with rage. This man was definitely getting reassigned, he wasn't cut out for Team 3. By the time Zhu Mingho nervously drove Guan Yingying home and then bolted toward the suspicious vehicle like a gust of wind, his heart pounded in his chest. He stormed up to the driver's side, yanked the door open, and it actually gave way. Locking eyes with the man in black inside, Zhu Mingho was now stuck, he had no choice but to unleash his anger. Why are you following me? I. Su Zhao was so nervous his cold sweat threatened to melt through the car floor. It was me who told him to follow you. A familiar voice came from the back seat. Without even turning, Zhu Mingho knew exactly who it was, Fu Zhe. The tension in his heart instantly melted away. Can't we just talk over the phone? Why sneak around my car? You scared me half to death, you know. I just wanted to see what you were doing with her. There was actual hurt in Fu Zhe's voice. Zhu Mingho tossed his car keys to Su Zhao. Take my car back. Okay. Su Zhao hesitated, glancing at Fu Zhe for confirmation, but Fu Zhe pointedly ignored him. With no other choice, he took the keys and left. Zhu Mingho leapt into the back seat. Alright, explain yourself. Why were you following me? You're on a blind date. Fu Zhe's eyes brimmed with wounded vulnerability. You haven't accepted my confession, and yet you're dating someone else. What am I supposed to do? With one long arm, he pulled Zhu Mingho tightly against his chest. Naughty boy, tell me, what should I do? If you want stars from the sky, I'll climb up and get them for you. But can you at least respond to me? Just give me something, respond to my feelings. Hearing those words stirred something in Ju Mingho. I just haven't figured things out yet. He was someone who always looked far ahead, perhaps because he was a Virgo, he needed every path clearly mapped before stepping forward. Right now, the road between him and Fu Zhe stretched endlessly, without a clear destination in sight. That was why he hesitated. What are you thinking about? Our families, our education, our social status, they're completely mismatched. And we don't even share the same interests. Sure, you like me now, but feelings change. A relationship without shared passions is like loose sand, it won't take 2 steps before crumbling apart. Ju Mingho's concerns weren't unfounded. Their backgrounds were vastly different, their upbringings worlds apart. Their daily lives had no overlap whatsoever. If it weren't for this leg treatment incident, they probably would have gone their entire lives never meeting. I like you, not despite the differences in family, education, or status, but regardless of them. I can't promise forever, but I can promise this, today, tomorrow, every single day, I will love you more than I did the day before. Isn't that enough? Fu Zhe's words were like a fizzing tablet dropped into a giant barrel of Coca-Cola. When a bubbling tablet hits a vat of soda, the chemical reaction is explosive enough to shake the world. Neither knew when it started, nor who made the first move. By the time Ju Mingho realized what was happening, their lips were swollen from kissing. The sting on his lips snapped him back to reality. Cupping his burning hot face, Ju Mingho rolled down the window for some fresh air. Why did you let Guan Yingying ride in the Bentley I gave you? Letting her sit in the front passenger seat. Fu Zhe gently wiped a trace of saliva from the corner of Ju Mingho's lips with his thumb. His eyes gleamed with smug satisfaction, yet his voice remained pitifully soft, emanating from that unfairly sexy throat of his. Ju Mingho could barely keep it together. Stop acting so cute. When you get all whiny like that, my soul floats right out of my body. Truly, when a man knows how to be sweetly clingy, his partner's heart takes flight. Today, Fu Zhe would be giving a masterclass in adorable pouting. Have you stopped liking me? Though Fu Zhe was only wearing a sweater, his palms were growing increasingly hot. Holding Ju Mingho's hand, that warmth could melt straight through his heart. No. You're lying. If you don't like me anymore, just say it early. I won't cling to you, loving someone means giving them freedom. If that's what you want, I can give it to you right now. Fu Zhe launched into his classic push-pull strategy. Ju Mingho had watched enough family drama and romance melodramas over the years, he wasn't blind to the manipulative sweetness dripping from Fu Zhe's words. Fine. I'll let you know first when that day comes. So it's true, you really don't love me anymore. Fu Zhe was still upset about Ju Mingho returning to D-City without telling him. Why didn't you tell me you were coming back? Ju Mingho gave a quick mental spin before producing a flawless excuse, I wanted to surprise you. That line instantly set Fu Zhe's heart blooming with joy, all lingering resentment tossed aside without a trace. Let's go watch a movie together. Fu Zhe suggested. Ju Mingho shook his head. Good movies only come out after Lunar New Year's Day. Everything now is just leftovers. Then we'll go together after the holiday. Okay. Fu Zhe extended his pinky finger, wiggling it playfully in front of Ju Mingho. Pinky swear, pinky swear. Childish. He complained verbally, but Ju Mingho swiftly held out his own pinky, hooking it with Fu Zhe's as they recited the childish oath together. Pinky swear, up high, never change, anyone who changes is a big fat pig. Pinky swear, up high, never change, anyone who changes is a big fat pig. Ju Mingho even pressed thumbs with Fu Zhe as a seal, but the moment they finished, Fu Zhe looked dissatisfied. I feel like this thumbprint doesn't count. Why not? Didn't we always do it like this when we were kids? Ju Mingho was puzzled. Did I mess up the chant? I read in a book recently, it said the Real seal must be made with one's head. Fu Zhe delivered this nonsense with such serious conviction that Ju Mingho blinked in bewilderment. How? With your head? Like this. Wrapping an arm around Ju Mingho's waist, Fu Zhe gently and reverently pressed his lips to Ju Mingho's forehead, kissing it with solemn sincerity. When he finally pulled away, Ju Mingho cupped his own forehead. What are you doing? Sealing the deal. Chapter 118 Xiaoju, how could I possibly let you go alone? Fu Zhe closed his eyes contentedly, eagerly waiting for Ju Mingho to finish stamping. The curve at the corner of his lips rose high and wouldn't subside, on one hand scolding themselves as too childish, on the other utterly intoxicated by the sweetness of love. Signed and sealed that we have no choice but to watch that movie on Lunar New Year's Day. Seeing someone seemingly surrounded by floating pink bubbles, Ju Mingho pretended to look deeply regretful and helpless, speaking with a tone full of sorrow. Fu Zhe slung an arm over his shoulder and started kneading it. What? Don't want to go. That's right, Ju Mingho lied without blinking, carefully observing Fu Zhe's reaction. Objection overruled. Fu Zhe suddenly felt he should be a bit more domineering sometimes. When he said those 4 words, objection overruled, he actually felt amazing. Alright, we should head back. Ju Mingho glanced at the time on his phone. They had already lingered in the car for over half an hour. It was time to return. I'll ask Su Zhao to turn around so we can switch cars back, Fu Zhe suggested. Truthfully, he just wanted to squeeze out a little more private time with Zhu Mingho. Every time they were about to part, he found it incredibly hard to let go. All he could do was repeatedly emphasize when they'd meet again, soothing himself with that promise. Be good, I need to go now. Zhu Mingho's hand was forcibly interlaced with Fu Zhe's, every inch of skin touching Fu Zhe burned like wildfire spreading uncontrollably, searing through his dermis instantly with no resistance possible. Just then, Su Zhao had already driven back and was waiting outside their car door. Zhu Mingho desperately wanted to escape from Fu Zhe's embrace, it would be so embarrassing if someone saw them. But Fu Zhe kept whining and refused to let go. After a long tug-of-war, Zhu Mingho's ear suddenly warmed, he felt Fu Zhe whisper softly beside it, I really wish I could shrink you down and carry you wherever I go. That way, you'd be with me forever. Then just tie me onto your belt. Shrinking and growing is too magical, you're not a fairy warrior girl, Zhu Mingho stroked Fu Zhe's back gently, hoping to ease his tiny heartache over parting. He hadn't actually felt sad about leaving before, but caught up in Fu Zhe's emotions, he now felt just a tiny bit reluctant to part from this stinky man. Fu Zhe tightened his grip on Zhu Mingho's fingers, nearly delirious. I won't wash my hand, the one that's held yours. Really? Didn't he have OCD? How could he not wash his hands? Clearly, he'd say anything just to flirt. He, half serious, half joking. Fu Zhe kissed the back of Zhu Mingho's hand. He tilted his head up, trying to kiss Zhu Mingho's face again, but Zhu Mingho dodged it. Don't keep Su Zhao waiting. I'm leaving now. Then he jumped out of the car, dashed quickly to his own vehicle like greased lightning, and disappeared in a flash. Leaving behind Fu Zhe, brimming with resentment and grievance. If only his literary talent were slightly better, he could have already composed 108 melancholy poems by now. Meanwhile, after parting from Fu Zhe, Zhu Mingho couldn't stop smiling. Every time he thought of Fu Zhe acting like a giant kitten, he burst into silent laughter. Love can transform a lion into a big cat. One cannot help but marvel at the miracle of dopamine and hormones. Returning home still glowing brightly, he was immediately teased by Zhang Xiona. Is this the power of love? All rosy-cheeked and radiant. Mom. Zhu Mingho gritted his teeth, determined not to let Zhang Xiona continue mocking him about anything related. Having his mother tease him about his relationship with Fu Zhe felt scarier than having 100 Guan Yingyings chattering beside him non-stop. He'd be too humiliated and mortified to carry on, he definitely wouldn't be happy. Alright, I won't tease you anymore. I just discovered a new drama, it's really good. Called something like The Story of Neo-Huru, wanna watch together? Sure. With nothing better to do, watching a TV series with Zhang Xiona sounded perfect. But why did that title sound somewhat strange? Until the familiar music began playing, Zhu Mingho realized it was actually the original version of Empresses in the Palace. What an incredible coincidence. Could it be that these two worlds were somehow connecting? No matter how much he pondered it, he couldn't find an answer, so he pinned his hopes on quantum physics. Maybe through quantum entanglement, such bizarre phenomena had emerged across parallel realities. When in doubt, blame quantum mechanics. Picking an obtuse angle is always safe. The downside of watching TV with Mom, though, was that she constantly criticized the characters and insisted he agree with her. For instance. Goodness, Hua Fei is too vicious. That punishment, one zhang of red. Why aren't you saying anything? Don't tell me you think this woman isn't vicious. Zhu Mingho wanted to tell Zhang Xiona that Hua Fei was actually a pitiful character, but he couldn't spoil it. He could only nod along obediently, yes, you're absolutely right. And so on. Every time his phone made a sound, Zhang Xiona would tease Zhu Mingho about being in love. He had no choice but to put it on silent. In Zhang Xiona's eyes, that was nothing short of protesting too much. Amid the cheerful dinner table, with the Spring Festival gala music playing softly in the background, the Zhu family's New Year's Eve feast officially began, 18 dishes and 5 soups. Zhu Mingho was busy taking photos of the food to send to Fu Zhe, just to make him jealous. Fu Zhe replied quickly, I'm envious. Want some? Zhu Jing placed a piece of braised pork rib into Zhu Mingho's bowl, how? Put the phone down and eat. It's Chinese New Year's Eve, aren't you going to toast your grandfather and say some auspicious words? Fiddling with your phone like that, how rude. Zhu Mingho hurriedly set down his phone and raised a glass of juice, Grandpa, I'll use juice as wine. Wishing you happiness as vast as the eastern sea, and a lifespan as enduring as the evergreen pine. Good, the elder Mr. Zhu said with a warm smile, gazing at his grandson. What a pity, he had such a handsome face, yet there'd be no descendants to inherit those good looks. After the meal, Zhu Mingho looked at the leftover dishes, Mom, we have so much left over. Yes, we cooked extra today. Can I pack some up and take it to a friend? Zhu Mingho asked shyly, afraid of being refused, even more afraid of Zhang Xiona realizing it was for Fu Zhe and teasing him again. Is this friend your boyfriend? No guess needed, Zhang Xiona already knew exactly who he meant. She helped Zhu Mingho pack the food herself, last time I gave Fu Zhe some cured meat. When you go, remember to use the leftovers to make him some cured meat fried rice. These dishes are from our meal, they're not really appropriate to give someone else. She stuffed even more fruit into the car trunk, repeatedly instructing Ju Mingho to make something fresh for Fu Zhe. Driving over 20 kilometers to Fu Zhe's hillside villa, Ju Mingho glanced at the fuel gauge. Why did he have to build his home so far away? Gas prices just went up again, and Fu Zhe doesn't even care about wasting fuel. Jumping out of the car, he suddenly realized, the massive villa was completely empty. On New Year's Eve, every servant in the Fu household had been given leave. Fu Zhe was alone here, all by himself, thinking of other families celebrating together. How lonely he must feel. Biting his lip, Ju Mingho carried his bags and packages into the villa. Fu Zhe wasn't downstairs. Ju Mingho busied himself reheating the now cool dishes in the microwave. Later, he could just call Fu Zhe down directly for dinner. He rummaged through Fu Zhe's fridge. Besides some pre-wrapped dumplings and steamed buns, there was hardly anything else. He took out some dumplings, made sour soup dumplings and a few dry ones, then used the rice brought from home to cook a claypot rice dish with cured meat, cured sausage, potatoes, and corn. When Fu Zhe pulled the bedroom curtains, he happened to spot a car parked in the courtyard. Fumbling for his glasses, he finally recognized it as Ju Mingho's car. Excited, he forgot to put on his slippers, rushing barefoot downstairs before remembering his wheelchair. He dashed back up to the third floor, wheeled himself into the elevator, and came down. Searching the main hall, he couldn't find the person he'd been longing to see. Frowning, he moved toward the dining room, where over a dozen dishes and soups were already laid out on the table, while delicious aromas wafted from the kitchen. He rolled his wheelchair in. There was Ju Mingho, busily preparing sweet fermented rice balls. Fu Zhe wrapped his arms around Ju Mingho's waist from behind, resting his head against his back and nuzzling softly. Why are you here? Silly, on New Year's Eve, how could I let you stay alone? Chapter 119 Happy New Year, my love. Have you eaten? Ju Mingho wiped his hands on his apron and reached back to pat Fu Zhe's head, gently ruffling his hair as he spoke softly. Not yet. He had made some dumplings at noon, but in the evening, missing Ju Mingho so much, he hadn't felt hungry and couldn't be bothered to cook for himself. But now, seeing Ju Mingho here, standing right in the heart of the kitchen where the rich aroma was overwhelming, his appetite surged. His mouth watered uncontrollably. His stomach was already singing the tune of an empty city. Ju Mingho handed him a small tomato. Fu Zhe caught it with his mouth on purpose, deliberately letting his lips linger around Ju Mingho's fingers. Ju Mingho didn't mind. Hungry? Scratching lightly under Fu Zhe's chin, Ju Mingho watched as Fu Zhe instinctively lifted his face, craving more scratches, only to realize that Ju Mingho was just wiping his drool off. Hungry. Thinking about how poor Fu Zhe would have spent New Year's Eve all alone tugged at Ju Mingho's heart. Go sit at the dining table and have something first. I'll be done here soon. Once the tangyuan floated to the surface, the sweet fermented rice soup was ready. The claypot rice still needed 5 minutes, dinner would be served shortly. He could already hear Fu Zhe's stomach growling. No. I want to wait for you to eat together. Fu Zhe wrapped his arms around Ju Mingho's waist, gently rubbing Ju Mingho's lower belly. You can still eat, right? Your stomach isn't very round. Ju Mingho nodded. I was too busy chatting with you earlier, didn't eat much. What a shame. Then let me cook a dish to reward you. What can you even cook? Ju Mingho hadn't expected this young master to know his way around a kitchen. How many more surprises are you hiding from me, Fu Zhe's low, teasing voice nearly made Ju Mingho drop the ladle in his hand. Chop your ex-boyfriend. There was something suspiciously suggestive in that sentence. The double meaning was far too obvious. Yet Fu Zhe looked eager to show off his skills, so Ju Mingho humored him. After serving the sweet rice balls onto the dining table, Ju Mingho turned off the rice cooker and began dishing out the rice. Along the way, he sneaked 2 big dumplings, claiming it was just to taste the filling. Chop your ex-boyfriend turned out to be something Fu Zhe handled quite skillfully. Within 3 or 4 minutes, a new dish appeared on the table. Ju Mingho pushed him toward a seat. Alright, time to eat. Happy New Year, Fu Zhe. Happy New Year, Ju Mingho. They clinked their glasses of red wine, and then Ju Mingho suddenly exclaimed, wait, I drove here. Then, don't go back. Fu Zhe's fingers tightened slightly around his wine glass, his fingertips turning faintly pale from tension. Who knew opening a bottle of red wine could lead to such a pleasant surprise? Ju Mingho was already doomed, ha 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 ha. That won't work. On Lunar New Year's Day, I have to wear new clothes. Mine are still at home. Ju Mingho frowned. Every year, he wore new clothes on the first day of the new year. If he skipped it this year, it would feel like something was missing. It would leave him uneasy, like having pieced together 999 puzzle pieces, only to find the 1000th one missing right at the end. Fine, Fu Zhe said, quickly changing tactics. For the first time, Fu Zhe thought their dining table was too large. Sitting opposite each other, they couldn't even hold hands. Such sorrow, so immense. Try this, it's my mom's dish. This one is mine. And these were made by my dad. The preserved vegetable pork belly is my grandfather's. Ju Mingho proudly introduced each dish. Fu Zhe obediently followed along, stuffing bite after bite into his mouth. He smiled so hard his face started to stiffen. Ahau, you're so wonderful. Ju Mingho paused, then glanced at him with a smug little look. I've always been wonderful. Yes. Ahau, you've always been wonderful. I wasn't good enough before, I was too harsh on you. But from now on. Ju Mingho raised a hand to stop him. Don't make empty promises. For me, I only care about real change, tangible actions, not hollow sweet talk. Got it, Fu Zhe replied. Watching Ju Mingho eating with his cheeks puffed up, his heart melted completely. If this damn table weren't in the way, he'd have already nibbled those chubby cheeks raw. And kissing them until they were sore would actually be him going easy. Laughter and joy filled the meal. Fu Zhe cherished the warm atmosphere so much that even though his belly was stuffed full, he refused to put down his chopsticks. Ju Mingho ended up frantically searching the entire villa for haw flakes to feed him. How old are you? Still eating until you're this full? Honestly, tell me, are you stupid? Ju Mingho scolded, looking at Fu Zhe sprawled lazily in his wheelchair, belly sticking out, both annoyed and amused. Don't talk about kids during the new year, Fu Zhe said lazily, tugging at Ju Mingho's sleeve like a playful child, hoping to win Ju Mingho's affection. You. Such a smooth talker. Let go of my sleeve, go on, I need to clean up the kitchen. The downside of having no one else in the entire villa was that they had to do everything themselves. Fu Zhe hated seeing his dear having to wash dishes, but with no dishwasher at home, there was nothing he could do but endure it. Since Ju Mingho wouldn't let him help and had already shooed him back to the living room to watch TV, he took advantage of Ju Mingho's absence to quickly get up and start walking around the hall to aid his digestion. He'd eaten far too much. While sitting, it hadn't felt so bad, but the moment he stood up, his stomach felt heavy and painful. He could only walk extremely slowly, taking tiny steps. If he moved any faster, the pain would worsen. As he shuffled along, his eyes casually swept across the room, and suddenly spotted Ju Mingho's figure. An alarm bell rang in his mind. In a panic, he swiftly leaped onto the sofa. This sudden movement jostled his stomach even more, making him feel worse. Chapter 120, Want to Cuddle with Ah How Every Day Plus Little Theater. Ow. It hurts, food churning in his stomach, making him feel so awful that he wouldn't want to eat anything for the entire next day. Holding his belly, Fu Zhe slowly writhed on the sofa, utterly miserable. Within mere seconds, sweat had already rolled down onto his cheeks. How did he end up eating so much? He was usually such a restrained person, yet just now he'd completely lost control. Regret. Epsilon 3. He reached out toward the fruit roll on the coffee table, planning to nibble a few more bites to help digestion. From Ju Mingho's perspective, what he saw was Fu Zhe trying to get up but then collapsing back down, fortunately onto the sofa. Hearing Fu Zhe's groan, his slippers instantly transformed into roller skates, zooming across the floor in a flash. With long legs striding quickly over, Ju Mingho hurried to check on Fu Zhe, eyes filled with worry. Did you fall? Where did you hurt? Let me see. Does it hurt? Poor thing, poor thing. Fu Zhe nodded, instantly switching his gaze, pretending weakly. Did you bump into something? Ju Mingho lifted his shirt, carefully inspecting his waist, pressing around. Good, doesn't seem like there's any injury. Then maybe you should check other areas too. The mischievous glint in Fu Zhe's eyes was instantly caught by Ju Mingho. This devil again. Instantly understanding, Ju Mingho's face flushed red, but he still tried to stay calm as he slowly said, such as? Untie it. Fu Zhe pulled Ju Mingho's hand and placed it on the drawstring at his waist. Today Fu Zhe wore casual sweatpants. That thin cord now lay in Ju Mingho's hands, he felt like he was holding a hot potato. What tricks this guy has. Where did he even learn all this? Face burning, head spinning, Ju Mingho could barely stand straight. Scared? Fu Zhe patted the back of his hand and repeated, go on, untie it. Fine, I will. Ju Mingho gently tugged, and the string came loose. He immediately shut his eyes tight, no looking where inappropriate, no looking where inappropriate, no looking where inappropriate. Open your eyes. Watching how flustered Ju Mingho was, Fu Zhe was internally grinning from ear to ear. How could this man be so cute? He wanted to stick close to Ju Mingho every single day. In his next life, he'd want to become a button and a buttonhole with Ju Mingho. That way they could stay together every day. Or perhaps two adjacent tiles. If he became the wind, then I'll be the sand, that works too. Then they'd never have to part. After building up sufficient mental preparation, Ju Mingho finally cracked his eyelids open just a slit. What met his eyes was long underwear. His mind had raced through millions of possibilities in an instant, but this was the last thing he'd expected. What's that look for? Disappointed? Fu Zhe grabbed Ju Mingho's hand and teasingly rubbed it against himself, thoroughly enjoying Ju Mingho's priceless expression. You're really health conscious, wow. Ju Mingho touched Fu Zhe's long johns, found them not as thick as he imagined. Cautiously asking, "Are you kidney deficient? Is that why you're so cold intolerant?" No need to guess, Fu Zhe's expression right now must have been spectacular. Grinding his teeth, he glared at Zhu Mingho, "Wanna test if I'm deficient or not?" NNN. Zhu Mingho hastily waved his hands in refusal. What if he actually was deficient? Better not risk it. Nah, let's save face, for both of us. Seeing Zhu Mingho's refusal only made Fu Zhe more eager to prove himself. "Aren't you an expert in traditional Chinese medicine? Can't you examine me and see whether I'm truly deficient or not? Practice is the sole criterion for testing truth, after all." Zhu Mingho plopped down on the sofa. "Let's watch TV. Other than the Spring Festival Gala, there's really nothing good on right now." Fu Zhe turned on the TV, flipping through several channels, but found nothing beyond the gala. "Wait, I'll screen mirror my phone." Zhu Mingho cast his phone screen onto the TV. "Your big screen TV must be super fun for scrolling short videos." Fu Zhe scratched the nape of Zhu Mingho's neck, then naturally pulled him into his arms, petting and fondling him like a cat. "Now that's being distant. Isn't everything of mine yours already? Even myself, I'm yours. So aren't all my possessions yours to claim? If you like this big TV, I'll move it to your place tomorrow." Alright, our family's big TV is definitely great for watching short videos. But no need, my TV isn't small either." Zhu Mingho swiped across the screen, browsing through videos that caught his interest. His Bilibili recommendations were incredibly awkward at this moment, mostly couple-themed videos. Flustered, he swiftly scrolled past, searching for something relatively normal. "You really enjoy shipping couples? Well, watching other people fall in love is always more fun. And dating me isn't interesting?" Fu Zhe feigned jealousy, tightening his arms around Zhu Mingho's waist, almost bumping into his stomach. Zhu Mingho shot him a sidelong glance. This man hadn't even passed the trial period yet, and he was already thinking about being in a relationship. "Aren't we not officially together yet? When can I finally get promoted?" Fu Zhe's enthusiasm instantly fizzled out. Suddenly, the man in his arms didn't seem so appealing anymore. "Becoming a party member requires a whole year of probation. Why are you in such a hurry?" Fu Zhe's mouth drooped, looking like a pitiful big blue cat. After smoothing down his hair, Zhu Mingho casually opened a video. Then, on New Year's Eve, the two of them spent most of the night watching earthworms tie themselves in knots. "This is actually pretty entertaining, right, Fu Zhe? Huh? Why aren't you answering?" Receiving no reply, Zhu Mingho nudged the drowsy Fu Zhe behind him with his elbow. Turning back with difficulty, he realized, Fu Zhe had already fallen asleep. How could someone possibly fall asleep watching earthworms untie knots? But since Fu Zhe was already out cold, didn't that mean he could do whatever he wanted now? Delighted, he eagerly clicked on one of his favorite couple videos. Lately, he'd been obsessively addicted to Thai dramas. He couldn't help letting out a series of goose-like giggles from time to time. The violent shaking jolted Fu Zhe awake. Opening his eyes, he was met with shrill laughter so unpleasant it made his eardrums ache. After a moment of confusion, he finally realized, the noise was coming from Zhu Mingho. He gently shifted his head and looked at the TV screen. A big curly-haired guy had the small curly-haired one pinned beneath him, with a deeply romantic background melody. The subtitles were especially sultry. Zhu Mingho laughed even louder, trembling in Fu Zhe's arms like a rocking horse cranked up to 10 times the speed. Fu Zhe gritted his teeth and kept watching. Maybe this would come in handy someday. But when he caught sight of the comments Zhu Mingho had posted, he simply couldn't hold back any longer. He. So hot, so damn seductive. Ah Benji, you are my god. Killed me with how smooth this is. Another day filled with envy for Ah Mei. Ah Ben has chemistry with everyone, oh my god. Fu Zhe's eyes were practically shooting flames. He grabbed Zhu Mingho by the shoulders, flipped him around, then pressed his upper body firmly against him. Without warning, and while Zhu Mingho's eyes widened in shock, he kissed him deeply. Little theater. One day, Xiao Ju was bored and decided to follow the trend, trying to make a cool guy video. Xiao Ju, I'm from Sichuan, Chengdu, Sichuan, Han Chinese from Chengdu. In Chengdu dialect, dad is called Lao Han. Suddenly, Xiao Fu interrupted, you're Fu Zhe's, Fu Zhe's. Xiao Ju, blushing shyly. Xiao Fu, good boy, turn off the camera. Chapter 121. Since that's the case, then don't wear it at all. Zhu Mingho struggled feebly for a moment before going still, afraid that the more he resisted, the more excited Fu Zhe would become. He couldn't very well reward him like this. Fu Zhe kissed him until his lips went numb, refusing to let go. Zhu Mingho grew desperate and weakly pushed against Fu Zhe's chest. Of course, such feeble resistance meant nothing at all to Fu Zhe. When the kiss finally ended, Zhu Mingho refused to look at the glossy shine on Fu Zhe's lips, turning his head away instead. Even after all that, they were still watching TV. Instantly, Fu Zhe's confidence wavered. Who's handsomer, him or me? Zhu Mingho actually paused to think. Both of us are handsome. Both? You really know how to play it safe. Fu Zhe's expression shifted instantly from passionate affection to a dark, disappointed scowl. Every good-looking guy has their own unique kind of charm. I can't exactly lie, right? If he wasn't attractive, how could he be a star? Zhu Mingho turned off the TV. It was late, and he had to get up early tomorrow to go home and change clothes. Fu Zhe sat up straight and glanced at the time on his phone. What a coincidence, it was 23:59. How about, we two? How about what? Before Zhu Mingho could even put on his slippers properly, Fu Zhe pinned him against the back of the sofa and started kissing him again, lingering for what felt like forever. He didn't know what to say anymore. It was the dead of winter, and this man was already like this. How on earth was he supposed to survive spring? Should he buy a gas mask and wear it every day? Or eat only stinky tofu, luosafen, durian, garlic, scallions, and onions, arming himself with chemical weapons? Or maybe coat his lips with bitter gourd and coptis water? He really didn't want to be grabbed and kissed by Fu Zhe every other second. Human lips were thin enough as it was. And swollen lips looked awful. He felt like an emotionless blender. When he was finally released, he tried to get up and escape, but found himself completely powerless. Did you feed me 9 skeleton-destroying powder or something? Why can't I feel my strength? Zhu Mingho reached out to grab Fu Zhe's hand, but accidentally tugged at the drawstring of Fu Zhe's sweatpants instead. Fu Zhe's smile turned sly. You're really that eager, huh? Pfft. Not at all. Zhu Mingho protested loudly. Stop projecting your filthy thoughts onto me. Foul. Me. Fu Zhe smiled even more beautifully. Suddenly, Zhu Mingho was struck speechless by his stunning looks. Smiling like this, he seemed so bright, so incredibly handsome. Indeed, no one could resist the radiant smile of a gorgeous man filled with affection. Oh! Zhu Mingho's delicate, fair little Adam's apple bobbed rapidly as he swallowed, otherwise, his drool was definitely going to spill out. Do you want to check where your hand is right now? Prompted by Fu Zhe, Zhu Mingho's gaze darted around nervously, searching for his own hand. Left hand was still properly attached to his arm. What about the right? Where was his right hand? After frantic searching, he finally realized. Who put my hand on Fu Zhe's abs? Are you trying to ruin me? Zhu Mingho didn't pull his hand back. Instead, he gently patted them once. Twice. Not bad. Pretty solid. Nice and evenly toned. Heh. The pig Jew placed it there. Upon hearing this, Zhu Mingho was just about to mock Fu Zhe for speaking in such a prissy tone, when it dawned on him, he might actually have been calling him a pig. You dare call me a pig? Zhu Mingho was furious. The consequences were severe. He lunged forward, violently headbutting the man in front of him. If I'm a pig, then you're cabbage. I'll butt you to death. Butt you to death. Alright, go ahead and butt. Fu Zhe even opened his arms wide to make it easier for Zhu Mingho to ram around in his embrace. A fond smile played on his lips. Such a wonderful man, how much dog shit must he have stepped on in his previous life to earn this much luck now? When Zhu Mingho finally tired himself out from butting, Fu Zhe even willingly offered him his fruit roll-up to replenish his energy. I won't eat it. It's sour. It's not sour. Try it if you don't believe me. Zhu Mingho clenched his teeth shut, refusing to be fed. So Fu Zhe took a bite himself. So delicious, so sweet. What a pity, someone else has no taste. I'll eat all of it myself. Fine, eat then. Just shut up. Zhu Mingho bent down again to look for his shoe. Why is there only one shoe? Fu Zhe explained, I didn't wear slippers. Why didn't you wear slippers? Too lazy to. Fu Zhe caught sight of Zhu Mingho's sharp glare and immediately lost his nerve. In a small voice, he pulled out his trump card. Anyway, I don't need to walk, so not wearing slippers should be fine, right? Fine, you don't need to walk so you have the upper hand. I was just being unnecessarily considerate. Zhu Mingho put on his slippers and deliberately moved Fu Zhe's wheelchair farther away so he couldn't reach it. Fu Zhe, who usually cared so much about health that he even wore thermal pants indoors, actually ran around the house barefoot. Didn't he know that 100 diseases enter through cold feet? The soles of the feet must never be chilled. Zhu Mingho angrily stepped into the elevator and went up to the second floor. As soon as the elevator door closed, Fu Zhe quickly stood up to make sure it had reached the second floor before walking over to sit down in his wheelchair. He pressed the button to call the elevator and chase after his husband-to-be. Coincidentally, the moment the elevator doors opened, he saw Zhu Mingho's face. Why didn't you tell me the rooms on the second floor were cleaned out? There isn't even a bed or blanket. Zhu Mingho had just finished rummaging through every drawer but found nothing, so he could only come back downstairs. Is that so? The housekeepers must have done it. I didn't know there were no blankets upstairs. Fu Zhe's expression remained neutral, though inside he was absolutely delighted. Then, do you want to crash in my room for tonight? My bed's big enough. That's not appropriate. Maybe I should just go back. Ju Mingho instantly lost any thought of staying overnight under Fu Zai's lustful gaze. Nobody wanted to share a bed with a pervert. What's inappropriate about it? We've stayed together before. Now that we're practically together, why are you suddenly refusing? Fu Zai swiftly pressed the button for the third floor, blocking the elevator entrance and staring intently at Ju Mingho. Not giving him the slightest chance to escape. Once you came, you weren't leaving. In a corner where Fu Zai couldn't see, Ju Mingho shivered nervously and glanced at himself in the elevator mirror. His lips were swollen, looking as if he'd applied a glossy crimson-red lipstick. His cheeks and cheekbones were flushed red, like a patient suffering from yin deficiency and internal heat. Maybe he looked a bit like Ouyang foam from ashes of time. Well, just a tiny bit. His bangs were damp with sweat. He reached up to fix his hair. How hadn't he noticed he was sweating earlier? Oh no. Had he really used his sweaty forehead to bump against Fu Zai's chest? What if he stank? Ah. His image. Good heavens. What should he do? What should he do? Help. He wanted to ask Fu Zai if he smelled bad, but he couldn't bring himself to say it. We're here. Fu Zai had already been waiting outside the elevator for 26 seconds. Ju Mingho was still lost in thought, so Fu Zai finally had to speak up. Oh, right. You go first or should I? The moment Fu Zai entered the room, he took off his hoodie and walked bare-chested toward the curtains. Worried about his head sweat, Ju Mingho urgently needed a shower. Me first, me first. And then he dashed straight into the bathroom. Fu Zai opened the closet, pulled out a fresh set of pajamas, and turned around only to find no one there. He casually tossed the clothes onto the bed and rubbed his hands together with anticipation. Since that's the case, then don't wear it at all. Chapter 122, Fu Zai, this man was simply too charming. Fu Zai lay in bed, quietly listening to the faint sound of running water from the bathroom. His senses were heightened to an extreme, so much so that he could almost visualize Ju Mingho bathing and changing clothes, even from outside. Every time the sound of water paused, his imagination took off. Was Ju Mingho applying body wash or shampoo now? Had he found the toothbrush yet? If he didn't brush his teeth, would Fu Zai still kiss him? Should he go in to help find the toothbrush, just so he could sneak a peek at Ju Mingho's physique? How he longed to go in and scrub his back. Fu Zai gripped the cotton quilt tightly, his mind flooded with wildly lustful fantasies. A disturbingly blissful smile spread across his face. He pulled the blanket over his head, trembling with suppressed laughter under the covers. No, he couldn't let this golden opportunity slip away. Fu Zai snatched up his clothes and rushed to the gym shower next door. Once he came back, he'd be able to jump straight into bed, right beside Ju Mingho. Unlike Fu Zai's hurried routine, Ju Mingho was thorough in his cleaning. After washing several times, Ju Mingho still wasn't satisfied with himself. He even used the hair dryer in the washroom to style his hair into a trendy look. He rummaged through all the bottles and jars on Fu Zai's vanity, scooping out and slathering them onto his face. Wow, Fu Zai really knows how to pamper himself. A grown man with so many skincare products. No wonder his skin is so soft and smooth. Ju Mingho even scooped a generous amount of La Mer's black cream and smeared it onto his neck. The bottle cost thousands, he almost felt guilty using it. After dabbing on some eye cream, he admired his reflection. Not bad, not bad. Handsome. Ready to go. Huh. Then he realized, he hadn't brought any change of clothes inside. Was he supposed to walk out in dirty clothes? He absolutely didn't want that. Walking out in old clothes would make his long shower pointless. But walking out naked? That wasn't realistic either. Fu Zai, that sly old wolf, was still lurking out there. He needed to protect himself. He began rummaging through drawers for a towel, but ironically, none could be found. He stared at the door, helpless, and finally called out, Fu Zai. I forgot my clothes. Can you pass me something to wear? Even your old clothes are fine. Just give me anything. Hearing Ju Mingho's voice, Fu Zai shot upright like a fish leaping from water. Old clothes are fine. Then. He picked up a set of pajamas in Ju Mingho's size from the bed, then put it back into the wardrobe. Instead, he carefully selected his favorite pair of silky sleepwear, something he wore most often. You'll do. With exaggerated gentlemanly manners, he knocked twice on the bathroom door. A delicate hand slipped through the crack. Ju Mingho's, thanks. No problem. Fu Zai had hoped to catch a glimpse through the gap, but Ju Mingho shut the door too quickly. All he could do was touch his nose awkwardly and retreat with a sheepish grin. I'm done. You can go in now. Seeing the fiery look in Fu Zai's eyes, Ju Mingho felt uneasy, fumbling for words until finally managing that one sentence after a long pause. He was about 10 centimeters shorter than Fu Zai and less sturdy. Wearing Fu Zai's pajamas made him look like a child wearing his father's clothes. Fu Zai studied Ju Mingho in his own sleepwear, then stretched out his arm, showing off the same outfit on himself. I've already washed up. Oh, okay. Ju Mingho didn't think much of it, surely the Fu household had more than one bathroom. After glancing around, he intended to sit on the small sofa at the foot of the bed. Huh. Where'd the little sofa go? Wasn't it just here? I accidentally spilled water on it earlier, so I moved it outside to dry, Fu Zhe said, lifting the blanket and patting the bed beside him. Come, sit here. How did you move such a big sofa while in a wheelchair? Zhu Mingho thought he should start viewing this man in a new light. Despite his poor health, he was surprisingly strong-willed. I still have solid arms, Fu Zhe replied, slowly unbuttoning his pajama top and peeling it off to proudly display his toned muscles. Hey! Why suddenly strip like that? You'll catch a cold. Zhu Mingho quickly turned away, sitting down with careful grace. Fu Zhe didn't bother putting his clothes back on. Instead, he tossed the pajamas to the end of the bed, completely unconcerned about them falling. He'd slept on this bed before, but tonight felt distinctly different, profoundly different. The longer he sat, the hotter his backside felt, making him increasingly uncomfortable. It was unbearably itchy. What's wrong? Fidgeting around like that? Fu Zhe wrapped an arm around Zhu Mingho's waist. The spot where Fu Zhe touched burned even hotter. Nothing. It's late. Let's sleep. Okay. Fu Zhe called out, lights off. Oh, okay. Zhu Mingho quickly pulled back the quilt and put on his slippers, preparing to go turn off the lights. Fu Zhe caught his hand. The lights are smart, they can be controlled by voice. Then why haven't they turned off yet? Zhu Mingho pointed at the brightly shining light, puzzled. They'll turn off automatically 10 seconds after receiving the voice command. No sooner had Fu Zhe finished speaking than the lights went out. Zhu Mingho kicked off his slippers and climbed into bed. Silence filled the room. Are you asleep? After counting 1,000 dumplings in his head and still wide awake, Zhu Mingho decided to tease Fu Zhe beside him. Fu Zhe hummed softly. Almost. Almost means you're not asleep yet, right? Zhu Mingho reached over and poked Fu Zhe's waist. Fu Zhe instantly grabbed his finger. Can't sleep. A little. Because of the unfamiliar bed, or because you're afraid of me? I don't have trouble with new beds. So you're afraid of me? In an instant, Fu Zhe activated his dark, teasing persona, pulling Zhu Mingho into his arms and running his hands all over him. Afraid of what, This? He caressed Zhu Mingho's slender waist, eyes crinkling with a playful smile. Or this? This doesn't scare me. Zhu Mingho relaxed his abs, let him touch, it's not like he'd lose 2 ounces of flesh. But then Fu Zhe's hands moved lower, and Zhu Mingho nearly leapt from the bed straight up to the ceiling. What are you doing? He hurriedly slapped Fu Zhe's hand away. Fu Zhe gave a devilish grin. Nothing. Fu Zhe voluntarily withdrew his hand, secretly worried about upsetting Zhu Mingho. Once angry, he'd be much harder to soothe. I was trying to help you fall asleep, but instead I made you more alert. Slipping one arm beneath Zhu Mingho's neck, he gently patted his shoulder. Is that really how you lull someone to sleep? Zhu Mingho stared, utterly incredulous and deeply alarmed. Fu Zhe poked Zhu Mingho's cheek. Did you apply a ton of skincare stuff? How did you know? The mixed sense. Does it smell bad? Zhu Mingho anxiously sniffed himself. No, not bad, just that I can't smell your natural scent anymore. Makes me a little sad inside. Fu Zhe buried his face against Zhu Mingho's shoulder, took a deep breath, then began softly whispering into his ear, his deep, rumbling voice resonating like a bass cannon. Now you smell just like me. You smell just like me. These 6 words sent shockwaves through Zhu Mingho's mind. Fu Zhe, this man was simply too skilled. How could he be so good at this? So unbearably seductive, help me. Zhu Mingho feared he might be the one who ended up tackling Fu Zhe, not the other way around. Chapter 123. Watching other couples PDA at the cinema, Xiao Fu couldn't stay seated. Fu Zhe nuzzled, kissed, and pressed against his neck. Unable to take it anymore, Zhu Mingho gently pushed at his head. Stop it, Fu Zhe. Let's sleep. With you right beside me, I just can't bear to fall asleep, Fu Zhe murmured, playfully nibbling on the soft flesh of Zhu Mingho's shoulder as he purred. What's so hard about sleeping? I'm not going anywhere, Zhu Mingho said, absent-mindedly stroking the back of Fu Zhe's head. He always lost his resolve whenever Fu Zhe started acting cute. He let him bite and chew wherever he wanted on his neck and shoulders. Just don't bite the carotid artery. That could kill me. Okay. Fu Zhe's thin lips gently brushed against Zhu Mingho's carotid. Ahow, your heartbeat is so fast. Yeah, probably because I'm excited. Zhu Mingho chuckled, ruffling Fu Zhe's hair. This guy. They eventually drifted into a deep sleep sometime later. When Zhu Mingho woke up the next morning, he found Fu Zhe staring at him with intensely hungry eyes. He nervously swallowed. What? Want to eat me? If you're willing. Fu Zhe didn't hesitate, sweeping away the loose strands from Zhu Mingho's forehead. And if I'm not? Then I'll just have to wait until you are. What if that takes a very long time? I'll wait. There was unwavering determination in Fu Zhe's gaze. He had all the patience and resolve, he'd chase after just one person for his entire life. No matter what, he was determined to be with Ju Mingho forever. He believed they would have a bright future together. Ju Mingho looked at Fu Zhe. His strong, well-defined body showed clear signs of consistent workouts. But his muscles weren't exaggerated, just perfectly proportioned. His pale, tender skin carried a faint flush. Ju Mingho felt his own face start to burn again. What do you want for breakfast? Fu Zhe propped himself up and changed clothes without any modesty, while Ju Mingho shyly hid under the blanket, refusing to show his face. Dazed, he felt something placed beside him. Only after hearing the door open and close did he finally pull the blanket down from his head. Beside his pillow sat a large gift box, huge, really. What kind of present is this now? With eager anticipation, Ju Mingho opened the box. Inside was the latest Lunar New Year limited collection from a luxury brand, complete set. Carefully taking out the clothes, he saw that every piece was perfectly coordinated. Inside the box was a small note in Fu Zhe's handwriting, already washed, feel free to wear. Impressed by Fu Zhe's thoughtfulness, Ju Mingho excitedly examined the garments. But to his surprise, Fu Zhe had included something that clashed completely with this elegant white outfit. Red underwear. As if anticipating his protest, a little note was stuck to the underwear, your zodiac year, it must be worn. Helplessly, Ju Mingho had no choice but to put them on. He couldn't possibly go commando. Fu Zhe was insufferable. After dressing, Ju Mingho awkwardly went downstairs. Only then did he realize that Fu Zhe was wearing a matching couple's outfit. Ju Mingho suddenly wanted to ask him, is your underwear red too? I made some dumplings and booked movie tickets, for the 10 a.m. show. Let's eat and then head out. 2 plates of dumplings were already on the table. Ju Mingho pulled over a stool and sat down, eyes sparkling. Fu Zhe was just too domestic and sweet. Love him, love him. He liked him more and more each day, hee. These dumplings you made are really delicious. Ju Mingho took a bite and gave a thumbs up. Unsurprising, from Fu Zhe, even dumplings tasted exceptional. If you like them, eat more. Seeing how happy Ju Mingho looked, Fu Zhe felt joyful too. It was deeply satisfying to bring happiness to someone you cared about. After the meal, Fu Zhe washed the dishes while Ju Mingho enjoyed watermelon cubes thoughtfully prepared by Fu Zhe. Being pampered felt incredibly good. Suddenly, he felt envious of Fu Zhe's first 24 years, what kind of life had he been living? A life like an emperor, food served at his mouth, clothes handed to him, the most luxurious comfort imaginable. Driving to the cinema, thankfully Fu Zhe had booked tickets in advance, or they would never have gotten seats. There are way too many people. Maybe we shouldn't bother getting popcorn and soda. Ju Mingho didn't want to stand in line, just wanted to find seats quickly. It's fine. I'll queue. And with that, Fu Zhe actually obediently joined the line. From the lounge area, Ju Mingho watched Fu Zhe waiting in line from afar, so handsome. Even in a wheelchair, he truly looked amazing. Why is it that even in a wheelchair, people are still hitting on him? Ju Mingho felt a twinge of jealousy as he watched a girl approach Fu Zhe and ask for his WeChat. After giving up the seat he'd finally found to another lucky attendee, he stood and walked over to stand beside Fu Zhe. The moment the girl saw their couple's outfits and Ju Mingho taking Fu Zhe's hand possessively, she immediately understood. Wishing you both happiness. Thank you. We definitely will be happy, Ju Mingho said with a smile, intertwining his fingers tightly with Fu Zhe's and giving their joined hands a little shake right in front of her. Only after the girl had left did Fu Zhe chuckle and say to Ju Mingho, that girl was a talent scout. She wanted me to join a modeling audition. You can be a model now? Ju Mingho asked, genuinely puzzled. So she came to ask whether I could recover fully. Fu Zhe held Ju Mingho's hand gently, delighting inwardly at how cute he looked when jealous. He cares about me, he loves me. The thought spun wildly through Fu Zhe's mind. He wanted to marry Ju Mingho, right now, this instant. Unfortunately, the civil affairs office wasn't open today. Otherwise, he'd tie him up and drag him there without hesitation. Ju Mingho noticed Fu Zhe's gaze growing increasingly intense, rolling his eyes slightly at him, well aware that his boyfriend was probably fantasizing about something ridiculous again. Finally returning with their snacks after queuing, they entered the theater with their tickets. Wanting to make it more romantic, Fu Zhe had picked a French romantic film. Wow, the heroine is so beautiful. Right from the beginning, Ju Mingho was captivated by the leading actress. The male lead was good-looking too, but his early behavior didn't quite live up to the heroine's beauty. Unlike Ju Mingho, who was absorbed in the movie, Fu Zhe spent the entire time watching the other couples around them displaying affection. Some had been kissing non-stop for 5 minutes straight, going beyond the 5-minute mark. Others fed each other popcorn without letting go of each other's fingers. Some wrapped their arms around their partners and refused to let go. A few were snuggled up closely in each other's embrace. And here he was, sitting next to a Hao, as far apart as if they didn't even know each other. Reaching over, he hooked an arm around Ju Mingho's shoulder. Come closer. Lean on me while watching. Ju Mingho didn't refuse, readily shifting closer and resting against him as he watched the screen. But seeing that Ju Mingho was still fully focused on the film, Fu Zhe started brainstorming new tactics. Feeding Ju Mingho snacks. Ju Mingho ate 2 or 3 pieces of chicken popcorn, then stopped. Fu Zhe needed a new strategy. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't figure out how to capture the attention of a man completely engrossed in a movie. Helpless, he ground his teeth in frustration. Then, after an emotional love scene, the on-screen couple finally kissed. Seizing the moment, Fu Zhe grabbed the back of Ju Mingho's head and pulled him into a deep kiss. Chapter 124, The Terrifying Honeymoon Phase. When Ju Mingho was finally released, his head was still spinning. Why did you suddenly do that? Seriously, he had missed so much of the movie. In the whole cinema, only you and I aren't doing anything, Fu Zhe gestured around them. Every other couple was locked in embraces or kissing passionately, why were they the only ones completely motionless? Did he actually think he was being reasonable right now? Ju Mingho shot him a glare before turning his attention back to the film. We're here to watch a movie, not to show off our affection in public. We can show affection anywhere, but this premiere only happens once. Then if we're at the cinema, let's just focus on the movie. If all you want is to be affectionate, we might as well go straight to a hotel. Ju Mingho didn't quite lower his voice at the end, drawing curious glances from several couples nearby. Fu Zhe swept his murderous gaze across those staring eyes, intimidating them into looking away. Thinking over Ju Mingho's words, he realized there might actually be some truth in what he said. Even though most people here were couples, there were children watching too, perhaps it wasn't appropriate to behave too intimately in public after all. Reluctantly, Fu Zhe decided to stop. Apparently, his precious bear was shy and didn't like such displays in public. From now on, he'd restrain himself, save such actions for when they were truly alone. After the movie ended, Ju Mingho and Fu Zhe remained seated until everyone behind them had left. Only then did Ju Mingho pull out Fu Zhe's wheelchair, positioning it properly. Fu Zhe used his upper body strength to shift himself into the chair. Ju Mingho walked ahead, holding the garbage bag filled with snack wrappers. Once outside, he searched everywhere for a trash bin. When he finally spotted one, he moved Fu Zhe to the roadside and instructed, "Wait here, Fu Zhe. I'm going to throw this away. Go ahead." Fu Zhe waited patiently for Ju Mingho, lightly thumping his legs. What a nuisance these legs were. How could he find a chance to come clean? He really couldn't keep up this charade any longer. Looking up, he saw a woman smiling sweetly at him. "Handsome, do you need help?" Fu Zhe turned his eyes away without responding. But the woman seemed even more emboldened. Glancing toward the trash bin where Ju Mingho stood, Fu Zhe desperately wished he would hurry back. Ju Mingho never expected that in mere minutes, Fu Zhe had already been approached again. Blue-haired heartthrob, Fu Zhe indeed brought trouble wherever he went. Unwinding the white scarf from his neck as he walked over, Ju Mingho wrapped it around Fu Zhe's neck, partially covering half his face. "Now let's see how many more admirers you attract. You're this handsome guy's boyfriend. How can you bear to leave him sitting here all alone? Don't you know how to care for someone? Look at him, he's like this, yet you abandon him by himself." Ju Mingho raised both hands in mock surrender. "Excuse me? What like this are you talking about? Can't he just sit here peacefully? Do I have to carry him on my head wherever I go? Why don't I pay you 10 yuan a day to carry him instead?" This woman was utterly ridiculous. What nonsense was she spouting? He really shouldn't have brought Fu Zhe out today. This man was nothing short of a calamity, sitting in a wheelchair and still attracting unwanted attention. Who knew whether it was because of his designer clothes or simply that damn face of his? "How dare you talk to me like that?" The girl instantly flared up, standing in front of Ju Mingho and craning her neck upward to argue. "Oh really? You love taking care of people so much, why don't you carry him on your head then?" Ju Mingho grabbed the handle of Fu Zhe's wheelchair and pushed forward, leaving the furious woman yelling insults behind them. "Laugh. You dare laugh." Ju Mingho snapped at Fu Zhe, annoyed. It was clearly Fu Zhe's fault he was upset, yet here he was laughing so smugly. "I'm happy you're jealous for me." "Yeah, well, you can't expect me to get jealous twice a day. In less than 3 hours, I've already downed 2 full jugs of vinegar." Seeing that Ju Mingho was sulking quietly, Fu Zhe finally moved to console him. Time always flew when 2 people were together. Before they knew it, the 7th day of the Lunar New Year had arrived, and Fu Zhe had to return to work. "I really don't want to go back to work. What if I hire a professional manager to run the company, and we just wander the world together?" Fu Zhe stirred the porridge in his bowl listlessly, his face clearly showing reluctance. Ju Mingho raised an eyebrow while spreading cherry jam on a slice of toast. "More like running for our lives." "Why say that?" Fu Zhe scooped a mouthful of the yam porridge Ju Mingho had cooked. "Delicious, absolutely wonderful. Truly, nothing compared to food made by Ju Mingho. I heard your cousin has been locked up by Fu Hanwen." A few days ago, while chatting casually, Ju Mingho heard from Lin Lin about it. According to a contact following Li Jiahe and Li Li were under house arrest at a villa in the outskirts. "Is that so? Aside from locking people up, his methods haven't improved one bit. You actually expect him to improve? Zhu Mingho looked utterly incredulous. If he develops any new tricks, won't they just be aimed at you? Do you really think he'd let you off easy? And there's also a rumor going around, he's been searching for high-quality female college students to serve as surrogates. Fu Zai couldn't help but burst into laughter. He struggles just to produce a child, how could he possibly wait 18 years for it to grow up and challenge me? What do you mean, struggles to produce? Was Fu Zai actually planning to target the unborn child? That would be too ruthless. The sly glint in Fu Zai's eyes made Zhu Mingho feel like he was staring straight at a fox. Once I have solid evidence, I'll report it to the police. Everyone knows surrogacy is illegal in this country, right? Fu Zai truly was a law-abiding, informed citizen, time to award him a free little heart emoji. Zhu Mingho gave a thumbs up. Among all the CEOs he'd ever read about in romance novels, Fu Zai was definitely the most law-savvy president he'd ever seen. Top 3 contenders for China's most touching CEO, they should seriously consider putting him on the list. In that case, you go work hard. I've stayed here for several days straight, my mom must miss me by now. Zhu Mingho drifted into thought as he checked his phone, where his mother had sent a message. Stay with Fu Zai. Don't keep thinking about coming home. You're grown up now, don't act like a mama's boy. Learn to be independent. Zhu Mingho, don't you miss me at all? Zhang Xiona, when I'm not busy, why would I think about some other man? Want to make your dad unhappy? The only person in my heart is Ah Zheng. You can't even make it into the top 3. Zhu Mingho, how do you rank them exactly? Zhang Xiona, me first, husband second, parents third and fourth. But regardless, he had to go back. These past few days with Fu Zai, being devoured day and night, he was starting to suspect Fu Zai was part dog. For instance, right now, immediately after finishing dinner, Fu Zai pulled out a breath spray from his pocket. Zhu Mingho instinctively wanted to bolt. But he was just a fraction too slow. In an instant, Fu Zai grabbed him, yanking him into his arms to be thoroughly ravaged. Could you please? No. At that very moment, Zhu Mingho shed tears of humiliation. So this was what the honeymoon phase felt like. Was the honeymoon phase endless KJSS, and endless clinging hugs, being kissed until he couldn't breathe? Chapter 125, Cruise Ship Fireworks Event. Alright. Zhu Mingho shoved Fu Zai several times before finally escaping his grasp. Fu Zai wore an expression of unsatisfied desire. Come on, just let me kiss you a few more times. Zhu Mingho wriggled out of his embrace. You should go to work now. Everyone else spent emotions in their relationships, there's consumed lips. Zhu Mingho touched his own lips with his index finger. Good, they weren't swollen. Having escaped unscathed this time, he felt nothing short of grateful toward Fu Zai. Just a few days ago, Fu Zai always failed to control himself properly. So much so that his lips had chapped and even bled from being sucked too hard. Only after Zhu Mingho threatened and cajoled did Fu Zai abandon his previous beastly habits, now giving oral was significantly gentler. But no matter how gentle, the sheer frequency still took its toll. Today, he absolutely must escape back home and properly nurse his lips for a few days, or he'd fear losing them forever. Will you send me to work? Even without Fu Zai asking, Zhu Mingho would have gone anyway. To enjoy their private time together, they hadn't allowed the butler and staff to return after the Lunar New Year, Zhou Meng and the others hadn't come back yet. When Fu Zai opened the passenger seat door, Zhu Mingho immediately began shouting, don't sit in the front seat, okay? I'm scared. I'm scared you'll lose control, I'm scared you won't be able to restrain yourself. Fine. Slamming the car door in frustration, Fu Zai gritted his teeth in a corner where Zhu Mingho couldn't see. Meekly sitting in the back row, all he could do was stare at the back of Zhu Mingho's head the entire way. Sometimes, he couldn't even see that. Fu Zai, we're here. Their eyes met through the rearview mirror, sticky, almost gooey with affection. I really don't want to let you go. Why don't you come to work with me? Fu Zai leaned forward, tugging at Zhu Mingho's sleeve like a child throwing a tantrum. Zhu Mingho protested, no. I didn't sleep well last night, I need to go back and catch up on sleep. You can't sleep without me. Fu Zai deeply regretted not insisting on taking the front seat, he couldn't even hug or kiss now. Zhu Mingho undid his seatbelt. Of course I can. After helping Fu Zai take down his wheelchair, Fu Zai pushed his luck by asking Zhu Mingho to accompany him all the way up to the 28th floor. Can you stop being such a pain? Zhu Mingho's arm was wrapped in Fu Zai's embrace. In broad daylight with people passing by, Fu Zai didn't seem to care about looking foolish in front of employees. He just kept swaying their arms back and forth, hugging tightly. Under the varied stares of passers-by, Zhu Mingho was the first to crack. Relenting, he gave in and wheeled Fu Zai up to the 28th floor. I swear, I can't believe you. He. Fu Zai grinned triumphantly, clearly thrilled. As long as he got up to the 28th floor, everything would be easy. Alright, we're here. I'm leaving now, bye-bye. Zhu Mingho pushed Fu Zai's wheelchair out of the elevator and began frantically mashing the close button. Fu Zhe reached out to stop it, nearly getting both of them caught in the closing doors, narrowly avoiding a horrifying elevator accident. After surviving the near miss, Zhu Mingho found himself pulled into Fu Zhe's arms. He pounded Fu Zhe with all his strength. Are you crazy? Do you know how scared I was just now? Holding Zhu Mingho gently, Fu Zhe apologized softly, his expression full of remorse. Sorry, truly sorry, how? It's all my fault. I shouldn't have stopped the elevator. Don't be scared anymore, my fault. You scared me half to death. After whimpering a bit, Zhu Mingho gradually calmed down and tried to stand, but Fu Zhe maneuvered his wheelchair and carried him straight into the office. What? Stunned? Captivated by your older brother who drives one-handed? Fu Zhe teased, noticing Zhu Mingho staring fixedly at him. Zhu Mingho snorted. Older brother? Isn't that what I am? Humph, I'm older than you, okay. Realizing what he'd said, Zhu Mingho quickly covered his mouth. Just pretend I didn't say anything. Actually, I already know. Fu Zhe settled him onto the desk, wrapping his arms around Zhu Mingho's waist and lifting him slightly higher, adjusting him into a more comfortable position. You know. Zhu Mingho was confused. Know what? I know you're not you. At those words, Zhu Mingho's pupils constricted sharply. When had Fu Zhe found out? I've known for a long time, Fu Zhe said, stroking Zhu Mingho's hair with a tender, doting smile. Your accent gave you away. Zhu Mingho never imagined his downfall would be something as simple as an accent. He still wanted to fight it. Really? That's the only reason. From that time at Shushan, I knew you weren't him anymore. He'd never apologize to anyone. Then what you like is you. This time, Fu Zhe was the first to truly experience Zhu Mingho's initiative. Little Zhu's lips, master, you promised me freedom just now. Little Zhu, patience. Little Zhu's lips, I can't hold it anymore Aowa. Little Zhu, maybe I should just get fake lips made. Boss Fu, may I come in? The office door knocked, and Zhu Mingho quickly pulled away from Fu Zhe. When Lin Lin entered, he saw Zhu Mingho standing nervously beside Fu Zhe, obviously trying to conceal something as he wiped his mouth. His face was visibly flushed, unnaturally red. Fu Zhe, on the other hand, appeared remarkably composed. Though not panicked, he still bore clear blush marks on his cheeks, and the glistening moisture on his lips caught the light with every slight movement. Truly worthy of being Boss Fu, his composure far surpassed the average person, better than most by far. As Fu Zhe discussed business matters with Lin Lin, Zhu Mingho sat quietly on the sofa, staring blankly out the floor-to-ceiling window at the scenery beyond. It had started snowing again. In just a short while, thick flakes were drifting down like feathers from the sky. Looks like going home today wouldn't be possible. By the way, Boss Fu, Fu Hanwen asked me to give this to you. Lin Lin handed over a finely packaged envelope. Not sure why he sent it directly to the company, but specifically instructed me to deliver it personally. Is that so? The old fox is getting craftier by the day. Fu Zhe opened the envelope. It was an invitation. All members of the Fu family were invited to watch a fireworks display aboard a cruise ship on the 15th day of the first lunar month, the Lantern Festival. What scheme is this old man up to now? Fu Zhe passed the invitation to Lin Lin. Investigate. Report anything unusual immediately. Yes, Boss Fu. Lin Lin quietly closed the door when leaving. He gave Zhu Mingho a knowing look before exiting, making Zhu Mingho's face burn even redder. Being teased by his friend made him deeply embarrassed. Fu Zhe deliberately beckoned with his hand. Come here, I'll show you something. What is it? Out of curiosity, Zhu Mingho stood and walked over. Fireworks show. And a cruise. Looks nice. Ignoring the mention of Fu Hanwen, Zhu Mingho looked at Fu Zhe with eager eyes. Do you want to go? If you want to go, then I'll go. I want to go. Then I'll take you. Fu Zhe resumed typing rapidly on his keyboard. If only these annoying tasks didn't exist, he'd rather the entire world shrink down to just him and Zhu Mingho. Everyone else, everything else, wherever they belonged, just go there already. Find some corner and stay there. Chapter 126 Fu Zhe, I love him so much AAA, Zhu Mingho, I love him so much AAA. These past few days, they had been inseparable, and everyone in the entire Fu Corporation knew about Fu Zhe and Zhu Mingho's relationship. Someone even created a Weibo super topic, did you see the two bosses showing affection today? In order to get a glimpse of the beloved couple, employees risked being scolded by Fu Zhe just to come up to the 28th floor. They noticed that lately, Fu Zhe and Zhu Mingho always wore clothes in the same color scheme. Who knew Fu Zhe had so many colored suits, all haute couture? No wonder he was the big boss, rare color schemes were no challenge for him. Moreover, Fu Zhe's temper had gradually improved. Not a single person in the entire building had lost their bonus recently. Lin Lin, thanks to his outstanding errand-running skills, even received a triple bonus for 3 months straight. That was one of Zhu Mingho's good deeds. Now, every Fu Corporation employee hoped to help Zhu Mingho somehow to earn extra bonuses. The once cold-faced CEO turning into a gentle gentleman became a popular tale. Recently, tea-time gossip at Fu Corp revolved entirely around imagined, snapped, or made-up snippets of Fu Zhe and Zhu Mingho. Zhu Mingho once accidentally overheard office chatter about himself while getting matcha powder from the 26th floor lounge. Apparently, Fu Corp employees often sneaked up to the 28th floor when he dozed off. Apparently, Fu Zhe frequently stole kisses when he slept, and because he feared conversations might disturb him, conducted all meetings with subordinates outside the office. So in others' eyes, they were this sweet, already qualifying as a model couple. Things like how people often saw Fu Zhe kissing him in the office, or how the intense affection in their eye contact could make every bee on earth blush. Frankly speaking, it moved him a little. In those unseen corners, Fu Zhe loved him endlessly. Hearing others talk about it stirred unusual emotions within him. He wanted to pull Fu Zhe into his arms and kiss him fiercely. How could this man be so perfect AAA? He loved Fu Zhe so much. On the 15th day of the first lunar month, Fu Zhe specially granted a holiday to all Fu Corporation employees worldwide, letting them enjoy their time freely. Early in the morning, Zhu Mingho got up enthusiastically and urged Fu Zhe to rise and brush his teeth. Don't forget, we're going on a cruise today. Wake up already. You really like cruises that much? I've just never seen one before. I'm curious. Zhu Mingho held up two outfits against himself. Help me pick, which one looks better on me? The blue one. I'll wear blue too, to match you. Holding the blue outfit, Zhu Mingho cheerfully trotted to the walk-in closet to change. Fu Zhe checked the time, only 7 o'clock. Since when did Zhu Mingho wake up this early? Looks like the allure of a cruise ship really was strong. Lin Lin, buy me a yacht. Medium-sized is fine, but make it luxurious. Got it, boss Fu. Lin Lin's voice was hoarse and still heavy with sleep, he clearly hadn't gotten up yet. Fu Zhe flopped back onto the bed. By the way, register it under Zhu Mingho's name. Fu Zhe. I swear, you guys are impossible. It's a holiday, don't you two ever sleep? I was grinding until 3 a.m., not some innocent virgin like you two. Zhuang Nian's irritated voice came through, and Fu Zhe almost threw his phone away. Zhuang Nian really couldn't speak properly, it was so annoying. After hanging up, he lay back down again. What was the point of arriving so early at the fireworks show? Staying with that old fox Fu Hanwen meant nothing good. He needed to protect Zhu Mingho carefully. After changing, Zhu Mingho ran back to drag the lazy Fu Zhe out of bed. Come on. We didn't even do anything last night, why are you so tired? You went to bed early. You don't know how hard I've been holding back. Fu Zhe grabbed his arm, trying to pull him down to lie together again. We're going to a fireworks party, we only need to arrive by evening. Why get up so early? To make you breakfast. Did you forget last night, you kept saying you wanted red bean mochi soup? Zhu Mingho's words made Fu Zhe feel ashamed. He hadn't realized his offhand comment had been remembered. Zhu Mingho woke up this early just for him. It touched him deeply. How could he not love such a wonderful person? Freshly pounded mochi tastes best. There's a great shop beyond the 5th Ring Road, I wanted to take you there in the morning. But if you're really too tired, I'll just grab some and bring it back for you. Zhu Mingho stroked the dark stubble that had grown overnight along Fu Zhe's jaw. Lately, his beard had been growing faster than before. Could it really be due to hormonal changes? Excessive secretion of sex hormones made his facial hair grow faster than before. I'll go with you. I'm not tired, Fu Zhe said, catching Zhu Mingho's finger that was lightly scratching his chin and pressing a soft kiss to the back of his hand. You're wearing black label on your hands again. So what? Can't stand it. Zhu Mingho looked smug. You never use it yourself. I'm just using it up before it expires. No, I just wanted to kiss your natural skin. Instead, I got a mouthful of chemicals. Didn't meet expectations, kind of a letdown. After dawdling a bit longer, Fu Zhe finally got up, and Zhu Mingho stayed by his side while he brushed his teeth. They drove over 10 kilometers to the breakfast shop, and those few bowls of red bean mochi soup they fought through dozens of people to get seemed even more delicious. After breakfast, let's go to this place. Fu Zhe sent an address to Zhu Mingho on WeChat. Zhu Mingho glanced at it. Go to the seaside now. Weren't we supposed to go in the evening? Fu Zhe nodded. Lin Lin has something to discuss. All right. Hearing it involved Lin Lin, Zhu Mingho assumed it was business-related and didn't ask further. But when he drove there following the address, Zhu Mingho froze. A luxurious cruise ship stood before him, adorned with a long banner. Congratulations to Mr. Zhu Mingho on receiving his yacht. Mine. He pointed at himself, utterly incredulous. Fu Zhe gave him a confirming look. I bought it for you. Why did you buy this? Such a waste of money. Even as he complained, his face lit up with excitement as he eagerly wandered around, touching here and poking there. Seeing his reaction, Fu Zhe felt immense pride. Right now, there wasn't much he could do for Zhu Mingho, so he compensated with material things to fill these small voids. He hoped Hao wouldn't mind. He had already started planning to confess about being able to walk again, he just hadn't found the right moment yet. The captain led them out to sea. After leaving the coastline behind, the first thing Fu Zhe did was help Ju Mingho put on a life jacket. You can't swim. The first thing once you're on board is to wear this. Can you swim? Ju Mingho asked, gazing tenderly at Fu Zhe, who was kneeling slightly to adjust the straps, making it easier for him. Fu Zhe smiled at him. I used to. Chapter 127, Zi Mingho's Fu Zhe. When Ju Mingho looked at him with eyes full of pity and affection, Fu Zhe couldn't help but lean in and kiss him deeply. In the midst of their passion, Ju Mingho heard Fu Zhe whisper softly in his ear, I love you. It was the first time Ju Mingho had ever heard those 3 words from Fu Zhe. Normally, he would repeat, like, over and over again instead of, love. Perhaps the word felt too heavy. Both of them, by unspoken agreement, rarely brought it up. But today, beneath a bright sky and above rippling blue waves, nestled in his lover's arms, hearing those words spoken, Ju Mingho's heart bloomed with joy, like a rose he'd visited daily and tended to so carefully finally blossoming right before his eyes. He always knew the rose would bloom, and he always knew it was blooming for him. This one-of-a-kind rose, was Fu Zhe, Zi Mingho's own. For some reason, a single tear rolled down Ju Mingho's cheek. The sudden warmth startled Fu Zhe, who opened his half-closed eyes. Baby, why are you crying? Maybe. I love you too. The sea breeze instantly dried the tear on his face. Though the ocean water remained cold this season, their hearts burned hot and fierce. Hand in hand, they leaned together on the deck. Ju Mingho sat on the ground leaning against Fu Zhe's legs, while Fu Zhe sat in his wheelchair, arms draped gently over Ju Mingho's shoulders. The roaring wind swept across their faces, yet failed to scatter the depth of their love. Fu Zhe and Ju Mingho chatted endlessly about countless trivial things, but their happiness far exceeded 100 repetitions of poetic declarations of love. To be in love is an indescribable blessing, and love always finds its way to those who truly believe in it. They fished on the deck, releasing every catch afterward, spending a joyful day adrift at sea. Ju Mingho had completely forgotten about the upcoming fireworks party until Fu Zhe reminded him. They might have missed it entirely otherwise. Fu Zhe instructed the captain to steer his yacht close to Fu Hanwen's larger cruise ship. After boarding together, Ju Mingho was shocked to discover that Fu Hanwen was among the guests. Instantly, goosebumps erupted across Ju Mingho's back as long-buried memories came crashing back. Why is he here? Not out of fear, but hatred. Hatred toward himself for being unable to make this villain pay for his past misdeeds. Hatred toward his own powerlessness, failing to bring the wicked to justice. He's the host tonight, Fu Zhe whispered quietly. Ju Mingho immediately snapped and gave him a hard flick on the forehead. How could you not tell me something so important? I really forgot, Fu Zhe said truthfully. He genuinely hadn't remembered to tell Ju Mingho, not intentionally withholding it. With a remorseful expression, he grabbed Ju Mingho's hand, showering it with kisses and caresses. Sorry, forgive me, baby, please forgive me, won't you? I'll be good. I promise. It took all of Ju Mingho's strength to win the tug-of-war and finally pull his hand free. Now clutching tightly onto the armrests of Fu Zhe's wheelchair, he thought, as long as I'm with Fu Zhe, everything should be okay, right? Fortunately, Fu Hanwen appeared only briefly before vanishing again. Ju Mingho secretly hoped he'd fallen into the sea, better yet, devoured by sharks, swallowed whole by a whale, or dragged underwater by mermaids to serve as a slave. As long as he never breathed freely among them again. The weather was especially beautiful today. Even past 5 in the afternoon, the sky over the sea remained vividly blue. With the ship now sailing, Fu Zhe suggested, let's go to the deck. Okay. Pushing Fu Zhe's wheelchair onto the open deck, Ju Mingho just finished engaging the brakes when he shifted slightly, and suddenly slipped, landing flat on his backside. Are you okay? Fu Zhe quickly bent over to help the fallen Ju Mingho, who waved weakly. Ow, it hurts, my butt. You weren't careful enough. How did you even fall? After helping Ju Mingho stand, Fu Zhe gently warned, be more careful next time when walking. Rubbing the sore spot, Ju Mingho gritted his teeth against the pain. I don't know what happened, I just lost my footing and fell. Yet no sooner had he taken a few steps than he slipped again and crashed straight down. Have I broken divine law or something? Why do I keep falling? Exhausted, Ju Mingho collapsed on the ground, refusing to get up. Observing the faint sheen on the floor, Fu Zhe grew suspicious. Was there something wrong with this patch of ground? Cautiously, he wheeled across the exact spot where Ju Mingho had slipped. Sure enough, the wheelchair skidded violently, nearly tipping both man and chair overboard. Ju Mingho reacted first, reaching out to grab Fu Zhe, ending up catching him in an incredibly awkward position, his own ankle crushed beneath the wheelchair. Fu Zhe, are you okay? Ju Mingho patted Fu Zhe, who was dazed on top of him, cold sweat beading on his forehead from the pain. I'm fine, Fu Zhe replied, scrambling to his feet and readjusting the wheelchair before sitting back down. Only then did he notice Ju Mingho clutching his foot, sweating profusely. What's wrong with your foot? Just got hit by the wheel. Fu Zhe slid off the wheelchair onto the ground and lifted Ju Mingho's foot. Let me see. The ankle was already badly swollen. Fu Zhe's eyes filled with anguish. I'll carry you to get it treated. How? You can't carry me. Though in severe pain, Zhu Mingho hadn't lost his senses, he knew full well that Fu Zhe wasn't strong enough to carry him. Fu Zhe panicked, nearly blurting out that he had recovered. Instead, he pulled himself back onto the wheelchair, then carefully hoisted Zhu Mingho onto his lap. This works too. Just as they neared the cabin, they saw someone approaching. Fu Zhe hurried forward for help. Where's the first aid kit? A woman turned around. Fu Zhe jumped in shock. You're Lili. The woman nodded. Though her face was disfigured, Fu Zhe recognized her immediately. After all, years ago, Lili had lived at the Fu family estate for a time along with Li Jiahao. Your voice. She nodded again and pulled out a notebook and pen from her pocket. What do you need? He's injured, we need the first aid kit. Lili led them into a small room and handed Fu Zhe a medical box. Fu Zhe found a sofa, laid Zhu Mingho down, and after confirming there were no open wounds, took the ice pack Lili brought and wrapped it in a towel before placing it on the injured spot. Someone deliberately made that patch of floor slippery. Did they? Zhu Mingho instantly thought of Fu Hanwen, it must have been his doing. Fu Zhe said nothing, silently tending to Zhu Mingho's foot. Inviting them here only to pull such underhanded tricks, Fu Hanwen really had no idea who he was dealing with. What nerve! He'd hurt Zhu Mingho, this couldn't just be let go. Chapter 128 Falling into the Trap. Zhu Mingho noticed Fu Zhe's furrowed brows and couldn't help but reassure him, I'm fine, don't worry too much. Fu Zhe clearly didn't believe him, so Zhu Mingho kept insisting, really, I'm okay. It doesn't hurt that much. Don't feel sorry for me, I don't even feel pain. Don't let yourself get hurt instead. You're not in pain, but I am, Fu Zhe shot back, staring at Zhu Mingho's badly swollen ankle. How could this be called fine? It broke his heart. If injuries could be transferred, he'd gladly be the one suffering instead of Zhu Mingho. Seeing Zhu Mingho hurt felt like a sharp blade slowly slicing through his heart. Focused, Fu Zhe continued treating Zhu Mingho's foot, periodically removing the ice pack to avoid damaging the surrounding skin from overexposure to cold. Beside them, Lili was visibly agitated. She gripped her pen tightly, scribbling and then erasing on paper, glancing up at the two of them with strange, unsettling looks. Her odd behavior successfully drew the attention of the couple who were just moments ago lost in their own world. Zhu Mingho lightly kicked Fu Zhe's hand. When Fu Zhe turned to look, he nodded toward Lili. Fu Zhe understood immediately and gave a slight confirming nod. After composing his thoughts, Fu Zhe spoke calmly, Auntie Li, if you have something to say, please just speak up. There are no outsiders here. Lili frowned, then rapidly wrote on her paper, there are cameras. Fu Zhe smiled faintly. How could he have forgotten? Of course Fu Hanwen, that sly old fox, would have surveillance set up. Is this fireworks festival a conspiracy? Zhu Mingho borrowed Lili's notebook, engaging in a quiet written exchange. What does Fu Hanwen want? Before Lili could finish writing, the cruise ship suddenly rocked violently. Startled, Zhu Mingho quickly leaned back and tightly gripped the sofa. Fu Zhe lost his balance, the ice pack slipped from his hand and dropped to the floor. As he reached down to pick it up, Lili moved first, retrieving the ice pack and handing it to him. By chance, Fu Zhe caught sight of strange red spots under Lili's sleeve. Instinctively, he asked, what's that? Lili pulled her sleeve down uncomfortably, forcing a nervous smile and shaking her head. Something felt off. Fu Zhe refused the ice pack she offered, abruptly lifted Zhu Mingho onto his lap, and waited until the boat stabilized slightly before carrying him to the restroom to rinse the injury. What's wrong? Zhu Mingho whispered, seeing Fu Zhe's tense expression. She has syphilis. Syphilis? Zhu Mingho looked horrified. Could it be, had Fu Hanwen planned all along for them to fall and get injured, only to have Lili, infected with syphilis, expose them to her blood or other bodily fluids? Don't eat anything on this ship today, Fu Zhe said as he rinsed Zhu Mingho's foot underwater, examining it carefully. Thankfully, it was only red and swollen, not broken or ulcerated, otherwise the consequences would have been unimaginable. Don't ask questions, don't get involved in anything. How did you know she has syphilis? Zhu Mingho stared at Fu Zhe in awe. He'd only glimpsed Lili's sleeve, how could he possibly deduce such a thing? You're incredible, comrade Fu Zhe. Fu Zhe, however, looked deeply regretful. I once saw documents about her and her son from their time in America. To earn money for Li Jiaha's medical treatment, Lili did everything there, singing on the streets, pimping, even drug dealing. After being arrested by immigration authorities, she ended up in an underground clinic doing experimental drug trials. The very facility she joined specialized in sexually transmitted disease research. She contracted HIV, syphilis, genital warts, and numerous other diseases there. This was supposed to be a family gathering, yet we haven't seen Li Jiaha at all. Doesn't that seem suspicious to you? Fu Zhe gently dried the water droplets from Zhu Mingho's foot with a tissue, then softly scratched the arch, making Zhu Mingho burst into laughter. Stop. That tickles. Just wanted to see you laugh. You haven't smiled once since stepping onto this boat. Fu Zhe regretted bringing Zhu Mingho here. He'd expected Fu Hanwen might bring Li Jiahe, harmless, fragile, but never imagined Li would be the one taking center stage. After hearing all this, how can I possibly be happy? Zhu Mingho sighed, torn. Was maternal love great or not? If she truly loved her child, why had she given birth to this deformed boy simply to climb the social ladder? But if she didn't love him, why had she sacrificed so much for him? People are complicated beings. Good or bad, those simple words can't define the complexity of a single human life. Perhaps the root of all this lies in nothing more than a father who refused to take responsibility. Fu Zhe brushed aside strands of hair from Zhu Mingho's forehead, only now noticing how Zhu Mingho's cold sweat had dampened the loose bangs. Does it hurt badly, baby? Fu Zhe kissed Zhu Mingho's forehead, eyes filled with tenderness. Zhu Mingho shook his head. Carry me over to the sofa for a bit. I need to check it. He wiggled his ankle and, realizing there was no fracture or dislocation, began massaging it with a pained grimace. If it hurts that much, maybe you shouldn't press on it. Fu Zhe him, watching his face twist in agony, unable to help but speak up. Zhu Mingho shook his head again. If I don't work out the bruising, I won't be able to walk for days. No matter how painful, he had to go through with it. Recovery came first, otherwise, both of them would end up stuck on this boat. It had just turned dark when Fu Hanwen walked in, greeting Fu Zhe warmly. Aze, I heard you two fell on the deck. Nothing serious, I hope. Thanks to your concern, nothing's wrong, Fu Zhe replied coldly, glaring at Fu Hanwen as if he wanted to punch him twice and toss him into the sea. Though Fu Hanwen caught the displeasure in his tone, he kept smiling. Had I known you'd bring Xiao Hao along, I wouldn't have acted so rashly toward him earlier. Xiao Hao, you understand, tonight's a family banquet. Since Aze brought you here, as the elder and host, I'm officially allowing you into the family. As for what happened before, let's just forget it. Don't hold it against me. Consider it my mistake, alright? Looking at Fu Hanwen's fake, greasy smile, Zhu Mingho nearly vomited. No need to pretend. You were wrong, that's just fact. Hearing this, Fu Hanwen's eyes narrowed instantly. So, Xiao Hao, you're saying you won't forgive your uncle? How can I forgive? Unless I get to do exactly what you did to me, back onto you, then maybe I'll consider forgiving you. What a damn hypocrite, playing victim now like he'd been wronged. Who did he think he was fooling? Furious, Zhu Mingho turned his face away, refusing to look at him any longer. Fu Hanwen chuckled awkwardly. It's already dark. The fireworks are about to start. Let's go out together. Fu Zhe carried Zhu Mingho onto his lap, maneuvering the wheelchair behind Fu Hanwen. Casually, he asked, where's Li Jiahe? Why isn't he here? He's here, just feeling unwell. Resting in his room. He came all this way. Can I go see him? It's been years, I wonder how much he's changed. Fu Hanwen stiffened slightly. Alright, I'll take you to see him later. This kid, could he have figured something out? After guiding Fu Zhe to the deck, Fu Hanwen turned back toward the cabin. His fists clenched tightly, this plan must succeed, failure was not an option. Everything hinged on this moment. He hoped Li Qingwu wouldn't disappoint him. Otherwise. His sharp, hawk-like eyes swept over the timid Li trailing behind him. She froze in place, tears welling up in her eyes, trembling uncontrollably. One tear spilled over and rolled down her cheek. Realizing Fu Hanwen hated her crying, she panicked, shaking so badly she could barely stand. Her legs gave out, and she nearly collapsed. Annoyed, Fu Hanwen strode over, pulling out a silk handkerchief to wipe her tears. Using the fabric as a barrier, he patted her scarred, disfigured face harshly. You lowly bitch, how dare you cry? What are you crying for? Tell me, what did you say to Fu Zhe just now? Li only shook her head frantically through her tears. Fu Hanwen slapped her hard across the face. You didn't say anything. Then why is that kid so suspicious? I told you to smear your blood onto Zhu Mingho's wound, did you do it or not? Li bit her lip and pulled a note from her pocket. Fu Hanwen snatched it and read. Chapter 129 Watching a family of 3 perform. Please, let Jiahe go. He's still so young. Fu Hanwen gripped Li's throat tightly. Her lips had turned pale, and though her breath came in short gasps, she dared not resist. The man's once handsome face was now twisted and grotesque with overwhelming rage. Li closed her eyes, refusing to look any longer, she simply waited silently for death to arrive. Sometimes, she truly wished she could just die. After all, her current life was nothing short of living hell. But for her child's sake, she could never bring herself to give up. What would happen to her son if she died? Li Jiahe couldn't even take care of himself. Without her, he'd starve to death in that rented apartment within days. Yet today, knowing both she and her child were about to perish in these waters, she felt an indescribable sense of relief. Dying together might be far better than clinging to a life without dignity. Let him go. Who among you ever let me go? If it weren't for you, could I have become this person I am now? What did you say when you went to America? You promised you'd cure him, that you wouldn't return unless he was healed. Was he healed? Then why did you come back? Fu Hanwen slapped Li Li's face wildly. Instantly, the thick metallic taste of blood filled her mouth. Suddenly, she opened her mouth and spat a gush of blood straight onto Fu Hanwen's hideous face. Some of it splashed into his mouth. Fu Hanwen spat furiously, then proceeded to punch and kick her brutally. Fu Zhe and Zhu Mingho searched room by room for Li Jiahe. Not finding him anywhere made Fu Zhe uneasy. Finally, in a storage closet, they discovered Li Jiahe, tightly bound and tied up. At the sight of them, Li Jiahe quickly scrambled behind a pile of clutter, hiding in a narrow gap while letting out eerie cries. Fu Zhe frowned. He used to only have mobility issues. Why does he seem mentally unstable now? Maybe he was traumatized. Don't you think there's something deeply off about this mother and son's mental state? Zhu Mingho stepped slowly forward, speaking gently to the trembling boy from outside the crevice. Little he, is it you? I'm Zhu Mingho, your big brother. Do you remember Fu Zhe? You met him when you were little. Brother Fu Zhe has always been kind. Do you remember him? Children with cerebral palsy sometimes possess exceptional talents in other areas. The fact that Li Jiahe mastered multiple musical instruments suggested he had a very strong memory. He should certainly recall Fu Zhe, the older brother he'd met as a child. Zhu Mingho kept radiating warmth and reassurance, repeatedly telling Li Jiahe, who was jumpy like a startled bird, that they were there to save him and free him from the ropes. Only after Zhu Mingho had nearly talked himself hoarse did Li Jiahe finally inch cautiously out. Gij Zhe. He is scared. Back when they were younger, the two had indeed been close. At the old family home, Fu Zhe, though usually cold and distant, often helped Li Jiahe with his physical difficulties. Had things remained unchanged, Fu Zhe might have comforted him immediately. But now, with Zhu Mingho around, Fu Zhe hesitated to step forward. Noticing his hesitation, Zhu Mingho stepped ahead gently. Big brother Zhe isn't feeling well right now. How about big brother Hao unties you instead? With a tear-streaked face, Li Jiahe glanced between Zhu Mingho and Fu Zhe, seemingly judging whose expression looked kinder. In the end, he reached toward Zhu Mingho. How gij? This made Fu Zhe feel even more uncomfortable. What was this guy's deal? Why did everyone suddenly get called Big Brother? Like a rooster laying eggs, some kind of super rooster. Cock-a-doodle-doo, it just sounded so irritating. They coaxed Li Jiahe to come with them onto the deck to watch the fireworks display. But as soon as they stepped onto the deck, instead of fireworks, what met their eyes was Li Li being violently beaten by Fu Hanwen. Mom! Li Jiahe screamed and flailed his fists, hobbling unsteadily forward to shield his mother. He pounded on Fu Hanwen's back. With one swing, Fu Hanwen sent the already unbalanced Li Jiahe flying. Li Li crawled over to her son, wiping the blood from her hands on her clothes before tremblingly reaching up to touch Jiahe's face. She whispered something faintly. The shape of her lips revealed her words to Zhu Mingho, "Don't hit Dad." Damn! Zhu Mingho was furious, his entire body steaming with rage. Even at this moment, she was still teaching her child not to hit his father. In his own home, if Zhu Jinggang raised his voice at Zhang Xiuna, he'd charge in immediately to defend his mom. Fu Hanwen didn't deserve to be called father, he disgraced every father in the world. Fu Hanwen, do you have any shame? Hitting your wife and child, he couldn't help but shout, needing to vent his fury. Little Hao, sorry you have to witness this. I just caught this woman cheating on me, so I couldn't help but teach her a lesson, Fu Hanwen said, taking off his coat and wiping the blood from his hands. What terrible luck, having that wretched woman's blood smeared all over him. Cheating? Zhu Mingho was utterly baffled. This was Fu Hanwen's yacht, filled with only his people. Who didn't know about Li Li's condition? Who in their right mind would develop some kind of fetish so strong they'd risk their own health just to be with a disfigured woman at sea? Unbelievable. Fu Zhe patted his hand lightly, signaling him to stay calm. Let's wait and see. The real show hasn't even begun yet. Watching feels too emotionally involving. I'm so angry right now I could rush over and beat Fu Hanwen senseless. Before, I just thought he was an idiot. Now I realize he's a complete psycho. Fu Zhe chuckled slightly. Still better than me, right? I don't resort to domestic violence. Not being abusive is normal behavior, it doesn't count as a bonus point, Zhu Mingho shot back. If a man bragged about not hitting his wife as if it were some virtue, then clearly, he had nothing else going for him. Under such an eerie atmosphere, the fireworks display actually began. With great patience, Zhu Mingho lifted his head to watch the fireworks. Chapter 130, Fu Zhe, graduated with honors from the Flirting Academy, confirmed. The deep blue sea merged seamlessly with the sky, blurring the boundary between heaven and water. In the distance, it was impossible to tell where the ocean ended and the sky began. A slow-rising firework tore through the silent expanse above the horizon. By now, Zhu Mingho had already forgotten his earlier displeasure, completely absorbed in the dazzling fireworks blooming across the night sky. It's so beautiful. Fu Zhe, look quickly. That pink one is especially pretty. Quick, lend me your phone to take a picture, mine doesn't have good resolution. You're more beautiful than any of them, Fu Zhe murmured, not even glancing at the sky as he obediently pulled out his phone and handed it over. The joyful expression on this man's face was something he could cherish for 100 lifetimes. Who had time to spare even a single glance for boring fireworks? Even the most radiant flower in the universe couldn't compare to a fraction of his Ju Mingho's beauty. The fireworks display lasted over half an hour. From initial excitement and boundless joy, jumping around eagerly taking photos, Ju Mingho gradually slipped into visual fatigue. Eventually, he leaned against Fu Zhe's chest, dazed, poking at Fu Zhe's pectoral muscle with his fingertip. When are we going back? I'm sleepy. He nuzzled his head against Fu Zhe like a cat purring and whining in its owner's arms. Fu Zhe's eyes sparkled as if stars were about to fall right out of them. How could Ju Mingho be this adorable? He wanted nothing more than to hide Ju Mingho away, so no one else would ever see how cute his treasure could be. Indeed, people in love had zero IQ, his intelligence had been completely drained by Ju Mingho's star-sucking technique. If not for the awareness of others nearby, he would have just grabbed Ju Mingho and started devouring him right then and there. With tremendous self-control, he suppressed the urge to kiss, instead tightening his arm around Ju Mingho's waist. Weren't you excited just a moment ago? Already losing steam? Fu Zhe gently smoothed Ju Mingho's hair tousled by the sea breeze, noticing his forehead felt chilly. He leaned in and brushed his lips against the cool skin. Are you cold? Not cold. Not cold. It's ice cold. Let me warm it up for you. Using his scorching lips, Fu Zhe warmed Ju Mingho's icy forehead. The extreme contrast of heat and cold sent tiny goosebumps rippling across Ju Mingho's body. This guy Fu Zhe, way too skilled at seduction. Definitely a top graduate from the flirting academy. Trying hard to ignore the sensation on his forehead, Ju Mingho forced himself to focus on the beautiful fireworks. But even the most stunning fireworks grew tiresome after a while. Now, he was actually feeling sleepy, letting out a huge yawn. Fu Zhe gave his back a light pat. Fake smiling Fu Hanwen approached, engaging them in friendly conversation. There'll be a late-night banquet later. How could a family gathering go without dinner? I've hired a Michelin 3-star chef especially for tonight. We're not hungry. Ju Mingho flatly rejected the dinner invitation. He'd rather starve than eat a single bite from Fu Hanwen's table. Absolutely no way he'd ever say, it smells amazing, no chance whatsoever. Fu Hanwen turned to Fu Zhe with an awkward smile. When one path failed, try another. Ah Zhe, you really should eat something. Besides, we're already far out at sea. It's too dark to return tonight, it wouldn't be safe. So we can only go back tomorrow? Yes, only tomorrow. Fu Hanwen uncomfortably rubbed his palms together, his shifty eyes clearly hiding something suspicious. Fu Zhe studied him silently for a moment before slowly nodding. He was curious exactly what kind of trick this old bastard had up his sleeve. He reassuringly patted the back of Ju Mingho's hand. The show was about to begin, and every performance needed an audience. He wasn't a pawn. He was watching. As long as he was here, nothing would happen to Ju Mingho. During the banquet, Fu Hanwen even invited a full symphony orchestra to play among the guests. The rich, melodious sounds of cellos, violins, and saxophones drifted through the air, but to Ju Mingho, they felt like saws scraping against his eardrums. Ugh, so sleepy. Shoo, I'll go to bed with you soon. Since Ju Mingho's phone battery was dying, Fu Zhe took out his own and let him play a match 3 game to pass the time. Completely absorbed in his game, Ju Mingho didn't spare a single glance for the food on the table, not even taking a sip of water. Following Fu Hanwen's chopsticks, Fu Zhe symbolically picked at a few dishes but ate almost nothing. At first, Fu Hanwen kept urging them to eat and drink, which made his intentions seem all the more questionable. Later, the dining table fell into silence, one-sided. Only Fu Hanwen continued eating alone. With both Ju Mingho and Fu Zhe refusing to touch the meal, anxiety inside Fu Hanwen grew louder and louder, pounding like a drum. That wretched Lily must have exposed his plan. He had intended to spare her life, but clearly, that mercy was no longer necessary. Since everyone's had their fill, let's just head to our rooms and get some sleep. Fu Hanwen waved his hand, no longer bothering to force a fake smile for their sake, it was exhausting. With a sullen expression, he gestured for a subordinate to lead Ju Mingho and Fu Zhe into the cabin. Sir, I think it'd be better if you shared a room, after all, you're a couple. Ju Mingho cheerfully interrupted him, we're not married yet. Sleeping together might look inappropriate. As if he'd fall for that. If anything went wrong, they'd both be taken out at once. Seeing his insistence, the subordinate didn't dare argue further and reluctantly assigned them 2 adjacent rooms. Ju Mingho pushed Fu Zhe into one of the rooms at random. I feel uneasy. You didn't eat much, right? The food should be fine. Fu Hanwen himself ate quite a bit. Fu Zhe felt the bedsheets, they were slightly damp. Only after closing the window did he feel reassured as he looked at Ju Mingho. We still need to stay in the same room. If something happens, we'll have each other's back. I know. That earlier act was just misdirection, to make them think we're in separate rooms. Ju Mingho wore an expectant look, clearly seeking praise. If they plan to make a move on us, they'll want to lure us into a room they've already set up. Just now, I noticed he kept trying to guide us into the very last room. Too deliberately. That's exactly why I insisted on 2 rooms. The room they were in now was precisely the one overlooked by Fu Hanwen's subordinate. Relatively speaking, it was a safer choice. Fu Zhe couldn't help but admire his reasoning. No doubt about it, his intelligence had been completely drained by Zhu Mingho's star-sucking technique. Look how brilliant Zhu Mingho was. Lying on the bed, Zhu Mingho was nearly asleep when suddenly an explosion rang out, startling him so badly he almost leapt off the bed. Chapter 131, A Divine Love in Peril. Fu Zhe. Are you okay? We. Before Zhu Mingho could finish, a series of explosions rang out one after another, making his heart race. Bang. Bang. The intense vibrations and sharp sounds made it impossible for him to stand steadily. The violent blasts caused the ship to rock wildly. Stumbling forward with uneven steps, Zhu Mingho rushed toward the bathroom, twisted the doorknob, but strangely, Fu Zhe had locked it from inside today. Previously, Fu Zhe would always leave the bathroom door wide open while showering, deliberately provoking Zhu Mingho into coming over to close it, proudly showing off his perfect physique. That he'd locked it today was already unusual, but there was no time to think. Zhu Mingho didn't care anymore. He pounded fiercely on the door, trying to get a response. Fu Zhe. Are you okay? Open the door quickly. I know you're in there. Don't scare me like this. Open up. It's me, Zhu Mingho. Half-conscious and dazed, Fu Zhe faintly heard Zhu Mingho's anxious cries. With great effort, he forced his heavy eyelids open. Ah how? I'm here. His strong will flared within him. Drenched, he crawled out of the bathtub. Moments ago, as soon as he entered the bathroom, the door had suddenly closed by itself. Before he could react, the showerhead beside the tub had turned on automatically. Puzzled, he stepped closer to shut it off, then caught a whiff of a pungent, acrid smell. He had no time to respond before collapsing, fully clothed, into the bathtub. Luckily, he hadn't drowned. Hearing Zhu Mingho's voice brought a final surge of determination. Ah how? Crawling toward the door, he gripped the smooth wall and struggled to his feet, shouting with all the strength he could muster, I'm okay. Outside, Zhu Mingho knew something was terribly wrong. He threw himself against the door repeatedly, but his strength wasn't enough. The door refused to budge despite his efforts. Fu Zhe. Don't be afraid, I'll break the door down soon. Zhe, I'm coming to save you. Don't be scared. With his very last ounce of strength, Fu Zhe reached the doorknob just before losing consciousness, and squeezed it hard. Without warning, the door swung open. Zhu Mingho froze mid-charge, staring into the room. When he saw Fu Zhe collapsed on the floor, his heart nearly stopped. Panic surged through him, leaving him momentarily paralyzed. He ran forward mindlessly, dropping to his knees to check Fu Zhe's breath. Thank goodness, he was still alive. Wiping away tears with his sleeve, Zhu Mingho muttered to himself, what kind of simple shower turns someone unconscious? Using the flashlight on his phone, he quickly checked Fu Zhe's pupils. Thankfully, they weren't dilated or irregular. They were still normal. He gently tapped Fu Zhe's shoulder, then shouted tearfully by his ear, Fu Zhe. It's Zhu Mingho. Can you hear me? If you can hear me, squeeze my hand as hard as you can. Fu Zhe's hand trembled as it weakly squeezed Zhu Mingho's. Though faint, the grip was unmistakable. Overwhelmed with relief, Zhu Mingho sobbed as he lifted Fu Zhe and propped him onto the nearby wheelchair, then began pushing him out. But the main door was blocked too. Thick smoke filled the air, carrying a distinct chemical stench. Zhu Mingho tore 2 bed sheets into strips, soaked them with water, and tied them behind their heads, using the damp fabric to cover both Fu Zhe's and his own nose and mouth. He hoisted Fu Zhe out through the window. The wheelchair was too large to fit, so he slung Fu Zhe onto his back and limped unsteadily toward the deck. The air outside was slightly fresher. Once out, Zhu Mingho realized every cabin on the ship was now engulfed in flames. The chemical odor still stung the air, but Fu Zhe showed signs of recovery. Ah how? It's me. I'm sorry. You've done nothing wrong, Zhu Mingho whispered, holding back tears that slipped from the corners of his eyes. When had he ever seen Fu Zhe look so fragile? It was all his fault. He hadn't noticed sooner. He was a doctor, he was supposed to protect Fu Zhe. I'm sorry. I failed to take care of you. Your foot is still injured. Put me down. Just go. Please. If only one of them could survive, he would choose to die. Zhu Mingho pinched the flesh on his thigh sharply. Shut up. I'd never leave you behind, just like you'd never leave me in danger. I love you too. I won't give up on you. Following his memory, Zhu Mingho carried Fu Zhe to the stern in search of a lifeboat. He carefully lowered Fu Zhe into it first before climbing down himself. There are life jackets. I'll help you put yours on. After securing Fu Zhe's life jacket and inflating it, Zhu Mingho turned to untie the ropes connecting the cruise ship to the lifeboat. Why is this so damn difficult? He jumped onto the deck to untie the ropes, but Fu Hanwen had already arrived with his men. Don't let those 2 escape, go after them now. If you don't kill them both, none of you will leave this place alive. Zhu Mingho frantically tried to loosen the knots, but the more he pulled, the tighter they became. Fu Zhe slashed the inner side of his arm against the sharp edge of the boat, trying to use pain to stay conscious. Blood dripped onto the deck. The wound in Fu Zhe's heart hurt even more. He could only watch helplessly as that group seized Zhu Mingho, completely powerless, unable to move a single muscle. Though his arm burned with sharp agony, it didn't bring any clarity. The suffocating pain of helplessness made tears spill from his eyes uncontrollably. From afar came Zhou Meng's voice, "Young master." Fu Zhe resisted the urge to turn around. Reinforcements were finally arriving. He and Zhu Mingho would be saved. Summoning every last ounce of strength, he crawled toward Zhu Mingho. The black-clad men were already beginning to retreat, but Fu Zhe clung desperately to Zhu Mingho's leg. 2 or 3 of the masked men grabbed Fu Zhe by the arms, dragging him along as a hostage. "Well now," said black-clothed man A, smirking as he studied the two clinging to each other, "still rushing to die at a time like this? What an absolute idiot. You actually have feelings like this? Ha! Clearly they're in the honeymoon phase. Give it another day and neither would care a damn about the other." Black-clothed man B looked anxious. "Can you stop talking nonsense? We're surrounded, what do we do now?" Black-clothed man C wore a self-satisfied grin. "We've got life insurance right here. With these two, we'll definitely make it out alive. What about second master Fu?" Screw the second master. Survival comes first." Black-clothed man D spat on the ground. If only he'd known Fu Zhe had backup coming, who'd be dumb enough to go up against the Fu family? That old fox Fu Hanwen deserved to die, tricking his brothers into dying for nothing. Holding a knife, one of them deflated the air bladder of Fu Zhe's life jacket first, then casually grabbed Fu Hanwen, who had been strutting around the deck barking orders at his men. Fu Hanwen's face turned pale with terror, eyes bulging. "Old Lu, you." "Second master," Old Lu sneered, pressing the blade against Fu Hanwen's cheek, "do you remember what you told your brothers before we came?" Warm blood began to trickle down as the knife bit into his skin. The metallic scent of blood filled the air. Seeing Fu Hanwen still trying to maintain composure, Old Lu chuckled, "As expected of Master Fu, such petty tricks are nothing compared to your skills. Child's play." In an instant, he sliced off a strip of flesh from the inside of Fu Hanwen's arm. "This cut is perfect, just the right ratio of fat to lean. Roasted, it'll be delicious. Want a taste?" With a savage grip, he dragged Fu Hanwen over to the blazing fire near the explosion site, then skewered the piece of meat with his blade and held it over the flames. The fire danced, crackling softly as it seared the flesh. He grinned at Fu Hanwen. 3 minutes in. 7 minutes. 9 minutes. Master Fu usually only eats steak medium rare. Care to try well-done human meat? Locally sourced, you can trust the quality. He brought the sizzling chunk of meat to Fu Hanwen's lips, forcing his mouth open. Fu Hanwen clenched his teeth shut. Old Lu laughed. "So Master Fu thinks this batch isn't fresh enough? Fine then, we'll just have to roast a new piece, right here, right now." Chapter 132, Mission within a mission, Scheme within a scheme, no one's role is simple. "Old Lu. Name your price, I'll give you whatever you want. What the hell is wrong with you? Why betray me now?" Fu Hanwen was so enraged by Old Lu's betrayal that he could barely breathe. He'd paid him all that money and still got nothing in return. Lately, his luck had been terrible. Fu Zhe, that walking disaster, he should have dealt with him much earlier. His eyes burned with fury, flames already licking at half his clothes, scorching him until he screamed in pain. Old Lu, kindly, grabbed him and tossed him into the seawater to douse the fire. "How did second master catch on fire? Guess I have to put it out for you. You goddamn traitor. You son of a bitch. You're vile, despicable, may you die a miserable death." Fu Hanwen thrashed in the icy water, every muscle tense, agony like salt poured into fresh wounds. Suddenly, he remembered doing exactly this to Zhu Mingho not long ago. Was this fate's way of coming full circle? He refused to believe it. That bastard Old Lu knew he couldn't swim, deliberately threw him into the sea just to torture him. Well, he wouldn't give him the satisfaction. Clenching through the pain, Fu Hanwen stopped struggling, letting buoyancy keep him afloat. After enjoying Fu Hanwen's tortured expression enough, Old Lu waved casually at his underling nearby. "Xiao Wu, go fish him out." Xiao Wu stared at the dark, churning sea. The waves were fierce. January seawater remained bitterly cold. But under the pressure of his boss's glare, he reluctantly agreed. "Fine." Without another word, he stripped off his coat and dove headfirst into the ocean, hauling Fu Hanwen, the root of all chaos, back onto the deck. The moment Fu Hanwen surfaced, he crawled toward Xiao Wu's discarded coat on the ground and hugged it tightly, shivering violently, trying to warm his frozen body. Even if Xiao Wu punched him, he wouldn't hand the coat back. That damned Old Lu was ruthless. Gazing at his own charred arm, Fu Hanwen shot Old Lu a look poisoned with pure hatred, one that wished to tear the man apart flesh from bone, chew his bones to dust, and suck out his marrow. Having sufficiently savored Fu Hanwen's complicated expressions, old Lu sneered, then casually snatched a thick, dry, coarse rope from the deck. He bound Fu Hanwen from behind, trussed up like a pig, then carelessly flung him into a corner, kicking him a few times for good measure. Only when he saw Fu Zai's sinister gaze did old Lu remember the master still tied up. He quickly barked, "Xiao Wu, untie Fu Zai." After unbinding Fu Zai, Xiao Wu pointed at Zhu Mingho. "Alright, Lu Ji, what about this guy? Untie him too. Then go meet Zhou Meng, stop him from firing blindly. There are people. Phew. Lucky he'd followed along today. Otherwise, the Tiger Fawn would have become history right here, right now." After years of hard work bringing the clan this far, he wasn't about to let everything vanish in an instant. A wise man knows which way the wind blows, and well, guess what? He was that wise man. Anyone who dares cross Fu Zai hasn't even been born yet. Xiao Wu quickly undid Zhu Mingho's ropes, even gently massaging his wrists. "Hey, does it hurt? Didn't pay attention when tying, pulled it a bit too tight. Your skin's all red here, let me rub it for you." But before his hands lingered more than a few seconds, Fu Zai's icy glare made him yank them back in terror. Fu Hanwen gritted his teeth in helpless rage. If he'd known it'd come to this, he should have just poisoned Fu Zai outright. Knockout drugs were useless, total waste. Now he'd lost both his leverage and his plan. The boat exploded twice, how the hell didn't Fu Zai die? Damn it. Stubbornly lucky. Was today really the day he'd meet his end? The searing pain in his arm left him unable to think straight. Beads of sweat rolled down his body like rain. "Old Lu, let me go. You helped me once, but Fu Zai won't spare you. We should run together, that's our best chance. Don't be stupid. Do you really think switching sides now will save you? It won't. Have you forgotten what he's done before?" Fu Hanwen croaked out the words, eyes wide with fear of death. Idiots. How could they turn such a flawless plan into this catastrophe? There was no turning back now. At least he'd ordered Li Li and her brat Sanjia to be tied up and thrown into the exploding cabin earlier. The stains on his life were now erased. That, at least, brought a sliver of comfort. Hearing this, old Lu took the knife handle and drove the blade deep into Fu Hanwen's thigh. Hot blood gushed instantly from the wound. Then old Lu twisted the handle inside deliberately before pulling it out, leaving torn flesh and carnage behind. Fu Hanwen trembled uncontrollably from the pain. "Don't, let's talk this over. You think I'm some kind of joke to you? What the hell did you tell the brothers when you called us here? We came here to make money, not to die. You want me to run now? I'll be shot full of holes by Zhou Meng's men. After all these years in the underworld, I'm not stupid like you." Old Lu's sinister, terrifying gaze made Fu Hanwen flinch involuntarily. He'd hired thugs with a promise to eliminate Li Li and her son, but once they arrived, he started screaming that Fu Zai and Zhu Mingho had to die too, otherwise no payment would be made. How could he possibly dare target Fu Zai? Unless he was in a rush to ascend to the Western Paradise ahead of schedule. Fu Zai and Zhu Mingho huddled tightly together. Zhu Mingho remained alert, eyes scanning their surroundings warily. Watching as Blackshirt Ding tormented Fu Hanwen, he dared not even breathe loudly, so brutal it was. By instinct, he almost rushed forward to stop the bleeding, old professional habits died hard. "Don't be afraid. They're turning on each other, that's good news for us." Fu Zai still had no strength whatsoever, leaning weakly against Zhu Mingho as he endured the lingering effects of the drug, waiting impatiently for its influence to wear off. This helplessness frustrated him deeply. Being completely powerless was unbearable agony. Slowly, inch by inch, he dragged his hand until it grasped Zhu Mingho's smallest finger, only then did he feel a shred of comfort. "I'm not scared. I still have to protect you." Sensing Fu Zai's irritation, Zhu Mingho rubbed the back of his hand with his thumb, trying to offer him strength. Zhu Mingho clasped Fu Zai's hand in return. Their fingers intertwined, the two leaned quietly against each other, silently giving one another support. Finally, Fu Zai saw the yacht drawing close, the knot in his chest loosened at last. Zhou Meng and his men had finally arrived. When Zhou Meng stepped aboard, leading a group clad in bulletproof vests and brandishing guns, Zhu Mingho tensed up again, fearful. Why do they have guns? Zhu Mingho tugged at Fu Zai's sleeve and whispered, "Is Zhou Meng part of some secret criminal organization?" "No. These people are from the SWAT." He was an upright, law-abiding citizen, not some gangster. Old Lu grinned as he strode forward to shake Zhou Meng's hand. "I'm Lu Jun from Tiger Fawn. Mr. Fu has been well protected, and I've captured Second Master Fu as well." Zhou Meng patted Lu Jun's shoulder. "Brother, you're really cooperative." On the way here, he'd expected a fierce battle, he'd brought friends from the Special Police Task Force just in case. But never thought the head of Tiger Fawn would be this reasonable. To rescue Fu Zai without firing a single shot. Couldn't ask for more. Of course. Everyone knows crossing Mr. Fu means certain death. I've got no plans to visit Thailand anytime soon. Lu Jun laughed it off. Truthfully, he'd never wanted to take this job. But his newly recruited underling only cared about the money and accepted the six-figure contract. Idiots, they didn't know Fu Zhe's life was worth tens of millions on the black market. Risking your neck for 400,000. That'd be ridiculously stupid. The accompanying medic quickly moved to examine Fu Zhe and Zhu Mingho. Fu Zhe waved them off, declining the foredrip. I'm fine. Just weak. I'll recover after a bit. Meanwhile, Zhou Meng, bored, turned his attention to Fu Hanwen cowering in the corner. He walked over with his gun in hand, sending Fu Hanwen shrieking in panic. If I've committed a crime, let the law punish me. You can't take justice into your own hands. If you've committed a crime? Ha ha ha. Zhou Meng swung the rifle but down hard, smashing Fu Hanwen's face. Who the hell do you think you are? Young master won't hit you, I sure as hell will. I'll beat you to death, you damn old bastard. I've hated your guts for so long. You piece of shit, always scheming behind the scenes, got my young master stuck in a wheelchair, I'll fucking kill you. Zhou Meng beat Fu Hanwen relentlessly, punching and cursing non-stop. Watching this, Zhu Mingho felt his palms itch, he wanted to join in too. Let me punch him too. I'll vent for you. Fu Zhe leaned forward and kissed Zhu Mingho lightly on the cheek. Untie my belt. What? Why now, there are so many people around. Zhu Mingho's face instantly burned red. Fu Zhe shook his head with a chuckle. What are you thinking? You little pervert. I just want to give you a handy tool. Fu Zhe whispered slowly into Zhu Mingho's ear, word by word, nothing more. So what were you thinking? What did you imagine I might do to you? There's nothing. Zhu Mingho reached out to unfasten it, but Fu Zhe deliberately wore a sly, knowing smile, leaving Zhu Mingho guessing wildly. What is it? Why are you grinning like such a creep? Zhu Mingho felt weird under that gaze, uneasy inside. If you keep laughing like that, I'll go unbuckle someone else's belt. Whose belt were you planning to unfasten? Fu Zhe's expression turned instantly serious. Zhu Mingho hastily waved his hands. No, I wouldn't dare. Oh. I think you dare plenty. Chapter 133, Fu Zhe and Xiao Ju are finally together, Confetti everywhere. I'm in. Zhu Mingho grabbed a belt and excitedly rushed over to join Zhou Meng's side. My god. No wonder your name is Zhou Meng, you really are fierce. You actually knocked out his teeth. Looking at the bloody, white, messy lump on the ground, Zhu Mingho realized that the idiom, beaten so badly he's scrambling for teeth, wasn't just an exaggeration after all. Who knew it could be so literal? Though the victim was Fu Hanwen, he felt not even a shred of sympathy, only the urge to laugh. He had always assumed scrambling for teeth was merely rhetorical hyperbole, but clearly, this time it was reality, with zero exaggeration involved. No big deal. Want to give it a go, young Master Zhu? Zhou Meng grinned stupidly, making space for him. He's still got a few teeth left. Wanna try knocking them out? Sure. Zhu Mingho had initially thought this might be too cruel, but under the current atmosphere, he grew eager to see if he could knock out Fu Hanwen's remaining teeth. He tentatively threw a few light punches. Fu Hanwen didn't even let out a scream. With everyone watching his handiwork, Zhu Mingho felt slightly embarrassed. What's going on? Why aren't any teeth coming out? Young Master Zhu, your striking angle is off. Let me teach you, Zhou Meng said, observing Zhu Mingho's completely wrong posture. He needed proper instruction, otherwise, they'd have to resort to tools to smash the teeth out. Watch me. Zhou Meng guided Zhu Mingho, demonstrating blow by blow. Inside, Fu Hanwen sank into deeper despair. Can you just end it quickly? Shut up. Zhu Mingho swung again, and blood spurted from Fu Hanwen's nose. It wasn't until late at night that they finally returned to the seaside. Back home, Fu Zhe held Zhu Mingho tightly and comforted him. We'll never have to go through something like this again. The matter with Fu Hanwen ends here, I'll take care of him. How will you handle it? Zhu Mingho asked anxiously. If this wasn't managed properly, it could lead to endless trouble down the road. Fu Hanwen had already resorted to hiring killers, his hatred toward Fu Zhe ran bone deep. If there was no other way, perhaps extreme measures would have to be taken. Maybe slip him some aconite poison and see what happens. He blew up Li Jiahe and Li Li. What? But they were his own sons. Even a venomous snake doesn't devour its offspring, how could he do such a thing? Zhu Mingho stared in utter disbelief. Back when he rotated through rehabilitation medicine, he'd seen many parents of children born with cerebral palsy. They never gave up hope, not after 1 or 2 years, nor after 10 or 8. They wouldn't abandon their children, after all, each was a living, breathing life. And Li Jiahe, he was so brilliant. A normal person couldn't master so many instruments, yet he could, even making a living from it. Such a wonderful kid, what a tragedy he ended up with a father like this. Even if rehabilitation brought only slight progress over years, most parents would never consider abandonment. How could Fu Hanwen be so? Can he get the death penalty? At least 2 lives were lost. Even if he were royalty itself, he deserved execution. He can. With Fu Zhe's influence, not giving him the death penalty would be nearly unthinkable. Fu Zhe pinched the bridge of his nose, gazing tenderly at the indignant Zhu Mingho in his arms, speaking softly, "Were you terrified today?" "Not really. I was just so scared when you were poisoned. I feared I wouldn't be strong enough to protect you." Zhu Mingho's expression overflowed with. When Fu Zhe lay motionless earlier, his heart had nearly leapt out of his throat. If anything happened to Fu Zhe right before his eyes, he'd blame himself so deeply he might as well run headfirst into a wall. Fu Zhe gently rubbed his earlobe, reflecting back with quiet relief, "I'm just grateful I went to shower first this time. If it had been you getting hurt, I'd never be able to bear it." They leaned against each other till dawn, neither feeling the slightest hint of sleepiness. Just sitting together in silence, listening to each other's breath, felt satisfying enough. To have such ordinary, peaceful happiness, this was their blessing. Just as Fu Zhe, nestled close to Zhu Mingho, was drifting off, he suddenly heard Zhu Mingho whisper softly, "A's, let's be together." We've always been missing that formal moment, the words, "let's be together." So now, I'll say them. Let's be together. Okay. Let's be together. Fu Zhe smiled and pulled the Zhu Mingho in his arms even tighter. Chapter 134 Zhu's Confession, Fu's Sweet Nothings. After a moment of silence, Zhu Mingho decided to finally voice his feelings. He pursed his lips, closed his eyes, and poured it all out in one breath. "I've imagined our future countless times, so many possible paths, but only two endings, either we stay together forever, living side by side and buried together in the same grave, or we gradually drift apart." When he said, drift apart, Zhu Mingho clearly felt Fu Zhe's body stiffen. With his left hand, he gently reached out, took Fu Zhe's palm into his own, and lightly scratched the back of his hand with his little finger. "But I can accept sharing joy and hardship with you. I can accept facing challenges together, even death, I won't retreat for any of that. What I can't accept is you falling for someone else, repeating what we've done together with another person. I've pictured so many versions of the future, and not a single one exists without you in it. If you truly weren't part of my future, just thinking about that possibility makes my chest tighten painfully, like a heart attack. This must be true surrender. You've trapped me in your emotional swamp with your love, yet now I willingly sink deeper." Listening to Zhu Mingho's halting, heartfelt words, Fu Zhe felt his heart clench tightly. For so long, he had believed Zhu didn't love him as deeply as he loved Zhu. But now he realized how wrong he'd been. Though Zhu seemed carefree and indifferent on the surface, when it came to emotions, he was actually incredibly sensitive and thoughtful. Now that Fu Zhe had finally made up his mind to fully embrace this relationship, his chest felt oddly heavy. He feared neglecting Zhu in the future, feared failing to take proper care of him, feared falling short of Zhu's expectations. Aware of his own flaws, he dreaded the thought that the more Zhu knew him, the more he might come to hate him. How he hated this anxious, insecure version of himself. Two people deeply in love, both silently afraid they wouldn't measure up in the other's eyes. After a long pause, Fu Zhe tightened his grip on Zhu Mingho's hand and silently vowed, "Ahau, I'll do everything in my power to make you happy, whether materially or emotionally." "Me too." Only after hearing Zhu's response did he realize he'd spoken his vow aloud without noticing. Panicked, he frantically searched around for his phone. "Where's my phone?" Seeing his flustered movements, Zhu Mingho looked confused, got up, and started helping him search. "Here it is." Fu Zhe grabbed the phone, opened Baidu's search bar, and typed. "Do vows still come true once spoken out loud?" Zhu burst into quiet laughter upon seeing those words, then dove under the covers to hide his giggles. How adorable could Fu Zhe possibly be? He browsed carefully for a long time, yet found no satisfying answer. Annoyed, Fu Zhe tossed the phone aside and leaned against the headboard, lost in thought. "What are you thinking about?" Noticing Fu Zhe had stayed in the same position for too long, Zhu grew slightly concerned about his anxiety. "Aren't you tired yet?" As if prompted, Fu Zhe lay down, gently rested his head in the crook of Zhu Mingho's neck, and took a deep breath, filling his nostrils completely with Zhu's scent. Only then did he reluctantly stroke Zhu's waist. "Baby. I'm sleepy. Let's sleep. I'm really tired, but I can't fall asleep." Zhu stretched lazily, squinting as he nuzzled contentedly in Fu Zhe's arms. "Are you sleepy? If you're not sleepy, I'm not either. I'll stay awake with you forever." Fu Zhe's mouth, always ready to drop sweet lines, was something Zhu had grown used to, but he still found himself charmed by them unexpectedly. "You comfort me a bit, maybe I'll fall asleep quickly." Zhu felt he was almost there, just needing that final push. Fu Zhe checked the time, it was nearly 5 o'clock. He forcefully suppressed an incoming yawn, his eyes turning red from holding it in. His voice came out thick, nasal, and husky. "How should I comfort you?" "Just like comforting a child." "I don't know how." With tender amusement, Fu Zhe scratched Zhu's shoulder lightly. "When have I ever been around kids?" "Then let me teach you." Zhu rolled over, wrapping Fu Zhe halfway into his embrace, and began patting gently on his back. "Good boy Z's, time to go night-night." "Night-night." Before Fu Zhe could learn, teacher Zhu fell asleep first. Settling into a comfortable position in Zhu Mingho's arms, Fu Zhe soon drifted off as well. Chapter 135, Xiao Ju called Dad, where did the kid come from? With a soft whimper, Zhu Mingho opened his drowsy eyes, yawned widely, and saw Fu Zhe still fast asleep. Nestled in his arms motionless, he looked like an obedient little child, sleeping so peacefully, so sweetly. Fu Zhe never snored, even in sleep, he was always elegant. Zhu Mingho gently poked the bridge of Fu Zhe's straight nose, then leaned down with a smile, whispering near his ear. Zhe. He called softly, but Fu Zhe's eyelashes only fluttered slightly, showing no sign of waking. Zhu Mingho slowly withdrew the arm that had been wrapped around Fu Zhe's back. In his sleep, Fu Zhe instinctively turned along with the movement, burying himself against Zhu Mingho's chest, his hand wandering restlessly over him like a kitten needing milk. Ugh. As expected from a dirty old man, even sleeping he's this suggestive. Zhu Mingho teased silently. Fu Zhe's warm nose rested right on his chest, his breath hot against his skin, raising his body temperature entirely. To let Fu Zhe sleep better, Zhu Mingho could only stay perfectly still, enduring as that mischievous hand roamed freely over his body. Lying beside someone else might make one drowsy too. Zhu Mingho's yawns grew longer, louder, one after another. Gradually, his breathing steadied, deepened. Before Fu Zhe could wake, he had drifted off again himself. Don't leave me. Zhu Mingho's resolute retreating figure left him heartbroken, frightened, helpless. He shouted desperately, losing all composure. This isn't my home. I want to go back. Please let me go, this is my only chance to return. I can't give it up. Yet those tears in his lover's eyes made it impossible to speak, to ask him to stay. If Zhu Mingho was determined to leave, what right did he have to stop him? If you go, what will happen to me? Please don't leave me. Fu Zhe's eyes brimmed with pleading, his voice trembling, nearly sobbing. How could Zhu Mingho abandon him like this? Please don't give up on me. Don't leave me. Just as he stood helpless, sweating cold with anxiety, a little boy suddenly darted forward and grabbed Zhu Mingho's sleeve. Dad. Dad, don't go. If you leave, a Cheng will be a child without a father. No, even without me, Fu Zhe Dad will take good care of you. Don't be afraid. Dad. Child. Fu Zhe pinched his own thigh hard, how come there's another kid? Who does this child even belong to? The pain jolted him awake. Damn it. He rubbed his sore thigh gently, careful not to wake Zhu Mingho. With a deeply aggrieved expression, he muttered, this stupid dream must have been fake. Please don't ever leave me. If you leave, I'll be devastated. Ah how, don't make me suffer. His fingertips lightly brushed Zhu Mingho's thick lashes. The possessiveness in Fu Zhe's eyes seemed intense enough to devour Zhu Mingho whole. Never let him go, or else. He wasn't a good person. If Zhu Mingho ever tried to leave, he would punish him severely. Under such intensely invasive gaze, Zhu Mingho woke quickly. You're awake. Something wrong. You seem upset. Sensing Fu Zhe enveloped by negative emotions, Zhu Mingho couldn't help but ask gently. Fu Zhe stroked his head, speaking pitifully, I dreamed you didn't want me anymore. How could that happen? Dreams are always the opposite. But you're not from this world, you appeared suddenly. Could you also vanish just as unexpectedly? This sudden remark made the tender atmosphere between the two lovers, who had just poured their hearts out to each other in the early morning, grow heavy in an instant. Zhu Mingho lowered his head, silent, lost in thought. His silence left Fu Zhe anxious and uneasy, his mind racing through endless possibilities, terrified that Zhu Mingho might say something he wouldn't want to hear. I promise, I won't leave you willingly. Zhu Mingho looked up, eyes sincere. If I vanish again like last time, it's beyond my control. But I swear, I will never actively choose to leave you. The only thing that could separate us is fate itself, nothing else. Chapter 136, Celebrating Love and Wishing Our Dear Readers Steady Progress. I knew it. You could never bear to let me go. Hearing the satisfying answer, a contented Fu Zhe flung himself into Zhu Mingho's arms, cuddling up affectionately. If he could stay with Zhu Mingho like this forever, no matter what price he had to pay, he was willing. Please, old moon matchmaker, tie them together with stainless steel red thread, thank you very much. The two went to freshen up together when a knock came at the bedroom door. Fu Zhe was brushing his teeth and wasn't in a position to answer, so Zhu Mingho instinctively rushed to open it. Master, why are you here? Why can't it be me? Zhu Mingho opened the door wider, letting Zhou Meng enter. Zhou Meng stared at Zhu Mingho's pajamas, eyes nearly popping out in shock. You actually dared to wear the master's pajamas without permission? These are mine. Can't you see they fit perfectly? Zhu Mingho shot him a look. What did he mean, wear the master's pajamas? He wasn't A Li, Zhou Meng really had a strange way of speaking. Good heavens. TSK, tisk. Zhou Meng eyed the messy bedsheet, not quite sure what to say. His mind instantly conjured up 800 rounds of intense battle. TSK. Clearly, President Fu was someone with exceptional execution speed, no wonder he ran such a major corporation. Sir, you sent a message this morning saying you wouldn't come to work, but Lin Lin has been nagging me to wake you up. There's some bidding event this afternoon that you absolutely must attend, or else it'll fall through. Zhou Meng stood respectfully at the bathroom doorway, carefully observing Fu Zai's expression. Please don't blame me if things go wrong. If anyone's at fault, it's whoever scheduled the bid so poorly. Fu Zai swished a mouthful of mouthwash, hesitated, then spat it out. Oh no, he'd completely forgotten about the bidding. He still needed to rush to City B. Immediately apply for a flight route to City B. Understood. Zhou Meng sprinted downstairs to carry out the order. Fu Zai maneuvered his wheelchair around to stand behind Zhu Mingho, wrapping his arms around his waist. Baby, will you come with me on this business trip to City B? Sure. Staying home alone was boring anyway. Might as well enjoy a little traveling pleasure. After hastily eating breakfast, they set off for City B together with Lin Lin, who had just arrived. Lin Lin earnestly lectured Fu Zai, President Fu. Can you please pay more attention? Such an important matter didn't even register in your brain. Are your eyes only for Zhu Mingho now? What else? The human brain only has so much capacity. Once it's filled with Zhu Mingho, there's simply no room left for anything else. Noticing Zhu Mingho's gaze, Fu Zai blew 2 flirtatious winks his way. Zhu Mingho, embarrassed by Lin Lin's presence, shyly protested, Ugh. You're so cheesy. Lin Lin clutched his forehead, utterly speechless. This company clearly doesn't belong to the Lin family. Apparently, he and Zhuang Nian were destined to serve these two carefree, love-drenched couples, working like oxen and horses just to support their luxurious lifestyle. By the way, I only found out about last night's incident this morning. Are you two okay? On the surface, it was concern, but secretly, he dreaded walking in on the two devouring each other again, leaving him awkwardly stranded. Zhu Mingho picked up a can of Yeshu coconut milk from the table and took a sip. We're fine. Fu Zai got a little hurt, that's all. Lin Lin hadn't noticed any wounds on Fu Zai, having overlooked his boss's health status. Thank goodness he hadn't barged in earlier to wake him up. President Fu, are you alright? I'm fine. Fu Zai extended his thumb, gently wiping away a trace of coconut milk from Zhu Mingho's lips. My little kitten. Zhu Mingho hummed softly, then leaned back on the massage chair, beginning to enjoy himself. Fu Zai covered his eyes with a large palm, shielding them from the light. Tired? Do you want to sleep a bit more? Yes. Zhu Mingho wasn't quite sure if he actually wanted to sleep, but obediently closed his eyes and savored the soothing vibrations of the massage chair. President Fu, I've already spoken with the court side. They're considering the harshest possible sentencing. But on the other hand, Fu Hanwen is actively fighting back, and Zhou Corporation keeps raising the stakes. Lin Lin spoke quietly. Right now, all he could hope for was that Fu Hanwen would get sentenced to immediate death penalty. His crimes were too heinous, utterly devoid of conscience. Are the evidences regarding my parents' car accident and my own accident fully prepared? Almost. Zhou Corporation can go bankrupt now. Leak the news that Fu Corporation will acquire Zhou Corporation. Lin Lin was confused. Their stock had finally dropped to its lowest price after their aggressive pressure campaign. Wouldn't releasing this news cause the stock to rise again? But he was merely a subordinate. He had no right to question the boss's intentions, just follow orders. Pulling out a notebook to pass the time, he scribbled a quick sketch. The image captured Fu Zai reading the newspaper with one hand while using the other to cover Zhu Mingho's eyes, shielding him from the light. And Zhu Mingho was still draped with one of Fu Zai's coats. Overflowing love was practically spilling out into the air. After finishing the sketch, Lin Lin proudly handed it over to Fu Zai like he was claiming a reward. Fu Zai took it, eyes lighting up with surprise. He'd thought it was some document needing his signature, he'd even pulled out his pen already, only to find a beautifully rendered ink sketch instead. Nice work. Bonus doubled. Thank you, President Fu. Wishing you eternal happiness and good fortune. Lin Lin burst into excited little dances, never imagining that the hobby class his mom had forced him to take as a kid would ever come in this handy. So then, should he draw more loving sketches of Fu Zai and Zhu Mingho, could he actually afford an apartment in the imperial capital? The thought alone made him burst into laughter, ha ha ha. His dream of becoming a millionaire was finally within reach. Happy May 20th and 21st, my dear readers. May each of you feel loved, may you all bask in the warmth of every healthy, blossoming relationship, and may your summers shine with love as bright as sunlight. But remember, no puppy love. Unless it doesn't interfere with your studies, of course. Breaking news, my book is getting a new title. If any of you have good suggestions, please leave them in the comments. Chapter 137, He actually hugged another man. In City B, the weather was clear and pleasant. A small private plane slowly landed on the runway. Zhu Mingho was still asleep. Fu Zai dismissed Lin Lin, who had been about to wake him up, and gently put an eye mask over Zhu Mingho's face. He didn't sleep at all last night. Huh? Lin Lin stared incredulously at Fu Zai's legs, then glanced sympathetically at Zhu Mingho's haggard face. No wonder he looked so drained today, so that's why. Good grief. He thought Zhuang Nian kept Fu Zhe up late every night already, but apparently Fu Zhe was even more impressive. His legs were in such a state, yet he still stayed awake all night. At this point, legendary was a word Lin Lin had grown tired of saying. Then he watched as Fu Zhe stood up, effortlessly lifted Zhu Mingho into a princess carry, and strode quickly off the plane. Lin Lin could only gasp behind them. Why you? Since when were Fu Zhe's legs healed? If his legs were already better, why did he keep using a wheelchair every single day? Developed emotional attachment to it or something? Bring the wheelchair. Oh, of course. Flustered, Lin Lin scrambled to push the wheelchair, trailing closely behind Fu Zhe while staring intently at the man's moving legs. His mind buzzed with one thought: Fu Zhe's legs are healed, Fu Zhe's legs are healed. He was so overjoyed tears nearly sprang to his eyes. The memory of Fu Zhe's injured condition was still vivid, but now here he was, walking swiftly and strongly. Lin Lin was genuinely happy for him, moved to tears. He pulled out his phone, eager to share the good news with Zhuang Nian. But after getting into the business car, he received a warning from Fu Zhe: I'll tell him myself about my legs. The unspoken message: you better keep your mouth shut. Lin Lin pouted slightly but said nothing. Couple chemistry, he didn't get it. If he couldn't figure it out, no use straining his brain. When Zhu Mingho woke up, it was already pitch dark outside. Staring blankly at the unfamiliar, dim room, he sat there dazed for a few minutes before remembering, he was in City B, accompanying Fu Zhe on a business trip. The room was quiet. The person himself wasn't around. Zhu Mingho felt a little bored. Feeling his way through the dark, he slipped on his slippers and stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, stretching lazily. Ugh. So sleepy. Last night, he couldn't fall asleep no matter what. Today, he couldn't wake up no matter what either. He wondered when Fu Zhe would come back. He really missed him a bit. He grabbed his phone and sent Fu Zhe a WeChat message: I'm awake. Emoticon, miss you, boo-hoo-hoo. Don't see you, feeling a tiny bit sad. He assumed Fu Zhe would be busy, but to his surprise, the reply came instantly. I should tie you to my belt and carry you everywhere. Miss you too. Zhu Mingho, cute emoticon plus begging to be tied up. Fu Zhe, just wait. The mere thought of actually tying Zhu Mingho up, and how he probably pout and plead pitifully, made Fu Zhe chuckle softly. Amid the tense bidding meeting, Fu Zhe's sudden laughter made everyone in the room extremely nervous. The rookie who had just finished speaking fidgeted with his pen, scratching his head so hard he nearly balled it. Was Mr. Fu laughing because he'd said something wrong? What exactly had he said again? How could he forget so quickly? Oh no. This bid process had given Lin Lin a headache. Their competitor had raised their offer too aggressively, exceeding Fu Corporation's budget. All they could rely on now was Fu Corporation's own capabilities and superior team. Fu Zhe swept a cold gaze across the room, his sharp eyes locking onto the project manager. Not choosing Fu Corporation will be your loss. I suggest you consider carefully. Fu Corporation doesn't need to pay top price to win a project, the strength we possess is plain for all to see. My lover is waiting for me. I must take my leave. And with that, amid a room full of stunned silence, he wheeled himself out of the meeting hall. Lin Lin was left behind to handle the aftermath. Mr. Fu's attitude reflects the stance of Fu Corporation. I hope Mr. Hu considers carefully, we aim for mutual benefit and shared success. Panting and hurrying to catch up, Lin Lin barely made it onto the car after Fu Zhe. Phew, almost missed it. He's awake, Fu Zhe said simply. Lin Lin instantly melted. He'd thought earlier it was just an excuse, but no, Fu Zhe really was rushing home because someone was waiting. Earlier, he and Zhuang Nian had worried endlessly about these two. But now that they were together, they were absurdly clingy. Fu Zhe had never cut work short like this, not even when he hated his job. Now, for Zhu Mingho's sake, he'd outright rejected the demands of senior management. But what if we lose this bid? With me here, no employee at Fu Corporation will starve. Fu Zhe pinched the bridge of his nose. Listening to those people spout formalities had nearly worn his ears raw. Didn't you realize? Director Lee wants us to up our offer, right off the bat, 500 million. But if this deal goes through, we'd earn way more than just 5%. We could be looking at billions later, Lin Lin muttered quietly. Adding another 500 million would secure the deal. Fu Zhe had never been this tight-fisted before, he'd always added funds when needed. Fu Zhe smiled faintly. The premise of making profit from this deal is that it's negotiated by our Fu Corporation. Look can't handle it, they're forced to resort to a high-price bidding process. The more Director Zhang tries to pressure me with money, hinting I should raise my bid, the less willing I am to give them that cash. As if things could be that convenient. Letting them have all the benefits, demand premium pricing and an elite team. If you're not fully awake, go back to sleep, don't stand there dreaming with your eyes open. Zhou Meng, drive faster. Have someone prepare a candlelight dinner delivered to the room. Zhu Mingho likes his steak well done, tell the chef to make it black pepper flavor, and try to keep it as tender as possible. Fu Zhe chattered on, detailing arrangements for the romantic dinner. Lin Lin sank into silent misery. He really should have insisted Zhuang Nian come no matter what. When it came to emotional manipulation, Boss Fu was utterly ruthless. At this moment, he missed his sweet little Zhuang Nian terribly. If Zhuang Nian were here, he'd surely level the playing field in this love-driven power struggle. Finally arriving at the hotel, the moment they stepped out of the car, Lin Lin was suddenly lunged at by a huge dark shadow and pinned against the vehicle. Holy sh! Lin Lin jumped in fright, but once he recognized the goofy husky-like man before him, his racing heart instantly calmed. You scared me. How did you get here? Sweat dotted Zhuang Nian's forehead, he must have run here. Lin Lin pulled out a handkerchief and gently wiped the sweat away. Babe, I missed you so damn much. Why didn't you tell me you were leaving on a business trip? If I hadn't asked Minister Wang, I wouldn't even know you came to City B. How could you leave me all alone at home? You know I can't sleep without you. Zhuang Nian tightened his grip around Lin Lin's waist, planting endless kisses all over his face. Stop, everyone's watching. So what if they see me kissing my own wife? Let them look, all they'll get is envy, we lose nothing. Zhuang Nian kept one arm possessively around Lin Lin's waist, proudly glancing toward Fu Zhe. From blissful ease to utter shock took him precisely 0.0001 seconds. You can walk. When did you recover? Zhuang Nian's voice shot up 8 octaves in excitement. He dashed over to Fu Zhe, arms already spreading wide for a big bear hug, then suddenly stopped short, turning carefully to Lin Lin. Babe, can I hug my brother Fu Zhe? Of course you can. Lin Lin wasn't petty, besides, they were just close brothers. What harm could one hug do? If his position allowed, he'd have rushed to hug Fu Zhe himself, it was such incredible news. With permission granted, Zhuang Nian immediately engulfed Fu Zhe in a crushing embrace. Zhou Meng stood nearby, still pushing the wheelchair, awkwardly observing the scene. Was it his imagination, or did his young master seem less than thrilled? Inside, Zhu Mingho pulled open the curtain with a bottle of drink in hand, admiring the river view below. Catching sight of Zhou Meng pushing the empty wheelchair, he brightened with surprise. They're back so soon. His eyes locked onto Zhou Meng, using him as the center point to scan a 15-meter radius around, searching desperately for Fu Zhe. Why is he hugging another man? Chapter 138, Fu Zhe finally confesses. An irate Zhu Mingho didn't wait to see who it was that Fu Zhe was hugging, he dashed downstairs in a huff. This broken elevator is so slow. It's only 7 floors, feels like we're stuck on the 17th. While waiting for the elevator, Zhu Mingho grew increasingly anxious. They had just gotten together, why did something like this have to happen already? So annoying. If Fu Zhe really was with someone else, then what should he do? Maybe he should just step aside and let him be happy. Uneasy and full of worry, he stepped into the elevator with a heavy heart. I can't stay in the dark like this. I need to know the truth, at least. Otherwise, he would never be able to let go of the doubts gnawing at him. Arriving at the hotel entrance, Fu Zhe, Zhuang Nian, Lin Lin, and Zhou Meng stood before him in a neat row. Why are you all? Oh, it was Zhuang Nian. But how come Fu Zhe was standing? Zhu Mingho pointed at Fu Zhe's legs, his voice faltering. You. Fu Zhe looked at Zhu Mingho, his own legs trembling slightly, unsure how to explain himself. His voice shook slightly. Why did you come down? Zhou Meng was the quickest to react. He swiftly wheeled the chair behind Fu Zhe and pulled him down into it. Earlier, Master Fu made a bet with young Master Zhuang, if he could stand up, Zhuang would treat us all to dinner. And well, look, our young master actually stood up. His quick thinking left everyone who knew the truth feeling a bit ashamed. Why hadn't they come up with such a smooth explanation? Zhuang Nian chuckled nervously. Yeah, when I saw him stand, I got so excited I gave him a couple of punches on the shoulder. So that was it. Zhu Mingho felt relieved he'd come down, otherwise, he might have carried a misunderstanding forever. And we even found out, he could walk just now. Lin Lin suddenly chimed in, poking Zhuang Nian's side to urge him to keep talking. Zhuang Nian nodded frantically. It's true. Fu Zhe actually took a few steps. It's amazing. The three of them kept feeding the story, one after another, weaving a seamless narrative. Zhu Mingho listened, overjoyed. Are you telling me he can walk? Absolutely true. You don't believe us? Ask Fu Zhe to walk for yourself. Zhou Meng shook his head. Too many people around, we shouldn't talk here. Let's go back to the room. Zhu Mingho grabbed Fu Zhe's wheelchair, so excited he couldn't even tell what day it was. Could Fu Zhe really walk already? This was nothing short of a medical miracle. My God! Did this mean they could finally go out together? Seeing Zhu Mingho's radiant joy, Fu Zhe finally let go of the knot in his chest. He'd thought he'd have to keep hiding this from him for much longer, but today, by pure chance, the truth had slipped out. And perhaps it was better this way. At least he wouldn't have to live in constant fear of being discovered anymore. Hurry up, turn on the lights. Let Fu Zhe take a walk so you can see it for yourself. Zhuang Nian burst through the door, buzzing with excitement. He couldn't wait for Zhu Mingho to witness this moment. He'd always known Fu Zhe was working hard on rehabilitation, but he never imagined progress would come this fast. It was thrilling. Under Zhu Mingho's eager, tear-filled gaze, Fu Zhe slowly rose to his feet. I don't walk well yet, you. It doesn't matter. As long as he could stand and walk, that was enough. They could correct his posture gradually. Fu Zhe stood carefully, deliberately staggering to make it seem like he was still unsteady, like someone who had only just learned to walk again. Everyone present, except Fu Zhe himself, was overwhelmed with emotion. Especially Zhu Mingho, he kept wiping tears from the corners of his eyes without realizing it. Fu Zhe held him tightly against the wall, filled with both tenderness and guilt. Being held like this by Fu Zhe for the first time, Zhu Mingho's nose stung uncontrollably. He buried his face in Fu Zhe's shirt and began crying quietly. What's wrong? Don't cry, don't cry. Stop crying, or you'll break my heart all over again. Zhu Mingho sobbed. I never thought I'd ever be held like this again. My boyfriend's arms are so warm, so strong. Don't cry. Every time you cry, my heart clenches. Fu Zhe looked down at the weeping figure in his arms, heart aching. Why were there so many tears? The more he comforted him, the more they flowed. I'm just so happy. I know. And things will only get better. Remember how you said you wanted to travel together? I've already planned everything. And you wanted to learn swimming. When I have time, I'll teach you. Fu Zhe gently patted Zhu Mingho's back, whispering softly to soothe him. Lin Lin tugged on Zhuang Nian's sleeve and whispered, think of something quick, Mingho's crying like a waterfall, and even Fu Zhe can't calm him down. After a brief pause, Zhuang Nian decided to abuse his privilege. He whipped out his wallet with a flourish. Today, I'm in such a great mood, I'm covering every expense tonight. Guys, let's hit the bar. A bar? Lin Lin frowned, and Zhuang Nian quickly corrected himself, hotel. Let's all go have dinner together. There are exactly 5 of us, we can go eat at a street-side stall. Lin Lin had been on a business trip to City B before and had been taken by a local to an especially delicious roadside eatery. He just wasn't sure if Fu Zhe, a wealthy young master, could handle the humble setting. Zhu Mingho kept crying, but he still cared about his friends. After Lin Lin made the suggestion, he chimed in willingly, sure, let's go together. It's been a long time since I've had street stall food. I kind of miss it. Great, let's all go. Fu Zhe gently touched Zhu Mingho's reddened corner of the eye. I'll go change my clothes. That was when he noticed he had crumpled Fu Zhe's shirt, and his tears had soaked a large patch of fabric over Fu Zhe's chest, revealing the faint outline of his muscles beneath. You go change quickly. We'll wait for you outside. Zhu Mingho pushed lightly on Fu Zhe's back, urging him to go. Couldn't let others see this undignified side of him. You two have really weathered the storm and finally reached clear skies, Zhuang Nian said with a satisfied smile, looking at Zhu Mingho. He was genuinely happy for them. Now that they were finally together, and Fu Zhe's legs were healed, his brother's happy days were just around the corner. Zhu Mingho smiled shyly. He, sex. No, absolutely not allowed to go there. He shook his head vigorously, banishing those improper thoughts from his mind. Chapter 139 What do you like about Zhu Mingho? A super luxurious black Bentley pulled up outside Fusai Road Snack Street. Pedestrians passing by couldn't help but turn back to look at the luxury car, some excited, some puzzled, with people whispering among themselves. Do rich people come to eat here too? This car is so new, definitely worth more than 6 digits, right? I really want to see who's inside, must be some big shots. The car door opened amid everyone's curious anticipation, and 5 men stepped out, each with great physiques, handsome faces, and extraordinary charisma. Holy crap. No wonder good-looking guys always hang out together, how come they're all this hot? I love the curly-haired one. So gentle. Zhuang Nian shot a fierce glare at the girl who just shouted her affection for the curly-haired guy, then possessively wrapped his arm around Lin Lin, lifting his chin and planting a loud kiss on his lips. Whoa. They're gay. My heart hurts, my heart breaks. Always competing with handsome guys, and now even girls too. Zhu Mingho took Fu Zhe's hand willingly, walking contentedly by his side. He'd imagined scenes like this before, but never thought this day would come so soon, his happiness overflowed. Zhe, holding your hand feels like I'm dreaming. Pinch me. Huh? Zhu Mingho looked at him in confusion. Fu Zhe gently scratched the back of his hand with his thumb. Come on, pinch me. If I feel pain, you'll know you're not dreaming. Why should I pinch you? I can just pinch myself. Not understanding, Zhu Mingho raised his hand to pinch his own waist. Fu Zhe quickly stopped him. I hate seeing you in pain. Hurting you hurts me more. For some reason, Fu Zhe was getting increasingly cheesy. Zhu Mingho shivered slightly, lips twitching as if unsure what to say, looking at him helplessly. Distracted as he walked, he felt eager to change the subject. Watch your step. Fu Zhe yanked Zhu Mingho back just before he tumbled off the sidewalk. Seeing his foot dangle midair made Fu Zhe's heart clench, he nearly died of fright. His ankle, sprained just yesterday, hadn't healed completely yet. One more twist and he might as well just hand over the wheelchair already. Not that their wheelchair ever stayed and used anyway. Like it had to be occupied all the time. He'd throw it out someday. We're here, Mr. Fu. This is the place, Lin Lin said, following navigation to be city's most famous barbecue stall. Fortunately, he had called ahead to reserve a table and jump the queue, otherwise, there wouldn't even be space to stand inside. As they entered, Fu Zhe wore a faintly disdainful expression. Zhu Mingho whispered, concerned, what's wrong? Not comfortable? Yeah. First time at a place like this. Don't worry, I've got you. There's nothing to fear. Zhu Mingho patted his shoulder reassuringly. All right. I'll follow your lead. Zhou Meng had been about to hand Fu Zhe the menu when he accidentally overheard their conversation. Something about them rubbing it in with their cutesy routine felt like they'd rehearsed a dog-beating staff technique, so annoying. He handed the menu to Zhuang Nian instead, only to find Zhuang Nian feeding Lin Lin water. Seriously? What a mood killer. There's always one single dog in a trio. He truly felt like the shiniest disco ball. The brightest third wheel in the world, blinking left, then right. Ordering went quickly. Fu Zhe pretended to be casual, but kept sneaking glances at the kitchen. The shop prided itself on cleanliness and hygiene, with the entire kitchen separated from the dining area by a large glass wall. Seeing the chefs working efficiently and cleanly inside, his worries gradually eased. How, does this selection look good to you? Zhu Mingho glanced at the menu, feigning petulance. It's all my favorites again, you should order things you like too. I like everything you like. Unable to convince him otherwise, Fu Zhe reluctantly added a few dishes he personally enjoyed. Cold dishes arrived quickly. Lin Lin suggested playing Truth or Dare to pass the time. In their idle mood, Zhu Mingho agreed. How do we play? Roll dice and compare numbers. Lin Lin borrowed 5 dice from a server. Zhou Meng looked horrified. Do I have to play too? The more the merrier. Zhou Meng felt utterly miserable, rubbing his head. Alone and single, if he got picked, there'd be no one to share any dare with. Let's compare last digits instead, more exciting. Zhu Mingho suggested, popping a soybean Fu Zhe had peeled into his mouth. Sure. Somehow, in situations like this, the one who proposed the game always ended up being the biggest victim. In the first round, Lin Lin lost and was punished with a 3-minute tongue kiss with Zhuang Nian. In the second round, Zhu Mingho lost and was forced to reveal 3 things he disliked most about Fu Zhe. Taller than me, handsomer than me, richer than me. That's not even flaws. Lin Lin rested his cheek on his palm, unsure if it was just his imagination, but he felt like this was some kind of indirect showing off. Zhu Mingho pouted playfully, eyes twinkling with mischief. You never said they had to be actual flaws. Unfortunately for him, in the third round, Fu Zhe lost. Zhuang Nian loudly asked, what's Zhu Mingho's birthday? September 9th. Ugh, how could you ask such an easy question? You're wasting a golden opportunity. Lin Lin gave his boyfriend a look of utter disappointment. Zhuang Nian scratched his head sheepishly. I thought since they'd just gotten together, he might not know. Truth be told, Fu Zhe secretly hoped for the same punishment as Zhuang Nian and generously offered, tell you what, I'll give you a freebie. Ask another question. What do you like most about Zhu Mingho? Lin Lin had originally intended to stir up a little romantic tension, aiming to accelerate the mood, but what happened next completely caught him off guard. Fu Zhe smiled shyly, then gazed deeply into Zhu Mingho's eyes. His soul. Oh come on. You had one job, and you blew it. Lin Lin slapped a hand to his forehead. He'd always teased Zhu Mingho for being dense, but now it seemed this guy wasn't much better either. Totally clueless. Zhu Mingho, let's be real, could it be that you're just too vulgar? Lin Lin, you're lying, you're lying, you're lying. Zhuang Nian, meanwhile, nearly spat out his beer at the word soul. Are you two seriously being this philosophical about your relationship? Soul. Yes. I love his soul. Even if he took on a different body, I'd still recognize him at first glance in a crowd, fall in love with him, chase after him, and choose to be with him. Fu Zhe held Zhu Mingho's hand tightly, his expression utterly sincere. Chapter 140 Who am I to you? The next round, it was Zhou Meng's turn to lose. Zhuang Nian, whose number ended with the highest digit, asked him, do you have someone you like now? What's their name? Zhou Meng took a hard swig of beer, closed his eyes, and shouted loudly, yes. I like Xiao Han. That's right, he wasn't pretending anymore. Watching everyone else flaunt their relationships made him want to go after the person he cared about too. Instead of just envying others, why not become a master at making sweet moments himself? After all, true happiness meant everyone around could be happy together. What? Zhu Mingho exclaimed, nearly popping his eyes out in shock. No wonder he'd always seen those two whispering and sneaking around, so they actually had something going on. He couldn't tell if Xiao Han liked Zhou Meng back, but now that he thought about it, they did seem kind of cute as a couple. One was naive, the other impulsive, neither particularly high on emotional intelligence. I've liked him for a long time, Zhou Meng said. Xiao Han's just a bit dumb, and stubborn as hell, he always rubs you the wrong way, Zhu Xiao. But I hope you can forgive him, he's actually really kind deep down. As he spoke about Xiao Han, a satisfied smile spread across his face. Sure, Xiao Han wasn't great with emotions, but then again, neither was he. Were they maybe legendary soulmates? Seeing that grin on Zhou Meng's face, Zhu Mingho bit his plump, bright red lower lip. Wasn't this book supposed to be romance? Why was everyone suddenly looking for boyfriends? This was ridiculous, utterly absurd, the gayest book in existence. He sucked idly on his straw, utterly baffled. He turned it over in his mind again and again, unable to figure it out. Could it be because he transmigrated into this world? Since Fu Zhe wouldn't let him drink alcohol, he held onto a bottle of fruit-flavored orange soda, sipping it casually. Even Lin Lin wasn't being controlled like this, why was Fu Zhe so damn parental? Whether he wore certain clothes or drank alcohol, everything needed approval. He'd thought Fu Zhe was some invincible, scheming dark hero, but in love, the man acted exactly like an overprotective father, constantly interfering and fussing. He was the textbook definition of a daddy boyfriend. While Fu Zhe went to wash his hands, Zhu Mingho seized the chance and grabbed a snow beer, tipping it straight into his mouth. Are you that desperate? Don't choke yourself. Lin Lin kept watch toward Fu Zhe's return. Your Fu Zhe is way too strict, can't even have a drink. It's not like you're out alone, he's literally right here. Why stop you? He says no, so I really want to. I'm dying for it, just need to sneak a little taste. Within minutes, he'd polished off an entire bottle and even sipped half a glass of red wine. Perfectly satisfied JNG. Cough, cough, cough. Your tiger daddy's coming back, quick, wipe your mouth. Zhu Mingho hastily put down the cup and shoved a grilled skewer into his mouth. To mask the alcohol, he even chewed a clove of garlic. The spiciness sent him gasping, tongue flapping out. Self-sacrifice at full force, killed 500 enemies, injured 800 allies. Why is your face so red? Fu Zhe reached over and touched his scorching cheek. What's wrong? That garlic was too spicy, you shouldn't eat it either. Zhu Mingho pointed at the offending clove and accepted a small piece of bread that Fu Zhe offered. Seeing him struggling with the heat, Fu Zhe looked genuinely worried. If you can't handle spice, don't try things that hot. Zhuang Yan and the others buried themselves in their skewers, desperately trying not to laugh. Their acting skills were clearly on thin ice. Though Zhu Mingho hadn't technically drunk in front of Fu Zhe, behind his back he'd guzzled who knows how many cups, beer and red wine mixed together. By the time they left, his steps were already unsteady. Fu Zhe. I'm talking to you. Why won't you answer me? Zhou Meng grabbed Fu Zhe's arm and pointed at Zhu Mingho. This one is Fu Zhe. I'm Zhou Meng. Zhu Mingho tugged at Fu Zhe's sleeve. So you're Fu Zhe. That's why you ignored me earlier. What's wrong with you? Fu Zhe still didn't get it. How had his Zhu Mingho suddenly turned into such a spacey dork, like someone else had taken over? He got wasted, Zhuang Yan snitched quietly. You didn't see it, he chugged a whole bottle in one go. A flash of anger darkened Fu Zhe's gaze. Oblivious, the drunk Zhu Mingho had no idea what awaited him. You all take a taxi home. I'll take him somewhere to sober up. He tossed the barely conscious Zhu Mingho into the back seat, jumped into the driver's seat, and sped off in a cloud of dust. Watching the car disappear without a second glance, Lin Lin worried about his friend's safety. Do you think Fu Zhe will do something to him? At worst, he'll get a sore ass. What's there to worry about? Zhuang Yan slung an arm around Lin Lin's shoulder and opened a ride-hailing app on his phone. Lin Lin crossed his arms and fell silent. Dizzy, he leaned against Zhuang Yan and shut his eyes. Don't move. Let me rest like this for a while. Zhuang Yan stayed perfectly still, letting him lean. He was like a lamppost, just a pillow, Lin Lin's personal body pillow. Zhao Xiao, are you two really this affectionate? Zhou Meng whispered beside him. Of course. How could we not be? Holding the man in his arms, Zhuang Yan felt as if he were about to float away with happiness. Then, how do I, Zhou Meng stuttered, unable to find the right words, shy and unsure what to say. You want to know how to win Xiao Han over, right? Zhuang Yan cut straight through his hesitation. Zhou Meng turned red, sheepishly nodded, then stared at Zhuang, the great love mentor, with eager eyes. You have to make your feelings clear first. Just go after him directly. Men need to be bold. If you don't tell him you like him, all your kindness will only make him see you as a good person. But once you confess, he'll start seeing you as potential boyfriend material. Either way, he needs to know, clearly, that you're interested. Zhou Meng carefully weighed Zhuang Yan's words. He opened the chat window with Xiao Han. Nearly every message was about covering shifts for him, buying things, picking up deliveries, acts of quiet support. Gritting his teeth, he made a decision. Starting today, he was going to pursue Xiao Han. If he couldn't win him over, he didn't deserve to be called Brother Meng. Creak. A speeding Bentley screeched to a halt on the cross-river bridge. In the back seat, Zhu Mingho wriggled restlessly, mumbling incoherently, spouting nonsense. All the way, Fu Zhe had clenched his molars so hard they nearly shattered. Dragging Zhu Mingho out by the hand, the riverside wind blew against them, but it did little to sober him up. With dazed eyes, Zhu Mingho stared at Fu Zhe. Whose boyfriend is this? So damn handsome. So fine, wow, great build, spend one night with me, I'll give you this much. He waved a wide palm in front of Fu Zhe's face. Not 5,000, 10,000. Seeing the man remain unmoved, Zhu Mingho gaped in shock. Holy crap, even this won't get you. Ha ha ha, bro, I'm teasing you. Your boyfriend won't get mad, right? My boyfriend won't be mad, but I will. Fu Zhe caught his wandering hands. Zhu Mingho struggled, but couldn't break free. Don't hold me, someone might see. Ah, you already have a boyfriend, why are you holding my hand? You cheater, mark my words, you'll get dumped someday. Battling his rising anger, Fu Zhe pressed his lips to that incessantly chattering mouth. To endure a full 96 seconds of kissing under such a fierce garlic assault, now that was true love. Zhu Mingho was kissed into such a daze he was nearly snoring. When the kiss ended, Fu Zhe found the man in his arms almost asleep. Helplessly, he patted his back. Wake up. I don't wanna. You have to. You're annoying. Zhu Mingho grumbled, but Fu Zhe forced his eyelids open. Open your eyes. Look at me clearly, tell me, who am I to you? Chapter 141 Morning, do you remember what happened last night? Leaning against the railing of the bridge, a gentle breeze swept through Zhu Mingho's hair. His bangs scattered in the wind, revealing his smooth, fair forehead. Fu Zhe's gaze flickered across that forehead, his Adam's apple unconsciously bobbing as he honestly revealed the most genuine desire within. Reaching out to fix the wind-ruffled strands, Fu Zhe repeated once more, who am I? Zhu Mingho stared at Fu Zhe's handsome face with hazy eyes for a long time, his eyelashes trembling faintly. He was so tired, so sleepy he seemed ready to collapse into slumber any second. He pondered deeply, even extending a finger to slowly trace and caress the ridge of Fu Zhe's high nose bridge, then hesitantly spoke, you look exactly like someone. Finally getting it right. A blissful smile spread across Fu Zhe's lips as he gazed affectionately at Zhu Mingho. My sweetheart. Truth be told, Zhu Mingho still knew how to flirt. Fu Zhe was completely charmed, his heart blooming with joy, unable to stop grinning. Zhu Mingho giggled foolishly, pinched Fu Zhe's cheek, then reached out to rub the small dimple on his face. This face of yours, seriously landed right on my heart. Such a good-looking young man. Then tell me, what's my name? And who am I to you? Fu Zhe wiped away the tear clinging to Zhu Mingho's eyelash. The little goof yawned, even fatigue could bring tears to his eyes. I forgot. Zhu Mingho looked pitifully at him, defending himself, I'm like a goldfish, only 7 seconds of memory. I forgot about you. Before he could finish, Fu Zhe clamped a hand under his chin and fiercely kissed him. The moment their lips touched, he heard the man in his arms whimper, what's wrong? I have a boyfriend. Then take a good look, do you know who I am? Fu Zhe nearly laughed out loud. How could he get this drunk and not even recognize people anymore? I don't know you. Let go of me quickly. If my boyfriend sees this, he'll beat you up. Zhu Mingho actually displayed decent boyfriend morals, refusing to let Fu Zhe touch him no matter what. Helpless, Fu Zhe finally returned him to the back seat of the car and drove back to the hotel with a deeply aggrieved expression. Mom. Why are you here? Rubbing his eyes, Zhu Mingho looked utterly disbelieving. I'll stay in City B for a few days and then head back, you didn't need to come specially to see me. Zhang Xiona, her face streaked with tears, tightly gripped Zhu Mingho's hands, fingertips uncontrollably trembling. Ming'er, where did you run off to? Ming'er. Zhu Mingho murmured, tears immediately spilling down his cheeks. Mom. What's wrong? Don't cry, Mom. Please. Hearing Zhu Mingho's cries, Fu Zhe quickly pulled the car over, got out from the driver's seat, and climbed into the back to hold the sobbing Zhu Mingho, his expression full of. Shoo, it's okay. Don't be afraid. Holding the weeping mess tightly in his arms, he went from flustered and uncertain to calming himself, then soothing Zhu Mingho with soft, gentle words. His fingers gently stroked Zhu Mingho's head, whispering nonsense to comfort him like a child. Yet when Zhu Mingho unintentionally called out, old man, mama, Fu Zhe froze, completely at a loss. Was he missing home? And if Zhu Mingho really left, what would Fu Zhe do? Don't leave me. Otherwise, I'll handcuff and shackle you, lock you up forever. Never letting you leave me. If you dare leave, I'll curse you, I'll hire the most powerful sorcerer. After uttering these words, Fu Zhe couldn't help but laugh at himself. Absurd, how could such things come out of his mouth? He wasn't the type to believe in superstition. Only when the person in his arms gradually stilled did he carefully lay Zhu Mingho down, then removed his own jacket to wrap around little Zhu. Stepping on the gas, he sped back to the hotel and carried the still sleeping Ju Mingho into the room. Pulling a bottle of water from the fridge, he just opened it when he noticed Ju Mingho had opened his eyes, staring intently at the bottle in Fu Zai's hand. Fu Zai raised it high and shook it slightly. "Ah how, want some water?" Seeing the red bottle swaying, Ju Mingho nodded. "Want to drink? I'll feed you." Gently wrapping an arm around his shoulders, Fu Zai held the bottle to his lips. "Open your mouth." Ju Mingho took just a sip before pushing Fu Zai's hand away. "No good. No taste. Bad wine. This is water, not alcohol." Fu Zai sighed, tightening the cap again. The rough push earlier had splashed some water onto his chest. But Ju Mingho kept muttering stubbornly, "I don't want water. I want to drink alcohol." Fu Zai helplessly held him and threatened, "Listen to me and drink water, or I'll take extreme measures against you." "What do you mean by extreme measures?" "You guess." "Just take them then." "Anyway, I won't drink." Ju Mingho started acting spoiled, making Fu Zai grind his back teeth in frustration. "You'll regret this." Picking up the bottle, Fu Zai tilted his head back and took a large mouthful, holding it in his mouth before lowering his head to kiss Ju Mingho's lips. Ignoring his resistance, he transferred all the water into Ju Mingho's mouth. As their lips clung together, Ju Mingho felt even dizzier, his head spun so much that he no longer knew where he was or which man was holding him. He stared intently at the Fu Zai before him, trying hard to recognize him. "Do you still want to drink?" Seeing Ju Mingho staring so fixedly, Fu Zai actually felt a bit shy. Ju Mingho finally recognized the person in front of him as Fu Zai. He began acting, hugging him tightly. "I want to drink that kind of water again." "What kind just now?" "Just." Ju Mingho pouted suggestively toward him, even making smacking sounds with his lips. "Oh. So you want me to kiss you?" Now it was Fu Zai's turn to act aloof. He unbuttoned his shirt that constrained his muscles, revealing his toned chest. "Sorry, I'm going to take a shower first." It wasn't that he was playing hard to get or deliberately running away when Ju Mingho showed affection. Truly, the smell of grilled meat on his body made him uncomfortable. But Ju Mingho didn't see it that way at all. He tugged at Fu Zai's sleeve. "Can we shower together?" Fu Zai was stunned. How could he suddenly say something like that? If he agreed, it would seem like he was taking advantage. If he refused, his conscience wouldn't allow it. Torn between yes and no, he ultimately decided to follow his most honest desire. "Of course we can. I'll help you undress." Fu Zai smiled politely, but his hand stripping off clothes could have qualified for a Guinness World Record. He, finally I can shower with Fu Zai. After entering the bathroom with Fu Zai, Ju Mingho foolishly blurted out his inner thoughts, then quickly covered his own mouth, like covering his ears while stealing a bell. As long as he had no mouth, those words weren't spoken by him. Fu Zai, patiently tending to the not-so-bright Ju Mingho, drew the bathwater and thoroughly washed him, even using his bare hands to scrub his body. "Fu Zai, washing me so clean and white, what are you planning to do?" "Obviously, to make it easier to take a bite." Fu Zai said half jokingly, half seriously. Ju Mingho shyly pulled back his arm, laughing awkwardly. "I'm not Tang Monk, and you're not a demon. Don't eat my flesh, okay? I can give you money, pork is delicious, chicken, duck, fish, goose, all taste great. There's also spicy rabbit head, salted pepper duck head, braised pig's head meat, they're all way more delicious than me. And besides, I heard people say human meat doesn't even taste good. Don't eat me. I'm scared." Rinsing off the soapy bubbles from Ju Mingho, who was frothy all over like a flower squad, Fu Zai washed away the suds. Ju Mingho instinctively murmured, "Thank you, Mama." "No need to thank me, son. Though you might call me Dad, I'd probably be even happier." Wrapping Ju Mingho snugly in a large towel, Fu Zai carried him out of the bathroom, placed him on the bed, then turned back to shower himself. After hastily rinsing off and coming out, he found Ju Mingho posing in an extremely seductive position. Seeing him emerge, Ju Mingho enticingly curled his index finger, "Come here." Fu Zai froze mid-swipe of his hair-drying towel. His dark, unreadable eyes locked onto the long stretch of leg Ju Mingho had exposed. The sensation from earlier was still vivid in his mind. Fu Zai lightly clenched and released his hand twice, as if reliving the touch of Ju Mingho's thighs. Fu Zai turned off the bedroom light. The room instantly fell into complete silence. Unhappy, Ju Mingho let out a discontented grunt. "Why did you turn off the light so fast? This guy really has no romance." If he were romantic, Ju Mingho's reputation would have been ruined long ago. Right now, he was only holding back to avoid taking advantage. He had never claimed to be a gentleman, but with Ju Mingho, he possessed endless patience. What he wanted was for Ju Mingho to surrender to him willingly, fully aware and completely conscious. The next day, Ju Mingho woke up late, only to scream upon seeing himself completely naked, startling Fu Zai beside him, who had been pretending to sleep. "What's wrong?" What? Me? Why am I completely naked?" Fu Zai sat upright on the bed. His bathrobe hung loosely on his body, sunlight illuminating his face with an indescribable sensuality. Good morning. Seriously, you don't remember anything from last night? From the teasing glint in Fu Zhe's eyes, Zhu Mingho immediately began checking his own body. There were 2 obvious hickey marks on his collarbone, and bruises scattered across his waist and legs. Chapter 142 Who can claim little Zhu by love alone? Staring at the horrific marks on his body, Zhu Mingho was somewhat dazed, his eyes wide as he kept shifting his gaze between Fu Zhe and himself. Did we? Fu Zhe glanced at him, then hooked a finger under the sash of his bathrobe and tugged it open, revealing his bare torso. Zhu Mingho swore. Just then, he absolutely didn't have a single improper thought. But that one glance was enough to make him want to jump off the balcony immediately. 10 Barbie dream houses wouldn't even begin to compensate for this level of trauma. Before him, Fu Zhe's skin was covered in patches of purple and blue bruises, rows of scratch and bite marks curving along his body like deliberate artwork. Zhu Mingho pointed at the traces, utterly disbelieving. Did I do this? No way. He wasn't that kind of person. Tears almost welled up in Zhu Mingho's eyes. He seriously considered calling the police to examine the injuries. Was he really responsible for such misconduct? But if he reported it, wouldn't he end up being arrested for indecent assault? Who else could it be? Fu Zhe countered. Besides, they were alone in the room. If someone else had tried to take advantage of him, do they honestly think Fu Zhe would have allowed it? He'd have smacked them so hard their head would spin like a yo-yo. Fu Zhe pouted slightly, wearing an expression of helpless resignation mixed with a touch of pitiful. Last night, you tried to assault me. I tried everything to stop you, but couldn't. In the end, I just had to let you have your way. Then, did I force myself on you? Zhu Mingho buried his face in the blanket, ashamed. Alcohol truly was destructive. Never again. Damn these hands for touching him, damn this mouth for kissing him. Of course not. I barely managed to prevent a full-blown violent incident. Look here, even my collarbone is bruised from where you gripped me, you little freak. Though deep down he was secretly delighted, he still maintained his usual front. Under no circumstances would he admit how much he'd enjoyed it. Timidly, Zhu Mingho peeked his head out from under the blanket. It should be okay, right? Didn't you get 5 rabies shots earlier? A bite from me just makes good use of them, wouldn't want the vaccine to go to waste. Fu Zhe. He'd only wanted to star in an emotional epic drama of the year, My Mute Groom. Now too worried to care about embarrassment, Zhu Mingho scrambled over to inspect the wounds, gently pulling at Fu Zhe's arm. Why are there bite marks on the back of your neck too? Last night, you insisted you were an alpha and needed to mark me, so I belong only to you. When Fu Zhe said this in a completely serious tone, Zhu Mingho felt as though his face had been shoved into a fire and iron flat. Burning. Humiliating. He desperately wished Fu Zhe could share his amnesia. No one survives the sudden attack of resurrected memories. Social humiliation is inevitable. After that, no matter how strange the other marks looked, he bit his tongue and refrained from asking. He feared another outrageous confession. He was a mature, composed man, he shouldn't have to endure hearing such frivolous things. Besides, was drunk Zhu Mingho even the same person as sober Zhu Mingho? Definitely not. Bao, what's wrong? Noticing Zhu Mingho staring blankly at the wound on his abs, Fu Zhe kindly reminded him, is it that fascinating? You've been staring at my right rectus abdominis for 59 seconds. Do you particularly like this spot? Yeah, sort of. This part is the most symmetrical, Zhu Mingho mumbled awkwardly. Fu Zhe's eyes lit up with delight. You said exactly the same thing last night, that's why you kept biting and hugging it non-stop. See? All along the edges, your teeth marks. Oh my god. Zhu Mingho was utterly shattered. Please, Fu Zhe, shut your mouth, this was unbearably embarrassing. Seeing Zhu Mingho's mortified expression, Fu Zhe spoke up to comfort him, don't be so upset. Even though you gnawed on me countless times last night and scratched and clawed at me, you also gave me a song, and I really loved it. I gave you a song. Zhu Mingho was confused. Was drunk him actually that artistically talented? Who can claim Mount Fuji by love alone? That was the only line Fu Zhe remembered. He hadn't understood any of the lyrics Zhu Mingho sang, but this one phrase had left a lasting impression. Isan Chan, lawyer, prepare yourself. Get up now. I have a meeting this afternoon. Fu Zhe used to never linger in bed, but ever since sleeping with Zhu Mingho, he'd developed the habit of staying in even when he wasn't sleepy, gradually becoming a full-fledged late riser. Zhu Mingho stayed hidden under the covers until Fu Zhe stepped into the bathroom, then finally jumped out of bed to find his clothes and hurriedly dress. Chapter 143 Morning Perks. Misfortunes always come fast, so fast that it caught him completely off guard. Just as he was carefully selecting clothes with no inkling of danger, the bathroom door suddenly swung open. Zhu Mingho was startled and instinctively turned toward the doorway, locking eyes with Fu Zhe. The air instantly froze, the most dreaded silence in existence. Fu Zhe froze as well, seeing Zhu Mingho standing there completely naked. How had he missed a fortune in the blink of an eye? Now this was what you called a morning perk. Though his rational mind screamed not to look, his eyes seemed to disobey all commands. It wasn't entirely his fault. Ju Mingho quickly grabbed a piece of clothing to cover himself, his face blazing like a sky painted with dawn clouds. The two stared at each other awkwardly, both stunned into stillness before any other sense could react. Meanwhile, Ju Mingho's toes had already begun their hard day's work, curling up in embarrassment. Don't worry, I didn't see anything, Fu Zhe muttered, noticing how tense Ju Mingho was. He hurriedly took off his wristwatch, placed it on the table, then dashed back into the bathroom and locked the door firmly behind him. Ju Mingho clutched the garment tightly, silently screaming at him to leave right now. Back. 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 Only when the bathroom door was securely shut did Ju Mingho finally relax slightly. What bad luck. Deflated like a punctured balloon, he slumped onto the sofa, fidgeting with his sleeve, lost in thought. Even though Fu Zhe had definitely seen everything last night, being conscious now was a completely different situation from being unconscious. Now he was painfully aware, his reputation was ruined. Was this what it felt like? A strange mix of excitement and shame, outwardly calm but inwardly trembling. Twisting nervously on the sofa, listening to the faint rustling sounds from the bathroom, his cheeks grew hotter by the second. I can't think about this anymore. Seriously, what is wrong with your brain lately? After scolding himself, he shot upright in a single fluid motion. Quickly finishing dressing, Ju Mingho turned and pulled open the curtains. The weather was perfect, bright sunshine, blue skies dotted with fluffy white clouds, and inspiration struck. He briefly checked his phone for travel ideas. He would take Fu Zhe on a trip. Since they were already here, why not check out a new destination? Zhe. Let's go to the beach together. Sure. Fu Zhe never refused any request from him. After freshening up, Fu Zhe delegated the bidding matter entirely to Zhuang Nian and left happily with Ju Mingho for their outing. Zhuang Nian, you sly dog. Lin, I'm actually speechless. City B was a beautiful coastal city, scenic mountains, clear waters, and charming company. Though it was a weekday, tourists were still numerous. After enjoying a bowl of seafood porridge in a small alleyway, they rented a shared car and drove toward the seaside. I rarely ride in cars worth less than $500,000, Fu Zhe said from the passenger seat, dissatisfied with nearly every aspect of the vehicle, except for comrade Ju Mingho sitting in the driver's seat. Oh come on, let's appreciate our hardships and cherish our blessings. If you feel so strongly about it, I'll take you on a bus instead. Buses are expensive, you know, fully electric ones cost over $1 million each. And if even that isn't luxurious enough, we can take the subway. The subway is even pricier. Fu Zhe fell silent. Meekly, obediently, he fastened his seatbelt. Fine, whatever. As long as he was with Ju Mingho, he'd be willing to eat chaff and swallow bran. At a roadside vendor near the scenic spot, they bought 2 off-brand matching couple sunglasses. Ju Mingho reluctantly picked the pink-framed pair while Fu Zhe put on the blue-framed one. How do I look in pink? Does it look weird? Ju Mingho asked uncertainly after putting them on, worried he might look odd. Fu Zhe gently stroked Ju Mingho's hair. Weird? Not at all. They're made for you, perfectly suited. Really? Such praise sent him floating on cloud 9, suddenly feeling like an international supermodel strutting down the Paris Fashion Week runway. His walk instantly became bolder. Fu Zhe followed behind, carrying 2 hats, a subtle smile curling at the corners of his lips. This kind of life, truly delightful. Stepping forward swiftly, he took Ju Mingho's hand. Their fingers interlaced, Ju Mingho squeezing back gently. Let's go ride a yacht. Sure. I actually know how to drive one. That reply made stars sparkle in Ju Mingho's eyes. You can drive a yacht too. I can surf as well. If you want to learn, I'll teach you. Nah, I can't even swim, how am I supposed to surf? Ju Mingho chuckled nervously, waving his hands. If he lost control and fell into the water, someone would have to fish him out. Fu Zhe smiled softly and led him to rent a yacht. A staff member guided them to the docking area, where they boarded a random vessel. Wow, you're amazing. How many more surprises are you hiding from me, Your Majesty? Watching Fu Zhe skillfully drifting across the waves, Ju Mingho bubbled with delight. How did one even find such a flawless, well-rounded boyfriend, perfect in every way? Falling into a novel to date the male lead was ideal, they knew astronomy and geography, could pluck the moon from the sky or catch turtles in the deep seas. They really were perfect. Perhaps perfect wasn't strong enough. Omnipotent fit better. Absent-mindedly fiddling with his life jacket, Ju Mingho gazed at the scenery around him, a slight gloom tugging at his heart. Noticing the subtle shift in mood, Fu Zhe increased the engine power and steered the yacht farther into open waters. Let's switch places, I'll teach you how to drive. Can I really do it? Ju Mingho hesitated, doubting himself. Could he? Yachts looked complicated to operate, and now that he was actually going to try, he felt a bit nervous. But under Fu Zhe's gentle coaxing, he settled into Fu Zhe's arms. Alright then, teach me well. I'll study hard. Together, they let go of all restraint, racing too fast at times, sending sprays of seawater bursting into the air, then slowing down so much that seabirds began circling around them. Don't go too far out, we might lose our way back, Fu Zhe warned, watching an overexcited Zhu Mingho, worried they'd burn through all the fuel. Stranded out here would be disastrous. Whoa, look! Is that a dolphin? Zhu Mingho pointed excitedly at small figures gliding through the water in the distance. Fu Zhe squinted for a closer look. Looks like it. Seems City B's environmental policies are working, dolphins near the coast now. That's so cool. Zhu Mingho quickly shut his eyes to make a wish, recalling from some book that spotting dolphins at sea granted you one. He pondered in silence for a moment, unsure what to wish for. I hope I can stay with Fu Zhe forever. That he'll never betray me, forget me, ignore me, or stop loving me. Whispering his wish to the dolphins, Zhu Mingho opened his eyes slowly, to find a pair of serene, handsome ones staring right back at him. Zhe, were you making a wish too? No, Fu Zhe said gently. I was watching you. Chapter 144, Caught the Wedding Bouquet. Fu Zhe was exactly the kind of man who could look at a wooden post with deep emotion. When he gazed affectionately at Zhu Mingho, all Zhu Mingho could think about was, kiss me already. People always said thin-lipped men were cold-hearted, but to Zhu Mingho, Fu Zhe's thin lips were so sensual that even speaking a word could stir his heart. Of course, such an indulgent husband as Fu Zhe would never fail to fulfill his desires. His palm gently pressed against Zhu Mingho's plump, rounded nape, lightly ruffling his hair as his thin lips slowly closed in on Zhu Mingho's. Zhu Mingho subtly adjusted his position to ensure Fu Zhe's lips would land precisely, perfectly aligned for this targeted relief. They effortlessly began one of their daily rituals. On the vast, dark sea, completely empty and serene, they shared a breathtaking kiss. Even the sun, witnessing them, blushed and hid behind the clouds. They lost themselves in each other's presence, as if nothing in the world could ever tear them apart. Until... Stop kissing. Your stomach just growled, Fu Zhe pushed gently against Zhu Mingho's chest. Why was he being so extra enthusiastic today, like he'd taken something? I'm craving you. Zhu Mingho boldly confessed. Fu Zhe's eyes instantly lit up with a greenish glow, really? Really? But isn't this too fast? It is too fast, which is why I only crave you. Fu Zhe understood the deeper meaning behind Zhu Mingho's words. Though slightly disappointed, he ultimately respected his partner's thoughts. He tapped the control panel and, like a captain giving orders, announced, return to port. VES, SJR. Luckily, they had enough fuel left, otherwise, they might not have made it back. By the time they returned to work, night had already fallen. After returning the yacht, they discovered a newlywed couple holding a bonfire wedding by the seaside. How romantic. Our future wedding will definitely be even more romantic than this, Fu Zhe mentioned weddings first, which caught Zhu Mingho off guard. Were they really going to get married? Wasn't marriage incredibly troublesome? Lately, he'd seen so many videos online showing grooms and brides running around all day without even having time to eat. They had to sit through tables full of delicious food, swallowing saliva helplessly. Just thinking about it made him cringe. It'd be much better to simply attend others' banquets instead. The newlyweds were very generous, handing out candy to passers-by and inviting them to join the celebration. Let's play a bit too. We don't have anything to do back home anyway, can't we stay a little longer? Though Fu Zhe clearly disliked such occasions, Zhu Mingho pulled out his ultimate weapon, cute pleading. As expected, Fu Zhe couldn't resist. Reluctantly, he steeled himself and accompanied Zhu Mingho to watch the wedding ceremony. Zhu Mingho was highly empathetic. Listening to the couple's vows, his eyes grew moist. Leaning into Fu Zhe's arms, he secretly wiped away tears. Aze, promise me you won't write something overly emotional, I'll cry like a waterfall. Alright, I won't write anything too sentimental. After a moment of thought, Zhu Mingho clutched his tissue again and challenged him, but you also can't write something completely bland. Otherwise, people will think you don't love me enough. Fu Zhe rubbed his forehead. Then how should I write it? 1 part sentiment, 8 parts love. What about the remaining 1%? That's our longing for the life ahead, together. Fu Zhe turned those words over and over in his mind, our longing for the life ahead, together. The voices of the newlywed couple still echoed in the air, but Fu Zhe had tuned them out. His eyes saw only Zhu Mingho. He had always hated the tedious details of traditional ceremonies, but if it were Zhu Mingho, if it were for him, he would willingly endure twice the fuss, performing every auspicious ritual step by step. As long as it was for him, he'd do anything. How? What is it? I want to kiss you. Fu Zhe's words sent Zhu Mingho's face blushing through another round of color changes. If you want to kiss, then just do it. Like I'd stop you. Why even ask, there are people around. It's fine. They don't know us. Fu Zhe was utterly shameless. Even if they did know, so what? Kissing his own wife wasn't embarrassing, only kissing a mistress would be. Without hesitation, he claimed Zhu Mingho's lips. The sight of 2 handsome men kissing immediately drew attention from everyone nearby. Others' stares weren't necessarily malicious, but Fu Zhe refused to become the center of attention, stealing the spotlight from the newlyweds. He shot a disgruntled look around, then gathered Zhu Mingho into a secluded corner. I don't want them seeing your most beautiful self. What do you mean by, most beautiful? Have you secretly ranked my looks at different times in your mind? Zhu Mingho tugged at the fabric of Fu Zhe's shirt, feigning outrage as he pressed further. When have I ever looked bad? Tell me the truth. If you dare lie to me, you're sleeping on the sofa tonight. You've never looked bad. A wise man adapts himself to circumstances, a trait Fu Zhe had mastered early in life. Seeing Zhu Mingho slightly displeased, he swiftly changed the subject. The bride seems about to toss her bouquet. Want to go take a look? All right. Hand in hand, they strolled lazily toward the bride. In a flash of white, a bouquet flew straight into Zhu Mingho's chest. He instinctively caught it and took a closer look. Sure enough, it was the bride's bouquet. Before he could even react, thunderous applause erupted around them. Someone in the crowd shouted, "Wahalo! A kiss, a kiss!" More people joined in, eagerly chanting, "Kiss! Kiss! KSS!" Perhaps the bouquet had bestowed him with boundless courage. Zhu Mingho rose onto his tiptoes and pressed his lips against Fu Zhe's sensual thin ones. Fu Zhe curled his lips into a smirk, wrapping an arm around Zhu Mingho's waist and deepening the kiss. Since they wanted a show, they might as well give them one they'd never forget. They kissed until breathless, clinging to each other like lovers lost in time. Then the bride proposed a couple's chemistry game for all the romantic pairs present. Zhu Mingho and Fu Zhe were invited on stage as special guests. Our first round is a compatibility quiz. They were asked simple questions, anniversary dates, each other's height, measurements, birthdays. Anyone who couldn't answer or got it wrong was eliminated. They passed easily. The second round was draw and guess. Zhu Mingho and Fu Zhe barely scraped through. The third round was blindfolded recognition. Fu Zhe's eyes were covered with a black silk blindfold, and he had to locate Zhu Mingho among a group of people. Zhu Mingho held his breath, anxious that Fu Zhe might pick the wrong person and get them eliminated. But in the end, Fu Zhe was the very first contestant to correctly find his partner. Chapter 145 Because we're in love, every day is sweet. Amid the cheers of the crowd, Fu Zhe came to a stop in front of Zhu Mingho and declared confidently, "Ahau, I found you." Zhu Mingho shouted excitedly, "Yes. It's really me." When he saw Fu Zhe confidently standing right before him, Zhu Mingho, thrilled and surprised, stood on his toes, wrapped his hands around the back of Fu Zhe's head, and untied the blindfold from his eyes. Looking at Fu Zhe with eager eyes, Zhu Mingho couldn't help but feel puzzled. How had Fu Zhe found him so instantly? He had hidden himself in a corner. Even with open eyes it would have been hard to spot, let alone when completely blindfolded. Doubtful, he tied the black cloth over his own eyes to test it. The blackout was perfect. So how could Fu Zhe have gone straight to him? I don't get it. Young Zhu voiced his confusion. How did you find me? Simply put, my sixth sense led me to you. And, the more complicated version? I'd recognize you even if you turned to ashes. Fu Zhe wasn't exaggerating. Have you ever experienced this? If you truly like someone, no matter what else you're doing, the moment they appear within several miles of you, you feel it immediately. Besides, Fu Zhe knew Zhu Mingho's scent and build too well. There was no way he could mistake anyone else for him. Sixth sense. Turning to ashes. Zhu Mingho frowned, his face drooping. What kind of description was that? Did Fu Zhe skip class every time language arts was taught? Why were all his expressions so bizarre? Fu Zhe raised an eyebrow and slung an arm over Zhu Mingho's shoulder. What's wrong with my description? To recognize someone even if they turn to ashes, what deep imprint that must leave. Using this as a confession was practically more perfect than promises of, till the sea dries and the rocks crumble. Without exaggeration, he'd say his phrasing deserved not just full marks, but at least an excellent grade. Zhu Mingho shook his head like a drum, completely disagreeing. Fu Zhe's words had always sounded like he'd never taken a single Chinese language class. Back in elementary school, before third grade, there used to be situational dialogues during Chinese lessons teaching polite expressions. Come on, let's go back. Fu Zhe patted his waist and tugged him forward. So soon. I still want to play a bit longer. Zhu Mingho followed reluctantly, glancing longingly at the lively crowd around them. He wasn't ready to leave yet. It was so lively here with everyone around, but once they returned to the hotel, it'd just be the two of them. Who knew what they'd even do? That sounded boring. It's late already. Fu Zhe lifted his wrist and waved his watch in front of Zhu Mingho. 9:36, it'll be 10 o'clock soon. Still want to play? Planning to stay out all night? There's still 24 minutes left until 10, and besides, coming back late isn't staying out all night. It's just being late, what's the big deal? Fu Zhe was stricter than a father. Zhu Mingho grabbed his hand, wanting to plead to stay a little longer, but the moment he saw Fu Zhe's stern, uncompromising expression, he didn't know how to speak up. I'll take you for some barbecue. Fu Zhe wore a look of gentle regret, his face spelling out great disappointment. Yesterday, when we had barbecue, they ran out of your favorite enoki mushrooms. You seemed a bit disappointed. So I had Shaolin contact them again and reserved another table. If we don't go soon, the owner might think we're not coming. Really? Zhu Mingho lit up instantly, his mind now filled with nothing but hunger, hunger, hunger. So hungry, so hungry, so hungry. So craving, so craving, so craving. That barbecue place was amazing, the chicken wings were especially fragrant. And the pork belly, rolled up in flatbreads, it was absolutely heavenly, oh my god. He couldn't think about it anymore, he'd start drooling. Of course it's true. When have I ever lied to you? That did it. Now it was Zhu Mingho pulling Fu Zhe along, running. After a few steps, though, he suddenly remembered Fu Zhe's leg had only just recovered and called out with concern, "Can you run? Your leg just healed." But appearances had to be kept, I'm fine. A slow jog won't hurt. Holding on to each other, the two dashed off across the beach, drawing the attention of many bystanders. This strikingly handsome couple shone brightly against the seaside backdrop. When they arrived earlier, they had parked their shared car in the scenic area's lot. Now, to their surprise, the car was gone, someone else had driven it away. Zhu Mingho looked gloomy. Now what? Do we walk home using the 11th route? The 11th route? What's that? He'd forgotten that a privileged young master like Fu Zhe wouldn't understand common slang. It means walking. With me around, I'd never make you walk. Let's take the bus instead. Fu Zhe spent a long time on his phone map before finally planning the optimal route, then led Zhu Mingho to the bus stop. Zhu Mingho clipped his sunglasses onto the collar of his white shirt, freeing both hands for better hand-holding. Fu Zhe imitated him, awkwardly attaching his own sunglasses to his collar. Zhu Mingho saw it and immediately shook his head, "Let me fix that for you." The crooked look was unbearable, his OCD couldn't take it. Patiently adjusting Fu Zhe's sunglasses, Zhu Mingho's hair brushed back and forth against Fu Zhe's chin, making Fu Zhe ticklish and restless. Unnoticed, Fu Zhe stole kisses atop Zhu Mingho's head. He even made himself laugh while doing it, how silly could he get? Smirking at Zhu Mingho who was carefully smoothing his collar, Fu Zhe wore a satisfied smile. This little fool really hadn't gotten any smarter. There, all done. Zhu Mingho lifted his head. At the moment their eyes met, Fu Zhe took advantage and quickly pecked him on the lips. Nearby passers-by admiring handsome guys suddenly got hit with an unexpected double dose of couple goals. Just appreciating a pretty face and now they're being assaulted by romantic vibes, so much cruelty towards single people. Soon, bus number 75 arrived. Zhu Mingho followed Fu Zhe on board. Since their destination was still far away, they chose seats deep inside the bus. Zhu Mingho sat by the window, leaning his head on Fu Zhe's shoulder as he watched the bustling city lights flow past outside. I'm really happy today. Fu Zhe had been zoning out and didn't catch it. He patted Zhu Mingho's head gently. What's up? Every day with you makes me happy. Zhu Mingho's eyes sparkled, clearly, genuinely delighted, ha ha ha. I'm happy too. Just seeing you makes me happy. Noticing a light sheen of sweat on Zhu Mingho's forehead, Fu Zhe cracked the window slightly open to let in a breeze. Unfortunately, just then a dump truck sped past the bus, kicking up dust. Fu Zhe sneezed loudly. Zhu Mingho glanced at Fu Zhe, who was covering his mouth with his elbow mid-sneeze. He blinked a few times, then suddenly began singing. If you suddenly sneeze, it must be me missing you. If you wake up in the middle of the night from a ringing phone, it must be me caring for you. Fu Zhe tilted his gaze at him fondly. I'm right beside you, still missing me. When you miss me, just glance to the side. I've always been here. Pouting, Zhu Mingho rubbed his head against Fu Zhe's shoulder. But I miss you even when you're right next to me. How could I not miss you? He pinched the soft flesh in Fu Zhe's palm. Don't you miss me at all? Of course I do. As if he could ever not miss this ungrateful little thing. Acting like Fu Zhe didn't miss him, what nerve. Fu Zhe pretended to glare angrily at Zhu Mingho, but the moment he met Zhu Mingho's eyes, the glare melted into one full of affection. They exchanged smiles. Zhu Mingho burst into laughter, giggling uncontrollably as he leaned on Fu Zhe's shoulder. A little later, he suddenly lifted his head and looked at Fu Zhe with sudden panic. Oh no. Something strange is growing on my arm. What is it? Let me see. Fu Zhe grabbed both his hands. Left or right? Zhu Mingho raised his right hand. Fu Zhe pulled up his sleeve anxiously. Don't be scared, let me check. Does it hurt? Did it just appear? Zhu Mingho hid his hand back inside his sleeve, but Fu Zhe held firmly onto his arm and pulled it out again. One glance, and Fu Zhe's face instantly darkened. Chapter 146, a heroic act that nearly got him hurt. What came into view was Zhu Mingho making a heart sign with his fingers. Fu Zhe felt both exasperated and amused. What are you doing? Zhu Mingho gave a cheeky wink. Love you. Good boy, but don't ever joke around like that again. I was really worried about you just now. He pulled the mischievous man into his arms and thoroughly teased him until Zhu Mingho cried out for mercy several times before he finally let up. You're so timid, yet still love to provoke me. If you do it again, I'll make sure you regret it. You're threatening me. Ju Mingho widened his round eyes, accusing Fu Zhe of his crimes. You're my boyfriend, what's wrong with me flirting with you? Are you getting tired of me? Then maybe I should go find someone else. Give me back my freedom. Fu Zhe growled and bit Ju Mingho's lips again. If a pig's mouth spits out an ivory tusk, you'll die from shock, Ju Mingho quipped even as Fu Zhe increased the pressure, biting hard enough to make Ju Mingho suck in a sharp breath. It hurt, stop bullying me all the time. Suddenly playful and coquettish, Ju Mingho made Fu Zhe shut the gently breezy window, don't let him catch a cold. Fortunately, there were very few people on this bus, the surrounding seats were mostly empty. Otherwise, their antics might have gotten them thrown off the vehicle. Having settled down briefly after being nibbled on, Ju Mingho suddenly leaned close to Fu Zhe's ear and whispered, look at that man up ahead wearing the hat, doesn't something seem off about him? The man in the hat had just moments ago been sitting behind the sleeping girl, but in the blink of an eye, he'd moved right beside her. If he'd simply sat there, it wouldn't be suspicious. But the way he acted, furtive and skittish, constantly glancing around at other passengers, was definitely fishy. Let's wait and see. Since Fu Zhe couldn't tell whether the man was after money or something more lecherous, he decided not to act rashly. Better to wait until the man made his move, then they'd have solid grounds to stop him. All they could hope for now was that the girl would wake up soon, before anything happened. Ju Mingho kept cautiously watching the man. The thief, clearly guilty, kept scanning the few passengers around the carriage, and each time his eyes met Ju Mingho's, the man in the hat looked increasingly nervous and wary, glaring back at Ju Mingho with a warning in his gaze. Act naturally. Don't startle him. Seeing how cautious and tense Ju Mingho looked, Fu Zhe couldn't help but whisper a reminder, if you keep staring at him like that, he'll notice. But I can't help looking. He was terrified that if he blinked even once, the girl might get hurt. After careful observation, he was certain the man meant harm. The next second, Fu Zhe pulled him back into his embrace, resuming what they'd started earlier. Ju Mingho struggled lightly, but it was useless. This is called the empty fort strategy. Fu Zhe murmured by his ear, just relax and enjoy. I'll keep watch, I've got this. With me here, he won't pull off anything. Can you really multitask like that? If it's for you, I could even manage 3 tasks at once. Please. When his wife set a KPI, he always exceeded expectations, on time, every time. Even so, Ju Mingho couldn't calm his nerves. Every few seconds, he'd tug at Fu Zhe's shirt, demanding an update on the frontline situation. Fu Zhe kept brushing him off, occasionally glancing with his peripheral vision at the man ahead, and sure enough, the man no longer glared viciously at Ju Mingho. Only then did his heart settle. He wouldn't allow Ju Mingho to be harmed in any way, not even by drawing someone's grudge would he permit it. He's making his move. Fu Zhe clearly saw the man in the hat slip his hand under the front of the sleeping girl's top. What? Ju Mingho shot upright, frantically opening his phone's video mode, grabbing Fu Zhe's hand, and charging forward. What the hell do you think you're doing? Shameless creep. Ju Mingho's loud shout startled the sleeping girl awake, and the few scattered passengers turned to look. The man in the hat looked innocently at him. I didn't do anything. I've got it all recorded. This guy just molested the girl, you're committing indecent assault. You know this kind of act can land you in jail. Holding Fu Zhe's hand tightly, Ju Mingho wasn't afraid of the man at all. A shameless old pervert, Fu Zhe alone could beat up 100 of him. I was just helping her swat a mosquito. How can you accuse me of molestation? The man in the hat kept making excuses, but Ju Mingho stared at him like he was an idiot. Are you treating everyone else as fools? What month do you think it is? Where are their mosquitoes? Do you keep them at home? The girl, now fully aware of what happened, quickly grabbed her bag and fled to safety, hiding behind Ju Mingho. Thank you so much. You're welcome. Let's take this trash to the police station together, garbage belongs in a dump. At the mention of the police station, the man in the hat panicked instantly. He rushed to the bus door and yanked at it desperately. Driver. Driver. Let me off. When the driver ignored him, he lunged for the emergency hammer, but Ju Mingho punched him hard. You dare grab the safety hammer too? The man staggered back, then pulled out a sharp knife from his pocket and lunged toward Ju Mingho. Fu Zhe reacted instantly, delivering a brutal elbow strike that knocked the knife from his hand. Ah how, are you okay? His heart had nearly stopped seeing that blade pointed at Ju Mingho. In one swift motion, Fu Zhe grabbed the fallen man, slamming him against the floor and unloading punch after punch. How dare you hurt him? But I didn't even. How dare you? If a single hair on his head is harmed, I'll take your life. Fu Zhe was nearly beside himself with rage. He tore off his shirt and tightly bound the man's hands with it, dragging him off the bus at the next stop before hailing a cab straight to the nearest police station. All the way there, the man cursed and ranted non-stop, earning countless more punches from both Ju Mingho and Fu Zhe. Chapter 147, Spending Without Hesitation for Love, just to vindicate him. The moment they stepped into the police station and saw the officers, the hat-wearing man nearly burst into tears. Uncle policeman, save me. What happened? This guy is a complete pervert, he molested a girl on the bus. We caught him in the act, and he kept insulting us. I had no choice but to slap him a few times, Ju Mingho quickly explained. But the man in the hat immediately let his tears stream down uncontrollably. But they hit me. My arm hurts so much. Officer, you have to arrest him. For a moment, even the guardians of justice couldn't tell who the real victim was. After the female victim gave her testimony, surveillance footage was retrieved, statements were taken, and finally, they succeeded in locking up the troublemaker. Once everything settled, Fu Zhe grabbed Ju Mingho and started sprinting toward the car they'd ordered through the app. If we don't leave now, we'll really be late. It's almost 10:30. Earlier, they'd accidentally set the wrong pickup location. The car had arrived, but they hadn't made it there yet. Fu Zhe's legs practically spun like wheels as he pulled Ju Mingho at full speed, fast, yet still elegant, like a groom fleeing his own wedding, rushed, yet never losing grace. Ju Mingho, gasping for breath, struggled to keep up. He wasn't short by any means, yet found himself barely able to match Fu Zhe's pace. Exhausted, he panted, slow down, slow down. Your legs are too long, I can't keep up. So tired, so tired. Really? Hearing this, Fu Zhe stopped mid-sprint, swept Ju Mingho into a horizontal carry. Instinctively, Ju Mingho tightened his arms around Fu Zhe's neck. Fu Zhe glanced at him and smiled, hold on tight. You're really that out of shape? Not at all. You should come back and exercise with me. Can't keep being this weak. Spotting their car waiting at the intersection, Fu Zhe approached, opened the rear door, and gently placed Ju Mingho inside. Move further in, I'll sit by the window. After they got in, the driver, who had been silent for a while, finally spoke up. Little brother, did you hurt your leg? What? I saw you carrying him all the way here, thought maybe his leg was injured. There's a crutch left behind by a passenger in my trunk. You can take it if needed. The driver meant well, but his words sent Ju Mingho into helpless laughter, trembling with amusement. No, my leg's perfectly fine. Then why did you carry him all the way? I thought. The driver was utterly confused. Why would someone need carrying if nothing was wrong? Fu Zhe simply pulled Ju Mingho into his arms. He was tired walking. So I carried him. The possessive gesture shocked the driver, who fell silent for a long while. You two are really adorable, he finally said. Too cute. Absolutely show-off material. Do young couples nowadays pamper each other like this when they're in love? Or is it just these two? Suddenly, the driver remembered his wife, 3 years of dating, 10 years of marriage, and realized he had never once carried her on his back, hardly ever hugged her. Looking at the pair in the back seat, their fingers tightly intertwined, he began reflecting on his wife's daily life after marriage. They'd never held hands like this, not even during the rare occasions they went shopping together, they never walked close. Whether at home or outside, they never displayed affection. At first, it was shyness, now, it had become habit. If one suddenly acted intimate, the other would likely be startled. Isn't it normal for lovers to be affectionate? Brother, how about you and your wife normally? Noticing the ring on the driver's left ring finger, Ju Mingho asked without hesitation, only to be cut off. My wife is shy. We don't do things like this. With the kids around, we can't do anything anyway. Well, every couple has their own way. As long as you both feel comfortable. Yeah. If I suddenly got mushy, she'd definitely punch me. Ju Mingho chatted on with the driver, while Fu Zhe tilted his head, listening quietly, saying nothing. From the rearview mirror, the driver caught the look they exchanged, a sweetness so thick it could summon an army of bees. The 10-minute drive felt like it lasted over 10 hours. For some reason, the driver suddenly found himself missing his youth. Thankfully, Xiao Lin had told the barbecue restaurant owner to hold a table for them no matter what. Otherwise, arriving at this hour, they wouldn't have stood a chance. The place was insanely busy, packed with a sea of people, the noise deafening. Fu Zhe frowned slightly, but thinking of Ju Mingho's fondness for it, he forced himself to endure. Finally, the restaurant owner came over, exclaiming, "Ah! Why did you come so late? I almost got into fights with several groups of customers just to keep this table for you. Next time, if you've made a reservation, please arrive on time. Don't keep dragging things out, we have a hard enough time as it is." The barbecue shop owner looked utterly miserable. If it weren't for a patrolling police officer happening by earlier, they might have actually ended up in a real scuffle with some guests. His tone couldn't help but carry a tinge of complaint. Ju Mingho nodded sheepishly, apologetically saying to the owner, "It won't happen again. If you do this next time, we won't save you a seat anymore." The owner's muttered words reached their ears, making Ju Mingho feel even more guilty. If only he hadn't insisted on staying longer at the bonfire party, they wouldn't have been so late. Seeing Ju Mingho's remorseful expression, Fu Zhe became furious. He pulled out his phone and called Lin Lin. "Buy me this entire commercial street." Huh. Lin Lin and Zhuang Nian were enjoying their hard-earned vacation, just out of the shower when work suddenly landed in their laps, so infuriating that Lin Lin nearly dropped the phone. This street isn't even that valuable. Why do you want it all of a sudden? Only a few shops here were profitable, the rest weren't much to speak of. What had triggered this abrupt desire to purchase the whole commercial strip? It was simply not worth it. With that kind of money, why not do something better? This barbecue place bullied Ju Mingho. Owner. What the hell? When did I ever bully Ju Mingho? Are you insane? Hearing someone else in the background beside Lin Lin, Fu Zhe showed mercy. I'm giving you 5 days. You should be able to manage that, right? 5 days. Lin Lin shrieked in excitement. Previously, whenever such tasks came up, there had always been a 3-day deadline. Who would have thought the time frame would now be extended to 5 whole days? Is this the power of love? Transforming Boss Fu into a warm, normal human being, it truly wasn't easy. I'm doing it for my brother. Fu Zhe's words made Zhuang Nian burst into laughter. He let out a low whistle. Thanks, bro. After hanging up, Ju Mingho handed the menu to Fu Zhe, who didn't even glance at it. Order whatever you like. It doesn't matter to me, I'll slowly adjust my taste preferences to match yours. A warmth spread through Ju Mingho's heart. He took back the menu and specifically checked off several dishes that Fu Zhe liked. Then I'll decide. Perhaps because the restaurant owner genuinely felt he might soon have a new boss, today's meal for Ju Mingho's table was especially generous and delicious, even better than last time. Ju Mingho ate until his belly swelled roundly. The attentive owner brought over some Jianwei Shaoshi tablets. Take a few of these to aid digestion. Stay as long as you need, don't leave until you're feeling better. Thank you, boss. Ju Mingho accepted the pills and popped them straight into his mouth. He loved the flavor of these tablets and kept shoving 5 or 6 in, letting them dissolve slowly in his mouth. Fu Zhe took the bottle from his hand. No matter how good they taste, they're still medicine. Don't eat so many. They really are delicious, and eating more won't hurt anything. Ju Mingho pried one tablet loose and shoved it into Fu Zhe's mouth. Try it yourself, it really is tasty. Fu Zhe shook his head. I don't like taking medicine like this. Chapter 148, You Can't Escape Every Time. Are there actually different ways to take medicine? Isn't it all just oral? Could it be that Fu Zhe prefers suppositories? Ju Mingho was genuinely confused. So how do you like to take your medicine? The man in front of him didn't answer directly. Instead, he pulled out a pill. 1 tablet or 2? 2. Open your mouth. Though puzzled, why should he open his mouth when it was Fu Zhe taking the medicine, Ju Mingho obediently opened up. Fu Zhe gently placed the pill onto his tongue, then deliberately brushed his index finger across his lips. Ju Mingho lightly bit down on the finger as a warning. There were so many people around. And kids nearby, be mindful of your behavior. Fu Zhe rubbed the back of his head and leaned in, softly sucking the pill from Ju Mingho's mouth into his own. In an instant, Ju Mingho felt utterly shocked, as if fried from outside to in. You. What about me? You're disgusting, okay? That was so greasy. Embarrassed by the glances from others, Ju Mingho could have dug his toes through his sneakers. Where was it greasy? Fu Zhe looked at him pathetically. If you say I'm being greasy, I won't admit it. I just did what I felt like doing. How can you say that about me? There are children around us. Don't you corrupt the little ones. Ju Mingho whispered beside his ear, when we're alone, you can do whatever you want, I won't stop you. But in public, we should still behave. Look, all those kids are staring at us. Aren't you embarrassed? Head lowered, saying nothing, Fu Zhe sulked. If only barbecue restaurants could have ratings, separating families with children from couples, could they at least give couples some space to properly romance? Every time there were kids around, Ju Mingho always became overly shy, which left him completely unsatisfied. Gloomy, he took Ju Mingho by taxi back to the hotel. The moment they entered the room, before even inserting the key card, the world spun, a sudden whirlwind, and in a blink, Ju Mingho was pinned against the wall, unable to move. A flurry of kisses rained down on his face. You said it yourself, when we're alone, I can do whatever I want. Now, can I exercise my rights? Huh? Did I say that? I don't remember. Ju Mingho switched to full denial mode. He couldn't handle Fu Zhe's passion, it was terrifying. It felt like he might get overwhelmed tonight. Don't play dumb. Want me to play you the recording? Fu Zhe bit down on his earlobe. The sharp pain snapped him back to reality. You recorded it? That's so low. Really? There are even lower things, if you'd like to try. No way. Ju Mingho shouted, squirmed out from under Fu Zhe's arm, and dashed straight toward the bathroom. Of the 36 strategies, fleeing is best. In such a hurry. Then remember to scrub yourself clean. Call me if you need someone to scrub your back. Not. Going. 2. Seeing Ju Mingho flustered, Fu Zhe burst into laughter. So timid, yet so tempting, without giving him proper punishment, he'd really start thinking he was Lu Xiaohui's star. Asterisk note, Lu Xiaohui is a classical Chinese figure famed for his exceptional self-restraint. Standing by the floor-to-ceiling window for a while, Fu Zai came up with a brilliant idea. After showering in another room, he deliberately put on a silk black nightgown, one of the matching couple sets Zhu Mingho had bought. If he wasn't mistaken, Zhu Mingho had taken in the same style earlier. After brushing his teeth, he even used Zhu Mingho's favorite orange-scented breath spray and styled his hair into a new look, wondering whether Zhu Mingho would like it. After a flurry of frantic preparation, the bathroom door opened. He quickly dove under the covers, pretending to be on his phone, while secretly watching Zhu Mingho's every move. Sure enough, Zhu Mingho emerged from the bathroom wearing the matching nightgown, hair dripping water. Fu Zai had already been lying on the bed scrolling through his phone, but the sight of wet strands made him stand up again. Come here, let me dry your hair. He patted the spot beside him, signaling Zhu Mingho to sit. Zhu Mingho shook his head. My hair's short. It'll dry soon. No need. Be good. All right. The fewer words Fu Zai spoke, the more compliant Zhu Mingho had to be. That meant he was truly determined. Refusing now only meant asking for trouble. Obediently sitting in Fu Zai's lap, he submitted to a thorough scalp massage. Fu Zai's massage technique was indeed impressive, sending tingles through his scalp. Yes, right there, my Baihui point feels a bit sore. Press it harder. You didn't want it a moment ago. Now look, already enjoying it. Fu Zai kissed the top of his head, still damp. He'd need to dry it more. Your skills are great, Fu the masseur. Next time I come, I'll request you again, Zhu Mingho teased. The large hand on his head paused briefly. My skills in other areas are even better. Want to give them a try? Are they free? Even if they're free, I can't accept. That'd be illegal. Didn't you hear what they said at Orange earlier? They're cracking down hard on vice, gambling, and drugs these days. Zhu Mingho began delivering a humane lecture, hoping to guide him back onto the righteous path. After all, a reformed youth could still be a good one. A prodigal son turning back is priceless. If gold could buy such a return, it wouldn't truly count as redemption. But you're my boyfriend. It doesn't count as illegal. Even if we went to the police station, we'd be released without charges. Fu Zai tightly gripped Zhu Mingho's body, preventing any escape. Wait, you're seriously doing this, Asher? How else should it be? Can it always be fake? Fu Zai deliberately gave his buttocks a light pat. Zhu Mingho instantly stiffened with tension. Relax. Do you think I'd eat you? With things this intense, how can I not be nervous? Should I politely invite you to take your time? Zhu Mingho felt utterly miserable. How had things turned out like this? The sweet, innocent hair-drying moment had suddenly escalated into something restricted rated. Just as Fu Zai prepared to advance further, ascending to the next level, a sudden, forceful knock echoed from the room door. Chapter 149, Whatever you give me, I'll accept it all, and even show it off. Thump thump thump. Thump thump thump. The knocking continued with no answer from within. Outside, the person grew increasingly impatient, pounding on the door while shouting. Open up. Hurry up and open the door. If you don't open, we're coming in with the master key. Routine inspection. Fu Zai didn't want to answer at all, but Zhu Mingho in his arms clearly wasn't going to let this chance slip by. He whimpered and pushed Fu Zai away from his neck. Someone's knocking. Who cares? What if it's really urgent? They said it's a routine check, it doesn't sound ordinary at all. Zhu Mingho gave Fu Zai another nudge. Go open the door quickly. Be good. Damn it. Seeing the red marks on Zhu Mingho's neck, Fu Zai's eyes darkened. Next time he dragged Zhu Mingho into bed, he'd definitely have to consult the almanac first. How could every single attempt be interrupted like this? Old Moon Elder, where are you? There's something I need to discuss with you, I promise I won't beat you up. Fu Zai was practically having a heart attack. They chose this moment to knock, why now? Of all times, this one. Do you have any idea what kind of life I've lived these past 5 years? Grudgingly rolling off the bed, he glared at the persistently battered door. Before leaving, he turned back to tuck the blanket tightly around Zhu Mingho, hiding him completely underneath. Then he growled toward the door, you better have a damn good reason. If this isn't an emergency, then you'd better protect your other. Who is it? Who knocks like this in the middle of the night? You people aren't even this loud when the ghosts of Yin and Yang come calling. What exactly are you inspecting? What water meter needs checking at this hour? Scowling, he swung the door open, only for a group of men to immediately rush in, grabbing Fu Zai and twisting his arms behind his back, slamming him onto the floor. On instinct, Fu Zai started struggling and fighting with the officer behind him. Stop fighting. Please stop fighting. When Zhu Mingho saw the uniformed men grappling with Fu Zai, his heart leapt into his throat. Without bothering to put on shoes, he jumped out of bed and rushed over to stop them. After exchanging a few blows, Fu Zai finally recognized the uniforms and snapped back to his senses, freezing mid-struggle. It was reflex. Officers, it really was just a reflex. This doesn't count as assaulting a police officer, right? Zhu Mingho yanked Fu Zhe behind himself and spoke carefully, giving the officers the most pitiful, pleading look he could muster. He truly didn't mean it. He's always been a law-abiding citizen, so well-behaved, so obedient. He just didn't see clearly and thought you were bad people. You big men shouldn't hold grudges against big men, please don't take it personally. He's still such a child, oh wait, he isn't. Zhu Mingho became utterly flustered, unsure what to say anymore. In the end, he just resorted to darting those teary, pleading eyes from one officer to another. Please stop looking at me like that, it makes me so nervous. Seeing how cautiously yet determinedly Zhu Mingho defended him, Fu Zhe felt his heart melt. Officer, I admit it was reflex, he said, stepping forward slightly. You lunged at me the second I opened the door, that's why I resisted. No harm done, the officer replied, taking a closer look. Didn't we meet earlier tonight? Back at the station, you two were there when we brought in that hooligan. What a coincidence. Small world. We're conducting a crackdown on vice and illegal activities, hence the inspection. Then he realized, the man he had scuffled with was indeed the same young man from the police station earlier. The officers exchanged glances, suddenly amused. How funny, earlier they'd admired these two youths for their dignity and courage, never imagining they were a couple. No wonder handsome guys always end up together these days. Suddenly, the officer understood why his daughter kept complaining she couldn't find a quality partner, good men are just too fiercely contested. These two together must have broken countless hearts. Truly fate, they'd met twice in less than half a day. After a quick check of their IDs, the lead officer smiled and shook his head. Sorry to disturb you, folks. A young couple vacationing in City B. He almost felt guilty now, like he'd committed a sin interrupting their romantic moment. Awkward. Hee, Zhu Mingho laughed shyly, unable to think of anything to say. He stood there wordlessly, trying to form coherent thoughts. The group of policemen burst into quiet laughter, their eyes fixed on the prominent hickey on Zhu Mingho's neck. All right then, carry on. We'll be going now. Once the officers left, Zhu Mingho finally relaxed, only to feel a sudden, urgent need. I'm going to the bathroom. How? Do you want me to come with you? Fu Zhe saw Zhu Mingho staring blankly at him, raised an eyebrow, assuming he was being clingy and didn't want to part. He picked up Zhu Mingho's slippers and knelt in front of him, slipping them onto his feet. No barefoot walking next time. Come on, I'll go with you to the bathroom. No way am I having you come with me. Zhu Mingho stood on tiptoe and plucked a white speck from Fu Zhe's hair. There was something white in your hair. I just took it off for you. Looking at it closely, it turned out to be down from the pillow. All right, I'm off to the bathroom. After finishing, he washed his hands in front of the mirror, lifting his head to admire his own flawless beauty, only to jump back in shock at the sight of red marks all over his neck. Fu Zhe. You ugly thing. What? Ugly thing? Are you calling the wrong person? Are you crazy? That one insult had Fu Zhe seriously doubting himself. Zhu Mingho frowned pitifully. You actually let me go out like this? Eh. This is so embarrassing. My reputation is ruined. Fu Zhe soon appeared in the doorway of the bathroom, leaning sexily against the frame, grinning widely at the flustered and furious Zhu Mingho. So do you now understand why I covered you up before getting out of bed? You damn heartless brute. I thought you were afraid I'd catch a cold. I'm so mad, you left hickeys all over me and didn't even tell me. Now I've been humiliated in front of Officer Cheng. Zhu Mingho leaned close to the mirror, examining the marks with growing shame. Why did it feel more humiliating the longer he looked? Unable to bear it anymore, he turned away. He splashed cold water on his burning face, but Fu Zhe still managed to deliver the final blow. It wasn't just Officer Cheng who saw, right? There was also Officer Zhang, Officer Li, Officer Wang, Officer Sun, and that other guy, Officer Tang. They all must have seen it. Otherwise, why would they have grinned like that? Shut up. Zhu Mingho flicked water at Fu Zhe's face. Fu Zhe caught his hand. What are you doing? Revenge. If you really want revenge, I'll give you a chance. Seeing Fu Zhe was serious, Zhu Mingho eyed him doubtfully. What chance? Fu Zhe tilted his neck forward. Right here. Go ahead. You can leave as many marks as you want. I don't mind. You said it. Excited, Zhu Mingho pinned Fu Zhe against the wall. Fu Zhe quietly placed his hands behind his back. Zhu Mingho bit down carefully, avoiding the carotid artery, gentle yet deliberate. Does it hurt? Whatever you give me, I'll accept it, even if it hurts. Fu Zhe gazed at Zhu Mingho with tender affection. Even now, he still worried about whether he was hurting him. Zhu Mingho must truly love him. Alright, let's go to sleep. We have other things to do tomorrow. Zhu Mingho gently rubbed the reddened patch on Fu Zhe's neck. He'd bitten a bit too hard, now he regretted not placing more marks on his collarbone instead. Okay. Noticing the tiredness in Zhu Mingho's eyes, Fu Zhe suppressed his own desires. Sigh, he knew it wouldn't be easy to get what he wanted. But good things take time, right? Ju Mingho would be his, sooner or later. After jumping into bed, they started arguing over who should turn off the light. You climbed in after me, you go turn it off. You're closer to the switch, it should be you. I won't do it. You came in last. You don't love me anymore, Fu Zhe. I see through you now. Fine, I'll do it, okay. Little brat. Fu Zhe gave Ju Mingho's but a sharp smack. Ju Mingho didn't mind, so long as he didn't have to get up and turn off the light, he'd endure being beaten silly. It's just a butt, he had two cheeks. If one got sore, there's still the other. Ugh, stop talking nonsense. Anyway, he just didn't want to go. Just then, Fu Zhe leapt into bed in the dark, and landed squarely on half of Ju Mingho's body. Ouch. Brother Fu, seriously? Do you hate me that much? You're crushing me to death. Sorry, you know I'm nearsighted. Only after thoroughly enjoying the contact did Fu Zhe finally roll off Ju Mingho's back and dive under the covers. So cold, so cold. B-City's temperature difference is insane, it wasn't this cold during the day. He then pressed his icy feet against Ju Mingho's calf. I'm cold. I can feel it. Ju Mingho muttered quietly. Fu Zhe's freezing feet made him shiver, but he didn't complain. He tugged down his pants leg slightly, exposing more skin on his calf. Move closer. Let me warm them for you. Chapter 150, that Fu Zhe, he must have wife-flaunting syndrome. You're the best, I absolutely adore you, will you always treat me this well? Will you? Will you? Answer me quickly. After receiving a confirming nod from Ju Mingho, Fu Zhe grinned like a big fool. Ju Mingho burst into laughter at his silly expression. Fu Zhe pressed his large feet tightly against Ju Mingho's calves and rubbed them slightly, complimenting, your legs are so smooth, feels incredibly nice. You don't have to describe every little detail out loud, you know. When you say stuff like that, it just feels weird. Maybe your mind is just too dirty. There's nothing wrong with what I said. Curled up under the blanket, Fu Zhe gazed at Ju Mingho with sparkling eyes. Ju Mingho was already drowsy, yawning sleepily as he half-lidded stared back. Yet for some reason, the more Fu Zhe looked at him, the more excited he became. The thought that this man was truly his boyfriend made him too thrilled to fall asleep, just like a teenage boy in his first relationship, despite the fact they'd shared a bed countless times before. And the way Ju Mingho had stood protectively in front of him yesterday, that image would be forever etched in his memory. Closing his eyes, warmth surged within his chest. He felt overwhelmingly moved. Holding Ju Mingho's warm body close, he felt as if he were soaking in honey. Heaven had gifted him such a wonderful person. He would treasure Ju Mingho like a priceless jewel, cradling him carefully every day, never letting him go. Ju Mingho, tightly held in his arms, was too sleepy to struggle. Just before drifting off, he mumbled faintly, don't kiss my neck, it shows. Others can see. Alright. Fine, he wouldn't kiss the neck, plenty of other places to kiss anyway. But once Ju Mingho fell deeply asleep, Fu Zhe still couldn't resist secretly reinforcing those marks with meticulous care. When Ju Mingho woke in Fu Zhe's embrace, it was already 8 in the morning. Trying not to wake Fu Zhe, he struggled to reach his phone on the nightstand. Seeing Fu Zhe's phone nearby, he suddenly hesitated, wasn't there supposed to be a recording of him in Fu Zhe's possession? He considered sneaking it over and deleting it himself. Grabbing the phone, he entered his own birthday as the passcode. After unlocking it, Ju Mingho searched through the voice memos but found no trace of the alleged recording. So he tricked me. He shot a glare at the still sleeping Fu Zhe and silently flipped him the middle finger, then took out his own phone to play with. He replied to a few WeChat messages from acquaintances. The red notification dot on his Moments feed drew him in, he couldn't resist clicking in to see what new things were going on. To his shock, he saw Fu Zhe's post. Curious, he zoomed in on the profile picture, it really was Fu Zhe. Since adding him on WeChat, Fu Zhe had never posted anything before. Was the sun rising from the west? Reading the content, his goosebumps piled up enough to fill 10 garbage trucks. The post read. Caption, my feet were icy cold, but ah how insisted I pressed them against his calves to warm up. His calves are seriously so warm. If he hadn't warmed my feet, they'd still be freezing cold right now. 500 words omitted here. Most shocking were the comments, did these people not sleep? Zhuang Nian, bro, impressive. Doge. Lin Lin, don't make my how catch a cold. Fu Zhe replied to Lin Lin, mind your manners. Ah how is mine? Fu Zhe replied to Zhuang Nian, if you've got guts, take better care of your own wife. Ju Mingho could practically embroider the entire Qingming scroll with the dark lines covering his forehead. Is he running a fever? Did someone possess him last night? If he'd known Fu Zhe was this embarrassing, he'd never have let himself get caught. Lying in bed, Ju Mingho was utterly distraught. This idiot didn't even know how to properly flaunt their relationship, seriously annoying. How could someone be this emotionally clueless? Can EQ be learned later in life? Are there training courses? Can it be improved? Is it suitable for sensitive skin? So irritating. Biting his lip, he fixed Fu Zhe with an extremely resentful stare, until Fu Zhe finally woke up. "Morning, baby." Fu Zhe opened his eyes, seeing Zhu Mingho staring intently at him with wide, round eyes. His heart warmed instantly. "Why were you sneakily watching me first thing in the morning? You're making me all flustered. You still have the nerve to feel flattered. Explain yourself, what about last night's Moments post?" Zhu Mingho grabbed Fu Zhe by the collar and yelled, "What do you mean? His calves made me feel the warmth of molten lava, the heat of the sun's surface, the fiery surge of a volcanic eruption. Seriously, if you can't form proper sentences, can you please just stop making things up? Do you remember how many Chinese teachers you drove insane back in school? I don't see what's wrong with what I said. It really was that warm, you don't believe me, but I was so touched at the time I nearly cried out loud." Fu Zhe recalled his feelings from last night, still feeling somewhat like he hadn't fully expressed himself. Chapter 151 Meeting an Acquaintance in City B. Now that's a coincidence. Do you really think there's absolutely nothing wrong with the way you describe things? Baby. Just take some time to reflect, why don't you? Seeing Zhu Mingho's helpless expression, Fu Zhe decided to humor him a little and give him some face. He cautiously replied, "Maybe, possibly just a tiny bit." "Such as? You tell me, what exactly is wrong? Perhaps it's a bit too exaggerated. Be confident. Drop the maybe." Zhu Mingho went on and on, driving Fu Zhe mad with his endless critique. Finally, Fu Zhe raised his phone slightly. "Should I just delete it then? Just be more careful next time. If you suddenly delete it, people might think something's wrong between us." Struggling out of Fu Zhe's embrace, Zhu Mingho sat up and rushed to get ready. Ever since they'd been together, both had picked up more bad habits than before. Fu Zhe, who never used to enjoy lazing in bed, was now even lazier than himself. "I'm going to freshen up. You should get up too. We came here for business talks, but you're acting like you're on vacation. Lin Lin and Zhuang Nian are handling everything for you. If he had a boss like that, he'd probably quit on the spot." Fu Zhe picked up his phone and glanced at the unread messages. Lin Lin had already confirmed that the deal was sealed. Looks like they'd have to return to the capital today. He still felt a little reluctant to leave this comfortable life behind. Letting out a long sigh, his gaze settled on Zhu Mingho, who was brushing his teeth. Just as Zhu Mingho was fully focused on brushing, he was suddenly pulled into a broad, warm embrace. Startled, he struggled twice but couldn't break free. After spitting out the foam, he turned around and asked, "Aren't you going to brush your teeth?" "I will." "Then what are you waiting for? Do you expect your face and teeth to magically clean themselves while hugging me, Comrade Fu?" To his surprise, his words backfired. Fu Zhe rubbed the ticklish spot on his waist, half teasing, half threatening, "Then help me brush them." "No way. That'd make me no different from a foot-washing maid in an old landlord's house." Without hesitation, Zhu Mingho rejected his childish demand. But Fu Zhe tugged at his hand, saying, "Of course it's different, you've got status. You're my official partner." Zhu Mingho pouted, refusing to engage. Since falling in love, why had he become so clingy? So unmotivated? Haven't you forgotten you're actually someone important? This time back in the capital, I'll be working at my family's hospital. My dad's called me several times already. Why didn't you discuss this with me earlier? There was a slight accusatory tone in Fu Zhe's voice. Zhu Mingho gently stroked his arm. "It's a small matter. I didn't think it was worth mentioning. Besides, I can't keep accompanying you to work forever. At your company, I feel like a celebrity animal at the zoo, everyone comes over to stare. It makes me uncomfortable." Every time he accompanied Fu Zhe to work, strange employees would come rushing up, claiming to deliver documents, when really they just wanted to sneak a peek at how the two interacted. And they'd gossip about them constantly in the break room. It drove him crazy. He hated being talked about behind his back. "All right then, may I have the honor of becoming your personal chauffeur?" While Zhu Mingho was still pondering his commute, Fu Zhe had already begun planning how to maintain their close connection every day. After all, their hospital wasn't on the way to Fu Corporation. "I have my own car. I can drive myself. Our routes don't align anyway, why make yourself go out of your way? It doesn't matter. I'm happy to take the detour. I just want to send MY to work." Looking at the red marks on his neck, Zhu Mingho muttered, "Why are these darker than yesterday? How am I supposed to show my face in public?" He didn't know how to wear makeup, nor could he tie a scarf like girls did. He'd have to find a shirt with a higher collar. Fu Zhe quickly finished getting ready, changed clothes, and followed Zhu Mingho to breakfast. 5-star hotels always offered complimentary buffet breakfasts. As soon as they arrived, they spotted Zhuang Nian and Lin Lin strolling hand in hand through the food selection. Zhu Mingho cheerfully greeted them, "You're here for breakfast too?" "Yeah. Just got up and came straight over. Didn't you eat well last night?" Lin Lin pulled Zhu Mingho aside and whispered, concern in his eyes. If the restaurant owner had mistreated him in any way, he'd team up with Zhu Mingho for revenge. "It was just that on the bus ride to the barbecue place, I helped a girl catch a harasser and took him to the police station. That delayed us a bit. The owner scolded me a little, but Fu Zhe panicked. Actually, it was nothing serious. He thought the boss's complaint was nothing serious, just a normal, minor grievance. Acquiring the entire commercial street over such a trivial matter would be an overreaction. Lin Lin handed him a small cake. Have something to tide you over first. This little cream cake is delicious. By the way, it's so hot today, why are you wearing a turtleneck sweater? Zhu Mingho instinctively touched his collar and smiled awkwardly. My neck felt cold last night from the draft. I'm just keeping warm today. His excuse clearly didn't fool someone as experienced as Lin Lin. Unlike Zhu Mingho, Fu Zhe wore a shirt with the first two buttons deliberately unfastened, as if he couldn't wait to display the love bites on his neck for everyone to see. You really expect me to believe that? Lin Lin teased with a gossipy grin. Never thought Director Fu would be such a show-off. Looks like he wants to carve big letters right onto those kiss marks, placed here by Zhu Mingho. It's still spring, not that hot yet, so your turtleneck can cover it up. But summer's coming. You should tell him not to kiss your neck, it leaves marks that are hard to fade. Zhu Mingho shot a glare at Fu Zhe, who was laughing and flirting with Zhuang Nian while throwing him playful glances, then pouted. He's been acting weird lately, like he's possessed or something, doing all kinds of bizarre things. Last night's social media post really gave me a heart attack. Ha ha ha. Lin Lin laughed so hard he nearly cried. Maybe Director Fu spent too much time abroad, he's just out of practice with his mother tongue. But does English even have such exaggerated expressions? And you and Zhuang Nian both lived overseas, why is he the only one who sounds so ridiculous now? Lin Lin shrugged and stopped responding. Zhu Mingho followed him, scooping up some black pepper pasta, then found an empty seat and began wolfing it down. He'd taken too many digestive tablets last night, and now hunger gnawed at him. Just as he was wondering what else to eat, a familiar voice came from beside him. Mind if I share the table? He looked up instinctively, and broke into a surprised smile. Xin Yi. You're in City B too. Xin Yi chuckled. I'm Xin Jia. My supervisor has a project here in City B, I came along to assist and learn. Oh, sorry. I mixed you two up. It's been so long. Zhu Mingho shifted his tray aside to make room for Xin Jia. Lin Lin quietly nudged his arm and leaned close to whisper, this is the twin pair you told me about earlier? Yeah, this is the older brother. After introducing Lin Lin and Xin Jia to each other, Lin Lin slipped and said, hello, elder brother. Zhuang Nian, arms piled high with food, instantly dropped the cheerful smile he'd been wearing. Chapter 152 Fu Zhe is extremely jealous. A sudden, intense sense of pressure sent Lin Lin's heart racing. Anxious and unsettled, he grabbed a piece of black pepper steak from Zhu Mingho's plate. Before he could even chew a few bites, he caught Zhuang Nian glaring at him with blazing fury. What's wrong with you? Unaware of why Zhuang Nian was angry, Lin Lin glanced over and then ignored him, continuing to snatch food from Zhu Mingho's plate. This only made Zhuang Nian even angrier. Gritting his teeth, Zhuang Nian slammed his own plate onto the table, squeezed in tightly next to Lin Lin, his face as dark as a miner who just crawled out of a coal pit. Brother, all good? Would you dare say that again right in front of me? Lin Lin gave an awkward laugh. I just slipped, don't blow it out of proportion. You call this blowing it out of proportion? You hurt me and then brush it off with a smile. Zhuang Nian, wounded and indignant, squirted wasabi sauce onto his sushi and bit into it. I'm as green as this damn wasabi. Don't overthink it. I really did just slip, I wouldn't lie to you. Zhu Mingho chuckled, enjoying the drama, completely oblivious to the silent confrontation between Fu Zhe and Xin Jia. By the time he noticed the strange atmosphere at the table, Fu Zhe had already shot Xin Jia warning glares at least 100 times. Fu Zhe, why aren't you eating anything? Didn't you say you were hungry when we got up? Now you're not even touching your chopsticks. I want the chicken breast and black pepper steak on your plate. Fu Zhe spoke to Zhu Mingho, but his eyes never left Xin Jia, a look full of smugness and triumph, almost saying outright, we woke up together, unlike someone else. Sure enough, after hearing Zhu Mingho's words, Xin Jia's expression turned murky and unreadable. Fu Zhe quietly curled the corner of his lips downward. Xin Jia was smart, if he wasn't smart enough, perhaps he'd need some personal instruction. It would be better for everyone if he were intelligent. Otherwise. Heh. What are you thinking about? You said you wanted to eat, but now I bring it to you and you don't touch it. Zhu Mingho nudged his arm. Snap out of it, snap out of it. Thinking about you. Fu Zhe speared a piece of steak, bringing it to his mouth with elegant precision and chewing slowly. Not bad. Want more? I'll go get it for you. Since his own plate was empty, Zhu Mingho stood up to refill his tray. Fu Zhe was about to follow, but noticing Xin Jia's hesitant, wordless expression, he sat back down. Get me a little more, bring extra chicken breast. All right. After Zhu Mingho left, Xin Jia couldn't contain himself any longer. You and him. We're together. Fu Zhe dabbed the corner of his mouth with a napkin and declared coolly, have been for a long time. Oh. Xin Jia swallowed hard, managing only a single syllable. Back in Chengdu, he had sensed something odd between them. Never thought they were actually. So clearly, his appearance had been terribly ill-timed. Sun Jia smiled bitterly. He met Fu Zai's gaze, but instead of running off in humiliation like Fu Zai expected, he began eating ravenously. Zhu Mingho returned quickly, carrying a large tray. Fu Zai, here's what you wanted. By the way, Sun Jia, I noticed you kept eating this salad earlier, so I figured you liked it, I brought you a portion. Seeing Sun Jia reminded Zhu Mingho of the adorable Sun Yi. If only their return to Dio hadn't been so rushed, he surely would have become close friends with Sun Yi. Sun Jia was stunned by the kindness, lifting his head, his eyes unusually bright. Thank you. Meanwhile, Fu Zai, already dark-faced, grew several shades darker than Zhuang Nian had been moments ago. The fork in his hand was nearly bent out of shape. You're welcome. Haven't seen Sun Yi in a while, miss him a bit, Zhu Mingho added quickly, seeing Fu Zai's displeasure. He deliberately explained himself, hoping both men would understand he'd helped Sun Jia only because of Sun Yi. But Sun Jia smiled brightly and said, we look exactly alike. Seeing me is just like seeing him. He talks about you all the time at home. If he knew I ran into you in City B while working on my research, he'd be over the moon. Zhu Mingho laughed. Didn't think to exchange WeChat back then, the New Year departure was too rushed. Well, how about now? Sun Jia seized the opening perfectly, making Fu Zai's already stormy expression worsen dramatically. Yet Zhu Mingho couldn't very well refuse the polite request. Pulling out his phone to scan, Zhu Mingho added Sun Jia as a contact. Immediately, Sun Jia forwarded Sun Yi's WeChat ID. I've sent you little Yi's contact. Make sure to add him when you have time. Great. Thanks. Seeing that Fu Zai was so angry he couldn't even eat anymore, Sun Jia decided to stop while ahead and quickly finish the bowl of vegetable salad Zhu Mingho had just handed him. I'm done. I'll go now, let's keep in touch on WeChat. Finally gone. Fu Zai tossed the already warped fork onto the table and picked up a new one. You're really this mad? You bent the fork. Zhu Mingho was startled by the deformed utensil, he'd never seen Fu Zai react so strongly over something so small. All he'd done was chat a bit more with a friend. What was the big deal? Fu Zai glanced at him but said nothing. Zhu Mingho didn't know he'd read the script. Sun Jia was the second male lead, instantly smitten with Zhu Mingho upon first sight. How could Fu Zai possibly not feel hostility? The fact that he hadn't flipped the table and chased Sun Jia away was already his utmost restraint. Gods knew how badly he'd wanted to throw a punch just to warn Sun Jia to stay far, far away from Zhu Mingho. But his rationality had stopped him. He didn't want to put Zhu Mingho in an awkward position. If only he could be loved a little more, if he were given enough love and care, perhaps Zhu Mingho wouldn't be so easily swayed by others' advances. Watching Fu Zai's expression grow heavier and heavier, Zhu Mingho scrambled for something funny to say. What happens to the beam of light after you turn on a flashlight and immediately shut it off? Does it vanish instantly or keep traveling? Without hesitation, Fu Zai replied, it keeps traveling. Wrong. Zhu Mingho flashed a mischievous smile. That depends on what kind of light it is. If it's the light of justice, then it shines down upon the earth. He looked at Fu Zai, who stared back blankly, and suddenly felt like he'd punched into thin air. There weren't many shared references in this world. The generation gap between him and Fu Zai was wider than the East African Rift, deeper than the Mariana Trench. He suddenly missed his friends from the other world so much. Even his mom, who rarely went online, occasionally dropped a few classic memes. But here, no one around him could catch his jokes. It really hurt. Will the light of justice truly shine upon the earth? Fu Zai murmured, suddenly reflective. If he wasn't mistaken, the light of justice was about to shine right on Fu Hanwen. He wondered how things were going for him in prison. Had he gotten any better at operating the sewing machine? Chapter 153. The original novel's romantic plotline must be followed. Does a how have to interact with the second male lead? Fu Zai watched Zhu Mingho, who was completely unaware, with a gloomy expression. This sudden appearance of Sun Jia was unexpected and forced him to take it seriously. Could it be that the original book's emotional storyline had to play out after all? Chin resting on his fingers, Fu Zai leaned back in his chair, lost in thought. So he really had to let Sun Jia and Zhu Mingho meet briefly? Only after finishing this side plot could he finally claim his handsome man for himself. Yet the moment the five characters, Zhu Mingho, and Sun Jia, appeared in his mind, he almost wanted to reach into his brain and rip out the two characters, Sun Jia, and throw them away. Just seeing those two characters annoyed him. Meanwhile, Lin Lin, who had successfully calmed down Zhuang Nian, glanced at the group chat messages and frowned as he turned to Fu Zai. Boss Fu, I'll arrange our flight back now. We really need to go back immediately, operations has been pushing me. There's a contract only you can sign. Alright. Fu Zai tapped the desk, secretly lifting the corner of his lips. Since Sun Jia was currently in City B, it would be perfect timing to bring Zhu Mingho back to the capital now and avoid any possible contact between them. Lin Lin's suggestion was brilliant, he deserved recognition. You've worked hard this month. Bonus doubled. Thank you, Boss Fu. Lin Lin laughed joyfully, swinging his legs freely until Zhuang Nian forcefully pressed them down. Stop wriggling. You're squirming like seaweed. Like a piece of seaweed, drifting in the wind. For some reason, Ju Mingho suddenly started singing. After blurting out the line, he quickly shut his mouth, embarrassed. It was difficult not to admire how Lin Lin could still think about work while eating. Ju Mingho had even noticed the dark circles under his eyes. He quietly scooted closer and whispered, even the boss isn't this driven. Don't be so passionate about work. How much does he actually pay you for you to bust your ass like this? Base salary is 100,000 5,000. And bonuses? Didn't he just say bonuses are doubled? So if bonuses are truly doubled, that'd be 400,000 this month. Plus overtime fees, the Fu Corporation treats me well. If I don't work hard, I'd feel guilty myself. Lin Lin mentally tallied up his paycheck. Name one secretary anywhere who earned as much as he did. After working over a year, he'd already saved a full million. If he pushed harder, in 10 years he could afford a small apartment outright within Beijing's 5th Ring Road. How happy it would be to live there with Zhuang Nian, unlike now, renting, unable to splurge on decent furniture. Their sofa kept falling apart. They'd gone through several different models at various price points, none exceeding 2,000 yuan. By the way, can you ask the boss? He mentioned the office sofa is uncomfortable and wants a new one. If he really replaces it, can we take the old one? Why are you being so frugal with such a high salary? If it were me, I'd buy brand new, a used sofa like that, who knows how many people have sat on it. Ju Mingho didn't understand, Lin Lin wasn't short on money. Why live so hard? Lin Lin wore an expression mixed with happiness and melancholy. A new cover would do. As for why I'm frugal, maybe because I always dream of having a home here with Zhuang Nian. Size doesn't matter, so long as the two of us have a place of our own. We moved once before, our landlord suddenly told us to leave immediately. It felt terrible, so rushed. We left behind so many things just because we didn't have time. Maybe you've never experienced the pain of being kicked out by a landlord. If you haven't, you wouldn't understand. Noticing Fu Zhe eavesdropping nearby, Lin Lin raised an eyebrow and deliberately asked Ju Mingho, is living at Fu Zhe's place fun? Ju Mingho thought for a long while before finding a flaw, it's not bad, but he always gives everyone else time off just so it's just the two of us. Then I end up having to cook. I hate cooking. Fu Zhe froze mid-forklift. Ju Mingho hated cooking. But hadn't he always seemed enthusiastic in the kitchen every time? Besides, to avoid dishwashing, he'd even bought the most advanced dishwasher in the world for him. Right, I've booked our flight for 3 p.m. Get your stuff ready later. Don't miss the timing. Lin Lin shared the arranged departure time with Ju Mingho. If you want local specialties, buy them through my friend. Most shops outside are overpriced, locals no cheaper sources. What specialties does City B have? Ju Mingho suddenly realized that during his stay, he hadn't really experienced much of the local culture or customs. Something like seafood noodles, I think. But I couldn't eat it, it smelled too fishy. Ju Mingho shook his head. He rarely ate seafood noodles either. Once tried, he thought it tasted too bland. After breakfast, Ju Mingho returned to the room, rubbing his round, full belly and checking the time, it was almost 11. Seeing Ju Mingho sprawled lazily on the sofa with no intention of moving, Fu Zhe picked up a few scattered clothes from the floor. Hurry up and pack. Once we're done, we can still take a nap. You just got me up and now you're telling me to sleep again. Don't you think I've gotten way too fat? Pinching the soft flesh at his waist, Ju Mingho sighed gloomily. Why was he the only one gaining weight from happiness? Was Fu Zhe unhappy or something? Not only had he not gained a single pound, but his figure looked even better than before. Being a little chubby is great. You feel so soft, I like it, Fu Zhe said shamelessly, sidling over and slipping his hand under Ju Mingho's shirt to squeeze the tender waistline again. So nice. No, I prefer your kind of body, defined abs. Back when I was thinner, I still had some abdominal lines. Now I can't even feel them anymore. Ju Mingho worried he'd become overweight before even turning 30. He used to mock his uncle for putting on weight after marriage, now the same fate seemed to be befalling him, and he half-seriously considered liposuction. Then once we're back, I'll train with you, Fu Zhe said, delighted at the thought of becoming Ju Mingho's personal trainer. More physical contact opportunities, he. Hey, snap out of it. Why are you grinning so creepily? Seeing Fu Zhe staring at him with that lewd, dreamy expression, Ju Mingho shivered in disgust. Weren't they supposed to be packing? Why wasn't Fu Zhe moving again? I'm going, Fu Zhe quickly stood up from the sofa, wisely resuming the packing. Ju Mingho drifted off to sleep while lying there. After finishing the packing, Fu Zhe glanced at Ju Mingho's phone screen lighting up every now and then, torn by inner conflict. He really wanted to pick it up and see who was texting him. But he feared Ju Mingho would get upset, thinking he was invading his privacy. Yet if he didn't look, curiosity would eat him alive. Just one peek, who's sending the messages? That wouldn't hurt, right? Carefully, he took the phone from in front of Ju Mingho. His eyes barely skimmed the screen when a notification popped up just then. When are you returning to the capital? I still have to stay here for another half-month or so. The current research project is quite difficult. By the way, the teacher who gave us class today also has the surname Ju. Chapter 154, finally heading home. Two working adults are about to begin a long-distance relationship in the same city. Ju Mingho woke up abruptly for no apparent reason, his heart still racing as he looked around uneasily. Wiping the sweat off his face, he wondered why he was drenched in perspiration. He tried hard to recall the dream he'd just had, but nothing came back to him. Frustrated, he lightly punched his own head and began searching for Fu Zhe's figure. Seeing Fu Zhe sitting on the opposite sofa, glaring resentfully at his constantly lighting up phone, Ju Mingho lifted the blanket off himself and croaked, "What's wrong with my phone?" "Nothing." Hearing the hoarseness in his voice, Fu Zhe quickly fetched a cup and handed him some warm water. "Thanks." Ju Mingho kissed Fu Zhe's cheek in gratitude. After finishing the water, he attempted to stand up. Noticing him getting up, Fu Zhe immediately adjusted himself, stepping forward to rub his back and drape a jacket over his shoulders. "Don't catch a cold. Be careful. Hand me my phone. I want to check the time." Obediently, Fu Zhe passed over the phone. Watching Ju Mingho open WeChat, Fu Zhe suddenly blurted out, "You've got so many messages." "Not like me, my WeChat notification barely goes off a few times a day." "Why does that sound so passive-aggressive?" Ju Mingho looked at Fu Zhe in surprise. Did this guy learn some new tactics again? He snapped back and patiently explained, "Probably because you don't have enough people added. Can I give you a task?" Fu Zhe held tightly onto Ju Mingho's hand, refusing to let go, his eyes filled with anticipation, glued firmly to Ju Mingho. Ju Mingho nodded. "Go ahead. Send me at least 20 messages every day, not all at once, and each opening line must be different." "Boss, you've really thought this KPI through. If I actually start working, how would I possibly have that much time to message you?" Ju Mingho pinched Fu Zhe's fingertip, trying to bring him back to reality. Without hesitation, Fu Zhe replied, "Then make it 10, same rules, half the number. Is that okay?" "Fine." Seeing how eager he looked, Ju Mingho couldn't bear to refuse. Who could stay firm against such an expression? His heart just softened too easily. He ruffled Fu Zhe's hair twice and stretched lazily. "Now that I'm actually going to work, I kind of feel reluctant to leave this comfortable life behind." "Then don't go. Just stay here and cuddle with me every day, okay?" "Definitely not. Ever since we got together, Lin's resentment has nearly reached the heavens. You can't keep slacking off like this. Hang in there, we won't retire until we're 60. Ju Mingho was fairly career-driven after all. As a Virgo, he was ambitious and hardworking. He still wanted to use what he'd learned to help bring health to patients. Lying around at home every day would just waste all those years of intense study. Opening his phone, he was nearly startled by the barrage from the two brothers, Xinjia and Xinyi. Before sleeping, he had accepted Xinyi's WeChat request. He never expected to receive over 99 messages within just 2 short hours. "Xiao Ju, bro, I'll read them when I have time." "Xinyi, oh my god. You finally replied. I thought something happened to you, did you not want to talk to me anymore?" "Xiao Ju, I was asleep just now." "Xinyi, my brother said you didn't reply to his messages either, he guessed you were sleeping, so told me not to disturb you." "Xinjia." Suddenly, Ju Mingho remembered, he seemed to have seen plenty of messages from Xinjia too. He hurriedly exited and searched. "Xiao Ju, sorry, just woke up. I'll be returning to Beijing this afternoon." Xinjia replied almost instantly, "Really? What bad timing. I was hoping we could hang out here for a few more days." Ju Mingho bit his lip, unsure what to say. Softly, Fu Zhe whispered into his ear, "If you don't mind, let me reply for you." "What?" Before Ju Mingho could react, the phone vanished from his hands. Fu Zhe typed rapidly, "My boyfriend and I already had fun here, it was great. Next time, you should come with your boyfriend too." Staring at the sent message, Ju Mingho felt a massive headache coming on. Wasn't that a bit rude? He reached to grab the phone back and fix it, but Fu Zhe timed it perfectly, only returning the phone 2 minutes later. "You're truly a dog, seriously. They say, marry a chicken, follow the chicken, marry a dog, follow the dog. Even if I am a dog, you're still the dog wife." Ju Mingho shot him an irritated glare. Huffing, he grumbled, how could someone curse another person and end up including themselves in the insult? This was definitely this year's top failure in verbal attacks. It wasn't even 3 o'clock yet, and they had already been dragged to the airport by Zhou Meng. Fu Zhe was so drowsy in the car that he felt slightly disoriented. After getting out, he quietly leaned on Ju Mingho's hand and playfully whined, "I'm a bit dizzy, I can't see the road clearly. You have to hold me tight." "Don't worry, I won't lose you." Though said jokingly, Ju Mingho carefully guided Fu Zhe as they walked, afraid he might actually trip from dizziness. On the way back, the whole group sprawled across super luxurious, comfortable massage chairs, sleeping every which way. The only one with decent sleeping posture might have been Comrade Fu Zhe. Due to turbulence caused by air currents, Zhou Meng, who usually slept lightly, couldn't fall asleep again. He sat cross-legged, staring blankly into the cabin. Someone poked his back. He quickly turned around. It was Ju Mingho. Can't sleep either. Slept too much this morning. They deliberately lowered their voices and moved to the lounge to chat. Struggling to find a topic, Ju Mingho's gossipy heart could no longer resist once Xiao Han came to mind. Last time you said you liked Xiao Han, was that for real? More real than pure gold. I'd never lie about something like this, Zhou Meng replied with complete seriousness. Ju Mingho patted his shoulder, then good luck, man. With someone as carefree as Xiao Han, you've got to be direct. Otherwise, you'll end up like me, unable to tell if it's brotherly affection or love. How did your boss win you over? He didn't chase me at all. I was just easy to get. Recalling his romance with Fu Zhe, Ju Mingho truly felt he had been far too easy. He couldn't help feeling regretful. I should have made him chase me a few more days. Men, you know how it is. The easier something is to get, the less they value it. Ju Mingho clicked his tongue, full of remorse. But still, I hope Xiao Han turns out to be easy to win. Otherwise, after all these years of secret longing, it'll come to nothing. Zhou Meng himself couldn't pinpoint exactly when he'd started liking him. But what he did know was that ever since the first day Xiao Han started working at Fu Zhe's house, his heart had stirred. Chapter 155 Long Distance Love 20 kilometers apart, such a strain. The plane soared through the sky, and inside the cabin, everyone was wide awake and alert, no trace of drowsiness from earlier. Fu Zhe rested his cheek on his palm, listening to Ju Mingho and Lin Lin chatting. He exchanged an amused yet helpless glance with Zhuang Nian, both wore expressions that clearly said, what even is this feeling? Now that they were in relationships, hearing their partners recount their love stories to others was complicated. Was it awkward? Not exactly. But not entirely comfortable either, his toes were practically twitching in discomfort. All he could do was keep exchanging helpless shoulder shrugs and wide-eyed glances with Zhuang Nian. Zhuang Nian, circled ring operator _ circled ring operator. Fu Zhe. Meanwhile, the discussion group's mood was something like this. Lin Lin, listen to me, listen to me. If you don't, you'll never win Xiao Han over. Ju Mingho, listen to me I'm telling you, what I say makes the most sense. Zhou Meng's inner monologue, Jian Qiu, my head truly hurts. I think you should just be direct, run straight to Xiao Han and confess loudly. Ideally, prepare a draft and memorize it first. Not ideal. I've read your chat logs with Xiao Han. Clearly, he has zero interest in you right now. A confession at this point would only backfire. Then what should I do? Maybe Xiao Han thinks it's all brotherly affection. If you don't make your intentions clear now, he'll forever see you as just a good buddy. Straight up confessing right now would be way too sudden. You need to give him time to mentally prepare. Don't you know the principle of feigned refusal and subtle enticement? Winning someone over requires strategy. He'll be shocked at first, sure, but deep down, it might resonate. That's how Zhuang Nian won me over. I went from shock and confusion to full acceptance in just one night. Acceptance? More like you were lusting after his body. You're so cheap. Ju Mingho waved his phone teasingly. After all, Lin Lin himself had once admitted that Zhuang Nian perfectly matched his type, which was why he'd agreed to date him so readily. Caught red-handed, Lin Lin blushed slightly, recalling how stunned he'd been when Zhuang Nian pursued him so passionately. Every day had felt like a public spectacle, he'd been the subject of endless teasing and gossip among classmates. From initial panic and anxiety, he'd gradually grown numb to it all, treating it as normal. It wasn't just the international students, many foreigners at S University knew about his dramatic love story. Gossip is universal, and the affair had become wildly famous across campus. For a while, he'd practically been a minor celebrity at SU. And precisely because of such bold declarations of love, that reckless fool Zhuang Nian had stormed straight into his heart. He was captivated by this straightforward man. People who speak their minds, whether male or female, are simply incredible, aren't they? He absolutely loved Zhuang Nian's personality. No matter what happened, the man always said it outright, never hiding anything or making him guess. Feelings must first be expressed before the other person can respond. Whether it's good news or bad, honesty ensures dignity in both victory and defeat. What kind of relationship is it if everything stays hidden? Can it even be called love? At best, it's just a little secret crush. A secret crush isn't real love, it's one-sided agony. Love is born between two independent individuals. When only one person is involved, it's a solo performance. And frankly, solo acts aren't impressive. Sometimes, they can't even move the performer himself. Better to just confess boldly, passionately, openly, without regrets or illusions. Zhou Meng rubbed his temples as he listened to the two of them bicker. Wasn't this just about coming up with a pursuit strategy? How had these two opposing viewpoints escalated to the brink of actual combat? If they really started fighting, which side should he take? If he didn't support Lin Lin, Zhuang Nian would get mad. If he didn't back Ju Mingho, Fu Zhe would dock his pay. Well then, better side with Ju Mingho, at least there was money to be made if things went well. Disagreeing with Lin Lin, Ju Mingho argued, when the other party hasn't shown any signs of interest, you shouldn't recklessly break the ice. Xiao Han definitely isn't ready for this emotionally. Imagine your boss, supervisor, or coworker suddenly pouring their heart out, saying things like, for all these years, I've secretly loved you. That's basically harassment. If he's homophobic or genuinely uninterested in Zhou Meng, such a sudden confession would only make him run away. Zhou Meng slapped his forehead and summarized, I've analyzed both of your approaches and their pros and cons. I think the first step is figuring out Xiao Han's true feelings and romantic inclinations. So, do you need our help with that? Ju Mingho volunteered eagerly. He desperately wanted to play matchmaker and bring a new couple together. Zhou Meng shook his head vigorously. No, it's fine, I can handle it myself. For several days after returning, Fu Zhe even gave Zhou Meng paid leave specifically to help him focus on winning Xiao Han over. The next day, Ju Mingho reported to his family's hospital, beginning a long-distance relationship with Fu Zhe, separated by 25 kilometers. I can't tonight, I have to work overtime, Ju Mingho said, poking at the shift schedule with his pen while biting his lower lip. I'm still getting used to things here. I need to take a few more night shifts to get familiar with the workflow. But I miss you so much. You're working 3 nights a week, and there are only 7 days in a week, how am I supposed to not miss you? Fu Zhe's deliberately softened voice came through the phone receiver, making Ju Mingho's heart explode like fireworks, one after another. I miss you too. Taking advantage of a moment when no one was in the office, Ju Mingho quickly blurted out those words, exchanged a few casual remarks, and then hung up. Jean Cancan, the young nurse, walked in holding a medical chart, her expression brimming with curiosity and surprise. Dr. Ju, who were you missing just now? Patient 19's file. Who else would I be thinking about if not my partner? Taking the file for bed 19, Ju Mingho skimmed through it and frowned. Why has the condition spread so fast in such a short time? When will the pathology results come back? Should we follow up again? We already followed up once. By the way, patient 19 is pretty temperamental, he yelled at the new intern Wang yesterday and made her cry. Be careful when you talk to him. Jean Cancan reminded him, then added the premeal blood glucose reading for bed 38. Only when the office was completely empty did Ju Mingho finally feel the throbbing ache in his head. This past week had been non-stop, he hadn't rested at all. Since everyone knew he was the chairman's son, he worked even harder than before to avoid any appearance of favoritism. Arriving early and leaving late had become routine. So much so that he'd been waking up before dawn every day to study, dragging Fu Zhe into early mornings as well. According to Lin Lin's insider gossip, this month's deal secured by Fu's company had already surpassed last month's. With a bitter smile, Ju Mingho pulled out the brain MRI scans for patient 19 and clipped them onto the whiteboard, staring intently. He couldn't understand why Zhu Zheng had initially assigned him to neurosurgery. It was one of the most challenging departments, not only heavy in workload, but also filled with difficult patients. He had to be ready for emergencies at any moment. As he studied the images and reports, he absent-mindedly shoveled a spoonful of mixed grain rice into his mouth. Dr. Zhu is in the office, do you need to see him? Hearing Jean Cancan's voice, Ju Mingho wanted nothing more than to shrink his head back into his white coat. He had promised patient 19 they'd meet at 7 p.m. to discuss the condition. But he still didn't have a definitive treatment plan, and he was afraid to face the patient. Sure, he had a thick skin, but he genuinely dreaded being scolded by a patient. He shivered inwardly. Footsteps approached from behind, growing clearer and clearer. He could distinctly hear them closing in, his body tensing up in nervous anticipation. To hide his unease, he hastily stuffed more brown rice into his mouth. Dr. Zhu. Ah. He instinctively responded, then suddenly realized the voice behind him sounded familiar. He spun around and delivered an elbow jab. Why didn't you say you were coming? You scared me half to death. Chapter 156, Little Fu cosplays as a doctor today. The man behind followed the first, second, third, fourth, and fifth principles of quantum mechanics, pulling Ju Mingho into his arms and pretending to be annoyed. What? Are you disappointed to see me? Not at all. I thought you were Li Kaitai. Who is Li Kaitai? The man's voice carried barely suppressed anger. Ju Mingho quickly explained, bed 19, bed 19. Oh. Here. Dr. Zhu, do you have some kind of magical power? I was just muttering whether you were in the office or not, and yet you noticed me even with your back turned to the door, what a coincidence, ha ha ha. Following the voice, an overweight middle-aged man with a receding hairline walked in confidently wearing oversized hospital pajamas and cheap plastic slippers that squeaked noisily against the floor. Cheerfully stepping inside, he stared at the 2 entangled figures before him, glancing left and right, up and down, his eyes darting around curiously. Dr. Zhu, are you busy? Seems like I came at a bad time. I just finished checking my blood sugar, gulped down a few bites of food, and rushed over, didn't want to keep you waiting. Looks like I was a bit too hasty, ha ha ha. Should I come back later? Though Li Kaitai spoke words suggesting he intended to leave, his feet remained firmly planted on the spot, unmoving, as if glued down with the world's strongest superglue. Ju Mingho wriggled out from Fu Zai's embrace. It's fine. I can explain everything to you now. He pulled up a chair in front of the computer and brought up all of Li Kaitai's test results and medical reports, explaining his condition as thoroughly as possible. Fu Zai leaned casually against the desk in the center of the office, watching Ju Mingho's profile. A serious man really is attractive. But these past few days of intense work had taken their toll. He looked worn out, his complexion slightly dull. So heartbreaking. After seeing Li Kaitai off, Ju Mingho stood up and stretched. So sleepy. Hard work, Dr. Ju. No problem at all. Serving the people, that's what I'm here for. Noticing leftover grain rice in the bowl, he picked up the takeout box again and shoveled more food into his mouth. Fu Zai took Ju Mingho's cup from the desk and filled it with water. Drink some warm water. You eat takeout every day. How can you get proper nutrition? He felt heartbroken. He really shouldn't have come to the hospital today. If he hadn't seen this, he wouldn't have felt so pained. This grain rice is actually quite nutritious. And there's a tomato and watermelon fruit platter too. You wait a second. Ju Mingho fetched the fruit platter from the windowsill. It's a bit hot with the air conditioning on, so I left the watermelon and cherry tomatoes outside to cool off. You eat it. I've already eaten. This was actually a kind lie. Fu Zai hadn't eaten at all. He'd hoped to come by and take Ju Mingho out for a meal, only to find that Ju Mingho had already eaten. There were only a few pieces of fruit on the plate. If they shared, Ju Mingho definitely wouldn't have enough. Dr. Ju, the wound on bed 15 is oozing, we need to change the dressing. Jean Cancan hurried over and called out. Ju Mingho immediately put down his chopsticks. I'm coming right away. Tough job. Ju Mingho washed his hands. You stay here and wait for me. Changing a dressing won't take long. Can I come with you? Fu Zai looked at him with hopeful eyes, ready to tag along the moment Ju Mingho gave the nod. Take the keys from my left pocket, then go to the changing room and get my other white coat. Ju Mingho spread his arms, letting Fu Zai retrieve the access card. It's down the hallway to the right after exiting the department. Swipe in, go to the men's locker room, open the cabinet labeled with my name, it has a larger sized white coat. Put it on and come find me. Got it. Watching Fu Zai walk away, Ju Mingho dried his hands with a paper towel, smiling as he muttered, so eager. Do you really enjoy sticking to me this much? While Fu Zai went to change, Ju Mingho headed to the dressing room to prepare the dressing cart. Since it was already nighttime, most supplies had been packed away. He went to the nurse station to look for cotton balls. Nurse Huang. Where are the cotton balls? He searched the medication prep room but couldn't find them. He also heard no reply from Nurse Huang. Instead, he caught faint rustling sounds, something strange. His sixth sense urged him to investigate immediately. Rushing into the hallway, he saw a patient's family member collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath but unable to inhale properly, face turning red from suffocation. Don't panic, I'm a doctor. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. The man was having an acute asthma attack. Ju Mingho quickly checked his pockets, but found no medication. With effort, he moved the patient's family member onto the treatment bed in the dressing room, positioned him in a lying posture to expose his back, swabbed the area with alcohol, and swiftly inserted 24 needles. Keeping a close eye on the man's condition, Ju Mingho finally let out a sigh of relief when he saw signs of improvement. He had been so worried the acupuncture wouldn't work. These days, hospitals followed strict protocols, and their ward didn't carry emergency asthma medications. Transferring the patient to the respiratory department would have been necessary otherwise. Noticing the man looking at him anxiously, clearly wanting to say something but holding back, Ju Mingho spoke gently, just rest here for a while. Don't be nervous. I'm Li Kaitai's relative. Is my father really beyond help? The pathology results aren't out yet. It's too early to draw conclusions. I may not be a doctor, but I know enough. How could a brain mass grow 3 to 4 times its size so quickly? I don't believe it's benign. Ju Mingho remained silent, unsure how to comfort him. Fu Zai appeared at the doorway, now wearing a white coat, lightly tapping the open door. Dr. Ju, aren't you heading to change that dressing? Startled, Ju Mingho instinctively looked up. Fu Zai stood there, tall and striking, his straight nose supporting a pair of rimless glasses, so handsome it almost hurt to look. Right away. Dr. Fu. Seeing that Ju Mingho had work to attend to, the family member quietly lowered his head again, overwhelmed by anxiety. Ju Mingho gave him a deep, helpless look. He didn't know what to say, even he wasn't certain whether the tumor was benign or not. Sigh. Heavy-hearted, he walked over to Fu Zai. Head down. Fu Zai was confused, but obediently lowered his head. He half expected Ju Mingho to ruffle his hair or touch his face, but instead, Ju Mingho placed an incredibly ugly surgical cap on his head. I spent ages styling my hair just to see you. Dr. Fu, professional appearance comes first, okay? Ju Mingho even carefully tucked the loose strands around his temples into the cap, wrapping him up completely. Chapter 157 I've met Dr. Ju's partner in person. Stick close to me, don't wander off. If any patient asks you to do something, just call for me. And remember, if anyone asks what kind of doctor you are, say you're an intern. Wear your mask properly, don't look nervous. Dr. Ju Mingho pushed the dressing cart while muttering instructions non-stop into Fu Zhe's ear all the way down the hall. Fu Zhe felt like his ears were about to wear thin from it. Ju, the monk. Mingho was extremely anxious that Fu Zhe might appear unprofessional and expose himself as a fake doctor. During the dressing change, he nearly panicked having to manage everything alone. He'd considered asking Fu Zhe to put on gloves and help hold the gauze, but then worried Fu Zhe wouldn't know how to wear gloves properly, so he gave up. They hurriedly finished changing the dressings and fled the ward as if their lives depended on it, feet practically flying. I'll go do my rounds now. Once I'm done, we can head to the on-call room and sleep. He'd planned to go alone, but Fu Zhe insisted stubbornly, so he ended up dragging him along again. What about tonight? You should go home already, it's late. Go back and get some rest, urged Ju Mingho, trying to shoo Fu Zhe out of the hospital. Under that intense gaze, he couldn't focus on anything. I'll stay and sleep with you. Don't send me away, please. During this past week without him, Fu Zhe had suffered insomnia every night. He used to think people exaggerating when they said they couldn't sleep without their partners, now he realized it was true. You want to sleep here? Mingho stared at him incredulously. Didn't he have OCD? How could he possibly sleep in a place like a hospital? A lot of doctors have slept in our on-call room, you're not grossed out. We even have to shower in the restroom. It's super inconvenient. And you didn't bring a toothbrush, how will you brush your teeth later? Fu Zhe pinched the bridge of his nose and answered each point calmly, I already had Zhou Meng replace all the bedding in the on-call room. You don't need to worry about the shower, I bathed thoroughly before coming. If you're still unsure, you can inspect me afterward. I brought my toothbrush. Since I came over today, I never intended to go back. I don't want to endure another night staring at an empty pillow. I can't sleep without you. What about you? After locking eyes with Fu Zhe's affectionate gaze, Ju Mingho chuckled and shook his head. During these few days on duty, I've been so busy I barely touched the ground. The moment I hit the bed, I'm off dreaming of Lord Zhougong. No dreaming of Lord Zhougong. You're only allowed to dream of me. You're impossible, now you're controlling my dreams too. Mingho picked up his phone and ordered some late-night snacks. You haven't eaten dinner yet, right? I ordered 2 bowls of congee for you. How did you know I hadn't eaten? Fu Zhe was touched by this small attention. He had hidden it so well, how had Mingho figured it out? Your stomach made one little sound. A soft gurgle. Fu Zhe. After finishing their snacks, Fu Zhe pulled Mingho into the on-call room. Sure enough, all the bedding had been replaced, and even the table had been carefully cleaned. When taking off his white coat, Mingho instinctively patted the chest pocket for his pen. My blue pen got stolen again. So what if it's just a blue pen? I'll buy you a whole truckload tomorrow. Fu Zhe casually hung his own white coat on the wall, quietly amused by Mingho's frustrated search through every pocket. His memory was getting worse, obviously, that pen was sitting right on his desk. Keep searching here, he'd be lucky to find anything. Shedding his jacket, he hopped onto the bed in just black tank top. Ahow, stop looking. Come to bed quickly. I couldn't sleep at all the night before last, and last night you kept crowding me, so I didn't sleep well either. Mingho shot him a glare. Isn't the bed even more cramped now? Are you really going out of your way just to suffer? How could it be? Sleeping next to you, I'd die happy. Mingho sat on the chair, writing the shift handover report, then rummaged in the drawer for ages. Fu Zhe finally snapped, when are you finally going to sleep? Don't rush me. Let me explain, recently the hospital partnered with a pharmaceutical company. They gifted us 500,000 lei homoxibustion kits. I grabbed a few from the department. Since you're here, let's give it a try now. It really feels amazing. You've come at just the right time. Lie down, I'll do some moxibustion on your abdomen. Though reluctant, Fu Zhe obediently lifted his shirt. Like this? Better take it off completely, it'll be easier. Fu Zhe sat up and removed his tank top. Suddenly, he burst into laughter watching Mingho lighting the moxa stick. I have one request, and you must agree to it. A request? And I must agree. After lighting it, Ju Mingho placed the moxa stick into the box and wrapped it up tightly. You're really a toad dreaming of swan meat. Fu Zhe's eyes were already watering from the smoke. He had thought that coming here would mean some sweet, intimate time between them. Instead, it turned out to be his therapy session. If not for excusing himself with an urgent need to use the restroom, he'd still be lying in bed undergoing moxibustion. Standing bare-chested outside the on-call room to air out the smell, he felt utterly frustrated. Today he bathed specially, smelling fresh, ready to cuddle and be affectionate with Ju Mingho, only to have this moxibustion session ruin all his plans. Hey! What the hell? Who are you? Are you a patient's family member? Put your clothes on before you come wandering out. What do you think you're doing, being shirtless in a public area? A young nurse passing by was startled upon seeing him standing at the doorway like some hooligan with his chest exposed. Ju Mingho's partner. Ju Mingho. Huang Cancan suddenly realized who he meant, her jaw dropping open in shock. Did she hear that right? It couldn't possibly be, she was only 23, surely she wasn't going deaf already. Seeing the nurse's astonished expression, Fu Zhe didn't say another word. Keeping a cold expression, he turned and walked back into the room. Huang Cancan exerted every ounce of self-control to suppress her urge to scream. Flustered, she quickly pulled out her phone and opened the group chat. Ju Doctor Fan Club President, big news. Dr. Ju actually has a partner. The previously silent group chat instantly exploded, flooded immediately with emoji memes. Ju Doctor Fan Club Deputy Leader, didn't you mention something like that already? I thought he was just joking, it can't possibly be real. Ju Doctor Fan Club President, I just saw him in person. It's a man. Amazing build, broad shoulders, narrow hips, visible abs. I didn't dare count how many, but they're reddish on the stomach. Ju Mingho Superfan number 1, holy crap. Could those marks be bite marks from Dr. Ju? Ju Mingho's number 1 follower, I feel like I've missed out on 100 million yuan worth of drama. Is Dr. Ju really this intense? Oh my god. I always thought he was such an elegant, gentle gentleman. Looks really can be deceiving. While the group chat blazed hotter than the smoky haze inside the room, Fu Zhe sat silently, tears welling up uncontrollably. Quietly pulling a tissue from the box on the table, he dabbed the corners of his eyes, gazing at Ju Mingho who was leisurely enjoying his moxibustion, comfortably swaying one leg. Chapter 158, driven mad by the people around. To be honest, he couldn't stand the smell, it was smoky and harsh, overwhelmingly strong and irritating. But seeing Ju Mingho looking so blissful, he didn't know how to bring it up. After mentally preparing himself, he finally spoke up gently, could you not burn it anymore? My eyes hurt. Sure, I'll go outside to put it out. Ju Mingho quickly untied the box from his body and took the moxa stick outside to extinguish it. Wait, was Ju Mingho actually this easygoing? Then why had he hesitated so much just now? He should have said something earlier. The moment Ju opened the door, he was startled by a figure in white standing right outside. Upon closer look, he exclaimed, Huang Cancan. What are you doing here? Seeing Huang Cancan standing dumbly in the hallway, grinning non-stop, Ju couldn't help but ask. Startled, she fumbled her phone and dropped it on the floor. Ju reacted faster, instantly crouching down to pick it up. His eyes were involuntarily drawn to the lit screen. He saw the group chat messages, and his expression visibly dazed, faltering. You guys. This is too much. Can I report this? Meeting Ju Mingho's helpless gaze, Huang Cancan forced out a smile uglier than crying, Dr. Ju. Yes, it's me. You're not mistaken. Now explain yourself properly. Huang Cancan was so embarrassed she wished she could dig a hole from the 15th floor and vanish into it. Ah well, if I say I don't know anything about this, would you believe me? Do you really think I believe that? Nurse Huang, truly, bravo to you, really, Cancan. Some people's names really do match their character. Honestly, her parents named her perfectly. Huang Cancan grinned in an embarrassingly sly way, I was just, possessed for a moment, you know what I mean by possessed. Like. Shoo, don't talk like that at night. I'll pretend I saw nothing today. Just disband the group. Ju gave her a meaningful look, letting her draw her own conclusions. Then, after putting out the moxa stick, he returned to the room. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. He poked Fu Zhe's waist twice, you know what? I just saw that nurse's group chat. It made me so mad. What group? Was Teacher Ju pressed down tonight? Ju Mingho said gloomily. Isn't that group name ridiculous? When I saw it, I was so furious my face turned green. And they're writing fanfiction in there. What's fanfiction? It means writing us as the main characters, adding completely made-up things and creating second-hand stories from it. Fu Zhe fell silent for a moment. If they're doing it for profit, we could probably sue. I don't actually want to sue them. I'm just angry about what they wrote. What did they write? Seeing Ju Mingho hesitate, Fu Zhe grew even more curious. It's all crude and vulgar stuff, too shameful to repeat. Hearing it might give you ear pimples. You're still a kid. Better off not knowing. Ju Mingho's face had already flushed deep red. He couldn't control his mind, which kept replaying the words he'd seen. It had to be said, words truly have life. They force images to form vividly in your mind. Combined with his own expert imagination, the way he now looked at Fu Zhe made it impossible not to picture those scenes. Fu Zhe, however, was quite pleased with the group name. He rolled over and pinned Ju Mingho beneath him. Teacher Ju. What? Tonight, you got, pressed down. That little, down, carried such devilish charm. Ju Mingho chuckled awkwardly, don't be cheeky. Get off now. Didn't he see he was still upset? Why was he acting like this? I won't. Fu Zhe stayed exactly where he was, playfully stubborn, rubbing his chin against Ju's neck. Like a Maine Coon cat craving its owner's affection, fierce and imposing in appearance, yet secretly clingy and adorable. Such a perfect opportunity wouldn't come around often. Of course he wouldn't let go easily. He wasn't stupid, every advantage he could take, he would seize. Miss this chance, and it'd be gone for good. It'd be hard to find another like this. Maybe next time Ju Mingho would be assigned to a less busy department. That'd be better. At least then, 7 days a week, Fu Zai could have him come home every day, to talk, eat, sleep together. Grabbing Ju Mingho's arms, pinning them above his head, Fu Zai slowly lowered his face, wanting to taste what his lips tasted like today. Just as he was about to kiss him, the door suddenly twisted open. Huang Cancan's loud voice blasted into their ears, "Dr. Ju. Bed 13 surgical patient suddenly deteriorated, come quick." Ju Mingho didn't know where he got the strength, but he shoved Fu Zai, who was still dazed on top of him, off with one forceful push, then scrambled wildly for his slippers, grabbing whatever pair he could find before bolting out the door. He slipped on his white coat while running. By the time Fu Zai snapped out of it and tried to follow, he found the shoes left on the floor were mismatched, not just different sizes, but both were right-footed slippers. Ju Mingho could manage stepping into oversized slippers, but Fu Zai definitely couldn't squeeze his larger feet into smaller ones. Lying in bed waiting and waiting, Fu Zai ended up falling asleep instead of waiting for Ju Mingho. Only after rushing the surgical patient from bed 13 to the operating room did Ju Mingho hurriedly return to the on-call room. Fu Zai was still there, he'd been worried he wouldn't be able to sleep since he was picky about beds. Well, looks like he was sleeping soundly now. Gazing tenderly at Fu Zai's peaceful sleeping face, Ju Mingho's heart swelled with warmth. He never expected Fu Zai would come to the hospital today. He'd never imagined himself becoming this kind of person in a relationship, someone who'd go to such lengths just to stay close to his lover, as if separation would drain his battery completely. Gently caressing Fu Zai's cheek, the moment his fingertips touched skin, Fu Zai's eyes fluttered open. "Baby, you're back." I'm back," Ju Mingho whispered, stroking his hair. "Go back to sleep. I'm here now." Fu Zai scooted inward, proudly offering the spot he'd just warmed up. "This side's all warm for you. Come, lie down quickly." Once they lay down together, Ju Mingho dared not move. "This bed's too small. There's barely enough space for 2 people. Just sleep on your side," Fu Zai said, unconcerned about comfort. As long as he was with Ju Mingho, even sleeping in a crowded barracks would make him happy. "I have no idea how I'm going to face those nurse girls tomorrow. They're so gossipy. Just now when I took the patient to surgery, one of them actually asked me if I really brought my boyfriend here to share the on-call duty." "Ahahaha, what did you say?" "I said he shamelessly followed me here, it's not like I invited him." Ju Mingho pouted so hard he could have hung a dozen oil bottles from his lips. Chapter 159, The Cook. Ju Mingho flew away again. Fu Zai's expression shifted from hesitation to fearless boldness. Holding Ju Mingho tightly, he indulged in a frenzy of kisses and touches, afraid that he might escape, using his body weight to firmly pin him down. "Right, it's me shamelessly insisting on clinging to you. Dr. Ju won't mind, will you? You're not saying anything, so I'll take that as consent. Since you clearly don't mind, then it's fine if I kiss you a few more times, right? And touching you a bit more shouldn't be a problem either." Ju Mingho pushed his face away with obvious distaste, every pore of his body screaming the word rejection. "Does minding even help? Just lie still, this hospital bed hasn't been replaced in 6 or 7 years, it creaks like crazy whenever you move. I'm scared it'll collapse, do you know that? Neither of us is light, let's not break the poor thing. Even if nothing happens, those women will still gossip about us. There are only 100-odd people in this hospital, I really don't want to become everyone's topic. You really think they won't make up stories even when nothing happened?" Fu Zai gently stroked Ju Mingho's hair with his large palm, while Ju Mingho was busy wondering if he could shower and wash his hair before work tomorrow morning. Otherwise, his fans would definitely be heartbroken. He now actually had a fan club. Unconsciously, he had taken on the idol's burden all by himself. "What are you thinking about?" Seeing Ju Mingho lost in thought in his arms, Fu Zai felt a pang of jealousy. "You're already in my embrace, what are you thinking about? Who are you thinking of?" With an air of haughty pride, Ju Mingho burrowed deeper into the blanket, burying his face against Fu Zai's chest and nuzzling slightly. "Definitely not you." "Not me? Then who else?" "Xin Jia. What nonsense are you spouting?" Ju Mingho pinched a chunk of flesh at Fu Zai's waist. Fu Zai bit back a sharp intake of breath, the pain was bearable. "Hit me, scold me, you must love me deeply. He loves me, he loves me. If they're going to gossip anyway, why not just make their guesses come true?" Fu Zai teased, tightening his arm around Ju Mingho's waist. For some unknown reason, Ju Mingho suddenly snapped, "Then bring it on." But the moment he saw Fu Zai bare-chested, he started shouting, "Help! This is the on-call room, no way, no way. Why not? There are over 60 patients in this ward under my care. If something actually happened, we'd be sinners for life." After earnestly reasoning with him, Fu Zai barely suppressed his frustration. "Fine then. Let's just sleep." Ju Mingho's eyes had barely closed for a few minutes when he drifted off. Poor Fu Zhe stared intently at his sleeping face, feeling utterly dejected. Indeed, such matters required swift action. If delayed, it would follow the pattern, first vigor, then weakening, then exhaustion. Since that first time he failed to get what he wanted due to interruption, he'd lost count of how many times he'd been denied since. Every time Zhu Minghe was within reach, he always flew away again, whether this was his fortune or his torment, who could say. Just as he finally dozed off in drowsy haze, the door of the on-call room was knocked on once more. Dr. Zhu. Now, wasn't this environment truly transformative? Before, waking Zhu Minghe up took at least 8 or 10 calls before he'd budge. But here in this tiny on-call room, a single hesitant call of Dr. Zhu outside made Zhu Minghe instantly spring from bed, slip on his shoes, and hastily throw his white coat over his shoulders. Awakened by the movement beside him, Fu Zhe half opened his eyes to watch Zhu Minghe's actions, hand fumbling beneath the pillow for his phone. Just there a moment ago, where did it go? It was hard on Zhu Minghe, already at the door, to sprint back, planting a soft kiss on Fu Zhe's smooth forehead. Sleep well. I'll be right back. Chapter 160, The Collision Between Honeymoon Phase and Complacency. When Zhu Minghe returned to the on-call room, Fu Zhe was fast asleep. He quietly lifted the blanket and slipped in, instinctively finding a comfortable spot in Fu Zhe's arms. Nestling against Fu Zhe's solid frame, he was overwhelmed with happiness. Yet despite already being exhausted, his body now felt strangely restless, tingling with excitement that kept sleep at bay. For the first time, he truly realized how wonderful and comforting it was to have someone by his side during. Unable to sleep, he began fiddling around on Fu Zhe, gently poking and tracing patterns across his chest, careful not to wake him, quietly rummaging over the sleeping man. Just as he sneaked another touch on Fu Zhe's pectoral muscle, a pair of half-lidded eyes caught him red-handed. Is it soft? Good, not good. Zhu Minghe nodded and shook his head at the same time, making Fu Zhe chuckle. If it's not good, why can't you keep your hands off me? Holding Zhu Minghe's wrist gently, he laughed lowly. Still not sleeping. I'm not tired. Fu Zhe checked the time on his phone and rubbed lightly under Zhu Minghe's eyes. It's past 1 in the morning. You're still not tired. Little panda, look at those dark circles under your eyes. Already past 1. I didn't even notice. Oh no, rounds were at 8 tomorrow morning. He'd need to get up by 7 at the latest. Pray for me that nothing comes up tonight. Come on, go to sleep, go to sleep. Zhu Minghe grabbed the blanket and shut his eyes tightly, desperately trying to fall asleep. Watching the faint tremble of his eyelashes, Fu Zhe pulled him close into his arms before finally closing his own eyes in peace. But when even breathing resumed beside him, Zhu Minghe opened wide eyes, staring blankly at the ceiling. Why couldn't he fall asleep no matter what? After shift handover and finishing medical notes tomorrow, he wouldn't be able to leave before 10 at the earliest. By the time he got home, it would already be past 11, and then he'd have to wait for Fu Zhe for lunch again. The only real chance he'd get to sleep would be in the afternoon, but would he even last that long? With all this constant late-night staying up, he could already feel symptoms creeping in, palpitations, anxiety, chest tightness, cold sweats, fatigue. As these thoughts spiraled, sleep became more and more impossible. Early the next morning, Zhu Minghe got out of bed. Fu Zhe opened his hazy eyes. So early? Did I wake you? I'm going to buy breakfast. If I wait, the elevator will be packed. Leaning down, Zhu Minghe kissed the corner of Fu Zhe's mouth, then rushed out with his meal card in hand. Fu Zhe touched his lips where warmth still lingered, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Then something occurred to him, he picked up his phone and made a call. Cancel the breakfast delivery. The staff already prepared it. Just divide it among yourselves. It wasn't until Zhu Minghe came back carrying over 10 large steamed buns that Fu Zhe suddenly realized how utterly foolish his decision had been. Why didn't I just let Zhou Meng bring the breakfast? Earlier, his mind must have been clouded by lard, or rather, intoxicated by happiness. He really was an idiot. Seriously. Zhou Meng, give me back my delicious breakfast. And you better not have eaten any, thank you. What? Don't like the buns? Why are you just holding them there spacing out? Zhu Minghe took a huge bite of the preserved vegetable pork bun, it was delicious. Why did Fu Zhe look so unenthusiastic? No, it's just. I have to head back to work after breakfast. I'll miss you. Miss me? We'll see each other again this afternoon. Suddenly, Zhu Minghe felt that Fu Zhe was too clingy, more than he'd expected, even. How long would this honeymoon phase fire continue burning? All he knew was, he was starting to feel like he was already entering the flat, routine stage. Chapter 161. Seeing Zhu Minghe chatting and laughing with, Fu Zhe was almost beside himself with rage. After the temperature had risen for several days, spring finally arrived along with clusters of blossoms blooming in street corners. When Fu Zhe heard that Zhuang Nian was taking Lin Lin to enjoy the flowers at Yunhai Park, he couldn't sit still anymore. Lately, Zhu Minghe had been so busy with work that they rarely had time together. He wanted to invite Minghe to take a break from his hectic schedule and go see the flowers with him. It would be a perfect chance to spend some quality time together, so long since they'd gone out, or even stayed in peacefully, what with Mingho constantly rushing about and taking work calls. Eagerly, he dialed Ju Mingho's number, only to hear a busy tone. Frowning tightly, suppressing his irritation, he called the hospital department instead. A sweet female voice answered, "Hello, neurosurgery department. I need to speak to Dr. Ju. Dr. Ju. Please hold on a moment." The woman's voice grew distant. Fu Zhe impatiently tapped the back of his phone, annoyed. He shouldn't have let Mingho go to work at all, now even calling him required someone else to relay the message. "Sir, hello. Dr. Ju is currently occupied. Do you have anything urgent? I can pass it on for you." "Never mind." He hung up, unable to tell whether he felt more disappointed or furious, a burning anger lodged deep in his chest. He pressed the internal line, and shortly after, Lin Lin appeared before him. "Mr. Fu, you called. Find a way to acquire the Ju family's hospital." "That wouldn't work. If you buy the Just hospital, won't Hao get angry with you?" Lin Lin studied Fu Zhe's expression carefully. He didn't seem feverish, so why was he talking nonsense? Being busy was inevitable due to Mingho's profession, this wasn't new. Yet Fu Zhe still found himself consumed by thoughts of Mingho day after day. "Mr. Fu, there's an old saying, if love is meant to last, who cares if we're apart every single day?" Before he could finish, Fu Zhe cut him off sharply. "Get the car ready. I'm going over to their hospital to see him." Last night, Ju Mingho had worked another night shift. After finally drifting off, Fu Zhe had dreamt of him all night long. In his dreams, Mingho married someone else. Then vanished completely. Then suddenly appeared again, holding another man, mocking Fu Zhe's devotion with laughter. He hated how insecure and fragile he felt, but a deep unease gripped his heart. He desperately wanted to see Mingho right now, just hold him tight. Lin Lin watched as Fu Zhe stood up and grabbed his coat draped over the chair. Realizing there was no dissuading him, Lin Lin gave in, quickly rescheduling the upcoming meeting on his phone. The car sped to the hospital where Ju Mingho worked. Before it even fully stopped, Fu Zhe had flung open the door. What met his eyes was Ju Mingho and together. Fu Zhe froze, blinking hard as if disbelieving. How? Lin Lin, parking the car, also saw Ju Mingho standing with another man and stiffened. Immediately, he glanced at Fu Zhe's expression. "Mr. Fu, let's go over and clarify. Hao definitely isn't doing this intentionally." "What isn't intentional?" "He won't answer my calls, yet he's laughing and chatting with some useless student. Look at him, look at how he's smiling at that man." To Fu Zhe, Mingho's smile seemed deeply mocking. He had no time for Fu Zhe's calls, yet here he was, cheerful and relaxed with. Men truly never appreciated what they already had. He had been the one to fall first. Was his sincerity meant to be trampled on like this? Heartache nearly knocked him off his feet. His fists clenched so tightly his knuckles turned white, veins bulging, enveloped entirely in sorrow. Lin Lin gently patted his shoulder. "Let's go talk to them first. Don't jump to conclusions." But Fu Zhe didn't respond at all. Seeing this, Lin Lin quietly tried to soothe him while secretly calling Ju Mingho, hoping to catch his attention. Chapter 162, A world where only the single dogs are hurting has been achieved. "Xiao Yi, don't worry so much. Zhen Jia is definitely fine. When I came down earlier, I took a quick look, he was sleeping like a baby." "Really? Haha, but didn't he get a head wound? You should have at least taken a photo when they shaved his head." Zhen laughed until tears welled up in his eyes. Ju Mingho patted his shoulder comfortingly. Last night, when Zhen had rushed to the hospital, he'd cried like a lost child. Now this morning, after learning that Zhen Jia was out of danger, he was all smiles again. Ju Mingho was happy for him too. The two stood chatting by the small flower bed near the entrance. "Your phone's ringing," Zhen nudged Ju Mingho's arm. "Oh, right." He pulled out his phone. Lin Lin was calling. He barely had time to answer before the call was abruptly disconnected. Before he could wonder why, Zhen had already dragged him over to sit on a small stone bench nearby. "Sit down for a bit, my legs are killing me. Seriously though, you were in surgery all night and still found time to hang out with me this morning, aren't you tired?" Looking at the dark circles under Ju Mingho's eyes, Zhen felt guilty. If not for his emotional breakdown outside the operating room, Ju Mingho could have gone home to rest long ago. "It's fine, I'm used to it. Besides, I wasn't even the one performing last night's surgery, I just assisted. Really, I'm okay." Ju Mingho pulled a few packets of Wangzi milk candies from his pocket. Just then, two figures appeared in front of him. Curious, he glanced up. "You two? Wanna have some Wangzi milk candy?" Fu Zhe, who had originally been furious, fell silent for a moment before reaching out and taking a piece from Ju Mingho's palm. He ripped open the wrapper aggressively and popped the candy into his mouth. Seeing this, Lin Lin quickly followed suit, grabbing a candy as well. "So sweet. Mingho, have you had breakfast yet?" "Not yet." "It's not sweet at all," Fu Zhe interrupted coldly, glaring at the stone bench beside him. He wanted to sit too, but it would ruin his image. "This is all my fault. I completely forgot brother Ah Hao hadn't eaten breakfast. How about we go grab something now? Zhen Yi looked cautiously at Fu Zai's darkening expression, trying to guess the nature of his relationship with Zhu Mingho. Brother Ah Hao? What kind of weird nickname is that? Fu Zai felt like he needed immediate medical attention, it was too horrifying. Could it be? Was this kid really here to steal his man away from him? Lost in thought, he didn't notice Zhu Mingho standing up and pulling Zhen Yi along. Xiao Yi, let's go get some wontons. The ones in our hospital cafeteria are amazing. Hearing that affectionate Xiao Yi, Fu Zai muttered awkwardly under his breath, why is he calling him Xiao Yi? Still, he couldn't let his guard down. What if this guy was actually here gathering intel for his older brother? Beside him, Lin Lin seemed to read his mind, whispering quietly as he walked close by, Mr. Fu, don't overthink it. Stay calm and respond accordingly. You should assert your ownership. Don't be afraid, just flaunt your relationship with Mingho hard. Make the little brat back off. Fu Zai pondered carefully, actually, Lin Lin wasn't wrong. Truly a master of romance. With that, he quickened his pace and caught up to walk side by side with Zhu Mingho. Casually, he reached over and took Zhu Mingho's hand, intertwining their fingers. Zhu Mingho stiffened slightly, turning toward him. I'm wearing my lab coat. This isn't appropriate. It's fine. Fu Zai had no intention of letting go. If he was going to solve this, better to do it at the root. Take off your white coat. You're such a genius. Zhu Mingho hadn't wanted to remove it, but to avoid drawing curious stares from passers-by, he eventually stepped into a quiet corner of the hallway and took off his white coat. Chapter 163 What to do when your boyfriend is too dumb. Obviously, spoil him. What else can you do? As he undressed, Zhu Mingho grumbled to himself, everyone else's boyfriends came to repay kindness, but only his seemed to have arrived seeking revenge. Every time he saw Chen Jia and Chen Yi, he acted like a cat spotting a mouse, aggressive and furious, as if ready to grab a broomstick and chase them away. Did he even notice that Chen Yi's eyes were already swollen from crying? Yet he still stared at Chen Yi with that infuriatingly smug look. Let's go. Did you have breakfast? Fu Zai was the king of jealousy, but there was nothing he could do but let it slide. After all, family had to be spoiled, right? No matter whether Fu Zai had eaten or not, he would always say he hadn't, and sure enough, he opened his mouth with a pitiful pout, how could I possibly eat without you around? Seeing Zhu Mingho didn't react, Fu Zai deliberately gave their interlaced fingers a little shake, trying to catch his attention. Zhu Mingho led the four of them into the cafeteria. Their hospital didn't have a separate staff canteen, and it happened to be quite crowded at this time. The moment they walked in, all eyes turned toward them. Four tall, handsome men, each uniquely striking. Bolder girls were already beginning to stir. Zhu Mingho ordered 4 bowls of small wonton soup. By the time he carried the tray over, the other 3 were already surrounded by women. No wonder no one came to help me carry my meal, you're all busy flirting. He gritted his teeth glaring at Fu Zai, who simply smiled back sweetly, then leaned even closer to the girl who just approached him. Zhu Mingho. Could such a petty, vengeful boyfriend even be exchanged? Was it really so unforgivable that he chatted briefly with Chen Yi? Was this level of anger necessary? If he showed any sign of jealousy, Fu Zai would have won. But if he showed nothing, Fu Zai would only grow angrier. Zhu Mingho bit his lip. In that case, don't blame me for being ruthless. With a provocative smirk at Fu Zai, he took Chen Yi's bowl. Xiao Yi, my bad, I forgot you don't eat cilantro. Let big bro pick it out for you. Chen Yi stared blankly, I do eat cilantro. But perceptive as ever, he quickly caught the strange tension between Zhu Mingho and Fu Zai. He swiftly adjusted his expression, gazing up at Zhu Mingho with apparent admiration. Gijie Hao, you're amazing. You even remember I don't like cilantro. Zhu Mingho subtly gave Chen Yi a thumbs up under the table, fantastic acting. Brilliant. Glancing sideways at Fu Zai, he found him visibly steaming with jealousy. Zhu Mingho felt much better now. Want me to be jealous? Not a chance. Let's see who gets angrier first. Finally finishing picking out the cilantro from Chen Yi's bowl, Zhu Mingho finally allowed his eyes a rest, only to find another bowl placed in front of him. Looking up, he saw Fu Zai, face brimming with vinegar. I don't eat cilantro either. Zhu Mingho awkwardly exchanged glances with Chen Yi and Lin Lin, then resignedly took Fu Zai's bowl to remove the cilantro once more. So annoying. Ugh hi. From now on, whenever he hung out with others, he'd have to lock Fu Zai up first. This daily dose of jealousy wasn't healthy. There. Done. After finally clearing the cilantro and pushing the bowl back to Fu Zai, Zhu Mingho grabbed his spoon and took a couple of hurried sips. He was starving, one day after another without a moment's peace. Even a simple meal couldn't be enjoyed in peace. Today it was Chen Yi, had it been Chen Jia instead, these two hot-headed guys might have flipped the entire dining table. You don't have work today. Near the end of the meal, Zhu Mingho suddenly remembered, it was a weekday. Fu Zai had brought Lin Lin here, did he not care about keeping his job? Chapter 164, Little Schemes Between Men. Working, but I miss you so much I came by to see you. Though the words were sweet nothings meant for Ju Mingho, his eyes remained fixed on Sun Yi as if trying to bore 2 holes straight through him with just a glance. His stare made Sun Yi uneasy. He sent a few friendly glances toward Fu Zai, but received nothing warm in return. He lowered his head and hastily gulped down his dumplings, his mind already racing at full speed. To Fu Zai, however, all these actions simply looked like guilt. Gripping his chopsticks tightly, Fu Zai suddenly laughed. Ahow, the flowers up north of the city have bloomed. Pick a day, let's go together. Hearing this, Ju Mingho paused, then immediately pulled out his phone to check his work schedule. Thursday. I have Thursday off. That works perfectly. Upon hearing Thursday, Lin Lin mentally cursed. Wasn't the shareholder meeting scheduled for Thursday? Wouldn't Fu Zai cancel it? Nervously eyeing Fu Zai's expression, Lin Lin wore concern all over his face. Noticing his tension, Fu Zai spoke softly, we'll move the shareholder meeting up by 1 day. Fine. Pouting, Lin Lin lost his appetite. He secretly messaged Zhuang Yan to vent about his heartless boss, who replied quickly and joined in complaining. Sensing faint, ambiguous whispers nearby, Lin Lin panicked and looked up, only to meet Fu Zai's deeply amused eyes. I can see everything. How about I give both of you raises? Stop badmouthing me already. Lin Lin was instantly flustered, utterly embarrassed, and silently begged Ju Mingho for help with his eyes. Ju Mingho understood perfectly. After a brief pause, he asked casually, just the 2 of you going? Who else did you have in mind? Just you, obviously. Who else would there be? I'm only asking because I didn't want you bringing someone else along, Ju Mingho murmured, lightly kicking Fu Zai's leg under the table to signal him to stop putting pressure on Lin Lin. But Fu Zai misinterpreted the gesture entirely. He quietly placed his scorching palm on Ju Mingho's knee. Through the layer of fabric, Ju Mingho felt as though his skin might melt from the heat. How could this man run so hot? Have you had a fever recently? Within the past 3 days. Without thinking, he reached out to touch Fu Zai's forehead, checking whether he had a fever. Fu Zai couldn't help but laugh. What's wrong with you? Nothing. Just routine inspection. Ju Mingho smiled and withdrew his hand, pulling a tissue to wipe his mouth. I'm done eating. Me too. Everyone else had finished as well, collecting their trays. Lin Lin followed Fu Zai closely like a shadow. Director Fu, shall we head back? After lunch, Ahao has to get to work too. Just wait a bit longer. Fu Zai stayed right behind Ju Mingho until he entered the operating room before finally relenting. Let's go. Didn't Ahao just say the surgery would take 5 or 6 hours? Lin Lin tried hard to coax Fu Zai back to the company. The sooner they finished work, the sooner they could leave. Thankfully, this time his persuasion worked slightly better. Fu Zai gave Lin Lin a long, searching look. Sun Jia was in a car accident. Didn't Ahao just mention it? Help me find out which ward he's in. You're not planning to go make trouble for him, are you? The guy's already lying in a hospital bed, how much of a threat could he possibly pose now? Lin Lin didn't understand at all, but still helped check. Can't we just walk around the ward area and look for ourselves? No need to ask anyone. Has hanging around Fu Zai this long lowered my IQ? Lin Lin stared at Fu Zai, gesturing for him to go check the wards. You go check. I'll wait here. Unbelievable, this guy really acts like a spoiled master. Can't even bother walking a few steps. Lin Lin first grabbed a mask from the nurse's station, then sneaked around, discreetly inquiring after Sun Jia's room. He should be in ICU, right? I've searched this whole area several times and haven't found him. Then go check the ICU. Lin Lin glared. Who do you think can enter ICU? Only family and doctors. Janitorial staff. It's really not necessary, boss. Truly unnecessary. The man's already lying in ICU, what possible threat could he pose to your Ahao? After a moment of thought, Fu Zai agreed. True, the most Sun Jia could do was exploit a little of Ju Mingho's sympathy. The real reason he wanted to look into it was that Sun Jia's university was miles away from here, so why had he been brought so precisely to this hospital? And what's more, this private hospital didn't liaise with emergency medical services, they never dispatched ambulances. Which meant Sun Jia must have arrived on his own. It was ridiculous. Actually, the answer wasn't hard to guess. Seems it was just some petty maneuver between men after all. Chapter 165 made someone cry. Early Thursday morning, before the sun had even risen, Ju Mingho was woken up by Fu Zai. Groggy and half asleep, he opened his eyes to see Fu Zai straddling him, having his way. He slapped at Fu Zai's wandering hand. Stop it. You're so annoying, can't you let me sleep in peace? I'm waking you up. Early to bed, early to rise, makes a man healthy. Fu Zai not only showed no remorse but wore a self-righteous expression as if everything he did was for Ju Mingho's own good. Irritated, Ju Mingho rolled over and tried to go back to sleep. Can't you just let me sleep? Don't you remember what we're supposed to do today? Fu Zai poked at the soft spot on Ju Mingho's waist. Ju Mingho suppressed the urge to hit him. Can't I just sleep a little longer? It's only 7-something. Come on, big brother, have mercy, just 30 more minutes. Seeing him beg, Fu Zai instantly softened. After all, last night Ju Mingho had complained of being tired and gone to bed by 10. He'd assumed he'd be refreshed by now. Asterisk sigh. I just wanted to wake him up, but he called me, Gidge, how could I possibly refuse him, asterisk. He tiptoed off the bed, quietly pulled open the drawer of the nightstand, and sneakily took out a delicate little gift box. Holding it in his hands, he gently stroked it for a moment, his expression complicated. There was hesitation, inner struggle, but also visions of a beautiful future filled with hope and anticipation. Carefully closing the drawer again, he walked back to Ju Mingho's bedside with satisfaction, leaned down, and brushed a light, fleeting kiss onto his forehead. But the seemingly sleeping Ju Mingho suddenly spoke, Did you brush your teeth? You didn't either. I was forced to. Unhappy, Fu Zai stomped into the bathroom. Why was it so hard to be intimate with him? Not only was their relationship long distance, but even simple affection, kisses, hugs, felt nearly impossible. Honestly, he regretted letting him go to work at all. After finishing his morning routine, he went downstairs alone to the kitchen to prepare things for their picnic at the park. Young master, we've already prepared everything for you, your favorite snacks, picnic mat, insect repellent, disinfectant wipes, all packed and ready. You don't need to do this yourself. And if anything's missing, you can always call us to deliver it. Chef Lu watched Fu Zai clumsily washing fruit bowls, terrified he might drop one. After some gentle coaxing, they finally managed to escort Fu Zai out of the precarious kitchen. Chef Lu then returned to preparing breakfast. Bored, Fu Zai wandered around the yard, inspecting every flower, even sneaking into Zhou Meng's room for a look. Honestly, why doesn't he ever close the door? The door stood wide open, and Fu Zai assumed Zhou Meng had already left, so he walked straight in. Yes, sir. Why didn't you knock? Zhou Meng hastily pulled the blanket over his bedmate, whose body was covered in red marks. He glared at Fu Zai with clear annoyance. Seeing Xiao Han under the covers, Fu Zai was both shocked and furious. He turned around and fled the room without another word. He never expected that among the three brothers, he'd be the only one who still hadn't. Forget it. These things couldn't be rushed. Once Ahau said yes, he'd make sure to show him exactly what he was capable of. Those 30 minutes dragged on forever. Bored, he counted the seconds on the clock face. Only when it reached 7:45 did he jump off the sofa and rush upstairs to wake his beloved. This time, Ju Mingho got up quite willingly. Don't rush me. I'll be ready in 10 minutes. Fu Zai began waiting in the bedroom again. He changed ties 5 or 6 times, dissatisfied with each outfit. Ju Mingho emerged from the bathroom. Aren't we going to the park? Why are you wearing a suit? Oh. Right. He changed clothes without any hesitation, completely unabashed in front of Ju Mingho. Ju Mingho pouted slightly, grabbed his own clothes from the closet, and headed back to the bathroom to change. Witnessing this, Fu Zai froze. Clenching his teeth, he yanked the gift box from the cabinet, shoved it into his pocket like an act of defiance, and stormed downstairs alone. In the bathroom, Ju Mingho carefully took the small box from his coat pocket. It had just arrived yesterday, he hadn't even dared to open it yet, overwhelmed by a strange sense of taboo. He wanted to take a peek, but forced himself to wait. Using the hairdryer on his dripping wet hair, he stepped out of the bathroom only to find the room completely empty. Unbelievable. Now he won't even wait for me. Chef Lu, serving breakfast, was puzzled by the sudden shift in atmosphere. But he didn't dare ask questions. After laying out the food, he quickly retreated from this silent battlefield. Ju Mingho followed Fu Zai in silence. When Fu Zai ate, he ate. When Fu Zai moved, he followed. After getting into the car, Fu Zai suddenly snapped, I've been holding this in for so long. What? Zhuang Yan and Lin Lin, Zhou Meng and Xiao Han, they all did it. So what? What exactly do you want from me? Ju Mingho found Fu Zai's outburst utterly absurd. If you want the same thing, then don't date someone like me in the first place. What did you say when we first got together? You promised to respect me. You never brought this up during all this time, why are you suddenly lashing out at me? The more Ju Mingho thought about it, the more hurt he felt. He glared at Fu Zai angrily, tears already welling up in his eyes. Was he trying to break up with him? I don't want you to be just my boyfriend anymore. What did you say? Ju Mingho's eyes widened in disbelief, glistening with unshed tears. Was this really happening? I want to marry you. Be my legal partner, will you? Fu Zai gripped his chin, forcing their eyes to meet. Under that intense, unflinching gaze, Ju Mingho felt completely exposed, as if there were no secrets left between them. Let me think about it. All right, take your time. Holding his delicate chin, Fu Zai kissed him deeply. Compared to all their countless previous kisses, today Ju Mingho seemed distracted, distant. The more Fu Zai kissed him, the more regret he felt. Had he scared him just now? Chapter 166, The Proposal. Fu Zhe drove nervously, sneaking glances at Zhu Mingho's expression from the side. He was still angry, his face pale and cold, his eyes vacant and distant. Who knew what he was thinking? A wave of helplessness washed over Fu Zhe. He had followed internet advice to the letter. I don't want you to be my boyfriend anymore, I want you to be my legal spouse. He'd tweaked it slightly, sure, but overall it wasn't that different. So why did it make him cry? When they got back, he'd definitely hack and shut down that internet user's account. He was so furious. Finally, they arrived. He let out a long breath. We're here, Yunhai Park. Zhu Mingho silently unfastened his seatbelt and stepped out of the car. Fu Zhe gritted his teeth and followed. Don't ignore me. Mingho, can you stop ignoring me? No, Zhu Mingho pulled the hood of his sweatshirt over his head, clearly not in the mood to talk. He just wanted to find a quiet place to think. Fu Zhe's words had stirred up a storm inside him, too many emotions swirling together. He needed time to sort through them, to reconsider what their relationship truly meant. I want to be alone for a while. Who's Jingjing? Fu Zhe gave him a deeply aggrieved look, as if he'd just caught Zhu Mingho cheating on him. I mean, I want some peace and quiet, okay? Don't be so paranoid. Zhu Mingho scanned the surroundings, looking for a suitable spot to clear his mind. Fine, I'll go over there, by that big rock. I'll come find you when I've figured things out. Reluctantly, Fu Zhe nodded. Fine, he agreed, but why all this hesitation now? Was he having second thoughts? No way. Just last night, he'd been the one clinging tightly, initiating kisses, whispering sweet nothings. And now he was suddenly reconsidering the nature of their relationship. Zhu Mingho sat on the cold stone, idly turning over a small square gift box in his hands. 2 days ago, Dr. Zhang from his department had gone ring shopping and invited him along. On a whim, he'd bought a pair of matching wedding bands. He'd planned to use them when confessing his feelings to Fu Zhe. But earlier, when Fu Zhe had pinned him down, he was certain Fu Zhe must have noticed the box in his pocket. Yet he hadn't mentioned it. Why? Maybe he should just hide these rings. If asked, he wouldn't even dare say what was inside. Fu Zhe's half-proposal, half-not proposal had thrown off his plans. Lately, their relationship had entered a calm, steady phase. He'd wanted to propose today during their outing, but now he wasn't so sure. Maybe it was better to wait for Fu Zhe to make the first move. That way, he wouldn't seem too eager. Nearby bushes swayed in the breeze. With the warming weather, tiny insects buzzed around. One flew straight into his eye. Zhu Mingho blinked rapidly, trying to trigger tears to flush the irritating bug out. From a distance, Fu Zhe saw him wiping at his eyes, and panicked. He sprinted over, dropped to one knee on the ground, and fumbled in his pocket. Startled, Zhu Mingho quickly came to his senses and dropped to one knee as well. Almost simultaneously, both pulled out identical little boxes. Mingho, you. I was going to propose to you today anyway. Me too. I want to spend my life with you, forever. Please give me the chance to take care of you, to share your burdens. I'll do everything I can to ensure your happiness for the rest of your life. Fu Zhe's eyes shimmered with sincerity, he almost wanted to raise 3 fingers to swear an oath to the sky. If he ever treated Zhu Mingho poorly in this life, may they never meet again in any lifetime. Mingho, I will never betray you. If there's a next life, I'll find you again, fall in love with you all over once more. We'll stay together, always and forever. Zhu Mingho smiled faintly at Fu Zhe's stammering words, his eyes growing damp. I believe you. Don't cry. When you cry, my chest feels so tight, so heavy. I'm not crying. It's just the wind, it's too strong. Zhu Mingho wiped at the moisture around his eyes, then gently took Fu Zhe's left hand, sliding the ring, the one sized for Fu Zhe from his chosen pair, onto his ring finger. Now you're stuck with me. You belong to me now, understand? Hearing his childish words, Fu Zhe smirked and proudly slid his own ring onto Zhu Mingho's finger. You're stuck with me too. No matter how beautiful the world outside is, remember, there's always someone waiting for you at home. What should I do, Fu Zhe? I thought we'd already entered that so-called stable, quiet phase, but every time I think of you, I realize my love for you keeps growing. I love you more each day than the last. My love for you has no limits. Same here. The upper limit of my love for you is infinity. Hand in hand, they sat on the ground facing each other, gazing into one another's eyes and bursting into laughter. Fu Zhe held Zhu Mingho's ring-adorned hand and kissed it over and over again. They will stay happy forever. And so will you. Chapter 167, Ziho Special, Wedding Chapter. At Zhu Mingho's request, the wedding was set for the summer solstice. Zhu Zheng rarely gave him a 3-month honeymoon leave. When Fu Zhe heard the news, he was so thrilled he almost started calling Zhu Zheng, Dad, thank you, Dad. I'll definitely treat, properly. How come you're addressing me as father already? I haven't even prepared a red envelope for you. That one word, Dad, caught Zhu Zheng off guard. Zhang Xiona quickly found a red envelope, and Zhu Zheng signed a check into it. Not much money, just for good luck. Beside them, Ju Mingho only wanted to finish the blueberries on his plate. Watching his father and this cheap new son-in-law perform their heartfelt act, he quietly scoffed. The entire dish was nearly gone. Seeing this, the nanny hurriedly washed another bowl and brought it over. Grandpa Ju pretended to be upset, glaring fiercely at Fu Zhe while secretly feeling around in his pocket for something. You're playing favorites. You call him Dad, why don't you call me anything? Huh? Don't I call you Grandpa every day? Fu Zhe smiled apologetically, unsure whether Grandpa Ju was truly angry or just joking. He glanced toward Ju Mingho for help, but all he got from Ju Mingho were silent signals of encouragement. Go on, Fu Xiaoqiu, keep going. If that's how it works, Grandpa Ju huffed, puffing out his mustache, pulling out a thick red envelope from his pocket and shoving it into Fu Zhe's hands. Then technically speaking, I should have given you an address-changing gift the very first time you called me Grandpa. Here, take it, you little rascal. Fu Zhe's face blossomed into a broad, crimson peony-like grin. Thank you, Grandpa. He happily nudged the shoulder of Ju Mingho, who was still focused solely on eating blueberries, with his elbow, then smugly waved the thick red envelope in front of him. Ju Mingho shot him a glare and refused to respond. Fu Zhe had no living elders in his family. Naturally, he'd receive more cash than Ju Mingho did at this wedding. And yet this clueless guy had the nerve to flaunt his lucky money like that. Didn't he think about whether Ju Mingho would get any? Open your mouth. Ju Mingho said coldly. Fu Zhe obediently opened his mouth, and 2 carefully dried blueberries were dropped inside. Sweet? Not as sweet as you. You're the one with the sweet mouth. Ju Mingho shoved the shameless Fu Zhe away gently. The elders were right there, they could at least behave themselves. Seeing Ju Mingho shy away, Fu Zhe deliberately leaned close to his ear. You say my mouth is sweet, wanna taste it? There's something even sweeter, want to try? Without a word, Ju Mingho grabbed the blueberry plate and moved to another spot, sitting beside Zhang Xiona instead. Mom, these blueberries are great. Can you ask your friend to order me 2 more boxes? We're running out. Eat less fruit, it'll all turn into fat, Ju Zheng remarked sternly, giving Ju Mingho a single look. Ju Mingho silently set the plate down. Ju Zheng stood up. Come with me for a moment. Without saying a word, Ju Mingho followed him upstairs. Ju Zheng led him into the study, cautiously closed the door, pushed Ju Mingho down into a chair, then walked over to open the safe. As he turned back to look at Ju Mingho, he began speaking softly but insistently. There aren't any elders left from Fu Zhe's side. It's good, you won't have to suffer any disrespect now that you're married. He took out several property deeds and contracts, placing them in front of Ju Mingho. Although our family isn't as wealthy as the Fu family, we're not penniless either. I'm transferring these to you now. They may not be much, but they can serve as some support for you. How, no matter what, you're still my child. That sentence instantly tightened something deep within Ju Mingho's chest. What did he mean by that? Did Ju Zheng know he wasn't? Dad? I know everything. How could I not? I'm not stupid. After the pain and sorrow, didn't he still need to do right by this child? After all, this was still his son. Soon enough, the wedding day arrived. Since the couple didn't have many friends, they only invited a few close ones to attend. Their wedding took place by the seaside, no MC, no formal ceremony team, just 3 friends serving as photographers. Mingho, ready? Fu Zhe appeared in a finely tailored white tuxedo, handmade with care. Ju Mingho wore the same style, though his had been modified into a lighter, more casual suit. Lin Lin volunteered as the photographer, running around with his camera, snapping shots here and there. Zhuang Yan followed closely behind, holding an umbrella over him. Don't get sunburnt. It's fine. I'm happy today. As dusk approached, the wedding finally began. Xiao Huang and the others painfully lit up a 19-meter-long corridor of candles. 19 meters of blazing red rose petals formed the crimson aisle. The elders from Ju Zheng's family stood to the side, watching as Fu Zhe and Ju Mingho walked hand in hand toward each other. Thank you all for coming to my wedding with Ju Mingho. Before we begin, please allow me to call him my beloved from this moment on. Looking back on how my beloved and I met and grew close, every memory is filled with nothing but sweetness and fulfillment. Whether it was honey or hardship, as long as it was shared with him, as long as it came from him, I embraced it wholeheartedly. My beloved is a wonderful person. I love him deeply, and I hope to spend my entire life with him. Nothing at all, will ever separate us, not even death. By the end, Fu Zhe's voice had grown thick with emotion. Beside him, Ju Mingho held his hand tightly, offering silent comfort. Dad, Mom, please trust me with Ah Hao. I promise I'll never let him suffer, not even a bit. I won't betray his trust. To prove my sincerity, I've already had the legal department transfer all assets under my name to my beloved. Ju Mingho tugged quietly at his sleeve. Don't do that. My dad's already given me everything in the family. If you give me everything too, what will I even do with it? I don't know anything about managing money. In his original world, so many men would go to great lengths to keep their partners from spending their money. This was the first time he'd encountered someone like Fu Zhe, who freely handed over his wealth, and he still wasn't quite used to it. If this happened online, people would probably argue for days. When it was his turn to speak, he gripped the microphone and paused for a moment. Friends. I'm marrying the one I love. Thank you all for coming to our wedding. I feel incredibly lucky to be able to marry someone I truly love. We actually got legally registered yesterday, so we're protected by law. I hope some of this luck can be passed on to all of you. He took a white bouquet handed to him by Fu Zhe. Ready? I'm passing on the luck now. Zhuang Yan had been given a strict order by Lin Lin. Today, he must catch the bouquet, or else he'd be sleeping on the couch for 10 days. For this bouquet grab, he'd even hired a personal trainer and practiced for 3 full days. The bouquet flew through the air in a graceful parabola. Zhou Meng and Zhuang Yan both grabbed hold, one catching the top, the other the tail. The atmosphere instantly exploded in excitement. This is the legendary double blessing, isn't it? Wow, this is amazing. Who would have thought Captain Zhou, the most composed man around, would rush up to catch the bouquet? Seems like he's truly serious about Xiao Han. Their wedding turned into a ball. After Fu Zhe and Zhu Mingho danced the opening dance, everyone joined in singing and dancing, creating a joyous celebration. They discarded all traditional formalities, turning the event into a simple, joyful gathering among friends. Every single guest felt utterly relaxed and content. As drowsiness set in, Fu Zhe carried Zhu Mingho back to their reserved hotel room in a princess carry. Ah, how sleepy. I'm taking him back to rest. You all should head home early too. But tonight's your wedding night. Lin Lin chimed in excitedly. He'd been waiting for this chance to mess with Fu Zhe all day, who better to prank than the boss who always exploited his labor. Revenge for workplace tyranny was finally within reach. But one icy glare from Fu Zhe silenced him instantly. With a scoff, Fu Zhe strode off, carrying Zhu Mingho firmly in his arms. The moment they entered the room, he tossed Zhu Mingho onto the bed and climbed on top of him after shedding his coat. Zhu Mingho flushed and murmured, "We haven't showered yet." After they both finished bathing, when Fu Zhe puckered up and leaned in for a kiss, Zhu Mingho hesitated again. The lights are still on. Fu Zhe happily jumped up to turn them off. Then Zhu Mingho made several more excuses, each one smoothly dismantled by Fu Zhe, until there were no more reasons left. That night scene was so intimate, even the moon blushed and hid behind the clouds. Many dear readers have said the ending felt too rushed, and yes, it really was. Even I feel like I didn't wrap things up properly. It ended a bit like a dragon's head with a snake's tail. But truthfully, the outline of this book collapsed when it was barely over 100,000 words. I admit my writing has been subpar. With an empty mind, I often just wrote whatever came to mind, leaving countless plot holes I forgot to fill. Despite all this, thank you all for sticking with me till the very end. Thanks for cherishing this fleeting cloud encounter. I hope that through these words, and through meeting each other along the way, you felt moments of joy and ease. Chapter 168 Zhuang Lin's Side Story, Meeting You in the Best Years, I Choose to Love Only You. Looking back on their first meeting now, Lin Lin always finds it surreal, like a novel suddenly stepping into reality. And somehow, without realizing when, he had already stepped into Zhuang Yan's eyes. To give him better opportunities, his parents had gritted their teeth and, deceived by a shady agent, sent him to an obscure, unaccredited university in country S. Upon discovering the truth, he stormed out in fury and dropped out. Because of his poor language skills, he could only hide in a Chinese restaurant on Chinatown, scraping together enough money for basic survival. Once, a black man complained that the Kung Pao chicken was too spicy, launching into a tirade of English insults directed at him. After spending so long in such a rough neighborhood, he hadn't picked up much proper English, but curse words. Those came naturally. That day, his mood was already low. A few angry shouts were all it took before tears welled up in his eyes. Already from those endless, dark days seemed to explode at once, crushing his heart beneath their weight. He sobbed so hard someone called the police for him. After being released from the police station, he wandered aimlessly to the most prestigious university in country S, walked straight through its gates, and saw young students of all kinds, yet all radiating energy. For the first time, he felt a flicker of real, living breath in this foreign land. As he passed a basketball court, a flying ball slammed into the left side of his face. Due to chronic irregular eating habits, he suffered from low blood sugar. The impact knocked him out cold. When he woke up, he was in a hospital. The luxurious surroundings made him uneasy, even middle-class citizens in country S hesitated to seek medical care here. And he, a member of the proletariat, struggled to sit up, reaching to rip the 4-needle from his hand. A person lying on the sofa, previously ignored, suddenly spoke, startling him. Chinese? Yes. Lin Lin followed the voice. Sunlight bathed the man before him, turning his naturally dark hair golden, his amber eyes gleaming with amusement as they locked onto Lin Lin. His hands and feet turned icy, he stared, helpless, at the man in front of him. What's your name? Zhuang Yan asked again. Seeing that the other ignored him, he grew slightly annoyed and snapped playfully, everyone has a name. Since you won't tell me yours, I'll just call you what suits you, Little Curly. When the words, Little Curly, finally registered in Lin Lin's ears, he realized the man had been asking his name all along. I'm Lin Lin. Judging by your look, are you here in Country S to study? Senior or junior? I don't study. Lin Lin twisted the blanket in his lap, not daring to lift his head. Overwhelmed by the man's intense presence, he wanted to shrink into the blanket and disappear. Not studying. Are you here working illegally? Zhuang Yan raised an eyebrow, then licked his back molars, amused by how frightened and adorable little Curly looked. There's a new immigration law just passed in H City. You're not afraid I'll report you? Don't report me. Lin Lin gasped, lifting his head in panic to meet the man's gaze, his eyes brimming with desperate pleading. His big, watery eyes looked like reservoirs ready to burst open at any moment. If you want me to keep quiet, fine. Here's the deal, I live alone and need someone to clean. Come work as my housekeeper, and I won't report your illegal work. After all, under the law, employer and employee share the same guilt. Better we become grasshoppers on the same blade of grass. Through Zhuang Yan's silver-tongued persuasion, Lin Lin successfully moved into his small villa. Your house isn't supposed to have a maid, right? Then why is it so clean? Lin Lin was stunned the moment he stepped inside. This wasn't the filthy pigsty Zhuang Yan had described in the car. It was practically a haven for people with obsessive-compulsive tendencies. Do you think I can't hire cleaning help? Zhuang Yan shot Lin Lin a look of pure bewilderment, the kind you'd give a fool. Embarrassed, Lin Lin lowered his head, mouth opening and closing, but no sound came out. Luckily, his experience working at the Chinese restaurant meant he worked quickly and cooked well. He assumed he'd just stay with Zhuang Yan temporarily, until the day he was no longer needed and tossed out onto the street. But the following week, as Zhuang Yan headed out for class, he called him over, Little Curly, get in the car. Big brother will take you to school. School? Do I have to clean there too? At the steering wheel, Zhuang Yan laughed bitterly. You really think I begged my old man to get you into my school, so I could make you mop floors? Are you addicted to punishment or something? Without waiting to see if Lin Lin understood, Zhuang Yan opened the car door and strode over, grabbing his arm and pulling him into the vehicle. You're not buckling your seatbelt, are you trying to play hard to get so I'll do it for you? Fine. Big brother will satisfy you. Suddenly, Zhuang Yan leaned in close, so close that Lin Lin forgot how to breathe. Until Zhuang Yan gently pinched Lin Lin's small, delicate nose tip, silly, remember to breathe. Just as Lin Lin hurriedly rolled down the car window to cool his burning face, he heard Zhuang Yan mutter, not too loudly, but just enough, so clumsy. How are we supposed to kiss later? Lin Lin was flustered and annoyed. He secretly glared at Zhuang Yan, but quickly averted his gaze when Zhuang Yan turned to look. Zhuang Yan resumed his teasing, what? If you want to look at me, just do it openly. I won't charge you. But if I catch you sneaking glances again, $100 per time. 100? You, really aren't trying to extort me? Lin Lin was furious but dared not speak up. His chest felt tight with, and all the way to school he kept his head down, refusing to look at Zhuang Yan again. Zhuang Yan cursed under his breath, shit, I messed up, His little Curly was so timid, he didn't even have the heart to tease him anymore. Unbuttoning the collar of his shirt, Zhuang Yan finally felt his chest loosen slightly. Yes, ever since that day he carried the thin, tiny Lin Lin to the hospital, he'd fallen for the soft, sweet little Curly in his arms. Damp curls clung to his forehead from cold sweat, and occasional whimpers laced with tears scratched softly at Zhuang Yan's heart like kitten mews. He'd schemed carelessly just to keep him close, dreaming of easy access and secret advantages, yet his little Curly seemed genuinely afraid of him. What should he do? His family had donated another library, securing Lin Lin a spot in his class. From then on, Zhuang Yan stuck to Lin Lin like glue, refusing to let anyone else talk to him. When beautiful girls approached, he feared Lin Lin might fall for them. When men came around, he worried they might desire Lin Lin. He lost sleep over it, seriously, so much hair falling out. It wasn't until Fu Zhe suggested, if you're really that possessive, why not make the whole school know? Let everyone see Zhuang Yan is chasing Lin Lin, After that, he stopped restricting Lin Lin's socializing and instead encouraged him to join clubs and activities. Then, in every possible setting, he pursued Lin Lin wildly. At first, Lin Lin was startled, but after being confessed to so many times, he gradually got used to it. Strictly speaking, the turning point in their relationship came on that rainy night. That night, Lin Lin went to return books at the city library and missed the last bus, forced to walk back step by step through the pouring rain. Zhuang Yan drove slowly along the streets, searching carefully for Lin Lin's figure. When he finally spotted the familiar silhouette, he saw two black men robbing Lin Lin at gunpoint. Enraged, he reached into a hidden corner of the car, pulled out a tranquilizer gun, and swiftly took down both attackers. After rescuing the soaked Lin Lin, he was eager to get home so Lin Lin could change, when suddenly Lin Lin spoke, leaving them here like this is such a waste. What do you mean? Lin Lin crouched down and stripped both men completely, tossing their clothes into a nearby trash bin. They should learn a lesson, don't you think? It doesn't matter much, they're Westerners anyway. Public nudity hurts them far less than it would us. Zhuang Yan slung an arm around Lin Lin's shoulders as they got into the car. Was your brother cool just now? Cool. Then will you be my boyfriend? Come on, stop hesitating. I've asked you so many times and you never answer. Today, you have to give me an answer. Yes. Lin Lin's firm reply stunned Zhuang Nian. Did the sun rise from the west today? I've thought it through. You're good. Being with you, I'm not losing anything. Lin Lin smiled, showing his little fawn. Zhuang Nian, overwhelmed, pulled him tightly into his arms. My little curly, once you're with me, your brother won't let you lose a thing. Chapter 169, Zhou Meng and Han Chuan Special, I've been planning this for you. Please love me. Zhou Meng could no longer recall exactly when he first saw Xiao Han, but in his memory, Xiao Han had always been so clueless and dazed. So many times during missions, no matter how much guidance he gave as team leader, Han just couldn't get it right. Yet whenever he made a mistake, he'd bravely take responsibility without hesitation. Han Chuan, so foolishly adorable that more than once, he'd even made himself cry out of sheer stupidity. For all these years, everyone called him Xiao Han, but only Zhou Meng remembered, he was Han Chuan. The first time they met was at the job interview. Though Han had shown up unwillingly, his performance was still passable. After receiving the offer letter, Han actually showed up at Fu family's villa to confront him. Did I really pass the interview? Of course you did. But I didn't perform well at all. You're not lying to me, are you? That was the first time Zhou Meng spoke such a long sentence, to him. Even now, he remembers clearly what he said back then, Han Chuan, right? You lack confidence. Based solely on your reactions during the interview, your ability isn't bad, you're quick-minded and honest, never trying to cheat your way through. While others in the group took shortcuts, you stuck to your own pace. That's rare and valuable. We at Fu Corporation are hiring bodyguards, and someone like you is exactly who we want. You did well yesterday, not just me, but our young Master Fu was also satisfied. Don't underestimate yourself. Upon hearing praise, Han Chuan's first reaction was to lower his head in embarrassment. I really performed poorly. You don't have to say these things to comfort me, I know I. No, you really were good. Out of 10 candidates yesterday, we only hired 2. You were one of them. After this conversation, Zhou Meng noticed something. The fear of being praised lingered deep within Han Chuan, becoming an unsolved mystery in his heart. Gradually, whether because he thought about this mystery too often or for some other reason, thinking about Han Chuan quietly became a little habit of his. Whenever he had free time, his mind would wander to Han Chuan. In daily life, he often silently repeated his name over and over, a perfect illustration of that saying. If someone calls your name amid a rushing crowd, the first person to turn around will surely be me. After publicly admitting his feelings for Han Chuan, Zhou Meng had never felt so lighthearted. Under Zhu Mingho and Lin Lin's guidance, he successfully won Han Chuan's heart. Xiao Chuan, thank you for choosing me. I'll treat you so well. I didn't want any regrets. When I realized the reason you treated me so well was because you liked me, I actually felt relieved. Since you're kind to me because you care, and since I want to monopolize that kindness forever. Choosing you is also for myself. I know saying this sounds selfish, but this is truly how I feel. Zhou Meng gazed at Han Chuan before him, marveling at his honesty, yet inevitably pained by his bluntness. Suppressing the discomfort inside, he continued treating Han Chuan gently with a warm smile. He believed in the old adage, that sincerity can move even gold and stone. On their 1-year anniversary, they agreed to go together to the cinema to watch the latest release. That day, there was only one new movie screening, Looking for the Lost. By the end, both were silently wiping away tears. Han Chuan trembled, lips quivering as he whispered, Munga, were you also kidnapped? Zhou Meng's heart jolted. That single word, also, tugged softly at his chest. Were you? Yes. A distant relative sold me off secretly. My dad nearly beat that uncle to death trying to find me. In the end, I was found, but my father ended up serving 5 years in prison for assault. When I was young, like many boys, I dreamed of joining the military or police force, fighting evil, protecting the nation. But because my father has a criminal record, I couldn't pursue that dream. Zhou Meng pulled the trembling Han Chuan tightly into his arms. He wanted to soothe him, but words failed him. Instead, he simply ran his hand gently down his back. Letting it all out was okay. I've asked myself countless times why I agreed to be with you. Now I think, I just craved your kindness. I'm selfish. During those years I was taken, forced to beg on the streets, I'd secretly hide part of the money I collected, using it occasionally to buy myself a small extra meal. Hearing these words, Zhou Meng's heart twisted in unbearable pain. So beneath Han Chuan's seemingly carefree exterior lay such a heartbreaking past. His eyes slowly turned red. Xiao Chuan. Don't pity me. I hate people's pity. All I feel for you is heartache, not pity. More than anything, I wish I could take these painful memories away from you. Zhou Meng pulled him close, gently kissing the top of his head, his heart aching beyond words. After this confession, Han Chuan finally seemed to truly accept Zhou Meng, as if, for the first time, he began sincerely engaging in a real relationship. They even started having arguments over disagreements, petty fights where Zhou Meng always ended up the one suffering. Yet he felt deeply fortunate, being able to quarrel with him was happiness enough.